I clearly wanted to be a king of a declining country, but the country I governed thrived instead. Even if I spent every day in the harem and ignored state affairs, even handing over all state matters to corrupt officials, the result was that the country on the brink of collapse gradually moved towards becoming a great empire. In a fit of anger, I even gave all the silver from the national treasury to the corrupt officials. Unexpectedly, the prime minister who received the silver was so scared that he immediately returned a large amount of embezzled silver. At that moment, he finally understood why the emperor made such a move. It was his final warning. The awakened prime minister looked deeply towards the direction of the palace, realizing that the emperor had always been sincere, and the old minister felt ashamed. From this day on, the old minister will do his utmost to assist the emperor. On the second day, as soon as I woke up, I received 90 million taels of silver sent by the prime minister, and I was immediately shocked and couldn't sit still. Is this the ancient principle of reciprocity? But what I want is the destruction of the country, because only when the country is destroyed will the system let me die. Forced to return to the Blue Star, I had no choice but to inform the ministers to come to the Taiji Hall. I needed to develop a series of plans for the destruction of the country. Not long after, a group of ministers looked at me eagerly, not understanding why I suddenly called them, but the prime minister had an expression of anticipation, knowing that I would definitely take action upon receiving his silver. Communication between intelligent people does not require words, but I did not know his thoughts and simply said lightly, I want to use the silver from the national treasury to rebuild the capital city and help the people rebuild their houses. I intended to deplete the national treasury. However, as soon as I finished speaking, a minister immediately spoke out, Your Majesty, this must not be done. Rebuilding the capital city is fine, but there is no need to rebuild the houses of the people in the city. I glanced at this minister, who was promoted by the late emperor as the Minister of Works, known as a loyal minister by the late emperor. I always found these loyal ministers annoying. Suddenly, I stood up abruptly. Do you think I am discussing with you? This is just to inform you. Minister of Works, do you think your position is greater than mine? The Minister of Works turned pale with fear and said, Your Majesty, I dare not. Unexpectedly, I then waved my sleeve forcefully. From today onwards, strip this man of his position as Minister of Works. I do not need such lawless individuals. Your Majesty, calm down. Many ministers are all kneeling in fear on the ground, and the Minister of Works is as pale as paper. Only the Prime Minister stood up. The position of the Minister of Works can be demoted, but the reconstruction of the capital requires the Ministry of Works to execute it. Please select a new Minister of Works. Your Majesty, I was delighted in my heart. This Prime Minister is truly a super parasite of the empire, wanting to promote corrupt officials, and then carry out a shoddy project, so that the national strength should decline. So I looked around and finally pointed to the old minister Huang Pei at the end. From today onwards, you are the Minister of Works. In my memory, the former Minister of Works, Huang Pei, was removed by the late emperor for corruption. What I want is this kind of treacherous minister. The courtiers looked strange, and the former Minister of Works shouted, Your Majesty, this person is the treacherous minister demoted by the late emperor. I waved my hand and said coldly, trying to use the late emperor to suppress me, I am the emperor of the present Great Tang. The Prime Minister gave me a deep look. Huang Pei is a great talent of this era, demoted by false accusations made by a treacherous person who is now the Minister of Works. The Prime Minister thought that not many people knew about it, but I, who have lived in the palace for a long time, could see through this matter. The emperor was truly extraordinary. This is what the Prime Minister thought. But isn't Huang Pei also thinking the same? Your Majesty wants to complete the construction project, and the cost I require is 10 times that of a regular project. May I ask Your Majesty, will you still let the old minister serve as the Minister of Works? Unexpectedly, a smile flashed in my eyes. Is this a desire for corruption? I just like this kind of treacherous minister. So I calmly said, how to spend the money is your business. I only seek the results. In addition, the Prime Minister can help the Minister of Works more, adding a treacherous minister to a big corrupt Prime Minister. This is stable now. After a while, as the ministers leave, I sit in the Great Hall laughing happily. At this rate, in a few weeks at most, I can go back to being a second-generation rich person. Meanwhile, Huang Pei did not return to the mansion, but came to the Prime Minister's residence. He couldn't understand why the Emperor suddenly treated him so well, but after talking with the Prime Minister, he completely understood the Emperor's wisdom and respectfully bowed to the palace. By the way, Lord Prime Minister, what is the purpose of His Majesty's reconstruction of the capital and residential areas? Huang Pei slightly bowed. The Prime Minister calmly said, in my opinion, His Majesty has two purposes. One of them is to signal to us, the important officials of the court, that His Majesty wants to collect the royal power, whether we give it or not. The second and most important point is to gather the hearts of the people. The court helped the people build houses for no reason. How could the people not be grateful to His Majesty? With the support of the people of Chaoan City, His Majesty will be able to make his mark without fear. When he finished, a flash of pride appeared on his face. In today's world, he is the only one who can understand His Majesty's heart so well. Right, Huang Pei came to a realization and once again arched his hand. I have learned. Chancellor Zhuge is truly a great talent of the world. He is able to understand His Majesty's intentions so perfectly. May I ask Prime Minister Zhuge, what should I do next in order to cooperate with His Majesty? Zhuge Wuming took 2 steps before saying, for this project, we seek speed, as well as stable. I know that the new building materials that you researched, Huang Xingshu, are able to solidify quickly and are stronger than those in the past. Since His Majesty is ignoring our expenses this time and is only looking for results, he is bound to want to finish it quickly. We can use this building material and then mobilize the people of the city to help. Try to finish most of it within a week. And we can also go to the palace to mobilize the feathered army to help. In short, we are looking for speed and stability. There was also the slightest hint of excitement in his tone. Ever since he officially recognized His Majesty as Lord, he had never made a serious proposal. This time it's a first. It was only natural to make a good appearance before His Majesty, so that His Majesty would understand that he was His Majesty's confidant. In that case, then Chancellor, let's move as quickly as possible. I'll go to the palace and beg His Majesty to mobilize the Feathered Forest Army. And you, Chancellor, will send out official documents to mobilize the people. Huang Pei immediately got up and prepared to return to the palace. Zhuge Wuming also got up and went to write official documents. Both are passionate about their work. Since His Majesty is so ambitious, they will never drag their feet. Li Cheng inside the palace was surprised to learn that Huang Pei wanted to mobilize the Feathered Forest Army and mobilize the people. This Huang Pei is too damn vampire. Isn't he mobilizing the people again and mobilizing the feudal army? Is this because they are prepared to oppress the people and are afraid that they will rebel? So they mobilize the feudal army to suppress them. Nice touch. That's the kind of traitor I like. Li Cheng of course had no reason to refuse, and directly transferred most of the Fei Lin army over, and also inquired about the need to go to the city's barracks to transfer more troops. Huang Pei was so moved by what he heard that he almost didn't throw himself at Li Cheng's feet and cry. When Li Cheng saw this appearance of the other party, he was disgusted and left in a hurry. Just like that, the entire city of Chaoan moved. An official document was sent out, causing the entire population of Chaoan City to all become excited. The court paid to help repair the house, all expenses will be paid by the court, the people don't need to spend a dime, and the people who helped build it were allowed to pack 3 meals a day. What does that mean? It costs nothing to fix your own house and you have food to eat. Who wouldn't be happy with such a great thing? Thus, the entire city of Chaoan moved to action, and the army and people, with one mind, began to build houses, as well as walls, under the guidance of the officials of the Ministry of Public Works. Some of these officials from the Ministry of Public Works even traveled to the palace and made repairs themselves. Big brother, what does this great Tang Emperor mean? Building houses all over the city at every turn for no reason? Inside a residential home, 3 or 4 men who looked quite different from the people of the Great Tang were gathered together, conferring. They were all from the Eastern Barbarians, a country outside the Great Tang Empire. This time, he came to Datong to find out if Datong, the former tiger, was really late, and if it was really late, then they, the Dongyi Kingdom, would definitely launch an attack on the Datong Empire. Just shortly after arriving, they were a little confused. The Great Tang Empire is so rich. Straight away, the whole city was built, and the people were mobilized, and the army was sent. The men were frowning and thinking hard for a long time before they all finally set their eyes on their big brother. Their elder brother was well versed in the military books of various countries, and was especially accomplished in the study of the art of war of the Great Tang. I'm sure there must be a way. That elder brother, whose name was Balu, was also thinking hard about a solution at the moment. What exactly is the intention of the emperor of the Great Tang dynasty, Murphy? Balu's eyes suddenly widened and he took a deep breath. He seems to understand something. Balu sort of figured it out. The emperor of the Great Tang dynasty, his methods are quite deep. The purpose of spending silver to build the city's residential buildings is not only to make this Chaoan city become more lofty, but also to gather the people's hearts. The main thing is that he figured out why the emperor of the Great Tang dynasty would make this move for no reason. If he guessed right, the Great Tang has spies in their Dongyi Kingdom. The fact that they, the Eastern Barbarians, had aggressive intentions towards the Great Tang was also known to the Emperor of the Great Tang. That's why the Great Tang Emperor rallied the people's hearts, obviously in defense of their Dongyi Kingdom. Damn, where in the world did a mole come out of the Eastern Barbarians? The people who knew about this matter were all the top echelons of the Eastern Barbarians. Who the hell could that be? Balu thought hard, and told all his guesses to these few of his minders. Several people were shocked to hear that. There's a mole in the top echelon of the Eastern barbarians, or was it sent by the Great Tang Empire? A fat foreigner couldn't help but say. Big brother, could it be that you're mistaken? Perhaps the Great Tang Emperor is dim-witted and incompetent and wants to defeat the country? Baru glared at the other party and said, if you were a dim king, would you be so dim as to spend countless amounts of money to build the city's residential buildings? Learn to think differently, understand? The fat man was scolded and shrank his neck, not daring to speak. The remaining few looked at each other and asked, Big brother, then what should we do next? Balu didn't reply, ferrying back and forth, his brow furrowed. A moment later, he took a deep breath and said, we have no other choice when it comes down to it, and since we don't know who the traitor is, we mustn't trust anyone. Let's go. We return to the Eastern barbarians, mobilize the troops under our command, kill those suspicious executives first. Soldiers are precious. Hurry back while you can. The remaining few people nodded with firm eyes as they heard the words. The countless soldiers and civilians in Chaonan City who were busy with their work did not realize that a few foreigners had come earlier, and were still busy building houses and constructing the city, mobilizing the people of the city and mobilizing the feudal army. The expense is great, but the results are obvious. Countless homes have been renovated, the city walls were extended, and the people's hearts go out to the emperor who proposed this policy. Almost the entire population of Chaonan City knew that there was an emperor who was dedicated to their good. The name of Li Chang, the emperor of the Great Tang dynasty, is deeply rooted in the people. The people of Chaonan City were all grateful for the name. A number of the people even erected monuments to the emperor's longevity. The people's heart is in the right place, especially with the mobilization of Chancellor Zhuge Wuming and the Minister of Works. The people were more enthusiastic to join the queue of building the Chaonan degree. Soon, 3 days passed. Today, if you follow the time conversion, is Monday. It was also the day of the national settlement. Li Chang stayed in his bedchamber, looking at the azure-colored system screen in front of him, his expression filled with excitement. He should be back almost immediately. Right at the ratio of loss of national power to longevity deduction is 10 to 1. He only has 12 years of life left, which means he only needs to lose 120 points of his country's power to go back. The good old rich kid life, he's going back soon. A text began to pop up on the azure screen in front of him. Beginning of the week's national strength test, the current value of the national strength of the Great Tang Empire is 1280. Rewarded host life expectancy of 10 years. Current host life expectancy, 22 years. The specific source of national power enhancement. Please check by the host. A view button pops up under the screen. Li Chang's entire body froze in place, and his hands and feet felt ice cold. National power. Elevated. Why would I be promoted when I'm losing the country like this? Li Chang's face was grim as he reached out his palm and clicked to view it. The national enhancements are as follows. +3 science and technology, +1 defense, +1 economy, +4 public sentiment, +1 to deter enemy countries. Li Chang was filled with confusion. Technology? Defense? Economy? People's hearts and minds. What's going on here, and how did deterring enemy nations come about? Oh, my God. Wasn't it said that the Great Tang Empire had long since sunset? Can we still develop naturally to strengthen our country? Let me calm down. Li Chang rubbed his temples. The blow was too great. What does he do these days? Encourage the treacherous ministers and depress the loyal ones, squandering the treasury's economy and supporting the corruption of treacherous officials. That's all it takes to grow a nation. No way. This has to be investigated. How else is he going to play when the country keeps growing? 22 years of life expectancy right now. Another big step away from going back. I'm too hard. Li Chang's heart was depressed beyond measure, and he could only wait for tomorrow's morning court, and then conduct an investigation. If it does turn out that some loyalist is badgering him, then he will never show mercy. The next day, it's another morning court in the Great Tang, and the officials have all gotten up early, packed up their makeup, and headed to the palace. Inside the hall of containing heaven, Li Chang sat high above the dragon chair. Looking down, numerous courtiers entered the hall on 3 knees and 9 kowtows, shouted under his breath, "Long live the emperor! All liturgy is over." Yunexu took a step out from the side and said at the top of his lungs, "There's a book to be revealed, and no book to be withdrawn from the court." The many courtiers looked at me and I looked at you, and no one stepped forward first. The changes in the emperor during this time had made them smell a political crisis. They wouldn't dare continue to open their mouths and muddle through a bunch of nonsense as usual. And there was always a feeling that there was something odd about the emperor today. Yunexu looked at the tranquility below and also raised an eyebrow as he was about to announce the dismissal of the court. A minister stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have a present to submit." Granted. Emperor Li Chang raised his hand. His tone was flat, but there seemed to be a strange emotion suppressed in the flatness. That minister began to state up. Said, "Your Majesty, I have this enlightenment. 2 days ago, Shuzhong region came the news. Shuzhong region this year's harvest, The people do not need to starve. Shuzhong General Soldier in the letter. Thanks to your majesty's blessing. Only to allow Shuzhong region this year to be a bumper harvest. Li Cheng quietly listened to the report of a minister. Wait until the ministers have almost finished. Only then did he open his mouth and said, Xing and the others, have they all finished? He was about to ask about the rise in national power. Suddenly, Chancellor Zhuge Wuming stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have another matter to present. Li Cheng slightly raised his eyebrows, and when he saw that it was Zhuge Wuming, he felt better in his heart, and hoped that this super assholes would be able to say something about the defeat of the country. If any more good news came out, he was afraid his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Granted. Zhuge Wuming heard this and bowed and said, Your Majesty, I and Huang Shangshu, a few days ago, by your Majesty's order, mobilized the people and mobilized the army for the construction of Chaoan City, which is now almost completed. Here, I would like to claim credit for Huang Shangshu, who developed a building material that can solidify quickly and is tough to the fullest extent, and by virtue of this material, the construction of Chaoan City was accelerated and made more efficient. In addition, I also want to congratulate your Majesty. Your Majesty gratuitously helped the people to build houses. Now the people's hearts have been won. Chaoan City people, all hearts to your Majesty. Clunk. As Zhuge Wuming's words fell, Li Cheng's entire body fell into the dragon chair, his eyes dumbfounded. He finally got it. Why the nation's power has risen. Huang Shangshu, this guy, developed something new and was judged to have grown in technology. As for the hearts of the people, he shouldn't be helping people build houses for free. Careless Zhuge Wuming and Huang Pei below looked at Li Cheng's stagnant appearance, but they smiled at each other. His Majesty is very happy. I'm afraid. This incident of the construction of Chaoan City is a signal for His Majesty to announce to the 100 officials that he is gathering imperial power. It is also the time to bring the people within the city of Chaoan together. Now the big picture is in place. His Majesty won't need to worry too much when he then proceeds to make a big move. Well, they can't be too proud to build on it. Next, His Majesty's actions will definitely become bigger and bigger, and they have to be ready to cooperate with His Majesty in a timely manner. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Eunuch Su saw that Li Cheng did not look back for a long time and murmured softly. The color in Li Cheng's eyes returned once again. His expression was very stiff as he looked at the many ministers below. His way back. Because of this Huang Shangshu, it's going to be extended again. Still want a reward? Go home and farm. Well, Huang Shangshu is really a pillar of the country as also. Pass my will. Give Huang Shangshu silver 1,000 taels, 10 acres of good land. In addition, Huang Shangshu is old, can unload the position. The clothes return to their hometowns, and take care of their days. Li Cheng said with a firm tone. Hundreds of officials listening to the reward. The first half of the sentence no problem. Reward silver reward field. This is the emperor reward a school of style. But the second half of the sentence. Clothesline. Take care of yourself. But it's just a case of going home and farming. What does this your Majesty mean? Letting meritorious men go home to retire for no good reason? Are you kidding me? But looking at the emperor's tone, it didn't seem like he was joking at all. Eunuch Su also froze, but after a few moments, he came back to his senses and said at the top of his lungs, Huang Shangshu, still not accepting the decree? Do you want to disobey the decree? The party in question, Huang Pei, was even frozen in place. What does your Majesty mean by this? He's only in his 40s. He's got a few more years left in him. He subconsciously looked at Zhuge Wuming. However, he saw Zhuge Wuming nod slightly. The two looked at each other and seemed to make eye contact. Zhuge Wuming, first next, your Majesty has a deeper meaning. Huang Pei, okay, I accept the decree. Huang Pei immediately knelt down to receive the decree. The 100 officials were completely dumbfounded, not expecting Huang Pei to really receive the decree without saying a word. What's going on here? Some of the ministers who had wanted to come forward to request His Majesty to withdraw his decree also stood back. The person in question had taken the order, so they couldn't say anything else. Well, it's fine for Huang Iching to receive the decree. Li Cheng saw Huang Pei receive the decree. Relieved, then, he quietly opened his mouth. I want to start the military affairs. What do you think? He thought about it. Even if he got rid of these very talented ministers, if he wanted to finish defeating the entire Great Tang Empire, it would not be something that could be accomplished overnight. Wanted to defeat Datong in a short time, only with some ruthless tactics. For example, starting a military affair, that is, fighting a war. Once a war is fought, then the power of the Great Tang will drop extremely fast, because fighting a war requires so much exertion. For example, pre-war preparations, armor, weapons, horses, all these things are needed, right? Not to mention the fact that if we really fight, the logistical supplies, they have to keep up. If the war is unfavorable, it is even necessary to recruit troops to reinforce. so the residents of various places will certainly have grievances. The consumption of all kinds is enormous. It can be said that once the war is lost, the whole of the Great Tang at least to be greatly injured. If exaggerated, there is the danger of extinction. Li Cheng's words caused the entire hall to boil. Countless ministers have urged each other. Your Majesty must not. Your Majesty. The people are all the ones who will suffer if we start the military affairs. Please withdraw your decree. The Great Tang Empire, nowadays, has long been unable to support military affairs. Your Majesty, do not move this idea. Li Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of comfort in his heart as he watched these words. You guys say no. Then it's definitely okay. Soldiering must start. He'll only go back if there's a war. Your Majesty, there is one thing that I have the audacity to ask Your Majesty. Chancellor Zhuge Wuming suddenly stepped forward and bowed. Seeing the Chancellor come forward, all the 100 officials quieted down, wanting to see if the Chancellor could persuade His Majesty. Li Cheng didn't feel much. Something in him inexplicably wanted to laugh. This comrade in arms of his own, is he trying to ask how much oil there is to be embezzled from this military affair? Zhuge Wuming inquired with a sharp gaze. I would like to ask Your Majesty, what is the reason for this uprising against which country? Li Cheng frowned, thinking slightly. He knew that there were quite a few countries that existed all around the Great Tang Empire. Against which country, this he really didn't know. Forget it. Pick one at random. Li Cheng waved his hand, said, I want to the eastern side of the Great Tang Dongi country to start military affairs. As for the reason, I remember. The last year of the East Barbarians country visiting messengers into the Hantian Temple. Is the left foot first step into the temple? The Great Tang has always been to the right for the honor. The East Barbarians messenger first step left foot. Is not honor me. 100 officials. Is it disrespectful to the king to enter the hall with his left foot first? The 100 officials all looked at their feet in unison, trying to recall earlier, which of their feet had stepped into the hall first. It looks like a left foot, or right foot, can't remember. This day cannot chat. If the emperor sentence, you are the left foot first step into the temple. I want to kill your 9 clans, then they can be wronged. Zhuge Wuming was also helpless at this reasoning of his own emperor, but he still said, Your Majesty is wise. I support Your Majesty's crusade against the Eastern barbarians. The courtiers who were acquainted with the Chancellor agreed. As for the rest of the courtiers, naturally they could not say anything, but could only agree with all of them. Niu Lei, the general with the greatest military power in the current palace, arched his hand and said, Your Majesty, who will be the commander to conquer the Eastern barbarians? If there is no candidate, I would like to lead the expedition. He was in the courtroom, and the recent winds had given him a whiff of something. Intuition told him he needed to show his face for His Majesty to see. Li Cheng, however, waved his hand and said, I have already had a candidate. Just kidding. What he wants is to lose the war. Let these battle-hardened generals go, in case they win. What about sending a civilian? He swept his gaze over the 100 officials, thought about it for a moment, but let it go. Not many of those who can come to the morning court are weak. What if we send a civilian and win? How does that work? No way, no way. You can't pick from 100 officials. Li Cheng's gaze swept around. He did not look at the 100 officials, but instead looked outside the Hall of Heavenly Containment. When he saw an ordinary soldier of the Feathered Forest Army guarding the gate of the Heavenly Hall of Containment, his eyes lit up. Just you, inside the Hall of Containing Heaven. All the 100 officials looked at the emperor in confusion. Nowadays, all the generals in the court are out to defend the city, and the most prestigious person in the court is General Niu Lei. If the emperor doesn't let Niu Lei take command, who else can he let take command? Li Cheng sat upright from the dragon chair, pointed at the entrance of the hall, and said softly, That general at the entrance. Enter the hall quickly. The expressions of the 100 officials all stiffened, and they couldn't help but look towards the entrance of the hall, looking at the few Feathered Forest Army soldiers guarding the entrance, wondering who the emperor was talking about. It was Eunuch Su who reacted quickly and looked in the direction of Li Cheng's finger. His eyes quickly locked onto the Feathered Forest Army general standing at the right doorway, and he said at the top of his voice, At the entrance of the temple, the general on the right. His Majesty has an order. Why don't you come over here quickly? The soldier's originally serious face couldn't help but show a touch of dismay, and looked in the direction of the hall to find the ministers all looking at him in unison. Who I am? Where am I? Where I'm going? When he heard Eunuch Su's words, he hastily returned to his senses and stiffly walked in towards the hall. The soldier walked to the hall, clasped his hands and said, My subordinate greets Your Majesty. The armor is on his body. Please forgive Your Majesty for not being able to perform a great salute. Li Cheng nodded slightly, looked at the soldier, and asked softly, What is your name? The soldier lowered his head, not daring to meet the emperor's eyes, and spoke, Your Majesty, my name is Han Yu. Han Yu. Li Cheng murmured softly, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and said, I want to raise an army to crusade against the Eastern Barbarians' kingdom, and you will be the commander-in-chief, and will be the commander-in-chief to go on the expedition. That's solid, isn't it? He could stand on the spot and shit himself if he could win with a common soldier in command. Your Majesty may not. All the 100 officials raised their voices to stop them. You're kidding. Allowing an ordinary featherwood soldier to mount a campaign to crush the Eastern Barbarians' kingdom was more than just a matter of herding money and laboring the people. It's more of a disgraceful thing to do abroad. My decision is not for you to argue. Remember, this great Tang is still mine. Li Chang said in a cold voice, pass on my decree. Give Han Yu a sword. And when disrespecting the military order can be decapitated first. And from now on, promote Han Yu to be the general of Jinwei. With an official rank of 3 pints, say it's high, say it's low. Let's put it this way. Those who can enter the morning court are all at least 4th ranking officials. And all 4th ranking have no say in the matter. Like the 6 ministers, these are only 2nd grade. As for the 1st grade, within the courtroom, only Chancellor Zhuge Wuming was a 1st-class official. The 100 officials were dumbfounded. They can't persuade a determined emperor. He could only put his eyes on Zhuge Wuming, praying that this chancellor would be able to persuade the emperor. It seemed to answer the prayers of the 100 officials. Zhuge Wuming walked a few steps to the center of the hall and bowed. Your Majesty, I wonder how many troops you wish to send on this crusade. How many troops? Ghosts know. How could Li Chang know exactly how many troops could be mobilized? And he didn't know anything about the military. So he waved his hand and said, more is better. When the 100 officials saw that the chancellor was not only not persuasive, but also inquired about some details, they almost did not spit out a mouthful of old blood. In this way, an early morning court was passed in slight confusion. This morning court was extremely depressing for the 100 officials. Anyway, Emperor Li Chang is very comfortable, looking at his comrade-in-arms chancellor to help him deal with the follow-up work, and looking at the 100 officials have been trying to dissuade that mood. Do not know how comfortable. Since you all think it's totally unfeasible, then I'm relieved. Sit back and wait for the country to decline and I'll go home and continue to be my cockney self. The Chancellor's residence. Huang Pei, who was jerked to the end, and Zhuge Wuming, the Prime Minister, got together again. Chancellor, what exactly does His Majesty mean by this? Why would you remove me from my official position for no reason? I still want to share more things for His Majesty. Huang Pei got anxious and asked in a loud voice. Zhuge Wuming, on the other hand, had a light-hearted look on his face and said, His Majesty has his own deeper meaning in what he does. Minister Huang, why should you be in a hurry? Don't you still trust His Majesty? Huang Pei helplessly waved his hand and said, Can I not be in a hurry? My official position is gone. What else can I do for His Majesty? These old bones, going to war is a matter of being stabbed to death with a gun. LOL. As expected, Your Majesty's wisdom is beyond human comprehension. Thank goodness I'm here to understand Your Majesty. Your Majesty's ways are not alone. Zhuge Wuming shook his head and said, Shangshu Huang, His Majesty wants you to go home and farm. Do you really understand the meaning of these words? Huang Pei froze. He was relieved of his official duties and returned home to farm. What else could it mean? He took a deep breath and arched his hand at Zhuge Wuming. I still ask the Chancellor to teach me. Zhuge Wuming narrowed his eyes and said, Going home to farm. Where is your home? I remember Huang Shangshu. Your hometown is in the Guanzhong region. Right. And the Guanzhong region has always been called what? I think Huang Shangshu. You should know. Right? Huang Pei frowned and fell into deep thought. Guanzhong region is located in the most central part of the Great Tang Empire. Fertile land, has always been a place of food harvest, and even the Great Tang Empire passes in the grain. 70% are from the Guanzhong region. That's why Guanzhong is also known as the granary of the nation. And now His Majesty has told him to go home and farm. Planting. Huang Pei's eyes snapped wide, and his lips couldn't help but shiver, saying, Could. Zhuge Wuming nodded and smiled. His Majesty's intention is definitely for you to return to the Guanzhong region and run it for His Majesty, developing and expanding it as a cornerstone for His Majesty's future conquests of other countries. Saying that, his tone became envious as he continued, to be able to gain such trust from His Majesty, TSK, I'm a bit envious of you. Huang Pei hemmed and hawed in embarrassment, then thought of something and said, Then why didn't His Majesty say so explicitly? Wouldn't it be better to say things like this explicitly? Zhuge Wuming shook his head and said, Which ambitious emperor would not have his own undercard? By laying you out as the dark side's undercard, His Majesty is also laying out the dark side's undercard for himself. This is the supreme trust of the emperor. Huang Pei trembled with excitement, kneeling down on both knees in the direction of the palace. Trembling, the old minister kowtowed to His Majesty's supreme trust. In this life and in this world, no, forever and ever, I swear to serve Your Majesty to the death. If I violate this oath, Heaven and earth will destroy me. My life will be worse than death. His head slammed into the ground, and within moments, blood ran horribly down his cheeks. Frightened, Zhuge Wuming hurriedly helped Huang Pei up and said, "If you knock out an injury, aren't you afraid of spoiling His Majesty's layout?" "Yes, yes, yes." I was confused. Huang Pei reached up and wiped the blood. Zhuge Wuming hurriedly called for a healer to be brought in, and only after a lot of fussing did he treat Huang Pei's wound properly. Huang Pei then went on to ask, "Then what does it mean for His Majesty to order a soldier of the Feathered Forest Army to take command?" "That's what makes your Majesty's eye so powerful." Zhuge Wuming smiled mysteriously and said, "In the old days, after the Great Qin, there were 12 kingdoms. Before the Great Tang was the Tang Kingdom, and in one of the 12 kingdoms, the Han Kingdom, there was a great general of the art of war who was unrivaled in the past, named Han Bingxian. If my information investigation is correct, that Han Yu is the descendant of Han Bingxian." Your Majesty saw it at a glance. Wuming admires it. Inside a renovated quadrangle, Han Yu walked back to the courtyard in an incredibly excited mood. He really rolled over. In one day, he went from being a soldier of the Feathered Forest Army to a general of Jinwei with the rank of 3rd grade. Since he was young, he has been familiar with all kinds of military tactics left behind by his ancestor, and he thinks he has his own tactics in his chest, but he has no place to put them into practice. From being young and foolish in the beginning to being disillusioned, it wasn't until later in life that he was forced to join the feudal army. Even during the examination to join the Featherwood Army, he was mocked by that examination officer as a theoretical general, the kind that only brags about the military on paper. Today, he was finally able to show off his hand and put all of his mind's bows and military tactics into play. His Majesty. "It's all from your Majesty." Han Yu couldn't help but be grateful. If it wasn't for His Majesty, he was afraid that he would still be a mocked ordinary soldier of the Feathered Forest Army. "Pawnbroker, why are you back so early today?" Han Yu's wife, Sun, walked out from within a courtyard and asked suspiciously. "Twilight Sun, I've been promoted." When Han Yu saw his wife, he hurriedly went forward and held her hands, looking very excited. His wife's face was equally happy, and she couldn't help but say, "Dong Jia, you've been promoted? How much did you get promoted?" Han Yu carefully and his own wife to tell. When his wife heard Han Yu has been the official to the 3rd grade of the Jinwei general, almost be a planted fainted. Han Yu hurriedly supported his wife, but he didn't want his own wife to drag him by the hand and kneel down towards the direction of the palace, exclaiming, "Boss, don't quickly thank His Majesty for the favor of promoting you. His Majesty must have known about you a long time ago. Otherwise how could he have promoted you for no reason?" "Buzz," Han Yu knelt down, his mind clearing as he seemed to understand something. Why would His Majesty appoint him, an ordinary soldier of the Feathered Forest Army, as his commander for no reason, to go on a crusade against the Eastern barbarians? His Majesty must have known about him from the beginning. The reason why there has been no indication is simply because of the desire to make him more mature and smooth out the diamonds. Otherwise, how could an emperor of a country give this kind of external military affairs to a common soldier like him? It's impossible for a dim-witted ruler to lose a country like this, not to mention, in his eyes, Emperor Li Chang was not a dim ruler, but a wise ruler for the ages. More than that, he's a clear master. "Niuryang, help me carry out all those military books. I want to read them all again. This war, I want to fight it beautifully, so that the civil and military officials will know that His Majesty's ability to recognize people is not comparable to theirs." The fighting spirit flickered in Han Yu's eyes. "Okay, dang dang. You wait, I'll move all the military books over to the house." Sun got up in a hurry. Inside the palace, Li Chang, who came down from the court, did not go to the Taiji Hall to deal with political affairs on a daily basis, but formulated a series of playing games and prepared to steal chickens and fish, but not before he started playing. Eunuch Su suddenly came to report that the Empress Dowager had come. Li Chang had no choice but to cancel those play sessions and return to his own chambers, the Dragon Inn Hall. He had only just arrived and hadn't even stepped inside the temple. The eunuchs standing outside the door then shouted at the top of their lungs, "Your Majesty has arrived." At that moment, those palace maids and eunuchs all knelt down and saluted, shouting, "See you, Your Majesty," under their breath. Li Chang just waved his hand slightly and walked directly into the hall. Just after stepping into the hall, he saw a woman who was probably in her 30s, graceful and elegant, with a richness in her demeanor. This is the Empress Dowager of the Great Tang Empire, also his birth mother. When Li Chang saw the Empress Dowager, he did not salute or speak first. As far as I can remember, the emperor is not required to salute anyone, even in front of the many late emperors of the imperial tomb. The only one that requires a curtsy. Presumably it was the time of the sacrifice. The Empress Dowager didn't perform any great rituals. She just bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty." Li Chang nodded his head before he opened his mouth and said, "Mother, Why do you have the presence of mind to come to me for no reason? It's not you, Emperor, who named a soldier as marshal for no apparent reason at this morning's court, and a number of the old ministers have found their way to mourn her. As the Empress Dowager spoke, she surveyed this imperial son of hers. For some reason, she always felt that the emperor had changed quite a bit. There was always a very dusty aura on his body, as if it didn't belong to this era, but it was mixed with a kind of imperial might. The combination of the two made the majestic aura on the emperor become even more intense. Li Cheng did not notice it and casually laughed. Mother, what's wrong? Could it be that you also want to get involved in politics? Mother? He remembered that since the time of Emperor Taizu of Tang, there had been a rule passed down that the harem should not be involved in politics. There's no way the Empress Dowager doesn't know. Could it be that the Empress Dowager has moved to want to get involved in politics? Yeah, if we let the Empress Dowager interfere in the government, then is it possible to lose the country faster? Li Cheng's mind was waiting for this Empress Dowager of his to open her mouth and say that she wanted to get involved in politics, and then she would hand over all the power to the other party. Who would have thought that the Empress Dowager didn't have this in mind at all? The Empress Dowager slowly said, I have no that mind. The Emperor can rest assured. I came this time. Just want to ask the Emperor you. When can you get a consort? This harem is cold and quiet. I live is not comfortable. A princess, also right. This defeated country project was almost forgotten. But this rising incident alone should be enough to bring down the country and allow him to go back successfully. Right, then there's no need to play any more nabobs. Li Cheng could only smile and said perfunctorily, good. I will take more concubines as soon as possible. The Empress Dowager nodded and said, that's good. However, when you take a consort, Emperor, your eyes can be a little bit brighter. Don't want people to nod into the palace. Then don't end the former emperor, and then make a palace fight again. Li Cheng nodded helplessly. Yes, I know. The Empress Dowager said some more things before departing the emperor's chambers. The scene instantly cooled down, leaving only Eunuch Su and Li Cheng. Eunuch Su took out a zhengbiao from his sleeve and handed it to Li Cheng, respectfully saying, Your Majesty, this is what the Chancellor sent earlier. Will you take a look at it, Your Majesty? Or will you put it back in the Tai Chi Hall first? From a good friend, then take a look. Li Cheng opened a look, immediately by a dense pile of text Shotu, almost did not throw the folders to the ground. Luckily, he still had some patience and forced himself to skim through it. On the zhengbiao is Zhuge Wuming's statistics on the various needs consumed on this expedition and so on. Most of it he read in a disoriented way anyway. Just a little bit of it. 100,000 soldiers in armor, and an expedition to the Eastern Barbarians. Li Cheng put down the zhang folders, rubbed his temples, and waved his hand. You talk to the Chancellor. Just do everything as he wants. This Chancellor, really? Who are they with? That's the great Don's good comradeship. It's just corruption, isn't it? Why do you have to make so many words to show his face? Yes. Eunuch Su said a word and slowly retreated to pass on the order. The great Tang Empire rose up against the Eastern Barbarians. The Emperor took a feathered soldier as his commander and raised an army of 100,000 men to crusade against the Eastern Barbarians. This news spread out and instantly swept through the entire Great Tang territory. Countless people are deeply questioning this war effort, but that didn't stop the war from opening up. Under the mobilization of Chancellor Zhuge Wuming, food, weapons, and other logistical supplies from various regions were transferred to Chaoan City, and more or less all the armies of the regions were mobilized. All of these armies were combined to make up the 100,000. Of course, the local army alone couldn't come up with 100,000, so the missing portion had to be conscripted from all over. The process of conscription is undoubtedly prone to public resentment. However, there was one area except for the conscription. Instead of there being any public discontent, the people actively came to join the army. That's the city of Chaoan, the one that the people of Chaoan City are looking to as the emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty. Now that the emperor is going to start a war, these people will help each other. Even if they cannot join the army, they will donate their family's grain stocks to the army to serve as food for the army. Soon, a week passed again. Li Cheng got what he wanted, and because of the military mobilization, the country's national power declined partially. The country's power has dropped by 10 points, because the ratio of national decline and life expectancy deduction is 10 to 1. So his life expectancy was also deducted by 1 year. It was only 1 year of life expectancy, but it made him incredibly excited, as if he could see what he would look like when he returned. This war hadn't even started yet, and 1 year of life expectancy had been deducted. As soon as the war started, he believed that he would immediately have his life expectancy deducted and go straight back. Your Majesty, it will be dawn soon. Today is the day that the army of the Eastern Expedition will march out. Your Majesty needs to go and inspire the generals. Outside the bedchamber, Eunuch Su's voice came quietly. Li Cheng nodded slightly and immediately got up. ready to change his clothes. Inspiration, that's for sure. When the pep rally was over and the army departed, then he could pretty much get ready to go back. The war. Just fine, a quick one would have sent him back, not bad for him to come up with that. Outside the city of Chawan, suburbia. Inside a temporarily stationed military camp, red flags belonging to the Great Tang flew around. Inside the barracks, 100,000 soldiers stood sparsely, many of them falling to their sides, and even some of their weapons were unsteady. On the high platform, Zhuge Wuming stood with Han Yu, who was wearing black armor. General Han, is it necessary to go on the expedition so soon? With the current army, I'm afraid it's hard to make progress in the battle. Zhuge Wuming said with a frown. He could say that without a doubt. With the current army below, an army of 10,000 men would be easily defeated. Han Yu shook his head and said in a firm tone, Chancellor Zhuge, I can't see His Majesty being misunderstood by the world, so I can't wait. I must go on the expedition now, and only by winning battles can I prove to the world that His Majesty's choice is absolutely not wrong. As for the military appearance, I remember along the way, there was quite a bit of banditry, and war feeds war, raise an army by war. By the time we reach the borders of the eastern barbarians, it'll be about time. He had an awe-inspiring arrogance in his demeanor, rather like a great general. Zhuge Wuming smiled and moved slightly, looking deeply at the black-armored general beside him. War on war, raising soldiers by war, worthy of being a descendant of Han Bingxian. In terms of military, he was afraid that he was simply inferior to this youth. Chancellor Zhuge, logistically, it's all yours. Han Yu slightly arched his hand at Zhuge Wuming. Zhuge Wuming nodded and said, there is no need to salute. You and I are both just serving His Majesty. Han Yu grinned and wanted to say something else. An army suddenly walked in at the rear. The eunuch's shrill voice took the lead. His Majesty has arrived. Han Yu and Zhuge Wuming exchanged glances and started to walk to the camp gate. And when they entered, they saw an imperial sedan chair. Emperor Li Chang was coming out of the sedan chair. The surrounding feathered troops stood densely, guarding the emperor's safety. Greetings, Your Majesty. Han Yu and Zhuge Wuming both bowed. Today is here to inspire the three armies, so these manners can be dispensed with. Li Chang waved his hand and said, yes. Han Yu and Zhuge Wuming both responded. Li Chang stepped inside the camp, and when he saw the sparse and chaotic military lineup in his eyes, he couldn't help but feel a joyful look on his face. The heart felt like a pill to swallow. It's okay. Chaotic military appearance. The common soldier hangs on. Not a single general. This is simply. It's just not perfect. 100% failure. If he still wins this battle, he'll stand upside down on the spot and poop and eat back everything he pooped. Your Majesty. This army. Han Yu just wanted to explain. But I did not want. Li Chang waved his hand and said with a forced smile, General Han, you don't need to say anything. The army is under your command. How to fight is your business. The military appearance is also your business. All of these things, all of them are under your responsibility. I will not intervene. And moreover, I will not say anything. Han Yu froze in place. His eyes couldn't help but redden. He didn't realize that His Majesty had given him such trust. Obviously have seen such an army, still unheeded and left him in charge, this great trust. Which emperor in ancient and modern times would do this? Li Chang did not notice what Han Yu had in mind and walked to the high platform. Looking down at the 100,000 people below, even though the formation was sparse, it looked extremely oppressive. The procession of 100,000 people could not be seen to the end at a glance, and it was black and crowded. Eunuch Su followed him around and saw that the 100,000 people had no reaction to seeing the emperor, so he immediately said at the top of his voice, why don't you all salute quickly? The one standing in front of you is the Emperor of Great Tang. The Emperor of Tang. The soldiers froze with a stir. Soon, one person knelt down first, shouting under his breath, see Your Majesty. At once, as if it was a chain effect, clattering and clattering, a large swath of soldiers all knelt down. See Your Majesty. 100,000 people. Even if their voices were not in unison, it would be deafening. Li Chang couldn't help but take 2 steps back slightly as he pressed his hands in the air. The 100,000 soldiers stopped shouting and looked at the emperor. Of course they knew what the next part was. The emperor is a morale booster. That's how it's always been done with large armies on the march. Can they really win battles with this team? Li Chang took 2 steps forward slightly. His eyes flickered with a strange light, and slowly spoke. Generals, do you have confidence in this eastern expedition? 100,000 soldiers looked at me. I looked at you, wide-eyed, and no one opened their mouths. Li Chang waved his hand and said, you can rest assured that you will tell the truth, and I will forgive you for your innocence. I will ask you again, do you have confidence in the eastern expedition here? The 100,000 Soldiers looked at each other again and shouted in unison. No, their essence was mobilized, ready to listen to the teachings of His Majesty, who expected Li Chang's next sentence to be a sudden change in style. Only he said, "No, no is right. All it takes is for you to have no faith." Li Chang turned his head and walked away, no longer even looking at him, leaving 100,000 soldiers on the spot in the wind. Han Yu and Zhuge Wuming were both wide-eyed as they watched Emperor Li Chang re-enter the imperial sedan chair. What kind of inspiration is this? Is it really not to demoralize the soldiers? Chancellor. This. Han Yu looked at the emperor having left and was very confused. Your Majesty must have a deeper meaning in doing this. Your Majesty is a king of great eloquence, and you cannot think of your Majesty's words in the way that ordinary people think. Zhuge Wuming was also thinking in a hurry, frowning, and a long while passed before he came to his senses. I got it. Han Yu hurriedly looked toward Zhuge Wuming, arching his hand and inquiring. I still ask the Chancellor to enlighten me. Zhuge Wuming slowly said, General Han, you are from the Featherwood Army soldiers. These soldiers may not easily serve you. His Majesty's move is to completely break the morale of these soldiers, to break and build up, so that you can recollect the morale of these soldiers, and in this way, it will be convenient for you to reorganize your army. In the end, it's His Majesty who cares too much about you and is worried that you won't be able to straighten out your army. His tone was also very emotional. Thanks to his presence today, or else no one would have been able to understand His Majesty's meaning. The ways of His Majesty are understood by no one but him, lol. It's such a lonely world for smart people. When Han Yu heard this, his eyes also reddened down, not realizing that His Majesty was so concerned about him. Secretly, he clenched his fists. In this battle, he will fight for His Majesty. Chancellor, I will first go to inspire some soldiers, and then prepare to go out. His Majesty's side is left to you, Chancellor. Han Yu once again saluted and walked towards the high platform. Zhuge Wuming looked at Han Yu's back and secretly nodded his head. No surprise, His Majesty's hand will be a truly great general. What a blessing for the country. In the meantime, far beyond the Great Tang is the country of Doni, Capital. Inside a palace, Balu's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the dozens of people in front of him and roared. Quickly say, which one of you is the secret agent sent by the Emperor of Datong? Don't force me to start a war. From the time he learned of the secret spies sent by the Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty in the country of the Eastern Barbarians, he returned to his country to raise an army. He was the first to rise up and take control of the king of the Doni kingdom, and then he sent people to call all of these people who held military power. There is a great tendency to vow to find out the traitor. These dozens of people all looked confused and didn't understand what was wrong with Balu. One of them stepped forward and said, Baru, those who can walk into this hall are my Doni kingdom's top brass, so don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as a Great Tang secret agent. Baru glared viciously at the man and said angrily, then tell me, why is it that the senior management of my Eastern Barbarians kingdom just decided to raise an army against the Great Tang Empire? And the Great Tang Emperor ordered the construction of a city, or was it built at the expense of the Great Tang Emperor? You say? Could it be that there wasn't a mole leaking secrets? Is it hard for you to tell me that this is the Emperor of the Great Tang idly trying to defeat his country? Are you kidding me? Dozens of people all looked confused. Could it be that they really have a mole in the Eastern Barbarians? Another person spoke up and said, maybe it's really just a coincidence? Maybe the Emperor of Great Tang is ordering some kind of governmental affairs? Coincidence? Is that possible? Baru frowned tightly and took a deep breath. Thinking hard. What if it really is a coincidence? Was he too impulsive? He was about to say something. Suddenly, a soldier walked in and handed a scroll to Baru, saying, General, urgent report from the front. Emergency report from the front. Balu received the letter scroll and glanced at it. His face instantly changed. A hand threw the letter scroll on the ground. As if a furious lion roared, you still say there is no traitor? Emergency report from the front line. The Emperor of the Great Tang has raised 100,000 troops to attack my Dongyi kingdom. The dozens of people below were all terrified. I didn't realize that the Emperor of Great Tang would actually start a military affair. Balu looked at the dozens of people below and felt angry, not realizing that the Datong Emperor was so ruthless. Find a secret agent with such strong acting skills. He couldn't see at all which one was likely to be the secret agent. Maybe no spies? No kidding, if there were no spies around, how could the Great Tang Emperor have dared to directly send 100,000 troops to attack the Eastern Barbarians? It is important to realize that if the battle is lost, it will be the end of the country. If the Emperor of the Great Tang did not have complete certainty, it would be impossible to send troops, since the group's acting skills are so strong. One doesn't do it. One doesn't rest. Don't blame him for being cruel. Men, do it. With a wave of his hand, Balu spoke coldly. At once, dozens of swordsmen and axemen poured into the hall. Those dozens of people came back to their senses, each with wide eyes. I knew you were restless. Balu is clearly trying to seek power and pulling all this nonsense. Son of a bitch Balu, old man your mother. Dozens of people uttered angry curses, and they also used various means to gather their own men and horses. In an instant, the palace, which was still quite clean, became incomparably chaotic, with soldiers fighting each other. Balu retreated towards the outside of the temple under the cover of his own soldiers. Withdrawal from the temple. A few soldiers from the front line couldn't help but ask, General, now that several cities on the border between Dongi country and the Datang Empire are all being guarded by our side, how are we going to defend ourselves when we face the 100,000 troops of the Datang next? Guard, Balu said in a cold voice, what are you defending? The great Tang Emperor dared to send 100,000 soldiers in armor to attack, so he must have already had a foolproof plan. Maybe the secret agents are already waiting for the 100,000 soldiers in armor in the border cities. There are spies in the border towns, and today the secret agent is still missing. It must not continue to be guarded. It would be better to concentrate our forces and defend the rest of the country. Pass on my military order for all the soldiers in the border cities to abandon their defenses. With a wave of his hand, Balu said decisively, the great Tang Emperor wants to wipe out some of my troops in the border cities first, and then nibble away at the eastern barbarians little by little. Right, it's a pity that a famous general like me, Baru, is in the eastern barbarians' country. Emperor Datang, your ploy will never work. Balu looked up in the direction of Datang with a very grave gaze. It was as if he saw that great Tang Emperor wasted his sleep and food pondering over his plans. A few days later, another morning court. Li Cheng sat on the dragon chair with a smile on his face, looking as if he was very happy. The civil and military officials were also surprised when they looked at His Majesty's face. His Majesty's countenance has been wearing a smile ever since the Eastern Expeditionary Army left for the war. It seems like a lot of fun. But how can being an emperor be happy when this kind of war that concerns the safety and security of the country is opened? It seemed that the emperor was forcing a smile on his face, wanting to give them, his subjects, some peace of mind. LOL. It's not easy for His Majesty. Soon, the morning court began. A general immediately stepped out with a stride and said, I have this to present. Li Cheng waved his hand with a smile on his face and said, granted. How could he not be happy when he could go back when the war was over? It's a joy that can't be suppressed. When Li Cheng said permission granted, that general immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, I request that Your Majesty levy another 50,000 troops, led by me, to reinforce General Han. There is no room for delay in the battle at the front. Please grant it. At these words, the courtiers belonging to the side of the military generals all stood out. I second the motion. Wow, Li Cheng immediately changed his face and said with a face full of anger, could it be that you all think that General Han will lose? Or do you all doubt my ability to recognize people? Lean, reinforcements, reinforce a chicken. All it takes is a losing fight. It's best if the eastern barbarians fight back against the great Tang Empire. Then the power of the country will definitely brush down, and he'll be able to go back with 9 out of 10 guarantees. These generals want reinforcements. No way, he would never allow that to happen. I wouldn't dare. Those courtiers were so frightened that they knelt down, doubting the emperor's knowledge of people. This hatchet down is not a joke. If you don't dare to do so, all of you will give me a retreat. I will never allow anyone to intervene in the front line of the war. If I find out, I will be implicated in all 9 clans. Li Cheng's tone became icy cold. He would never let something like the last yellow pay happen again. Those courtiers had no choice but to all retire. Zhuge Wuming couldn't help but feel moved when he saw this scene. His Majesty resisted the pressure of the court for Hanyu. How many people throughout the ages have been able to make it this far? I have no regrets in dying for the Lord's sake. The word is this. The morning court is still going on. The supervisor of the heavenly supervisor suddenly stepped out with a stride and said, Your Majesty, I have a report to present. Li Cheng looked down. A rainbow-ass kisser, nice guy. He waved his hand and said, granted. The supervisor of heavenly supervision hurriedly said, I have found a master who is proficient in celestial phenomena, face reading and so on, and that master is waiting outside the temple at the moment. So I ask if Your Majesty wants to see him? Maestro, many of the courtiers froze for a moment, but didn't care too much. In this day and age, people still believe in these more. Li Cheng heard, also feel interesting. He retired from the dynasty is also idle panic. It is better to call this what master to play. See the other side can say a because so. So he said softly, then let him come up. The CTON supervisor sniffed and slightly arched his hand at Eunuch Su who was in front of him, saying, Eunuch, that master's surname is Shun. I'd like to thank you for your help. Once the morning court started, it was forbidden for other people to enter the hall of containing sky. Even if the emperor had an audience, he needed to be shouted by the eunuchs beside the emperor. and then brought in by the Feathered Forest Army. Eunuch Su was also aware of this and nodded, pulling out his voice. His Majesty has decreed, declare Master Shin to enter the palace for an audience at once. His voice was so shrill that it made it audible to the Feathered Forest soldiers outside the hall. Within moments, a man walked into the hall, led by the feathered soldiers. It was a guy who looked to be in his early 30s, bald and round-faced with an enormous belly. Li Chang spared a glance at the guy with interest. That's a master, any way you look at it. It looks like a jungle gangster. This fat Master Shin walked to the center of the hall and immediately knelt down, shouting under his breath, "Long live the Emperor!" Li Chang waved his hand casually, his eyes fixed on this fat man and said, "Get up. I have heard that you have the ability to observe people's face. Today on top of this courtroom, you can observe my face and see what you can observe." Master Shin, but a face of horror, shook his head and said, "His Majesty is the true dragon son of heaven, plebeian even higher this city. That is mortal eyes. Mortal eyes, how to see the face of the true dragon? How can mortal eyes see the face of a real dragon? This guy is quite the ass-kisser." Li Chang smiled, not caring, and continued, "If I say I'll let you look, you look." When Master Shin saw this, he could not help but raise his head to look at Li Chang's face. Then he bowed his head and said, "The purple micro-imperial chi swirling around your Majesty's eyebrows, all evils dare not invade, and your Majesty's purple micro-chi is far superior to that of all the emperors of the past generations, which is enough to prove that your Majesty will be the emperor of the ages." He rattled off a bunch of stuff. Li Chang's head was spinning from hearing this. He couldn't help but say, "Speak human." Master Shin froze, and then whispered, "Your Majesty is a face as blessed as the East China Sea, with a life as long as South Mountain, and in." Ouch! Before he could finish his sentence, a Zhengbiao flew in and slapped him hard in the face. "Try saying again that I am as blessed as the East Sea and as long as MT. Nah." Emperor Li Chang stood up from the dragon chair in a violent rage, his eyes glaring angrily at Master Shin. "That he's as blessed as the East Sea and as long as MT. Nan, doesn't that mean he can't go back for the rest of his life?" Thinking of this, he became even more furious. If not for his concern for the Emperor's Majesty, he wanted to rush down and beat this person fat. Your Majesty, calm down." When the civil and military officials saw that the Emperor was angry, they hurriedly knelt down and shouted. That Master Shin was also kneeling on the ground in a daze. He didn't understand what he had said wrong. Is it wrong to praise the Emperor's good fortune and longevity? Men, drag this man down and put him in the heavenly prison. Retreat from the court. Li Chang waved his hand and angrily summoned the feathered soldiers before waving his hand and turning to leave, leaving the original civil and military officials. One by one all feel surprised. "Your Majesty, this is... what's going on?" Only Zhuge Wuming sighed repeatedly, and muttered in his heart, "This group of people are really ill-brained. This doesn't even understand His Majesty's meaning. Instead, he understands it well. His Majesty is a wise ruler of the ages. So how could he like this kind of ass-kissing? Your Majesty must be thinking that it's because of too many of these ass-kissers that the Great Tang has started to decline. Pity. In the Great Tang dynasty, except for him, Zhuge Wuming, His Majesty has no more confidant." Inside the palace, Li Chang's remaining anger was still fresh, sitting on a chair, peeling an orange in his hand. Seeing this, Eunuch Su beside him couldn't help but remind, "Your Majesty, too much anger is not good for the dragon body. Your Majesty, please calm your anger." Li Chang slammed the orange on the table and said angrily, "You say, how can there be such a person? It's really damned. Also blessed as the East Sea and live as long as MT. Nan, curse him for not being able to go back. What a spiteful person," Eunuch Su hurriedly said. "There's no need for your Majesty to get angry. It's not worth it to feel angry over this kind of person." He was also overwhelmed with emotion in his heart. Your Majesty is actually so disgusted with this kind of ass-kisser. In the future, we must warn those little eunuchs that when they come across His Majesty, they must say what they have to say, tell the truth, and never get any ass-kissing. Also, Li Chang touched his cheeks and turned his head to ask Eunuch Su, "Eunuch Su, what can you tell by looking at my face?" Eunuch Su looked up and was just about to kiss ass, then thought about Master Shin's downfall and whispered, "His Majesty's every move is filled with majesty, but His Majesty's looks can only be described as average, and are a bit uglier than some of the small eunuchs in the palace." Li Chang, have you, Eunuch Su, drifted away? Or am I, the Emperor, unable to lift the sword, the border between the Datang Empire and the Eastern Barbarians? Two majestic passes stand here. The majestic pass on the border of the Great Tang Empire was called Tianmen Pass, rumored to be a pass that had been in place since the time of Emperor Taizu of the Tang dynasty, and had been standing to this day, guarding the eastern side of the Great Tang. And in the Eastern Barbarians country's border majestic pass named Sky Eagle Pass. The specific reason, there is no way to know. The two majestic passes stood side by side, and if either party wanted to leap over the other's border, They needed to break through the pass, the difficulty of which was naturally unspeakable. At this moment, a vast army numbering 100,000 traveled out from Tianmen Pass. The bright red flag belonging to the Great Tang fluttered in the wind. Middlemarch, Han Yu sat on a black horse, his face cold and stern as his gaze flashed with a hint of satisfaction as he looked at the soldiers around him. Through all the way to fight the bandits, he initially finished organizing this army, and the military soul has already taken shape. I believe that in time, this army will certainly be transformed into an invincible iron army. General, we'll be arriving at Skyhawk Pass soon. Should we just push across this time or just push across? An adjutant general steered his horse to Han Yu's side and asked with a smile. When Han Yu heard this, he couldn't help but draw up his scabbard and slap it hard on the other's helmet as he laughed and cursed. Pushing horizontally? Push my ass. You think the Sky Eagle Pass and those bandits are all the same? Saying that, his gaze also slightly heavy, looking towards the direction of Sky Eagle Pass, said, inside the Sky Eagle Pass, but there is the first general of the Eastern Barbarians country, Baru. Rumor has it that this person, Baru, well versed in the art of war of all countries, his wisdom is extremely high, the most skilled in the battle of defense. We cannot be taken lightly this time. The vice admiral couldn't help but raise his spirits when he saw this. Indeed, this journey, attacking banditry all over the world, has given them a mindset of invincibility. It was as if by following under this General Han, he would be invincible forever. Ta-da-da-da. General, news from the scouts ahead. A fast horse came running. The soldiers along the way hurriedly gave way. They all knew that this was a message from the scouts at the front line, and blocking it would be tantamount to drying up the war machine. Han Yu hastily strangled his horse. Soon a man handed up the scroll of letters. Han Yu took it and read it, falling into silence. No defense force in Skyhawk Pass, even the door closes halfway open, not a single soldier on the walls. How is that possible? There was no way that Baru, the famous general of the Eastern E Kingdom, didn't know the importance of the Skyhawk Pass. How could they easily surrender this majestic pass to them? There must be fraud. Han Yu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he said, pass on my military orders. The entire army should speed up and set up a formation in front of the Heavenly Eagle Gate. I would like to see what tricks this Baru can come up with. The messenger galloped off immediately. General's orders. All troops speed up and set up a formation in front of the Sky Eagle Pass. The general has orders. The whole army speeds up. Skyhawk Pass. The 100,000 troops were positioned underneath, and looking at the lofty gateway in front of them, each and every soldier couldn't help but swallow their spit. One couldn't help but feel a little abashed at the thought of them having to attack such a city gate. Han Yu looked at the city pass in front of him, and his gaze was also somewhat grave. To be honest, he was extremely confident in his own military tactics and strategies, but at this moment, in the face of such a majestic pass, he also felt tricky. He had sent his vanguard into the city pass to scout the way, and he didn't know how it was today. As long as we capture the city gate, the road behind us will be easier, and we might be able to take the entire Dongi kingdom at once. Han Yu muttered. Ta-da-da-da. Suddenly, a squad of dozens of cavalrymen came out from the city gate, the very same pioneers who had previously entered the Sky Eagle Pass. General. The last general and the others ran all of Sky Eagle Pass. There were only some people and supplies left in the pass. Not a single soldier was stationed there, and we ran all over the pass and only caught one soldier who was too late to escape. The vanguard general threw a Dongi kingdom soldier under Han Yu's horse. Han Yu frowned after hearing what the vanguard said, drew his sword against the soldier's neck, and asked in a cold voice, "Speak, why is there no one in all of your passes?" How important the strategic significance of the Skyhawk Pass was, I believe that famous generals such as Baru naturally knew. Why the other party would give up the Sky Eagle Pass for no reason. This point was something he couldn't figure out. The soldier said in horror, "General de Tong Tian, spare your life." Han Yu frowned and said impatiently, "Answer whatever this general asks you, or don't blame this general for being merciless with his sword. Say, why is there no one inside the Skyhawk Pass?" That Dongi country soldier hastily said, "General Baru sent orders that the Great Tang army will come, and inside the pass, there are secret agents sent by the Honorable Emperor of the Great Tang hiding in the shadows, so that we can withdraw our troops, and I was too late to do so," said the man, feeling stifled himself. "Caught walking late because I had to go to the bathroom, or caught alive from the bathroom without wiping my ass. Too hard." Han Yu, however, his eyes snapped wide open. His Majesty's spies. His Majesty is far away from the Imperial Palace in Chang'an City, but he can actually lay out to come here. Phew. He took a deep breath. He probably understood what His Majesty meant. His Majesty probably set this up a long time ago, just waiting for him to do it. The purpose of using secret agents to help him take Xiongguan was naturally to want him to preserve his living fighting force and take the entire Eastern Barbarians Kingdom. Sure enough, Chancellor Zhuge was right. Your Majesty is truly ambitious. Since the war was launched, it was necessary to destroy one of the opposing countries. Thinking of this, a cold aura flashed across Han Yu's eyes as he said, the entire army will enter the pass for some repairs and continue eastward to attack the eastern barbarians. Yes, the soldiers chimed in. An adjutant general asked, General, do we need to send the matter of taking the Skyhawk Pass back to the imperial court in an 800-mile expedited manner? Han Yu shook his head and looked at the adjutant general with contempt. Who is His Majesty? Since he has laid out his plans to come here, how could he not guess that the Skyhawk Pass has already been taken by us? Quickly enter the pass to recuperate. Right? The vice admiral was totally confused. Not only the vice general, even those soldiers were confused, taking a majestic pass for no reason. But after some exaggerated explanations by some unspecified vice generals, all these soldiers understood a little bit. Their majesties are sheltering them. As a result, the army inexplicably set off a wind of faith in Emperor Li Chang. There were even rumors that His Majesty was the reincarnation of a true dragon. And earlier, when he saw that the Heavenly Eagle Pass was too majestic and worried about too many dead and wounded soldiers, he used his divine power to directly exterminate the soldiers in the city, allowing them to easily occupy the Heavenly Eagle Pass. Han Yu had heard this rumor and just laughed. He certainly wouldn't forbid the spreading of such a thing that would be beneficial to His Majesty, but instead, he very much encouraged the rumor to spread. This is also a way to stop the army from recognizing only the generals but not His Majesty. In the meantime, inside the palace, Li Chang was watching this week's national strength test. When he saw the national power indicator, his face turned ashen and a wave of anger surged through him. Only the Azure screen in front of me projected a paragraph. Beginning of the week's national strength test, the current value of the national strength of the Great Tang Empire is 1285. Rewarded host life expectancy of 15 years. Current host life expectancy, 36 years. The specific source of national power enhancement, please check by the host. Li Chang lay on the dragon bed with his face as if he was dead, feeling lifeless. It was a struggle to lift a finger. The chest rises and falls like an asthma attack. He laboriously clicked on it to view it. The azure-colored screen in front of him suddenly changed. The national enhancements are as follows: popularity +2, security +2, prestige +5, expansion of territory +5, deterring the enemy +1. What's all this about? Who the hell is doing this? If he found out someone was messing around, he had to get that person killed. Popularity, prestige, law and order, and deterring enemy nations. He doesn't even know what's going on. But there is another open frontier to pursue. Is it hard to believe that the Eastern Army has won? No way. With that group of crooked people still able to open up the territory, he could eat this dragon bed. Since it can't be the Eastern Bloc, it would have to be the town's army in the other direction. When Li Chang thought of this, his face became somber, his fists clenched red, and he gritted his teeth. Eunuch Su, come in. Clunk. The door to the room was opened. Eunuch Su hurriedly walked in and said, Your Majesty, the old slave is here. I ask you, who is in charge of the three sides of the border, southwest and north? Li Chang's gaze was cold and incomparable as he looked at Eunuch Su, frightening the other party so much that his legs were shaking. It was as if what stood in front of Eunuch Su was a flooding beast with ferocious might. Eunuch Su fell to his knees in fear and said in a loud voice, Your Majesty, the south and north of our Great Tang are both endless oceans with no one to defend them at all, except for the Iliang region in the west, which is defended by the king of Jinshi. When Li Chang heard this, a message flashed through his mind. Jinshi Wang Li Ming, his own brother. After his predecessor succeeded to the throne, he was transferred to the Iliang area, guarding the western border of Great Tang. A prince, with the possibility that neither the east nor the north nor the south could have opened up the frontier. It was only the west that had possibilities. My good big brother, it's really grown. Li Chang gritted his teeth. It's heartbreaking to think of the 15 years he's inexplicably added to his lifespan. Everything is his big brother's pot. Some other day, we must make this big brother a good concoction. This revenge. Li Chang remembered. When Eunuch Su saw how angry the emperor was, he was so frightened that he quickly kowtowed and said, Your Majesty rest in peace. Your Majesty rest in peace. Neither Li Chang nor Eunuch Su noticed that outside the Long Yin Hall, there was a eunuch lying by the window eavesdropping. Due to the eunuch's late arrival, he only heard the last sentence Li Chang said, My good big brother, he has really grown. The rest was not heard. This eunuch's gaze flickered slightly for a moment or two, and he withdrew toward the outside, far away from the western border of the Great Tang Empire. Irang area. Most Central Law Enforcement Division. A man wearing a black augur suit looked at the letter scroll in front of him. His face was incomparably ugly, and he said viciously, It seems that Li Chang, the emperor, is really not a dim king. A nearby Confucian scholar said flatly, Your Majesty, what happened? See for yourself. Jinshi King Li Ming took the letter scroll to the Confucian scholar and said in a cold voice, Li Cheng obviously already knows that Master Shin was sent by loan. Originally, I was counting on Master Shin to become that dog emperor's beloved, and then use the opportunity to rise up, but now it seems that nothing will work. So why don't we rise up now? The juror glanced at the letter scroll and couldn't help but be shocked. I didn't realize that the current emperor had such a talent. You can tell Master Shin is one of them by some clues. Could it be a coincidence that it's not actually talking about this? Shouldn't be possible. Otherwise, how could the emperor have shouted out for no apparent reason? My good big brother, he's really grown. In this case, the emperor was afraid that he had already known about the Jinshi king's desire to rise up and rebel. Then next, what could be the chances of an uprising? The jurist projected that I am afraid that most of the people in the courtroom today are still in favor of the emperor. If we were to raise an army at this moment, the chances would be too small. He told this king of his house the results. Li Ming, the king of Jinshi, frowned tightly and said, "Can it be that we can only wait quietly for death? The emperor already knows of our attempts. Waiting can only lead to death." The Confucian scholar shook his head and said, "Nonetheless, nowadays, although the emperor is aware of our attempts, most of the military power under his hand is actually not recovered, and he may not be able to command those generals, so we will just wait for the defeat of the Eastern Expeditionary Army. As long as the Eastern Conquest Army is defeated, then the emperor is bound to lose his prestige, and when the time comes to rise again, it will be a fight for the great Tang imperial succession. In name only." There was a strong note of arrogance in his tone, as if he was very proud of his approach. When Jinshi Wang Li Ming heard it, he felt that it was reasonable, and immediately patted the case and wanted to praise it. But no compliments yet. A soldier flew in and said loudly, "Your Majesty, there is already a preliminary result for the Eastern Conquest War." The Jinshi king's brows were delighted as he laughed. "Can it be that heaven is helping me?" He immediately took over the battle report and read it, and as a result, he almost didn't pass out with a roll of his eyes. "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you?" The juster came over in a hurry. "Gaslighting. Me too." Li Ming was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down, and he handed the scroll of letters to the Confucian scholar. The Confucian scholar took a look and his pupils shrank violently. In the first battle of the Eastern Expedition, Han Yu led 100,000 soldiers and took down the Sky Eagle Pass without spending a single soldier, which was equivalent to conquering the gate of the Eastern Barbarians' country, according to the reason inquired. It seems that because the emperor of the Great Tang had sent spies into the Sky Eagle Pass, and then accidentally known by the Eastern Barbarians, the Eastern Barbarians were afraid of their spies, so they took the initiative to give up the Sky Eagle Pass. What's all this and what's not? The juster heard a blur, but he had an unspoken feeling. The Great Tang Emperor, very uncomplicated, he turned his head again to look at his king. Compared to the godly and unpredictable means of the Great Tang Emperor, his own king is a dim-witted one. If the Great Tang Emperor was mediocre and incompetent, it was fine. There was still a chance of winning the uprising. But today, there was a gleam in the Jiaonan's eyes, and he felt that it was time to keep a backhand for himself. The first order of business is to stabilize your highness. Don't be anxious, even if this kind of mistake has been made in the war of the Eastern Conquest. But we can also think of other ways, he said, pretending to be contemplative. Li Ming, the king of Jinshi, instantly acted as if he had found a life-saving straw and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, 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 you're the #1 strategist in the Iliang region. You'll definitely be able to find a good solution." The Confucianist nodded his head and said, "Your Majesty, I can't find a good solution here, so I'll go back first and think about it carefully." Li Ming had no choice but to agree, promising to give the Confucianist whatever he wanted as long as he came up with a way to do it. The jurist naturally agreed, and he sighed in his heart. It's a pity that His Majesty, the bright ruler of today, not the king of a defeated country, otherwise this king of his own family, barely, can also be the emperor. It's a shame, alas. Eastern barbarian domestic, the walls of a city. Han Yu stood above this, looking down at a body below the city. This was the 15th city they had taken. Apart from the first 5 cities that were taken by them without any resistance, the rest of the cities were taken by his own hands. He's going to tell the world. His Majesty's vision is absolutely correct. Today, he did. General, the battle report has been written. A lieutenant general came up with gusto, laying down 15 cities in a row, hardening the Great Tang's territory by a circle. This feat has never been done before, except during the time of Emperor Tang Taizu. What's the excitement? Everything is just a credit to His Majesty. Since it's finished writing, send it to Chaoan City. Han Yu waved his hand and said, he knew very well that if His Majesty hadn't sent secret spies to make the Eastern barbarians lose the Heavenly Eagle Pass, then he would never have easily gained results in this battle. It is not allowed to say that just one Heavenly Eagle Pass can make them lose more than half of their troops. In the end, it was His Majesty's ability that led him to this battle. Thinking of this, Han Yu bowed in the direction of Chaoan City. The other side. Palace. Within the Taiji Hall, Li Chang, whose mood had become bad because of his increased lifespan, was receiving General Niu Lei. What's up? Just say it and fuck off when you're done. Li Chang didn't care about the Emperor's majesty and said, he's not even going to make it back, and managed so much liturgy department etiquette. Nowadays, he's got 36 years to live, a full 36 years, in other words, he would have to lose another 360 points of Great Tang's national power to do so. But was it so easy to defeat the country? He had defeated the country in this way and still managed to improve it, and he could no longer figure out how to defeat the country. Niu Lei also sensed that the emperor was in a bad mood, touched his nose and said, I'm here to report something. It's about the imperial family of the Great Tang dynasty. That's why I'm here single to see your majesty. Li Cheng supervised a glance at Niu Lei and casually said, speak. The royal family of the Tang dynasty, as far as he knew, there were only 3 of the royal family alive today. The Empress Dowager, himself, and that asshole older brother Li Ming. Niu Lei pondered for a moment and lowered his voice. Your Majesty, I have received news that the king of Jinshi may have the intention to rise up and rebel. I can't be sure if it's true or not, so I've come to inform your Majesty of the news. What? Li Cheng's eyes jumped. Your own asshole big brother actually wants to plot against you. Can it be that the purpose of opening up the frontier is to raise soldiers in the dark? This is too. That's great, isn't it? It's good to rise up and rebel. That's the kind of big brother he likes. What's the point of being a loyalist's big brother? Just this kind of big brother who likes to plot against the government. That's called a pro-big brother. This big brother really is too. Wouldn't it have been better to tell you earlier that you were going to rise up and rebel? Maybe I'd even send supplies to aid you. With this prince plotting against the government, coupled with the defeat of the army in the Eastern Conquest, surrounded by external enemies, and more than a little bit of internal turmoil, 360 points of national power is not something that can be defeated easily. Li Cheng immediately felt refreshed, looked at Niu Lei's gaze are much gentler, said, not bad, should be rewarded, go down and collect the silver 1,000 taels, the rest of the things, leave it to me. Thank you, your majesty. Niu Lei nodded and turned to leave. He was sure that his majesty would do something. This kind of war between the imperial family of the Great Tang dynasty, it was better for him to participate in it in a small way. Just cooperate with his majesty's every move in a timely manner. Watching Niu Lei leave, Li Cheng frowned tightly and muttered, this big brother refuses to rise up now. Could it be that he thinks he is still too weak? How long would it take until this big brother of his felt strong? No, he thought, he needed to help this big brother. Let's give the other side the tiger talisman first, or to express a meaning. I'm not interested in the throne anymore, so get up and take over. It seems that the talent in the Yilong region is also a bit depleted. Well, we must transfer those loyalists to the Yilong region. For one thing, it's to help that big brother of his grow in power. Secondly, it is also a way to transfer all the loyal ministers from the court, leaving only the treacherous ones. So why worry about the court not being corrupt? That's all for now. Li Cheng immediately wrapped the tiger talisman and called a eunuch, asking the other party to quickly send the tiger talisman to the Jinshi king. And then, he had Eunuch Su draw all the names of the civil and military officials onto a piece of paper, and he looked them up one by one, through the memory, the impression of those names to determine whether the other party is a loyal or traitorous minister. After a bit of searching, he identified nearly 50 loyalists. Anyway, from memory, these are the loyalists. This is all from the memory of what the late emperor told the predecessor. Good job. No wonder the country is still thriving when I'm so defeated. It's these 50 naive batches that are messing things up. Li Chang, with an angry face, glanced at Eunuch Su next to him and waved his hand. Eunuch Su, pass on my decree that all of these 50 people be reassigned to the Yilong region. Eunuch Su's face was strangely pale as he said, Your Majesty, should we think twice? Most of these people are rooted in Chang'an City, and transferring them all at once is feared to cause a backlash. Bounce back? Bounce is good, Li Chang blurted out, immediately realized his slip of the tongue, thought for a moment, and said, Datong is still my Datong. If these people dare to cause trouble, let the army directly suppress them. The word is this. In fact, he couldn't wait for these people to make a mess in his heart. It's best to create an image of him as a dim king so that he can bring down the popularity and prestige. By your majesty's holy decree. Eunuch Su didn't know what to say, so he could only respond. The word is out from the palace. It instantly shocked countless people. The 50 people who had been transferred were completely confused. What had they done? For no apparent reason, they were transferred to such a barren place as the Yilong region. They also want to go and meet the emperor and ask him nicely. But the emperor simply did not see these people and ordered them to take office immediately. These 50 men felt their heads spinning. The other side. Inside the chancellor's residence. At this moment, More than 30 court officials were all gathered here. Zhuge Wuming looked at these officials in the lobby. Those who are with him today are all ministers of talent and virtue. These people are the main force in the imperial court of the great Tang dynasty. He pondered for a moment and said, I'm sure you all know about His Majesty's new order. Now do you know His Majesty's true intentions? These 30 or so officials all nodded excitedly. They all thought His Majesty was mediocre. I didn't realize it was all a lie. His Majesty today is ostensibly mediocre. But in reality he is ambitious. Otherwise, how could this courtroom transfer have removed all of those truly treacherous ministers without a single one left? Most of those treacherous ministers who were transferred were those who were addressed as loyal ministers by the late emperor during his time and by all means. Unfortunately, none of this escapes the eyes of His Majesty today. Zhuge Wuming looked at these people who were excited. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He slowly said, all right, this prime minister is looking for you guys. Not to let you guys come and get excited. The next 50 assholes will surely be unwilling to do so and try to rebound, which will require us to step in. These people all looked at Zhuge Wuming strangely. One of them said, Chancellor, since His Majesty dares to make such a big effort to clear out these assholes, he should have laid out a backhand, right? The emperor made an unprovoked move to clear out the assholes in the courtroom. So how could he not be on guard against these assholes counterattacking? They fell back on the idea that there was absolutely no need for them to make a move. Zhuge Wuming sighed and shook his head, saying, this is where your foolishness comes in. How can His Majesty's thoughts be measured by ordinary people? This minister guesses that His Majesty has absolutely no backhandedness. After he finished, he looked in the direction of the palace with a faint smile. He seemed to see that confidant emperor of his, who was currently looking at the Chancellor's residence, considering whether he could guess the emperor's mind. The group of ministers, however, was confused. Without a backhand, isn't Your Majesty afraid that the assholes will fight back? Yes, once those assholes rebound, I'm afraid there will be more than just chaos within Choan City. I have a feeling His Majesty will definitely have a backhanded. None of the ministers believed that the emperor would not have a backhand. Zhuge Wuming shook his head and said, if His Majesty has a backhand, why would he need you guys? This time, His Majesty's action, more than anything, wants to test you all. Who is a loyal minister and who is a traitor may be set in this one. Dang, the scene was suddenly quiet. Many ministers were wide-eyed. An aura flashed through his mind. They all understood. Yes, if this kind of thing still requires Your Majesty to lay down a backhand, what are they used for? A vase, furnishings, moreover. This incident might be the impression of them in His Majesty's mind. Who is capable and who is not will be recorded. If that's the case, how can they watch the show with bated breath? There were flashes of color in the eyes of many ministers. That's all there is to say. Everyone, you can all go back to your homes and wait for tomorrow's morning court. I hope this matter has been taken care of. Zhuge Wuming smiled faintly and gave his expulsion order. Many ministers, each with their own thoughts, were not interested in staying long and left the other side. Irang area. Under the fast horse. Soon, the tiger talisman was delivered to the hands of Li Ming, the king of Jinshi. When Li Ming saw the tiger talisman of mobilization, his face was filled with confusion. What does the emperor mean? He wants me to rebel? He's even given me the tiger's talisman to mobilize his troops. He immediately summoned Iliang's first strategist, the Confucian scholar from earlier. The Confucian scholar also made shocking waves when he saw the tiger talisman of military mobilization. Your Highness, how did this come to be in your hands? He was appalled. The importance of the tiger talisman for mobilizing troops cannot be overstated. With the tiger's talisman, one can mobilize an army anywhere under the sky. How could this thing fall into the hands of this king? Li Ming is very strange, and the Confucianist recounted the source. The Confucian scholar Guodong was immediately filled with dismay. This is some kind of joke. The emperor has sent the tiger's talisman of troop mobilization to the hands of this prince who wants to plot against the emperor for no apparent reason. What do you mean? Greed flashed in Li Ming's eyes as he looked at the tiger talisman in his hand and said, Guodong, do you think we can just rise up and overthrow the emperor with this tiger talisman? Guodong was surprised and said, Your Highness, the emperor personally sent the tiger talisman to you. Your Highness, does Your Highness think that the emperor will be afraid of you starting an army? When Li Ming sniffed, he immediately felt his body cool down and his clothes were wet with sweat. Yeah, the emperor dared to send the tiger talisman over. Wasn't he afraid that he would mobilize his troops to rise up and overthrow the other side, since the emperor dared to send the tiger talisman over? I'm afraid everything had been arranged long ago. If he dares to rise up, will he be separated from his head at once? After all, the emperor was once noiselessly arranged secret agents into the Tianying Pass, so that the eastern barbarians did not dare to fight let out of the Tianying Pass. Can't say for sure. He was also surrounded by the emperor's spies, and at the moment, His every move was under the emperor's nose, or perhaps his forces were actually filled with the emperor's eyes long ago. Thoughtfulness. Li Ming was shocked into a cold sweat and quickly asked, "What dang? What do you think? What exactly does the emperor mean?" Guo Dan kept his gaze fixed on the tiger talisman of troop mobilization, and after looking at it for a long time, he leisurely spoke. "Your Highness, I feel that this is a warning from the emperor. The emperor is warning the king that he doesn't want to clean up and doesn't want to deal with the king, so that the king doesn't think about plotting against the king. Likewise, this is a choice the emperor has given you, Your Highness, whether to choose to rise up straight away, or to give up." As he spoke, his chest couldn't help but rise and fall. He was all shocked at the emperor's tactics. Is it too radical? Li Ming was also stunned and asked, "If we rise up now, with this tiger talisman, how much can we be sure of? The king still wants to start a war." Guo Dan gave a long sigh and said, "Not even 10%. Since the emperor dared to take out the state's important weapon tiger talisman, it must be ready for everything. Perhaps, the king has now long been hollowed out." Alas! Overhead, Li Ming's body trembled, and a flash of pallor appeared on his face. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The steward of the Wang Fu quickly ran over. Li Ming turned his head, stared dead at the steward, and gritted his teeth. "What is it?" the steward of the royal palace said in a loud voice. "An angel has arrived." Angels are eunuchs, or eunuchs. Generally when the emperor gave an order and a eunuch went forward to convey it, he would be called an angel, signifying the emperor, the messenger of the Son of Heaven. Li Ming couldn't help but feel cold at the bottom of his heart, wondering what the angel was doing here at this time. But he didn't have much time to think about it, because soon the angel arrived. After listening to the holy decree, his entire body was in a daze. 50 courtiers, transferred to his region of Iliang, to be distributed by him. Is the emperor trying to hollow him out? To put his entire Iliang region firmly in the emperor's own hands. Boom, the king of Jinshi dropped to the ground all of a sudden, his face ashen. Is he going to be finished with all the layouts he's been working on all these years? On what grounds? He's the first prince. He's the one who should have succeeded to the throne in the first place, not that Li Chang. Why? In the end, would it turn out that Li Chang was the emperor? Could it be? With these tactics of Li Chang, the corners of Jinshi Wang Li Ming's mouth were flooded with bitterness, and he had to admit that the emperor's tactics were far too superior to his. Perhaps, this is the reason why the late emperor passed the throne to Li Chang. Pass on my order, to scatter everything. The rising is but a dream. Li Ming suddenly waved his hand and uttered these words. At the same time he uttered these words, his entire body was paralyzed on the ground like a deflated ball of leather. The next morning's court, Emperor Li Chang looked at the hall below that had become somewhat empty, and was happy in his heart. Finally, only the traitors were left in the courtroom. The loyalists were all driven out. It's cozy. He leaned back rather comfortably in his dragon chair. This kind of posture where the emperor's majesty was completely gone. In the past, there would have been people saying this and that, but this time, no one opened their mouths. In their hearts, the many ministers just assumed that this was a very happy occasion for His Majesty to make such a gesture. Seeing this situation, Eunuch Su coughed slightly and stepped forward, saying, "There is a book to be revealed, and there is no book to be withdrawn from the court." This statement was made. The originally silent courtroom was instantly as if it had exploded. One minister after another all stepped out. "Your Majesty, I have a message." "Your Majesty, I also have this enlightenment here." "I have." Even in this way, Li Chang looked at these ministers who were excited. The corners of his mouth quirked up in a smile. When these people see that the loyal officials have all been transferred, they all jump out and want to embezzle. The ministers are not in a hurry, one by one to say, "I am permitted to play." Li Chang smiled and waved his hand. With his mobilization, order was soon restored. Numerous ministers said one after the other. All these people said pretty much the same thing about the transferred officials making trouble and being pacified by them. It's a good thing that the loyalists made trouble and were suppressed by you. Upon hearing this, Li Chang waved his hand and directly doubled all the monthly salaries of the 100 officials. It was at this time of celebration. Knock knock. The bells and drums in the palace were rung. 800 miles expedited. Military intelligence is heavily reported. "Don't stop me!" A loud shout, which came in from outside the palace, could be heard even by the ministers and Emperor Li Chang who were in the hall of containing heaven. A military re-report, a thought floated through the minds of the 100 officials and Li Chang. There's already a war on the Eastern Front, no more than the apprehension in the hearts of the 100 officials. Li Chang, however, had his eyes lit up. Here we go, the most important link. As long as the Eastern Conquest Army is defeated, then pretty much the Great Tang Empire will no longer have any chance of survival to speak of. And when that big brother of his rises up again, then the Great Tang state power will definitely be finished. He'll be able to go back to, announce the messenger for an audience at once. Li Chang immediately shouted, In less than a moment, the frontline messenger's brow wore a joyful expression as he walked into the heavenly hall of containment with a few writs inserted behind him. The messenger walked into the great hall and knelt on the ground. My subordinates congratulate your majesty. Congratulations too. Isn't it a losing battle? How's that for congratulations? Hear the word. Li Cheng's heart was half cold, but there was still a hint of luck, and he gritted his teeth and asked, read out the battle report. Full of gods and Buddhas. Jesus. Blessedly this battle report is defeating the war. The messenger with a happy face picked up the war report and read it, saying, Qingde calendar 2 years, the last general by order of His Majesty, personally led 100,000 troops to go on a crusade to crush the eastern barbarians. The cause of the war stems from the Qingde calendar 1 year during the eastern barbarians' emissaries to enter the ambassador to the Hall of Contained Sky, the first to step on the left foot. It is disrespectful to His Majesty. The Songdi calendar was the year of this dynasty. This reason for sending out troops caused the corners of the mouths of the civil and military officials to twitch. It's because this great Tang honors the right, and they enter the hall these days by stepping on the right foot first, afraid of being caught by the emperor. Then in the future, if the emperor made a move against himself, there would be a reason. Maybe 10 years later, he suddenly violated the emperor's taboos. The emperor to a Qing 10 years ago, into the hall of contained heaven. Is the left foot first into, is not respect me? I want to cut you. The messenger continued to read, the last general's crusade against the eastern barbarians. Fortunately, His Majesty's layout, no casualties to capture the Tianying Pass, and then even down the eastern barbarians' 15 cities. And now the soldiers are approaching the capital of the eastern barbarians. And I would like to ask for your Majesty's advice on how to move next. Clunk. Li Cheng felt cold all over. What the hell, did the Eastern Army really win the war? Can that bunch of crooked bastards win a war? How useless is this Dong-yi country? They're not all savages. Are they? So not beaten? Nope. Thinking about it now. It shouldn't be about these. Li Cheng took a deep breath, downing 15 enemy cities in a row. The national strength indicator will surely skyrocket when the national strength is tested next week. No. He must not watch the country grow wildly. A direct order to retreat and to abandon all the cities. It's okay. Li Cheng was about to announce this order when the system suddenly warned him that this was an illegal act of defeating the country. He froze. This is still an illegal country. But think about it. Those 15 cities are now considered to be Great Tang land, and his withdrawal now is no different from ceding the land. And how could the system not warn him? No, there's got to be a reason for that. Li Cheng began to think hard about the reason. The many ministers below were, however, bowing in unison. I congratulate your majesty. How could these ministers not be alarmed? They were not at all optimistic about the Eastern campaign. A feathered soldier in command can win, no kidding. But the reality hit them hard in the face. This time, the Eastern conquest won, and it wasn't even a small victory. Instead, it was a great victory. Soldiers are at the enemy's capital. If the fight continues next, will it directly annex the entire Eastern Barbarians' kingdom? The Dongyi state has always been an obstacle to the foreign affairs of the eastern side of the Great Tang, hindering the perception of the foreign affairs of the enemy states of the Great Tang. If the annexation of the Eastern Barbarians is done, then, is it possible that Datong can see a new horizon? Li Cheng looked at the ministers kneeling below and gritted his teeth. No matter what, the battle results must not be allowed to continue to expand now. He waved his hand and said, pass on my decree that Hanyu shall not continue to attack the cities of the Eastern Barbarians. The Eastern expedition ends here. The Chancellor will handle the follow-up, and the Eastern Conquest Army will return to the court. Stop the attack. Why, it's a great opportunity now, as long as the whole country is exhausted. Then the Eastern Barbarians will almost certainly be destroyed. The many ministers looked at Li Cheng in disbelief. It seemed to want to hear Li Cheng explain the reasoning. Li Cheng, however, looked at the outside of the hall with a ghostly gaze and a saddened face. Zhuge Wuming originally did not understand why the emperor wanted to return to the court at this time. But when he saw the emperor's face, he understood all at once. Many thoughts came to mind. With a long sigh, he stepped forward and said, my lord, I honor your majesty's holy decree. The many ministers looked at Zhuge Wuming in disbelief. Zhuge Wuming, however, waved his hand at them, signaling to go back and talk again. Retire from the court, Li Cheng said with a tired heart. Seeing this, Eunuch Su yanked his throat and said, retreat from the court. Li Cheng directly got up and walked towards the outside, looking preoccupied. I respectfully send off your majesty. The 100 officials kneeled down and didn't stand up until Li Cheng was slightly farther away. The civil and military officials looked around and slowly came out from within the heaven-containing hall. They all surrounded Zhuge Wuming, wanting Zhuge Wuming to explain to them what his majesty meant. Zhuge Wuming stood in front of the hall of containing heaven, looking at the distant yellow-robed figure. He sighed and said, your majesty, what an actor. Your majesty, An actor? What do you mean? In front of the heaven-containing hall, many ministers were looking at Zhuge Wuming in disbelief. Zhuge Wuming shook his head inside. Have you noticed that just now when you were in the court, His Majesty was all smiles, but after hearing the news of the shortcut, he became preoccupied with his appearance. Many ministers nodded. Indeed, His Majesty was clearly happy just now when he came to court. Why are you full of lamentation when you hear the good news? It doesn't make sense. Zhuge Wuming narrowed his eyes and said, that's why I said that His Majesty is an actor. Perhaps His Majesty has always been preoccupied because of the Eastern expedition. It's just that in front of us, he must pretend to be happy, because His Majesty is an emperor. One must never show a look of lamentation. Now that the Eastern expedition is victorious, only then did His Majesty lose control and reveal the true face of his heart. Alas! Thanks to you all, you had been using the matter of the Eastern expedition to give His Majesty authority before. After saying that, he left with a big stride and seemed to have no face to look at those ministers. Those ministers looked at me and I looked at you. And after listening to Zhuge Wuming's explanation, they all inexplicably showed a sense of guilt in their hearts. From the beginning of the Eastern campaign, they, the ministers, did not believe in His Majesty's choice. Who in the whole world, not to mention them, believes that this Eastern expedition can be won? His Majesty carries the pressure of the whole world by himself and has to smile in front of them. How hard would it have to be? Why don't we go to His Majesty and ask for forgiveness? A minister couldn't help but say. The other ministers, however, shook their heads and sighed as they spoke. Instead of going to His Majesty's to ask for forgiveness, it would be better to invest more energy into management next, to manage the country well for His Majesty, and build the Great Tang into a stronger place. That's a good point. Since His Majesty has been hiding it all before, he must not want us to see it. You guys are making it sound like I'm guilty as hell. Old Huang. It's not Spring Pavilion today, haha. I have to rush back to correct official documents. Well, a new batch of girls just came to the Spring Wind Pavilion today, and I had wanted to go there today. Forget it, go home and change the official documents. No, how did Chancellor Zhuge run away? Haven't asked him about why His Majesty withdrew his troops. 2 days later, inside a city in the Eastern Barbarians' kingdom, sitting inside the city lord's mansion, Han Yu was receiving 2 notifications, one of which was an imperial decree from the emperor, and the other was an envelope from Zhuge Wuming. He couldn't help but smile as he read it. Chancellor Zhuge was actually worried that he would disobey the decree and came here with a specially written personal letter. Everything he had was a reward from His Majesty, so how could he possibly disobey a decree? Really? Han Yu placed both the imperial decree and the envelope on the table in front of him and muttered, continuing to fight. It is true that we will be able to wipe out the Eastern barbarians, but the power of the Great Tang will also be completely paralyzed. And every day that my current army is out there will create a huge drain. He felt he knew exactly what the emperor was thinking. The Great Tang Empire had long since been unable to support the war, and this expedition was prompted by the emperor's determination. Now that the war is considered won, it is costly to be able to continue to expand it. Though, the consumption of all kinds of materials and the casualties of soldiers will make the life of the people of Datong more difficult. He felt that it was because of this that His Majesty had ordered the banners to return. What made him feel the most heartfelt admiration was His Majesty's decisive choice. Continuing to fight will be very consuming, but once the Eastern barbarians are destroyed, then Your Majesty's achievements will surpass those of all the emperors. It's easy to start a country, but it's hard to rule it, not to mention ruling the country while expanding the territory. But His Majesty has resolutely chosen to withdraw his troops at this time to avoid the lives of the people of Datong becoming even more miserable. Your Majesty, be merciful. Han Yu faced the direction of Chaoan City and made a deep bow. He then ordered the 3 armies to return to China. The Eastern Expedition Army's great victory, conquering the Heavenly Eagle Pass, taking down 15 cities in a row, and approaching the capital of the Eastern barbarians, had also spread throughout the world. Countless scholars are amazed, and countless people are cheering. The soldiers were amazed that this very dramatic battle was actually won, and that it was a victory that opened up the frontier. The people cheered, but it was very simple. No need to fight again. They also do not have to endure the pain of all kinds of materials' crazy price increases. The army of the Eastern Conquest returned to the country. All along the way, the people of the city greeted each other, especially when they returned to Chaoan City. The people were incredibly lively. If it wasn't for the city's army being assigned by the officials early on to stop those people, I'm afraid the scene would have been chaotic. The 3 armies entered Chaoan City. At the center of the army, Han Yu rode his black horse and looked at the fiery eyes of the people around him, feeling immensely comfortable in his heart. Not long ago, he was just an ordinary soldier in the Feathered Forest Army. Now that he has returned, he is a great general of the party. With his battle record, he was one of the most important existences in the Great Tang Imperial Army. All thanks to your majesty. If not for his majesty's appreciation, he would still be an ordinary soldier living at the bottom of the ladder. Thinking of this, Han Yu accelerated his speed, wanting to go and meet his majesty. The people on the road were also talking about Han Yu. They were all looking at Han Yu's face. One of the people said, "Great General Han. How in the world did he win the battle? Looking like all of us." Another citizen said, "You don't know this, do you? Great General Han is a man with magical powers. You don't know that the real face of Great General Han is 3 heads and 6 arms. Fierce and fierce. You should have heard of the Heavenly Eagle Pass, right? That's what Great General Han used his 3 heads to crash through." Hiss. The people around them sucked in a breath of cold air. One of the people asked, "How did you know?" The people's eyes said, "My second and his cousin's eldest son is a man in the army, attacking the Tianying past that battle. He saw it with his own eyes, and also drew me a picture of the real body of General Han. I copied and engraved a lot of copies. At the moment is being placed in the home. You do not know, General Han is actually the stars in the sky down to the sky, only to have such a war power. The portrait of Great General Han also has the effect of warding off evil spirits, so you can hang it in front of your door to block the evil spirits. I was just about to sell it later. Well, one copy doesn't cost 999 cents or 99 cents, just 9 cents. The Hall of Containing Heaven. Li Cheng sat high on the dragon chair with an expressionless face, and the civil and military officials were also divided into 2 teams, standing on both sides of the heavenly hall. In its midst, it gave way. Han Yu slowly walked into the Hall of Heavenly Containment from outside, came to the center of the hall and knelt down, saying, "I, Han Yu, kowtow to your majesty, General Han." What a skill! Li Cheng gritted his teeth and said, his tone forcing himself to maintain his flatness. "That son of a bitch. I told you to defeat the war, and you tell me you won." No one should say anything if they drag their boots and throw them in this guy's face while they're at it. "Right, General Han. You've really grown." This eerie remark fell on Han Yu's ears, but he thought it was appreciated. Han Yu said in a loud voice, "It's all thanks to your majesty's layout. I don't dare to take it." Li Cheng's face endeavored to maintain his equanimity, took a deep breath, didn't bother to continue with the nonsense, waved his hand and said, "General Han is too modest. From this moment on, Han Yu will be appointed as the general of the conquest of the East, with an officer of the 2nd rank, and all meritorious soldiers under his command will be promoted to the 1st rank, and the rest of the people will be dealt with by the chancellor." The general returned to the court, and the king rewarded him. There's nothing wrong with that. The civil and military officials saw this and looked at each other. With Han Yu's war achievements, he is more than enough to serve as this general of the East, and they don't want to jump out and say anything. Han Yu kowtowed and said loudly, "I kowtow to your majesty." Li Cheng nodded slightly and said, "If there is nothing else, then all of you should retire. It's not an early morning court. It's just that the civil and military officials are gathered here because the army is returning to the court." Li Cheng's words fell and he was about to leave the heaven-containing hall. Zhuge Wuming, however, suddenly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, as General Han's Eastern expedition has gained such great results, I feel that a celebration banquet should be held to celebrate the great victory of this Eastern expedition." Celebration. I don't even know how much longevity will be added to the next state testing in celebrating, believe it or not. "I'll take your hat off." Li Cheng gritted his teeth and thought, "Not right, ah. The celebration banquet to make a luxury point. That increased silver consumption will certainly become more. It's not expected to bring down the country's power by much, but it's good to see it go down a bit. This chancellor, not bad for his good comrade." Li Cheng's eyes looked at Zhuge Wuming with a lot of tenderness. It was still this comrade of his who understood him. With a wave of his sleeve, he said, "Then set up a celebration banquet tonight. At the Guanlu Temple, all civil and military officials will come, and they may bring their families, in addition to rewarding the 3 armies at the military camp, with all expenditures coming from the state treasury. Guangroku Temple, where the emperor feasted his ministers. I kowtow to your majesty." The ministers once again knelt down to thank him. Li Cheng strides out. The ministers, however, felt excited. How long has it been since they had a banquet at the Temple of Light, during the time of the late emperor? The late emperor was so stingy that he refused to entertain his ministers at all, let alone entertain them at the Guanlu Temple. By the time of Li Cheng's reign, he had not been on the throne for long, and likewise had not feasted his ministers. Now it was considered the first time that Li Cheng had feasted his ministers in his reign, and it was still in the Guanlu Temple. The ministers were naturally excited, and some of them, like Han Yu, had never been to the Guanlu Temple before, so they naturally felt a sense of novelty. "My lords, farewell for now. I'm going to go back and take a bath. I'll see you later at the Temple of Light." Well, since we are going to the emperor's banquet, naturally, We must bathe and meditate before we can go to the banquet. And then you all remember that when you dress, you must wear the kind of boots that Minister of Rights. Go back honestly. Don't talk about rules here. Have you seen the murderous eyes of those military generals? Ahem. You guys take your time first, huh? I'll go back first. On the other hand, Zhuge Wuming and Han Yu walked out of the palace together. The two were conversing and talking. Congratulations, General Han. You've reached the second rank at such a young age. You have a bright future ahead of you, Zhuge Wuming said with a smile while walking. Han Yu shook his head and smiled, following behind the other party, saying, the Chancellor is joking. Compared to the Chancellor, I don't know how much more tender I am. Zhuge Wuming smiled faintly and said, you have a steady heart. Don't be modest. In time, you will definitely be the #1 person in the Great Tang military. The first person in the military. In the face of this appraisal, Han Yu, however, did not remain modest, but smiled and acknowledged it. With the current military power of the Great Tang, he was indeed very confident. As long as he was given a few years to settle down, then he would be the #1 person in the Great Tang military. Zhuge Wuming saw that Han Yu didn't say anything and didn't care, smiling and shaking his head. This eastern expedition is really a bit of a pity. If the Great Tang's national strength was a bit more abundant, it would be able to swallow all of the eastern barbarians, and then we would be able to see what other countries are to the east of my Great Tang. There was also a thick sigh in his tone. Chancellor, in fact, this time when I marched east and captured those 15 cities, one of them was touching the border of another country. Han Yu suddenly arched his hand and said. Zhuge Wuming raised an eyebrow and asked, why don't you inform His Majesty? Han Yu grinned and said, I don't know what His Majesty thinks, so it's not good to say it out brightly. I've already written a memorial to His Majesty. I believe His Majesty should be able to see it. Zhuge Wuming nodded slightly, stopped in his tracks, and inquired, how much do you know about that country? It's not a good thing that the country is bordered by the state. The main thing they don't know yet is what that country is like. If it's amicable, it's fine. If it's belligerent, it's inevitably going to be another war. Han Yu shook his head and said, I left too quickly and haven't sent anyone to communicate with them, so I know nothing. No nothing. Zhuge Wuming's face showed gravity as he looked in the direction of the palace and said, then we can only see what His Majesty commands. I really don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Well, you should also go back first, and go to the banquet together later. Han Yu nodded and said, then Chancellor, I'll take my leave. When he finished, he got up and left. Zhuge Wuming stopped where he was, and after a few moments, he sighed and stepped away. Soon the night came. Inside the Kuroku temple, many courtiers came in droves, either with their companions or with their families. All of a sudden, the entire cold and clean glorious temple became lively. Inside Guangro temple, there is a division between the inner and outer halls. The inner sanctum was rather narrow, and was accessible only to some of the more important courtiers of the outer hall was wider and could accommodate somewhat more people, and was where officials of lower rank were situated. Han Yu also brought his wife, Sun Muyang, to the Temple of Light. Sun Muyang had obviously never seen this kind of world and was very scared, holding Han Yu's palm tightly. Twilight Sun, don't be afraid. Han Yu smiled and walked in with Sun Muyang. After the battlefield killings, his temperament carries the kind of killing aura of a battlefield host. The murderous aura is both regal and equally courageous. If he had come in the past, he would have been more or less scared, but now he was blissfully unafraid of such occasions. However, looking at his wife's appearance, he was too lazy to go to the inner hall and was trying to find a place in the outer hall to sit down. But Han Yu hadn't sat down for long before the many officials in the outer hall exploded and stood up to send Han Yu to the inner hall. Are you kidding? The main character of the banquet sits in the outer hall. What do you want? Inner and outer halls reversed, unable to do anything about it. Han Yu could only take his wife to the inner hall and sit down. And before he could sit down for long, a sharp voice from the outside came in. His Majesty has arrived. Guangro Kuji. Li Cheng strides in. Numerous ministers stepped out and knelt on the ground when they saw the emperor's arrival. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Cheng walked in quickly and sat at the top of the inner sanctum, waiting for him to sit steadily, before facing the many kneeling ministers, waved his hand and said, all the ministers are exempt from salute. Today is a banquet. There is no need to be constrained by etiquette. Kowtow to Your Majesty. The ministers sniffed and resumed their respective seats. This banquet, although it is held for General Han, but General Han's eastward expedition this time cannot be separated from the logistical support of all the ministers. So this banquet is held for General Han as well as for all the ministers. Li Cheng stood up and raised his wineglass with an expressionless face. Even though his heart was bitter and he wanted to cry, he held it in. Long live His Majesty. The ministers all stood up and raised their wineglasses over their heads, shouting loudly under their breath. All the ministers drink this cup of wine. The banquet is considered to have begun. Do not pay attention to the etiquette. You cannot care today. Li Cheng drank his glass of wine in one gulp, and then sat down breathlessly. Long live His Majesty, the ministers cried out again. Since the emperor had said so, they also let go of their manners in a rare way and began to eat and drink, chatting and farting with their fellow officers. This banquet was held for Han Yu. Naturally, many ministers toasted Han Yu. For a while Han Yu drank a dozen glasses of wine in a row, and his entire face turned red. As for Emperor Li Cheng, no one dares to toast the emperor. Didn't you see the emperor's hand holding up his wine glass, motionless, his brow furrowed in thought? If it disturbed the emperor, it would be a sin. Even if the emperor said that he didn't need to care about the etiquette, but it was only between subjects who didn't need to care. Facing the emperor, how it still is. Zhuge Wuming sat in the lower position and looked up at Emperor Li Cheng. His brow was similarly furrowed. His Majesty, what is this thinking? Didn't even bother to celebrate. Kept thinking. Is it the latest discovery of that country that worries your Majesty? LOL. Such is the case with emperors and kings. Enjoy the world's greatest prosperity and suffer the world's greatest pressures. Perhaps when ordinary people are sleeping late at night, His Majesty is reading the Zhengshi. And when ordinary people are having fun, His Majesty is laying out the world and stabilizing the country. Your Majesty, you're so hard. Zhuge Wuming developed an incomparable admiration for Li Cheng sitting above him. An inexplicable fight burned inside him. Looking at His Majesty working so hard for the country with such dedication, they are here happily going to banquets to eat, drink and be merry. I'm sorry. Thinking this way, Zhuge Wuming immediately felt that the food in front of him was tasteless. Sitting at the top, Li Cheng was indeed thinking things over. He had been thinking about the defeated country. God damn it. Han Yu this time to fight a great victory. The next his days are not easy. I'm afraid that next week's national power test will increase his national power value by at least 100 or more, which means that his life expectancy starts next week at over 100. That's a long life, but he doesn't want to. What he wants is to go back, losing country. He really couldn't figure out how to lose the country. Had he done something wrong these days, greatly depleting the treasury, transferring all the loyal ministers, leaving only the treacherous ministers in the courtroom, and raising all the officials' salaries? Even the battles are fought by randomly naming a junior soldier to be in command. What did he do wrong? Couldn't find out what went wrong anymore. And playing around with it. He really was going to live forever. But he doesn't want to live forever, Li Cheng mentally growled. If it wasn't for the fact that he was concerned about the presence of so many courtiers, he would have wanted to knock over the table in front of him. A banquet at the Temple of Light in Roku lasted until late at night. Only then did the many courtiers leave the palace one after another. Li Cheng also left the Guanglu Temple. Except that he did not return to his bedchamber, but headed to the Tai Chi Hall. He felt that all along, he had been wrong. He shouldn't have not read the sonnets. Most of these zhongfolds are officials reacting to the situation around the country. If he can be clear about the calamities around the country, then he can accurately fall on the well and make the country's power decline. Li Cheng sat in front of the table, leaning against the candlelight, looking at the zhengbiao in his hand. Probably after a while, Your Majesty, Yu Nexu's voice came in from outside. Li Cheng didn't raise his head and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Come in." Yu Nexu came in holding a bowl of something similar to soup and said softly, "Your Majesty." The Empress Dowager heard that Your Majesty was still reviewing the Zhengshi late at night and specially ordered the ginseng soup to be sent to her, which has already been tried, is non-toxic, and the temperature is still acceptable. He was the Emperor's personal eunuch. He did all the work like this drug testing and stuff. Li Cheng slightly raised his eyebrows. The Empress Dowager would actually pay attention to him. He didn't care. He put down the zhengzhuo and slowly drank. Yu Nexu just stood aside, his head bowed in silence. Li Cheng quickly finished his drink, looked at Yu Nexu, and with a heartbeat, asked, "Yu Nexu, I asked you a question. You have to answer honestly." Yu Nexu trembled, thinking of Master Shen from last time, and said in a loud voice, "Please ask, Your Majesty. The old slave will certainly know everything. You can't lie to the emperor, must answer honestly." Li Cheng took out the Zhang folders and leisurely asked, "What kind of king, do you think, can be considered a king of a defeated country?" Yu Nexu thought carefully for a while before replying, "Your Majesty, the old slave thinks that a king who defeats a country is nothing more than a pro-villain, distant from the wise ministers, unaware of the situation, and has to point out the country in a chaotic manner, and finish defeating a huge country. That's exactly like me, isn't it? Why can't I lose the kingdom?" Li Cheng was depressed as he asked again, "So what do you think? What about me?" Yu Nexu looked up at Li Cheng and said, "His Majesty is the ruler of the country, but also the ruler of the expansion of the territory, the work than the great ancestor, but His Majesty's appearance is really not good. The other day the palace entered a new group of small eunuchs. The appearance of His Majesty are better than a lot of good-looking. Hey, how on earth did this eunuch Su survive until now? How many times has he been called ugly? Li Cheng's eyes full of killing intent stared at eunuch Su, gritted his teeth and said, Eunuch Su, my sword, is it unfavorable? Eunuch Su, however, was dumbfounded and said, Your Majesty, which saber is your saber? Is it the sword rewarded by the late emperor? Wasn't it thrown away by your majesty long ago? The old slave still remembers that when His Majesty first got the knife, he wanted to try whether the blade was sharp or not, and went to kill a duck, but the result was that after half a day of cutting the neck, he didn't kill the duck, and the duck even quacked as if mocking His Majesty. And didn't His Majesty throw the knife away in a fit of rage? He said, memory showing on his face, oblivious to the emperor's face that was grim to the core. Eunuch Su, this duck call of yours, you imitate it quite well? Li Cheng looked at Eunuch Su with an unfavorable gaze, and with a wave of his hand, he walked towards the outside of the hall. As he walked, he said, pass on my decree. From now on, cancel all the cock calls in the palace, and let Eunuch Su use duck calls to act as a cock call, and if it affects anything, everything will be Eunuch Su's responsibility. Eunuch Su? What's wrong with His Majesty? How is he going to deliver this order? Is he going to go out and tell the others that His Majesty's decree is to cancel all the rooster calls in the palace, so that I can wake you up by quacking the ducks soon enough? The day of the national settlement was reached, and not surprisingly, the national power went up, and it didn't go up by 1.5 stars. It went right up by over 200 points. Li Cheng looked at the azure-colored screen in front of him without tears. The current value of the national strength of the Tang Empire is 1470. Rewarded host life expectancy of 200 years. Current host life expectancy, 221 years. The specific source of national power enhancement, please check by the host. Current life expectancy 221 years. That's a really long life of 200 years. Li Cheng was not at all happy about his longevity. If it had been those emperors of Qin Shi Huang, they might have been ecstatic about these lifespans. But he's different. He's a modern man. Hell, he wants to live a long life in this world. He just wanted to return to modern times and continue to be his rich second generation. Li Cheng trembled his fingers and clicked on the specific view. The national enhancements are as follows: expansion of territory plus 180, deterring the enemy plus 2, prestige plus 10, popularity plus 8. What can he say about this? 1. Opened up the borders and expanded the country, increasing the power of the entire Great Tang Empire upwards by 180. Li Cheng's heart ached violently. He's really close to not being able to go back. How long will it take to lose these 200 years of life? No way. Be sure to pull yourself together, there's still a chance. With more than 200 points of national power, he was sure he would be able to lose. Next, be sure to create a good planning program. It must not be a headless defeat of the country, as it was before. Maybe what he thought was losing the country will turn out to be a way to strengthen it here. Li Cheng stood up and ferried back and forth, his brows furrowed. The defeated states program has to be worked out a bit. First of all, the first option is definitely to expand his harem, scavenging for women from the private sector and incorporating them into his harem. This will not only create a huge economic drain, but will also make him fall into the image of a dim-witted ruler with no sense of justice in the public, and lose the hearts of the people. So it can be said that he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The second option was to provoke the enemy country. He had previously read in the Zhengbao that Detan had contacted a new country to the east, so he could start from here. It is better to provoke the enemy countries to send their armies to attack, and when the time comes, he forcibly stops those armies that want to support them, and lets the enemy countries fight their way in, so that the loss of the country's power is greater. For the time being, let's use these 2 as a general guideline for the defeated country. The announcement can be made now without delay. Li Cheng walked out of the hall, glanced at the clear sky outside, turned his head to look at a handsome-looking little eunuch. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and asked, "Where is Eunuch Su?" The little eunuch hurriedly bowed and said, Eunuch Su said, to go to find ducks and practice duck calling. Isn't he quite proficient? What else is he practicing? Li Cheng, full of black lines, waved his hand and said, let him roll back quickly. In addition, pass my decree. Let the ministers all come to Taiji Hall. I have something to announce. Things like expanding the harem can be done now. On the contrary, it is such as provoking an enemy country that one must look for an opportunity to do so. By your majesty's holy decree. The little eunuch answered down in fear. It was the first time he had served the emperor, so naturally he felt fear. Especially that invisible pressure from the emperor made him feel breathless. After all, he was not a personal eunuch like Eunuch Su, who had been with his majesty for a long time. Li Cheng nodded slightly and took a step towards the Taiji Hall. Generally, the morning court is only in the hall of containing heaven, like the emperor's call to the group of ministers, are carried out in the hall of Taiji. Inside the Taiji Hall, At the emperor's summons, soon the ministers hurried to the Taiji hall. They were all wondering what His Majesty wanted. It's only been a short time since the great victory in the Eastern Conquest, so it's unlikely that anything will happen again. Right, the group of ministers met with the emperor at the Taichi Palace. Long live your majesty. The ministers immediately knelt down and saluted. Li Cheng sat and faintly waved his hand, making them all exempt, not knowing if it was his illusion. Always feel, the group of ministers to look at his gaze. Some strange, like admiration. Admire him for what? I bought you a meal yesterday, so you admire me? All the ministers, I come today, is want to announce a thing. I am ready to carry on a draft. Select some qualified women, fill up the harem, ministers and so on. Think how. Li Cheng had just finished speaking and stared straight at the group of ministers. He felt that the group of ministers were bound to oppose him. He was also ready for a rebuttal, just waiting for the group of ministers to rebut him. Who expected the next moment, beyond his imagination? Instead of retorting, the group of ministers knelt down in unison, shouting under their breath, "At your majesty's command." This confused Li Cheng. This group of people actually did not refute this approach of his. He froze for a moment and added, "I intend to have each city select 50 women to enter the palace for the draft. Does the secretary have any objections?" "I have no objection," the group of ministers shouted again. Li Cheng was completely depressed. This group of ministers, could it be that they really didn't want to stop him? Nope. These ministers are the remaining treacherous ministers, guessing that they are all thinking about whether they can embezzle from this selection. Where will they refuse? With that thought, he figured it out and breathed a huge sigh of relief. What Li Cheng didn't know was that the reason why the group of ministers didn't stop it. It came from his late night last night, when he was reviewing his papers. The emperor stayed up late at night, reviewing the Zhangfu. This matter had spread out, resulting in everyone in Chaoan City knowing about it now. It also made the group of ministers feel deeply guilty. The emperor was reviewing the scrolls while we were sleeping. Now that the emperor wants to open a harem, what heart do they have to stop it? Moreover, since Li Cheng's accession to the throne, there has been no queen in the harem, and the ministers are eager for Li Cheng to expand his harem. Naturally there is no objection, then all go down, and the selection can be made today. This matter, the chancellor will proceed. Li Cheng casually handed the matter over to his good comrade of the Great Tang in the hope that it would be corrupted badly, and then ordered the group of ministers to leave. "I will retire." The group of ministers saluted and retired, only that each of them had a strange color flickering in their eyes. The group of ministers left from inside the Taiji hall. No one said anything. Instead, they walked towards the chancellor's residence with great understanding. Seeing this, Zhuge Wuming revealed a mysterious smile and didn't say anything. Accompanying the group of ministers back to his own residence, hundreds of people poured into the lobby of the chancellor's residence. Instantly the lobby was packed. These ministers did not say anything, unspokenly waiting for Zhuge Wuming to speak first. Zhuge Wuming shook his head and smiled, saying, "You're all here for those 50 draft slots in Chaoan City?" How can he not see the idea of the group of ministers are wanting to put their own relatives and so on into the palace selection? Now that there is no master of the harem, maybe a relative of a group of ministers will become the master of the harem. Perhaps His Majesty knew what the group of ministers were thinking long ago, and that's why he gave him this kind of thing to do. Otherwise such matters are usually left to the Ministry of Rights. Your Majesty, truly a discerning eye. After hearing what Zhuge Wuming said, the group of ministers all revealed a wry smile. So what, Chancellor? I think I can claim a spot. Han Yu took the lead and walked out, grinning. All of a sudden, all the eyes of the group of ministers converged on Han Yu, officials to the second rank, General Jindong, leaders of this eastern conquest. It does afford the one spot. The ministers all nodded secretly. Zhuge Wuming, however, looked at Han Yu with a strange face and asked, "Do you have a daughter or a relative or something?" Han Yu snorted and said, "We'll build it tonight when we get back. Probably next year. The spots can be taken first." The faces of the ministers were instantly blackened. Was this bean batch teasing them? Zhuge Wuming was also speechless enough, and with a wave of his sleeve, he waved his hand and said, "General Han, sit down honestly and don't speak." Immediately, he faced the group of ministers, said, "This 50 places also cannot all fall into our hands. This minister is like this. 20 places belong to the people of Chaoan City rich merchants. The remaining 29 places, by your distribution, 20 places went to the people of Chaoan City and wealthy merchants. 29 returned to the group of ministers. That's a good distribution. Just right. It shouldn't offend His Majesty." "Wait, 29, what about the remaining one?" The eyes of the courtiers looked furtively at Zhuge Wuming. Zhuge Wuming coughed twice and slowly said, "This prime minister has a daughter who is 28 years old and is a beautiful woman. So that one spot, this prime minister wants it." Once again, The group's brains were covered with black lines, but they had nothing to say. Given the seniority of the Chancellor, dare I ask the Chancellor, how should the remaining 29 slots be distributed then? A minister asked softly. Zhuge Wuming's eyes flashed with brilliance as he said, of course it's bidding. The highest bidder gets it. The rest of the places, it's the same way. He'd gotten a spot anyway and didn't mind punking the shit out of the group. The silver obtained might in turn be sent to the treasury to supplement the Great Tang economy. It's simply a 2-for-1 deal. If His Majesty finds out, he'll surely praise this minister as well. The eyes of the group of ministers flickered as they looked at each other, seemingly viewing each other as enemies. What do you say, Chancellor? What should the bidding be? A minister took a deep breath and inquired. Zhuge Wuming's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he said, a low price of 1,000 taels. Any comments? 1,000 taels, the group of ministers were stunned. 1,000 taels. This is not a small amount of money. The average official's monthly salary is only a few dozen taels. That's not even 1,000 taels a year. The low price for this auction slot is actually 1,000 taels, Zhuge Wuming, however, had no intention of lowering the price, but instead looked like he was smiling. Although the group of ministers in front of him were not corrupt officials, they had been in the court for so long and had more or less some savings. 1,000 taels is at best a drop in the bucket. There was a murmur from the group of ministers. A few moments later, a minister stepped forward and said in a loud voice, I'll pay 1,500 taels for the first place. Fellow members, just let me have it? You're thinking fart food. Another minister stepped out with a stride and said, the old man offers 1,600 taels. 1,700 taels. Old Chen, don't you say every day that you are a clean official? Tell me, where did you get so much silver? What do you care? Far to the east of the Great Tang Empire, above the country of Doni, there is an empire standing with a land area no less than the Great Tang. This empire was called the Great Zhou Empire. Its royal family, rumored to be after the original Western Zhou, the Western Zhou royal family fled over during the war. After rising up here, he occupied the empire and renamed it Great Zhou. At this moment, inside the Great Zhou Palace, the emperor of the Great Zhou, Ji Wu, was looking at a letter in his hand that was made of animal skin. His face was only in his 20s, very young, and that imperial pressure on his body was much weaker than Li Chang, obviously not long after succeeding to the throne. And it's true, he has succeeded to the throne for less than a year now, and his control over the court is extremely poor. So he desperately wants to prove himself so that he can facilitate his control over the court. Now that he heard that the country was connected to the legendary Great Tang, he was of course very interested, and even wanted to raise an army to crush the Great Tang. But after receiving the news back from the spies who had infiltrated the Great Tang, his face changed. Today's Great Tang emperors are majestic. It has a very high prestige in the civil society, and its control over the court is even more powerful and incomparable. Is the Great Tang really so powerful? This Great Zhou emperor felt a strong shock. Looking at the envelope, it says that the present-day emperor of the Great Tang dynasty is also in his 20s, sort of the same age as him. Most of all, this Great Tang emperor's methods were extremely mysterious. Very little information came from the spies about the other side's court, but the battles of the Great Tang Empire against the Eastern barbarians were recorded. The Emperor of the Great Tang dispatched secret agents to invariably dismantle the domestic division of the Eastern barbarians. Hidden spies forced Dongi Kingdom to cede its gates. Later, the army took down 15 cities in a row. Would have been able to directly destroy the East barbarians, but the Emperor of the Great Tang dynasty withdrew at the last moment, stopping the war. The hearts of the people of the world all gathered. Is this the means of an emperor? One ring after another. It seems that I am still too weak. Emperor Ji Wu of the Great Zhou felt intensely shocked, and also felt more and more admiration for that emperor of the Great Tang. This is the emperor, control the whole picture. Even if you are in the palace, you can still lay out the entire world. That's a real emperor. Look at him, what's he? LOL. He actually wanted to invade Datong before, and it was good that people didn't invade his Great Zhou. In case the Great Tang really wanted to invade Great Zhou, could he resist the unpredictable tactics of the Great Tang Emperor? The Emperor of Great Zhou inexplicably shivered. No way, must stabilize this Great Tang Emperor. He quickly waved his hand and said, someone come, pass on my decree. The eunuch outside walked in and knelt. Attend your majesty, Emperor Ji Wu of the Great Zhou said in a loud voice. Pass on my decree to send messengers, carrying gifts, to go to that newly discovered Datong Empire to build a friendly bridge between Great Zhou and Datong. Be sure to be friendly. If you draw the wrath of the Great Tang Emperor, then you are finished. Eunuch, what's it to me? Shouldn't the messenger be blamed if this goes south? Why is he to blame? In the eunuch's confusion, he hastily took the decree and left. Anyway, what the emperor said, then what? He did not dare to disobey. Great Tang, Chaoan City. Imperial Palace. Li Chang did not realize that he had invariably made an emperor fear him. He was walking towards the Yangla Palace where the Empress Dowager resided. Earlier had been fishing. For no apparent reason someone came to say that the Empress Dowager wanted to invite him to a trip. Li Chang was idle, so naturally he did not refuse and headed to Yangla Palace, the Palace of Eternal Bliss. Li Chang just stepped forward. The eunuch standing at the entrance of the palace then screamed shrilly, "His Majesty has arrived." Li Chang was filled with black lines. "If you scream, can you keep it down? It's a good thing he doesn't have a heart condition, or he'd be scared to death." He was also too lazy to bother with a eunuch and walked straight into the Yangla Palace. Just as he stepped in, a wisp of sandalwood flavor came from between his noses, which made his mind relaxed and concentrated. "Emperor, ahead." The Empress Dowager walked slowly and said softly. Li Chang returned to his senses, looked at the graceful woman in front of him, nodded slightly, and said, "It's still Mother's place that is comfortable." The Empress Dowager smiled and said, "Since the Emperor likes this place, in the future, come more often to this Yangla Palace of Mourning. When you were a child, you, the Emperor, were the most favorite here in mourning. Good. In the future I will definitely come to Mother's more often." Li Chang smiled and agreed, then asked, "Mother sent someone to call me. Is there something wrong?" The two spoke as they walked over to a table and sat down. The Empress Dowager looked at Li Chang who was peeling oranges and smiled faintly. "Isn't it because I heard that you, Emperor, want to expand your harem? So this is why the mourning family is looking for the Emperor to come over." Does this have anything to do with the Queen Mother?" Li Chang looked at the Empress Dowager suspiciously. The Empress Dowager then said, "Emperor, mourning homeside, there is a woman. The year Fong 29, beautiful face. Mourning see the Emperor since he wants the whole world to choose the show. May wish to this woman directly into the harem first. Is this the back door?" Li Chang didn't mind. It was just weird. The Queen Mother's own family. He's the Empress Dowager's son. What kind of relationship is this? Doesn't it really count as a close relative? The Empress Dowager seemed to realize this and explained. "Don't worry. That child is a righteous daughter adopted from the mourner's own side of the family. You are not related by blood." When Li Chang heard this, he nodded and said, "Then just follow what Mother Empress said and include her in the harem." He just wanted to use the harem to drain the treasury of silver anyway. The more concubines in the harem, the better, of course. The Empress Dowager revealed a smile and said, "Since you don't mind, Emperor, then there's no problem. I'll let someone come out to meet the Emperor, and it's a way for the Emperor to get over it." Li Chang stiffened, looked at the Empress Dowager in surprise, and said, "That person is in the Yangla Palace right now?" This Empress Dowager is certain that he will agree. "Not bad. It's right here in the mourning house. Light E. Why don't you come out and meet the Emperor?" The Empress Dowager smiled and waved her sleeve. Not long after, a girl wearing a goose yellow dress with delicate features and skin like cream walked slowly. Li Chang looked up and flashed the slightest bit of amazement. He was indeed captivated by the girl's looks. It had to be said that this girl's facial features were much better looking than those of the stars and whatnot in his previous life. But he was at least not low-eyed, and was only surprised for a moment before returning to his senses. The girl walked slowly and saluted with her face toward Li Chang. "My daughter sees your Majesty," Li Chang casually said. "Be excused." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The girl stood beside the Empress Dowager with her head lowered, and did not dare to look up at Li Chang. The Empress Dowager nodded her head and smiled. "That's it. The name is Lin Qingyi. What do you think, Emperor?" Li Chang did not answer. His eyes stared straight at the girl, Lin Qingyi, and said softly, "Raise your head. Let me take a look." Lin Qingyi's eyes flashed with the slightest glow of a different color. Pretending to raise her head shyly, her cheeks showing a blush as she locked eyes with the Emperor, Li Chang stared very bluntly at those beautiful eyes of Lin Qingyi. The two sides meet eye to eye. Lin Qingyi immediately lowered her head. The corner of Li Chang's mouth rose slightly. This girl, a bit interesting. He could tell that this Lin Qingyi, who had a lot of inner thoughts, was feared to be a very fond of scheming. Such a girl, inclusion in the harem is just right. It's best to make a whole palace fight and create chaos within the Great Tang Empire. Even if it couldn't disorganize the Great Tang Empire, then it could at least aggravate the consumption. Moreover, this Lin Qingyi's back is against the Empress Dowager, so it is just right to be the big boss of the harem and fight against the other concubines. The standard of the palace fight off. When Li Chang thought of this, he felt comfortable inside for a moment, and immediately waved his hand. "Lin Qingyi, right? From today, you are the noble concubine. Stay in. Ahem. Let eunuch Su pick a palace for you to live in. He knows nothing about the harem, and I don't know what palaces there are. Simply put all this on eunuch Su and be done with it." Hearing what the Emperor said, Lin Qingyi knelt down excitedly. "My daughter kowtows to thank your Majesty." Li Chang nodded slightly and turned his head to the Empress Dowager, saying, "Empress Mother, do you mind if I sit here for a while longer? It would be idle to go back, so it would be better to stay here and spend more time with this cheap mother. Of course I don't mind. The emperor wants to stay in this young palace of the morning house. The morning house can't wait to be happy. The Empress Dowager said smilingly. Li Cheng wanted to say something else. Suddenly Eunuch Su from the outer side walked in and whispered, Your Majesty, there is a letter from the border gate expedited from the outer side. It is said to be from that newly discovered country. Oh, the latest country to be discovered. Do you want to attack the Great Tang? Li Cheng's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he turned his head towards the Empress Dowager. Empress Mother, it seems that I can't stay here. I have to leave first, and wait for another day when I will come back to greet the Empress Mother. The Empress Dowager quickly waved her hand and said, If the Emperor has something to do, go and get busy. Light E here. I will take care of it for you. Li Cheng twisted his head to look at Lin Qingyi and shook his head, striding towards the direction of the Taiji Hall. The Emperor leaves. The air in the temple all seemed to become a little more fluid. Lin Qingyi was also relieved. Light E, you need to get used to this feeling of being around the Emperor a little more. Otherwise it will be harder for you to gain favor. The Empress Dowager looked at Lin Qingyi and slowly said. Lin Qingyi nodded, indicating that she knew, and her beautiful eyes looked in the direction the Emperor had left, not knowing what she was thinking. Taiji Hall. Li Cheng looked at the animal skin letter scroll in front of him and raised his eyebrows. That newest country is called the Great Zhou Empire, sending emissaries with all kinds of gifts to visit the Great Tang. This big week is quite friendly. Only, he didn't want this big week to be friendly. What he wants is for this Great Zhou Empire to use its troops against Great Tang. Li Cheng thought carefully. When this what's-his-name messenger came, he humiliated him to death. And I believe that when this messenger went back, that Great Zhou Emperor, no matter how good-tempered he was, would be furious. Nice. That's how you get it. When the time came for the Great Zhou Empire to send out troops to attack Great Tang, he would stall the courtside and make Great Tang lose cities. The value of the country's power will surely rub off. His way home. It's not far. When Li Qing thought of this, his entire body became excited, and he said to Eunuch Su who was beside him, Pass on my word of command, and let all the cities and towns around the country pay attention to the location of the Great Zhou emissary at all times. And when the Great Zhou emissary arrives, let all the ministers come over to the Taiji Hall. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Su answered. Li Cheng was still looking at the animal skin letter scroll below. When this Great Zhou emissary arrives and is publicly humiliated in front of the ministers, he doesn't believe that this Great Zhou emissary will be able to endure it. What the Great Zhou emissary represents is the Great Zhou Emperor. When the Great Zhou emissaries return, they will surely cause the Great Zhou Emperor to raise an army against the Great Tang. Right, Li Cheng leisurely imagined. A few days later, at the city gates of Chaoan, a man whose appearance was slightly different from that of the people of the Great Tang came slowly with a caravan full of gifts. Is this the Great Tang dynasty and city? It's really prosperous, and it looks like the walls are brand new. The man, who was an emissary from the Great Zhou, raised his head to look up at the lofty walls of Chaoan City and let out a gasp of astonishment. After marveling at it, he strides forward and walks to the city gates, handing the Great Zhou state letter to the soldiers at the gates to watch. Hello, we are emissaries from the Great Zhou Empire. The Great Zhou emissary talked to the soldiers at the city gates. It's a pity that the Great Zhou emissary forgot. The languages of the two countries are not at all compatible. No one could understand who was talking. That city gate soldier was dumbfounded, listening to the man in front of him gabble in bird language as he glanced at the Great Zhou state book again. He couldn't read a word, let alone understand it. The soldier at the gates tapped his fellow soldier on the shoulder and asked, Can you read this thing? You don't even know a few big words. Let me do it. The fellow officer turned around and stared at the Great Zhou state book for half a day. In fact, he couldn't quite understand it, but looking at the eyes of the soldiers around him, he was too embarrassed to say that he couldn't understand it either. He coughed a few times and said, This says, well, this is the letter of appointment. Right, book of hire. This what's-his-name is offering you a retainer. Those things in the back, see? That's the bride price. A letter of appointment. The soldiers at the city gates were confused. This bird wants to marry him, he's a guy. Could it be that the bird likes to play tricks like that? The soldiers at the gates were instantly exasperated and brought up their weapons to chip away at them. When the Great Zhou emissary saw this scene, he was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged back. The mind is endlessly puzzled. What does this gate soldier want? Is the Tang dynasty so good at martial arts that it has reached this level? Do we even have to fight to enter a city? Those guards who were pushing the gift caravan saw this and rushed forward to protect the Great Zhou emissary. A guard who knew the language of the Great Tang rushed forward and shouted, Don't make a move! Don't make a move! This is a messenger from my Great Zhou. An emissary from Great Zhou. The soldier at the city gate froze and spoke. He's not placing an offer? What the hell? This thought was floating in the minds of both parties. The fellow officer saw this, coughed, and snuck into town. After both sides communicated, that city gate soldier's face became very ugly all of a sudden, and after scanning the circle and realizing that fellow soldier was not there, he could only extinguish his thoughts of revenge. The Great Joe emissaries as well as the caravan were also put into the city. This wave came down, but it scared the Great Joe emissary enough. Is everything alright, Lord Messenger? The guards came forward to comfort the Great Joe emissary. The Great Joe emissary shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine. I just didn't realize that the Great Tang was actually so good at martial arts." What was the letter of appointment that the soldier just said? The guard shook his head. He didn't quite understand. There was no such thing as a letter of appointment in the Great Week. It's normal that they don't know. The Great Joe emissary sniffed, shook his head, and said, "Alright then, go to the post first. I'm too tired today. I'll take some rest first, and I'll talk about the matter of meeting the Great Tang Emperor later." The guards nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to leave for the stagecoach, a fast horse galloped in, and a black-armored general looked at the Great Joe caravan with cold eyes and said, "Are you the emissaries from Great Joe?" The Great Joe emissary was flabbergasted. The guard quickly stepped forward and said in the not-so-fluent language of the Great Tang, "Honorable General of the Great Tang, we are the emissaries from the Great Joe. May I ask what we can do for you?" The black-armored general waved his horsewhip and said, "Which one of you is in charge? Come with this general. His Majesty wants to see you." The guard and the Great Joe emissary spoke in detail. The Great Joe emissaries were a bit surprised, not expecting the Great Tang Emperor to summon them directly. After fixing his clothes, he took the guard who knew the language of the Great Tang and headed for the palace. Taiji Hall. The civil and military officials have all been summoned here. Li Cheng sat on a high seat and tried to put on an unruffled appearance. Seeing the emperor in this state, the civil and military officials were all a bit puzzled, not knowing what the emperor wanted to do. One of the ministers walked out slowly, bowed and asked, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Li Cheng lightly supervised the minister and waved his hand. "It's not the morning court, so you can speak straight." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After the minister thanked him, he then said, "Your Majesty, I would like to ask, what posture should I, the Great Tang, take in dealing with the latest discovery of Great Joe? What position, pucker up for a spanking?" "Of course, ahem." Li Cheng thought about it, but on the surface, he said, "The Great Tang Empire, naturally, we must face it as a strong man, and later on, all the ministers will remember to give the Great Joe emissaries more of a downward spiral." The many ministers, though puzzled, said nothing and bowed, "At Your Majesty's command," and what the minister wanted to say, but not yet. Suddenly, outside the Taiji Hall, a eunuch's voice came, "Your Majesty, the messenger from Great Joe has arrived." Li Cheng's figure sat slightly upright and spoke faintly. "Declare." Eunuch Su beside him heard it and shouted at the top of his voice, "Declare an audience for the Great Joe envoy. Declare an audience with an envoy from Great Joe. Declare the messenger of Great Joe." The sound traveled a long way. Soon, the Great Joe emissary brought that guard with him and walked slowly into the Taiji Hall. The Great Joe emissary looked at the surrounding civil and military officials. His heart was a little frightened, but he represented the face of Great Joe, and he must not wimp out at such a moment. He walked to the center of the hall before he could salute, only to see Emperor Li Cheng suddenly speak. "Men, drag these two down and behead them." Daring to step into the hall left foot first, "Is this provoking my Great Tang? Drag them down and behead them. Then hang their bodies at the head of Chowan City." Buzz. The Great Joe emissary was still confused as he couldn't understand the emperor's words. The guard, however, understood and was so frightened that he almost knelt down and hurriedly translated to the Great Joe emissary. "The messenger of the Great Joe has a foggy brain. He just stepped into the temple with his left foot, or his right foot first stepped into the temple?" He couldn't even remember the emperor's words. The civil and military officials froze to freeze, but outside the temple Faline army soldiers did not freeze, came up to drag two people, ready to pull out to cut. The Great Joe emissary trembled and hurriedly said in the Great Joe language, Great Tang Emperor, I'm an emissary sent by Great Joe. You can't cut me." The guards translated it. Li Cheng immediately threw down a zhangji and seemed to be very angry. "Who do you think you are? I can't cut down the messenger of Great Joe? Could it be that you think that Great Joe is stronger than my Great Tang? So I don't dare to cut you?" The guard continued to act as a translator. The Great Joe emissary still wanted to speak, but the feathered soldiers behind him directly smashed the Great Joe emissary with their sheaths, ready to pull out and chop him up. Li Cheng was a bit dumbfounded. "It's not. You don't knock out. I'll just scare a little bit Li Cheng watched as the feathered forest soldiers dragged the Great Joe emissary and prepared to go down and chop him up. He froze in place, trying to yell stop, but it was an order from him personally, and I don't know what reason to stop it. Don't the civil and military officials know how to stop it? What's the point of watching, eat the melon crowd? Under Li Chang's gaze, Zhuge Wuming sort of came back to his senses and quickly stepped forward. I also ask your majesty to think twice. When two countries are at war, they still don't cut off envoys, let alone when they are not at war. At critical moments, it's still a comrade in arms who can be relied upon. Li Chang was relieved in his heart, pretending to wave his hand and said, warriors, cough, the prime minister has a point. Then release the person, temporarily forgiven. If you still commit a crime, will be chopped up and not spared. The featherwood soldier sniffed and threw the Great Zhou emissary to the ground. The guard was also scared enough to look at the fainting Great Zhou emissary and hurriedly went up to slap the person awake. The Great Zhou messenger woke up in a ghostly manner, saw the emperor sitting on the high seat, knelt down in fear, and continuously kowtowed. Honorable, noble emperor of the Great Tang, please forgive me for not knowing the laws of the Great Tang. He rattled off a bunch of words. It made Li Chang's head a little dizzy, so he could only put his eyes on the translator guard. This Great Zhou emperor is really something too. Don't you know how to send a messenger who speaks the language of Tang? It is necessary to send out this kind that does not know the language of the Great Tang. Troublesome as hell. The guard was given a look by the emperor and hurriedly translated the words of the Great Zhou emissary. I forgive you for not being guilty this time. If there is a next time, no matter if you are an emissary of Great Zhou or not, I will behead you, Li Changbing said coldly, escorting daily translations. The Great Zhou emissary wiped the great sweat from his forehead, nodded his head and said yes, and then handed the Great Zhou state letter to a eunuch. The eunuch took it and sent the animal skin scroll to the emperor again. Li Chang looked at the large pile of text in front of him. Most of them are the words of that emperor of Great Zhou, who wants to repair the permanent harmony between the two countries, as well as the commerce between the two countries and so on. This Great Zhou emperor is really kind enough, ha. If it were any other normal emperor, then he would have agreed without saying a word. Unfortunately, he wants to lose the country, not make it strong. Li Chang pondered, raised his hand and threw the animal skin letter scroll in front of him to the ground, frowned and said, just by virtue of your Great Zhou is also worthy of repairing peace and harmony with my Great Tang and mutual commerce? Go back and tell your emperor that you want to make peace and mutual commerce? I am very supportive, but the premise is, let your Big Zhou's princess married over to Datong. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Forcing the princess of Great Zhou to marry into Great Tang, it's kind of nakedly humiliating, isn't it? He didn't believe that this Great Zhou emperor was such a bastard that he could tolerate this. There's going to be a war between the two sides, isn't there? The country's power will surely decline by then. Simply perfect. The guard was startled by the emperor's words and took a deep breath, translating everything the emperor said to the Great Zhou emissary. The Great Zhou emissary was completely confused and didn't know what to do. Humph. So much for words. Disperse. Li Chang waved his hand and walked towards the outside of the Taiji Hall. The civil and military officials hurriedly arched their hands and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials left the palace. The Great Zhou emissaries as well as the interpreter guards naturally left the palace and headed for the post. In the meantime, inside the Chancellor's mansion, Zhuge Wuming summoned Han Yu. The two sat at a table, sipping tea. I wonder what the Chancellor has summoned me for, Han Yu asked with a smile while drinking tea. Zhuge Wuming smiled faintly and said, you should see it, right? His Majesty's intentions at the Taiji Hall today? Han Yu slightly raised his eyebrows and said, Chancellor, I really can't see what His Majesty means. I can only tell that His Majesty seems to want to humiliate that Great Zhou messenger. Other than that, I can't see it at all. Please also ask the Chancellor to enlighten me. In his heart, he also sighed at his own stupid qualifications, actually unable to understand the hidden meaning of His Majesty. At the same time, he also admired the Chancellor's venomous vision, which could actually guess His Majesty's meaning at once. I am afraid that it is because the Chancellor has this poisonous vision that he can come to this position of Chancellor today. Zhuge Wuming narrowed his eyes, looked in the direction of the post, and said, General Han, and allow me to ask a question first. The previous Eastern expedition of 100,000 troops, now there should still be nearly 80,000 to 90,000 in General Han's hands, right? Han Yu nodded and said, that's right, there are still more than 80,000 Eastern expeditionary forces, which are currently in camps outside of Chaoan, and His Majesty hasn't given any orders, so the control of the army has been in my hands. To be honest, he was also a bit puzzled as to why His Majesty didn't take back his military power. He was a military general in the dynasty, not a military general defending a side, so there was no need to control military power. Instead, the military power is in his hands, and will also form an invisible threat to His Majesty. If he turns against the 80,000 Eastern Army, then His Majesty will be in danger. So he was curious as to what His Majesty thought. It can't be that His Majesty has forgotten, can it? With Your Majesty's eloquence, It is naturally impossible to forget. Zhuge Wuming, as if he could see Han Yu's thoughts, smiled faintly and said, I do think that this is a kind of trust that His Majesty has in you, General Han, and that nowadays most of the military power in the world is out of His Majesty's hands, to the extent of listening to the tone of the voice and not to the pronouncement, and His Majesty wants you to take control of the 80,000 Eastern Expeditionary Army, which is exactly a way to check and balance those generals in the world, and at the same time, your existence is also a line of defense to guard Chaoan City. His Majesty is putting all of his safety and security into your hands. He shook his head, as if lamenting this great trust that His Majesty had in his subjects. I'm afraid His Majesty is the only one who can place such trust in his subjects throughout history. Han Yu froze violently, his eyes reddening uncontrollably. He hadn't thought about it so much before, but now that he was reminded by Zhuge Wuming, his entire being came to a sudden realization. Yeah, His Majesty is putting his safety in his hands. How many emperors throughout history have been able to do that? Even his ancestors were killed after the establishment of the Han Kingdom because they had violated the taboo of the Han King. But what about today's emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty? Directly put the power of the army and his own safety in his hands. Emperor. In this life, Han Yu will never betray. Han Yu silently made a vow in his heart. Zhuge Wuming waved his hand and said, Alright, let's not talk about that. What we're talking about this time is the matter of the Great Zhou emissary. Now that Great Zhou's intentions are unknown, I wonder what exactly they are planning. His Majesty also realized this. In the Taiji Hall, has shown very clear. Want to suppress the Great Zhou Empire? Today's Datang is no longer enough to support a war. His Majesty presumably also thought of. That's why His Majesty is using advancement as retreat. Intimidating the Great Zhou envoys in various ways. Trying to put up a front that the Great Tang Empire has intentions of invading Great Zhou. But now there is still a lack of some fire. We as subjects, naturally want to make up for His Majesty. You tomorrow to take that Great Zhou messenger to visit the Eastern Expeditionary Army, to show my Great Tang's powerful military strength. Remember, be sure to let the Great Zhou messenger feel that the Great Tang cannot be messed with. Early the next morning, outside the city of Chaoan, the entrance to the Eastern Expeditionary Army camp on the outskirts of the city, Han Yu arrived with the Great Zhou emissary, accompanied by a few soldiers with that interpreter escort. The Great Zhou emissary was puzzled and said, General Datang, what are you doing bringing me to the barracks? To be honest, he was still a bit of a wimp at heart. He hadn't had a single day of peaceful sleep since entering the borders of Great Tang. Especially when he arrived at Chaoan City, he was drawn by soldiers at the city gates, and when he met the emperor, he almost lost his head. If it wasn't for this Great Tang general wanting to bring him to the barracks, he would have definitely departed immediately today to return to Great Zhou. Han Yu looked at the Great Zhou emissary with strange suspicion. He really didn't understand the language. The interpreter guard saw this and stepped forward to translate. Han Yu sniffed, a cold color flashed in his eyes, and he smiled without moving. This general is very curious about how big the difference is between your Great Zhou's army and my Great Tang's army. So this time, I'll ask you to observe my Great Tang's army. Translator continues to translate. The Great Zhou messenger quickly shook his head and said, Then it must be the honorable Great Tang army that is stronger. No need to look. Just kidding. Can you say they are bad when they are in their territory? This is going to be a head-scratcher if we go big? After listening to the translation, Han Yu grinned and said, Come all the way here. How can I just leave? Definitely need to take a look. With that, he pulled the Great Zhou emissary and headed inside the camp. The Great Zhou emissary couldn't refuse at all. But the moment before he entered the gate of the camp, he stopped his footsteps alive. Han Yu looked back at the Great Zhou emissary, wondering what this guy was up to again. The Great Zhou emissary looked at his feet and determined that he had stepped on his right foot first, and only then did he let out a great sigh of relief. Han Yu looked at the Great Zhou messenger's appearance and seemed to associate it with something, and couldn't help but smile, saying, If I tell you that when you meet His Majesty, you are to step into the hall with your right foot first, and when you go into the barracks, you are to step in with your left foot first, will you be pleasantly surprised? The interpreter shuddered and hastened to translate. The Great Zhou emissary's face was all white, trembling. General Datang, you don't scare me. He was truly terrified of this Great Tang's etiquette. Is this a fucking human-made rite of passage? Just kidding. This will be a little bored. Just kidding with you. Ha ha ha. Han Yu seemed to be having a great time, laughing and walking in towards the camp. The interpreter took a deep breath, calmed down, and translated the words. The Great Zhou emissary was frightened enough that he didn't dare to feel any anger in the face of Han Yu's joke. All he could think of now was one thought. When can we go back? I want to go back to. I will never come to Datang again. Messenger, we'd better hurry up and follow. The interpreter guard said stiffly. The Great Zhou emissary could only nod his head and followed Han Yu into the camp. They had just stepped in when they felt an unusual atmosphere within the camp. How? It's quiet. It was quiet to the point of being a little eerie. It's kind of scary that a camp with an army living in it can be so quiet. Hanyu didn't look back and said indifferently, "Great Joe Emissary, are you curious as to why it's quiet inside the camp? There's no harm in taking a look right in front of you." He pointed a finger ahead. The interpreter translated the words. The Great Joe Emissary looked in the direction of Hanyu's finger. In the distance, a team of black-armored soldiers stood neatly. The soldiers in front of them raised their shields. The soldiers behind their shields raised their spears, and a single archer stood at the end. These soldiers were all motionless, as if they were statues, but an invisible aura of solemnity permeated them. Elite soldiers. The moment the Great Joe Emissary saw these soldiers, he had a position in his heart that this army was definitely all elite soldiers. The murderous aura in those eyes was not something that could be faked. This man is the Great Joe Emissary. Generals, show off my great tang. Hanyu chuckled. In the instant his words fell, the army in front of him, which was like a statue, moved violently, the front row charging with shields raised and the back row following closely behind. Ta-da-da-da. But for a few blinks of an eye, Hanyu, as well as the Great Joe Emissary and others, were surrounded by layers of troops. The shield soldiers kept banging their weapons against their shields, making a clanking sound that disturbed them. The soldiers behind the shield soldiers ran back and forth, their arms clashing in a dazzling display. These soldiers vaguely formed formations. Kill, kill, kill. A furious shout issued from the formation. The Great Joe Emissary had never seen this kind of scene at all, and his face instantly turned pale as he thumped back several steps, almost unable to stand. That interpreter guard was also feeling fear. Only Hanyu was on cloud 9, seemingly unable to feel the oppressive force from the surroundings at all. Honorable General Datong, can you stop? I've already seen the Great Tang army. There's no need to continue the drill. The Great Joe Emissary said with a trembling voice. The interpreter continued to translate. Seeing this, Hanyu smiled and raised his hand. In the next moment he raised his hand. The armies that had continued to run their formations stopped moving at once and came back together. Words and deeds are ordered to stop. The Great Joe Emissary was deeply feeling the power of this army now. Alright, this drill ends here. The generals may continue to drill on their own, Hanyu instructed. Immediately, he left the camp with the Great Joe Emissary and the others. After leaving the camp, the Great Joe Emissary's face only looked a little better, but it looked as if he was about to vomit at any moment. Is everything okay? Hanyu said with a seemingly nonchalant smile. The Eastern Expeditionary Army was an army that had come down from the battlefield not long ago, and that murderous aura wouldn't be any weaker. For an emissary like the Great Joe Emissary who had never seen a killing aura before and encountered one for the first time, it was already considered pretty good to be able to stand his ground. It's okay, I'm okay. The Great Joe Emissary shook his head and asked, dare I ask the Great Tang General, when an army like this one, in the Great Tang, where does it belong? Interpreter struggling to translate. Hanyu pondered for a moment and said, this army, training for less than a month so far. What do you think? The Great Joe Emissary sucked in a breath of cool air. Training for less than a month so far. And there was such a formation. Is this the true strength of the martial arts Great Tang? Seeing his appearance, Hanyu smiled and indicated that he would first send the Great Joe Emissary back to Chaoan City. The Great Joe Emissary, however, refuses, stating that he can go back, and asks Hanyu to relay to the Great Tang Emperor that he is ready to return to Great Joe. He was really scared. The Great Tang Empire. What a devilish country. Not only are they good at martial arts to the core, even the military is so strong. The most horrifying of all, when it comes to that Great Tang ritual, if he could, he wouldn't want to come back to Datong in this life. No, even if it wasn't possible, he wouldn't come to Datong anymore. Even if he died in the Great Joe Empire, died at the border of the Eastern Barbarians' kingdom, he would never set foot in Datong again. Regarding the return of the Great Joe Emissary and going back to Great Joe, naturally someone told Li Chang. Li Chang naturally felt happy to know that. This time, when we go back, this Great Joe should immediately mobilize troops to attack Great Tang. Right, almost there. Immediately the country's power declined. He wasn't far from getting back. Li Chang is starting to imagine what he'll do when he gets back. Your Majesty! Your Majesty? A voice suddenly came to his ears. Li Chang returned to his senses, looked up and into the eyes was standing next to him Eunuch Su. He asked with a stern face. What is it? This Eunuch Su is good at everything, just not very knowledgeable. Simply put, it's too honest and likes to be truthful about everything. And I don't know who I learned it from. Eunuch Su placed a bowl of something similar to noodles held in his hands onto the Emperor's desktop and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, Your Highness heard that Your Majesty has yet to take his lunch, so she personally cooked the noodles and sent someone to bring them over. Your Highness, which one? Li Chang asked with a frown. Eunuch Su was also stunned and replied, Your Majesty, it's your Highness Lin, Princess Lin, I almost forgot. That Lin Qingya. Yay for the big palace boss he's trying to create. Li Cheng narrowed his eyes and smiled, looking at the noodles in front of him, but did not care to eat, secretly muttering in his heart, so quickly want to compete for favor. Not bad, not bad. There are so many palace fights look like. Is that now the concubines are still too few? It also reminded him that it was time to expand his harem quickly. Within a few moments, he had finished the noodles. Eunuch Su was about to bring the bowl down. Li Cheng called out to the other party and inquired about the draft. How is it going? Eunuch Su slapped his head and laughed. Look at the old slave's memory. I almost forgot. Your Majesty. Earlier the Chancellor had already come and said that the 50 women from Chaoan City had already been selected, and were only waiting for Your Majesty to conduct the draft. How many cities are there in Great Tang? There are countless women in the draft. Of course it came one city at a time. Li Cheng gently nodded his head and said, now then, let's proceed with the draft. At Your Majesty's pleasure. Eunuch Su hurriedly nodded his head and shouted outside. His Majesty has decreed. Arrange for the Imperial Garden. Li Cheng stepped out with a stride, and the Featherwood Guard soldiers immediately followed. Eunuch Su threw that bowl to a small eunuch and also hurriedly followed Li Cheng. The Emperor set up the Imperial Garden, make the picks, as this news spread. The 50 showgirls waiting outside the palace immediately felt excited and nervous. They had originally thought that they would need to wait at least 10 days and half a month before the Emperor could take the time to come to the draft. As it turned out, I didn't expect that so soon. The Emperor decided to choose a draft. The Imperial Garden. A vacant lot. Li Cheng sat down on a chair depicting a 5-clawed golden dragon, and 2 palace maids beside him held yellow luo umbrellas to shield him from the sun. Your Majesty, this is the list of this Chaoan City's draft. Eunuch Su stepped forward and handed Li Cheng a zheng folding. Li Cheng took it and scanned it. All of the above are the names of the showgirls, as well as their specialties, their origins, and so on. He also just scanned it and pressed on, not looking at it seriously. He wants a huge harem and a drain on the treasury's economy. It would be better to get another palace fight. But of course, it would be great if it could affect the safety of the country. These showgirls, of course, took it all in. The more people there are, the easier it is to get confused. I have read. This selection can start. Li Cheng placed the zheng folders on the table beside him and commanded. Eunuch Su nodded and retreated, conveying the Emperor's orders. Not long after, under the leadership of a eunuch, a woman in a blue dress walked to the center of the open space. This woman opened her mouth and said, my daughter, see Your Majesty. My daughter name is Zhuge Eng. My father is Zhuge. She hadn't finished her sentence. A bemused voice came slowly. After that, you may enter the palace. The 2 surrounding eunuchs immediately stepped forward, ready to bring the people down first. Zhuge Eng froze in place. This passed? She didn't perform anything. She didn't show all her talents. Does the Emperor only look at looks? She froze, but her body followed the eunuch down the field. The Emperor said that it had passed. You can't just say to the Emperor, I don't want to pass yet. I still want to show off on stage twice. Can you? After Zhuge Eng went down, another woman came in. Li Cheng just looked up at the woman's appearance and nodded his head, saying that he had passed. The 2 palace maids holding the yellow umbrellas next to them looked on with eyes popping. They wanted to ask the Emperor if they could participate in the draft together. An afternoon rushed by. Soon, it was time for the last showgirl to be chosen. Li Cheng sat bored, one hand propped up on his jaw, yawning repeatedly. It was boring as hell. He hadn't even thought that the draft could be this boring. Next time never come by yourself. Just send a random person to fool around. How many more? Li Cheng twisted his head to ask Eunuch Su who was beside him. Eunuch Su whispered, Your Majesty, it will soon be the last one. Li Cheng nodded slightly. It was finally almost over. A eunuch brought the last showgirl up. This showgirl had a shady, cold light in her eyes, but she pretended well on the surface, and when she came onto the field, she immediately knelt down, exclaiming under her breath, my daughter sees Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live a long life. Over. Wait a minute. What did you say? Li Cheng frowned and violently stood up, his gaze coldly looking at the showgirl. Another one that cursed him to live a long life? Hell, he's over 200 years old now and that's not enough to worry about, is it? He's done his best to forget he has over 200 years to live. This woman still has to bring it up and reveal his scars. Floating is it? The showgirl froze in place, not knowing what to do. You're out. Li Cheng coldly left a sentence and turned around to leave. Men, expel this showgirl from the palace. Featherwood soldiers, follow quickly and keep His Majesty safe. Eunuch Su stood in place and commanded the entire room. That showgirl was in a daze until she was expelled from the palace. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. It's night. Inside the city of Chaoan, in a courtyard, the expelled showgirl arrived and joined several men. Miss, you've been eliminated? A man asked. Well, this emperor, I don't know what kind of nerve he has, the showgirl said through gritted teeth. She was totally confused. She was the daughter of one of the many ministers who had been transferred to the Yirong region, because her own father died of illness on the way to the Yiliang region. She wanted to seek revenge on the emperor and get a scourge on the harem. Through some human channels left behind by his own father, he participated in the draft, not expecting to be eliminated at once. The man guard smiled bitterly and said, Miss, the master said before he was born that the current emperor is very ambitious and has a sharp eye, so let us not take revenge. Maybe the emperor has long seen the identity of the Misyu, remembering the master's sake, so he intends to let you off the hook. When the showgirl heard the guard say this, a touch of unwillingness appeared on that pretty face, and she clenched her silver teeth and said, I'm not willing to miss this opportunity just like that. Maybe the emperor simply sees me as unsuitable in other ways, not that he sees what I intend to do. And the emperor is not a god. You don't see it, the guard smiled bitterly and said, Miss, the battle of the Great Tang's Eastern Conquest was the victory of the Eastern Conquest because His Majesty's present Majesty arranged secret spies within the Sky Eagle Pass by means of God's inscrutable means and invisibly dismantled the Eastern Barbarians' kingdom. His Majesty, today, is truly a godlike being. He had no confidence at all in this revenge. The Emperor's mighty name made him unable to muster a single thought of resistance, especially in recent days. The Emperor's handiwork has invariably proved the talent of the present Emperor in every instance. The image of the Emperor as a contemporary bright ruler had long since penetrated the hearts of the people, including him, who had a sense of reverence for the Emperor. The showgirl, however, still persisted, saying, No matter what, I'm going to try again. The several guards looked at each other, all helpless. One of them said, Then, Miss, what do you want to do next? You've already been eliminated in the draft. The showgirl Masked Love flashed a shady cold light in her beautiful eyes, and slowly said, The showgirls will all return home first after the draft, and I want to use money to replace one of the showgirls with a showgirl. And I remember that amongst the showgirls, there are some that are of folk origin. Several of the guards were alarmed. The lady's intention would have been a capital offense to kill her, but that one is just an intention. It hasn't really been realized yet, and if you want to wreak havoc on the harem, you can't do it without some strength. Now replacing the showgirls, that's a real crime. Once discovered, it would definitely be seen as provoking the majesty of the royal family, and the 9 clans would be implicated. Great Zhou Empire. Immediately after the Great Zhou emissary returned to Great Zhou, he was summoned by Emperor Jiwu of Great Zhou. When the messenger of the Great Zhou will be in the Great Tang, all the things that happened in the Great Zhou Emperor told the Emperor of the Great Zhou. The Emperor of the Great Zhou, the whole person as if turned into a statue, emotionless. The price for the two countries to trade with each other and repair their harmony is for a princess of Great Zhou to marry into Great Tang. Isn't that just plain humiliating? Seeing this, a eunuch beside him hurriedly knelt down and said, Your Majesty, Great Tang has insulted my Great Zhou in such a way. How can your Majesty bear it? He felt that the Great Zhou Emperor must have endless anger in his heart. All he needed to do was to present it in a smooth manner so that the Emperor would explode in anger. In this way, maybe in the future, the Emperor would raise his status 1 or 2 times, remembering that he knew how to do things. And so it is. Emperor Jiwu of Great Zhou's face was gloomy to the extreme, suppressing a monstrous anger within, questioning the messenger, saying, Could it be that the Emperor of Great Tang wants to provoke a war between the two countries? The Great Zhou messenger trembling said, Your Majesty, Minister, I think that the Great Tang is trying to provoke a war between the two countries. I watched these days. The Great Tang is good at martial arts to the extreme. A word is to draw their swords on each other. And the army of the Great Tang, incomparably powerful. I once saw the Great Tang at training less than a month more than the army. The strength of the strong. I'm afraid that my Great Zhou simply no army can rival. In my opinion, I am afraid that the Emperor of the Great Tang has an evil heart towards Great Zhou, only that the division has no name. So I want my Great Zhou to attack first. The Great Tang Emperor, Jiwu's pupils shrunk violently as he inexplicably associated it with what the Great Tang Emperor had done earlier. The Emperor of the Great Tang is the best at laying out the world. Could it be that this time the same Great Tang Emperor's layout? 9 times out of 10 it is. He was not even a player, but only a pawn caught in a game of chess. To be teased by the Emperor of the Great Tang dynasty. Thoughtfulness. Jiwu was in a cold sweat of fear, his chest heaving up and down as he breathed in large gulps of air. It's that close. It was that close. And he was really going to fall into the layout of the Great Tang Emperor. The Great Tang Emperor is truly terrifying, probably counted on the fact that he would rise up out of anger. Fortunately, he came to his senses at the last minute. It seems that although there is a gap between him and the Great Tang Emperor, it is not insurmountable. Jiwu's heart felt another wave of comfort as he thought of this. Does your majesty need a slave to inform the civil and military officials to gather to discuss the war? The eunuch said smugly. Ji Woo's expression froze, then filled with anger. He threw a tea set onto the eunuch and roared furiously. My great Joe has become like this because of too many stupid people like you. Men, take this dog slave and drag him out to be chopped. Forgive me, your majesty spare me. The eunuch cowed out and cried out in terror. The soldiers walking outside the hall didn't care about that, and walked in and directly dragged the eunuch down. That great Joe emissary felt cold inside as he watched this. It's not possible that the emperor, in a fit of rage, is going to kill them to vent his anger, is it? While the great Joe emissary was keeping his head down, trying to lower his presence, Ji Woo suddenly said, "Get up." When the great Joe messenger heard this, he stiffened and was slightly surprised that the emperor actually didn't really want to kill him. He shuddered and stood up. Ji Woo sat steadily, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop, making a thud sound. He frowned and said, I am going to let you escort my princess of Great Joe to Great Tang. What do you think? Since the Great Tang Emperor wanted their Great Joe to attack first, he was not as good as the Great Tang Emperor wanted. The opposite is true, directly following the wishes of the Great Tang Emperor. The princess was married off. The two countries cultivated peace and harmony and exchanged commerce. This Emperor Ji Woo looked in the direction of the Great Tang, and he had a smile on his lips as if he saw the Great Tang Emperor's surprise. The Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty. Can't believe it. There's still an emperor sitting in Great Joe who can read your mind, that Great Joe messenger hesitantly said. Your Majesty, before I left Datong, I had sworn to heaven and earth that I would never set foot in Datong again, or else I would be struck by heavenly thunder. Dare I ask your Majesty if I can send someone else to Datong? Ji Woo glared fiercely at the Great Joe emissary and gritted his teeth. Then do you want to be chopped by me now? Or do you want to be struck by lightning from heaven in the future? Great Joe messenger body shook, hastily kneeled down, righteously said, Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven. Since it is your Majesty, let me go. I think heaven and earth will certainly be a convenience. Let me go to a trip to Datong. In addition, I like to go to Datong the most. Datong that can be fun. Then it's your turn to go. Ji Woo nodded and said, I view the Emperor of the Great Tang. Free for the people to build houses. Collect the people's hearts means good. I also want to follow suit. I write a holy decree. You will pass the holy decree out. The Great Joe emissary naturally answered the order. What Ji Woo didn't know was that this order of his went out and drew countless corrupt officials to reveal their heads. While oppressing the people to build it, it also enforces all kinds of corruption, making the people in the capital of Great Joe become more resentful of the imperial court. Chaoan City. Inside the palace, Li Cheng lay on the dragon bed and looked at the azure-colored screen in front of him. Today is another day to test the value of national power. Compared to the thrill of the past, the current Li Cheng is now calm and unparalleled, leisurely lying on the bed, quietly looking at the azure-colored screen in front of him. Beginning of the week's national strength test, the current value of the national strength of the Tang Empire is 1479. Reward host lifespan of 9 years. Current host lifespan, 230 years. The specific source of national power enhancement. Please check by the host, that's only a 9-point boost. Li Cheng was emboldened, and instead wore a thick smile. Calm down. Keep adding to it. Anyway, when Great Joe fights its way into Great Tang, then the country's power will surely drop like crazy. Adding more won't help, by the time the wave is finished dropping. System, you just add slowly. When you're done dropping your country, take me back honestly. He lazily clicked on the specific view. The font of the azure-colored light screen in front of him changed. The national enhancements are as follows. +5 deterring the enemy, +1 military, +1 people's heart, +2 economy. What the hell is this? Li Cheng was a bit dazed. Shocking the enemy country? Is it the aftermath of the Dongi kingdom being scared of being beaten? What about the military? The people? The economy? He couldn't figure it out. Really? Suddenly increasing national power every time for no apparent reason. He couldn't read it. However, through the increase of the country's power for so long, he had some vague guesses in his mind. Presumably this is all an effort by the rest of the Great Dawn. After all, Great Tang was so big that there were many places he couldn't control, but he was able to make a very gutsy statement. Chaoan City, as well as the annexed cities, will definitely not contribute to any national power enhancement, nor is there likely to be any chance of contributing to national advancement under his policy of losing the country. If Chaoan City and the annexed cities like this could help the country's power, then he could immediately eat this dragon bed underneath. Li Cheng shook his head and dismissed all these thoughts. Whatever. He was going back soon anyway. As high as the value of the country's power is, it will eventually fall out. Li Cheng couldn't help but smile when he thought of this, and got up from the dragon bed, stretching his back. Your Majesty! Your Majesty? Outside the door, Eunuch Su's voice came in. What is it? Li Cheng looked toward the door and asked flatly. Your Majesty, the second selection has been fully prepared. It is the showgirls sent from Ningyang City. Now they are all waiting outside the palace. Your Majesty, see what can be done to conduct the selection again. Eunuch Su's voice was very soft, as if he was afraid of disturbing the emperor's rest. When Li Cheng heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, beating him to death. He didn't want to play any more drafts. It's so damn boring. Most of all, he only wanted to expand his harem. It's not like he really wanted a draft. Eunuch Su, you order someone to go to Yanla Palace. Please ask the Empress Dowager to go to the royal garden. For me to choose the show. Just say that I am busy with business. Cannot go. Li Cheng decisively left things like the selection of the draft to his own cheap mother consort. Say what you will. He doesn't want to play that draft anymore. It is also true that it is possible, from memory, to have the Empress Dowager make the selection instead of the emperor. It seems to have been done in the time of the late emperor. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Su immediately wanted to go and carry out the emperor's order. Li Cheng pondered for a while, and then called Eunuch Su and said, later on, follow me out of the palace. I want to go to Chaonan City to take a stroll around the city. After coming to this great Tang for so long, he had always stayed in the palace, never been out yet. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so it was a good time to go out and wander around what Chaonan City had been ruined by his defeat the country policy. When Eunuch Su heard that His Majesty wanted to leave the palace, his entire body tensed up and hurriedly said, please wait a moment. Your Majesty, allow the old slave to mobilize the Feather Forest Army, in addition to the city's defense army, as well as the Eastern Expeditionary Army outside the city, all of which will be mobilized into the city first, in order to guard His Majesty's safety and security. I'm just out of the palace. Why do you make it look like a war? Li Cheng rolled his eyes and waved his hand. I'm going to go out on a slight patrol, so there's no need to make such a big battle. Microdosing, Eunuch Su froze in place. Did not expect the emperor actually wanted to go out on a tour in microdress for no reason. Your Majesty, even if you want to go out on a slight patrol, you should bring some guards with you, and also the strength of the secret guards should be strengthened, he said with great concern. The emperor's safety and security is the most important thing in a country, especially nowadays. The emperor, Li Cheng's safety and security is the key of the key, because Li Cheng didn't have any heirs. Once anything goes wrong with Li Cheng, it will be a monstrous disaster for Great Tang. Nowadays, apart from the emperor, there is only one king of Jinshi left in the imperial family of the Great Tang dynasty, and there is no other. It can be said that if the emperor is out of order, the king of Jinshi absolutely cannot suppress the scene, and the Great Tang will be in chaos. Okay, just don't be too flashy. Li Cheng frowned and was somewhat helpless. He was just out for a stroll, and it made him feel a little uncomfortable to go through so much trouble instead. Eunuch Su immediately went down to prepare. Originally, Li Cheng was ready to go out in the morning, but he dragged it out until the afternoon to finish setting everything up. Li Cheng sat on a carriage, driven by Eunuch Su and another expert escort, all the way out of the palace unimpeded. Just kidding. If the emperor wants to leave the palace, who dares to stop him? Those soldiers of the Feathered Forest Army, who had also been notified early, let the carriage travel freely. After leaving the palace, the carriage continued to run, and Li Cheng pulled back the curtain and looked out. As far as the eye can see, there is a renovated residential house. The homes vary in height. Some are very wide and tall. Some are a courtyard, and some are just a small house. There were a number of people dressed in cloth sitting in front of their door piers, bowls in their hands, eating something, happy smiles overflowing on their faces. It's such an indecent scene, but it creates a unique landscape. Sitting on the carriage, Li Cheng frowned and muttered, it shouldn't be. I've lost the country so much. Why are the people here still living so freely? Moreover, with so many treacherous ministers living in Chaoan City, and with my good comrades of the Great Tang in the city, it is impossible for the people of Chaoan City to still be so comfortable. A flash of doubt rose in the back of his mind. He had a feeling that there was something he didn't know about within the city of Chaoan. That's why Chaoan City was different from what he had imagined. What the hell is it? Li Cheng thought carefully, but unfortunately he still didn't have a clue. Eunuch Su, come in for a moment. He opened his mouth. Eunuch Su, who was driving the car, immediately threw the reins to the expert guards on the side, turned around and probed into the car, asking, Your Majesty, the old slave is here. Li Cheng was about to open his mouth to ask Eunuch Su if he knew about Chaoan City. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from outside. Robbery! Robbery! Robbery's good! Li Cheng's eyes snapped open. Chaoan City is still not so peaceful. Li Cheng looked out from the carriage. Under his sight, a fast-running man grabbed a woman's bag and quickly fled. The woman could only stand still and cry out anxiously. Passers-by along the way tried to help, but the man ran so fast that he didn't give passers-by a chance to stop him. Your Majesty, should we intercept? Eunuch Su asked softly. Li Cheng, however, shook his head, indicating that there was no need to intercept. Just kidding. What's he doing stopping a robbery like this? The fact that there were robberies in the city of Chaoan is not an indication of poor law and order. This kind of thing was a matter of losing the country, and he couldn't be happier. So how could he possibly make a move to intercept it? By the way, who is the one who manages the security of Chaoan City? Could be a real talent. Li Chang's eyes glowed. He liked this kind of person who would defeat the country, although as long as they waited for the Great Zhou Empire to fight their way in, then the country's power would basically be played out. But just in case, it was still good to promote more of this kind of talent. Li Chang watched the thief leave and asked quietly, who is in charge of the security of Chaoan City? Talent, must promote one or two. However, when these words fell into Eunuch Su's ears, his body went cold and he felt that the emperor was angry. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the law and order of Chaonan City is under the control of the Chaonan City Order, which in turn is under the control of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, and in the final analysis, it's the Minister of Criminal Affairs, Luo Yang, who manages all of this. Mr. Luo Yang, the Minister of Justice. Li Chang silently gave the other party a nod in his heart. What he lacked was this kind of talent. To the residents of the Minister of Justice, he waved his hand. He felt that he needed to go and personally encourage this Minister of Justice to make sure that he followed through with the defeat the nation policy. More corruption, less stewardship. 6 words of truth. Yes, Your Majesty, Eunuch Su answered and drove to the residence of the Minister of Justice. In his heart, he silently sighed in sorrow for the Minister of Justice. This is all the luck of being able to be crashed by the Emperor in a robbery incident. The residence of the Minister of Justice. At this moment, the Minister of Justice is organizing a banquet for his own son's full moon. Its banquet feasted the ministers of all parties and gathered to drink. The Minister of Justice, Luo Yang, was also wearing a happy face. Ever since those assholes from the Ministry of Justice were transferred by His Majesty, the entire Ministry of Justice fell under his control. Authority is harmonized, and with the addition of a son, he couldn't be happier. Under the happiness, Luo Yang then frequently toasted to many of his colleagues, his face all smiles. Many of his fellow officers smiled back, really envious of Luo Shangshua, now in charge of the entire Ministry of Criminal Affairs, and happy to add a son. Double happiness. Yes. The main thing is that today's His Majesty is very ambitious, and Minister Luo has a great future ahead of him. Luo Shangshua's daughter is also in the palace. TSK, this blessing. In the face of many of his colleagues' ass-kissing and flirting, Luo Yang passed it off with a laugh. He was also in a rather pleasant mood. There's no one who doesn't like other people's ass-kissing. Sure, in their minds, only His Majesty today doesn't like to kiss ass. That Master Shin was a good example back then. Master. Suddenly, an underling walked quickly with a look of panic on his face. Luo Yang drunkenly asked, what is so urgent? Today is the big day of my son's full moon. Even if His Majesty comes, there's no need to be in such a hurry. The subordinate's footsteps slowed down a bit when he heard that. Walking over to Rojin, he took some air and willed his emotions to stabilize. There was no hurry at all to relate things. Luo Yang also froze for a while and laughed. Right, that's it. Don't be in a hurry. If there's anything, I'll carry it for you. Take your time. The subordinate nodded and became somewhat leisurely. Well, Master, it's not a big deal. It's just that His Majesty is here, outside the gate of the mansion, and asked the servant to come and inform you. Master. Luo Yang drunkenly waved his hand and said, what is this matter? It is not just that His Majesty has come. His voice ended abruptly as he spoke. Eyes snapped open. The drunkenness dissipated 70% at once. His Majesty is here. Luo Yang immediately jumped up, slapped his subordinate's head fiercely, and angrily scolded. Damn thing, His Majesty is here and still dares to report so slowly. Underling, didn't you say there's no need to be in such a hurry when His Majesty comes? How is it my fault? Luo Yang hurriedly stood up and ran towards the door of the mansion, while also greeting his fellow officers to go over with him. At the gate of the residence of the Minister of Justice, Li Chang looked at the 2 stone lions at the entrance and watched in a rather pleasant mood. Next to him, Eunuch Su said irritably, Your Majesty, you are the Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty. Why do you need to wait for him, a Shangshu, to come over before going in? Li Chang, however, did not care at all and laughed lightly. Luo Iching is a meritorious minister. There is no harm for me to wait. With these words, he didn't mean anything else but to simply praise Luo Yang, the defeated country talent. But when it fell into Eunuch Su's ears, it changed flavor. Today, His Majesty witnessed the law and order within the city of Chaoan. Now it is bound to come to the Minister of Justice to settle the score. The weirder it gets, the more you can feel the anger in His Majesty's heart. The Minister of Justice is afraid of being finished. Shoo shoo shoo. In the distance, A guard dressed in the clothes of the people rushed in between a few jumps, walked up to the emperor, knelt down on one knee, and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, news of Great Joe has come from the side of the border passes, and at this moment the news has already arrived at the palace. A message from the Great Week. Could it be that Great Joe has started a war against Great Tang?" Li Cheng felt a surge of excitement within his heart and turned his head to look at the residence of the Minister of Justice. He had no time to wait for this talent. "Eunuch Su, you stay. When Iching Luo comes out, you tell him for me. Encourage him more. Remember, it's encouragement." Li Cheng purposely increased the tone on the word encourage, hoping that Eunuch Su would praise this Minister of Justice more. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Eunuch Su to agree, he got up and returned to the carriage, which was driven by 2 guards, and quickly returned towards the palace. Eunuch Su stood still and froze for a moment. That tone of His Majesty's voice just now, is it for him to warn the Minister of Justice more? Okay, it's a good thing His Majesty is busy, or else this Minister of Justice would be in trouble. Eunuch Su sighed, patted the dust and ash on his sleeves, and quietly waited for the Minister of Justice. It was only after a while that Luo Yang came out with a large group of courtiers. Luo Yang walked out quickly, only to see Eunuch Su standing in place, and hurriedly went up, asking, "Eunuch Su, where is His Majesty?" Eunuch Su didn't give the other party a good face, and said with a cold snort, "His Majesty has something big on his mind, and has long since left, and you're lucky that His Majesty is not okay, or else your head would be on the line." Buzz. Those remaining drunkenness in Luo Yang instantly disappeared into thin air, and cold sweat dampened his clothes. He inquired in a low voice, "Eunuch Su, what exactly happened? What's he done wrong? Can someone tell him?" Eunuch Su left, leaving behind a desperate Luo Yang. Before Eunuch Su left, he still privately related to him what had happened to the emperor today. It contained some of the emperor's ideas. Well, of course, these thoughts were all Eunuch Su's own speculations. When the unknown Luo Yang found out, he immediately felt that his life was bleak. Remembered by the emperor, he is not dead now. Sooner or later will have to die. If the king wants me to die, I have to die. Rojin was raw and unlovable. Seeing this, a colleague next to him said in an intolerant manner, "Minister Luo, you might be able to find Chancellor Zhuge. He is the one who knows His Majesty the best. Maybe the Chancellor has some way to save one or two." "Right, he's still saved." Chancellor Zhuge. Luo Yang's eyes instantly filled with radiance, arching his hand and saying, "A great favor is not appreciated. Fellow colleagues, allow me to go to the Chancellor's residence first." Many of his peers returned the salute. Luo Yang immediately rode a horse and headed to the Chancellor's residence. By the time Luo Yang arrived at the Chancellor's mansion, the sky was darkening, which did not affect his desire to survive in the slightest. Soon, he arrived in front of the Chancellor's residence. Quickly dismounting from his horse, he rushed into the Chancellor's residence. The guards in front of the Chancellor's mansion hurriedly stopped them and shouted, "Who is it? Dare to trespass the Prime Minister's residence? Looking for death?" Luo Yang then came back to his senses. He was too out of shape. He was at least a minister of the Ministry of Justice. He cleaned up his clothes and took out an identity token before saying, "I am the Minister of Justice, and I have come to visit the Chancellor." The 2 guards guarding the gate glanced left and right, and one of them took the token and went in to inform. The other man stood still and said, "Please also wait a moment. He has already gone in to inform the Chancellor's lord." Luo Yang nodded, the anxiety on his face never dissipating. After a while, the guard finally came back and handed back the identity token, saying, "Please also ask Shangshu Luo to come inside. The Chancellor has an invitation." Luo Yang hastily received the identity token and hurriedly walked inside the Chancellor's residence. As he walked to the lobby, he caught a glimpse of Zhuge Wuming, who was sitting on a chair and drinking tea. Luo Yang took 3 steps and walked to the Chancellor, shouting, "Chancellor, save me." Zhuge Wuming frowned, put the teacup down, and asked, "What is it? At least you are an important court official. Pay attention to your status. It's a matter of life and death, and I don't want to be in such a mess." Rojin panted. Zhuge Wuming was completely puzzled. Luo Yang was at least an important court official. What could threaten the other party's life? In the midst of his doubts, Luo Yang told the whole story of what had happened. Confused, after hearing this, Zhuge Wuming couldn't help but angrily curse. "I've long told you to pay more attention to the security issue, but you just didn't listen. Now it's good, isn't it?" His Majesty saw it. The reason why His Majesty didn't transfer you out is that he thought you were loyal ministers, not the country's moths. And now that you're actually managing like this, aren't you just looking for your own death? His tone, too, was thick with helplessness. Luo Yang heard this and said excitedly, "Chancellor, you must save me." Zhuge Wuming sighed and shook his head. "It is not too late to mend the sheep. Since His Majesty did not make a direct move on you, it proves that you still have a chance to remedy the situation. Luo Yang was dumbfounded and confused. Looking at Luo Yang, Zhuge Wuming couldn't help but frown again. LOL. I'm afraid His Majesty let this guy off the hook for a moment. How else could this guy have come to see him? Unfortunately, this guy, he actually couldn't see through the silver lining that His Majesty had given him. It's the same old story. His Majesty's wisdom can be seen by no one but him. Zhuge Wuming narrowed his eyes and said, "You are on His Majesty's radar because of the law and order issue. So of course you should start with law and order. With His Majesty's eyesight, your every move will naturally be noticed. As long as His Majesty sees your talent, you will be able to be reappointed in the next policing." Luo Yang trembled. Realization flashed in his eyes, and he made a bow. "I understand. Thank you, Chancellor, for your enlightenment. Without delay, I will go back now and start organizing the security of the entire Chaoan city." With that, he was ready to walk out. "Shangshu Luo, wait," Zhuge Wuming called out to Luo Yang. Faintly said, "His Majesty is a truly bright ruler, determined to be that emperor for the ages. If we can assist His Majesty in fixing the Great Tang and expanding the borders, in the future, we may be able to spread our fame through the ages." Luo Yang's body trembled and stood still for a few seconds, took a deep breath and said without looking back, "I understand." A fighting spirit inexplicably burned in his heart. It was a fighting spirit he had once lost. That is to say, as a subject, one should do one's best to assist the monarch. In the past, the previous emperor was dim, then he touched the fish to pass, then it was even. But nowadays, the emperor is majestic. There is no reason for him to continue to be silent. Zhuge Wuming watched Luo Yan leave, shook his head and smiled, muttering to himself, Your Majesty, is this what you want to accomplish?" He was coming to admire the emperor more and more. Using Huangpei as a dark side undercurrent, he secretly collected the Guangzhong region as this breadbasket of the nation. He also named Han Yu as a military general, which was equivalent to the Eastern Expeditionary Army being used by the emperor at all times. Now point Luo Yang must want to make the whole world peace, laying out the world, one step at a time. Your Majesty wants a lot of this life can witness to see Your Majesty this kind of bright king out of the world. Wuming death without regret. Zhuge Wuming's eyes flickered as he muttered. Inside the palace, in the Tai Chi hall, Li Cheng stared wide-eyed at the letter scroll in front of him. Not teasing him, the Emperor of Great Zhou compromised by marrying the most beautiful woman of Great Zhou, also a princess. To him, the Emperor of Great Tang. The two countries have since cultivated peace and mutual commerce. Is this Emperor of Zhou such a bastard? I told him to send the princess. And he did. Li Cheng really had his head spinning a bit. Does this Great Zhou Emperor belong to a turtle? There's nothing wrong with this message? Li Cheng looked down at one of the messengers delivering the message and questioned. That messenger who delivered the message respectfully said, Your Majesty, this message came from the Great Zhou side in person, and we got it after translating it. So if there is no error on the Great Zhou side, then there is no mistake. This Emperor of Great Zhou, he's too much of a dog. Li Cheng scratched his head. No way. Can't think like that. What if he's just overthinking it? The Emperor of the Great Zhou might want to pull a Mingxiu shallow road. Dark Song Song, let the Princess of Great Zhou marry, then send troops behind the scenes in a surprise attack on Great Tang. Maybe that princess is a fake too, right? That must be it. Li Cheng comforted himself in his heart and tried to stabilize his emotions. The Great Zhou Empire invaded the Great Tang, and he stalled the supporting forces of the Great Tang. This was the main course of his defeat of the country. There's no room for error. Make a mistake, then he's got egg on his face. That's 200 years of life. It's no joke. Li Cheng silently prayed. 3 days later. Knock knock. The bells and drums of the palace struck, and the low sound of the drums shook the hearts of the people. The civil and military officials received the emperor's decree and all rushed to the palace, because the Great Zhou's team had already arrived at Chaoan City, accompanied by the Great Zhou's princess. In order to show the welcome of Great Tang, civil and military officials naturally had to come. Inside the Taiji Hall, Li Cheng sat on the highest seat and looked at the civil and military officials below, his eyes flickering slightly. Until now it hadn't been realized that Great Zhou had cultivated a shallow path in the open and a dark place in the dark. Is it possible that that Great Zhou Emperor really belongs to a turtle? You won't send the princess over? But you won't start a war. I'd like to see how much this turtle, the Emperor of Great Zhou, can endure. Li Cheng pondered in his heart. When this princess of Great Zhou arrives, find an opportunity and just hit the cold palace. It's okay, the Great Zhou princess in disguise can be said to be the face of the Great Zhou Empire. The Great Zhou Emperor. He slapped the Great Zhou Emperor's face like this. And he didn't believe that the Great Zhou Emperor could still endure it. Your Majesty, the Princess of Great Zhou as well as the Great Zhou envoys have arrived outside the palace gates, Yunexu said as he approached the emperor's side. Shen. Li Cheng returned to his senses. His lips lightly opened and spat out a word. Yunexu nodded and stood on top. shouting at the top of his voice, "By His Majesty's decree, declare an audience with the Great Joe team. By His Majesty's decree, declare Great Joe." His voice carried a long way. After a while, the two were led by the soldiers of the Feathered Forest Army to the outside of the Taiji Hall. These two men. One of them was the previous Great Joe emissary. The other person was a marvelous woman in white clothing with a light veil and a graceful figure. When the two of them stepped forward and prepared to walk into the Taiji Hall, the civil and military officials who were originally calm and relaxed suddenly turned their gaze, all of them looking at the feet of these two people, as the two stepped into the temple. It was only then that the civil and military officials averted their gazes and looked at each other. "It's the right foot that goes into the temple, isn't it? It's the right foot." The two walked to the center of the hall. As usual, the Great Joe emissary knelt down and then spoke a bunch of gibberish in bird language. On the contrary, the woman, also known as the Princess of Great Joe, made a very standard salute, speaking the not-so-fluent language of Great Tang under her breath. "Princess Jining of Great Joe has met the Honorable Emperor of Great Tang." Her voice was very nice, like heavenly music, making the civil and military officials not help but lose their concentration slightly. Li Chang, however, did not feel anything at all, and those deep eyes fell icy cold onto the Princess of Great Joe, saying, "Get up." The Princess of Great Joe nodded slightly, stood up, and said softly, "By the order of my imperial brother of Great Joe, I am married to the Honorable Emperor of Great Tang, and I hope that you, the Emperor of Great Tang, will keep your promise to exchange commerce with me, Great Joe, and to cultivate harmony forever." Her tone was not condescending. The civil and military officials were all induced to secretly nod their heads. This woman, on the contrary, was very dignified. Facing the civil and military officials as well as the emperor, he was actually able to maintain this kind of temperament. Li Chang, however, was unconcerned as he squinted his eyes and said, "Your Emperor of Great Joe, isn't he a bit like a turtle?" He wanted to publicly humiliate this Great Joe envoy and Great Joe princess. He didn't want to in the first place, but this Emperor of Great Joe is too tolerant. He was going to defeat the power of the country, and he must not let this Emperor of the Great Joe endure. The Princess of Great Joe was slightly stunned and asked, "Dare I ask the Honorable Emperor of Great Tang, what is a turtle?" Li Chang suddenly laughed and said, "A very wimpy animal that only shrinks its head when beaten. Do you think it resembles your royal brother?" The civil and military officials all froze for a moment. The emperor's meaning, is not it satirizing the Great Joe Emperor? They all couldn't figure out what the emperor meant, and in the end, they tacitly shifted their sights to Chancellor Zhuge Wuming. Zhuge Wuming shook his head. A look signaled over that His Majesty had his own deep meaning. Civilians and military officials, roger that. Not only did the civil and military officials freeze, but the Princess of Great Joe similarly froze for a moment. The slightest hint of shock crossed those beautiful eyes of hers. Before she came here, her imperial brother had spoken to her about the idea of the Great Tang Emperor. At that time, she was still persistent in advising her imperial brother that those were all suspicions laid down by the Emperor of the Great Tang, and that as long as the troops were deployed, they would be able to show the Great Tang in its original form. This was all the result she had gotten based on Datang's national strength today, as well as the fact that Datang had just gone through the Battle of the Eastern Conquest, and that Datang was simply incapable of fighting any more wars. But her royal brother didn't believe. He felt that this was all the layout of the Great Tang Emperor. She ended up having to marry in Datang. But now, she was a little confused herself. Could it really be that she was wrong? Datang actually has a lot of hidden power. Why else would the Emperor of the Great Tang be so arrogant? This princess of the Great Joe had learned the skill of observing eyes. She could see that the eyes of the Emperor of the Great Tang dynasty, there is a spirit of movement, obviously intended, is by no means arrogant. Is Datang really forcing Great Joe to use its troops first? Then the division will send out troops to attack Great Joe in a smooth manner, in an instant. Princess de Zhou broke out in a cold sweat, thanks to the fact that her royal brother did not listen to her. Otherwise she would be 1,000 years of sin. When you are free, you must write a letter to your royal brother, informing the other party that you must not start a sword fight. What? Don't you think your royal brother looks like one? Li Chang smiled faintly. Since the Emperor of the Great Tang wanted to punch Great Joe in the face and have Great Joe send troops to attack, she must not fall for the trick. Princess Jining of Great Joe shook her head and said, "Indeed it is like that. The Honorable Emperor of Great Tang is really good at writing. It's funny to think of such a wonderful animal that shrinks its head when it gets beaten." Li Chang. The civil and military officials once again looked at each other and all secretly nodded their heads. The Chancellor was really right. His Majesty has a deeper meaning. Li Chang was frantically spitting blood in his heart. Can someone tell him what the fuck is going on? Is the Great Joe Empire not a turtle country the Emperor can tolerate? Princesses are more tolerant. I'm gonna fuck you up, you big fucker. Li Chang was close to slapping the table and questioning it in person. Princess de Zhou became even more determined after seeing Li Chang's eyes. This look. It's disappointing. The Great Tang Emperor was disappointed she wasn't angry. As expected, the Great Tang Emperor's intention was the entire Great Zhou. After she froze for a moment, she took out a letter and said, Honorable Emperor of the Great Tang, this is the letter my imperial brother asked my concubine to bring to you. The depressed Li Chang waved his hand and asked Eunuch Su to bring up the letter. Li Chang opened the letter and read it carefully. The letter reads, Imperial Brother de Tang. Well, and allow me to call him Imperial Brother. After all, those who have the ability to do so are the elders. And this time, all the meanings expressed by Imperial Brother de Tang were by chance made known to my humble brother. But I have no choice but to give up the opportunity to play with your brother. So I'm going to have to give up the opportunity to play with your brother again in the next few days. My humble brother pays his respects. After Li Chang read it, his eyes glared slightly. This Great Zhou Emperor knew what he meant? Can it be that Great Zhou doesn't have the power to fight against Great Tang, so it doesn't dare to fight? Or maybe there aren't enough supplies, he thinks. It's time for him to do something. Testimonials. It's that moment again. Well, 46 days. More than a month and a half have passed since Cabbage opened his book. I don't want to live forever. So guys, read the book, and still have fun reading it, right? However, cloudy day February 1st, the book will be on the shelves. On the shelves, that means the charges. This also cannot be helped. Cabbages also want to eat after the shelves of a large number of small partners. It is estimated that they will go away. Cabbage last book experienced, but Cabbage believes that there will still be many of you who would like to stay on and catch up with the book, and Cabbage would like to thank you all. That said, Cabbage is here to ask for a first booking this time. The first order is when the book hits the shelves. The first subscription relationship is Cabbage this month and a half of all the efforts, but also a moment to prove in book achievement. Cabbage hope that partners can go to QQ Reading to support the book. Let others see. The book's results are not street fighting boy. Ahem. Well, Cabbage borrowed a lot of authors' testimonials for their shelves, and finally ground out this bit. In short, Cabbage or Wanta partners can support the book. The first book for the book. Really very important. Wow. Also, let's talk about the editions. Cloudy February 1st, that's after 12 o'clock tonight. Cabbage will start popping up with a 5-shift guarantee and no cap. After it hits the shelves, Cabbage will also keep 3 chapters a day. And as long as the results can be a little better, Cabbage can do 4 chapters a day, 5 chapters a day or whatever. Cabbage, or a little bit of that in your heart. Boing boing. Well, that's all for now. The book review section of the Small Friends, as well as silently read the book partners. Cabbage last thank you. Is your all the way with you? Gave Cabbage the motivation to write the book. Especially the active peeps in the book review section gave Cabbage a lot of inspiration. While, hopefully, on February 1st, we'll still see you guys in the Cabbage book review section. Well, without further ado, anyway, thanks a lot guys. If you can, leave a comment below, so that Cabbage can see how many little friends are willing to support Cabbage, and give Cabbage some courage, _____. P.S. I recommend a book written by a friend. Finish me off by Eat Bread. Li Chang thought carefully. Since the other side is incapable of attacking, just send it over and be done with it. No pay? It's okay. I'll send you silver. No armor? It's okay. I'll send it to you. Afraid of our military power? It's okay. I'll show you all the drawings of the military deployments of the Great Tang. You just have to hit it hard. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The eyes that looked at the Great Zhou princess and the Great Zhou emissary were also much gentler. The messenger will go down first. The princess of Great Zhou will stay in the harem, and the many ministers can be dispersed. Li Chang waved his hand and told all the ministers to disperse. Let the princess of Great Zhou stay in the harem. The meaning could not be clearer. Inclusion in the harem. He also slightly changed his mind. There is no need to put this Ji Ning into the cold palace. The income of the harem on the line. As long as the emperor of the Great Zhou is willing to send troops to attack, everything is fine. Long live the emperor. The civil and military officials slowly retired. Princess Ji Ning of Great Zhou was also led by the eunuch to the harem. All at once, the field was empty. Only Li Chang was left sitting alone on the high seat. Eunuch Su accompanied him, and seeing that the emperor was lost in thought, he didn't dare to disturb him and stood quietly, bowing his head. After a while, only then did Li Chang suddenly open his mouth and said, Eunuch Su, Your Majesty, the old slave is here. Eunuch Su responded in a hurry. Li Chang said quietly, Pass on my decree to grant the emperor of Great Zhou 10 million taels of silver, 10,000 pieces of armor, and 10,000 war horses. He said a whole bunch of things in a row, all of which were rewards for the emperor of Great Zhou. Give things in the name of reward. This would not only strengthen the Great Zhou Empire, but also enrage the Great Zhou Emperor. Your Majesty, is this This inappropriate? Eunuch Su asked in a low voice. Let's not talk about the name of the reward. Let's just say these things aren't too much. Eunuch Su, you can remember. You only need to carry out my decisions. You don't need to refute them. Li Chang glared back at Eunuch Su and chided. We haven't settled the score for calling him ugly last time. How dare you question him now? He just lost the country fair and square. What the hell? Who called him the emperor? What's more, now that only the traitorous ministers are left in the courtroom, who dares to stop him? Yes, please forgive me, Your Majesty. The old slave knows he is wrong. Eunuch Su hurriedly bowed his head. Li Chang nodded slightly and handed the jade seal of transmission to Eunuch Su, telling the other party to go and notify all departments to cooperate with him. After all, mobilizing such a huge amount of supplies with an oracle is definitely not possible, and a jade seal must be used. After Eunuch Su left, Li Chang then got up and walked out of the Taiji Hall, accompanied by a few small eunuchs, and on the periphery there was also a team of Fei Lin army soldiers. The emperor travels, inside and outside the palace. It's a first-class event. Li Chang both found this a bit troublesome, but enjoyed it. Your Majesty, where are we going? A handsome-looking little eunuch asked softly. Li Chang lightly supervised a glance and said, Go to the Imperial Garden. Besides, what do you think of my looks? Ever since he was told by Eunuch Su that his face value was no match for these little eunuchs, he felt weird every time he saw them. There is a faint diaphragm. That little eunuch sniffed, not daring to raise his head. His heart repeatedly tangled. Eunuch Su once secretly taught them that when they encountered His Majesty, they must tell the truth. But his intuition told him that if he dared to tell the truth, he would die a horrible death. Feeling the emperor's eyes, the little eunuch hesitated for a moment, closed his eyes and said loudly, Your Majesty is handsome and dashing, not comparable to us. I hope that Your Majesty will never ask us next time. Describing Your Majesty's face with the mouths of my subordinates is simply a way of tarnishing Your Majesty's dragon's face. Li Chang was instantly happy. Still, the man is honest, haha. Tell me the big truth. It's a talent, much better than Eunuch Su's naive batch. Go down and collect your reward. You're promising. Good. But next time don't say these big words. Got it? With a smile on his face, Li Chang patted the little eunuch's shoulder and immediately took a step forward. That little eunuch's face was delighted as he said in a loud voice, Many thanks to His Majesty for the reward. You guys, quickly follow and set up the Imperial Garden. Being praised by the Emperor for having a future. That's not for everyone. It instantly made his little heart flutter. The Imperial Garden. As Li Chang walked, those Fei Lin army soldiers tacitly split into two teams, leaving one person standing guard 3 or 4 apart. These soldiers are used to it. Every time the Emperor came to the Imperial Garden, he basically had to play for half a day. They just need to do a good job of escorting. And so it is. Li Chang had just arrived at the Imperial Garden. Then he planned to go to the pavilion and sunbathe for a while first. He was just getting ready to go to the pavilion. And before he could get there, he heard some rustling at the pavilion. Li Chang raised his eyebrows slightly. The only person who could come to the Imperial Garden to play around was the Empress Dowager in addition to him. But the Empress Dowager's character of living in a deep palace for a long time will not come out at all. Are they the showgirls from the harem? Interesting. He wanted to see if these showgirls in the harem were usually hooking up anymore. What's the point of having them if they're not hooking up? Kick them all out and replace them with a bunch that will both drain money and court over. Li Chang approached and looked through a flower bush to a large pavilion in front of him. Vaguely he could make out the pavilion with many women sitting and chatting on it. Because of the distance, he couldn't hear exactly what the women were talking about. However, just looking at the scene, it was quite amicable. Li Chang frowned, backed up a few steps, and raised his hand to call over the eunuch who liked to tell the truth just now. Your Majesty, the slave is here. The little eunuch hurried over and said, Why is this group of showgirls electing to serve here? Go and inquire. Li Chang waved his hand. When the showgirls entered the harem, they were no longer called showgirls, but chosen servants. Unless they are rewarded, they can only be further promoted by waiting until after they have been bedded. Okay, Your Majesty, wait a moment. The little eunuch immediately ran out. Li Chang stood still and pondered while watching the pavilion. Honestly, as long as the Great Zhou Empire attacked Great Tang, then basically, his life expectancy would be docked. But just in case, he's still doing a two-handed preparation, letting Detang's internal chaos rise first before he encounters Dezhou's attack, adding insult to injury. Not to mention the defeat of that little bit of national strength, it is possible that the country will die. After a while, it was only then that the little eunuch ran back, panting, Your Majesty. The slave looked for a few of the slave girls who chose to serve and inquired about it, and all of the chosen servants. They had inquired about the fact that His Majesty would often come to the Imperial Garden. That's why they often gathered here. And these chosen servants wanted to compete for His Majesty's favor. right? Competing for favor, Li Cheng's eyes lit up. So to speak, there is still a little bit of a palace fight mold. Seeing this, the little eunuch's eyes twinkled and asked, Your Majesty, do you dislike the chosen servants competing for favor? Li Cheng shook his head, narrowed his eyes and said, Competing for favor cannot be enough. I prefer them to fight in the palace. Go, not to go to the imperial garden today. Go back. After saying that, he took a stride towards the outside of the imperial garden. The little eunuch's eyes flashed one or two. He seemed to have gotten some information. It's night. A cold wind blew through the slightly silent palace. A team of featherwood soldiers held torches and patrolled the palace. Inside a palace, Princess Ji Ning of Great Zhou was sitting in front of a table, holding a fictional biography of Great Tang in her hands and reading it with great interest. Occasionally see some words she does not understand. Will also check carefully. Really do not understand before asking around some slave girl. Princess. A small eunuch knocked on the door of the temple and said softly. Ji Ning put down the novel biography. Beautiful eyes faintly looked at that small eunuch. Said, There is no need to address me as a princess. I'm just one of the harem beauties of the Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty. The Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty has not given me a name, so he will be called by the name of the chosen servant on the line. That little eunuch nodded his head hurriedly and said, Yes, Ji chosen servant. Ji Ning nodded slightly and said softly, The letter I asked you to send to the Great Zhou emissary. Did you send it over? She must remind her royal brother. Don't ever use military force against the Great Tang. She had more or less heard about the deeds of the Great Tang Emperor up until now. Plus observing the Emperor's eyes when she was at the Taiji Hall. She had already decided that the Great Tang Emperor just wanted to use his troops against Great Zhou. From all of these slave girls, they can learn that the current emperor aspires to become the emperor of the ages. Once in the courtroom, words out of even Tang Taizu are not put in the eyes. Such an emperor of great talent and strategy. How can he have no idea about Great Zhou? However, as long as the division was not known, she believed that the Great Tang Empire, which valued honor, would not send out troops for no reason. The eunuch replied, It has already been sent over. Lady Elector. On his way back, the slave inquired about a piece of news related to His Majesty. I wonder if Lady Elector would be interested in hearing it. Something to do with the Great Tang Emperor. Ji Ning's beautiful eyes flashed. Putting aside the issue of camps, she was still curious about this emperor who was so young but so ambitious. She said instantly, Speak. The eunuch whispered. On the way back, the slave ran into the eunuch who served His Majesty today. And I heard that the eunuch got the news from His Majesty's own mouth that His Majesty doesn't like a bland harem, and that His Majesty prefers palace battles. After the other chosen ladies learned of this, they seemed to have discussed it and were prepared to stage a palace fight on the surface to make His Majesty happy, and then maintain the sisterly relationship on the dark side. And if slave's expectation is not wrong, someone will soon come to notify you, the chosen lady, as well. The emperor likes to watch palace fights. What kind of fetish is this? Ji Ning was taken aback for a moment. Could this be that no one is perfect? The emperor was young, but he was ambitious, had the heart to open up new territories, and even more so, he had the posture of an emperor for the ages. You could say it's near perfect. No one is perfect. So the emperor likes to see court battles. It was a real eye-opener for her. I didn't realize the emperor actually liked this. Well, I know. And if any of the other chosen servants come to notify you, just tell them I already know. Ji Ning nodded. Since these harem consorts wanted to cooperate with the emperor so much, then she certainly didn't mind cooperating together. Yes, the eunuch responded. In the meantime, inside the chancellor's residence, several important ministers of the court were gathered in one hall. Chancellor Zhuge Wuming leisurely sat on the high hall, holding a feather fan and gently fanning it. Don't tell me, it's got that look to it. The purpose of the several of you coming here is to inquire about why His Majesty publicly humiliated Great Zhou in the Taiji Hall today. Right? Zhuge Wuming said slowly. Several ministers looked at each other and nodded. Zhuge Wuming narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, Not that I'm talking about you guys. If you want to follow in His Majesty's footsteps, then you have to learn to guess, or to speculate on His Majesty's intentions. Speculate on His Majesty's intentions. Several ministers looked at each other in confusion. One of them whispered, Dare I ask the Chancellor, how to speculate on His Majesty's intentions? Zhuge Wuming stood up, lightly shook his feather fan, and said, Learn to think differently. If you were an emperor, stand in the emperor's shoes, what would you do? And then combine that with what His Majesty has done, and speculate. Got it? Think differently. Several ministers were in deep thought. A frown creased his brow. After about a moment, a relatively young minister suddenly spoke up. I see, Chancellor. For example, the last time His Majesty rebuilt Chaoan City, on the surface it seemed like a millimoron. but in reality it was a desire to gather the hearts of the people and the royal power. Another example is the matter of His Majesty ordering a small soldier to take command, but in reality that small soldier Han Yu is the descendant of Han Bingxian. What we look at is the surface, but what His Majesty looks at is the root. We can only cross the surface and then speculate on His Majesty's intentions in order to come up with exactly what His Majesty wants, and then we can cooperate with His Majesty. As this minister spoke, his eyes flashed with light, as if he had had an epiphany. A few other ministers listened so much, as if they understood something. Zhuge Wuming nodded slightly and laughed. The children are teachable. He was feeling it in his heart as well. It seems that he has educated a few more good talents for His Majesty, and I believe that in the future, these courtiers will be able to learn to understand His Majesty's intentions. That minister asked again. Dare I ask the Chancellor, then what is the purpose of His Majesty's humiliation of Great Zhou this time? Forgive me for being stupidly qualified and not being able to figure this out. He couldn't figure out how he could not understand what His Majesty was doing with this move. Go back and make a good guess yourself. All you need to know is that His Majesty is laying out the world. Zhuge Wuming smiled faintly. He sat back in his chair again, and everything seemed so cloudy. A minister couldn't help but ask, will His Majesty play it off and humiliate Great Zhou that way? In case Great Zhou raises an army to attack? Zhuge Wuming glared fiercely at the man and asked, if you were the emperor, would you be so foolish, forcing Great Zhou to send out troops to violate the country to the death? It's all been said that you have to learn to think differently. Do you guys understand or not? The minister touched his head in embarrassment. The other ministers were also confused. They were too embarrassed to ask anymore, and they embarrassed themselves by asking all the time. They froze and couldn't figure out things that people obviously could understand. Zhuge Wuming said in a serious tone, Your Majesty's move is intended to. He was just about to elaborate. It's not finished yet. An underling outside gently knocked on the door. Master, there's news from inside the palace. News from the palace? Zhuge Wuming waved his hand and said, Speak, the subordinate said in a loud voice. There is news from the palace that His Majesty rewarded the Emperor of Great Zhou with silver, armor, and horses. He said a bunch of stuff in a row. Several ministers were dumbfounded and looked at the Chancellor in unison. Zhuge Wuming coughed a few times and said, His Majesty has his own deep meaning. You have to know that His Majesty cannot give supplies to Great Zhou. His Majesty's move. There must be a deep meaning. You have to think. To the root. He racked his brain as he realized that His Majesty's intentions were getting harder and harder to guess. Great Zhou Empire. Inside the palace, Emperor Jiwu of the Great Zhou looked at a sealed zhangfu in front of him with a grave expression. Many beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. The recent events of the Great Week had left him feeling burnt out. After he ordered the whole city to be rebuilt, instead of having any people's hearts turn toward him, he made the people resent him even more. According to his understanding, some corrupt officials, after embezzling silver, forced the people to pay for the materials and renovate their houses themselves in order to give him an explanation. If not refurbished, considered a rebellion. In this case, the people were almost driven to desperation. It just so happens that in a city outside the capital of the Great Zhou, there is actually a rebellion of the people. The appearance of the rebel army attracted countless people to join them, and the rebel army attacked fiercely, causing several cities to fall. Even the capital city almost fell during the last battle, because the people of the capital city were all united in opening the gates of the city and letting the rebels in. Had it not been for the timely return of a legion guarding the north to protect him, he might have lost his head by now. The Northern Legion then pacified the rebels. Although the counter-army was pacified, the national power of the Great Zhou also began to decline wildly. What caused Jiwu the most headache was that the Northern Legion had caused other countries to start invading the Great Zhou because they had come down to gallop to their aid. Now that the war was raging, all kinds of resources were beginning to show a trend of being in short supply. So he couldn't help but feel burnt out. Your Majesty, the emissary we sent to Datong has returned. A eunuch entered the palace and whispered, Back, let him in. The Emperor of the Great Zhou wiped the sweat off his forehead, put the Xingzhua down, and panted. He could only hope that Datong would not strike at this time. If that ambitious and extremely discerning Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty had made a move, he really wasn't sure he could hold on to Great Zhou. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch left the temple. After a while, the Great Zhou emissary was brought into the palace. The moment the Great Zhou emissary saw Emperor Jiwu, he knelt down in fear and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. It was impossible for him not to be terrified. The Great Tang Emperor actually rewarded their majesties, and the imperial decree is still in his hand. He is afraid that he will be poked to death by the Emperor with a sword if he takes it out. What happened on this trip to the Great Tang? Tell us in detail. Ji Wu exhaled and waved his hand. The Great Zhou emissary hesitated and told the Emperor everything that had happened in Datong. This includes the public humiliation of Ji Woo by the Emperor of the Great Tang. Originally, the Great Zhou emissary thought that the Emperor would feel angry after hearing this. I didn't expect the Emperor Ji Woo to have a bland face and not be the least bit moved by anger. And indeed it is. Instead of any anger, Ji Woo had a burst of celebration. Is the Emperor of the Great Tang feeling angry because he had seen through the Emperor of the Great Tang's layout? The Emperor of the Great Tang was infuriated and humiliated him in public. Is that all? Ji Woo said with a smirk. Seeing the Emperor's smile, the Great Zhou messenger froze for a moment and immediately said, "The Emperor of Great Tang has also sent an imperial decree. And in addition the princess is also sending a letter back." "A decree? A letter?" Did Ji Woo raised his eyebrows slightly and raised his hand. "Why don't you show me the princess's letter first?" He was still very attached to this princess, because this princess is so smart, thanks to being a daughter. If he were a man, it's still a toss-up whether this throne would be his or not. The Great Zhou emissary took out a letter from his waist. Ji Woo opened the letter and watched it carefully. When he finished reading it, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the Emperor of the Great Tang really wanted to invade the Great Zhou. It was just that the division had no name. It was fortunate that he had sensed it, or else Great Zhou would truly be at its end. If he had only felt that there was a 99% chance that his earlier guesses were true. He was 100% sure after reading this letter. I think the Great Tang Emperor next. In a short period of time, it should not be able to rise against Great Zhou. Ji Woo's hanging heart finally relaxed as he waved his hand and said, "Read to me again the imperial decree given to me by the Emperor of the Great Tang." Reading from a holy book, the expression on the face of the Great Zhou messenger was wonderful. Wanting to die. If this was read out, he still had a dog's life in him? "Your Majesty, this imperial decree is not very good. Why don't we not read it?" His voice trembled. "The content isn't very good." Did the Great Tang Emperor humiliate him? Ji Woo, however, shook his head and said, "Don't worry, no matter what the content is, I forgive you." He didn't have any anger in him. Instead there's a light comfort. To be abused by such an eloquent emperor, that is also a proof of his strength. When the Great Zhou messenger heard this, he could only grit his teeth, take out the holy decree and open it. Looking at the content on it, and said in a trembling voice, "In the calendar year of the city Virtue, the emperor's edict says." He had just finished reading the sentence as if his entire body had been dislodged, and he could not read it no matter what. Seeing this, Ji Woo frowned slightly and chided, "Rubbish, bring the imperial decree over. I would like to see what is written that makes you so afraid to read it." The Great Zhou emissary was like an amnesty and hurriedly handed the imperial decree to the emperor. Ji Woo opened the holy decree and watched it. After reading it, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. The contents of the imperial decree are translated over the text of the Great Zhou. The meaning is almost the same as saying that he is a loser or something. This is not the key. Let him feel shocked. The Emperor of the Great Tang dynasty actually sent 10 million taels of silver, armor, horses, grain and grass and countless other things in the name of reward. Was this the Great Tang Emperor sensing his Great Zhou's situation and using the name of reward to suppress the 100 officials and forcefully give him Great Zhou's aid? Imperial brother of the Great Tang, taking great pains. Ji Woo's eyes were red as warmth crossed his heart. The most unforgiving imperial family. He sat on the throne of the emperor and was destined to live a life of ruthlessness. For example, in his current situation, the ministers who are willing to help him, all of them have their heads bowed, and not a single fart idea popped up. In this case, it was the Emperor of the Great Tang, on the contrary, who actually gave him assistance. Perhaps the emperor knows best. "Your Majesty, this was given to you privately by the Emperor of the Great Tang, and I was sent with instructions to show it only to you." The Great Zhou emissary gritted his teeth and took out another letter. Ji Woo opened the letter and viewed it. Inside the letter was a map that depicted military deployments across the Great Tang. "Big Tang Imperial Brother is worried that I will not be able to defeat the enemy, and when the time comes, I can rely on this map and escape into the Great Tang, avoiding the major military deployment sites, and live a good life." Great Tang Imperial Brother. Really? A thought flashed inside Ji Woo. He didn't expect that this eloquent imperial brother of the Great Tang would be so concerned about him. Could it be that it was not because he saw through the layout of D Tang's imperial brother? The Great Tang imperial brother thought he was smart, and heroes cherish heroes, so he couldn't bear to see him possibly perish in the future, and left this map behind. Emperor Ji Woo of the Great Zhou held this map and was moved inwardly, but he also had another doubt in his mind. The Great Tang Emperor directly gave him all the military deployment maps. Was he not afraid that he would attack the other side? The thought only just surfaced for him and disappeared. With a heart and means like that of the imperial brother of the Great Tang, who dared to give him such a map? Could it be that he would not have thought of such a possibility? It was assumed that firstly, he trusted him and the heroes cherished the heroes, and secondly, he had already laid out his backhand, and once he dared to make any moves, he would definitely cause a counterattack from his imperial brother in the Great Tang Dynasty. The Tang imperial brother, this is what you think too much. Although my Ji-Wu's talent is not as good as yours, but I am also a person who knows how to return favors. Ji-Wu smiled and shook his head as he suddenly spoke. Pass on my decree and set up a rule that from now on, as long as the Ji royal family is in control of the Great Zhou Empire for one day, Great Zhou shall not allow its soldiers to commit half a step against the borders of Great Tang. Establish this rule into the ancestral training, and also let the future Great Zhou royal family know about it. A thought flashed silently through his mind. Don't worry, Imperial Brother Detang, my Great Zhou will never be an ungrateful person. If one day, a later generation of emperors of my Great Zhou violates this rule, then my Great Zhou royal family will be completely extinguished in history. The eunuch at the side froze for a moment at his words, then nodded and said, At your majesty's will. Ji-Wu nodded his head and waved his hand. Alright, you go down. And by the way, replenish the supply sent by my imperial brother from the Great Tang into the treasury to support the front line. Yes, the eunuch nodded and slowly retreated. Wait until the eunuch leaves. Ji-Wu Tsai looked at the Great Zhou emissary, his eyes flashing a different kind of light, and asked, How have you done with the things I asked you to do in Detang? The Great Zhou emissary took out a small book from his sleeve and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, this is what I collected in Great Tang, a biography of the Great Tang Emperor written by a storyteller himself, and I have ordered it to be changed into Great Zhou script. Well done, Ji-Wu complimented, then hurriedly stood up from his chair, walked to the Great Zhou messenger, took the small book, opened it and watched it, but at that look, he immediately felt black lines rising from his head. The three-headed, six-armed Heavenly General Han Yu was in command before the Great Tang Emperor's eastern campaign. In front of the Skyhawk Pass, Han Yu slammed headfirst into the switch gate. Chaoan City, West City, North Gate Street, the third stall, selling General Han's portrait, sticking it in front of the door. Can avoid evil, only 9 yuan. Ji-Wu felt that his intelligence had been insulted. What he wanted was to observe and imitate the tactics of the Great Tang Emperor. This book is as good as a fucking myth. In the meantime, Li Chang was sitting leisurely on a chair, soaking up the sun. An earlier settlement of the country's power had undoubtedly increased the power of the Great Tang country by another 10 points, and his life expectancy had also increased by 10 years. But none of that mattered to him anymore. As long as Great Zhou sends troops to attack, no matter what, he'll be able to withhold his life expectancy for the rest of his life. I also don't know when that royal brother of Great Zhou will send out his troops to attack Great Tang. Li Chang sat in his chair, his mind pondering. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Outside, Eunuch Su suddenly walked up. Could it be that Great Zhou has sent troops? Li Chang's eyes instantly glowed as he stood up and asked, How is it over at the border? Eunuch Su froze, shook his head vigorously, and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty, my Great Tang's heavenly authority is vast. With Your Majesty here, who would dare to violate the border half a step? As soon as Li Chang heard this, his entire body lost energy and sat back in his chair again, his face expressionless. Eunuch Su looked at the emperor strangely. Why did the emperor hear that the border was clear? Would feel disappointed? Could it be that, as others have said, His Majesty is determined to be the emperor of the ages, and that his heart to open up new territories is again unable to hold back, want to continue to increase the territory of the Great Tang? He thought to himself. Li Chang didn't notice Eunuch Su's expression, and after sighing for a while, he inquired, What is it that you've come for? Only then did Eunuch Su return to his senses and said, The Empress Dowager wants to invite Your Majesty to make a trip. Is Your Majesty going to go and take a look? Or have you declined? Empress Dowager, what's up again? Li Chang raised his eyebrows and said, Let's go take a look then. Idle as he was, he wanted to see what this cheap mother wanted. It's not like they're putting people in the harem again, is it? Yes. Swing by Yangon Palace. Eunuch Su immediately shouted at the top of his voice. The soldiers of the surrounding feathered forest army quickly gathered and converged into 2 groups, escorting the emperor. Li Chang leisurely stood up and walked in the direction of Yangon Palace. Inside the Yangon Palace, noble consort Lin Xingyi was helping the Empress Dowager with her back, acting meekly. Well. Morning House has sent someone to inform the emperor. Later the emperor came. Morning House will properly talk to him, but it is you, also good-looking. How did not grasp to get the emperor's favor? The Empress Dowager raised her hand and said softly. Lin Xingyi knitted her agaric nose and hummed. Auntie, His Majesty hasn't been to the harem all this time, so even if I'm powerful, I won't get favor. The Empress Dowager shook her head and said, In the end, it's because you don't have that strength. If it's the same as when I was in mourning, how could the emperor not be moved? Lin Xingyi's expression was a bit strange. If others didn't know, could she not know, Empress Dowager, this position? More go up. Go to the Emperor Hung. have almost not forgotten this consort, and then the Emperor Li Cheng succeeded to the throne, only to become the Empress Dowager, but she didn't dare to say it, and on the surface she still said, "Auntie is right." The Empress Dowager nodded slightly and said, "Remember, if the mourner persuades the Emperor to favor you, and you gain power, you must not get a palace fight or anything. The mourner has once seen it, and does not want to see it again." "Auntie, I know." Lin Qingyi bowed her head and said. The Empress Dowager nodded her head again and said, "I see. Then you should go down. When the Emperor comes, it won't be good to see you." "Well then, Auntie, I'll be off." Only after Lin Qingyi finished speaking did she leave. Shortly after Lin Qingyi left, Li Cheng arrived. "The Emperor is here." The Emperor's descent was much more grandiose. The eunuch outside the temple shouted. Soldiers of the Feathered Forest Army guarded the entire palace, and several masters walked inside with the Emperor. Keeping close guard outside the door, Li Cheng stepped into the hall. "Emperor, coming? Sit down." The Empress Dowager looked up at this imperial son of hers and said. Li Cheng sat down on the chair and smiled naturally. "Mother, why do you suddenly have the heart to call me over?" His nose twitched gently. "You can smell a faint scent lingering in the air. This scent is a far cry from the sandalwood of the Yangon Palace. Have other concubines come to the Empress, competing for favor?" "Is it that Lin Xiaoyi?" the Empress Dowager softly said. "I heard that the Emperor has not been to the harem at all. Does the Emperor not want to give birth to an heir quickly? The late Emperor in the Emperor you this age when has long had heir." Li Cheng sniffed and narrowed his eyes. "Sure enough, is the harem finally kicking off? But he's more excited for Big Chow to fight his way in then." Li Cheng thought and opened his mouth to ask. "I understand all of Mother's meaning. I will go to the harem more often from today." The Empress Dowager nodded her head and revealed a smile, saying, "It's good that you can think straight, Emperor, but after all, noble consort Lin is a noble consort and is currently considered to be in the highest position in the harem. So if the Emperor wants to be favored, it's best if he favors her first." Sure enough, it was Lin Qingyi who came. Li Cheng's eyes flashed with realization. On the surface, he did not move and smiled. "Mother, I have my own measure. If there is nothing, then I will leave first. After all, the state affairs are busy. When I am free, I will come back to visit the mother." The Empress Dowager naturally couldn't say anything and could only nod her head in agreement. Witness the Emperor leaving the Yangon Palace. She was slightly out of breath. "I didn't realize that the Emperor would actually change so much." The Empress Dowager felt it very keenly. The recent changes in the courtroom, and the changes in the Emperor. Originally she used to, her own imperial son's life, will be like the first Emperor, dim and inactive on the past life. Did not expect her own imperial son will happen so big change. Gathering the hearts and minds of the people. Gathering royal power. The Eastern expedition opened the frontier, forcing Great Zhou to marry the princess. Every single one of these things was something she couldn't even imagine. Perhaps this is the true face of the Emperor. The Empress Dowager was quite pleased. She was also proud to have such an eloquent imperial son. Walking on the way back to the chambers, Li Cheng narrowed his eyes, suddenly stopped his steps, looked at Eunuch Su who was following beside him, and said, "Go and inform. At night, I will go to Princess Dizhou's side." Eunuch Su froze for a moment and asked, "Your Majesty, don't you want to go to noble consort Lin first? After all, the status is there. Lin Qingyi is a noble consort. If it is according to the rules, if she favors first, it must be noble consort Lin, right? Where I go first is not yet in your hands. Do your part." Li Cheng glared at Eunuch Su, somewhat annoyed. This Eunuch Su is drifting more and more. That little eunuch is still good at telling the truth. "Yes, Your Majesty. The old slave will take care of everything," Eunuch Su said in a hurry. Li Cheng nodded and continued to walk forward. Thoughts kept flashing inside him. Favoring Ji Ning first is certainly not without reason. Lin Qingyi, this woman, had a heavy heart at first glance. If the one she favored first was Ji Ning, then Lin Qingyi's face would definitely not look good. The Emperor bypassed the noble consort and favored a chosen servant first, which is not clearly hitting the noble consort's face. But Lin Qingyi, the noble consort, couldn't help herself, so she could only go after Ji Ning. At that time, Ji Ning got the favor of him as the Emperor and pulled in a group of chosen servants, and Lin Qingyi backed up the Empress Dowager and pulled in a group of chosen servants. It's a proper court battle. The news that the Emperor would be entering the harem, intending to head over to the Ji Ning side, had also spread for some unknown reason. Countless elective services are chagrined. I'm annoyed that all the work I've been doing all these days has been for nothing. But more than that, it was shock. They all knew of the existence of Lin Qingyi, the noble consort, and they also knew that the Emperor had not favored a noble consort. Now he actually bypassed the noble consort and wanted to favor a servant? Even if that servant was a princess of Great Zhou, this was enough to shock them. Ziwen Palace. This was the residence of the noble consort Lin Qingyi. At this moment, Lin Qingyi was sitting on top of something similar to a swing. Her gaze was also slightly dimmed. A slave girl next to her couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, aren't you in a hurry? His Majesty has bypassed you and wants to directly favor a chosen servant." Anxious, Lin Qingyi shook her head and said, "What's the rush? That chosen servant is a princess of Great Zhou." The slave girl angrily said, "But Your Highness, you are the noble consort. That what princess, even if she comes, is just a chosen servant? By what right can she surpass the Empress and get His Majesty's favor first?" Lin Qingyi took a deep breath and said, "You don't understand. What the Princess of Great Zhou represents is the face of Great Zhou. His Majesty's choice to favor the Princess of Great Zhou first is also a signal released to Great Zhou. Maybe His Majesty wants to unite with Great Zhou is not allowed to say. If you can contribute to Your Majesty's great event, bypassing this palace to favor the Princess of Zhou first, what is wrong with that? This palace is willing to be mocked, as long as Your Majesty's great event can be accomplished." Her voice was soft, but there was a righteousness in her words that smacked of give up your life for others. After hearing this, the slave girl immediately knelt down. "Your Highness is highly righteous." It was the slave girl who misjudged the Empress before. "Oh, wrong about this palace?" Lin Qingyi suddenly said with interest. "Then what do you think this palace is like?" "Mama." The slave girl wanted to say something, but didn't dare to say it. "Speak, and the palace forgives you." Lin Qingyi's beautiful eyes smiled like a crescent moon. Only then did the slave girl dare to say, "Originally, the slave girl thought that you, Your Highness, would be someone who likes to compete for favors and play all kinds of tricks, because the slave girl felt that you, Your Highness, are too smart." Lin Qingyi shook her head and laughed softly. "This you don't understand. This palace is smart. But who says that being smart means you have to play around with palace fights? Cleverness can be put in many places, such as tidying up the harem and preventing palace fights from actually happening. Your Majesty thought that you also knew the wisdom of this palace in the beginning. This palace vaguely remembers that when Your Majesty and this palace first met in the beginning, Your Majesty had that kind of eyes, like he saw through this palace, and from that time on, this palace was sure that Your Majesty was aware of the wisdom of this palace. Perhaps this time, it is His Majesty's silent signal to this palace, wanting it to focus on the greater good." The more she spoke, the more frightened she became inside. Originally she could not think of so much, but it was only when the slave girl asked her questions that she thought of it. "So it is. Is this what Your Majesty wants?" That slave girl was also bluffed by these remarks and hurriedly knelt down. "Your Highness." It was the slave girl who didn't think so much earlier and blurted out nonsense. "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Lin Qingyi waved her hand and said, "You're not guilty, and this palace would like to thank you more for asking questions." "Thank you, Mistress, thank you, Your Highness." The slave girl kept kowtowing. Lin Qingyi picked up the slave girl, frowned and said, "This palace has said, forgive you for not being guilty. There is no need to be like this. If you knocked your head, this palace will have to ask the imperial physician to come over. Then it is a waste of silver again. This palace is now both for the harem as the only one of the noble consort. Naturally, we have to be the first one to lead, for His Majesty to save the consumption of the national treasury," the slave girl said in a loud voice. "Your Highness." Lin Qingyi laughed and scolded. "All right, stop kissing ass. Go inside and bring out the 4 treasures of literature for this palace. Since His Majesty is handing over the harem to this palace to take care of, then this palace can't let down His Majesty's expectations. It's time to fix up those chosen attendants." "Yes, Mistress." The slave girl returned the word and hurriedly ran into the temple to get something. Lin Qingyi stood in place, willow eyebrows knitted. Seems to be thinking about what to do next. The sun sets in the west and the curved moon rises in the east. Night crept in. As promised, Li Chang arrived at the Jingyue Palace where Princess Jining of Great Zhou was located. Just as he arrived, he saw, standing outside the palace maid eunuchs. It was thought that the news had already reached here, so these palace maids and eunuchs were not surprised at his arrival. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The palace maids and eunuchs all saluted. Li Chang just waved his hand and strutted inside Jingyue Palace. Eunuch Su and other personal eunuchs and guards no longer followed, but replaced those palace eunuchs and continued to guard the emperor's safety. Li Chang walked inside the Jingyue Palace, and in his line of sight, a woman wearing a white dress sat quietly at a table, her hands grasping the corners of her skirt. Looking anxious, he looked amused for a moment. Just this woman dared to face him straight in front of the civil and military officials. "I can't believe I'm so rushed now." His striding in naturally allowed Ji Ning to see him. Ji Ning hurriedly stood up, saluted, and said in a not-so-standard Great Tang language, "Your Majesty, your concubine, be excused. Sit down. There's no need to be so formal." Li Cheng naturally sat next to where Ji Ning had just sat. "Your Majesty can just sit. I'll just stand." Ji Ning whispered, her tone still a bit uncomfortable. It's not the same as meeting all the big names. This kind of childish thing would have been a first, and she couldn't help but be nervous. If you like to stand, then stand, Li Chang said, slightly raising his head to supervise Ji Ning. The glance brought him to an abrupt end before he could finish his sentence. It was the first time he had seen Ji Ning's face. Earlier, when he was in the Taiji Hall, there was a light veil covering his face, so he couldn't see it, but he just felt that the other party's voice was very nice. It was only now that he was meeting Ji Ning for the first time. He was immediately stunned by the other's appearance. How should I describe it? He couldn't think of any words to describe it. If Lin Qingyi was a first-class beauty, then Ji Ning was a true peerless beauty. Li Cheng hastily shook his head, eliminating the many thoughts and returning to his senses. What happened to His Majesty? Ji Ning asked softly. Li Cheng raised his hand and said, no problem. Have you had your evening meal yet? Ji Ning froze for a moment at his words, not expecting the emperor's topic to change so quickly, and shook her head as she replied, not yet. Why don't you have dinner at this hour? What kind of behavior is this? Let someone prepare the evening meal. I will accompany you to have the evening meal together. Li Chang raised his eyebrows and said to the outside, Eunuch Su, order the imperial catering room, prepare the evening meal and send it to Jingyue Palace. Yes, Your Majesty. Outside the door, Eunuch Su hurriedly responded, Your Majesty, there's no need to go to all this trouble. Ji Ning tried to refuse in a row. Li Chang, however, said faintly, listen to me, Your Majesty. Ji Ning also had nothing to say and stood quietly. Li Chang didn't speak again. When the emperor didn't speak, Ji Ning naturally didn't speak again. The hall was plunged into an eerie atmosphere. Very quiet. Li Chang looked at Ji Ning's face from time to time. Well, he just wants to cause a palace fight. Never crave Ji Ning's body. Nope. If he didn't crave Ji Ning's body, wouldn't he be the same as Eunuch Su? He is both wanting to cause a palace fight and craving Ji Ning's body. Nice. That's it. Li Chang groped blindly in his own mind. Ji Ning of course also noticed Li Chang's gaze, and her heart, which had been slightly constricted, became somewhat relaxed. It was she who thought this emperor was too majestic and holy. It seemed that this majestic emperor was similar to her when it came to his children's love. Otherwise why would he keep peeking at her? Your Majesty, the evening meal is ready. Eunuch Su's voice came from outside, slightly easing the awkwardness of the scene. Let's go. I'll accompany you for the evening meal, Li Chang said softly. Ji Ning nodded her head and said something like kowtowing to His Majesty again. Li Chang accompanied Ji Ning to the side hall to have the evening meal, after which he returned to the main hall. It goes without saying what comes next. Eunuch Su and the others also skillfully stepped back a distance. There was no prying into the springtime inside the palace. Tonight's night is destined to have many colors. 3 o'clock in the morning. Li Chang was still sleeping with his arm around Ji Ning. Eunuch Su's voice suddenly came from outside. His tone was very light, and he didn't know that he was afraid of waking anyone up. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Li Chang frowned slightly, opened his eyes, glanced at Ji Ning who was still sleeping, did not move and got up, put on all his clothes before opening the door and walking out. When Eunuch Su saw the emperor come out, he hurriedly bowed his head and said, See Your Majesty. Li Chang's face was a little gloomy, said, Eunuch Su, if you do not say a so, I want to try you today. This duck quacking can quack how loud? Eunuch Su was a bit confused and said, Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Today is the morning court. Morning. Li Chang immediately felt a headache and looked up at the still dark sky. The morning court is so troublesome. You have to get up early, and then continue to discuss state affairs with the ministers until nearly noon. Still, he had to go. Only by going to the morning court could he learn the news from all over the Great Tang, so that he could designate a plan to defeat the country and carry out the defeat. Relying on Big Chow, he still didn't know when that turtle imperial brother of Great Zhou would actually send troops to attack Great Tang. Perhaps some other day we can try not going to court, and let my good comrade in arms from the Great Tang lead the court, with a court full of traitors. It might be easier to defeat the country without going to court. Li Chang secretly pondered and slightly nodded. He could try it some other day. The Great Tang good comrade Zhuge Wuming. That's the bloodsucker of the Great Tang. If this guy takes the lead and leads the group of ministers in corruption, he might lose the country even faster. He doesn't go to court, he doesn't show up, and it's best to make it look like he's obsessed with the harem, so as to minimize the deterrent effect and make it easier for these treacherous ministers to be corrupt. Nice. You can try it next time. Li Chang's eyes lit up. The words were said. Today's morning court still needs to be visited first. He waved his hand and said, Get ready, go to court. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Su nodded in response. The fifth night. The palace gates were wide open, and the courtiers entered the palace very punctually, ready for the morning court. Everything is nothing different. After all, These courtiers had all been to the morning court, so naturally they would not make any mistakes. Inside the hall of containing heaven, the civil and military officials were divided into 2 rows, kneeling 3 times and bowing 9 times to the court. Long live the emperor! Deafening sounds rang in Li Chang's ears. Be excused. Li Chang waved his hand and told the civil and military officials to calm down. The next step is for the civil and military officials to enlighten him, and he just listens. As usual, it took only a slight effort on the part of the emperor to hear if there was any news of the defeated country. Just listened all morning and froze without a single message from the defeated country. Well, one of the biggest losers of the country is a natural disaster in a certain area that requires silver funding. Just as he was about to retire from the court, a piece of news finally interested Li Chang slightly. Li Chang looked at a minister below him. It's the Minister of Rights, Liao Yun, an old man in his 40s. The Minister of Rights made a bow and said, Your Majesty, I have a report to present. Granted. Li Chang waved his hand and said casually. Liao Yun immediately arched his hand and said, Your Majesty, according to the process, there are still a few days to go before the annual sacrifice. This year's sacrifice, will Your Majesty personally preside over it, or will the ministers take over? Sacrifice, in the Great Tang Empire. It is also considered a more formal ceremony, which needs to be held at least once a year, with the emperor making offerings to heaven and earth, praying for favorable winds and rains this year, and no disasters. However, due to the time of the late emperor, there was no interest in taking care of the rituals, so then there was a method of performing the sacrifice by the vassal instead. The Minister of Rights didn't know what the emperor would choose, so he could only look at the emperor with bated breath and wait for an answer. Li Chang stroked his chin, frowned slightly in thought, and asked, I ask you, what would happen if the sacrifice was not held? Sacrifices and whatnot, as he remembers them, it's a pain in the ass, too many ceremonies and stuff, and a down is a day. If it must be held, he can only choose to let this minister to organize it. Also good to embezzle 1 or 2, consume the Great Tang treasury. The Minister of Rights said without thinking, Your Majesty, if we don't hold the sacrifice, not to mention the wrath of the heavens, the people of the world are afraid that they will blame Your Majesty, and the people's heart will be lost. And if there is any natural disaster at that time, then the people of the world, won't all of them blame it on Your Majesty's head? Even if Your Majesty doesn't want to attend, then the ministers and others could have conducted the festival instead. He made a gesture with his hands and spoke sincerely. Li Chang, however, didn't care about this at all. His eyes lit up when he heard the words people of the world. He asked, You say that not holding the sacrifice will lead to a loss of popularity among the people of the world? The Minister of Rights also couldn't hear the emperor's stringed meaning and nodded his head. Yes, Your Majesty, the sacrifice is a first-class event, and if it leads to public discontent, it won't be a good idea. The people's grudge, it's good to stir up public discontent. This is something that can make the entire Great Tang world drop its people's hearts and minds. Cannot be found. Li Chang narrowed his eyes and said, Well, the people of the world. Then pass my order. This year's sacrifice is cancelled. The Minister of Rights, who had not yet reacted, made a bow and said, I respectfully comply with Your Majesties. His words came to a screeching halt, and he stared at them with wide eyes, somewhat unable to react. What the emperor just said. The festival was cancelled this year. Is this the same emperor who knew the cost of the sacrifice's cancellation and then still insisted on it? Please think twice. Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights kneeled down and kowtowed, shouting. He just kneeled down, found that none of those colleagues around him had moved, and his heart was depressed. In the past, shouldn't all the civil and military officials come out to advise His Majesty to think twice? He lowered his head to look at the civil and military officials next to him, finding the civil and military officials each looking at each other, all frowning as if thinking about something. Not a single person stepped forward to accompany him to dissuade the emperor. Ritualist? You're selling me? Li Chang looked at the Minister of Rights who was kneeling on the ground, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, My will has been decided. There is no need for more words. He was too lazy to say anything more to this head-twitching Minister of Rights. Isn't it just that the sacrifice is cancelled and you embezzle less silver? As for shouting so loudly to stop him, he turned his head to look at Eunuch Su. It's time to get off the court. Eunuch Su nodded, understanding the emperor's meaning, and shouted at the top of his lungs, Retreat! This morning court was a bit long, but Li Chang was quite satisfied. Cancel this year's festival. The people of the world will chastise him. The people's hearts are lowered. Nice work. The Chancellor's residence. Those few ministers who had been tempered by Zhuge Wuming came here unannounced. Zhuge Wuming sat on a chair in the lobby and asked with a faint smile. This Prime Minister watched the civil and military officials thinking this morning. Have you taught the civil and military officials what this Prime Minister has taught you? Several ministers looked at each other. One of them stepped out and gritted his teeth. Chancellor, I think this kind should be taught to the civil and military officials, so that all of them can understand His Majesty's meaning, so as not to form a blockage for His Majesty every day. And if the Chancellor thinks that there is something wrong, I am willing to suffer. Sure enough, he felt something was wrong when he saw so many civil and military officials pondering in the morning. Zhuge Wuming shook his head and laughed, poured himself a cup of tea and said as he drank, "What's so strange about this? It's just that this Prime Minister is curious as to why the Ministry of Rights, on the side of the Minister Liao Xingshu, doesn't understand anything." This statement was made. The people on the field were all a bit embarrassed. One of the ministers coughed a few times and said, "Liao Xingshu is too stubborn and focuses on etiquette every day, so I don't really want to go. And, since I thought a few of you would be there, I didn't go." A few others were wide-eyed. "I thought one of you would be there. Old Chen, aren't you and Xingshu Liao quite familiar with each other? Why didn't you go? I thought you would go." "Ahem. I'm mixing with Liao Xingshu. I'm just afraid that he'll chatter about my etiquette or something. Mix it up a bit and he'll be too embarrassed to say anything about me." Well, after all that, no one went to. Zhuge Wuming was also crying and laughing as he watched the conversation between these people, not expecting it to be so dramatic. Alright, the matter of Xingshu Liao, let's delay it for a while, but rather, His Majesty's decision this time is a great challenge for us. You should have guessed His Majesty's meaning, right? He said in a tone that became a bit grave. Several ministers looked at each other. One of the younger ministers said, "I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm guessing correctly, so I'd appreciate the Chancellor's advice. I have a feeling that by cancelling the sacrifice, His Majesty is trying to take a shot at those generals in the whole world who control the military power of various places. Over the years, these generals have been listening to the tone but not the announcement, and are also a thorn in His Majesty's heart. Now that we have freed up our hands, we naturally have to take a shot at those generals. And cancelling the sacrifices is to want the hearts of the people of the world to be lowered so that those generals' ambitions will be exposed and they will do something out of the ordinary so that His Majesty will have a reason to clean up after them." This courtier spoke with great arrogance, as if he was proud of his ability to surmise His Majesty's meaning. Zhuge Wuming's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded in relief, saying, "It's really true that the blue is better than the blue, and what you guessed is correct. His Majesty is bound to think this way, so the next step is a bit of a big task for us." Several ministers' faces also showed their gravity. These generals have been on the road for years and have long since developed ambitions, and this time when His Majesty is going to make a move, it's bound to cause some backlash. Those of them who are subjects naturally have to share a bit of the burden for His Majesty. A minister inquired, "Dare I ask the Chancellor, now that His Majesty hasn't said anything yet, isn't it not good if we make a move?" Zhuge Wuming stood up, narrowed his eyes, and said, "You're still thinking too rigidly. If it's a normal situation, how could His Majesty not have ordered it? There is no command nowadays, precisely because we want us to be free to play, and also to consider how far we can really go." Several ministers were looking at Zhuge Wuming with admiration. Sure enough, ginger is still hot. Chancellor Zhuge is Chancellor Zhuge, the one who knows His Majesty best, bar none. Guangzhou. This area covered more than 20 cities. The land was fertile and abundant in grain, and was known as the breadbasket of the nation. Especially recently, under the leadership of a mysterious man, many novel methods of farming have been developed, and it is easier than before, not to mention that the yield of food has become higher. Countless people were grateful to this mysterious man, and because they did not know the name of this mysterious man, the local people called him the God of Rice. Sometimes the people, in their excitement over the bounty of their fields, would shout blessing of the God of Rice. This shows how high the prestige of the God of Rice is in the hearts of the people of Guangzhou. What the people don't know is that this mysterious rice god is the same Huang Pei who was condemned by the emperor to go home and retire. At this moment, inside a certain city in the Guangzhou region, there is a mansion. Huang Pei was sitting in the lobby, holding a letter sent by Zhuge Wuming. "Your Majesty is truly a wise ruler of the ages." Huang Pei watched with a burst of satisfaction, proud of himself that the emperor he served was so eloquent. "This Your Majesty, truly, is a man of no consequence. From the beginning of his ascension to the throne, there has been no action, causing the civil and military officials to despair a little. I didn't realize that when His Majesty was ready, there was a lot of action. First, the whole city was built to collect the people and gather the royal power. Again, the wise man was able to win a great victory in the Eastern campaign. Then again, kick out all of those real traitors one by one. Later on, it was even so shocking that Great Zhou did not dare to move, and sent the princess in order to seek peace between the two countries. Today, is it finally time to take on the various regions of the world? I'm afraid that His Majesty's previous selection to the world was a test for those generals, right? Now that it's going to be formalized, There's no telling how many people will step down. Huang Pei took the letter back, looked in the direction of Chaoan City, rose and bowed. If the Lord is so, I have no regrets even though I die. Only after a curtsy did he resume his chair, eyes on the letter in his hand. As much as he wanted to help share His Majesty's worries, he couldn't move at all right now. He is in the Guangzhou region to develop this breadbasket of the nation on behalf of His Majesty. And once His Majesty needs it, then he will pour out the entire Guangzhou region to help His Majesty. No, that General Qin of our Guangzhou region is not a counter-admiral. If His Majesty mistakenly thought him to be a counter-admiral and accepted him altogether, would it not be an injustice? Huang Pei said with a frown. The Generalissimo of Guangzhou, Qin Mo. This could not be considered an ambitious general, but rather a general for the people, who has maintained law and order in the Guangzhou region. When Huang Peichu came to the Guangzhou area, although there was a prime minister's warrant, but still thanks to the other party's help, he was able to make a big difference. No, we can't sit back and watch General Qin be wrongly accused. Huang Pei frowned in thought and sent someone to summon Qin Mo, the Generalissimo of the Guangzhou region. After a while, it was only then that Qin Mo arrived at Huang Pei's residence. This Guangzhou region is a middle-aged man with slightly tanned skin and a suit of armor on his body, which looks powerful and tiger-like. Qin Mo had only just walked into the lobby and said with a big grin, "Old Huang, what's the matter again? Looking for me in such a hurry? I was just about to lead the people to exterminate the bandits in that part of the eastern mountains." Seeing this, Huang Pei didn't get up from his chair, but smiled coldly. "It's about your life. If you're impatient, you can just not listen. Lives are at stake." When Qin Mo heard this, he froze, and then his face changed dramatically, and he asked in a loud voice, "Is this something that happened over at the court? Who in the world can do anything about him as the Generalissimo of Guangzhou? Only the city of Chaoan, only that mysterious and unpredictable emperor could make him feel afraid and even threaten his life, since various things had happened. The emperor's body had long been covered in a layer of fog, and no one could see through to what the emperor's movements actually represented behind them. It is precisely this layer of fog that has made the generalissimos of every region of the world incredibly fearful. Some of the more licentious of these generals have begun to tighten their grip, just because they are afraid of the emperor." Huang Pei narrowed his eyes and said, "His Majesty cancelled the sacrifice." "Cancel the sacrifice?" Qin Mo frowned and said, "Cancelling the sacrifice? Could it be that your Majesty is not afraid of the lowering of the hearts of the people? After all, the sacrifice is a first-class event. If you can think of it, can His Majesty not think of it?" Huang Pei laughed coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that they were on good terms, he wouldn't bother mentioning this Qin Mo. Qin Mo suddenly realized, indeed, this kind of thing, people with a little bit of eyesight can see it. His Majesty himself is the existence of extremely poisonous vision. How could he not see it? Is His Majesty bored in trying to lower the people's hearts? Isn't that bullshit? Check this out. Huang Pei handed the letter to Qin Mo. Qin Mo took it and read it. His face turned pale and he hurriedly said, "Old Huang, you can save me. I am loyal to His Majesty. There's absolutely no intention to do anything against it." Huang Pei laughed, smiling wryly, and said, "Who believes this? When you chose to retain power at the time of His Majesty's ascension to the throne, in His Majesty's heart, you were afraid that you were branded as anti-generals. Now that His Majesty has freed his hands, it is only natural that he should take action against you. Moreover, whether you have any counter-intentions or not, would an emperor of great eloquence let the world see the emergence of a force capable of rebelling against him? I did hear that the Eastern Expeditionary Army stationed outside of Chaoan City drills day and night. I'm afraid that's what His Majesty secretly ordered. If you dare to make any moves, I'm afraid that the Eastern Expeditionary Army will suppress you with the swiftness of a thunderbolt." The more he listened to Qin Mo, the more scared he became. He was also secretly bitter in his heart. When he first retained power, he just felt that this emperor would be the same as the previous emperor again. Then naturally he chose to retain power after all. Who would have thought that this emperor would be so capable? Now the emperor is determined to strike. Then they have only two choices. One is a complete reversal. One is to return power to the emperor and henceforth be at his disposal. So, your choice. What is it? Huang Pei could also see this and looked at Qin Mo with a ghostly gaze. Qin Mo gritted his teeth and said, "I, Qin Mo, have never been rebellious to the very beginning and am willing to return power to His Majesty." Huang Pei sniffed and revealed a relaxed look. He was afraid that Qin Mo would not be able to think straight and would be in trouble then. Qin Mo sighed and chatted with Huang Pei for a while longer before leaving to figure out how to return power to His Majesty silently. Qin Mo was able to learn about the emperor's intent from Huang Pei. The general-in-chief of all parts of the world can naturally know this. So the general-in-chief everywhere had a complicated look on his face. Power. Reverse. Two ways. If they had rebelled, at most they would have cut off a party and would have faced the wrath of the emperor. If you surrender your power, This power that has been with them for so long, they don't want to hand it over. The Imperial Garden. Inside a pavilion, Li Chang was sitting on a stone chair, leisurely wandering around, and beside him, Ji Ning was wearing a white dress, holding a fictional biography of the Great Tang. After some kind of relationship, their relationship eased quickly. At least now, it wouldn't seem awkward for them to get along, but rather natural to stay together. Although Li Chang was in a state of delirium, he still looked at the stunningly beautiful woman beside him from time to time. Well, he just wants to act like he favors Ji Ning and cause a palace fight. It was never because Ji Ning was too good looking and craved people's bodies. If, in the recent period of time, stay in Datong. Still accustomed to it, right? Li Chang inquired casually. Ji Ning put down the fictional biography in her hand and replied with a smile. It's quite good. The customs of the Great Tang, which are somewhat similar to those of the Great Zhou, yet essentially different, feel more interesting. Li Chang nodded and said, it's fine as long as it's quite good. I was afraid that you wouldn't be used to it. There was a conversation with Ji Ning. As they chatted, Li Chang inexplicably thought of the Great Zhou Empire. How long has it been? Why hasn't the Emperor of Zhou made a move, taking his supplies for nothing and taking the map of his Datong's military strategic deployment? Is it possible that you don't even dare to make a move like this? Should I say too cautious or too stupid? He is still waiting for Great Zhou to send troops to make the power of Great Tang swish downward. Li Chang pondered for a while, but still couldn't help but ask. I am quite curious about the Emperor of Great Zhou. What kind of emperor is he? Ji Ning froze for a moment. Did not expect the emperor will ask this for no reason. Inside inexplicably feel funny. Is the emperor in surprise that her royal brother can see the emperor's own layout? So feel surprised. Only to ask, she smiled and said, don't worry, your majesty. That imperial brother of my concubine is not even 1/3 as good as your majesty. What the hell? Li Chang was in deep thought. Not even a third of him could compare, not even 1/3 of him. A man bent on defeating the country can compare with. How stupid that Great Zhou Emperor should be. But even for a pig, after getting so many supplies and enemy intelligence, and being constantly humiliated, it's time to attack in anger. What is this Great Zhou Emperor thinking? Brain buzzing now, I guess. Even if you were more cautious, you could just order a smaller army. Fear is afraid of this Great Zhou Emperor, not even move a little. Li Chang was still pondering what this Great Zhou Emperor was thinking. Not far from this pavilion of Li Chang and Ji Ning, a rather pretty-looking chosen attendant stood, looking out over the Emperor and Princess Ji Ning of Great Zhou. This chosen servant was the one who had previously replaced other showgirls in the palace and wanted to cause trouble in the harem. Mass Love looked at the Emperor and Ji Ning who were conversing. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a shadowy cold light as she secretly said, Dog Emperor, you killed my father. I'll make sure your harem's chickens and dogs are restless. Beside her, a man dressed in eunuch garb said tearlessly, Miss, what are we going to get again? He's sacrificed enough. Because he had to guard the safety of Mass Love, he willingly entered the palace to purify himself, and later bribed the palace to make him the eunuch of Mass Love. If his lordship hadn't been so good to him in life, he would never have sacrificed so much. But when he looked at Miss Mass Love's appearance, he didn't look like someone who wanted to settle down. Mass Love coldly gazed at the Emperor in the distance and said, I'm going to jump into the lake over there later. Pretending to fall into the water. You can walk away first, and when I fall into the water and cry out for help, you can shout it out loud. I want to attract the Emperor's attention. The eunuch man could only nod. Mass Love looked in the direction of the Emperor, and remembering his father, he gritted his teeth and jumped inside the nearby lake. PSSST. Just as he jumped in, Mass Love let loose with a shout. Help! Help! The eunuch man saw this and hurriedly shouted. The chosen servant has fallen into the water. Quickly comes someone. Inside the pavilion, Li Chang, of course, heard the sound and frowned slightly as he twisted his head to look over at the lake. Ji Ning also looked over there. What's going on? Li Chang directly asked Eunuch Su who was standing outside the pavilion. Your Majesty, wait a moment. Let the old slave go and ask. Eunuch Su also raised an eyebrow, wondering who was so bold as to dare disturb His Majesty. He had been gone for a while and soon returned to report to the Emperor. Your Majesty, that was a chosen servant who seems to have accidentally fallen into the water. Eunuch Su said respectfully. Pick the waiter, falling into the water when he's around for no reason. Trying to get his attention, Li Chang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Unfortunately, this kind of tactic is just too low level. Those who can use such childish tactics are afraid that their minds are not so high that they don't have to be promoted to important roles in the palace fight. You guys go take care of it. Li Chang waved his hand, pressing no intention of wanting to go over. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Su sniffed and gave a wink to a few featherwood soldiers. The few feathered soldiers looked at each other and walked towards the lake. Ji Ning looked at the departing figures of the soldiers and asked curiously, Your Majesty, Aren't you going to take a look? Li Chang, however, shook his head blandly and said, there's no need for that. Seeing this, Ji Ning smiled and said nothing more, continuing to look at the fictional biography in her hand. Li Chang didn't open his mouth again either, but continued to ponder on the strategy of losing the country. The barrier of the Emperor of the Great Zhou was the most important barrier for his defeated country. Must make the other side to send troops, and make the Great Tang lose territory, so as to significantly drop the national strength. But this turtle grandson simply do not know when to be willing to send troops to attack. After a while, the sounds by the lake also disappeared, and it seemed that they were all taken care of by Eunuch Su. About half an hour or so passed. Li Chang was still thinking about all these has-beens. Ji Ning finished the fictional biography, only to find that the Emperor was still pondering, unable to help but move slightly. Her beautiful eyes looked at the Emperor. Is this the true face of the Emperor? On the surface, it looks as if it is very relaxed and at leisure, but I am afraid that inwardly, I have been thinking about the world's affairs, laying out the world. Such a man is worthy of her. Ji Ning looked and watched. Her beautiful eyes flooded with a burst of color. It might be a good thing that she was sent to Datong. After all, most of the women of the royal family would be married off by the emperor to his subjects, to be used to draw them in, or to make marriages with other countries. Now that he was married to the Great Tang, and encountered such an eloquent emperor, it was much better than any other choice. Your Majesty, it's not good. Suddenly, Eunuch Su of the pavilion said with a slightly anxious voice. Li Chang, who was in thought, instantly returned to his senses and looked at Eunuch Su. Ji Ning also hastily withdrew her gaze and lowered her head, fearing that Li Chang would find out what she had just looked at. What's wrong? Li Chang said with a slight frown. Eunuch Su glanced at Ji Ning, his face slightly hurried, and handed a letter in his hand to Li Chang. Li Chang took a look and there was only one sentence on the letter. The Generalissimo of the River Central region has turned against. When he saw this sentence, his whole body froze for a moment, and then a wave of joy filled his heart. Knock knock. The deafening sound of bells and drums kept ringing inside the palace. The civil and military officials were all rushing into the palace, and each of their faces was a bit gloomy. The Generalissimo of the Hezhong region rebelled. Inside the Taiji Hall, Li Chang sat on the high seat, with a faint smile on his face, and said, I have heard that Cao Tong, the Generalissimo of the Hezhong region, has completely rebelled. Do the ministers know that? There was a suppressed chuckle in his tone. Finally someone in his Great Tang has turned against him. He had thought that his big brother would rebel, or that Great Zhou would send troops to attack, but he didn't realize that it was actually the Generalissimo of a region that rebelled first. Good counter, he must protect this rebellious seedling, and must not let the Chowan city side step in to exterminate it. I am known. The civil and military officials all bowed and shouted. Only they looked at the emperor's slightly happy look and glanced at each other. Aha! The emperor was pleased. Is this waiting for someone to rebel? Murphy, did the emperor expect a rebellion? Can't the emperor make his next move until there's a rebel? Thoughtfulness. Ever since Zhuge Wuming taught the method of speculating on the emperor's intentions, the minds of the ministers had long since undergone a metamorphosis. They would think with all their might about the emperor's true intentions, and never again would they want to stand up and speak against it, as they had done before. What do you think, Minister? How should we face this anti-army Cao Tong? Li Chang asked with a faint smile. The civil and military officials looked at each other, and no one stepped forward to speak. Only the Minister of Rights foolishly stood out, made a bow and said, Your Majesty, I feel that my Chowan city must suppress the rebellion with the swiftness of thunder and lightning. Otherwise, if Chowan city does not make a move for a long time, I am afraid that it will lead to other regions to also feel that the Great Tang imperial family is incapable of suppressing it, and they will rebel, and it will be troublesome at that time. When Li Chang heard this, his eyes lit up. He can make the whole world revolt just by staying out of the way. If the whole world revolted and tried to overthrow him as emperor, how fast would that national value drop? He was sure that as soon as the whole world rebelled today and settled next week, he could definitely go back. It was the first time he felt that he was this close to the path back. Inside, he couldn't help but become a little agitated. I have my own decision. There is no need to do it for the time being, and pass on the meaning of my not doing it to the generals of each region. Li Chang waved his hand and commanded. He would never allow this opportunity for a worldwide rebellion to be spoiled. The Minister of Rights sniffed and immediately glared, wanting to stop it. Boom, but I didn't expect the civil and military officials behind me to step out in unison and arch their hands in greeting. At Your Majesty's command, rites of passage. You guys are selling me again. Li Chang looked at the civil and military officials with slight surprise. He had originally thought that this Chen, even if he was stupid, would stop him in this matter of the rise and fall of the country. Unexpectedly, except for this Minister of Rights, other people did not stop, but all support. Not bad. Not bad. That's the kind of cooperative courtier he likes. Well, stand down. The news of someone rebelling is in the city of Chaoan, and there is no need to deliberately suppress it. Li Cheng called back the civil and military officials. His idea was simple. If there was news of a rebellion circulating within Chaoan City, the public's heart would more or less drop a little. Right, the rest he didn't care about. A little bit of national power can go down a little bit. Soon, the civil and military officials left one after another. Li Cheng also leisurely left the Taiji Hall. The next sit and wait for the value of the country to fall on the line. Right, there shouldn't be any surprises. Well, there will never be an accident. If there were any surprises this time, he'd be upside down and shit on the spot. Something's not quite right. That's what it said the last few times, I think. Forget it. If there's an accident, Unexu is upside down and dilated. I'm telling you. Chao Tong, the former generalissimo of the Hezhong region, rebelled, ceded the land of Hezhong, and rebelled against the Great Tang. This piece of news was sent out from the courtroom and instantly swept across the entire world. Countless scholars and people are feeling shocked. Among them, the people of Chaoan City felt the most deeply. Countless people were abusing Chao Tong, the former general soldier of Hezhong region, and hated to flay Chao Tong alive. The one thing that the people of Chaoan City are looking for is the emperor. Now that someone dared to betray the court and the emperor openly and honestly, the people of Chaoan City were naturally furious. Even part of the people, every day blocking the door of the Eastern Expeditionary Army barracks, want to join the army to crusade against Chao Tong, or Han Yu personally intervene, only to stabilize the site. This also led to countless ministers lamenting in succession that it was no wonder His Majesty had said that there was no need to suppress the spread of news. I think His Majesty has anticipated everything. The Chancellor's residence. Chancellor Zhuge Wuming is meeting with an acquaintance. It's none other than Huang Pei, who secretly returned from the Guangzhong region. Huang Shangshu, why are you back? Just put down the Guangzhong region? Zhuge Wuming said with a light smile. While talking, he also fiddled with the tea set and poured tea for the other party. Huang Pei had an anxious look on his face as he said, "Am I not in a hurry? I didn't realize that there was really a regional general soldier who dared to rebel." What did His Majesty's side say? Zhuge Wuming said in an unusually calm manner. Your Majesty? His Majesty said not to care about anything. Nothing to worry about, Huang Pei said anxiously. This is a regional rebellion. How can Your Majesty be so calm? Zhuge Wuming smiled and laughed softly. Why aren't you calm? Which time has His Majesty not been calm since he struck? Moreover, the district is just at Chao Tong. Can turn what big waves? The front and back of the river center region is full of other regions. Want to make a move? Inevitably have to go to war with other regions. But other regions are not weak. And how can let the river center region overcome? The Hezhong region dares to rebel, completely seeking death. He shook his head inside, as if he was feeling helpless for Chao Tong's stupidity. Huang Pei was still a bit anxious and asked, what if the Hezhong region unites with other regions? If it forms a big trend, then won't Great Tang be in danger? Zhuge Wuming, still blandly indifferent, smiled and said, if you could guess it, would His Majesty not think of it? Truth be told, at the court meeting today, when His Majesty learned of Chao Tong's rebellion, do you know what His Majesty's expression was? The look on His Majesty's face. I'm not in the courtroom. How would I know? Huang Pei was slightly depressed and then asked, what expression? His Majesty is smiling. Zhuge Wuming's eyes glittered with wisdom as he faintly said, His Majesty is very happy, because His Majesty is afraid that he has already set up everything and is waiting for someone to rebel. Moreover, His Majesty ordered that the news of the court's lack of action be spread to the major regions to listen to. I'm afraid that he wants to test how many of the generals of the major regions are still loyal, and if they have no loyalty at all and choose to rebel, they will inevitably be swept away by His Majesty. The most important point is that His Majesty wants to take the opportunity to completely take the entire world back into his hands. From now on, there will only be one voice in the Great Tang, and that is Your Majesty. Huang Pei sniffed. The whole person froze in place. After a while, he said, could it be that Your Majesty has any hidden power? That is naturally there. Just like you, Minister Huang. Aren't you His Majesty's hidden power? If I guessed correctly, His Majesty holds an unknown force in his hands, such as the previous Sky Eagle Pass, which was His Majesty's use of the Dark Side Undercard. As Zhuge Wuming spoke, he himself became more and more in awe of His Majesty. Moreover, he seemed to understand why His Majesty had shifted back and forth so quickly. From a mediocre emperor, he became an emperor of great talent. I'm afraid that during that time, His Majesty was pretending to be inactive and controlling this unknown force. Wasn't he scary as hell? Datong, Guangzhong region, the general's residence. Qin Mo looked at the two letters in his hand, his face unusually complex. One of them was sent by Huang Pei, expounding some things to him and advising him not to act rashly. and that once he jumped out now, he would be regarded by the emperor as a treasonous ploy and beaten to death with a stick. The other was sent by Cao Tong, the general of the Hezhong region, trying to get him to join the rebel army and join forces with other regions to overthrow the emperor's rule, then share the world and return to the multi-nation rivalry that once existed. Cao Tong, this is not wanting to die, actually trying to pull me down. Qin Mo took a deep breath. What a tempting offer to share the world. If it had been during the time of the late emperor, he would have absolutely agreed without hesitation, because the late emperor was mediocre and incompetent and didn't have any ink in his belly. But times are different now. The current emperor is not the late emperor, but Li Chang, the emperor who was so ambitious that he wanted to be the emperor of the ages. What's the difference between revolting in front of such an emperor and looking for death? He can't do that even if he's beaten to death. Qin Mo clenched his fists and stood up from his chair, ready to burn this letter sent by Cao Tong so as not to involve him in such matters. He hadn't taken more than a few steps. A butler with a bulbous stomach trotted over. Master. Wait. Master. Here's another letter. Qin Mo sniffed and stopped in his tracks, waiting for the butler to run over. The butler ran to Qin Mo, his forehead covered in sweat and panting, handed the letter in his hand to his own master and said in a broken voice, "Old master, it's from Qi Yan, the generalissimo of Lingnan region." Qi Yan, the general of the Lingnan region. Qin Mo frowned, looking at Cao Tong's appearance. He should have sent this kind of letter to the generals of the other regions as well. Can't it be possible that someone else really agreed and wanted to rebel together? These generals should all know what His Majesty is capable of today. They shouldn't be so desperate. He took the letter and opened it straight away. After reading it, his eyes flickered a few times. Qi Yan, the generalissimo of the Lingnan region, wanted to invite the generalissimos of many regions to pretend to promise Cao Tong and form an alliance to rebel together, and then go under the city of Chaoan and then join forces to sell Cao Tong out, sort of quell the rebellion for the emperor, and then after that, in passing, hand all the military power back to the emperor, with the credit of quelling the rebellion. I think the treatment afterward should not be too bad. This Qi Yan, but is a person elite, can think of this kind of return of military power method. Good, then it can be tried. Qin Mo secretly nodded, thinking that it could work. As long as they joined forces, a mere Cao Tong was nothing. As for whether His Majesty will misunderstand and think they are really plotting a rebellion, this, he felt, was the consensus of all the generalissimos, and His Majesty, with his keen eye, was bound to be able to see it. Besides, His Majesty has sent word to the world through the court that the court has no intention of making a move to suppress the rebellion. Could this message be His Majesty's way of hinting to them? The generalissimo, if you want to live, take action to solve the rebellion, or you will be branded as a rebel in His Majesty's heart. The more he thought about it, Qin thought it was more likely. Butler, come here, I'll write a letter. You send someone to fast-track it to the Lingnan region. Qin Mo made an instant decision and walked towards the study. So he intended to write a letter. The next day, a message came out from all the major regions at the same time. Reverse, the generals of all the major regions will meet at a place called Tiankai City to raise 300,000 troops to rebel. As this news spread, the hearts of the people in the major regions became turbulent. And to the people, the royal family of the Great Tang was always the master of the Great Tang. This notion is deeply entrenched. Now that the generalissimos of the major regions have turned against them, there is no way for the people not to be in turmoil. But the generals of the various districts were totally unconcerned and bent on rising up in rebellion. Chaoan City. Inside the palace, Li Chang was sitting in the Taiji Hall, crossing his legs and holding the zhang folds in his hand. His dangling appearance, if it were before, and it fell into the eyes of those royal historians, he would definitely be disliked again. But nowadays, no royal historian dares to dislike him. He was also happy to be at leisure, and looked at the Jingji in a very leisurely manner. Well, it's close to having a girl by his side, rubbing his shoulders. Jining seems nice. Ask Jining to come over and rub his shoulders. Li Chang's eyes lit up and he put the Jingji down, and that heart throbbed. He wasn't craving Jining's body. Really, no lie. He's just a little sore in the shoulders. Li Chang was just about to stand up and order someone to go and call Jining over. Eunuch Su suddenly walked into the hall in great panic and said loudly, "Your Majesty, something bad is happening." His voice was already sharp, and with the loud talking, it caused Li Chang's ears to buzz. "What's the matter? So hasty? Heavenly things, not still have me for you to carry it? Panic my ass." Li Chang waved his hand and chided. Eunuch Su hurriedly knelt down and said, "Forgive me, Your Majesty. It's really a big deal. There's news that all the regions of the Great Tang have rebelled. They have raised 300,000 troops to meet at Tiankai City. They want to attack Kyoto." Buzz. Li Chang's entire body froze in place, his pupils shrinking violently. The heart was in a bit of disbelief. All regions of Datong. Is it all backwards? 300,000 troops? An alliance to attack Kyoto? He really didn't dream it. Li Chang was really a bit disbelieving and took a deep breath. These days, he is bent on defeating the country but has caused the country's power to rub off on him. It fed him a sense of powerlessness to defeat his country. Today, is he finally going to finish his great work of defeating his country? For what it's worth, it feels unrealistic. Is it just him? Well, it must be an illusion. Li Cheng forced down the kind of ecstasy in his heart. His eyes looked at Eunuch Su, and faintly said, I already know. He just suppressed the elation again, more or less with joy in his tone. When he finished, he turned and walked back to the table. Eunuch Su froze in place. His expression is still confused. Why His Majesty learned that someone rebelled, but also some happy look. Is this the legendary? The Emperor is not in a hurry. The eunuch is in a hurry. Li Chang did not notice Eunuch Su's expression and sat down in front of the table, tapping his fingers on the tabletop and narrowing his eyes slightly. These men were ready to meet the League. Will there be a shortage of supplies when the time comes? Don't be like Great Joe and stop fighting for lack of supplies. He should have sent something over to get these guys to call in to Kyoto sooner. What to send? Food, a war horse, armor, all these things are available in other areas. There is no shortage at all. Or else write a holy decree. To recruit a little. Show some weakness. Let these people think he is good at bullying. And then send troops to attack quickly. There can be. Li Chang's eyes lit up as he took out an imperial decree and began to write it. And after finishing it, he asked Eunuch Su to fetch the jade seal of transmission to cover it. Eunuch Su, you send someone to make a trip to send this holy decree to Tiankai City and give it to the righteous army. Ahem, the rebels. Li Chang coughed a few times and handed the holy decree to Eunuch Su. Anticipation twinkled in his eyes. This time, there should be no surprises. Tiankai City. Knock knock. Outside the city, within an extremely wide military camp, a war drum was sounded, and the blood-boiling sound of war drums resounded throughout the camp. This large military camp was divided into camps, each with a flag of a different color. Some of the flags had the word Qin written on them. Some of them have the word Qi written on them. Others have the word Chao written on them. The text varies, and there are more than 20 camps. There is no doubt that this is the place where the anti-army will meet. Inside one of its most central tents, a regional commander-in-chief, with a few of his men, arrived to meet the various regional commanders-in-chief. The guards at the gate would see each general walk in and shout out the person's origin and last name. General Qi of the Lingnan region has arrived. General Jiang of Longxi region has arrived. General Qin of the Guangzhong region has arrived. Gangnam region. The guard's mouth barely stopped, going through nearly 20 names before stopping. The Great Tang is divided into 23 regions, removing the Kyoto region. The remaining 22 regional generals all arrived here. The many generals met and naturally exchanged pleasantries. However, when these general soldiers saw the real rebel Chao Tong, each of their faces became a bit strange, because there was a scar on Chao Tong's face. The scabs hadn't even fallen off yet, making him look a bit hideous and scary. Moreover, the many general soldiers all came with their respective men, but Chao Tong was alone, without any men around him. Xin Mo, the general soldier of Guangzhong region, couldn't help but say, General Chao, what's with the scar on your face? Also, where are your men? The rest of the generals, hearing this, agreed and inquired. Yeah, isn't this a war yet? What's with the scar on your face? I've traveled all the way here, and I can't believe I haven't seen any of your men. General Chao, where have all your men gone? I've long heard that the 3 generals in the river under General Chao's command are extremely brave, and I've always wanted to meet them. What? Is Generalissimo Chao afraid of us digging in? So he's hiding them all? Listening to the many chief soldiers you and I, Chao Tong's face was a bit grim, but these people's status was the same as his. So he couldn't be bothered to snap, and could only say, I heard that the Emperor's eastward expedition a few days ago had sent secret agents into the Skyhawk Pass in Dongi Kingdom to disintegrate the other side's top brass. The many chief soldiers listened in awe. Who of them doesn't know about this? What's the point of talking about it for no reason? Xin Mo narrowed his eyes and asked, General Chao, what does this have to do with the scar on your face? Chao Unity waved his hand and said grimly, I suspected that there was an Emperor's secret agent under my command, but I wasn't sure who it was. And in a fit of rage, I killed all of my men, and now the power of the army is controlled by me alone, and the scars on my face are from injuries sustained by those men when they resisted. Xin Mo, numerous chiefs, Xiao, Mr. Chao Tong looked at the strange eyes of the many generals and grunted, saying, Don't look. I suspect that there are also secret agents of the Emperor under your command, and I suggest that you check more. The many chief soldiers were laughing and not saying anything. They have the Emperor's spies under their command? Is that possible? It's still a real possibility. but they are pretend rebels. While this Chao Tong is a real rebel, it is always impossible for His Majesty to attack them with secret agents. It's all in the same camp after all. That said, General Chao, what makes you think the Emperor sent spies to your ministry? A man with a face that looked 27 or 28 and faceted stepped out in stride. This man is the general of the Lingnan region, Qi Yan, and the mastermind of this phony alliance. Chao Tongdu took a glance at Qi Yan and said in a deep voice, "It's too strange that the Emperor hasn't made any moves all this time. I have a feeling that if the Emperor doesn't make any moves in the open, he's bound to make moves in the dark. And for the dark side, the Emperor then used the trick of sending secret agents as the strongest." Qi Yan couldn't help but ask again, "But even if the Emperor sends spies, you don't have to kill all your men." Chao Tong raised his eyes and said, "Don't you know that the Emperor is surrounded by 1,000 faces? The man of 1,000 faces, what the hell?" There was a moment of confusion among the many chief soldiers. Chao Tong snorted coldly and took out a biography, flipping through a few pages and handing it to the general soldiers. The chief soldiers all looked at each other. Here's a copy. It was written that the Emperor was surrounded by countless capable people, including Han Yu, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, and the Prime Minister, who ruled the chess world. There's also a capable man from the dark side, the man of 1,000 faces. In the previous battle of the Eastern Conquest, it was the 1,000-faced man who turned into a secret agent and caused the entire Eastern Barbarians' kingdom to disintegrate. Not bad. The plot was pretty good. But this is a fucking biography. Is it too much for you to talk to us about a biography of this military heavyweight? The gazes of the many chief soldiers looking at Chao Tong became unkind. Among them, Qin Mo was even unable to control his voice, saying, "General Chao, are you playing us?" Chao Tong frowned, said, "Biographies, necessarily derived from reality, more or less connected, may not be so exaggerated as in the biographies, but certainly exists, unless the person who wrote this biography is so unethical that he actually floated to write it. As a precaution, even the slightest possibility must be eliminated. And what we do, if we fail, it's all doom and gloom. So I urge you, kill all your own men." Ding! The scene was silent for a moment. Those subordinates brought by the general soldier all looked at Chao Tong unanimously, their gazes vaguely containing killing intent. A general soldier waved his hand and said, "No need, we still trust our men." Another general soldier stepped out in stride and said, "That's good. Let's discuss this uprising. Don't forget the significance of our alliance." When Chao Tong heard this, he could only snort coldly and stop talking. The many chief soldiers were at once ready to discuss the policy of sending out troops. What they do is a voting system, where those who have an idea can say it, and those who get more support do what that person says. Chao Tong immediately said, "I suggest that we divide our troops into 3 directions and approach the Kyoto area from the southwest and north." He spoke eloquently and with style. It took dozens of minutes to finish. The many chief soldiers nodded, and although they felt approval, none of them stood up in support. "Well, does anyone else have any ideas?" Qian stepped forward and said. Qin Mo stepped out and said indifferently, "I think it's fine for us to advance directly towards the Kyoto area, with 300,000 troops together." Chao Tong frowned and asked, "In what formation will you advance?" Qin Mo replied, "There's no formation, just go with it." As soon as his words came out, more than 20 general soldiers stood out in unison and agreed. "Good plan, General Qin, to press the Kyoto area in a straight line with the momentum of 300,000 troops. It's worthy of Chief Qin to come up with such a scheme. Feel free to walk. TSK, TSK, those 3 words have deep meaning within them." More than 20 people all chose to support Qin Mo. "Chao Tong, are you guys messing with me?" With the unanimous decision of the many general soldiers, Qin Mo's method was adopted, leading the troops directly to Kyoto without any need for any art of war or anything. Of course, Chao Tong was against it, but one person opposing it couldn't do much. Just as the many chief soldiers were laughing and ready to make a show of sending troops to Kyoto, a soldier suddenly walked inside the tent, reporting to General Chao, "Generals, there is an angel from Chaoan City with an imperial decree." "An imperial decree? The emperor has issued a holy decree at this tense moment. What do you mean?" Numerous chief soldiers looked at the soldier. Chao Tong even stood up and asked sternly, "Where is the angel? Don't escort it in yet." The soldier touched his head and said, "That angel left the holy decree and left." You're just going to let the angels go?" Chao Tong frowned slightly but didn't snap, instead saying, "Where's the holy decree?" The soldier took the holy decree out from his waist and handed it to Chao Tong. Chao Tong took and opened it, and in the next moment, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, the emperor is really scared. He actually wrote a letter of solicitation. Look at it, you guys. The emperor is scared. We are secure in this uprising." He was in a pleasant mood, and seemed to have already thought of his future as the head of a country. handing the imperial decree to the other chief soldiers. The other generals took it, and read it one after another, and it was indeed a weak letter of solicitation. These general soldiers, however, didn't feel any pleasantness. On the contrary, one by one, their faces became a bit strange, looking at Chao Tong with a hint of strangeness in their eyes. Chao Tong didn't notice these looks in the slightest and walked out with a big smile, saying as he walked, "I'll go back and prepare for the dispatch of the troops, so don't delay. Try to speed up the dispatch of the troops as much as you can. Stay until he leaves." It took the other chief soldiers a moment to come back to their senses, each with a strange expression. "This imperial decree of your majesty." One of the chief soldiers couldn't help but speak out. Shi Yan narrowed his eyes, walked over to a chair and sat down, and spoke. "Perhaps you do not know that not long ago in the courtroom, Chancellor Zhuge taught a few ministers within the courtroom, and at that time, Chancellor Zhuge once said that His Majesty's wisdom was something that very many people could measure. And Chancellor Zhuge came up with the expression thinking differently, assuming that you are an eloquent emperor, and using this perspective, to observe His Majesty's actions, and then to surmise His Majesty's intentions, you will be able to understand His Majesty's meaning, and then to cooperate with His Majesty. And now this holy decree. His Majesty can't send a letter of invocation over for no reason, can he?" He sounded faintly proud. At first glance, this group of generals didn't have good eyeballs in Chaoan City, where, like him, he was able to obtain the thinking for a change technique imparted by Chancellor Zhuge. The many chief soldiers were all deep in thought as they heard this, one frowning as if they were pondering the words thinking differently. A general soldier took a deep breath and said, "Old Chi, if you talk to us about this now, we won't be able to figure it out for a while. So it's better to just say it outright. Anyway, I can see that His Majesty is signaling the enemy's weakness, and nothing else. I can't see." Shi Yan smiled and said, "Not bad. Signaling the enemy's weakness is one aspect, but I feel that this letter of solicitation is more of a signal from His Majesty. After all, His Majesty can't really be too idle and bored to send out a letter of solicitation to encourage us to really rebel, right? His Majesty must be informing us that he already knows what we mean." A general soldier was surprised and said, "But how did His Majesty know about our movements so quickly?" "There is always a feeling that His Majesty can see everything." The rest of the generals nodded approvingly. They did feel the same way. It was as if his every move was in the eyes of the emperor. No privacy at all. Perhaps it is true, as Chao Tong said, that we are surrounded by His Majesty's spies, Qian said meaningfully. The other chief soldiers were shocked at the words, and they looked at the minions in unison. Those minions were looked at with a chill down their backs. "It's none of our business. Chao Tong. You big." Inside the palace, Li Cheng once again came to Jining's bedchamber, Jingyue Palace. Well, he just wanted to act like he favored Jining a bit so he could cause a palace fight. Nothing else. At this moment, Li Cheng was accompanying Jining for the evening meal. He went to Jingyue Palace for his evening meal, and everything was naturally done on the most prosperous scale. Jining was also slightly surprised when she looked at the table full of meals. Naturally, she had heard about the rebellion of all 22 regions of the Great Tang. Why does the emperor still have such a good appetite when this kind of heavenly thing happens? Moreover, looking at the emperor's appearance, instead of having any appearance of pressure, on the contrary, there was a hint of laughter. "Seem happy?" Jining asked softly as she ate her meal. "Your Majesty, is the matter of the rebels really okay?" Li Cheng was in a pleasant mood as he ate, and when he heard this consort's question, he smiled and replied, "Don't worry, everything is under my control." Well, it's all under control. Soon he could go back. The little life of mucking about. He was soon to return. The words fell into Jining's ears, but they turned into a different flavor. It sent ripples through her heart. Everything is under control. Is this the strength of His Majesty? Even when 22 regions rebelled and 300,000 troops attacked toward Kyoto, the wind remained light. She's the one who's overthinking it. How can a 1,000-year-old emperor like Your Majesty be treated with a normal heart? I just don't know what means His Majesty will use to defeat the 300,000 rebels. I'm really curious. Jining's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color as she looked at Li Cheng, who was eating without any imperial majesty. As Li Cheng ate, he saw Jining gazing at him and couldn't help but stop his movements and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" It's fine. Jining hurriedly lowered her head, and 2 blushes emerged on her face, beautiful to the extreme. Li Cheng looked stunned and followed suit, lowering his head and continuing to eat. Is this pushing him? No, he's not that kind of guy. The next moment, Eunuch Su, staying at the Jingyue Palace tonight. Li Cheng shouted to Eunuch Su in the outer party. "Yes, Your Majesty." Eunuch Su hurriedly agreed, and then arranged the feathered forest army soldiers to do a good job of defense. "Your Majesty, it's not quite right for you to stay with my concubine all the time, is it?" Jining suddenly said. although she was not too clear about the situation in the harem. She knew that there was a noble consort in the harem who was older than her and had not been favored by the emperor. It's reasonable to say that you should have favored your consort first. But the emperor had been staying with her in recent days, and she wasn't feeling quite right herself anymore. Li Chang but waved his hand and said, I am not greedy you. Cough cough. I view the recent Chaoan city. The security is not very good. I accompanied by you, but also can take care of your safety and security. Ji Ning, do you think I believe it? The sky was already turning fish belly white. Inside the Jingyue palace, Li Chang was still holding the beautiful person in her arms as she slept. Suddenly, his eyes opened. A mechanical female voice came from the back of his head. Kikoria testing time is up, the voice had just sounded. A blue-colored screen then bounced out in front of Li Chang. A paragraph floated on it. The current value of the national strength of the Tang Empire is 1487. Rewarded host life expectancy of 7 years. Current host life expectancy, 238 years. The specific source of national power enhancement. Please check by the host. What the hell, aren't all 22 districts of the Great Tang Dynasty turning against us? How did the national power value increase again? Li Chang's eyes widened, but worrying about waking up Ji Ning beside him. He did not do anything, and with a thought, he clicked on the view button. The national enhancements are as follows. +7 public sentiment, the people's hearts, what the hell? He's almost done with the whole of Datong. All the regions are rebelling. And where's the boost in popularity coming from? Is it any wonder that the death of a nation helps to raise the hearts and minds of the people? Li Chang's lips trembled slightly for a moment or two, and he forced himself to comfort himself in his heart. No matter how much it's elevated now, when the rebels hit the city of Chaoan, they're all going to fall off. Don't mind the immediate boost. Well, never mind. Li Chang took a deep breath, turned off the screen in front of him, looked at the beauty leaning in his arms, and then planned to go back to sleep. Suddenly, a subtle sound came to his ears. These voices are whispering, like it was coming from somewhere far away. Li Chang was already unable to sleep, and when he was disturbed by the sound, he was even more unable to sleep, and he moved very gently to get up from the bed. Although he moved gently, he inevitably woke up Ji Ning. Your Majesty, I will help you dress. Ji Ning immediately tried to get up. Li Chang, however, shook his head and pressed the other party back under the quilt and whispered, No, you just continue to rest. I will just change my own clothes. After saying that, without waiting for Ji Ning to agree, he put his clothes back on and got up to leave, not looking at Ji Ning at all anymore. Just kidding, he's a sage now. How can you possibly like these red-powdered skeletons? Li Chang stepped out inside the Jingyue palace. Eunuch Su, who was guarding the door, hurried up and said, Your Majesty, it's windy outside. Go inside first. I'm not that fragile. Li Chang waved his hand. His eyes looked in the direction those voices came from, which was outside the palace. And he couldn't help but say, What is that sound outside? Eunuch Su lowered his head and said, The old slave doesn't know either. He has already sent someone to ask. I think there will be results soon. His words fell. In the distance, a feathered forest army soldier trotted in, and seeing the emperor, he arched his hand and clasped his fist. Greetings, Your Majesty. My subordinate's armor is on his body, and I am unable to perform a great salute. Please forgive me. Your Majesty, I forgive you. Li Chang frowned and asked, What's the situation outside? With all the commotion outside, could it be that the rebels are fighting their way in? It's unlikely. If the rebels really came in, it should be impossible for the palace to be as calm as it is now. And those ministers aren't vegetarians, are they? There's no way they're going to let the rebels fight their way in so easily. He retracted his previous statement that those ministers were traitors, which did seem to serve little purpose. Only then did the feathered forest army soldier say, Your Majesty, at the gate outside the palace, there are 10,000 people kneeling down, wanting to demand to see Your Majesty. We have tried our best to expel those people, but the people have refused to retreat, and more of them are running to the palace gate. All the people kneel and beg to see him. Li Chang inexplicably had a chill in the bottom of his heart. Wouldn't it be possible that the increase of 7 points in popularity for no reason was because of this? Go outside the palace. He commanded at once. His Majesty has decreed that the palace gates be set up. Eunuch Su yelled at the top of his lungs. A group of feudal army soldiers gathered at once, converging into a line and surrounding the emperor. Li Chang walked quickly towards the palace gate. Not for a moment. Then he came to the palace gates. At this time, a team of feathered soldiers outside the palace gate were already on the field to maintain order. But huge crowds simply can't be maintained. These soldiers could only guard the palace gates to prevent any people from entering. Li Chang led the way. The feathered troops that passed along the way gave way and saluted. Soon, Li Chang arrived in front of the palace gate and he looked up. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of people so black that one could not see the edge. Li Chang was stunned for a moment. not understanding what so many people were kneeling for. Your Majesty. A general of the Feathered Forest Army came and respectfully arched his hand. What's going on? Li Cheng couldn't help but ask. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen such a scene. Untold numbers of people fell to their knees in unison. That general replied respectfully, Your Majesty, this is the people of Chaoan City who came here on their own accord, and they want to enlist in the army and help Your Majesty to defend against the rebels together. These people have also written a letter of blood from all the people, wanting to ask Your Majesty to let them join the army to defend against the rebels. The book of the blood of all the people. Li Cheng's brows furrowed and his heart realized that the reason why he increased the people's hearts. I am afraid that it was such existences as the people of Chaoan City, bent on fending off the rebels. That's why public sentiment is soaring. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Do you need me to step in? Li Cheng narrowed his eyes and asked. That general quickly shook his head and said, It is better for Your Majesty not to show up. These people are like this without seeing Your Majesty. If they see Your Majesty, they are afraid that they will riot. For the sake of Your Majesty's safety, it is better for Your Majesty not to show up. Li Cheng sniffed and nodded slightly, his eyes looking deeply at the countless people kneeling outside the palace gates. Why would these people, for no reason, come to the palace and ask to join the army, blood of the peoples? The ordinary people, even if they came to request to join the army because they were too excited, they could not have written a letter of blood of 10,000 people. I wonder if it's an illusion. Li Cheng had the feeling that someone was pushing behind this. Far outside the palace gates, Chancellor Zhuge Wuming sat inside an inn, smiling lightly as he watched the scene at the palace gates. Across the table from him, Huang Pei also sat. Chancellor, this move of yours, was it necessary? Huang Pei sipped his tea and asked softly. Zhuge Wuming shook his head lightly and said, Being prepared is just a matter of not having a problem. I use some small means to mobilize the hearts of the people of the whole city. If there is really any accident, there are the people of the whole city. More or less, it can play a role, and even if it is not useful, the cohesion of the people's hearts within the city of Chaoan will rise by a level. So why not do it for the sake of pleasure? Huang Pei couldn't help but say, Chancellor, you are again helping those ministers to learn to speculate on His Majesty's meaning, and helping His Majesty to gather the people's hearts. If His Majesty knew about this, he would definitely be very grateful to you. Chancellor, His Majesty has known for a long time. Zhuge Wuming, however, said indifferently, a gentleman's friendship is as light as water. His friendship with the Emperor was good enough for him to know in his heart. Well, that's how smart people communicate. Kyoto area. Although it was a region, this region had far less cities than the other regions, and together there were only 3 or 4 cities. It was only because of the task of guarding the city of Chaoan that it qualified to be called the Kyoto area. At this moment, the 300,000 allied troops from the major regions had already arrived at the Wanshan Pass outside of the Kyoto region. All we need to do is to break through the Wanshan Pass, and then we can face Chaoan City directly. Chao Tong rode a black horse and walked at the very front, looking out at the lofty and majestic pass ahead, his gaze revealing gravity. This majestic pass, I'm afraid it's hard to attack. However, Chaoan Castle was just ahead, and he was going to break through the majestic pass no matter what. Go and discuss with the other general soldiers to set up camp and rest first. Wait a minute, where are those general soldiers people? Chao Tong was just about to order to set up camp when he suddenly turned his head to look behind them, and his face expression instantly became ugly. The soldiers at the back were all in bits and pieces, each as if they were dying, with no formation to speak of. That's okay. What's with that chief flag 50 miles away? You've fallen so far behind? Wait, who's the one who can't even see what the flag says from 100 miles away? You call that falling behind? You're probably lost. Send men to the rear to inform the major generals. To speed things up, Chao Tong gritted his teeth and popped out this sentence. Those generals were not under his control, and he couldn't say anything about them. Just, you're all actors, aren't you? 50 miles away from Chao Tong's army, dozens of chief soldiers rode on horseback, advancing leisurely, at a slow pace, and having a good time chatting while they hurried along. One of the chief soldiers asked with a grin, this feeling of acting like a human being is so comfortable. Shouldn't be a problem, voting decides everything anyway. We're outnumbered. We call the shots. Ha ha ha. Chao Tong is just one person. What's the word? Not bad. Chao Tong is a rebel. We are not. What do we care about him? When later in front of His Majesty, directly take him down and it's done. The many chief soldiers were laughing and talking. Everything seemed peaceful. The press doesn't look like it's going to war. Shi Yan narrowed his eyes and said faintly, let's take it easy, but we can't go too far. To prevent any emergencies, 50 miles is enough. Call your troops, all of them, closer. By him so much. The generals all froze abruptly, and they all looked back. All that chatting and farting around, I forgot to look after my own army. When they saw the large swath of the army 100 miles away, each and every one of their complexions became unusually embarrassed. When did their army fall 100 miles away? How they don't even know. Where's my army? Have any of you seen my army? A general soldier panicked, wiped his eyes, and looked forward, but he couldn't find his own army at all. The mind is dumbfounded. He's not just chatting a little. Where's his own army? Ta-da-da-da. A fast horse suddenly came running. Report. The scout waved his hand and said quickly. Chien glanced at the scout and waved his hand. Speak. The scout arched his hand and said. Reporting to the Generalissimo. 800 miles behind our army. We found an army of 50,000 men, with the flag Zheng, which seems to be. He was about to speak, carefully glanced at a general soldier, and then said, it seems to be General Zheng's troops. All of the general soldiers sniffed, and one by one, they all froze. How many miles is it since they marched into the Kyoto area from Tiankai City? Less than 500 miles. How the hell did you manage to march 800 miles to the rear, marching in the opposite direction, or hasty march? The other general soldiers all looked at that General Zheng with strange faces. Chief Jiang was also embarrassed as hell. Arching his hand, he said, Gentlemen, we'll talk again some other time. I'm going to go fast and furious on my side and go shout all those assholes back. Under the strange eyes of the many general soldiers, General Zheng drove his horse away. The rest of the generals, after a few moments of awkward conversation, also left to call back all their troops. Qi Yan and Qi Nemo looked at each other and both sighed. This group, it's not acting on purpose. Instead, it's really in character. I've heard that the Eastern Expeditionary Army under the command of Han Yu, the general of the dynasty's Eastern Expeditionary Army, has horrific battle power and is good at arranging various battle formations, especially under Han Yu's command, as if it were a god. Qi Yan looked in the direction of Chaoan City and said quietly, I'm afraid that even if His Majesty didn't lay out a plan, relying on frontal battles, we may not be able to defeat the nearly 100,000 strong Eastern Expeditionary Army. Qi Nemo was also overwhelmed with emotion and said, This is His Majesty's intention, isn't it? The strength on the bright side is displayed and the strength on the back is hidden. I think His Majesty doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. That's why he secretly reveals the news of letting us make a move. There was a sigh of relief from both of them. Inwardly, his admiration for the emperor rose another level. It took 4 whole days. It took all the armies to consolidate under the Wanshan Pass. The central army camp was once again erected, and the many chief soldiers were all gathered together in a dusty manner. One looked a little haggard. Being chief soldiers for a long period of time, they were not like Qin Mo's kind for the people, but were enjoying glory and wealth. Now that he is in command of the army, his body is more or less exhausted. All cheer up. As long as we break through Wanshan Pass, Chaoan City will be all in sight. Chao Tong tries to boost his morale, but everything was of little use. On the contrary, the eyes of the numerous general soldiers looking at Chao Tong were tinged with the slightest bit of pity. This simple batch. What a time. Still thinking of the emperor's dream. Really live impatiently. Qi Yan saw that the scene was a bit awkward and voiced out. Well, our next goal is to attack Wanshan Pass. Who would like to ask for an order to attack the pass? As he spoke, he gave the many chief soldiers a wink. This errand can't be taken by Chao Tong. They are pretending to be on offense. People, that's a real offense. None of the many chief soldiers had apparently observed Qi Yan's eye color. Just when Chao Tong thought that no one had asked for an order to attack the pass, he was ready to go into battle himself. Qi Nemo reacted a little faster and took the lead to step out, saying in a deep voice, I'll go. My Guangzhou region's army often attacked banditry, so I have more or less some experience. Seeing this, Chao Tong's body, which had already stood up, could only sit back down again. The Guangzhou region is not only the breadbasket of the nation, but its militancy is also one of the top regions in the Great Tang. Plus, Qi Nemo has been leading troops to fight bandits in recent years, so his battle strength should be good. Letting the soldiers of Guangzhou attack Wanshan Pass, he, Lao Chao, was relieved. I don't think it's going to play me this time. Then it's up to Generalissimo Qin to go. Generalissimo Qin, remember. More efforts to attack. More efforts. Qi Yan nodded, biting the word endeavor very hard. His eyes fell on Qi Nemo and a look was passed over. Opening. Qi Nemo, roger that, inside the palace. Li Cheng was originally sitting in the Taiji Hall, touching the fish and swimming in the gods, not knowing what he was thinking about. Suddenly, he received news that the rebels had marched under the Wanshan Pass. Once the Wanshan Pass is broken, Chaoan City will be exposed to the sight of the rebels. When he heard this news, he immediately became excited, but the expression remained flat. Li Cheng looked at Eunuch Su beside him, his eyes revealing fire, and inquired, according to this progress, How long will it take for the rebels to capture Wanshan Pass? Eunuch Su was confused for a moment. How long would it take to capture Wanshan Pass? Why does His Majesty ask? He didn't dare to ask, but could only answer honestly, Your Majesty. Wanshan Pass is a majestic pass. The surrounding terrain is treacherous. Back in the day, the great ancestor was relying on the Wanshan Pass, time and time again, to defend against incoming invasions from other countries, and nowadays the one who guards the Wanshan Pass is the Generalissimo of Kyoto area, Shunwei. Shinwei, this person is still quite well versed in the art of war. With him, Wanshan Pass will not worry. If the number of rebels doubled again, day and night without stopping the strong attack, may be able to break through the pass. But on the 300,000 rebels, far from enough to break through the pass. What the hell, the rebels can't break through Wanshan Pass, how can this be done? How can the rebels commit a military offense against Chaoan City without breaking through Wanshan Pass? No, this would never work. He had to do something. These rebels could be his comrades in arms and had to find a way to help. Li Chang furrowed his brows and thought carefully. Or else, just issue a decree to have all the guards withdrawn and hand over Wanshan Pass? It won't work. Li Chang vetoed the thought to himself. These rebels all play the art of war. What if they think there is a trick or something and refuse to enter the gate? Perhaps one could try and send someone to replace what's his name Shinwei and order that person to act a scene. When the enemy attacked the pass, they pretended to be defeated and then retreated slowly. It's okay, Li Chang's eyes lit up as he waved his hand and said, pass on my decree to have Han Yu enter the palace quickly. After a little thought, he came to a decision. Send Han Yu over to act out a scene. After all, Han Yu was promoted by his own hand. He should be the most obedient, and if he told Han Yu to act, he should obey. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Su nodded in agreement. About half an hour had passed. Han Yu hurriedly came from outside the palace. Arriving at the Taiji Hall, he hadn't even had time to salute. Li Chang then spoke. General Han, I would like you to make a trip to Wanshan Pass. Han Yu froze for a moment, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. His Majesty was sending him to break the rebels. It wasn't that he was bragging. Just that 300,000 rebels. As long as he brought along the Eastern Expeditionary Army, he would be able to defeat them within a month. He immediately went down on one knee, and was ready to make a military order. But the Emperor's next sentence made Nana wonder. I only saw Li Chang faintly say, I want you to replace Shinwei and become the guardian of the Wanshan Pass, and when the two armies engage in battle, pretend to be undefeated. Hand over the Wanshan Pass to the rebels, and lure the rebels to Chaoan City. Han Yu was confused. This is some kind of operation, pretending to be unbeatable. Hand over Wanshan Pass to the rebels. He was just about to inquire, when he looked up and encountered the Emperor's eyes, which were lost in thought. Is this His Majesty's layout? His Majesty has been thinking about these things? And I'm afraid this is part of His Majesty's layout. Never mind. I felt that inquiring would disturb His Majesty, so it would be better to go out of the palace and ask the Chancellor. Thinking of this, Han Yu made a bow and said, Minister, lead the way. Well, go on down. Li Chang waved his hand and withdrew his mind, looking at Han Yu with a much more satisfied look. Or this one listens. Much better than Eunuch Su, the one who asks questions every day. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave first. Han Yu slowly retreated. Li Chang looked at the other parties departing back and nodded in satisfaction. This should be foolproof now. Right, I even lost the Shun Pass by my own order. So what other reason can I use to not lose my country, Just kidding. If I can still stabilize this time, I, Li Chang, will eat the Zhangji on this table on the spot, and I will do what I say. Han Yu, who left the palace, did not return to his residence, but also hurried to the Chancellor's residence. The Chancellor was informed of everything that was going on in the palace and asked for his understanding. When Zhuge Wuming learned that the Emperor intended to abandon the Wanshan Pass, he was also slightly surprised. Chancellor, what do you think? What does His Majesty mean by this? It wouldn't be enough to directly order me to lead the Eastern Expeditionary Army to conquer these rebels. Han Yu frowned. He really couldn't figure out His Majesty's intentions. Through his daily judgment, he more or less knew that His Majesty must have a deeper meaning. But what the deeper meaning of this was he didn't know. Zhuge Wuming gently shook his head and said, if you start a battle head-on, any more deaths will be the people of my great Tang. Do you understand? His Majesty thinks the same way. As for His Majesty abandoning the Wanshan Pass, thought that he wanted to crush the rebels outside of Chaoan City, so that he could also make the world's curiosity feel terrified. Maybe you don't know. His Majesty has many hidden forces behind his back. To deal with these rebels, His Majesty has already laid out a plan. What I know is only a star of His Majesty's hidden forces. Anyway, you should first do what His Majesty says. Try not to die or hurt too many soldiers. After all, those are all great Tang soldiers. His Majesty. Dang it, Love the troops, love the people like a son. Even if there are rebellions everywhere, you can still think of the people of Datong and the soldiers of Datong first, instead of thinking of using means to suppress the rebellions first. Han Yu secretly lamented in his heart, and his admiration for His Majesty was once again elevated to a higher level. In his place, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the time to care so much. Your Majesty is worthy of being an emperor with the qualifications of 1,000 emperors. He couldn't help but think about the future. Following such a 1,000-year-old emperor, would his future be famous in history? It's a little exciting to think about. On second thought, he suddenly asked, Chancellor, if I want the rebels to believe without a doubt that I am defeated, I'm afraid that I will have to kill or wound a lot of soldiers, which would go against His Majesty's wishes. May I ask the Chancellor if he has any brilliant plans? Zhuge Wuming slowly sat in his chair, sipped his tea, and narrowed his eyes. There is no other. Only the word act. Acting. Han Yu's eyes glittered, not knowing what he was thinking. In the meantime, outside the Wanshan Pass, the coalition army camp, inside the camp of the Guanzhong army. What, father, you're saying that you're actually in an alliance? Just waiting to take down the only rebel, Cao Tong, in front of the emperor and offer him? A young general looked at Qin Mo and said in surprise, asshole. Qin Mo slapped the general's helmet fiercely and said angrily, why are you shouting so loudly? Looking for death. The young general couldn't help but say, then why didn't you say so earlier? Father, I thought you were senile and had really rebelled. Qin Mo blared at the general and said, I, Qin Mo, am deeply honored by the nation. How can I do such unkind and unrighteous things? As to say it earlier, if too many people know about it, wouldn't it be easy for Cao Tong to know about it? Well, the emperor is bullish, and that must be a great deal of national favor. The emperor is dim. That's impossible to say. The young general didn't think too much about it, righted his helmet a bit, and asked in a low voice, so what are you talking to me about? Dad? Qin Mo looked in the direction of the Wanshan Pass and said, I am going to let you go to attack the Wanshan Pass. Of course, not really attack. I want you to act. Acting? The young General Qin Yu had a somewhat confused expression and inquired, how do I act? Qin Mo raised his eyebrows, walked a few steps back and forth, and said, tomorrow you will lead the troops to attack the pass. When the time comes you will just pretend that you can't defeat the enemy. Remember, don't start a clash with the defenders inside the pass, or else you will be regarded as a real rebel, and I, your father, won't be able to save you. And that's not enough to start a conflict with the defenders of the pass. He led a takedown. Well, a pretend takedown, but pretending to be offensive is all they know. The defenders of the pass don't know that. When the time comes for 1,000,000 arrows to be fired, there's a chance of more than just hanging up, but also being counted as a traitor. This is too wrong. Qin Yu immediately quit, shaking his head back and forth. Father, I won't do it even if it kills me. You'd better go find someone else. Beat you to death and you won't do it? Fine. Then I'll beat you to death. Qin Mo sniffed and drew his sword and slashed towards the punk kid in front of him. Qin Yu dodged repeatedly and shouted in panic, Father, stop, stop, stop. Can't I just go? Qin Mo saw that the other party agreed. Then he withdrew his sword and gave a cold snort. Phew. Qin Yu sighed in relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said grudgingly, Father, if you want me to act, then how exactly should I act? Qin Mo, however, turned around and walked out of the tent, saying as he did so, play it however you want. I just need to see that our army can't attack the Wanshan Pass, and if you make a mistake tomorrow, you won't have to call out to me as your father in the future. I don't have you as my son either. After that, he huffed and puffed. In situ Qin Yu was worried. It is normal to not be able to attack the Wanshan Pass, and it would be a ghost if he attacked it. But, how can we play this without starting a conflict with the soldiers in the pass and pretending to attack the other side? Han Yu took over all the defense of Wanshan Pass. At the moment, Han Yu was meeting with Xin Wei, the generalissimo of the Kyoto region. The two men sat in the lobby talking. What? Your Majesty wants to abandon the Wanshan Pass? Let the rebels drive in? Xin Wei looked at Han Yu in dismay. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Yu's name as a conquering general was there, he would have suspected that Han Yu was lying to him. If we give up the Wanshan Pass, then Chaoan City will have nowhere to defend and will be alone, and sooner or later the city will be broken. Han Yu, however, was very calm, as if the Chancellor had possessed him, and said lightly, His Majesty has his own deep intentions, and has already laid everything outside of Chaonan, just waiting for the rebels to pass, so you can rest assured. Besides, there is the Eastern Expeditionary Army outside of Chaonan, and even more, there is such a strange person as Chancellor Zhuge, so it's unlikely that anything will go wrong. Your current task is to return to Chaoan City and report to His Majesty, and later, whenever the rebels come to attack the city, I will feign some effort and withdraw. Shinwei frowned, still wanting to ask something, but after looking at the calm and collected Hanyu, the thought fell and he still didn't choose to ask. He sighed and got up. No matter what, I will live and die with His Majesty, and I'll leave this side of the Wanshan Pass to you. Don't worry, His Majesty today is capable of far more than you or I can imagine. Hanyu comforted. Let's hope so. Shinwei still seemed a bit unconvinced and got up to leave the lobby, preparing to return to Chaoan City. Hanyu looked at the other party's back as he left for a long time without speaking. After a few moments, he said, "Someone, General, outside." A personal soldier approached. "Pass on my general's order. If there is an enemy attack on the pass, be sure to notify me at the first opportunity." Hanyu waved his hand and commanded, "Aye, General." The proctor nodded and walked out to pass on the order. Hanyu sat by himself inside the lobby, squinting his eyes as he pondered how to act. Although he has read countless art of war, but the battle of defending the city to bring acting, this is still the first time. The pressure is not much experience or not. Alas, it's useless to think so much. At the time of the battle array, an instant of 1,000 miles, the wind and clouds are unpredictable. Who knows what will happen? Just watch and see. Hanyu sighed. Early the next morning. Knock knock. The war drums of Wanshan Pass were sounded, and a soldier scrambled up to the citadel, ready to defend against the incoming rebels. Hanyu also quickly ascended to the citadel and watched the scene outside the pass. Only the wind and sand filled the sky in the distance, and the sound of war drums beat more than once. An army slowly approaching is, well, it's the fact that this army has no formation to speak of, and it looks like it's coming along at a walk, about 1,000 or so just to. What kind of formation is this? Never mind. Come in no formation. Hanyu took a cursory glance at the enemy army. To be honest, as far as this kind of scattered soldiers are concerned, as long as he is given 100 cavalry, he is sure that he can directly crush them. Unfortunately, he was now about acting, not defeating the enemy. Pass on my military order to release arrows against it. Hanyu pondered for a moment and said to the next proctor. The private looked confused and asked, "General, the enemy is 500 meters away from us. How can this be shot? What's the range of a bow and arrow? 100 meters or so. What's the deal with releasing arrows from 500 meters away? Eliminate the air in front of enemy troops in an attempt to suffocate them? Military orders you obey. Why ask so many questions?" Hanyu walked over and kicked the private's ass. The private could only mutter and convey the military order. General's orders, release the arrows. The soldiers defending the city were all stunned, but because of the factor of obeying orders, one by one, they all bent their bows and arrows. Shoo shoo shoo. All of a sudden, 10,000 arrows were fired, and the scene was terrifying, and the cold glints on the arrows made one's eyes feel raw. A round of arrows fell without damaging a single life. The feathered arrows all stuck in the ground without any effect. However, it had scared the 1,000-man enemy army enough that one of them barely backed away. No, this team's morale is too weak. A rain of arrows from 500 meters away can scare them like this. We can't release any more arrows. Wait for the enemy ladder to be set up, and then order the withdrawal of the army. Hanyu looked at the army, thought darkly, and said, "Pass on my military order that the entire army throw all of their bows out of the city and shout that our army is out of arrows." The personal soldier was confused again. What kind of scheme is this? But he didn't dare to ask anything more. He could only pass on the order. The soldiers inside the citadel have thrown their bows down to the city, still shouting, "Our army has no more arrows. Our army has run out of arrows." Below the city, the thousands of people led by Qin Yu naturally heard the words. Those soldiers were originally still in fear of the previous rain of arrows, but when they heard these words, each of their eyes lit up. "General, the enemy is out of arrows. Let's charge." "Right, charge. As long as we set up the ladder, the follow-up support will be here soon." "General, there's no time to lose. Hurry up and give the order." Qin Yu looked confused for a while. A large city gate, or a guardian of Chaoan City, releasing a round of arrows and saying that there are no more arrows. Who are you kidding? And if there's no arrow, there's no arrow. Why are you saying it? You think I'm an idiot? Are you acting or am I acting? Qin Yu looked at the feathered arrows strewn before him and fell silent. He had a feeling that the town general of this majestic pass wanted to act as well. "Forget it. Just pull out." "I don't believe it. How else can you act if I withdraw my troops?" However, he had to get a reason to withdraw his troops, or that father of his would have to cut him down. Thus, Qin Yu walked to a feathered arrow, pulled it out, clenched his teeth and ruthlessly stuck it directly into his thigh, hissing in pain. "Help me, someone put a hidden arrow." The soldiers who were originally preparing to charge froze in unison. Where did the hidden arrows come from? But when they saw the blood on their general's legs, they couldn't doubt it in time and all rushed up to protect Qin Yu. "Withdraw, withdraw the army." Qin Yu limped and shouted, but before the soldiers could react, rumble, the closed door of the distant Wanshan Pass suddenly opened wide, the heavy gate rubbing across the ground with a heavy rumbling sound. A voice came out of the pass. The enemy is killing their way in. Run away. At once, a banner was scattered and dropped, and countless soldiers fled in a scattered manner, heading towards Chaoan City. Qin Yu? He was filled with confusion as he looked at the Wanshan Pass that was closed and wide open in front of him. This is... what the hell? He was trying to force himself to his feet to check it out. Behind him, however, Chao Tong's ministry seized the moment. I only saw Chao Unity shouting, "The Wanshan Pass gate has been broken. Kill! Kill into the gate! Capture Wanshan Pass!" He shouted loudly, not forgetting to rush inside the Wanshan Pass with his fast horse. Under his orders, tens of thousands of troops frantically poured into Wanshan Pass, instantly occupying it. 1 second it was looming majestically, and the next it had been shot down, and Qin Yu was still standing still, dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Inside the Wanshan Pass, a large hall, where all the rest of the general soldiers except for Chao Tong were gathered. The expressions on the faces of these general soldiers as they looked at Qin Mo all seemed to be non-smiling. I really didn't expect the son of General Qin to be so valiant. Just 1,000 people broke the Wanshan Pass, and it took an extremely short time. This battle is afraid to go into the history books. Let me think. How should this be described? Tisk Tsk, Chief Qin, you know that your son is prim and valiant, but you still let him attack the pass. Isn't this adding to the problem? Originally, I was just thinking that I would just wait quietly for His Majesty to come over, but now it's fine. The Wanshan Pass has been breached by your son. If His Majesty blames us, this is something we can't take responsibility for. The many chief soldiers had a word to say, and most of their tones were a kind of jealousy. Why is it that your son is such a prima donna and their sons are strawmen? Does everyone have a different posture when making babies? And Qin Mo's face was filled with blindness. I know what my son is like, don't I? He's a real grasshopper. I'm all set to practice trumpet. Now that the big one has suddenly awakened and primed? Alright, everyone disperse, lest Chao Tong become suspicious. I believe that His Majesty won't care about this matter. On the contrary, when Chao Tong has been suppressed, he might reuse people like Qin Yu and other outstanding people. Qian stepped forward at this time and said, kind of rounding off the conversation. The rest of the general soldiers all glanced at Qin Mo with envy and jealousy, and then they left one after another. Only Qin Mo was left standing alone, muttering, how is it possible? How can this asshole become so prim and proper all of a sudden? It doesn't make sense. Could it be that the ancestral tomb is smoking? Ouch. Outside the lobby, Qin Yu limped in, limping. Is your leg okay? Qin Mo looked at this son of his with complicated eyes. Could it really be that he was wrong, the fact that his big number wasn't scrapped? Qin Yu arched his hand and was about to speak when he suddenly thought of something and lowered his head. Brother, Qin Mo's eyes widened as he asked, what did you call me? Brother, this asshole isn't going to get hit in the head, is he? Oh, Qin Yu touched his head and said, earlier wasn't it what you said? If anything goes wrong, there will be no son of mine. Bitterly helpless, I thought. I can only call you elder brother. If you do not like it, call your grandfather is also fine. Qin Mo. He silently drew his saber, which he had placed beside him. The sword had followed him around for dozens of years, only ever drank the blood of the enemy. I've never tasted the blood of the old Qin family, so I'll try it today. Beyond Wanshan Pass, on the official road back to Chaoan City, Han Yu, with thousands of soldiers, was returning to Chaoan City. He rode a black horse, twisting his head to look at the Wanshan Pass, where the Tang flag was no longer present, his gaze ghostly. There was some inexplicable fear in his heart. That rebel general just now clearly wanted to spike the show. It was thanks to his better sight that he could see the general's movements. You actually fucking hopped over and picked up an arrow, poked it in your leg, and yelled at someone for putting a hidden arrow in your leg, thanks to his quick enough reaction time. He gave up Wanshan Pass on the spur of the moment. Otherwise it will be necessary to continue to tangle with the rebels for a while at Wanshan Pass. Wanshan Pass. I hope that His Majesty's side has made arrangements earlier. Han Yu took a deep look at the Wanshan Pass. This is the most important line of defense that protects Chaoan City, now surrendered to the enemy. Is His Majesty trying to play an exciting game? Do it again outside Chaoan. Worthy of His Majesty. This boldness is very human. Throughout the generations of emperors in the great Tang dynasty, which one had such courage to let the enemy army go to Chaoan City? Even Tang Taizu would only block the enemy outside the Wanshan Pass, but now His Majesty has surrendered the Wanshan Pass. This battle will go down in history. And His Majesty may have had such a layer in mind when he let go of Wanshan Pass. Han Yu thought secretly in his heart. He slowly withdrew his gaze. With his legs clasping the horse's belly, he quickly advanced towards Chaoan City. He's going back to preparing for war. As long as His Majesty commands, he can lead the Eastern Expeditionary Army to help at any time. He, Han, will never brag. With those crooked men of the rebel army, he dared to use 80,000 Eastern Expeditionary Army to start a battle head-on with their 300,000 troops, and there's a certainty that the battle will be won. But since His Majesty didn't want too many of the great Tang people to die, he could only extinguish this frontal battle. Wanshan Pass was only half a day's foot travel away from Chaonan City, according to the foot travel of an ordinary person. Not to mention that Han Yu was in a hurry to march. In less than half a day, they returned to Chaonan City, and at the same time brought back the news that Wanshan Pass had fallen into the hands of the enemy. At once, the entire Chaonan City was abuzz, and countless people were red-eyed. It seems to want to wait for the rebels to arrive and guard the city of Chaonan with blood. And inside the palace, Jingyue Palace, Emperor Li Chang was originally playing Go with Ji Ning. After he learned that the Wanshan Pass had fallen, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. That's exciting. Is it finally ready? The Wanshan Pass has fallen, and immediately the city of Chaonan. He'll be back in no time. He was still the first, second or third time that he felt going back was this close to him. Ji Ning, who was playing Go, couldn't help but feel slightly shocked as she looked at the emperor's happy expression. Rebels capture Wanshan Pass. Is this all planned by this emperor? To wait for the rebels to attack Chaonan City? What kind of dragnet is this emperor laying in wait for the rebels? She was really curious. Li Chang was also in a rather pleasant mood, looking at Ji Ning, who was dazed and lost in thought beside him. His finger gently flicked the other party's forehead and laughed. Thinking about something? Ji Ning covered her forehead and shook her head. Nothing. The relationship between the two had become hotter and hotter after all these days. Of course, it's not that kind of hot, don't think too much. Li Chang glanced down at the chessboard in front of them, thought for a moment, dropped a piece down, and smiled. Ai Fei, you lost awe. Ji Ning stared blankly at the chessboard below and just wanted to ask something. Suddenly, Eunuch Su from the outside party gently knocked on the door and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, outside the palace, Shangshu Liao seeks an audience. What's this guy begging to see him for? Li Chang raised his eyebrows, glanced at Ji Ning, and said, Consort, I have to go beforehand. I will come over to you later. After saying that, he didn't wait for Ji Ning to get up and salute, so he raised his head and left, leaving Ji Ning sitting alone in front of the chessboard to watch. She looked at it for a long time. I don't know if 10 or 20 minutes have passed. What's wrong with you, mother? Seeing this, a palace maid couldn't help but remind her. Only then did Ji Ning return to her senses, shook her head, and said softly, It's fine. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes never left the chessboard. On the chessboard, the black discs have surrounded all the white discs, presenting a 10-sided ambush. Your Majesty, is this your way of dealing with the rebels? Ji Ning murmured, her beautiful eyes crossing the slightest touch. Just now His Majesty sensed her curiosity, but due to the rule that the harem should not interfere in politics, did he purposely play chess and use this method to tell her, His Majesty to her? It's really not a normal favor. Ji Ning was greatly satisfied inside. To be able to marry such a man, there was no regret in this life. Taiji Hall. Here Li Chang summoned Liao Yun, the Minister of Rights, who had begged to see him. Liao Yun saluted just as he walked into the Taiji Hall and said in a loud voice, My lord, see your Majesty. As he knelt and saluted, his eyes scanned left and right. It was empty. In addition to him, the entire Taiji Hall is only the Emperor and the Eunuch Su on the side. Why aren't any of his colleagues here? The Wanshan Pass has fallen. Shouldn't the civil and military officials come to see His Majesty at this time? Why is he the only one here? Had something happened that he didn't know about? Be excused. Li Chang sat on a high seat, looking down on Liao Yun, but very calm, waving his hand and inquiring, Liao Shangshu, are you here for something? Liao Yun looked at the empty surroundings and was a bit abashed, but he still forced up his courage and arched his hand in a bow. Your Majesty, now that the rebels have captured the Wanshan Pass, which has greatly threatened Your Majesty, I would like to ask Your Majesty to order that the Eastern Expeditionary Army be dispatched to meet the rebels. This guy was worried about the rebels attacking Chaonan City, so he came to find him on purpose. It's normal. Even if this guy is a traitor, he's still considered his vassal. Now that someone was trying to overthrow him as emperor, it was normal for his subjects to be a bit anxious. Unfortunately, he didn't want to fend off the rebels. But, what's this Eastern Bloc thing? Li Chang frowned for a moment, thinking carefully before remembering. The Eastern Conquest seems to be the same crooked army? The same army he went to demoralize before the original Eastern expedition. I think. This army is still in Chaonan City. He was under the impression that this army was very vegetable, so he didn't care too much about it. Li Chang gazed at this Liao Yun and said, I have already prepared everything. You don't need to be alarmed. Just as usual, when the rebels don't exist. Well, ready to go home. You guys are on your own. After he finished, he picked up the Zhangfu in front of him and read it, too lazy to bother with Liao Yun. Liao Yun froze in place, looking at the emperor's appearance of not wanting to be bothered, and did not know what to say. His Majesty has prepared everything? Could it be that the fall of Wanshan Pass was also expected by your Majesty? Then it would be hard for him to say anything. He was about to excuse himself and leave. Suddenly he saw the emperor's legs crossed under his desk. Your Majesty, I have one more thing to report. Liao Yun immediately couldn't help himself. He's the Minister of Rights. Normally, etiquette is most important. Say, Li Chang was still looking at the Jingji. Liao Yun arched his hand and said, Your Majesty, you are the Emperor. You must maintain the Emperor's majesty. Your legs cannot be put like this. It is really detrimental to the Emperor's majesty. I am willing to guide your majesty. When viewing the Zhangji, how should I look? Get out! Li Chang glared. His lips lightly parted and he spat out a word. Liao Yun chattered. Your majesty, you are an emperor. How can you be like a marketplace rascal, swearing foul language? Get out! Your majesty! Snap! A Zhangbiao flew out. Liao Yun was startled, and quickly retired and left. Li Chang grunted. He was going back. What did he care if it was Imperial Majesty? It'd be nice not to take your shoes off and smash them in your face, and have the nerve to harp on him. Doesn't it smell good to be your honest traitor? Li Chang picked up the Zhangbiao and was about to continue watching. Suddenly something came to mind. This Minister of Rights will come. Should the other ministers come later to seek an audience with him? Wouldn't that annoy the hell out of him? Eunuch Su, pass on my order that the palace gates be closed for 5 days, and I will see no one. He immediately waved his hand and said. Eunuch Su bent his body, took 2 steps closer, and said in a low voice, Is your majesty afraid that those ministers will come to ask for an audience with your majesty? Li Chengdu glanced at Eunuch Su and nodded slightly. Eunuch Su smiled and said, Then your majesty doesn't need to worry. The old slave got a piece of news not long ago. Originally there were many ministers who were planning to have an audience with your majesty, but they were stopped by the chancellor's side. The chancellor's side said that your majesty is very busy, so he told all those ministers to go to the chancellor's residence, saying that the chancellor has taken care of it. Great done, good comrade, give it a shot. Knowing that he's annoyed by all this, he's even stopped people for him specifically. Well done. The slightest touch flashed in Li Chang's eyes. Not bad for his comrade in arms. Really knows him. But then again, a super vampire plus a bunch of treacherous ministers who can play a game when they meet. Shouldn't we be discussing stealing the treasury and running away? It's still a real possibility. Forget it. He's going back soon. What does it matter? They're interested. So let's steal the treasury. Li Cheng thought carefully for a while and spoke. Pass on my decree to give the chancellor the power to mobilize the treasury. He felt that it was time for him to help this good comrade. He's going back anyway, as a small favor. Inside the chancellor's residence, Chancellor Zhuge Wuming met with dozens of ministers. The topic of their conversation was, naturally, about this rebellion. These ministers were slightly alarmed, but could only calm down after Zhuge Wuming's explanation. When they realized that the emperor was deliberately laying out a plan to lure the rebels with the Wanshan Pass, they were also slightly staggered. They knew that the emperor had a layout, but they just didn't expect the emperor to be so ruthless and directly give up Wanshan Pass as well. Don't worry, it's all under his majesty's control. Zhuge Wuming comforted again. He looked up and saw the group of ministers who were whispering, Your Majesty's boldness. Really? The old minister is convinced. Giving up the Wanshan Pass. Is this really possible? If others, I guess it won't work. In His Majesty's place this won't necessarily be the case. You have to know that His Majesty's actions all along. Isn't that step unimaginable? Not to mention anything else. Let's just say that when His Majesty named General Han as his commander in the Great Hall, weren't we all confused? That's true. Your Majesty's deepest intentions are just something we can speculate on. The group of ministers were talking. Zhuge Wuming looked at this scene and smiled without saying anything. It was all he could do to help. He knew that His Majesty must be fully engaged in laying out and planning for the rebels right now, and he could only help His Majesty stabilize these ministers. There was also another reason, which was to reveal His Majesty's intention to these ministers so that these ministers could cooperate with His Majesty's movements. I guess His Majesty didn't send anyone to stop him from intercepting these people from entering the palace. It was the same as what he thought. Zhuge Wuming took a few steps, his eyes looking deeply in the direction of the Wanshan Pass. He was in a rather depressed mood. To be honest, he had no major role at all in this rebellion, and could only assist His Majesty slightly. It made him uncomfortable. Forget it, why think so much? Since I can't make a big effort this time, let's wait for the next time, and then we'll make a big effort to help His Majesty. It seems like there's an opportunity now. When His Majesty has pacified the rebels, the logistics of recovering those 22 regions will need help instead. Zhuge Wuming thought darkly. looking at the dozens of ministers who were still discussing, but he rose to the occasion. After this campaign, the 22 districts will surely be truly in His Majesty's hands. His Majesty's regional powers must have been somewhat deficient in these 22 districts. It was his turn to make a move. These dozens of ministers in front of them were all from various big families, and the families behind them were all big powers in various regions. It would be nice to use these people to mobilize those big powers as a way to stabilize the regions. Your Majesty, rest assured, Wuming will definitely make arrangements for you this time. No need for you to be distracted by logistical issues, Zhuge Wuming thought darkly in his heart, and his gaze was rather eerie as he looked at the many ministers. Gentlemen, be a little quiet. There are some things that this minister would like to make clear to you. He spoke softly. Obviously the Chancellor's Majesty was still very great, and when he spoke, the rather chaotic scene instantly quieted down, and the many ministers who were whispering stopped speaking, all looking towards Zhuge Wuming. Zhuge Wuming narrowed his eyes as if he were an old fox and told these ministers what he was thinking. When these ministers heard the words, all their faces changed and their heads shook like rattlesnakes. No, 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 that won't work. Chancellor, don't look at me with a high reputation. In fact, I don't have much say in the family at all. I can't help you. Chancellor. Yes, Chancellor, I can't help much. You look for old Chen. Some days ago, their family was the most powerful. Bullshit. What do you mean my family is the most powerful? Each and every one of your families are not weak. So how come my family is the most powerful? The scene turned chaotic once again. The many ministers were very noisy as they said one thing to each other. As for the 300,000 rebels, it was given to the back burner long ago. Seeing this, Zhuge Wuming's face showed a look of pain as he said, thanks to His Majesty treating you as loyal officials and good talents. Is this how you repay His Majesty? If His Majesty had not removed that group of treacherous ministers, and all of you on the field today were replaced with those treacherous ministers, do you think those treacherous ministers would have agreed to this request on the premise of gaining His Majesty's trust? And all of you, one by one, all of you actually refused. If His Majesty knew, he'd be disappointed. Every word is like a sword. It made dozens of ministers stop their clamor, and one by one, they all quieted down. Their faces became strange, and they didn't know what to say. After a long time, a minister stepped out and helplessly said, Chancellor, it's really not that we refuse to help. Families all have their respective rules of the family. For the family to be selfless and help His Majesty, it's really impossible. And even if we do help, it's simply not possible to do so. The rest of the ministers heard and agreed. Zhuge Wuming also frowned. Indeed, it wasn't very realistic to not give these families a little sweetener and let them help for nothing. But if you sweeten the deal, with his words, he really couldn't afford to give it. He could have afforded to give it if his vast assets hadn't been sold off in the first place. But he simply couldn't afford to give it now. What to do next? Zhuge Wuming was lost in thought. Master, the palace is here again. Suddenly, a steward hurried in, holding an imperial decree. Someone from the palace, what is it? Oh, Zhuge Wuming frowned as he felt unable to guess His Majesty's intentions. He asked, where are the visitors from the palace? The steward handed out the decree and said, leave the decree and go, saying that this decree is from His Majesty to you. Master. Zhuge Wuming took the imperial decree and opened it to read it. Those ministers glanced left and right, all curious as to what holy decree His Majesty would give to the Chancellor at this time. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty understands me. In the next moment, Zhuge Wuming suddenly laughed out loud, the corners of his eyes glistening with tears. The decree said only one thing, giving him the power to freely deploy the treasury. Why would His Majesty give him this power for no reason? There was only one possibility, and that was that His Majesty had guessed his idea. And even if he didn't know his exact method, he knew that he needed financial support. His Majesty understands him, he understands His Majesty as well. This is the confidant. Moreover, they are also more advanced confidants, where both parties never deliberately talk to each other, but understand each other deeply. In the Great Tang Dynasty, Zhuge Wuming has only one confidant, and that is His Majesty. I have no regrets if I have a soulmate in this life. Zhuge Wuming took a deep breath. This time, dealing with the logistics, he must help His Majesty get it done. I'm sure His Majesty would be very happy if he knew that he had really handled the logistical problems in the various regions after the war. Gentlemen, may you take a look at this holy decree, and after reading it, you may mobilize your family to help. Zhuge Wuming handed the imperial decree to the ministers. Outside the city of Chaoan, the 300,000 rebels arrived outside the city and didn't launch an attack at the first opportunity, but instead set up their tents and discussed the battle. Chao Tong looked at the people inside the tent, his face vaguely revealing excitement. Just breach the city of Chaoan and let the Great Tang fall. Then he'll be the head of a country from now on. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become even more excited inside. Standing up and saying, "Gentlemen, Chowan City is right in front of us. Let's take it down with a bang. And when we meet next time, we'll be the king's meeting, not this broken generalship." A meeting of the kings. Each of the many general soldiers had a very strange look in their eyes, but instead of saying anything, they nodded their heads and agreed with Chow Tong. There's no need to talk so much to a dying man. Soon they were going to have to make a move to finish this Chow Tong off anyway. Chow Tong, however, did not notice anything at all, and instead placed his gaze on this group of teammates. Looked around. It finally landed on Qin Mo. It accurately landed on Qin Yu, the one sitting on a four-wheeled chair behind Qin Mo. He rubbed his hands together and said, "General Qin, your son is prim and valiant. Can we let your son take on the important task of attacking Chowan City this time? All of our army can be put under his command." Qin Yu, who was sitting in the wheelchair, was dumbfounded. "I have to go up and act again." He looked down at his injured legs. Silence. One leg he poked himself with an arrow. One leg was cut by his father with a sword. He really doesn't have the legs to take up and act. Moreover, last time, he was lucky that the other party was just acting too. In case the other party didn't act this time, then he absolutely lost his head. And it was the kind of thing that he couldn't even run away from. Qin Yu felt a cold sweat running down his body when he thought of the scene where he was pierced by 10,000 arrows. He was just about to refuse. Suddenly, Qin Mo stepped forward and said, "All right then, it's settled. The army will be commanded by my son. And anyway, my son had privately told me earlier that he wanted to command this battle." Qin Yu? When did he say that? Is this the son of a bitch? Chow Tong didn't know that much and laughed out loud at his words, saying, Good. Our army lacks people like Nephew Qin who is brave and good at fighting. With Nephew Qin, we will definitely be able to conquer Chowan City in one go this time." Qin Mo smiled without smiling and said, "Then let's say it's a good deal. Let my son command all the troops and horses. Then I also have to ask all of you to hand over all the military power. Otherwise my son can't do direct sexual command." Ding! The scene instantly turned silent. Surrender of military power. Who doesn't know that handing over military power is a big no-no? Isn't that the same as putting your life in someone else's hands? The gazes of all the chief soldiers coincidentally landed on Qin Mo. Qin Mo had no qualms about looking at these general soldiers. Countless gazes intertwined for a moment. All of these general soldiers understood Qin Mo's intention to hollow out Chow Tong. Anyway, the military power will soon be handed over to the emperor. Instead, you don't have to care too much. I agree. The military power is unified, so that it is also easier to attack the city. Not bad. I also agree. After all, we are not far away from the famous Eastern Expeditionary Army. If the military power is not unified, when the Eastern Expeditionary Army comes to fight, who will block it? I agree. Numerous generals agreed. Chow Tong, who had originally opened his mouth to refuse, froze there. When did these bastards become so generous if military power said to be handed over? It always feels like they're all playing me. But there's not much proof. With so many chief soldiers agreeing, Chow Tong naturally couldn't refuse and could only nod his head in agreement. Thus, the power of 300,000 soldiers was unified. It all fell into the hands of this Qin Yu. Guanzhong army. Inside the center army tent, Qin Yu sat in his wheelchair, looking at his old man who was polishing his sword and shivering. "Are you going?" Qin Mo rubbed his sword expressionlessly. "No, I'm not going. If I go this time, in case I really play a big game, then I'll die." "Dad, I'm your son. Aren't you afraid of sending your son away?" Qin Yu sat in his wheelchair, his head shaking like a rattle. Qin Mo copied the sword up and said with a seeming smile, "Your mother and I are preparing to have another one. It doesn't matter if you die. Father will bring your body back to Guangzhong. Don't worry." "So, you really refuse to go?" "If you go, your chances of surviving are very high. If you don't go, your father I'll chop you up right now. You won't be able to move your two legs. I'd like to see how you can run," he said, still carrying his sword, taking a step towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu trembled in fear and tried to stand up, but the pain in his legs prevented him from doing so. He quickly shouted, "Father, I'll go, I'll act, don't mess up." Wouldn't it have been better to have said so? Qin Mo rolled his eyes and put his sword back, saying, "I don't want you to act this time. Don't worry, you just need to operate in your original color." Honky-tonk operation. Is this to say that he operates in his natural color? As much as he acts, Qin Yu was unconvinced on the spot and said, "Father, you're underestimating me, aren't you?" Qin Mo's gaze fell strangely onto Qin Yu, faintly saying, "The biggest difference between your vernacular operation and acting is that you act stiffly, while your vernacular operation is natural." "Well, natural garbage." Qin Yu's face stiffened. "Is that any way to talk about your son?" he instantly tried to retort. Qin Mo, however, did not wait for the other party to reply and continued. Don't refute. Let's talk about your experiences since you were a child. When you were 7 years old, you brought hundreds of houseguests, wanting to play rampage. You said you rampage even if you have to command the houseguests yourself. The result? Being a shopkeeper, threw out 2 or 3 dogs, chased you hundreds of people to run all over the city. 12 years old that year, learn others to play bride snatching. This time also brought hundreds of soldiers, snatch the bride you also even if snatch, you also lost, ran to the city where people get married, was surrounded by others. If not your father I save you, you now have long been gone. 14 years old that year, even more outrageous, wanted to exercise you, let you take a few thousand soldiers to fight the bandits, but the result is that you yourselves were eliminated by the bandits. All of them were captured. And you still say that it was you who wanted to penetrate into the enemy's army? Not that I'm saying, for all your experience, the acting isn't even as good as you. As Chinyu listened to these words, he called out the name of the divine beast in his heart. Doesn't he just dish it out a little? Why do you have to expose his black history so much? Chinmo's mouth was dry from talking, licked his tongue, walked to the side and drank some water, and was about to continue. Chinyu hurriedly said, no need to say, Father, I know, I'll operate instinctively, so don't say anything. After saying that, he supported the wheelchair with both hands, and under Chinmo's line of sight, he pushed the wheelchair out with great difficulty, fearing that if he stayed here for one more second, his self-esteem would be hit one more time. Me, Chinyu, it's too hard. The next day, Chaoan City, the Imperial Palace. Emperor Li Cheng had just had breakfast with Ji Ning and came to the Imperial Garden to touch the fish and swim. By his words, enjoy the last part of the day before you go back. After all, it's almost time to go back. Ancient life is also quite fresh. You won't even be able to experience it later. You definitely need to experience it more now. At this moment, Li Cheng was reclining on a chair, humming a small song, devoid of imperial majesty. Your Majesty, the enemy army has come outside the city gates on a large scale. Please instruct your Majesty on the next move. Eunuch Su approached the emperor's side and softly inquired. He thinks, His Majesty must have some kind of plan. How else could you be so calm? 300,000 enemy troops were right outside the city, and without a plan, it would have been impossible to be so calm. What if there's no plan? That's not possible. Unrealistic. If there was no plan, an emperor facing 300,000 rebels at the city's doorstep would still be so calm that he would be humming a little song. Would you believe it? The rebels are finally here? Li Cheng's squinted eyes slowly opened with a flash of excitement. Sure enough, this scene fell into Eunuch Su's eyes. Eunuch Su instantly felt that the emperor had already laid out his plans. Let's be honest. The emperor is waiting for the rebels. Go, follow me to the citadel. Li Cheng immediately opened his mouth. He's never seen a real battlefield before. It's good to see a real battlefield before you leave. By the way, witness the destruction of this great Tang Empire with your own eyes. In the future, when you go back and meet those losers, you can just say, I once lost an empire with my own hands. Will the other person take him for a psychopath? Never mind. He was the only one who knew about this honor anyway. You lose your family. I lose my country. TSK. No, it seems that if I go back, my memory will be erased as well. Li Cheng had already started to why what would happen when he went back. Eunuch Su beside him dissuaded, saying, Your Majesty, going to the citadel is just too dangerous. If there is any arrangement, you might as well let the old slave accomplish it instead of Your Majesty. Your Majesty is the body of a true dragon. You mustn't take any risks. Li Cheng glared at Eunuch Su, wanting to scold the other party, but thinking that he wasn't far from going back, he didn't bother. He only waved his hand and said, I must make a trip to the citadel, and I need to go now. Eunuch Su's face flashed with difficulty, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, Your Majesty, it's fine if you want to go to the citadel, but you must put on armor, and then have the feathered troopers raise their shields to guard Your Majesty. Li Cheng nodded helplessly and agreed. Soon after, he made a trip back to his chambers and put his armor on while being waited on by the palace maid. His armor was golden in color, with a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon engraved on his chest armor. Both shoulder armors were in the shape of a dragon's head, and his bright cloak danced with the wind, changing into his armor. He had less of a relaxed attitude and more of an imperial majesty. This armor is also too heavy. Li Cheng spat madly in his heart. Don't think armor looks handsome on you. Damn heavy batch. Inner and outer armor, wearing on the body, with the pressure of countless iron blocks, and movement is also restricted, such as kneeling or something posture. Simply cannot do. I feel uncomfortable all over. Your Majesty, the Feathered Forest Army has finished mobilizing and is ready to head to the citadel. Eunuch Su came over and said, Departure. Let's go. Li Chang didn't want to procrastinate, so he went to the citadel to take a look and came back later to take off his armor. It's really uncomfortable to have armor on. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Su replied. Li Chang walked out and got into the carriage. Under the escort of hundreds of feathered forest troops, the carriage slowly headed towards the direction of Chaoan City Citadel. Chaoan City Citadel. The emperor himself came to supervise the battle. The news traveled into the citadel, and it was like a calm water surface being blown up by a stone. At once, countless soldiers felt a sense of wariness rise in their hearts. The emperor himself supervised the battle. It gave them a huge morale boost. Even a noble 9-to-5 like the emperor was willing to supervise the war. So what reason did they have not to sell their lives? Li Chang, however, had no idea what his arrival had caused. He was standing on the citadel, looking down through the women's wall. In his line of sight, the city was so black that he couldn't see the end of it at a glance. A flag was fluttering in the wind, and the sound of war drums was still beating. The black clouds are pressing down on the city. Li Chang is also very shocked. This can be compared to the previous life. What big movie or something? Too much better. The real scene is far from a movie. Your Majesty, lean back a little more. Eunuch Su also followed the emperor. On its left and right sides, several shield-raising guards stood, ready to protect the emperor's safety. No harm done. Li Chang narrowed his eyes and said, "Can you call the main general of this rebel army below to come out? I want him to talk." He was curious to see what a being that unified so many people looked like. He'd like to thank some of these people when he gets a chance. What a great bunch of people to know to help him get home. Your Majesty, you are a noble person. Those rebels are not qualified to talk to you. Eunuch Su whispered. Li Chang put his hands behind his back, overlooking the black pressurized sea of people below, and said straightly, "Don't talk about identity or not. Just ask you, can you call out the other side's main general?" "Of course, Your Majesty, wait a moment." Eunuch Su walked out and said something to a general. The general hurriedly nodded his head and arched his hand towards the emperor's side. Then he walked down the city stairs. After about a while, a man on a fast horse galloped out of the city and straight into the local camp. Soon the man returned to the city, and in that black sea of people, two soldiers came out pushing a wooden wheelchair. In the wheelchair sat Qin Yu. The wheelchair was pushed all the way to not far from the walls of Chaoan City. Qin Yu, who was seated in a wheelchair, swept his gaze over the upper wall of the city and finally settled on Li Chang, who was wearing yellow armor, as he slightly arched his hand and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Chang on the city wall was also sizing up this Qin Yu. To be honest, he was still taken aback at the first sight of Qin Yu. I thought Zhuge Kongming was alive, in a wheelchair and on cloud 9 in front of 10,000 troops. Fixing his eyes, he realized that this was simply a young man with two ruined legs. Li Chang still wanted to praise the other party for a job well done, but it was not good to do so considering that so many soldiers were here. Can only pretend to say, "See me? How dare you see me? I give you a chance. As long as you are loyal to me again, I will forgive you. Otherwise, I will kill all 9 of your clans. I'll make all 9 of your clans infamous for the rest of eternity. Quick, little old me, get angry." Then in a fit of rage, he swung his army of 300,000 to attack the city. Qin Yu, who was sitting in the wheelchair, however, touched his head and spoke. "Your Majesty, are you serious? What do you mean?" Li Chang froze for a moment, then said, "I am the emperor, and my word is sacred." Qin Yu looked at the 300,000 soldiers behind him, and then at the Chaoan City in front of him, and nodded. "Then I surrender." Li Chang, Chao Tong, numerous generals, 300,000 soldiers, a hillside. The many chief soldiers were all wide-eyed and completely unable to react. That's down, goddamn twist. 300,000 troops are under the city, and you just blandly said you surrendered? Are you kidding me? About a while passed. The numerous general soldiers finally came back to their senses, as if they had thought of something, and unanimously looked at Qin Mo. One by one, their eyes became incredibly haunted. Sure enough, they had all been counted by Qin Mo. Qin Mo unified the military power and then handed it over to the emperor by his son himself, so that the emperor would subconsciously believe that Qin Mo was the one who took the first credit for this incident. And what about them? Only some fraction of the credit can be given. Qin Mo, Qin Yu, you father and son are so calculating. Qin Mo himself was even more confused, staring blankly at his own son in front of the army in the distance. Is this the true color of that simple batch of kids operation? He seemed to understand why the boy was 14 years old, why he failed to fight the bandits, but instead he was attacked by them. It is estimated that the big chief of the people shouted, "Do you surrender or don't you surrender?" And then this kid comes along and says, "I'm down," just as each of these generals had their own thoughts. Chao Tong on the side couldn't help himself and angrily questioned Qin Mo, saying, What does your son mean by this? Do you really want to surrender? Qin Mo racked his brain, trying to stabilize his opponent first. Unexpectedly, Qi Yan stepped out first and sneered. As things stand, there is no need to talk about excuses. Chow thief, we are all loyal officials. Seeing that you want to rebel, by His Majesty's decree, we pretended to be in alliance with you, Chow thief, in order to bring you to justice in front of His Majesty at this very moment. This statement was made. Many chief soldiers spoke up. Not bad, you Chow traitors are the sons of chaos. How could we be in the same boat with you? Staying with you all these days is a stain on my life. We have been loyal for generations. Will we think like you and other Chow thieves? Chow thief, I can't wait to eat your flesh and sleep on your skin. Buzz, Chow Tong immediately felt his head buzzing and his chest heaving up and down as he hurriedly beckoned. Someone come, quickly, escort me away. This group of actors, when I leave and rise again, make sure to kill all of you, he thought angrily. Qi Yin sneered. Have you forgotten? Your men, all of them, were killed by you, and the military power is all in nephew Qin's hands. Chow thief, you don't have a chance. Chow Tong sniffed, glanced around at his empty side, face a woeful smile. I understand. All this is the Emperor's layout, sending secret agents, forcing me to kill all my subordinates, and letting you all pretend to be in alliance with me, in order to let me despair at this moment now, to kill and kill. The Emperor, good means, cough cough cough, poof. As he spoke, he coughed violently suddenly. A mouthful of blood was spat out. The entire person seemed to have aged dozens of years, and with his eyes closed, he fainted on the ground. The many chief soldiers looked at each other from left to right, and after they heard those words from Chow Tong, each of them had a little chill in the bottom of their hearts. They felt, in the underworld, like the Emperor was manipulating them. They are like pieces on that chessboard, at the mercy of the Emperor. As in the case of Chow Tong, it was clear that the Emperor could have sent the Eastern Expeditionary Army to strongly suppress and deter them at the first sign of rebellion from the other side. But the Emperor didn't. Instead, he let Chow Tong rebel, and then sent spies to have Chow Tong kill all his loyal men. Then, they were subject to the Emperor's conveyed meaning, pretending to alliance with Chow Tong. At this last moment backwash, Chow Tong military power all taken. Even the ministry, desperate to the extreme. This loop follows the loop. Emperor. So scary, the awe of that Emperor reached a kind of extreme in the hearts of the many general soldiers. In this life, no, for all eternity, they would never dare to have any dissenting thoughts. Capture Chow Tong and send him to His Majesty. Qian was also in a cold sweat, and after a while, he came back to his senses and spoke to the others. Well, I think, we need to go and interview His Majesty and confirm with him that we really don't have any dissent. His Majesty hasn't summoned you, so what are you doing there? Playing a game here and there? Thinking like this? I won't even dare to go to the greenhouse in the future, in case the girl inside is His Majesty's person, wanting to spy on me to see if I have any dissenting thoughts. And on the other hand, if I am drunk and talk nonsense, wouldn't I be a dead man? The many chief soldiers said one after another. With the consultation of all of them, Chow Tong was tied up in 5 pieces with the intention of sending it to the Emperor. The moment, under the city of Chaoan. After Qin Yu said the sentence, then I'll descend. The whole room was silent and no one could react. Li Cheng's eyes were even wider. What's this guy's operation? You're fucking 300,000 strong army. Doesn't it smell good to attack a city, set it's down for no reason? Nope, calm down. There's no way this person would be stupid enough to mobilize 300,000 troops to come to the city only to surrender straight away. Maybe it's a swindle, trying to trick the city gates open and seize the city without any injuries? When Li Cheng thought so, he was at peace. Since they had this idea, how could he not go along with it? Men, open the gates and accept the surrender of the rebels. Li Cheng waved his hand and commanded. Everyone around them froze. Eunuch Su, however, hastened to say, Your Majesty, you must not, in case this is a plot by the rebels, please Your Majesty must not order the gates to be opened. You think so? Then it must be. Li Cheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the fact that these people were not really surrendering, otherwise he would have been really dumbfounded. He then said, I say open the gates. Just do it, don't refute it. He realized that this eunuch Su was really barfy. If the other guy hadn't been better at taking care of his life and living, he would have switched. For example, the little eunuch who tells the truth as much as he can is great. Well, that little eunuch had no drawbacks other than the fact that his looks were a bit uglier than his. Eunuch Su sniffed and wanted to say something, but he met the emperor's gaze and said no more. Instead, he silently turned to command others to open the gates. Li Cheng did not continue to wait at the citadel, but re-entered the palace under the escort of the Feathered Forest Army. He will wait quietly at the palace, waiting for all those rebels to arrive. waiting for those rebels to bring about the complete demise of the Great Tang. The thought of it made him feel a little comfortable. Physical and mental pleasure. After returning to the palace, Li Cheng didn't go anywhere and headed straight to the Taiji Hall, just sitting on the high seat. He looked down at the many folders in front of him. No surprises this time after all. Humph. The big event has been accomplished. What could possibly go wrong? He remembered that he had said before that there could still be an accident this time. So let's just eat all the sonnets on this table. Right? It's a pity. He won't be able to eat this tasty juncture. Your Majesty, the rebels have surrendered. Suddenly, a feathered soldier from the outside walked in and shouted excitedly. Inside the Taiji Hall, Li Cheng stared blankly at the feathered forest army soldier who came in to report. 300,000 rebels. Down, you're not kidding? Li Cheng slowly raised his hand. His arm was shaking, and his voice was hoarse. The feathered forest soldiers didn't realize what was going on and continued to say with great excitement. Your Majesty, it's true. The 300,000 rebels have all surrendered. And now General Han has taken away all of the rebels' weapons with his men. And the rebellion has been quelled. Li Cheng barely managed to spit out a mouthful of blood. Are you kidding me? You drove a 300,000 strong army under the banner of rebellion and almost brought down the entire Great Tang. But when you came to Chaoan City, you just surrendered, Cthulhu. You're deliberately messing with me, aren't you? Li Cheng's heart was suffocated to the extreme. He really couldn't figure it out. What the hell are these people thinking? Doesn't it smell good to be an emperor? Obviously. If you overthrow him, then you'll have a chance to become emperor yourself. And the result, you're on the doorstep and you're down. Check. This matter must be investigated. It's not over until you give him an explanation. Going from hopeful to confident to absolutely disappointed is just like riding a roller coaster. He really can't carry it. It's a good thing he doesn't have a heart condition, or he'd be afraid he'd die of a heart attack. Li Cheng's face became grim as he waved his hand and said, You go down. Go inform Eunuch Su. And let Eunuch Su write me a detailed account of why the rebels have surrendered for no apparent reason. From head to toe. Yes, Your Majesty, the soldier answered and went out. Li Cheng watched the soldier leave, and his emotions were out of control on the spot. The palm of his hand pushed across the table, sweeping all the zhengzhua off the table. Bang bang. My ass. I just want to go home. Is that so hard? Li Cheng wanted to cry. In the past he had heard that it was just hard to motivate the country to become stronger. How come it's so hard to lose a country? Can someone please teach him what it takes to lose a country? He's been defeated all this way. And instead of losing his country's power has rubbed off on him. It was thought that after this rebellion, this journey to defeat the country would be over. Who would have thought that the rebel army of 300,000 drove up and threw in the towel? Who can handle that? Sundown. Dusk hour. Finally the details of the counterinsurgency were delivered to Li Cheng. Li Cheng sat in his chair in a slightly disheveled state, looking at a zhengbiao in his hand. As he read it, he fell into silence. 300,000 rebels this time. And it's actually just one rebel, all the others are just fake rebellions to suppress that one, and the generals who pretended to rebel were still getting his orders. You big. When did I ever give you orders? Can't wait for you to defeat the Great Tang. Li Cheng gritted his teeth, hating to tear this zhangzhua. He really couldn't figure out what these people were thinking. It's obviously a simple thing that has to be made so complicated. Pass on my decree. Tomorrow morning at the court, let those general soldiers all come to see me. Li Cheng tried to stabilize his emotions and instructed Eunuch Su from the outside party. He would like to see where this decree came from. Is it even possible to create something out of nothing? Ironically, someone is messing with it. If he found out that someone was really messing around, then he would never be merciful. Alas, there are loyal officials in the Great Tang after all. If everyone is like his good comrade Zhuge Wuming, then there are still so many things. Li Cheng took a deep breath as he tried to stabilize his crumbling mind. It had happened and he couldn't change it. All he could do was quickly adjust his mindset, and then formulate the next step in his plan to defeat the country. The best way to stabilize your mind is, of course, to find someone to talk to. Men. Set up the Jingyue Palace. Li Cheng decisively traveled to Jining's place. In no way did he go to talk about unhealthy topics. He just went to take a break and restore his mind. Inside the city of Chaoan, a stagecoach stop. The 20-odd chief soldiers all lived here, and it was also arranged by Zhuge Wuming. This stagecoach station was guarded on all 3 levels, and their personal freedom had been controlled. To put it politely, when the emperor summoned the many general soldiers to the morning court tomorrow, they all gathered to discuss what deep meaning the emperor was having. It's just that they talked for a long time, but they couldn't figure out what deep meaning the emperor had. Finally they all landed their gazes on Qian. Wanted to see if this person who had once been taught the thinking differently technique by Chancellor Zhuge had any other insights. Shi Yan was also frowning tightly, and after hesitating for a while, he said, It seems to me that His Majesty should not have any major deeper intentions. After all, we are all accomplished ministers, and His Majesty is a wise ruler, so it is impossible for him to do anything that would cause the birds and the bows to be hidden. We don't have to think too much. Even if something is really wrong, I guess it's to arrange our next prospects. It's impossible to continue to go back to be the chief soldier. We can only change to other positions. Also, a reminder to all of you. It's best to put your best foot forward tomorrow. Well, it's best to show the style of a great general. After all, this is arranging for a future. The more powerful you appear, the more His Majesty will be satisfied. And in turn, he might think that you're a loyal and great general, and will make you a great general or something. Put your best foot forward. The eyes of these general soldiers all lit up at the words. One by one, they looked at each other, all of them rising with other thoughts. Ahem. Then I'd like to go back and get ready. I didn't bring any clothes here. I'll go out and get a set of armor first. I'm going to have to go get ready before I do too. I'll get some rouge before I go. Maybe His Majesty likes the Confucian general style. I see Hanyu is a little Confucian general style. These general soldiers said one after another and prepared to leave. Guys, wait. Shi Yan suddenly called out to the generals again and said, His Majesty loves people who kiss ass. You can pay more attention to this aspect. The various generals nodded their heads, indicating that they were already aware of this, and only then did they whirl away. Shi Yan watched the men leave, and his gaze flashed with stealth. Thanks to his wit, he made good relations with the ministers of the court and learned that His Majesty hates people who kiss ass. When tomorrow morning's morning court is held, and all these people are kissing ass, causing His Majesty to be disgusted with all of them, and he's the only one who hasn't kissed ass, His Majesty will surely be impressed with him. When the time came to go along with the situation and make this fake alliance of Chao Tong's crusade against the rebellion all about him alone, his credit would surely be the highest. Well, how about practicing your kneeling position for tomorrow first? Qian stood up and thought for a moment. He's going to have to make the most perfect pose, every move, for the morning court tomorrow. Try kneeling like this? Qian straightened his clothes and went down on both knees. Clunk. At this time, the door happened to be opened and Qin Yu pushed his wheelchair in, right up against Qian. And the direction Qian was kneeling was none other than Qin Yu. The air was suddenly quiet. Qin Yu also froze for a moment, then smiled and said, Uncle Qi, I know that this time I have made a great achievement, but you see me, you do not have to perform this kind of big salute really cannot. One knee down on the line, do not both knees are kneeling Look at me this how embarrassed. Kneeling Qian. Your father and the others are gone. No one will find out if they kill you at this time. Right, the next day. Early morning court as always. The bells and drums of the palace struck. It's just that this morning court is a little different from all the past. This morning court was the first one after the pacification of the rebellion. The civil and military officials also treated it quite solemnly. Rumble. After reaching the point, the heavy palace doors slowly opened with a rumble. The civil and military officials did not enter the palace, but continued to stand outside. Their eyes looked away from time to time. A minister approached Zhuge Wuming and asked, Chancellor, those general soldiers, are they coming or not? Don't they even know the time of the morning court? Zhuge Wuming, on the contrary, shook his head bashfully and said, they're always away. It's normal that they don't know the exact time of the morning court, so wait a little bit longer. And if it's not there yet, we'll go in first. Upon hearing that, the minister could not say anything else. A little bit of time passed. Seeing that the morning court was about to begin, the group of ministers already wanted to go to the palace first. Finally, the 22 generals arrived late. Guys, long time waiting got the time wrong, almost didn't make it late. Qian, who was at the head of the group, came over and said with a smile. The group of ministers did not react, staring blankly at the 22 men. What's all this stuff? It's fine if you don't wear a court dress specifically for the court. What the hell is this? Most are wearing armor. Is this to keep you from wearing ordinary clothes? And that one over there with the heavy makeup? You're a fucking opera singer, and that Chin Mo, the scholar with a vegetable basket on his back, you guys are? Zhuge Wuming cried and laughed as he looked at these people. What is this game? Qian smiled and said, going to the morning court. Zhuge Wuming still wanted them all to change their clothes, but after looking at the sky, it was soon to be the morning court, so he didn't say anything more. Taking the civil and military officials, he walked into the palace. As they walked to the hall of containing heaven, as usual, they performed the 3 kneels and 9 bows to enter the hall. All liturgy is over. Eunuch Su stood next to the dragon chair where the emperor was sitting and shouted at the top of his voice, there's a book to be revealed, and there's no book to be withdrawn from the court. This statement was made. Immediately, a minister stepped out and said, Your Majesty, I have this to present. Granted. Li Chang waved his hand and said expressionlessly, His eyes stared straight at the 20-odd oddly dressed people at the very end of the courtroom. These are the same 24 men who faked a coalition and then suppressed the rebellion. It was also the same 24 people who destroyed this opportunity to go home. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. While listening to the minister's words, Li Chang scanned left and right, trying to find a reason to cut down these 20 or so people. Wait a minute. Reason. Right, when these 20-odd people go to the court today, will they step into the temple with their left foot first? Or with their right foot first? He doesn't know. Anyway, he said so. Li Chang quietly listened to the minister pulling the calf, and waited for the other party to finish pulling down. The next minister who wants to come out and speak hasn't jumped in yet. Li Chang, however, raised his hand. His gaze fell on the 20-odd general soldiers, and his tone became a bit icy as he said, I have allowed 22 of you to come to the court, but you don't put the rules of the court in your eyes? Do you think that the rules of Great Tang are not worth putting in your eyes? The 20 or so general soldiers who were originally in a state of delirium were instantly awake. It had felt like the court would speak for at least an hour or two before it would end, and then they would take them up on it. But the emperor is speaking now, and why? Is it like they are asking for offense? What did they do? Is it hard to believe that the assemblies would prohibit godly wandering? Shi Yan forcibly stabilized his trepidation and asked stiffly, Your Majesty, I wonder what rules my subjects have broken. Li Chang faintly looked at Shi Yan and said in a cold voice, You do not wear court dress to court for one thing. The Great Tang honors the right, and you step on the left foot first when you enter the hall. That is the second. You don't even know you're wrong for 3. These 3 offenses. Minister of Justice, tell me, what should be done? He dropped his gaze to the frothing Minister of Justice Luo Yang. Luo Yang trembled, and quickly returned to his senses, stepped out and said, Your Majesty, these 3 sins. Well, these 3 sins should be dealt with by disrespecting the king's law and disrespecting the king, and deserve to be stripped of their official positions, sent to the heavenly prison, and have their 3 clans put to death. He was muttering in his mind as well. You don't even know you're wrong. Is that a sin, not wearing a court dress? Doesn't seem to be in the Torah either. Did he not fail to remember the law? Or is the emperor making it up? Forget it. It feels like saying the emperor is making stuff up will get him killed. Or is it better that he can't remember the Torah? Come on people, put these people, all to me into the heavenly prison. All according to the law. Li Changbing said coldly. These 20 or so people were really pissing him off. I thought I could defeat the country a little bit by eradicating the loyalists inside the court, but it turned out that there were still these loyalists outside. How could he even fake an alliance to suppress the real rebels again, and claim that he gave the imperial decree? I'll give you a head start. If he wants to lose the country, the first thing he has to do is to root out all these people. Not one of them. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. We are at least meritorious ministers. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. We are all unaware of the laws of the Imperial Council because we are always away from home. These 20 or so people were scared enough, all of them kneeling down and begging for mercy, almost not crying out. Thought the emperor was going to play the bird with the bow. Seeing this, Zhuge Wuming hurriedly stepped out and said, Your Majesty, the general soldiers are only unaware of the rules of the court because they have been absent from the court for many years. After all, the general soldiers are all meritorious ministers. Please forgive them this time. The chancellor came out. The group of ministers who were still watching the show have come forward. I beg Your Majesty's pardon. Seeing all these treacherous ministers say this, Li Cheng frowned slightly, still wanting to forcefully suppress all these people, but on second thought, wouldn't it be better to send these prima donnas and loyalists to his big brother? Since these people can think of something like a fake alliance, they must have abilities of their own, right? They can't all be wasted actors. Sending it to his big brother in this way would also increase his big brother's strength. It's not allowed to say that his big brother feels strong enough to completely turn against him. It's okay. Li Cheng thought of this and said quietly, deadly sins can be waived, but living sins are hard to escape. Transfer these people, all of them, to the Iliang area. Transferred to the Yurong area, it suddenly dawned on the ministers that His Majesty wanted to transfer all these generals out of their original regions, but could not think of a reason. So he came up with such a plan. His Majesty wants to truly control the entire Great Tang world. Naturally, these generals could not continue to be regional generals. If His Majesty follows the usual transfer, it is inevitable that these generals will not be convinced. Now with the crime of sending all these people to the Jinshi King in charge of the Yilong area, naturally, it would be better. His Majesty, Gomez, after dealing with those generals, the morning court continued. Li Cheng listened to the reports of various ministers. All of these things left him bored and preoccupied with the thought of losing the country today. About half an hour passed. One minister after another has finished. Zhuge Wuming suddenly stood out as well, bowing and saying, Your Majesty, I have something to report. Zhuge Wuming stood out and sort of caught Li Chang's eye. He looked back at Zhuge Wuming. There was an inexplicable sameness in the eyes. If the rebels are the ones actually attacking the city, this good comrade can get a huge fortune, right? Pity. Now that he's still around, this good comrade would surely not dare to keep his hand in. But what's the good fighter doing out here at this juncture? Li Chang curiously said. Granted. Zhuge Wuming nodded his head before speaking. Your Majesty, among the rebels this time, there is only one person who rebelled, and that person is Cao Tong from the Hezhong region. And now that the rebel Cao Tong has been imprisoned, I would like to ask your Majesty to order how to deal with the rebel Cao Tong. The traitor Cao Tong, just kill it. And so on. Traitor, traitor, Li Chang froze for a moment. Then a flash of fire rose in his heart. That's the kind of traitor he wants. There are already countless traitors today. A rebel would be nice, if he let bygones be bygones, and on the contrary gave this rebel Cao Tong power again. Would the other party build up momentum and then rebel once again? Bring the men up, Li Chang commanded. He wanted to see if this rebel was truly unruly and unrepentant. If there is repentance, then death cannot give power in case it turns from a traitor to a loyalist. Deadly unrepentant. That's good. So you can become a rebel again. His orders went out. After a while, Cao Tong stepped into the heavenly hall of containment, led by 2 feathered guards. At the moment, Cao Tong was bound by ropes. His clothes were ragged, his hair was scattered, and his face was pale as if he was very weak. Not at all what it was earlier. Cao Tong entered the hall and looked at the 20 or so general soldiers with a ferocious gaze, itching to eat them all. It's the same 24 assholes. He had only thought that these teammates were a bit of a vegetable, but he hadn't realized that they were actually acting the entire time. If it weren't for them, he might be king of a country today. Traitor Cao Tong, in the presence of His Majesty, why don't you kneel down? Eunuch Su saw that Cao Tong had no intention of kneeling and stepped forward to loudly reprimand him. However, Cao Tong did not care about it at all. Instead, he recklessly looked at Li Chang with a very cold gaze. When he saw the emperor sitting on the dragon chair, it just so happened that the emperor's gaze was also on him. The 2 sides' eyes met in midair. Cao Tong stiffened. For what? Why did he feel an appreciation in the emperor's gaze? No, it can't be. He should be overthinking it. He's a traitor. Unless the emperor is stupid, he will appreciate him. Li Chang did appreciate this Cao Tong very much. Just like this kind of person. Traitor. Untamed. He'd have to find a way to keep the guy before he could keep the guy. Before he could give the power to make the other guy rise again. However, it's best to make sure that this Cao Tong really still has a backlash first. Right, so as not to make another mess. Thinking of this, Li Chang slowly opened his mouth and asked, Cao Tong, do you know your crime? The gazes of the civil and military officials fell on Cao Tong in unison. Cao Tong, however, was unafraid and said in a slightly weak tone, what is the crime of becoming a king and losing a bandit? Li Chang smiled faintly and asked again, the late emperor gave you the position of chief soldier, but you did not think of making progress, betrayed your country and your ruler, and rose up in rebellion. Tell me, why are you not guilty? The corner of Cao Tong's mouth hooked up a rueful smile and said, don't talk about it here. I'm defeated is defeated. Is it useful to pull so much? Who wouldn't want to be an emperor if given the chance? Since I failed, just let you do whatever you want. Who wouldn't want to be an emperor if they had the chance? Coincidentally, I don't want to. Li Chang narrowed his eyes. Since this Cao Tong still had ambitions, then he absolutely had to let this Cao Tong leave and help the other party rise again. He thought for a moment and said, if you were given another chance, would you give up your rebellion? Cao Tong hesitated, took a deep breath, and said, no. Great. Li Chang's eyes lit up as he waved his hand and said, pass on my decree that with immediate effect, all the crimes of Cao Tong, the general soldier of Hezhong, will be pardoned. The official position will be temporarily removed first, and his official position will be arranged at a later date. His words came out. The entire heaven-containing hall fell into an eerie silence. The civil and military officials were all wide-eyed and a little taken back. The emperor actually pardoned the crime of treason, Cao Tong. In particular, his mouth grew wide and a flush appeared on his pale face, not understanding the emperor's intention. A few moments later, a voice rang out. Your Majesty, never, ever, may. Liao Yun, the Minister of Rights, took a step forward and just wanted to say no, but before he could finish, he turned his head to look at the silent civil and military officials and silently said, Your Majesty, I didn't say anything. He took a step back and rejoined the line. These assholes are trying to sell him again. No way, since you guys aren't talking, I won't say anything. Li Chang glanced at Liao Yun in surprise, then continued, since there is nothing else to do, let's retire from the court. He needed to go back and think about what power to give to allow Cao Tong to rise quickly. Retreat! Eunuch Su pulled his voice and made a shrill sound. The civil and military officials slowly exited the heavenly hall of containment. Li Chang also walked towards the Taiji hall to think about Cao Tong. Cao Tong, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. From inside the palace to outside the palace, and from outside the palace to outside the palace. Still a prisoner when he entered the temple. A rebel. Leave shaken and cleansed. Is the emperor's head kicked by a donkey, and actually chose to leave him alone? Is the emperor so dim-witted that he's gone this far? Nope. He had been counted on by the emperor only a short while ago, and that ring after ring of schemes had caught him off guard. When he faced the emperor, he had the fear of a child facing a giant, totally disobedient and at the mercy of the people. The emperor can't possibly spare me for no reason. The crime I committed is enough to involve all 9 clans. Cao Tong frowned tightly. He simply couldn't figure out what the emperor wanted. Is the emperor so stupid that he wants him to remain a rebel, or is the emperor dim-witted like this? No way, the emperor's ability. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. It was impossible for him to be dim. There was definitely some deep meaning. It was just that he couldn't guess what the emperor had in mind. Cao Tong didn't care, and after leaving the palace, he squatted on the street, his brows furrowed. He didn't care about image either, keeping his head down when he kept thinking. Suddenly, a man in cloth walked up to Cao Tong and inquired in a low voice, "May I ask if your excellency is Cao Tong?" Cao Tong gave the man a sly look and asked, "I am Cao Tong." The man in cloth was overjoyed at his words and said, "Your excellency, the chancellor's lordship has a favor to ask, and has specially sent me over to invite you to the mansion, saying that I can answer your questions." The chancellor's residence. The very wretched Cao Tong arrived here. He scanned the mansion from side to side and took a step inside the lobby. He had only just walked into the lobby when he saw Zhuge Wuming sitting on a chair, clouded over. Coming? Without waiting for him to speak, Zhuge Wuming was the first to speak. He only saw Zhuge Wuming point to a nearby chair and hand a tea to the table next to the chair. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Sit. Drinking tea. Cao Tong was also not polite. Directly sat down and picked up the tea and drank it. As for whether the tea is poisonous, at his level, what hasn't he experienced? He's still afraid that the tea is poisoned. If you really wanted him dead, you wouldn't have to poison him at all. Do you know what happened to the 20 or so generals who were on your side? Zhuge Wuming sipped his tea and said with a light smile, "What goes down?" Cao Tong tried to stabilize his emotions and asked. The thought of those 20 or so assholes pissed him off. But those 20 or so people, they should have all been rewarded. Zhuge Wuming smiled, put the teacup down, and said softly, "Those 20-odd generals, all of them had their military power taken away, and were relegated by His Majesty to the Iliang region on the basis of their crimes. What, those 20 or so people are a credit to? The Emperor's bird has been hidden by the bough. Instead, he, a true rebel, is still safe." Cao Tong froze in place, quietly thinking. Zhuge Wuming was unconcerned and continued, "And do you know why His Majesty chose to spare you, and also dissolved all your charges?" Cao Tong's gaze suddenly turned to Zhuge Wuming and asked in a deep voice, "Why?" It was a question he simply couldn't figure out, but he knew that the Emperor could not pardon him for no reason. There must be some deep meaning in it. "Because, Your Majesty, there is an urgent need for generals." Zhuge Wuming narrowed his eyes and said, "His Majesty's goal is far greater than you think. The country of the Great Tang does not allow His Majesty to be satisfied. His Majesty wants to open up the territory, in which all kinds of talent is essential, and above the court, can be called generals, except for Hanyu, no one else. His Majesty wants to subdue you, to become his right-hand man. Take him in, general. Can he be considered a general?" Cao Tong was a bit phased. He admitted that his talent was that much better than the other general soldiers, but compared to an existence like Hanyu, it couldn't be compared at all. Well, why the Emperor is thinking of taking him in? Just as Cao Tong was deep in thought, Zhuge Wuming rolled his eyes without any trace. To be honest, he himself couldn't figure out why His Majesty took in Cao Tong. With this naive lot, what capital is there for His Majesty to take in? Only he felt that the Emperor must have some deep meaning, just like the incident of this rebellion. His Majesty had laid a big game to play everything in the palm of his hand. This time, I guess it's also His Majesty's layout. Stabilizing Cao Tong's side is definitely something he should do. Just Your Majesty's mind. He's really getting harder and harder to speculate on. Sometimes it takes a full night to speculate on one of His Majesty's thoughts. LOL. Could it be that he's just not smart enough anymore? Zhuge Wuming sighed in his heart, but still didn't show anything on the surface. Looking at Cao Tong, he said, "His Majesty has already treated you with such great kindness. Could it be that you are still thinking of continuing to be a rebel? Have a different heart? You must realize that everything you have was given to you by the late Emperor, and now it is His Majesty who has pardoned your crimes and given you a second life. The great Tang imperial family has treated you so well. How can you have the face to continue to have a revolting heart? Do you know that the people of the world are talking about you with crossed eyes today? If I were you and didn't think of trying to make amends at such a time, but wanted to continue to be a rebel, then I'd hate to find a river to jump straight into. His mouth kept opening and closing. A sentence stabbed out like a sharp sword. Said Chao Tong was so ashamed that he kept coughing and had a tendency to vomit blood. Chao Tong, Chao Tong, what should you do now? Don't you have any pushes in your heart? Ahem. No realization? Zhuge Wuming was greatly relieved when he finished, and hastily took a sip of tea. Chao Tong lowered his head and suddenly stood up, kneeling heavily in the direction of the palace, saying, "It is I, Chao Tong, who has failed the expectations of the royal family of the Great Tang Dynasty, and actually dared to have a different heart. I deserve to die. Please also rest assured, Chancellor. I'll go and find a river to jump into, lest I tarnish His Majesty's reputation." After saying that, he quickly rushed out of the Chancellor's residence. Zhuge Wuming nodded his head slightly and was just about to say a child can be taught when his eyes suddenly widened. What the hell? Find a river to jump in. Quickly stop him for this minister. Irong area. Its center city, Jinwu City, the residence of the King of Jinshi. Li Ming, the King of Jinshi, looked at a transfer letter in front of him without tears. The emperor transferred another 20 or so people to the Iliang area, and all of them are ministers who have made great achievements in this battle of counterinsurgency. He really can't carry it. Do you think he doesn't want to make a move this time when the various regions of the Great Tang rebel? That's because he doesn't have the strength to do it. Those ministers who were previously transferred over by the emperor and assigned to various cities in the Iliang area, actually all the damn have been in corruption, always embezzling, military pay, salaries, even money to build roads for various cities. It makes the cities weaker, and, by the means of those corrupt officials, the cities are out of his control. Nowadays, he only had control in Golden Marshal City and the remaining 3 or 4 cities. All the others are gone. The emperor damn well wants to hollow me out step by step. What dang? What do you say? Li Ming wanted to cry. He was afraid that when these 20 or so people came, he would really have to become a racking prince. I'm too hard, I guess. The Confucian Guiyan also shook his head rather helplessly and said, "Your Highness, perhaps this is His Majesty the Emperor's tactic, by giving the tiger symbol to you. Your Highness, you are giving Your Highness the choice to either explode and then be cleaned up by the Emperor, or to die slowly in silence." However, it seems that the Emperor has still given the king a ray of hope, and the Emperor probably wants to let the king be a free king and no longer be in power. He too sighed. Well, he sighed, not at what had happened to this king, but at the fact that he didn't know where to find a way to defect to the side of the court. Li Ming looked at the transfer book in front of him, his heart holding back a batch. Think back to when he was at least in control of a region. Why do we have to die to create dissent? If he didn't have any dissent, the emperor couldn't say that he would throw all of this Irong region to him for fun. Why has it come to this, where power has been hollowed out step by step, and now it is finally going to be hollowed out completely? The more Li Ming thought about it, the more he suffocated, angrily walked out of the lobby, saw a sleeping Wang Kai next to him, and threw the transfer book directly onto Wang Kai's head. "It's all because of you, the dog, that I've been put on the shelf." He left in anger, leaving behind a dumbfounded wanted in place. "Maybe I'm not human, but you're a real dog." Palace, Taiji Hall. Li Cheng held the wolf brush, looked at the piece of paper in front of him, and fell into deep thought. He didn't know what to seal Chao Tong to help his opponent develop quickly. Continuing to be assigned to the River Central region as a general officer? No way. What if Lao Chao was too scared to fight back? It had to be changed to a position where it was easy for Chao Tong to have a strong power. "Eunuch Su, come in." Li Cheng pondered for a moment, put down the wolf brush in his hand, and said. Eunuch Su, who was standing on the outside, hurriedly walked in and softly said, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Li Cheng leaned back in his chair and asked, "What is the most important position for each of the civil and military officials of my Great Tang?" Su Gonggang, a little thought, immediately replied, "Your Majesty, of course, the civil position is the Prime Minister for the most. The military position is to the General for the most. However, from the time of the late Emperor, the military general position, more real power, although the General is the most of the military position, but the name is not real. General of the Army, there can be." Li Cheng's eyes lit up as he spoke. "Pass on my decree to appoint Chao Tong as the Chief General of Military Horses, and also as the Chief Soldier of the Kyoto region, and the former Chief Soldier of the Kyoto region, Xin Wei, will be reassigned to other regions. I'll give you a general in charge of troops and horses, and then a general in charge of the Kyoto area. Is that good enough? When you next rebel, first occupy Kyoto, hold the emperor hostage to the world's general army, and expand step by step. Even if all the generals in the world come to the king's defense, Chao Tong, Who owns the Wanshan Pass? Won't lose. Right, got to. The plan's all laid out for you. There's no one else who's made it as far as I have in losing the country. Is there? I'm too hard. Eunuch Su heard the words, but suddenly knelt down, said, please also ask your majesty to think. Twice Chao Tong is a traitor, and to be pardoned by your majesty for his crimes is already a great favor. How can he be allowed to take up a heavy position again? What's more, the post of Generalissimo of the Kyoto area, general of the military and horses, etc., must not be handed over to Chao Tong, and if Chao Tong has any more dissent, will not his majesty be in danger? With a determined look on his face, he gritted his teeth and refused to let go anyhow. He was responsible for the emperor's safety and security, and for him to witness the emperor's life and safety being threatened was harder than killing him. I have my own ideas, you only need to abide by them. If you want to question my choices every time, I don't mind if I change someone to convey my orders. Li Cheng narrowed his eyes and said with a somewhat cold voice. Earlier, he felt that he would be going back soon, so he didn't bother with Eunuch Su. Now that his dream of going home had been prolonged, he was already irritated, and this Eunuch Su even jumped out to retort. It was simply too much for him to bear. Look at that little eunuch before. He's a good boy, and always liked to tell the truth. He felt that he could really promote that little eunuch more. Eunuch Su was also in a tangle when he heard what the emperor said. It was only out of instinct that he was so dissuaded. But which of the emperor's actions these days would be without deeper meaning? Maybe this is another layout by the emperor. His dissuasion was tantamount to destroying the emperor's layout, so it was no wonder the emperor was furious. Never mind. Perhaps he was too cautious, clearly not understanding the emperor's deeper meaning, but had to be dissuaded. Not long ago, I heard that Chancellor Zhuge would have a lecture on research on the 15th of every month, with the intention of making more ministers understand His Majesty's meaning. He should listen next time, he thought. Eunuch Su sighed, kowtowed, and said, Your Majesties will be obeyed. Li Cheng waved his hand and said, Go down and pass the decree. Yes. Eunuch Su answered and walked towards the outside of the hall. Li Cheng sat alone in the Taiji hall and continued to ponder. His brows furrowed. He felt that he needed to list a few scenarios for his current defeated country. Thinking of this, he picked up a wolf hair pen and wrote on the paper. The first is the Great Zhou side. As long as the Great Zhou is willing to send troops to attack, the Great Tang will die. I just do not know when the Great Zhou Emperor that simple batch dare to fight. Obviously even military deployment he gave. Hell knows what the Emperor of Great Zhou was thinking. The second one is his elder brother Li Ming, the King of the West, who now controls most of the loyal officials in the court, and has the tiger's amulet, so he should be very powerful. Right, the same one doesn't know when it dares to rebel. He couldn't figure out what it was all about. The third one is this new Chao Tong. I hope that the other party will give it a good shot, so that he can rise again quickly and then rebel. The fourth is the matter of palace fighting. This does not expect to be how to defeat the country, only hope to consume more silver in the palace, disguised as a drain on the national treasury. Tomorrow is the day of the national strength test, right? I hope it won't increase too much. Li Cheng's gaze was rather sentimental as he looked at the wolf brush in his hand. The other side, inside a stagecoach station, lying on the bed, Chao Tong, who had just finished drinking the medicine, was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, someone outside reported the arrival of a palace eunuch. Chao Tong hurriedly put on his clothes and walked out of the room. When he walked to the courtyard, his eyes caught sight of Eunuch Su, who was holding the imperial decree in both hands. Humph, Chao Tong, when you see the imperial decree, why don't you kneel down to receive it? Eunuch Su snorted coldly, his gaze unkindly looking at the approaching Chao Tong. Although he didn't want to stop the emperor's layout, he was still upset with this Chao Tong in his heart. It's also thanks to the fact that His Majesty today is Li Cheng, who is ambitious and has a heart for the world. If it had been the previous emperor, it would have been impossible to play Chao Tong in the palm of his hand. Chao Tong took 3 steps and walked to Eunuch Su, kneeled on both knees, raised his hands, and said in a loud voice, My lord, accept the decree. Eunuch Su handed the holy decree to the other party, and even lazily read it out, directly returned to prepare to return to the palace. Chao Tong didn't care. He also knew that Eunuch Su was ostracizing him. Wait until Eunuch Su leaves. Only then did he pick up the holy writ and read it. When he had read the holy writ, the entire group froze in place. General, Kyoto District General, you're really not teasing him, he had just rebelled. And it was odd enough that he was inexplicably spared. But then he was entrusted with an important task. Perhaps it is really as Chancellor Zhuge said. Your Majesty, I understand your deeper meaning. There were tears emerging from the corners of Chao Tong's eyes, and a wave of remorse rose in his heart. When he was caught by the 20 or so generals who joined forces, he felt that his life was over. Not only is he playing himself, but his 9 clans are equally screwed. Unexpectedly, In a divine turn of events, the emperor pardoned his crimes and now entrusts him with important duties. In this life, if he, Chao Tong, had any second thoughts, then he would really not be human. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will never betray your trust. If one day I dare to have second thoughts, I will cut myself without your Majesty's hand. Chao Tong felt deeply moved. With a king like this, how dare I not follow him for eternity? Someone go home to the Chao residence in Hezhong, and bring all the books, to Chaoan City. Chao Tong's eyes glittered with fighting spirit, knowing that his talents were no match for many, but his experience is there. He wants to learn again and improve his talents. Better visit Chancellor Zhuge more often. The next day, inside the palace, Li Cheng sat on the edge of his bed, his hands clenched tightly as he looked at the azure-colored screen in front of him. Another weekly settlement date. This week was no more than any other, and this week he was a nervous wreck. He wasn't nervous earlier because he thought he could go back, but now that he knows he can't go back, how can he not be nervous? The azure screen in front of him was constantly changing. A paragraph emerges. Beginning of the week's national strength test. The current national strength of the Tang Empire is 1587. Reward host lifespan of 100 years. Current host lifespan, 338 years. The specific source of national power enhancement. Please check by the host. 1. 100. I've got another 100 years to live. Li Cheng wanted to die and almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. 100 years of life. Combined. He now had a full 300 years to live. Oh, my God. Is this life expectancy a dog skin plaster? Can't shake it off. If you were an emperor like Qin Shi Huang or something like that, and you got so much life expectancy, I'm afraid you could wake up happy in your dreams. But he just wants to go back to modern times. Li Cheng was filled with despair within his heart and tapped to view it specifically. The national enhancements are as follows: plus 50 world pacification, plus 20 civil liberties, plus 10 royal might, plus 2 policing, plus 1 military. A lot of things add up in one line. The most terrifying of these is, the world is calm, which adds 50 in one breath. The second one is the people's heart, which is increased by 20. Li Cheng looked at the screen in front of him in despair. Defeating the country is too difficult. He's a country that's too hard to lose. What about the promise that a country can be defeated by pro-villainism and far away from the wise ministers? He did all of them. And why the country's power is increasing every week, with a great tendency to flourish. I don't want to live forever. Li Cheng had a lifeless look on his face. Shouldn't he go to the royal tomb, lift the coffin board of that cheap old man, and ask nicely how the other side lost the country? And if there is any doorway, a little bit of time passes. Li Cheng had been slowing down all morning and still hadn't gotten over the shadow of being over 300 years old, until Eunuch Su came knocking on the door. Your Majesty? Is His Majesty awake? Li Cheng's bleak eyes only slightly returned to his senses and replied, What is it? Eunuch Su stood outside the door and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, a letter of state from Great Zhou has come from the border. As if there's something big going on. Would Your Majesty like to go and have a look? The Book of Great Zhou. Has Great Zhou completely declared war on Great Tang? That's why the letter of state was sent. Li Cheng's eyes snapped open and became radiant, and he hurriedly opened the door of his room, saying, Go, set up the Taiji Hall, and send the Great Zhou's state letter to the Taiji Hall. He took a big step in the direction of the Taiji Hall. Eunuch Su trotted behind him to follow. While shouting loudly, posing at the Taiji Hall. Quickly, the Feather Forest army over there. All follow. Inside the Taiji Hall, Li Cheng hurriedly picked up the copy of the Great Zhou State Book and read it. As always, the bestiary. The moment you turn it over, the unique flavor emanates. The writing inside, all of which he couldn't understand, was Great Zhou writing. Li Cheng, his head full of black lines, looked at Eunuch Su and asked in a good-natured manner, Where's the translation? I can't believe I'm showing him the big weak text version. He's reading a ball game. It's not like he knows the Dezhou script. Even the Great Tang script was something he knew because of the existence of his predecessor's memories. Eunuch Su pointed to a zhengzhua on the desk and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, that is the translated one. Li Cheng opened that zhengzheng and watched it. One look at him was a little disappointing. Turns out it wasn't Great Zhou that declared war on Great Tang. Rather, the emperor of the Great Zhou was preparing for a trip and came to Chaoan City to meet with him and play a meeting of two emperors. You're not kidding, are you? This Great Zhou emperor actually dares to come to Chaoan City? That's too big of a heart. Aren't you afraid he'll do something? At least he was an emperor of a country with a noble status, but he actually took the initiative to come to Chaoan City to take a risk. Li Cheng fell into a deep thought and put the zhengbiao on the table. He felt that this was an opportunity for him, a chance to completely force the Great Zhou to rise up. If he were to publicly humiliate the emperor of the Great Zhou in Chaoan City, the emperor of the Great Zhou would not be able to help himself and leave in a rage to raise an army. Wouldn't that be perfect? If not, directly seize the emperor of Great Zhou, forcing Great Zhou to send troops. That's gotta work, right? When Li Qing thought of this, he narrowed his eyes and smiled, and secretly said in his heart, Emperor of Great Zhou, ah Emperor of Great Zhou, since you are coming to do me this favor yourself, I will not be polite. It would have been a bit raw for him. I thought it would take a while to completely defeat the country and go back. But I didn't expect the Emperor of Great Zhou to send it to my doorstep this time. Pass my decree. The Emperor of Great Zhou personally came to visit me in Chaoan City. Along the way the city shall not be blocked. Need to protect the Emperor of Great Zhou's safety. Li Cheng stood up and commanded. Eunuch Su was startled, but without much thought. He returned, at your majesty's will. Emperor Ji Wu of the Great Zhou personally visited the Great Tang Empire and would meet with Emperor Li Cheng of the Great Tang at Chaoan City, regardless of his own safety. The meeting of the two emperors caused a fervor in the two countries of Great Tang and Great Zhou, and countless people were talking about the meeting. Some say that the two emperors are talking for peace between the two countries. Some say that the two emperors are fighting over a beauty. Others say that the two empires want to ally against other nations and that war is imminent. And in the east of the Great Tang Empire, in front of the Tianmen Pass, Emperor Ji Wu of the Great Zhou with an escort of 1,000 men was standing in front of the Tianmen Pass, looking out over the lofty and majestic pass. Is this the eastern gate of the Great Tang? It's really majestic. Ji Wu sat on the carriage and watched the Tianmen pass through the curtains with great emotion. An expert guard next to him said, Your Majesty, our national gate is not bad. Just Your Majesty, why do you risk your life to meet that Great Tang Emperor? Ji Wu lightly glanced at the guard and said, I need a reason for me to meet with my imperial brother from the Great Tang? The guard hurriedly said yes and didn't dare to say anything more. Ji Wu looked at the Heaven's Gate Pass, but his thoughts were heavy. Nowadays, although he had pacified the chaos of the Great Zhou, the national strength of the Great Zhou was really declining too much. Moreover, nowadays, he still can't control any power in the court, and can only fight against many officials in the court. Not long ago, I heard that this imperial brother of his, the Great Tang Dynasty, had laid down a shocking plan to attract the rebels within the Great Tang Empire to rebel. Then, by means, before the rebel army in the capital, all the disintegration, so that the world is pacified, and all regions fall into the control of the imperial brother of the Great Tang Dynasty. Most of all, he was curious about the means involved. What's more, I heard that the Great Tang imperial brother just shouted, May you wish to surrender, and the rebels surrendered in droves. Upon hearing this, he felt 1,000 pangs of admiration. In the bottom of his heart, he intended to come to visit this imperial brother of the Great Tang Dynasty, and take a good lesson to see how the imperial brother of the Great Tang Dynasty governs the country. Moreover, he also has other things that he wants to discuss with this big Tang imperial brother. Inside the chancellor's residence, Zhuge Wuming didn't need to summon them, and one by one, the ministers came inside the chancellor's residence as if they were returning to their own homes, especially that level of familiarity. It caused the corners of Zhuge Wuming's mouth to twitch madly, only to see one by one officials, very familiar to sit on the chair and the damn distribution of the same. Never grab, all are very targeted to sit on their respective chairs. Zhuge Wuming didn't evict either. He knew what these officers were there for. Ask something about this visit of the Emperor of Great Zhou to Great Tang. After waiting for about a while, the officials arrived one after another, 20 to 30 of them. The average low-grade official can't even come here. Those who could come to the chancellor's residence were at least of the third rank. Well, now that everyone's here, let's get to it. Zhuge Wuming spoke softly, putting down the tea in his hand, and then prepared to relate. Suddenly, a figure from outside hurriedly arrived. Chancellor, wait a moment. The figure strides in, panting as if it had come at a fast run. The many officials all looked at the man. It was Cao Tong. When the officials saw Cao Tong, each of their faces became slightly strange, not expecting this person to actually come. Chief General of Soldiers and Horses, why are you here too? Zhuge Wuming was also mentally surprised and stood up. Cao Tong hurriedly came, wiping the sweat from his face while saying, Chancellor, forgive Cao Mao for coming here uninvited. I heard that the Chancellor wants to speculate on His Majesty's intentions together here. Cao Mao is not talented. He made a mistake earlier and has been trying to make up for it. And this time he also wants to listen to the Chancellor's speculation so he can assist His Majesty for a moment or two. There was a sparkle in those eyes of his, a sparkle that was fanatical about his work. The rest of the officials clearly felt this energy from Cao Tong. I didn't expect this Cao thief to change so much. We are all courtiers. Why not? Come, sit down. Let's speculate on His Majesty's intentions together, and help His Majesty a little. Zhuge Wuming laughed softly and pointed to a chair to the side where no one was sitting. He was also quite proud in his heart. The civil and military officials also felt that he was the one who knew His Majesty the best, and that's why they came here to listen to him. Right, also right. His Majesty's wisdom is inherently difficult to fathom. What if everyone could speculate, by nature? He, Zhuge Wuming, is the one who plans everything for His Majesty? So of course he is the one who comes to these small matters of speculation. And I ask the Chancellor's advice. The many officials spoke in unison. Chao Tong's eyes also bloomed with brilliance as he looked at Zhuge Wuming and kept drinking tea. Zhuge Wuming sat down and said, "You should all know, right? Great Zhou and Great Tang. When the boarders first met, Great Zhou sent an envoy, and His Majesty constantly humiliated him. Instead, Great Zhou also dared not make any moves." He began to recount in detail how the Detang Emperor had previously used the enemy to show weakness, forcing the Great Zhou Emperor to keep retreating. Another detailed explanation of what the Emperor means. Not a single detail has been spared. Well, I'm afraid that Li Chang has confused himself with these specific details. Anyway, these officials listened with a twinkle in their eyes. Chao Tong, in particular, tapped the table every now and then and said yes loudly, scaring the hearts of the surrounding officials. Several hours down the line, the spirits of these officials were greatly changed. All of them were glowing, and they could not wait to go back to work immediately. Your Majesty's intention is understood by them all. Your Majesty is close to the wise ministers and far from the villains. While they still maintain this state of slightly touching the fish, it's really not right for Your Majesty. By the time the speech was over, the officials gradually left the Chancellor's residence. Only Chao Tong was left still sitting in his chair, his brow furrowed. Seeing this, Zhuge Wuming inquired, "Chief General of Soldiers and Horses, what questions do you still have unanswered? Why don't you tell this minister? And this minister may be able to answer a couple for you." The Chancellor is joking. It's fine to address Chao by his name. There's no such thing as Chief General of Soldiers and Horses. Chao Tong stood up and grinned. "Chancellor, Chao Mao is just wondering what His Majesty's intention is in granting Chao the position of Chief General of Soldiers and Horses and the position of Chief Soldier of the Kyoto region. So that's what this is about." Zhuge Wuming raised an eyebrow and said, "Your Majesty explicitly should say that in the entire Great Tang, the only army that truly has the power to fight in a battle today is the Eastern Expeditionary Army. His Majesty has given you such a heavy responsibility. Naturally he wants you to train your troops, so that when His Majesty conquers other countries in the future, he will have elite troops to count and use." Chao Tong first frowned, thinking for a moment, suddenly realized that, so it is it. Although the army of the Great Tang counted up to 500,000 huge, but the real soldiers can fight, but the Eastern Expeditionary Army adjust. His Majesty granted me the position of General of Military Horses. Does he want me to train the army again? But why doesn't His Majesty send General Han Yu to do so? He looked at Zhuge Wuming with slight doubt. "Why can't you figure this out?" Zhuge Wuming sighed and said, "I told you long ago that His Majesty's heart is not satisfied by one city or one pond. What His Majesty wants is to truly open up the territory. So one general is enough? Don't set your sights so low. This minister said long ago, look at it from Your Majesty's perspective." Chao Tong's eyes lit up, stood up and arched his hand and bowed. "Thank you for explaining to the Chancellor. Chao Mao will surely practice more troops for His Majesty in the future. Only that Chao Mao knows that the ability to practice troops is not considered to be brilliant, and he can only practice while studying, and the progress may be much slower." Zhuge Wuming shook his head and spoke again. "It is suggested that you can go to Han Yu more often to ask. His ability to practice soldiering is considered to be highly intelligent. You learn from each other. It will help both of you with each other." Chao Tong naturally responded without fail. After some small talk, he left the Chancellor's mansion, full of energy and ready to plunge into entering within the work. In the meantime, palace, inside the Jingyue Palace, Li Chang, who was accompanying Ji Ning, was unaware of everything that was happening outside the palace as he was chatting with Ji Ning. When Ji Ning learned that her royal brother was about to come to Chaoan City, she couldn't help but feel elated. Originally, she had thought that once she married into the Great Tang, she would have no chance to go back. But she had never thought that her royal brother would actually want to come and visit His Majesty. But she had already been married to the Great Tang for some time and had consummated her marriage with the Emperor. Would her imperial brother feel some disappointment if he learned that she did not yet have an heir? After all, she was the princess of Great Zhou. If he had an heir with the Emperor of Great Tang, it would be more conducive to the development of harmony between the two countries. Thinking of this, Ji Ning couldn't help but ask Li Chang about it. When Li Chang was informed, he just laughed and said, "Heirs and whatnot, don't be in a hurry." He had control when he and Ji Ning performed some sort of indescribable thing. There is no desire to have children. The truth was that he wasn't even sure if he was just going to slip back into the modern era one day. There was no point in leaving a child behind. But then again, the subject of children came up. A thought rose in Li Chang's heart. If no one really dared to rebel in the future, and he was unable to defeat the country's power, under the long life of his life, the child is also a potential candidate for a failed state program. Assuming the prince has a deadbeat dad like him, will he be so angry that he will rebel and take over the throne? Looks like it could be included in the backup program. A few days later, in front of the city gates of Chaoan, a team of soldiers were stationed in front of the city gates, each holding a weapon, motionless, with cold faces and an inexplicable aura of solemnity surrounding them. These soldiers were clearly soldiers of the Eastern Expeditionary Army. Hearing that the Emperor of the Great Zhou will arrive almost today, Han Yu specially asked for orders to guard the city gates, in order to show the military might of the Great Tang. At this moment, Han Yu stood under the city gates, wearing black armor and gazing into the distance. A vice-general next to him said with some irritation, "General, you are the main general of the Eastern Expeditionary Army. Why are you here to wait for a foreign emperor? Why don't you go back first?" "General, we will just wait here." Han Yu glanced at the adjutant general, shook his head, and said, "Wait patiently, don't think so much." When he finished speaking, he continued to look into the distance. That vice-general muttered words in his mouth, just to see that Han Yu didn't even care. He couldn't say anything more, so he could only continue to accompany Han Yu and wait. A little bit of time passes. Toward the afternoon, the Great Zhou Emperor's party finally arrived. In the line of sight of Han Yu and the others, several black dots first appeared in the distance, and although they could not be seen clearly, they could see the black dots' heads, the flags that were fluttering. These banners were not the bright red banners of the Great Tang, but the basilisk-colored banners. According to Han Yu's knowledge, the flag of Great Zhou was the color Xian. The slowly approaching procession in the distance must be the Great Zhou Emperor's procession. Finally, Han Yu took a deep breath, not bothering to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and just watched as the team came slowly. By the time that team approached, they could also see clearly that it was a team of 1,000 cavalrymen, with a carriage in the very center, which must be the one that the Emperor of Great Zhou was riding on. "General Han Yu, the Great Tang's conquering general, has been ordered by my emperor to wait here for the Emperor of Great Zhou." Han Yu took a step forward, made a bow with both hands, and spoke in a loud voice. His voice was like a lure, breaking the silent scene outside the city. The procession of 1,000 men in front of them stopped. After a while, a cavalry escort came forward, came to Han Yu, dismounted and handed Han Yu an animal skin scroll. Speaking a not-so-fluent De Tang language, "We are the De Zhou Emperor's escort. We were ordered to escort the De Zhou Emperor to come. This is the state letter of the De Zhou. Please ask the De Tang general to let us go." Han Yu took the animal skin scroll and glanced at it. Well, it was all unreadable. Just to be able to confirm the identity and be done with it. Where's all that? He glanced at the team in front of him and waved his hand. Well, however, you can only send a team of 50 people into the city. In addition to meeting my Great Tang Emperor, when entering the palace, you can only bring 1 or 2 people at most. I hope you can familiarize yourselves with these rules. He was really uneasy about 1,000-man cavalry entering the city. It's better to cut the numbers down a bit. The guard sniffed, frowned, and instead of agreeing, he said that he would go and speak to the emperor, and then he ran back to his group. After hearing this, the Emperor of the Great Zhou did not say anything but agreed. After retaining 50 cavalrymen, the party moved again, slowly advancing towards the city of Chaoan. Emperor Jiwu of the Great Zhou, who was sitting on the carriage, couldn't help but feel a little excited. Finally, he was about to meet that Great Tang Emperor brother, that young, but ambitious, with his own strength. To determine the country's kingdom of the Great Emperor, he had to make good inquiries and take lessons on how this imperial brother of the Great Tang actually ruled the country. Inside the palace, the Hall of Containing Heaven. Originally, only the early morning court is open to contain the Heavenly Hall. Today also exceptionally open. Civil and military officials are all there. Is considered quite grand. After all, the Emperor of Great Zhou was also an emperor of a country. And the Great Zhou Empire's territory was no better than even Great Tang. It's only natural that the ceremony should be grand. Li Chang was sitting on the dragon chair, absent-mindedly pondering how he should embarrass the Great Zhou Emperor later. Suddenly, Zhuge Wuming from below stood out, arched his hand and bowed. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Li Chang slightly returned to his senses and looked at Zhuge Wuming, his gaze a little gentler as he waved his hand and said, "Speak, don't be so formal. It's better to save your heart for this great Don's good comrade. Perhaps if everyone was as good as the Great Tang warrior, he wouldn't have to worry so much." Zhuge Wuming nodded and said, "Your Majesty, I heard that the Great Zhou side has been prying into the news within my Datong, learning the culture of Datong, and curious about my Datong's various laws, military law and so on, and I feel that, in the future, we can advocate more cultural exchanges between the two countries." He clattered a bunch. Anyway, Li Chang didn't listen. Instead, his eyes lit up. The law. If he wanted to embarrass the Emperor of Great Zhou, he could instead start with this aspect of the law. You're a Great Zhou emperor who constantly breaks Great Tang laws and then gets scolded. You have to be angry, right? Well, as far as what the Torah specifically is, this doesn't matter. Anyway, if he says it is, then it must be, as Li Cheng secretly pondered. In the distance, a soldier of the Feathered Forest Army came to report, saying, Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Zhou to the outside of the palace. Whether to release the line into the palace? Li Cheng hurriedly returned to his senses and said, Have the Emperor of Great Zhou enter the palace and come to the Hall of Containing Heaven to meet with me? Yes, Your Majesty. The feathered soldiers retreated. Soon, the Emperor of the Great Zhou ascended to the Hall of Containing Heaven. Unlike Li Cheng, who was dressed in a yellow dragon robe, Emperor Ji Wu of Great Zhou was dressed in a basalt dragon robe. Ji Wu stepped into the heaven-containing hall. The civil and military officials did not salute. After all, they were the tubes of the Great Tang, and their allegiance was to the ruler of the Great Tang. But in order to show their respect, they still bowed slightly. Ji Wu walked all the way to the center of the hall, and at a glance, he saw Li Cheng sitting on the dragon chair. The slightest hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He knew that this Great Tang Emperor brother was very young, but I didn't expect it to actually be young to such an extent. And looking at its face, it wasn't even close to him. But that Imperial Majesty on the other party was much stronger than him. Only, why, this Imperial brother of the Great Tang, when he saw him, did he not move a muscle? By status, the two of them are on equal footing. There's no such thing as etiquette. However, Li Cheng had been sitting on the dragon chair while Ji Wu stood at the temple, clearly having the intention of being one step above Ji Wu. Is this a test given to me by Imperial Brother De Tang? A test to see if I'll get angry because of this? Imperial Brother Great Tang is somewhat belittling me. Thoughts flashed through Ji Wu's mind inwardly. He was expressionless on the surface, instead taking the lead in saying, Royal Brother, how have you been? Li Cheng then opened his mouth, said faintly, Imperial Brother, I am naturally unhurt, but it is the Imperial Brother. Why offend my Great Tang law? Tang and Zhou, two countries to repair the peace and harmony. Mutual trade. But the Imperial Brother came to offend my Great Tang law. I do not know what the Imperial Brother actually want to do. Ji Wu was confused for a moment. When did he violate the laws of the Great Tang? He sniffed and inquired. Imperial Brother, what did I violate the laws of the Great Tang? Li Cheng said quietly. Royal Brother, do you still remember whether you entered the temple and stepped on your left or right foot first? Ji Wu frowned and said. Imperial Brother, I stepped on my right foot first. I've heard that Imperial Brothers De Tang is honored by the right. And entering the hall and stepping on the left foot first is disrespecting Imperial Brother. Li Cheng. You know all this? Li Cheng looked at Emperor Ji Wu of the Great Zhou with a head full of black lines. His favorite set of left foot in the temple arguments were known to the other side, so well informed. Ji Wu could not see the face of this Imperial Brother of the Great Tang dynasty, but also slightly arched his hand and said, I heard that the messenger that I sent here earlier had once violated this law, so I have to ask my Imperial Brother to take more care of it. Slow down. Li Cheng took a deep breath, his eyes flickering as he waved his hand and said, It seems that you, Imperial Brother, really know enough about the Great Tang laws. Ah, that is. Before he came, he had learned a bit about the Great Tang, and he knew more or less about the culture of the Great Tang. Ji Wu straightened his body, a little proud in his heart, but on the surface, he said, Imperial Brother's fallacious praise. Li Cheng said with a smile on his face, Then do you know that my Imperial Brother knows that my Great Tang honors the right side? And you need to step on the right foot to enter the hall. And who is honored? Ji Wu frowned for a moment before saying, Is it June? Li Cheng nodded. His gaze fell on the other party, and he said indifferently, Since you know, then why do you still step on the right foot? What is your status? You are also a June. I am also a June. You should step on the left foot first when entering the hall. And the Imperial Brother you step right foot. If you do not know the law of De Tang also even so, but you still know my De Tang law. No, the law breaks the law. Could it be that, the Imperial Brother you think, my De Tang law can be at your disposal to trample on the need? He came down with a sentence. Seemingly convinced by his own words, his gaze fell on Ji Wu with a cold sternness. The civil and military officials were also looking at Ji Wu, the Great Zhou Emperor, with strange faces, whom, although the Emperor's comments are a bit of a ripoff, they still work. After all, what reason could not the Emperor use if he wanted to make someone suffer? Maybe the Emperor one day see you upset, want to screw you. Your left sleeve first into the temple, are considered sinnet. Thinking of this, the civil and military officials looked at Ji Wu with a slightly pitying gaze. Ji Wu's own face had also turned slightly pale, and he hadn't even noticed that this was Li Cheng deliberately trying to embarrass him. He had thought that this was indeed the law of the Great Tang. He was not a deep enough student of the Torah to discern anything. Just feel remorse in my heart that I have to play with what the Great Tang laws are. Now it's good to play with the accident. He was the emperor of Great Zhou. No matter what, he had to keep up his image. Ji Wu gritted his teeth, maintained his apparent calmness, and made a bow. Imperial brother. It's Imperial brother who doesn't understand the Great Tang laws anymore. I hope that Imperial brother will not take it to heart. Li Chang, however, shook his head. This kind of opportunity, how can I let you go? He waved his hand and said, the Son of Heaven is guilty of the same crime as the common people. I am not yet going to unveil it when I commit a crime. Royal brother of Great Zhou, what do you say? The Son of God is as guilty as the common people. The civil and military officials were all stunned at the words. The Minister of Rights, in particular, smacked his lips and wondered if he should come out to speak. He remembered that he'd seen the emperor disrespecting protocol more than once. The emperor even told him to get lost. Would the emperor kill him if he came forward and said it now? Liao Yun, the Minister of Rights, shivered and still did not dare to come out to speak. He was afraid of death. Moreover, it would definitely be an unexplained death. And one day the emperor would get him killed by a divine reason. Ji Wu stood in the center of the hall, looking a bit depressed, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. I don't know, Imperial brother, what kind of crime is this in the Great Tang law? If the sin wasn't too big, he'd just bite his tongue and get over it. He really didn't want to cross the Great Tang. Imperial brother. As for rising up against the Great Tang, no way, not in this lifetime. It would be harder to get him to rise up against the Great Tang than to kill him. This was his promise to his Imperial brother in the Great Tang dynasty. Li Cheng's eyes flashed with brilliance as he looked at Luo Yang, the Minister of Criminal Affairs, and spoke. Iching Luo, tell me, what is this offense? Luo Yang warily stepped forward and glanced at Ji Wu, hesitating for a moment, not knowing what to say. There's no such thing as the Son of Heaven commits the same offense as the common people in the law, and there's no law about punishing kings. What's he supposed to say? But His Majesty has said that the Emperor of the Great Zhou is guilty. Can he still say that I, Luo Yang, have said that there is no such article in the law, that the Emperor of the Great Zhou is not guilty, and that you, Li Chang, are talking nonsense? It's a wonder His Majesty doesn't screw him. Besides, Chancellor Zhuge has said that we must learn to cooperate with His Majesty. Luo Yang hesitated for a moment, closed his eyes and said, Your Majesty, this is barely considered a crime that the king is unable to do. When stripped of his throne, beaten into the heavenly prison, and exiled at a later date. What is the sin of the king's lawlessness? He doesn't know. He doesn't understand. He couldn't figure it out. He made it up. Li Chang, however, gave an appreciative glance and was just about to open his mouth when he froze violently. The Minister of Justice didn't tease him. Stripped of the throne, he, a Great Tang Emperor, can still jack off someone else's position as Great Zhou Emperor? You're stretching it too far. He glanced at Luo Yang angrily. Damn if he couldn't pull that off. Ji Wu also looked at Li Chang on the dragon chair with some sympathy, and secretly said in his heart, no wonder the Imperial brother of the Great Tang is so good. With such strict laws, no wonder the Imperial brother of the Great Tang has become like this, depriving the Emperor of his throne at the drop of a hat. Alas, it was Zhuge Wuming who stepped forward at the critical moment to round up the situation, only to see Zhuge Wuming arching his hand and bowing, saying, Your Majesty, after all, Ji Huang is the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Although he has violated the laws of the Great Tang, but it is also excusable. I implore Your Majesty, it is to exempt this time Ji Huang from the crime of violating the laws of the Great Tang. Emperor Qi, Chicken King, Li Chang raised an eyebrow. After such a mess, he couldn't say anything else and could only go along with this step. After the two emperors met once, then it dispersed. Li Chang had Ji Wu taken to a palace to rest and recuperate, and then came to the Guanglu Temple for a banquet in the evening. At the same time also commanded the civil and military officials to similarly come. Unlike the last time, this time you cannot bring family members. After all, it is for the feast of the Emperor of the Great Zhou Ji Wu. The other side, a road. Chao Tong followed Zhuge Wuming as the two of them were walking. Chao Unity said with narrowed eyes as he walked, Chancellor, did you see that just now in the hall? His Majesty seemed to have been trying to make things difficult for the Emperor of Great Zhou. There was a glint in those little eyes of his, as if he was pondering the Emperor's meaning. Zhuge Wuming shook his head and said softly, Once when my Great Tang's national strength entered a trough and was incapable of war, His Majesty showed weakness to the enemy and deterred Great Zhou. Now that my Great Tang is beginning to recover, His Majesty naturally has other things on his mind. Moreover, have you noticed? The Emperor of Great Zhou is very respectful to His Majesty. That respect in his eyes can't fool anyone else. I'm afraid that the Emperor of Great Zhou is also aware of His Majesty's methods. Chao Tong raised his head and asked, Your Majesty, then, wants to move against Great Zhou? Zhuge Wuming nodded slightly and said, Naturally, however, this minister is considered to be someone who quite understands His Majesty. and His Majesty's heart of wanting to open up the border and expand the land has never stopped. However, this Prime Minister has other ideas. Perhaps this Prime Minister can try. Do not move the sword to let Great Zhou become a vassal state of Great Tang. For Great Tang to guard the eastern border forever. Chao Tong's eyes popped. Is it possible to make Great Zhou a vassal state of Great Tang without moving a sword? If it had been anyone else, he would have thought the other guy was farting rainbows. But if it's Zhuge Wuming, it's still a real possibility. If it succeeds and His Majesty learns that the Chancellor has taken an empire for him to become a vassal state, then I'm afraid he'll be very happy. I'm envious. But unfortunately my old Chao doesn't have that kind of brain. Guangro-kuji, the Kurakuji temple, which had been closed for decades, has recently opened back to back. After all, today's emperor is not the previous emperor, not so stingy, on the contrary, also generous a batch, not the slightest regard for the consumption of the national treasury. Numerous ministers came to the feast as promised. Everything was as it was last time, with the inner and outer halls clearly separated. The many ministers in the inner sanctum felt an emptiness around them as soon as they took their seats. One was not surprised for a moment. Why were many of the tables in the inner sanctum removed? I remembered that the last time I was here, there were still a lot of empty seats in the inner sanctum, while this time there were none. The number of people looks like it's been calculated just fine. There was no other place in the arena except at the very top where the emperor sat. What about the position of Emperor of the Great Zhou? No. Is this the emperor trying to embarrass the Emperor of Great Zhou? The many officials looked at each other. No one said anything. One pretends not to know. As Chancellor Zhuge said, learn to match His Majesty's movements. His Majesty has arrived. A sharp voice came from outside. At the main gate of the glorious temple, a figure walked quickly. Upon seeing this figure, no matter whether it was in the outer or inner hall, the courtiers all stood up and bowed. See Your Majesty. Li Cheng walked to the highest seat and sat down before he waved his hand and said, Be free. His gaze swept left and right, realizing that while the Emperor of Great Zhou had not yet arrived, the tables around him were already full, and he could not help but smile in satisfaction. He was the one who ordered that some of the empty tables be eliminated. Since he couldn't provoke the Great Zhou Emperor in the daytime in the palace, he would have to provoke the Great Zhou Emperor at the banquet. He didn't believe that this Great Zhou Emperor would really kill himself not to use his troops against Great Tang. Do you know why the Emperor of Great Zhou has not yet arrived? A smile flashed in Li Cheng's eyes as he inquired. The many ministers all arched their hands and bowed. I don't know, Zhuge Wuming added. Your Majesty, it may be that Emperor Ji is new to the Great Tang and doesn't know the start time of the banquet, so he's late to come. Why don't you send someone to inform Emperor Ji? Granted. Li Cheng waved his hand in agreement. A eunuch was ordered and immediately ran towards where Emperor Jiwu of the Great Zhou was. Li Cheng sat quietly, waiting for the Great Zhou Emperor to come over, his eyes flickering. He wanted to see if the other party would still be able to hold back after humiliating the Emperor of Great Zhou on such an occasion. He bet that the Emperor of Great Zhou couldn't help it. The status of the other party, no matter what, is also the Emperor. During the day was played by him, and then humiliated at night. Is the temper again so good? Will not be able to control it, right? Well, it's definitely not a problem this time. He thought quietly. About a moment passed. It was only then that the Emperor of Great Zhou arrived with 2 guards. And as he stepped into the inner hall, he couldn't help but smile and say, Imperial brother, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault that my humble brother didn't know about the time of the Great Tang banquet, and made his imperial brother wait for a long time. Li Cheng nodded slightly and said, No harm done. Since we are here, let the banquet begin. At Your Majesty's pleasure. Many ministers in the inner and outer halls stood up and responded, their voices swelling. A palace band came in from the outside, playing light music. The beginning of the feast also made Kurokuji quite lively, and the air was filled with the smell of food and the aroma of imperial wine. The Emperor of the Great Zhou stood in place, looked around the inner hall and realized that there was no position left. His expression stiffened and he stepped forward to inquire, Imperial brother, I wonder, where is my position? Where is it? Li Cheng put down the wine cup in his hand as if he had realized something, looked at the other party and said, Ha, royal brother, you don't have a seat? Look at my memory, I almost forgot. The positions in the inner hall of the Guanglu temple were all assigned early in the morning, and I forgot to add an extra seat for you, Imperial brother. This is my royal brother's fault. I'm sorry. Come on people, don't hurry to add an extra location. Don't let my royal brother wait for a long time. He pretended to ask a eunuch to add the location. How could the many ministers on the field not see that Li Cheng was pretending? The corners of one's mouth twitched wildly. Pretend? But Emperor, you this expression cannot pretend like a little. You said you forgot. So what's with that? I just did it on purpose. Look, isn't this an obvious mockery of the Great Zhou Emperor? Many ministers could see it, not to mention Jiwu. Ji Wu's face was slightly embarrassed. He did see that this imperial brother of the great Tang dynasty was giving him a hard time. Could it be that imperial brother Datong's thoughts on Great Zhou have not been extinguished? He still wants to invade Zhou? He just wants to provoke him because he has nothing to show for it. He has long said that. In any case, it is impossible to use troops against the Great Tang. But now the imperial brother of Great Tang wants to invade Great Zhou. What's to be done about this? Ji Wu became disturbed and sat down after the eunuch rearranged a table, then stopped talking, his brows furrowed. Seeing this scene, Li Chang, who was sitting on the main seat, smiled slightly. Looks like he's accomplished his goal. This great Zhou emperor should be furious in his heart. Maybe he was just feeling shame now, and when it was later, and he provoked him a little more. The emperor of Great Zhou should not be able to resist going back to send his troops to attack Great Tang. The thought of it put him in a pleasant mood. All the ministers, tonight there is no etiquette. They all let go of their food and drink. Li Chang stood up and raised his glass up. Seeing the emperor do so, all the civil and military officials rose in response and raised their glasses. Long live His Majesty. Ji Wu was the only one who sat alone in the corner seat. His brow furrowed, and did not consume the food in front of him. Has been pondering what he should do in the face of the Great Tang. A little bit of time passes. The feast soon came to an end as well. Suddenly, a eunuch walked next to Ji Wu and whispered, "See Emperor Ji." Ji Wu returned to his senses and looked at the eunuch, frowning as he asked, "What is it?" The eunuch looked around and lowered his voice and said, "I have been ordered by Chancellor Zhuge to tell Emperor Ji that Chancellor Zhuge would like to invite Emperor Ji to have a catch-up in the palace where Emperor Ji is temporarily staying after the banquet." Chancellor Zhuge, the highest civil servant in the Tang dynasty, Ji Wu's gaze turned to a front. When his line of sight fell, it happened that Zhuge Wuming in front of him was also looking at him. The two men's eyes collided. Zhuge Wuming smiled slightly and nodded. Ji Wu nodded in response. "Just wondering in my mind. This chancellor of the great Tang dynasty. He didn't know him. Why did he need a reminder?" A single doubt surfaced in the mind. He didn't make any moves, but quietly waited for the banquet to end. He wanted to see what this great Tang chancellor really wanted to find him for. Roughly another half an hour had passed, and the banquet was gradually coming to an end. Li Chang returned to the bedchamber first. The civil and military officials also left the palace one after another. Only Zhuge Wuming and Ji Wu, the two of them came together tacitly and walked towards Ji Wu's palace together. Along the way, there was no conversation. Just straight ahead, inside a palace, Zhuge Wuming and Ji Wu sat opposite each other on a circular table. The two of them sipped their tea, not speaking to each other. The air was filled with the faint scent of tea and the marvelous silence. "I don't know how long it's been." Ji Wu still couldn't hold back first and took the lead. "I wonder what the Chancellor of the Great Tang, who asked me to meet with him, is up to? Chatting about your big weak belonging." Of course, Zhuge Wuming's eyes flashed with brilliance, but on the surface, he was cloudy and light. Gently putting down the teacup in his hand. Clunk. When Ji Wu heard this, his pupils shrunk violently, and a sense of majesty permeated around him as he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean by this? The belonging of Great Zhou? Whose belonging to Great Zhou can it be besides me?" The imperial majesty of his body swept towards Zhuge Wuming like a mountain. He appeared ordinary in front of Li Chang, and that was because the imperial pressure on Li Chang was more intense and peculiar than him, which was why he gave off a sense of ordinariness in front of Li Chang. In fact, the imperial pressure on him was not light. If it were an ordinary person, standing in front of Ji Wu, he would be afraid that his legs would be trembling. But Zhuge Wuming was not a regular person. Great Zhou is owned by Emperor Ji? Yes, indeed, it is, but can't you see that my majesty has a covetous desire for Great Zhou? Zhuge Wuming is still that cloudy and light. Laughed, "My great Tang majesty's wrist? I think you know Ji Huang, my great Tang majesty. Want to take Great Zhou? You Great Zhou have that qualification to resist? It's only blowing and not black." And he did brag about it. He knew very well that Datong's national strength nowadays was estimated to be just that much stronger than that of Great Zhou, and it would definitely be tough to fight. However, he could see that this emperor of Great Zhou seemed to be very jealous of the emperor of Great Tang, Li Chang, and let the emperor of Great Tang how to taunt. Actually did not have any big action. Perhaps the emperor of Great Zhou could be brought to his knees. Psychologically, His Majesty must have meant the same thing, and His Majesty didn't say anything about it, so I guess he wanted him to take care of it. Ji Wu's face changed, and the hand holding the teacup shook uncontrollably. There's no way in hell he's going to be an enemy of the Great Tang. With the impossibility of being an enemy of the Great Tang, what could he do in the face of the aggression of his imperial brother from the Great Tang? There's no choice but to give in. It's just that he's not willing to give in just like that. He's sorry to the more than 20 late emperors of Great Zhou. "How, do you really want Tang and Zhou to meet in arms?" Zhuge Wuming poured his own tea and didn't seem to care about the result. No, I don't want to meet with Great Tang in arms, but I, too, don't want to see Great Joe annexed by Great Tang. Jiwoo's eyes reddened and he said through clenched teeth, "Who told you that Great Joe is to be incorporated into the Great Tang territory?" Zhuge Wuming also poured a cup of tea for Jiwoo and said with a soft smile, No need to incorporate into the Great Tang territory." Jiwoo's brow furrowed again as he asked, "No need to merge into the Great Tang territory? How so?" Zhuge Wuming narrowed his eyes and said, "This minister can see that what His Majesty wants is not to annex the entirety of Great Joe either, but rather for Great Joe to become affiliated only. With Datong's power today, there was no possibility of annexing the entire Great Joe. He felt sure that His Majesty, too, was as he thought. After all, he and His Majesty are confidants. A vassal state? What do you mean by that?" Jiwoo asked as he stared. This matter concerned his Great Joe Empire, so there was no way for him not to mention it. Subsidiary states. Datong does not actively interfere with your regime, but you are required to pay annual tribute to Datong and guard the eastern border for Datong forever. Zhuge Wuming spoke eloquently and narrated. Jiwoo also listened intently, asking questions from time to time. The two of them talked for several hours. The two didn't finish talking until later in the night. Wait until after the chat. Zhuge Wuming's face also showed a look of exhaustion as he asked, "In that case, Emperor Ji, have you made a decision?" Jiwoo stood up and said, "I already know what to do. Chancellor of the Great Tang, feel at ease." Zhuge Wuming followed suit, bowed slightly, and said, "In that case, then this minister will take his leave first." He felt a tinge of pride in his heart. He's finally doing something that contributes a lot for His Majesty. However, he wasn't going to tell His Majesty. The friendship of a confidant, the friendship of a ruler. He felt that it was good that both he and His Majesty knew it in their hearts. There are some things that don't need to be pointed out. Take your time. Chancellor de Tang. Jiwoo watched Zhuge Wuming leave, looking at the others departing back. He lamented, "This is the biggest gap between his and the Great Tang Emperor's brother, isn't it? The Great Tang Imperial brother is not only powerful in his own wrist, but also has a lot of talent under his command. And let's say that this Great Tang Chancellor is far beyond his imagination in terms of his wisdom. What's more, among the Great Tang, there are great generals like Han Yu and so on, and him, the people under his hand are disorganized, and they're going their own way. Perhaps it is a good thing to become a vassal state of the Great Tang." Jiwoo was silent for a moment and sighed. Early the next morning, inside the Taiji Hall, Li Chang was fiddling with the chessboard, intending to settle for a game with Eunuch Su, but suddenly he learned that Jiwoo had come. He frowned slightly, wondering what the other man was doing here, but he let Jiwoo in anyway. Jiwoo stepped inside the Taiji Hall. Li Chang smiled lightly. "Imperial brother, why did you come to me so early? Come, play a game of chess together to relieve your boredom." Jiwoo smiled grudgingly and walked over to Li Chang and sat down, glancing at the chessboard. On the chessboard, the chess game played by Li Chang and Ji Ning that day had not been reset, and still presented an ambush on 10 fronts situation. "It's not cleaned up yet. Let's clean it up. You white, me black." Li Chang smiled and then gathered up the pieces. Jiwoo, however, froze in place. This is Imperial brother Great Joe suddenly prompting him, his ambush on 10 sides, saying that his Great Joe is ready to be taken in the eyes of Great Tang. Maybe he's thinking too much. "No, isn't this you white, I black?" said by the royal brother of the Great Tang dynasty. In accordance with the meaning, the board is white discs surrounded by black discs, showing a 10-sided ambush. Sure enough, it was the royal brother who was subtly prompting him. Is your brother about to make a move, simply because he had already made up his mind last night? Or else he wouldn't have been able to respond very well. Thinking of this, Jiwoo slowly said, "Imperial brother, I already know all that you think." Snap. A piece falls to the ground. Li Chang's gaze changed slightly, and he was somewhat moved, saying, "Imperial brother, you finally know? This royal brother of his has finally come to his senses? He knows he's going to attack Tang. He's been waiting a long time for this. Sending supplies again. Sending military deployment maps. This Great Joe Emperor finally knows that he's going to attack Great Tang. Me. It's too hard. Never heard of sending supplies and maps of military deployment to a country and the other side not attacking them. Now, finally waking up. Li Chang didn't know whether he was touched or excited in his heart. "Royal brother, you finally know." When these words fell into Jiwoo's ears, his body trembled slightly and he took a deep breath. "I'm sure it is. Big Don's royal brother revealed this long ago. It's just that he didn't think about it much at all, which is why he didn't understand it, causing his royal brother to embarrass him at every turn. Perhaps the royal brother didn't want to meet in arms either, which is why he kept embarrassing him. As a kind of reminder, figuring this out, the hint of unhappiness in Jiwoo's heart dissipated. "Imperial brother, I already know. When I go back, I will make a move. Please wait for a while." Ji Woo stood up and said with his hands in greeting. The smile on Li Cheng's face instantly became bright, and he laughed. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. I can wait for a while longer. Come on. Sit down first and play a game of chess with me. The guy finally came to his senses, knowing that it's time to attack Datong. It's too hard. Thank goodness for the emperor. Ji Woo was not ambiguous, and continued to sit down, packed up his white pieces, and played against Li Cheng. As he played the white pieces, he inquired, I have a matter I wish to ask my royal brother. I wonder if he can answer. Li Cheng was in a rather pleasant mood, so naturally he did not fail to agree, saying, if there is anything that the imperial brother has to do, he can ask as much as he wants. As long as the emperor of Great Zhou is willing to send troops to attack Great Tang, everything is fine. Ji Woo pondered for a moment and asked, I wonder when imperial brother had this idea. The idea? Li Cheng froze. Was it referring to the idea of letting the other side attack the Great Tang? He waved his hand and said, when I initially discovered Great Zhou, I had this idea. Imperial brother should know about me giving supplies before, right? Then there would be a signal from me to Huang Di. Just don't know why. Huang Di delayed to take action. I had thought to remind Huang Di in this Choan city. Ji Woo looked deeply at Li Cheng. Sure enough, from the moment he discovered the Great Tang discovered the Great Zhou, Great Zhou was already in the calculations of this imperial brother of the Great Tang. Imperial brother's wrist. Ji Woo admire. He was in silent admiration. Ji Woo dropped a white disc and asked again. Then may I ask, how does imperial brother usually rule the country? Rule the country? How do you rule the country? Ghost Snow. He can't even figure out how to defeat a country, let alone rule it. Li Cheng was silent for a while, intending to tell the truth, said quietly, Royal brother to tell you the truth, I also do not know what to rule the country. I only know how to defeat the country, and defeating the country are still not proficient. Get disoriented. Ji Woo rolled his eyes. Was this imperial brother refusing to tell him? Nope. With the heart of the emperor's brother, there was no way that he would refuse to even tell him the method of governing the country. Inexplicably, he recalled a sentence Zhuge Wuming had once said when he talked to him last night. When talking with His Majesty, those who look at the surface of words are mediocre, and those who can guess the deeper meaning are talented. Speculate on the deeper meaning. Ji Woo frowned, and in a trance, he seemed to understand something. The Great Tang Emperor's brother said he would only lose the country. The losing country. Governance. Imperial brother means to do the opposite. He now has numerous officials in the courtroom disobeying him and vying for power. And there are a number of generals at the border who want to seize military power. With pressure from both sides, he could barely hold steady. Do the opposite and pretend to lose the country. Could it be that imperial brother meant to abandon all power in the courtroom? Make it look like he no longer wanted to run the country, and then sweep across the border with a thunderous force. Take the military power firmly in your hands again. With military power, he could easily sweep those officials in the courtroom clean when he vacated his back. Unbroken. Broken. Losing the country. Doing the opposite. Emperor Tang's brother, great talent, Ji Woo was taught. Ji Woo was really feeling admired. It is not a loss for Great Zhou to become a vassal state of Great Tang, with the means and heart of the imperial brother of Great Tang. The future is bound to continue to open up the borders and expand the territories. So maybe this will be a blessing for Great Zhou. Imperial brother's intention. I have understood all. Come, imperial brother, continue playing chess. Ji Woo bowed his head and played chess with all his heart. Li Cheng is confused. Do you understand? What do you understand? Do you understand how to lose a country? Shaking his head, he looked down and played chess. The two stopped conversing and played chess against each other. Li Cheng already knew that Ji Woo was ready to attack the Great Tang, so he didn't make things difficult for the other party anymore. After the two of them finished playing chess, Li Cheng took Ji Woo around the various parts of the palace to visit the imperial palace of the Great Tang. That level of enthusiasm was completely different from earlier when he had given Ji Woo all sorts of embarrassment. In the meantime, inside the Chancellor's residence. What, Chancellor? Did you really convince the Great Zhou Emperor to let the Great Zhou Empire become a vassal state of Great Tang? Xiao Tong's eyes widened as his mouth grew so big that he could have swallowed an egg. I can't believe it. He also knew that the Zhuge Chancellor in front of him possessed great talent, and that the tactics and strategies in his chest were far from being comparable to those of any other person. But he also couldn't imagine that Chancellor Zhuge actually relied on his own mouth to force the Emperor of Great Zhou to agree that the Great Zhou Empire would become a vassal state of the Great Tang Empire. This is the Great Zhou Empire. An empire no less than the Great Tang in size. Is Chancellor Zhuge's mouth open? Zhuge Wuming was light-hearted and said, everything depends on your majesty only. The Emperor of Great Zhou is very scornful and reverent of your majesty. Otherwise, it would not be possible for this minister to make the Emperor of Great Zhou agree to Great Zhou becoming a vassal state of my Great Tang so easily. Xiao Tong smacked his lips and said, that can't be separated from your efforts. Chancellor, have you gone to His Majesty to ask for credit? This is making a huge empire a direct subsidiary of Great Tang. This credit, when it comes to the Chancellor of the Great Tang, what will be the reward? The Chancellor of the Great Tang is already the greatest of the civil officials. Will he be directly crowned king? He winced inexplicably, feeling excited inside. It's as if the credit belongs to him. Old Chow. Zhuge Wuming's gaze fell on Chow Tong, smiled, shook his head, and said, there is no request for credit, nor can it be requested. For what? Chow Tong patted his stomach and asked in confusion. Zhuge Wuming narrowed his eyes and said, merit. You have to understand these 4 words. This minister is His Majesty's confidant. If this minister doesn't ask for merit, could it be that His Majesty wouldn't know? His Majesty has everything in his heart. We don't need to deliberately remind him. If you deliberately try to remind, it will be counterproductive. This Prime Minister's prestige is high enough nowadays. Lately, this Prime Minister are making some corrupt things to show to His Majesty, in order to give the world an impression that this Prime Minister also has a tainted look. Chow Tong seemed to understand and stood still, nodding slightly, his eyes flashing with a wise light. He was still a bit confused about this aspect of politics. It seems that I need to learn more from the Chancellor in the future. The Chancellor's ability to learn a thing or two is enough for him. In a flash, several days passed. In these few days, Li Cheng has accompanied Ji Wu to wander around, strolling in the palace, and also went out in microsuits to patrol Chaoan City, and also let Ji Ning and Ji Wu meet. The enthusiasm was so great that Ji Wu was a bit overwhelmed. A few days later, Ji Wu was ready to leave and return to the Great Zhou Empire. When Li Cheng learned of this, he even ordered the civil and military officials to send Ji Wu away at the city gates. And the scene was so vast that it was shocking. Those who didn't know thought how good the relationship between Great Zhou and Great Tang had to be. When one side left, the king of the other side even brought his civil and military officials to see him off. At the city gates, Li Cheng led the civil and military officials to see him off and walk side by side with Ji Wu. Royal brother, be careful on this journey, Li Cheng instructed, his eyes carrying a strong concern. Nothing can happen to this Ji Wu now. He still had to wait for the other side to go back and send troops to attack Datong. If something happens on the road, he'll have a hard time. Thank you for your concern, Imperial brother, Ji Wu said, and then turned his head to look at the cartload of supplies in front of him, and gratefully said, the Imperial brother gifted these supplies. Really makes the Imperial brother not too good to accept. In his heart he was really eager for these supplies. With these things, he would be much stronger, and it would be much easier to reorganize the court. Why does Imperial brother need to be polite? Imperial brother should remember, Tangzhou is a family. Everyone is one of us. Don't be polite to me. Li Cheng laughed and laughed heartily. Send some more supplies to Ji Wu. Anyway, when Great Zhou fights in, Datong is still going to be annexed by Great Zhou, and it's the same whether these supplies are sent to Ji Wu or not. Ji Wu, however, did not know this. Grateful, hands bowed and said, please stay. The next road, I walk on my own on the line. Brother, rest assured, when I go back to rectify some of the action will be taken. What he wanted to give the Chancellor of the Great Tang was a vassal state with great power, not one with more than its fair share of civil unrest. In his heart, he secretly resolved that when he went back, he would definitely sweep the court, and after everything was stabilized, he would then hand in the subordinate country's letter. In that case, I am relieved. Li Cheng nodded. Royal brother, stay. I'm leaving. Ji Wu once again arched his hand and bowed, then prepared to leave. He hadn't taken more than a few steps. Suddenly, Li Cheng spoke again. Imperial brother, wait a moment. Ji Wu stopped walking and turned to look at his royal brother, not understanding what else his royal brother was shouting at him for. I only saw Li Cheng walk up to Ji Wu, take off the bright yellow cloak he was wearing behind him and put it on for Ji Wu. He said cautiously, Royal brother, this trip is windy all the way. Wear an extra cloak to avoid catching a cold. This is rather his sincere concern for Ji Wu. If something goes wrong with the other party's body and the Great Zhou Empire doesn't send troops to attack Great Tang, then how can we play? Imperial brother, how is this? How is this? Ji Wu felt immensely moved inside, and he took a deep breath. This favor, he was really afraid he wouldn't be able to pay it back. Well, enough of that, royal brother, it's time to get on the road. Li Cheng waved his hand and urged the other party to leave. Ji Wu's lips opened slightly, but he didn't know what to say anymore, so he finally had to arch his hand and enter the carriage. Rumble, the caravan moved slowly, pulling a large amount of supplies and heading in the direction of the Great Zhou Empire. After seeing the caravan drift away, Li Cheng led the civil and military officials to prepare to return to the city of Chaoan. He raised an eyebrow suddenly. Was he ignoring Ji Wu's safety too much? With so many supplies, what if we run into some bandits? Although 1, 000 men guarding Jibu are enough to fight. He felt deeply questioned about the combat effectiveness of the soldiers in this world. Didn't you see the 100,000 strong Eastern Expeditionary Army that was so crooked last time and still managed to take down 15 cities of the Eastern barbarians? In case Jiwu really encountered any banditry, then he would lose more than he gained. Han Yu at your service. Li Cheng took 2 steps and suddenly stopped and said. Han Yu, who was standing in the queue, heard the words and stepped out, clasping his hands and saying, I'm here. You are ordered to take a portion of the Eastern Expeditionary Army and go forward to escort the Emperor of the Great Zhou back to the Great Zhou. If anything goes wrong with the Emperor of the Great Zhou, you will not be spared. Li Cheng's gaze was like a torch as he stared at Han Yu and commanded word for word. Han Yu was confused for a moment and thought the Emperor had called him for something. I didn't realize that he was asked to escort the Great Zhou Emperor. Countless doubts rose in the bottom of his heart. Not long ago he remembered that this His Majesty of his was still very upset with the Emperor of the Great Zhou, continuously making braids to embarrass the other party. It's just a matter of days, and suddenly it's a different story. It's inexplicable, but he couldn't refuse the Emperor's order. By your Majesty's order, I will take my leave first. Han Yu responded and hurriedly headed toward the Eastern Expeditionary Army barracks, preparing to transfer troops. Li Cheng was then relieved and returned to Chaoan City with the civil and military officials. On the other hand, Ji Wu, who had started to return to Great Zhou, was again moved when he learned that Li Cheng had sent someone to keep him safe and escort him back to Great Zhou. Imperial brother, this favor, I am considered to be unable to repay. Ji Wu, who was sitting on the carriage, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He wasn't trying to give a gift or anything. There was only one thing he was thinking about right now. Return to Great Zhou, clear the court, and become a vassal state of Great Tang. Defend the eastern border for Datong. Forever, if Great Zhou is here, the eastern border of Great Tang will never be lost. If there was ever a crisis on the eastern border of Great Tang, it would be the death of his Great Zhou. A thought flashed through Ji Wu, and he couldn't help but clench his fists and take a deep breath. Then he turned his head to look through the curtain of the car at Han Yu and said, General Han. Han Yu, who was riding a black horse, turned his head slightly, his face cold, and asked, Emperor Ji, what's the matter? Ji Wu smiled faintly and took out a money pouch, handing it to a guard on the side to take it to Han Yu. He smiled and said, It's a trouble for General Han to send someone to escort me. This bit of token of appreciation, please accept it and buy something for General Han's men. Han Yu looked at the money bag in front of him, but he shook his head and said, Please also ask Ji Huang to take it back. The last general was ordered to come and escort Ji Huang. This is the duty of the last general. If he received the money from Ji Huang, even if His Majesty doesn't chastise him, the last general is also uneasy in his heart. What's more, the last general, as well as his commanders, have the army pay will be enough. Ji Huang had no choice but to take back the money bag, and in his heart, he lamented that the Great Tang was really full of talents. If it were in the big week, those people would be dying to get their hands on the money bags. It's a long way to travel. I wonder if General Han can tell me a little about the deeds of my imperial brother in the Great Tang dynasty? To be honest, I am very curious about my imperial brother. Ji Wu turned his thoughts and inquired. Han Yu hesitated for a moment and felt that there was no big deal, so he opened his mouth and narrated. Starting from the time when His Majesty renovated Chaoan Castle, he recounted one thing after another. He didn't purposely brag about any of these things. They were all combined from some information he learned from Chancellor Zhuge's mouth, which included the Emperor's thoughts and so on at the time each of these things happened. Listen to Ji Wu, a burst of emotion. The more awe of the Great Tang imperial brother, the Eastern barbarians. Since the Great Tang even downed 15 cities in the Dongi Kingdom, the Dongi Kingdom became stagnant, and the people in power conquered each other because of Baru's move, and the Dongi Kingdom's lord lost his life in the crossfire of many people in power. Since then, all the major powers that be have been blatantly crusading against each other. Because of the temporary absence of a master in the Dongi Kingdom, there was no effort to even hand over a letter of surrender to the Great Tang. After a long struggle for power, the remaining cities of the Eastern barbarians were once again unified, and the Lord of Unity, not any of the people in power, but one of Balu's beloved fat men from earlier. All the people in power were set upon by one of the people in power at a Hongmen banquet and all died. After that fat man took Baru's forces to avenge Baru's death, he gradually unified the Dongi Kingdom and became the new lord of Dongi Kingdom, the capital of the Eastern barbarians. Inside a palace, the fat man, Gumu, was sitting on a wide chair, his left hand and right hand each embracing a beautiful woman. His mouth cracked wide in laughter. It was just that when he laughed, the horizontal flesh of his face bounced along with him, making him look a little scary. My lord, a soldier suddenly came from outside. Gumo raised his eyes to the soldier and asked, What is it? The great king asked my little one to spy on the great Tang. And there's already news. The soldier said with his head down. Gumu waved his hand and told the two women to all go down. When the two women had left, he said, "Speak." The soldier nodded his head and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, according to the news, Great Tang does not have any desire to attack my Dongi kingdom right now. Instead, it is said that a few days ago, the emperor of the Great Zhou Empire, which is above my Dongi kingdom, personally visited Great Tang, and the two countries seem to have signs of an alliance." An alliance? The horizontal flesh on Gumu's face jumped as he said, "Who believes that these two countries will form an alliance? At most, they'll just do business with each other or something." The soldier lowered his head, not daring to speak. Gumu pondered for a while and said, "Lone intends to send out troops to take back all the lost cities of my Dongi kingdom. Speak boldly. Lone forgives you for saying that the wrong death is lighter and less painful." "Soldier, I'm a fucking punching bag. What are you asking me for?" The soldier held his face red and didn't know what to say. Gumi's eyes just stared at the soldier and said nothing. After holding his tongue for half a day, the soldier said, "I feel that the great king is wise and powerful, and the great king's feeling is also completely feasible." Guki nodded and added, "Since you think it's feasible, what's the best way to quickly attack the guards defending those cities?" The soldier almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. "Are you out of your mind? Who's not a good person to ask? But me, an ordinary little soldier? That dare to ask the king? Why do you keep asking the little one?" The soldier couldn't help himself and inquired. Gumu froze for a moment and said quietly, "I heard that the Great Tang's conquering general is the emperor of the Great Tang promoted from a small soldier. I see that you are also quite intelligent. Maybe I can also create a conquering general out. Soldier, if I curse you, you might kill me, so I choose to endure." Guki didn't ask any more questions and also frowned in thought. Think about it for a while. His eyes snapped open and he said, "There, since Emperor Datang dares to use the secret agent scheme against my Dongi kingdom, then my Dongi kingdom can return this scheme to the Datang Empire. Let's send a person into the city of Datang. Let that person be our secret agent. Control the gates of the city of Datang, and wait until Lone leads the army and arrives. Then open the gates in the right direction. In this way, the city of Datang can be broken." He looked like he had a plan, as if he had already seen what he would look like when he broke through the city of Datang. The soldier looked bewildered, but still reacted in time and exclaimed, "Your Majesty is brilliant." Gumu nodded and said, "Since you both feel superior, then the task of traveling to the Great Tang as a secret agent this time will be given to you." The soldier was once again confused. He won't be a secret agent? Ah, Great King, I have an old man and a young man. I can't go and be a secret agent. If I die, it's the end of our family." The soldier cried out. He was just an ordinary soldier. If he really went to be a secret agent, he would die without knowing how. Gumu's face shook with horizontal meat and said viciously, "So you don't want to go then? I'll give you a choice. Are you going to be hacked to death by Lone now? Or are you going to be a secret agent? When you become a secret agent you still have a chance to live, but if you don't you will definitely die." The soldier was dumbfounded. This was forcing him to die. But it was true, as Gumi had said, that if he went, he had a chance to live, and if he didn't, he wouldn't survive at all. What else could he do? It can only be promised. "My lord, I'll go." The soldier spoke with a sad face. Gumu nodded and said, "I believe that you will be able to do it. But no, you and the previous General Baru's family is a family friend. You must be just a deep hiding. I know everything." Soldier, a friend of the world, how does he not know? All he knew was that his father seemed to have sold a pig to General Balu. So was that a family relationship? The soldier is in tears. Who is he going to blame for this? His father. Shouldn't he have sold that pig to General Balu? This is too wrong. Far away in the city of in the Great Tang Dynasty, inside the Imperial Palace, Li Cheng didn't know everything that was happening in the Eastern Barbarians. At this moment, he was still accompanying Ji Ning as well as the rest of the few chosen servants that he had encountered in the Imperial Garden. He was idle, so he took these few chosen servants and fished by the side of a lake in the Imperial Garden. Well, to be precise, he accompanied Ji Ning, fishing under the gaze of the other chosen servants. Li Cheng held a fishing rod in his hand and fished with Ji Ning. Not far away there were also palace maids with huge yellow luo umbrellas, shading the two of them from the sun. "Aren't you tired?" Li Cheng held the fishing rod in one hand, smiled and looked at Ji Ning, who was sitting with him next to him, and inquired, "Your Majesty doesn't need to worry about my concubine. I'm not considered delicate and I learned some martial arts when I was in Great Zhou." Ji Ning smiled and said, ever since Ji Ning and Ji Wu had met, for some unknown reason, their relationship had sort of heated up extremely fast. Well, for Ji Ning it was. For Li Chang, it's not clear whether it's a gluttonous body or a warming up of feelings. Not far away, A few chosen servants were also pretending to fish. What they were thinking about, though, was how to get the emperor's attention, not thinking about fishing. They had all been warned by noble consort Lin Xingyi that they didn't want to hook up and wreak havoc in the harem. They think of only one thing, how to compete for favor. As long as they gain His Majesty's favor, they'll be able to soar. Of course, one of the several chosen servants had alternative thoughts that flickered in his eyes. The chosen servant was clearly Mastlove. Mastlove's beautiful eyes flashed with a shadowy cold light, and she was also thinking about how to gain the emperor's favor. The first step in her plan to scourge the harem must be to gain the emperor's favor before she can gain power and thus scourge the harem. But she didn't know how to attract the emperor's attention. The last waterfall. Pressing doesn't work. The emperor didn't even look at it, let alone attract the emperor's attention. How should I attract the emperor's attention? Mastlove's willow brows were furrowed. She really couldn't think of what it would take to attract the emperor's attention. If she couldn't attract the emperor, then even though she had heavenly seductive power, she wouldn't be able to seduce the emperor at all. No, mostly she simply didn't have enough people. She had only one person in the palace, and it was completely insufficient for her to make a move. Mastlove's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment or two as she silently backed up a distance, staying with her own escort eunuchs. I find that we simply don't have enough people. The Mastlove spoke very directly to the escorting eunuch. The eunuch of the guards had a bitter face and said, Missy what can be done about the lack of manpower? This is the imperial palace. Our people simply can't enter. There was one more thing he didn't say. If he hadn't sacrificed so much and purified himself, he wouldn't have been able to enter the palace at all. The solemnity of the imperial palace is not something that ordinary people can penetrate deeply into. Mastlove frowned her willow brows and said, Then tell all the manpower outside to purify themselves and enter the palace. No matter what, I will avenge my father's death. Missy, you're the devil, aren't you? Tell all the men outside to purify themselves and enter the palace. That's something you can say. The guard cried and said, Miss, you'd better not think of revenge. Today's His Majesty, really not you can enemy. I heard that the master's best friend in his life, all in the Yiliang area ruled a side of the land. Will that Jinshi king hollowed out? Why don't we go to join the master's best friend in his life? Not to mention anything else, as long as Miss nods her head. Even if it's even more difficult, my subordinate will still send Miss to the Yiliang region safely. He was really wimpy. This devilish Missy. He really couldn't afford to mess with her. If he had known it was going to end up like this, wouldn't it have smelled good for him to pat himself on the back and walk away in the first place? Now that it's come to this, there's not even a certain something left. No way. I have to get revenge. The Mastlove still refuses to let go. The guard inexplicably felt that his lady was a bit stupid, but he didn't know what to say. Truly, he was unable to repay the kindness of his lordship's life. So what do you want to do this time? Miss? The guard sighed. Helplessly. Mastlove pondered for a while, clenched her silver teeth and said, Later, I'll yell out that my body is itchy to see if I can seduce the emperor with my body. Just remember to cooperate with the yelling later. The guard could only nod. Mastlove walked over to him, and then he intended to make his move. When she got back, her whole body froze on. Where are the emperors left on the lakeside? They've long since gone clean. Mastlove hurriedly walked over to stop a palace maid and asked, Where is His Majesty? Where did His Majesty go? The palace maid whispered, Chosen servant, an urgent report has just come in that His Majesty has left. Mastlove froze in place. So unlucky, if you miss your chance this time, you don't know when you'll get another chance next time. Is this where hesitation loses? Inside the Taiji Hall, Li Chang had indeed received an urgent report from the border, which was why he had ended his fish-finding business ahead of schedule and returned to the Taiji Hall to check the urgent report. When he finished reading the urgent report, his entire body froze for a moment as well. He had originally thought it was a move by the Emperor of Great Zhou. I didn't realize it was a move on the side of the eastern barbarians. News came from the border cities close to the Dongi state that the Dongi state had a large-scale troop movement, and it was suspected that the peak of the troops was pointing at the border cities. The eastern barbarians used troops against the Great Tang. Bang! Li Chang was instantly enraged, threw the urgent newspaper to the ground, slammed the table, and burst out uncontrollably. A bunch of naive batch. Your Majesty, calm down. Standing next to Eunuch Su hastily kneeled down, the bottom of his heart inexplicably cold. He was the first time to see the emperor so angry. Unexplained trepidation rose on his heart. The main reason was that he felt that the imperial pressure on His Majesty was increasing with each passing day. It's not the same kind of aura that the late emperor had on him. The kind of imperial pressure on His Majesty today was extremely unique, possessing an out-of-this-world flavor, as if he was not in this realm, yet he possessed a pure imperial might. The combination of the two temperaments makes for a marvelous temperament in His Majesty today, especially in a fit of rage. Even he, the longtime companion of the emperor's side, felt terrified. Li Chang, however, did not pay attention to this as he stood up and took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger in his heart. What he was angry about was this Eastern barbarian nation. Is it brainless? Don't you know the strength of your own army? The last time he was easily defeated by a group of crooked people was just as well. He was too lazy to take care of this Eastern barbarian's kingdom again. This time this Dongi country actually dares to take the initiative to send troops. This case was defeated by the border soldiers. And then the border soldiers came back to open the border. He still want to play, few soldiers at the border? Maybe they can't fight. If it was a rebel army up in the Great Zhou, or the Great Tang region, he might believe that the border soldiers could not defeat it. But this Dongi country, he would not believe it to death. This Dongi country was, as far as he could remember, a bunch of fucking naked, animal-skinned crotchless pants-wearing, wood-wailing kind of savages. Not much of a fight at all. This is the same country that actually wants to challenge Great Tang. Isn't it obvious that he wants his country to get bigger? The Eastern Barbarians' kingdom, misplacing my major event. Li Chang frowned tightly, trying to return himself to calmness. He contemplated for a while, waved his hand and said, Eunuch Su, get up. Send 28 urgent orders in a row, so that the troops defending all over the border just guard the city. Never pursue to attack the Eastern Barbarians. Eunuch Su was slightly puzzled, but after scanning the urgent report on the ground, he knew more or less what was going on, and nodded, saying, At your Majesty's pleasure. Li Chang sat down, hesitated for a moment, picked up a wolf brush and wrote on a piece of paper. He was going to write a letter to that imperial brother of Great Zhou, asking the other party to go and take down this Dongi country and incorporate all of the Dongi country into Great Zhou. He really couldn't stand to see this Dongi country popping up every day, and actually dared to harm him, attempting to make his lifespan continue to increase wildly. It was simply an unforgivable crime. After writing it, he instructed someone else to send it to Great Zhou. After careful thought, Li Chang wrote out another transfer order. Let Han Yu lead the Eastern Expeditionary Army on an expedition to assist Great Zhou and attack the Eastern Barbarians. Bean Batch, an Eastern Barbarian nation. And don't weigh your own weight. Give you a way to live, don't. How dare you try to harm me? Let me increase my life expectancy. It's just a work in progress. Li Chang grunted coldly. His mood was finally a little more comfortable. The city that met the border between the Dongi Kingdom and the Great Tang was called Fengshou City, signifying a good harvest every year. The 15 cities obtained in the Eastern Barbaric Kingdom were mobilized by Chancellor Zhuge Wuming to form a new region, numbered Barbaric Region. Fengshou Castle is exactly one of the cities in the Barbarian region, and it's the closest city to the Eastern Barbarians. In the event of an attack by the Eastern Barbarians, the first to bear the brunt of the attack will be this Fengshou City. And so it is. The Dongi Kingdom has raised 50,000 troops, targeting the city of Fengshou. At the Fengshou Castle, the face of the guard, Chu Ban Nan, was tinged with heaviness. The matter of the Dongi Kingdom rising up was known to him at the first time, and although he had reported it to the court, it would be a long time before the court sent reinforcements. In the meantime, it's only up to him to hold down the fort, and under his command, only 3,000. Chu Banan frowned tightly as he pondered about how to defend the city. There's no other way out of this situation. We can only defend the city to the death and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Chu Forbidden South took a deep breath, already having plans in mind. He was ready to go down to the citadel and get some rest. Suddenly a soldier came running quickly with an anxious look on his face and said, General, something big is wrong. The scouts ahead are reporting that the army of the Eastern Barbarians is closing in on our side. Sure enough, they're running to Fengshou Castle. Go, let the defenders all go up to the citadel and prepare to defend the city. And then go and draw 5,000 folk and send up all kinds of defending implements. Chu Ban Nan said with unusual seriousness. His gaze looked out to the sky of flying sand outside the city, and he seemed to have already seen what it would look like if the army of the Eastern Barbarians attacked the city. Knock knock. The war drums at the citadel were all beating, and the heavy and murderous sound of the drums resounded. Ta-da-da-da. A soldier with a weapon in his hand ran up to the citadel with great regularity, ready to defend the city. One of the soldiers was none other than the secret agent sent by that Eastern Barbarian's great king Gumu. His name is Hupa. At this moment, Haba also got his share of weapons and stood at the citadel, standing in wait. Only he looked at a soldier next to him and couldn't help but swallow his spit. He was ordered by the king of the Eastern Barbarians to come as a secret agent. It took a lot of money to get mixed into the army, but because of the lack of money, he was just an ordinary war soldier, not the one who guarded the city gates. Let's hope that the great king can hold off for a while. When I get enough money together, I should be able to buy my way into a position to become a soldier guarding the city gates. Hoba thought in his heart and couldn't help but grip the weapon in his hand slightly. About an hour or two passed. Under the gazes of the soldiers who went up to defend the city, a large black spot appeared in the distance, as if a sea of blackness was slowly surging towards them. Here we go, all the soldiers slowly took out their bows and arrows. A little bit of time passed by, and that black sea in the distance was approaching Fengsho City. As the Black Sea approached, the soldiers also saw clearly that the Black Sea's front face was all weapons-wielding soldiers of the Dongyi Kingdom. 50,000. It doesn't sound like much, but when you actually see it, you're still shocked by the sheer volume, and you can't see the end of it as far as the eye can see. The guard, Chu Banan, also had an ugly face, his hands holding onto the female wall. If 50,000 men took turns attacking the city day and night, he wasn't sure he could hold the city. He was relieved, though. For the moment, the enemy didn't seem to have any intention of attacking the city. Prepare to defend the city against a sudden attack by the enemy. Chu Banan still instructed the soldiers guarding the city so that the enemy army would not engage in a surprise attack. Just as he was about to go down to the citadel, a fast horse rushed out of the enemy camp and quickly came to the bottom of the city. Chu Banan paused in his steps, looked at the fast horse, and frowned. Didn't wait for him to speak. The man on the fast horse spoke. Guardian of the city, my great king has asked you to meet him at the foot of the city. Do you dare to come out of the city to meet him? Dongyi country, because of the intersection with Datong, each other's culture also intermingled a lot, resulting in the language of Dongyi country and Datong is more like. It is that the language has a kind of accent that is not even found in the language of the Great Tang, which sounds a bit strange, but still understand the meaning of it. Chu Forbidden South was puzzled in his heart. The great king of the eastern barbarians wanted to see him. He thought about it for a moment, but decided to meet. After all, seeing each other could also drag on for quite some time, and as long as it dragged on long enough, it would be able to wait for the support of the Eastern Expeditionary Army, and all danger would be lifted by then. Thinking of this, he agreed to that Eastern barbarian's messenger, took hundreds of people out of the city, only he also left a heart and soul, just in case Dongyi Guasu play fraud, only came not far from the city gate, did not go far. This position, the city's bows and arrows cannot shoot. The other side to attack also need a distance, is considered just right. Chu Banan arrived shortly after with hundreds of people. On the side of the Eastern Barbarians' army, there was then an army of hundreds of people slowly marching. The person at the head of the group was clearly Dongyi King Gumu. Gumu came riding a black horse. Well, it was just a bit massive, and the black horse was panting and had a tendency to be crushed to his knees. It's too hard. It felt like I was carrying a pig on my back. Gumu came not far from Chu Banan and said with a big smile, "You are the Fengsho City Guardian? Not bad, not bad, except for a smaller body. Everything else is good. And you look quite handsome, quite handsome." Hearing these words, Chu Banan couldn't help but feel a coldness behind his back, and said icily, "King of the Eastern Barbarians, what is the matter that you have summoned me here for? If it's nothing, this general still has to go back to set up the city's defense, so I don't have the time to chat with you." Gumu laughed again. As he laughed, the horizontal flesh on his face jumped. He grinned. "Arranging the city defense? What's there to arrange? Might as well tell you. Your city gates have long been controlled by the spies arranged by this king. As long as this king gives the order, you won't even be able to return. Humph. What you Datong gave to us Dongyi before, we Dongyi now return it to you as it is." He laughed a big, contemptuous laugh. Chu Banan frowned at his words. The hundreds of soldiers behind them were also looking at me, some slightly alarmed. "You say that this general believes it? Then what if this general also says that your Dongyi kingdom has been taken down by my great Tang Majesty at this very moment? Do you believe it?" In order to stabilize the military's heart, Chu Forbidden South could only grit his teeth and say, "If the military is unstable, then they've already lost this battle without fighting it." Gumu laughed and said, "You don't believe me? Fine. Then Lone will call the people out to show you, or to see if your city gates are under control. Hubba, now that you have control of the city gates, why don't you come out? The city gates are under control. There's nothing to hide. Come out quickly, or I'll chop you up." His voice was so loud that it carried a long way. Chu Forbidden South looked toward the city gates with a grave expression. His heart was amazed. Could there really be secret agents? Not only him, even the many soldiers followed and looked away. Just then, a voice rang out from the queue behind Chu Banan. "No, my lord. I haven't taken control of the gates yet. I don't have enough money. You'll come back in 2 days to attack the city. Now go back." Hearing his own king cry out, Hoopa hurried out of his queue and shouted at Gumi, "Chu Banan, numerous soldiers, we're air." Under the Fengsho city, there was silence. Hoo-hoo. The sound of the wind and sand blowing by was like it had been amplified several times, and it was very clear ringing beside the ears of countless people. The gazes of Chu Banan as well as many of the soldiers fell on Hoopa's body. One had a dull stare. "Is that what you heard?" Hoopa also seemed to realize something and his expression froze. I am who I am. Where I am. I'm going somewhere. He subconsciously looked to his own great king there in an attempt to get his own great king to save him. Gu Mu, however, didn't seem to notice any of this at all, and instead nodded his head very bluntly, with a vicious look on his face, and said, "Fine, I'll give you 3 more days. After 3 days, if you still can't take the city gate, don't blame Lone for being ruthless. As for the money, think of your own way to go." When he had finished speaking, he ordered those behind him to return and head back toward the camp under Hoopa's almost despairing gaze. Those Eastern barbarian soldiers wanted to say something, but in the end, they said nothing and followed Gumi away. Hubba almost didn't give a knee, and it was even if he committed a draw. Why his king is also guilty of smoking. This soldier, under whose command, Shubanan looked at this highly dramatic scene, stroked his chin, and asked thoughtfully. A few of the surrounding personal generals glanced at each other and all shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. One of the personal generals said weakly, "General, this seems to be under my command." Shubanan smiled and said, "Aren't you going to give an explanation?" That pro-general didn't know what to answer. "Alright, stop it. The king of the Eastern barbarians made a fool of himself. Let's not make a fool of ourselves. Come on people, take this man back and give him a good treat." Shu Forbidden South waved his hand. Several soldiers immediately moved forward and grabbed Hoopa. Shu Forbidden South glanced at the direction of the Eastern barbarians' army, shook his head and lost his smile. This Eastern barbarians' king really is a bad head. He suddenly felt that holding the city until the reinforcements arrived would be a very easy thing to do. Maybe we can take advantage of the situation to break the Dongi kingdom, and will His Majesty reward him with all sorts of prizes, a vassal and a general. He suddenly felt that they were so close to him. The other side, the capital of Great Zhou. When Ji Wu returned, he used the various supplies sent to him by his imperial brother in the Great Tang to build up an army again, and went to the border to collect troops. On this side of the court, he completely decentralized the power, so that all those courtiers are scrambling for power, and even many courtiers originally friendly relationship, because of the struggle for power, all kinds of tearing their faces, fighting. He, the emperor, was forgotten instead. This also made Ji Wu breathe a sigh of relief. Everything is proceeding just as the great Tang dynasty emperor brother would like it to. Imperial brother Detan was worthy of being an emperor of the ages, and could think of such a layout just by relying on the words losing the country. Can't. Ji Wu's heart became more and more impressed, and he couldn't wait to ruthlessly kneel down to Li Chang. Inside the palace, Ji Wu suddenly received a letter from his imperial brother in Detong. He took over the correspondence at the first opportunity after it arrived at the capital of Great Zhou, wanting to see what his imperial brother of Great Tang had written to him. After reading the epistle, his brows were furrowed together. Imperial brother De Tang told me to send troops to East Yi, after destroying that tiny country of Eastern barbarians, then incorporate all of its territory into Great Zhou? Why is that? Why don't you incorporate the country into Great Tang? Ji Wu couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out either. Like the opening of the frontier, why did the Great Tang Emperor brother refuse? It doesn't make sense. Inexplicably, he was again reminded of that supreme genius, the Great Tang Chancellor Zhuge Wuming. Speculate on the deeper meaning. There's no way Imperial brother De Tang doesn't want the land of the Eastern barbarians. Dongi country is a small country, but that is also compared to the Great Tang, and Great Zhou is a small country, compared to some countries in the outside world, is considered quite good. What's more, who wouldn't want the country if they could get it? Imperial brother of the Great Tang, however, told him to annex the land of the Eastern barbarians. What the hell? What's going on? Ji Wu walked back and forth within the hall, his brows furrowed. After thinking for an incense stick of time, his mind suddenly flashed. I get it, Imperial brother De Tang was taking his situation into consideration. He wants to gather military power and then sweep the court. With the successive moves, it would definitely cause some discontent among the people and the families. But what if he has made such a feat as opening up the frontier? Then his prestige is bound to become extremely high. When he swept through the court again in the future, the turmoil caused would become much smaller. If not, there would be any turmoil at all. Emperor Tang's brother, think deep, even though the person was in the city of the Tang dynasty and he was still able to lay out everything. Is this the skill of Emperor Tang's brother? Ji Wu felt deeply convinced. There was also a pang of horror, thanks to the fact that he didn't make an enemy of the imperial brother of the Great Tang, or else he would really have a headache. To make an enemy of this kind of enemy was simply more painful than death. However, this is also a test for me by the imperial brother of the Great Tang, isn't it? A test to see if I will be inflated by getting the land of the Eastern barbarians. Imperial brother of Great Tang is underestimating me. Am I not that kind of person? When I finish organizing Great Zhou, I will hand in a letter of affiliation, and Great Zhou will only be a vassal state of Great Tang for all eternity. and will secure the eastern border for Great Tang for all eternity. Ji-woo felt physically and mentally relieved when he figured everything out. Signed I. Thanks to that night's conversation between the Great Tang Chancellor Zhuge Wuming and him. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to understand so much at all. This favor, he remembered. Ji-woo sat back down in his chair and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was indeed quite nice to be able to penetrate the layout of the Great Tang Emperor's brother. Is just a bit too much of a brain fart. He felt that if he kept trying to speculate on the meaning of his Big Tang Imperial brother, he would be gray-haired before he was 30. Alas, I really don't know how the head of Emperor Tang's brother grows. Why can't I grow this kind of head? Ji-woo rubbed his head. Well, this head he's big and round. No, can't go on like this. Rely on my own speculation. Simply can't speculate much. Must take in a group of loyal ministers to be able to do. If there is an opportunity, it is best to let those loyal ministers go to Datang. Follow the Prime Minister. Learn well. This is also considered to promote the development of the two countries. The Imperial brothers should agree. Ji-woo was caught up in a fantasy. He also wanted to have a loyal minister like Zhuge Wuming, who possessed truly great talent. Unfortunately, he simply didn't have any spare hands to spare right now to set up those great sages of the mountains. Come on people, pass on my decree. Secretly mobilize the army. Let the northern legions come at speed. I want to make a royal expedition to the eastern barbarians. Ji-woo shouted to the outside, then stood up and took out his hanging sword. Intending to practice swordplay, a eunuch outside sniffed, nodded, and shouted, His Majesty has decreed to secretly transfer the army, so that the Northern Legion will return to the capital at speed. His Majesty wants to make an imperial expedition. His voice was so loud that everyone around him heard it. Ji-woo's face darkened. Secret troop movements, you don't understand. He silently drew his sword out. Great Tang, Chaoan City, Imperial Palace, Jingyue Palace. Li Chang and Ji Ning were both gathered around a table. Well, the Emperor wants to paint on a whim. Li Chang held a wolf brush in his hand. In front of him there was a piece of paper of poor quality. He took a deep breath and hesitated to move his pen. Your Majesty, do you really know how to paint? Ji Ning blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. She feels, an emperor should know how to play the piano, chess and painting. Right, and this emperor in front of me is not an ordinary emperor, but an emperor of 1,000 years. Wait a moment. Painting, to be a breath of. Don't be in a hurry. Chaotic mentality painted. Izumo gets soul. Li Cheng coughed a few times, holding the wolf brush and said, Oh, then, Your Majesty, take it easy. Ji Ning couldn't understand it either, but there was just a feeling of uncertainty. Moreover, when she learned to paint, no one seemed to have taught her this. Was this something that Your Majesty had created on her own? Or was it because the culture of the Great Tang was different from that of the Great Zhou? As Li Cheng looked to stabilize Ji Ning, his heart was quietly relieved. He was just bored, so he wanted to draw, and originally thought that his predecessor's memories had information about drawing. I didn't realize that the predecessor was a simpleton who couldn't do anything in the piano, chess, calligraphy or painting. I really don't know how I became emperor. Is it possible that the late emperor really made a mistake? I'll have to lift the lid of the late emperor's coffin and ask him about it someday. Li Chang shook his head, sweeping all these thoughts away, and looked at the beauty next to him. This beep he's loaded up on. Even through gritted teeth, he gripped the wolf hair pen and pointed it at the piece of paper, making a vicious stroke. Then he put the wolf hair pen down. Ahem. The painting is finished. Love consort. I have political affairs over the Taiji Palace, so I left first. You keep this painting. I believe that sooner or later you will understand the meaning of the painting. After Li Cheng finished speaking, he left inside the palace with quick steps. Ji Ning, why does it feel like you're fooling me? Your Majesty, her beautiful eyes looked at the painting, lost in thought. I don't think His Majesty would lie to me. Would he? Does the painting really mean something else? She looked closely at the painting in front of her. The drawing is simple. A line of black ink sweeping across it, a few drops of ink next to it, and nothing else. Very minimalist. It doesn't look like a painting at all, rather like something scribbled out on the fly. Your Majesty, would you like to know the meaning of His Majesty's painting? Suddenly, a faint voice sounded behind him. Ji Ning turned his head to look, and next to his doorway, a small eunuch stood. Who are you? She asked, frowning her willow brows slightly. That little eunuch knelt down and performed a big salute, saying in a low voice, Your Majesty, slave is just a small eunuch serving beside His Majesty. I just saw that the Empress was confused, so I purposely stayed behind to clear up the confusion for the Empress. This eunuch can read His Majesty's paintings. Ji Ning frowned her willow brows and asked, Can you read the meaning of His Majesty's painting? The little eunuch hurriedly said, Your Highness, slave was once fortunate enough to have been to the Chancellor's residence once and listened to Chancellor Zhuge's teachings. Chancellor Zhuge was the most adept at speculating on His Majesty's holy intentions, and under Chancellor Zhuge's teachings, Slave had understood a little bit of what was going on, to a greater or lesser extent. Ji Ning sniffed, no longer questioned, gently raised his hand and said, "Then come in and take a look. If you can really say a so-and-so, this palace has a big reward." The eunuch's eyes lit up when he heard the word reward, and he got up from the ground, walked over to the image, looked at it, and furrowed his brows in thought. This painting, there's really no highlights yet, just one stroke. The eunuch thought carefully, looking at the direction of the end of the stroke, pointing east. Now there's a war going on over in the eastern barbarians. The eunuch's heart and soul trembled, instantly understanding, feeling that the painting's brushstrokes all carried the full force of the sharpness of the force. And wasn't this exactly what His Majesty wanted to express? After figuring it out, he hastily waved his hand and said, "Your Highness, the slave has understood. Then why don't you tell me?" Ji Ning asked evenly. The eunuch hastened to relate it. In the meantime, in the Tai Chi hall, Li Cheng sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to walking fast, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. Painting? Really? I should have known not to say painting. Get a chess game is not good? He sounded slightly grumbly. Looking at the table gradually became a pile of folders again. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He remembered that he'd finished reading through it only 3 days ago, and it was in a pile again so soon. No wonder all the emperors died early. Who can handle this? No, he couldn't keep reading. He felt a brain-broadening pain. Find a time, declare it down, and just let Zhuge Wuming lead the many ministers to corrupt the country, and he won't go to court. Staying in the harem, under the pretext of indulging in beauty, he never went to court. Well, he's just using it as an excuse. Absolutely nothing else in mind. Well, there was that little thought. Most of all, he still wanted Zhuge Wuming to be able to lead the many ministers to continue to be corrupt. Li Cheng stroked his jaw, quietly pondering. Your Majesty? Eunuch Su, who was beside him, hesitated for a moment and suddenly opened his mouth. What is it? Li Cheng returned to his senses and looked at Eunuch Su to inquire. This old Su, to be honest, was hard enough. Getting up every morning and using a duck quack to act as a rooster call, or that ha 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 duck call. Honestly, in the first few days, he was still waking up to this duck call in the morning. Or did I get used to it later? Gee, this old Su is a poor man too. But when he gets home, it shouldn't be so hard. Eunuch Su hesitantly said, Your Majesty, the old slave has inquired about some news about Chancellor Zhuge, and I don't know whether I should tell Your Majesty, or not. Speak, and I forgive you. Li Cheng swept all the Zhangji in front of him to the corner and said with no care at all. Eunuch Su nodded, then said, Previously the palace went out to pick up a few small eunuchs. Heard that recently the Chancellor had embezzlement. It is said that the Chancellor had recently misappropriated some of the public funds more than once. Chancellor, good comrade. Li Cheng's eyes flickered for a moment or two. These ministers under his command, the one most capable of defeating the country for him is this Zhuge Wuming. Right, if he succeeds in going back, Zhuge Wuming should take the first credit. He waved his hand and said, Suppress this matter. Don't let this kind of news continue to spread. I don't want to hear any more bad news about the Chancellor. Chancellor Zhuge is so giving. Of course he had to help out a bit, even if it was to save the other side a bit of reputation. Eunuch Su was surprised in the bottom of his heart for a moment, but still arched his hand and said, The old slave obeyed the decree, and immediately went down to send people to suppress all of these messages. Li Cheng nodded, which satisfied him. Slightly emotional. If only everyone was like Zhuge Wuming, how wonderful would it be, lol. Early the next morning, another day of testing the power of the state. Li Cheng woke up very early in the morning, and the azure-colored screen in front of him showed up as promised. Lines of text appeared on the screen. Beginning of the week's national strength test, the current value of the national strength of the Tang Empire is 1608. Rewarded host life expectancy of 21 years. Current host life expectancy, 359 years, the specific source of national power enhancement. Please check by the host, another addition, it's only been 21 years, okay. Add it to the back. Watch Great Zhou attack and wipe out Great Tang, and who of us will have the last laugh? Although Li Cheng's heart was a bit stifled and hard to bear, after adding so many lifespans along the way, his ability to endure had become exceptionally strong. He firmly believed in one thing, as long as Great Zhou sent troops to attack Great Tang, then Great Tang would surely die. No amount of national power will be worthwhile at that point. All he had to do was wait. There will never be any surprises this time. If there's an accident this time, then he'll put this on the spot. As Li Cheng thought about it, he was inexplicably embarrassed and glanced at the dragon bed underneath him. An eerie familiarity surfaced in his heart. Forget about it. Let's just look at the source of all this national growth. He tapped the view button. The azure-colored screen in front of him changed at once. The national enhancements are as follows: +1 technology, +10 civilian heart, +5 deterring the enemy, +5 military. Sure enough, Li Cheng waved his hand. Another bunch of things that made him confused were somehow created. Anyway, technology, shock and awe of enemy nations and all that. He can't even trace the source. Why do I always have the feeling that in the dark, it seems as if someone is in the shadows, always helping me to strengthen my country? Li Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. This feeling hadn't happened once or twice. It's such a coincidence every time. He had a feeling that there was definitely someone in the shadows who had been messing around. If he finds it, then the other side is finished. He took a deep breath. But, technology, deterring enemy countries, military, these he could hardly trace. But it was this people's heart. There was a possibility to trace it. Make a plan for an outing to explore the folk properly. 3 times he increased the popularity of the people. And this popularity was on the verge of becoming his main source of increasing the power of the country. He was going to go to the folk to have a good look at what it was that kept increasing the people's sense of belonging to the Great Tang. Li Cheng pondered for a while, then returned to his senses. Today is to go to the morning court. He should also go to get ready, just to declare all these things, he thought, preparing to turn off the azure-colored screen in front of him. Suddenly, I noticed a view individual template at the bottom of the azure screen. He subconsciously nodded over. The font on the azure screen changed again, and lines of text emerged. Eternal Empire System, host, Li Cheng, life expectancy, 359 years, state power of the Great Tang Empire, 1608, note, peak power of the Great Tang Empire, 345, note, every Monday. A national power test will be conducted to reward or deduct life expectancy. Pst, Li Cheng barely managed to spit out a mouthful of old blood. The template is pretty much the same as it was when I first saw it before, with the only extra point being that peak national power indicator for the Great Tang. Tong. Peak national strength is more than 5,000. In other words, during the time of Emperor Tang Taizu, the state power of the Great Tang was still more than 5,000. Then this oxymoron from the hands of Tang Taizu, passed down from generation to generation. The country's power is also declining from generation to generation. To the 9th generation of him, there are more than 1,000 left, and even about to fall down to the triple digits. They're all tough guys. Such an awesome big number to play like that. But then again, how did all these emperors, how did they manage to lose their countries? Li Cheng's heart suddenly surged with an impulse to go to the imperial tombs to lift the coffin boards of the old ancestors and ask them one by one how they lost the country. No, I have to calm down. I can't be so impulsive. Li Cheng was in the midst of self-soothing. Your Majesty, it's almost time for the morning court. Yu Nexu's voice came from outside the door. Aha! Li Cheng shook his head, dismissing all the many thoughts, and turned off the azure-colored screen in front of him. Get ready for the morning court. The 5th night, everything went on as usual, with civil and military officials entering the palace. After the big salute, they were ready to start the morning court. Seeing this, Yu Nexu, who was standing next to the emperor, said loudly with his voice, "There is a book to present. If you don't have a book, leave the court." Your Majesty, I have a message. The head of the heavenly supervisor was the first to stride out. Li Cheng glanced at the other party in a bored manner and waved his hand. Granted. He propped his head up with one hand, devoid of imperial majesty, but even so, no one dared to say anything about him. After all, if the emperor played rogue and gave you a set of Great Tang is honored by the right theory, who can carry this? The head of the divine constabulary froze for a moment and opened his mouth to narrate. It was pretty much the same as what Li Cheng thought. This guppy is still bragging on a daily basis. The morning court proceeded. One minister began to narrate. Anyway, Li Cheng wasn't listening. He was in a state of delirium. Until the imperial historian suddenly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I want to impeach one person." This imperial historian standing out made the civil and military officials all slightly alarmed, although they were now united in battle. Every time they saw an imperial historian jumping out from such an occasion, they were still a little frightened. Li Cheng also came back to his senses and looked at the royal historian. Impeachment? Impeach who? Who else can be impeached when the court is full of traitors? Curious. He said, "Speak." The imperial historian suddenly turned his gaze to one of the men in the queue. That person was none other than Luo Yang, the Minister of Justice. Rojin also had a head of steam, frantically contemplating what he'd been up to lately. But I can't figure it out when I think about it. He hasn't done anything lately, instead it's also starting to organize policing everywhere. What does this royal historian want with him? The imperial historian looked at Luo Yang, before arching his hand and bowing. Your Majesty, I impeach Luo Yang, for poor supervision, for never examining the prison, for stubbornness in his duties, and at the same time, I want to redress the wrongs of one person. A grievance. You've come to the morning court to seek redress of grievances. The civil and military officials all frowned. Li Chang didn't care. Instead he said with interest, "Tell me. Let me listen." Only then did the imperial historian say, "Your Majesty, this matter still has to start from 11 years ago. 11 years ago, the former head of the Ctian supervisor, Yuan Xiao, was sent to prison for violating the late emperor's taboo. But Yuan Xiao was chastised by the late emperor to be imprisoned for 6 years, and now that 11 whole years have passed, Yuan Xiao has not been released at all. And if it were not for the fact that I remembered it by chance, I am afraid that no one would mention this matter at all." Wow. The scene in the courtroom was silent for a time. Chastised and imprisoned for 6 years and not released after 11 years. The gazes of the civil and military officials all fell on Luo Yang in unison. Luo Yang's heart was close to greeting the 18 generations of ancestors of the imperial historian's family in peace. "Can't you tell me this shit in private? Do you have to say it in front of His Majesty? It's just that I owe you some money and I don't want to pay you back." On the dragon chair, Li Chang looked at Luo Yang with a ghostly gaze. Not bad for a room full of traitors. Rojin, this is a good example. Holding prisoners, even forgetting the time. I can't believe they haven't released anyone after 11 years of what should have been 6 years of incarceration. Yes, you can. This is very traitorous. Luo Yang felt cold at the bottom of his heart under the emperor's gaze. He had only been warned by the emperor last time about the law and order, and now he had gotten this prison thing going. Is this the end of him? Would the emperor dispose of him as a traitor and transfer him to the Yiliang region? As he thought of this, he kneeled down in fear and said in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, forgive me. Your Majesty, forgive me. Since I took over the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, I haven't had time to check most of the information, which is why this omission was caused. Please forgive me. Your Majesty." The civil and military officials also looked at Luo Yang with slightly compassionate eyes, and at the same time, they were also somewhat curious. What kind of enmity does this imperial historian have with Luo Yang? I can't believe I stabbed the knife like that. Even Li Chang glanced at Luo Yang in surprise. Jokingly, how could he punish the traitor? "The more you make of this, the happier I am." He waved his hand and said, "Get up, Aiching Luo." Aiching Luo usually worries about state affairs and wastes his sleep and food. It's normal to forget about this. I won't blame you, Aiching. As for that Yuan Xiao, will suppress this matter? You and so on are the heart of me left behind. No matter what mistakes you and so on, I will shelter you and so on, and I also hope that you can continue to lose. Cough cough, continue to work hard. Just kidding. These people are all traitors. How can they be convicted? He was counting on Zhuge Wuming to lead this group of people to defeat the country properly. These people are too precious to lose. Clunk. Hearing this from the emperor, Luo Yang's eyes couldn't help but redden, cursing himself for not being a human being, actually committing such a thing, and having to have His Majesty personally step in to squash things. Not only Luo Yang. In fact, even the civil and military officials cannot help but touch the heart. This is the emperor they are loyal to. See them as the heart and soul. Even when something like this happened, the emperor, instead of condemning it, chose to shelter it. With a king like you, how dare you not serve him? Even the royal historian sighed and did not speak again. Long live your Majesty. The civil and military officials all knelt down, shouting under their breath, their voices deafening. Even outside the hall of containing heaven could be heard. Li Chang was also shocked by this attitude of the civil and military officials, froze for a while, waved his hand and said, "All get up. I also have something to say." Only then did the civil and military officials stand up, each listening intently, wanting to hear what the emperor had to command. Li Chang paused and said, "I would like to hand over the court to the management of Zhuge Aki, and all civil and military officials will assist Zhuge Aki, and I will no longer manage the affairs of state for a long period of time." Wow! The civil and military officials were agitated for a while, as if they could not figure out why His Majesty would do this. Ignoring the dynasty. Throughout the ages, only those who are really dim have done it. Most of the emperors did not do it, because once ignore the dynasty, it will easily be hollowed out. Liao Yun, the Minister of Rights, could not help himself at once, and stood out and arched his hand and bowed. "Your Majesty must not be allowed to do so." He was only halfway through his sentence when he twisted his head to look behind him. Unsurprisingly, the group made no moves to sell him on a daily basis. How many times has this been done? He didn't want to find someone to ask why. After all, he really wasn't good with people. He lifted his foot and tried to back away. In the next moment, the civil and military officials stepped out in unison and respectfully said, "Please think twice. Your Majesty, please. Your Majesty. Think twice, please. Your Majesty. 3, please. Your Majesty." The sound was vast and echoed within the heaven-containing hall. Liao Yun, Minister of Rights, Did you do it on purpose? Li Chang raised his eyebrows and looked at the civil and military officials, not expecting that this group of people would actually come forward to stop him at such a time. Is this a fear that if he leaves and there is no one to sit in the imperial court, his good comrades of the Great Tang will exploit their interests? However, that won't stop him from unloading his morning court. He slowly said, I am likewise not discussing with you this time, but rather informing you that I will no longer be in charge of the affairs of state from this day forward, and everything will be handed over to Chancellor Zhuge to deal with, and so it is finalized. As his words fell, he glanced at Eunuch Su beside him. When Eunuch Su, who was still in shock, saw this, he hastened to understand and shouted, retreat from the court. Li Chang took a step and then walked towards the outside of the hall, leaving the civil and military officials in the hall with confused faces. The many courtiers looked at me and I looked at you. All of them could not figure it out, and finally had to fix their gaze on their head Zhuge Woming. Chancellor, see what this says. This is something I really can't figure out, and not being able to speculate on His Majesty's meaning is ultimately too stupid of me. Chancellor, why has His Majesty suddenly ignored the affairs of state? Could it be that His Majesty's health is impaired? Watching the many courtiers as you say one thing and I say another, Zhuge Woming also felt a headache, so he waved his hand and said, don't clamor here. Everyone go to my Prime Minister's residence to talk again. The civil and military officials could only nod their heads when they heard this. A group of people trooped out of the palace and went straight to the old place. Inside the bedchamber, Li Chang summoned Eunuch Su. He spoke. I want to visit the folk. You can prepare for it first, and then you can take some people with you and set off. Something he had to figure out about the crazy growth in popularity all the time. He's not comfortable sending someone to investigate. He's going to see the folk for himself. It's just as well that you can also travel a bit in antiquity before you go back. When Eunuch Su heard this, he didn't feel anything, but said, Your Majesty, do you want to go to Chang'an City's East Street or West Street this time? He also had a strong suspicion in the bottom of his heart that it was not just a trip out of the city. Why did His Majesty unload the court? A trip to the Iran region first? To meet my royal brother first. Li Chang stroked his jaw and thought for a moment and spoke slowly. He felt that, on his big brother's side, it was time to push. Traveling all the way there first, stopping more at the folk before finally going to the Iliang region, preferably to hand itself over to that big brother of his, to have a hostage to the general, maybe General Chao Unity, the chief general of military horses, became anxious and rose up to fight with Li Ming, the king of Jinshi. Then the soldiers of Great Zhou invaded Great Tang, and the world was in complete chaos, and the country's power rubbed off on them. Li Chang thought prettily, I don't know how things are going over there in the Yirang region, with those loyalists he sent. They should have become very powerful, right? His own big brother really owed him a thank you, having him as his royal brother. Jinshi Wang Li Ming had also accumulated a lifetime of virtue. I just don't know who this throne will go to when the time comes. Li Chang thought, a single thought flashing through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. There would be no surprises this time. Everything was under his control, Imperial Palace. Inside the Emperor's bedchamber, when Eunuch Su heard that the Emperor was going to the Ilang region, he immediately widened his eyes and discouraged. Your Majesty, it must not be done. Your Majesty is aware of the fact that the Jinshi king of the Iliang region is rebellious. How can you go to Iliang region? Go anywhere, but I hope that Your Majesty will never go to Iliang region. You know that his big brother has a bad heart. There's nothing wrong with that. He's going to the Aragon region. Li Chang secretly laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he was indifferent to the extreme, and said in a deep voice, under the sky, there is nothing that is not the king's land. And there is nothing that is not the king's minister. This world is so big that it is all mine, and I am going to go to a Iliang area, and I still have to think about it? Is it hard to believe that the Iliang region is the king of Jinshi's, not mine? Between his words, he brought with him a sense of imperial majesty, domineering and incomparable. Eunuch Su sniffed and opened his mouth, not knowing how to refute the emperor. In the end, he could only kneel on the ground and whispered, Your Majesty, this world, naturally, is all Your Majesty's. And since Your Majesty wants to go to the Iliang area, the defense force must be well prepared. When Li Chang heard this, he immediately waved his hand and said, the defense force, in terms of refinement, not in terms of quantity, there is no need to get too many people. He was afraid that Eunuch Su would get 10,000 troops to protect him. What's the point of going out? Who wouldn't be scared to run away when a fucking army of 10,000 people goes by? At Your Majesty's command, Eunuch Su responded in a hurry. Li Chang nodded, and was about to let the other party leave, when his movement stalled and he suddenly thought of something. He weakened the defense. What if the bandits finish us off before we even get to the Yirang area? Whose is it? This doubt rose in his mind. Without waiting for him to think more, the azure-colored screen in front of him coalesced once again, and a passage emerged. Note, if the host is killed, it will be judged as a true death, so please pay attention to your own safety. Encountering murder. On him, will it really die? Li Chang was jolted, turned off the azure-colored screen, looked at Eunuch Su and coughed. The words are like this, but the barrier of the defense force must be prepared. Also just bring a 10, 000 to 20, 000 people will be good. No need to be too much. Too much impact is not very good. Eunuch Su. A couple of thousand, he had only intended to transfer 1,000 men. The emperor this opening 20, 000 or 20, 000. Is this going to war? Why don't we plan all the grain and grass routes, then hire a general to sit in on them, and send a vanguard to open the way first? In the end, after some planning, it was just going to be 500 men to take with them, but each of those 500 had to be good. Well, and they have to be competed from the civilian and military ranks, and each one has to be able to hold 10 against 1. Or don't. He, Li Chang, is just scared to death. Li Chang didn't feel anything, and went to the harem to look for Jining to play chess with peace of mind. In the meantime, inside the lobby of the chancellor's residence, the civil and military officials all arrived, filling the entire hall inside and out. The courtiers who had never been to the chancellor's residence before were so constrained that they didn't dare to make any movements at all, and could only stand to the side. Those who often come old farts are not the same. They find their own chairs, directly sit on them, as if they were back in their own homes, pouring their own tea and drinking it. Hey, that old Chen hand me a teacup, a little thirsty. Ha, right. Is placed next to you that is my often used, do not believe? You see, the cup is not engraved with my name underneath. What's the chancellor up to? Why isn't he out yet? Tisk, look at this group of newcomers. That's not getting it. So formal. There is no place to sit. Stand properly. It's still comfortable here. I'm wondering if it's time to buy one of the chancellor's mansion's compartments. So I'll live here from now on. Go ahead. The chancellor lacks your little money? Numerous courtiers conversed. Look at the ministers who don't get to sit down and stare in disbelief. Why? Why are these people so self-absorbed? Liao Yun, the minister of rights, in particular, keenly caught a hint of something wrong and froze as he took a few steps forward. Suddenly there was a tug on his sleeve. He looked down. Chao Tong sat on a chair, grinned, and said, "Come, Shangshu Liao, sit here. General Han has led his troops on a campaign, so this place is just about empty." His little eyes twinkled with brilliance. Liao Shangshu is so poorly liked, he must not have many close friends. Just in time, he can take advantage of the situation. Liao Yun looked at the chair, nodded his head and sat down, saying, "Thank you, General Chao." Chao Tong waved his hand, crossed his legs, and laughed. "What is this? A small matter. A small matter. Well, it is indeed a small matter, but it is you, General Chao." Liao Yun looked at Chao Tong's crossed legs and frowned. "General Chao, you are the chief general of Great Tang's army and horses, the chief soldier of the Kyoto area, in charge of countless soldiers. Your status is honorable. How can you cross your legs? This is a loss of the general's honor." He started chattering away. Chao Tong's face stiffened, and he hurriedly put his legs down, saying, "Chao Mao knows. Seeing this, Liao Yun nodded without saying anything else, and with a turn of his gaze, he suddenly saw the court dress on Chao Tong, which was somewhat informally worn. At that moment, he continued, saying, "General Chao, this court dress it is not worn like this, it should be like this." Chao Tong, is it too late for Mr. Chao to regret? I don't want to befriend you anymore. Silence. Outside the lobby, Zhuge Wuming walked slowly and spoke softly. His words instantly silenced the scene, and the civil and military officials all looked at Zhuge Wuming in unison. Zhuge Wuming walked in, and those sitting courtiers all stood up. "Sit down if you have a seat." Zhuge Wuming was unconcerned and directly took his seat. Then he said, "We are here for one purpose, to talk about why His Majesty suddenly ignored the imperial government, right?" The civil and military officials all nodded, their gazes tinged with strong suspicion. They indeed couldn't figure out why the emperor would ignore the imperial government at a time like this for no apparent reason. You know that the trend of the Great Tang is flourishing nowadays. All regions are in the rectification of the strong, the world's popularity of the people. The army is in the sharpening, and then motivated for a period of time, will certainly be able to be strong. Zhuge Wuming narrowed his eyes, his fingers gently knocked on the desktop, said, "To be honest, this minister can only guess a star and a half just. His Majesty should be in the cloth of what shocking big game, the dynasty this side, temporarily regardless of the just. It is also a kind of great trust to me and other subjects. Throughout history, Which emperor would have decentralized his subjects to such an extent? This side of the imperial government. His Majesty has delegated power to us because he trusts us. And this Prime Minister does not want. During this period of time when His Majesty is unmotivated to manage the imperial government, anything bad to happen. And if this Prime Minister learns about it, then don't blame this Prime Minister for being ruthless. His voice was light, but the coldness it contained was audible to all the courtiers. After Zhuge Wuming finished speaking, the civil and military officials were all pondering, and in the end, their gazes all coincidentally landed on Luo Yang. Royan, what are you looking at me for? Fengshou in the middle of the city. In the city lord's mansion, Han Yu was meeting with Emperor Jiwu of the Great Zhou. The two met. Emperor Jiwu of Great Zhou was visibly winded. On the contrary, Han Yu, with his eyes in the right place, didn't look like he had come from a hasty march at all. How many days has General Han been in this city? Jiwu inquired curiously. It was really the way Han Yu acted that it didn't look like he had come from a hasty march, but rather like he had rushed here slowly. It's been 3 or 4 days. Just waiting for you, Emperor Ji. Han Yu sat with a cup of tea in his hand and drank it in one go. So, General Han, why don't you drink? Today you meet with me, and in the future you will fight side by side. How can you do without wine? Ji Wu snorted, wanting to pull in some rapport with Han Yu. Han Yu, with a cold face and no desire to draw closer, shook his head and said, Emperor Ji, the military ban does not allow for alcohol, so naturally there is no alcohol in the military, and it seems to me that we should discuss the war. With that, he took out a map. The map was inscribed with the remaining 20 to 30 cities of the Eastern Barbarians' kingdom. Ji Wu smiled awkwardly, but didn't say anything, looking at the map and asking, does General Han have any strategy to break the enemy here? Han Yu looked towards the direction of the Eastern Barbarians' army garrison, smiled disdainfully, and said, the Eastern Barbarians' king has no ability to lead an army, and it's easy to break it. What we need to think about is not how to break the army, but how to minimize the casualties. And if we can't lose a single soldier, then we shouldn't lose a single soldier. Ji Wu frowned slightly, his insides being touched. Is that why the Great Tang is so strong, in his place? He wants his men to go and break the enemy, discussing how much money, and then how he presses the price down, making it like bargaining in a food market. The generals of the Great Tang, on the other hand, were thinking about how to minimize casualties, worthy of a Great Tang general. Ji Wu sighed with emotion in his heart and said, General Han, the words are true, but there must be casualties in war, and these are beyond our control. Han Yu raised his eyebrows, looked at Ji Wu, and said in a deep voice, if these can't be controlled, then what's the point of having generals? Not to mention other examples of war. Let's just say that before the incident, my emperor with a secret agent, soldiers without bloodshed will be knocked open the door of the Eastern Barbarians, so you can still say that you can't control it? That battle at the Sky Eagle Pass, the gate of the Eastern Barbarians' kingdom. At the mention of this, Ji Wu stopped saying anything and fell silent. The intelligence he had received from this millisecond war was naturally extremely large, and he deeply understood the core of this war. It was only after his imperial brother of the Great Tang disintegrated the Eastern Barbarians from within, causing chaos within the Eastern Barbarians, that he knocked on the door of the Eastern Barbarians without bloodshed. Tot! Ji Wu arched his hand toward Han Yu. Han Yu hastily dodged sideways, not daring to accept this salute. Ji Wu was no longer a king, and was of the same generation as the king he served, while he was a subject. How can this be justified when the subject receives a gift from the king? He waved his hand and said, all right, Emperor Ji, let's discuss the next battle. Ji Wu nodded, and did not put on any airs, and said lightly, General Han, what high strategy? May as well say, I'm all ears. Han Yu placed the map on the desktop and said, Ji Huang, this is the map of the remaining 27 cities of the Eastern Barbarians. I would like to ask Ji Huang, directly bypassing the Eastern Barbarians' garrison, straight to these cities, the army outside the city, the last will, as well as the Eastern Expeditionary Army, will be stalled. Ji Wu frowned, carefully looked up the map. After a while, he said somewhat strange, from the map, Fengshou City is just closer to the East Barbarian City, but if we go around, the East Barbarians' country is completely able to attack the other cities. Why do we have to die in Fengshou City? Han Yu revealed a mysterious smile and said, don't think too much, he's not my emperor. This Dong Yi king is just plain stupid. Just fight directly. Ji Wu sniffed and nodded. Also, what can this Dong Yi king compare to his Detang emperor brother? Speculate my ass. When stupidity is dealt with, it's done. The other side. Eunuch Su was ordered to set up a ring outside the city of Chaoan, inviting the world's heroes to compete in martial arts, and those who won the first 500 places could be rewarded by the emperor. This was naturally the meaning of Emperor Li Chang. Keep your recruitment low. After all, he hid his outing from the world so that he wouldn't get his head clicked off. It had to be said that the attraction of a ring set up by the emperor's personal decree that was extremely high, especially in a situation like this where the people of the world are in favor. Many Jianghu warriors had rushed over, and among them there were many strong men from the army who wanted to participate as well. This kind of event, of course, attracted the people to watch, and every day there were many people under the ring, a sea of people. On this day, the ring was still being set up. Hundreds of people crowded around below, and when they saw the excitement, they couldn't help but shout out loud. The people didn't know that not far from them, the emperor of the Great Tang Empire was also standing and watching. Li Chang held Jining's hand and stood at a higher place, looking out over the ring. He changed into a casual dress, without wearing a dragon robe. He had one less point of imperial majesty and one more point of plainness. Looking at him from afar, one could only feel that his aura was extraordinary, and could not even imagine that this person was the emperor. And Jining also changed into civilian clothes, except that after she changed into civilian clothes, she gave off a different kind of beauty. Even with a veil to cover it up, there would be a feeling that this person was an absolute beauty. Li Chang looked at the ring not far away with relish. The two men in the ring were fighting, their fists and palms clashing in a dazzling display. TSK, look at these people fighting fiercely. I want to learn a hand or two, Li Chang said with some envy. His predecessor didn't know any martial arts at all, and looking at the people in the ring who were so powerful, it gave him the urge to learn. Jining on the side laughed lightly. Your Majesty, if you really want to learn, just go back to the palace and find some people to teach you. But Your Majesty is the body of a true dragon, so don't hurt yourself. Li Chang shook his head and said, don't worry, I'm just a 3-minute maniac. After a while, it won't be fun anymore. Jining smiled after hearing this and didn't say anything else. Li Chang continued to watch the top of the ring. Look at it for a while. Eunuch Su, who was also wearing civilian clothes, walked over and whispered, Your Majesty, it's getting late. Isn't it time to return to the palace? Don't look at the emperor on the surface, just two people watching. In fact, the dark dozens of people are protecting. You think it's all the people down there? In fact, they're all trusts, used to protect the emperor. Li Chang sniffed and froze for a moment, then nodded and said, then go back. I've seen enough. He held Jining's jade hand and turned around, ready to leave. Just then, there was a loud bang in the ring, and a person's figure flew out backwards. Yes, the surrounding people all shouted out. This also attracted Li Chang to continue watching. Just see the ring. In the ring, a big black-faced man with a tiger's back and a leopard's head and eyes stood. He had just sent another good fighter flying with a single move, causing the people to cry out. Li Chang also looked stunned. This person was too fierce. Yanking someone up with one hand is like playing. What's this guy's name? Li Chang's eyes flashed brightly. By pulling this man to him and escorting him, no one should be able to click his head, right? Your Majesty, wait a moment. Eunuch Su walked out. After about a while, he reapproached and said, Your Majesty, this person's name is Zhang Hu, and he is from the Mubei region. Li Chang nodded and holding Jining's small hand, he was ready to go up and recruit this person down. He walked over to the crowd of people and tried to squeeze in, but he didn't know how to do it and twisted his head to look at Eunuch Su. Eunuch Su understood and hurriedly walked over and called out the two people in the crowd. The two guards looked at each other and immediately helped the emperor to open the way, squeezing some people out of the way and accommodating Li Chang to enter. Some of the people who were squeezed out of the way showed disgust, but when they saw Li Chang and Jining, they understood that they couldn't afford to be offended, so they could only stand to the side. Li Chang nodded in satisfaction and was about to walk in. Suddenly, I heard one of the people muttering in a low voice, Look at your daughter-in-law, so beautiful. You are so ugly. It looks like a dog, big family. Bah, am I ugly? Li Chang took a deep breath, forcibly holding back that urge to tear this old man apart. Why the hell are you saying these words with a clear conscience, still jealous of labor, bunch of dodgy people? Li Chang was so exasperated that he also extinguished his thoughts of recruiting that person, snorted coldly and retreated. Eunuch Su saw Li Chang come out and asked suspiciously, What's wrong with His Majesty? Li Chang grunted and waved his hand. Ask what you want. Swing back to the palace. He took a step outside, then looked back at that Zhang Hu in the ring, thought for a moment, and said, Bring this man to the palace, and I will personally meet with him. The words fell before he stepped away. Seeing this, the people escorting the emperor in the dark retreated from the scene, still guarding the emperor's safety in the dark. Eunuch Su was confused. How come the emperor changed his face so fast? He just knows that women change their faces fast. I didn't expect the emperor to change his face faster. Shaking his head, he went to carry out the emperor's orders. By late afternoon, Li Chang met with Zhang Hu inside the Taiji hall of the palace. Zhang Hu was brought into the Taiji Hall by a few soldiers of the Feathered Forest Army, and appeared to be so formal that he was careful in walking. By the time Zhang Hu stepped into the center of the Taiji Hall, the few Featherwood soldiers did not leave, but stood aside. This Zhang Hu was a ruthless character. If he suddenly rises up and wants to hurt the emperor, they will not be able to stop him in time if they are standing outside the hall. Li Cheng also acquiesced to the movements of those few Featherwood soldiers, and ever since he had learned that he would literally hang if he was taken out, he had instantly become life-thirsty. It's better to be careful. My humble servant Zhang Hu pays his respects to His Majesty. Zhang Hu knelt on both knees and heavily kowtowed to Li Cheng. Get up. Li Cheng raised his hand. His eyes fell on Zhang Hu, and said very plainly, Strong man Zhang, I want to recruit you into the palace to be my guard. Are you willing to do so? He didn't choose to beat around the bush. Instead, they opened the door. He's the emperor. There's no need to recruit someone in a roundabout way. Well, if the man wouldn't, then he'd have to activate the backup plan. Smash the money. Smash the money to death. It's a losing country anyway. It's not a big enough problem to make your little life secure. Important point. Majesty. Majesty. You want to recruit the grass people as guards? Zhang Hu's eyes widened, not knowing whether to speak in surprise or horror, and he stood up violently. As he rose, the feathered soldiers on the side all drew their swords, thinking that he had risen violently. Even Li Cheng couldn't help his body shaking, thanks to sitting on a chair, or else he had to be scared down. He knew what kind of ruthless man this was in front of him. One hand yanks a human-grown man up and drops him again. This is not a TV show. Daring, how dare you act recklessly in front of His Majesty? Kneel down. Eunuch Su was also frightened enough, but reacting, he immediately shouted out angrily. Not to mention, when he shouted angrily, his aura could be extraordinary, completely different from his humble appearance in front of Li Cheng. This was normal. After all, he was the one who had served 2 generations of emperors, so how could his aura be weakened? Zhang Hu was obviously bluffed, and hastily knelt down, excitedly saying, Your Majesty, the grass people are just too happy to be able to escort for Your Majesty. That would be an honor for the grass people. He. This. Why are you so excited? Is it because of his popularity among the people? Exactly how and for what reasons public sentiment was raised was completely unclear to him. This time, I am preparing to go out, and there is also a reason to go and investigate what the people of the civil society are looking for. Li Cheng frowned and waved his hand. Well, since you are my guard, then I cannot treat you badly. He twisted his head to look at Eunuch Su and said, How much is the salary of an average guard for a month? Eunuch Su replied in a low voice, Your Majesty, the average guard's monthly salary is 1 or 2 silver pieces. 1 or 2, Li Cheng nodded, and immediately said, Then the 500 guards that we have recruited this time, raise their salaries all to 5 taels a month, and 10 taels a month for strongman Zhang, in addition to advancing a year's salary to these people first. After all, they are ready to go far out. Well, that's all. Eunuch Su was dumbfounded for a moment. Your Majesty, are you recruiting guards? Raise an ancestor. Right, how much does he get paid a month? A year's salary advance? He doesn't even get that. Couldn't he take the place of one of the slots? He thought he could resign this position as His Majesty's personal eunuch and become a guard. A few Featherwood soldiers on the side also listened with green eyes. This treatment, they also want. Li Cheng didn't care about this, and left all the follow-up work to Eunuch Su, and left the Taiji Hall to go to the harem. He was going out this time, and even though he was preparing to go to the Iran region, he was going to have a good time before he went. Definitely bring Ji Ning along, and play chess when you get bored along the way. Then take 500 guards with you, and some serving palace maids and eunuchs. That should be about it. Right, Li Cheng pondered as he walked. Eunuch Su hurriedly arranged for his guards to follow him, and his gaze fell on Zhang Hu. Walked over and scanned around. Why do you feel that Zhang Hu is a bit stupid? Shouldn't he be brought to Chancellor Zhuge's side, so that Chancellor Zhuge can teach him more, so that he won't even be able to understand His Majesty's meaning? Eunuch Su nodded darkly, feeling that this was necessary as he raised his hand and said in a feminine voice, Go, come with the miscellaneous family. With that, he walked towards the outside of the palace. Although Zhang Hu was confused, he didn't dare to disobey and could only follow Eunuch Su away. Kyoto area. Outside the Manzanar Pass, a procession quickly ran on the official road, crossing the way, and a lot of mud splashed up in all directions. There were several carriages within this team, and all around the carriages were guards on horseback, densely packed, and at a glance, there were probably hundreds of them. At the head of the group was a burly man in armor with a leopard's head and ringed eyes, holding a serpentine spear with a mighty presence, much like the fierce generals of the world. This person was none other than Zhang Hu, and the several carriages that were escorted in the center by this procession, one of which was seated, was clearly the great Tang Emperor Li Cheng. At this moment, Li Cheng was sitting in the carriage, feeling a bump coming from his buttocks. He couldn't help but frown with some discomfort. He gently pulled back the curtains of the car and looked out at the landscape that was rapidly receding. Having just left the Wanshan Pass, it wasn't quite right to offer another break. It was just the intensity of this bump under his ass that was a little too much for him, and every now and then it shook upwards, and it felt like the whole soul was being shaken apart. Li Cheng wanted to cry. Had he known not to propose any traveling? He inexplicably missed the cars of his previous life, which were comfortable to sit in, and also thievishly stable. Stop. Li Cheng really couldn't bear it a bit, waved his hand and spoke to one of the guards outside the car. The guard sniffed and hurriedly ran up to relate to Zhang Hu. In less than a moment the whole party came to a complete halt on the official road. Zhang Hu steered his horse to the bottom of Li Cheng's carriage, rolled over and dismounted, and respectfully said, "May I ask what your majesty commands?" As he spoke, his eyes looked at Li Cheng, revealing a full of fire. It was a fiery loyalty. Li Cheng didn't notice the other party's gaze, took a deep breath of fresh air, and asked, "How much longer is the journey until the next destination?" He decided to toss the four-wheeled wagon. As far as he could remember, there were no four-wheeled carriages in the Great Tang. After all, four-wheeled carriages were not very practical in the Great Tang, and numerous areas of the Great Tang were more hilly and less plain. The speed of four-wheeled carriages traveling on these roads is bound to be greatly reduced, and the cost incurred is too high, so no one within the Great Tang will also look into four-wheeled carriages. But he's different. It wasn't like he was in a hurry to get there, and building a four-wheeled wagon out to enhance his comfort couldn't be better. And, like the four-wheeled carriage thing, he just built it. Should not be imitated over, right? After all, the cost is not bad. If it's not going to be copied, then the country's power can't possibly rise, right? He mused darkly. Zhang Hu, who was in front of him, replied, "Your Majesty, our next destination is the Yinchuan region, and the first battle is Doying City in the Yinchuan region. With our current speed, we will be able to arrive within half a day." Half a day? 12 hours a day. That's 6 hours. Li Cheng couldn't help but shake his head when he thought that he still had 6 more hours of suffering to go. But there wasn't much he could do about it. One can only wave his hand and sigh. Then set sail and try to increase your speed. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Hu nodded respectfully and remounted his horse to go ahead and lead the team forward. At once the party of several hundred men was once more on the move. Moving forward on the official road, Li Cheng held the car window, his face a little hard. He couldn't help but slightly look up at Zhang Hu, who was leading the group in front. To be honest, he was a little confused too. Why is this Zhang Hu so obedient to him now? That loyalty, he felt it. It's just that the last time we met, it just felt like the other person was more excited. This time they met, but the other became incredibly loyal to him. The speed of this change is a little scary. Is it because of the silver he gave? Guess so. Li Cheng didn't bother to continue thinking about it, and it was a little hard for him as the carriage lurched again. It had to be said that Zhang Hu's calculation skills were strong. Say half a day's travel is half a day's travel. After walking for about 6 hours, their group finally entered the first city in the Yinchuan region, Doqiang City. After half a day of bumps, Li Cheng's face went white when he got out of the carriage, and he almost didn't throw up. It was only after the accompanying eunuch Su and Ji Ning assisted him that he entered the inn to rest. It was evening when they arrived. Li Cheng was already having a hard time, and under Ji Ning's service, he quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Li Cheng, who had recovered almost as much as he could, took Ji Ning and went out of the inn to stroll around the city. Those guards protecting the emperor were hidden in the shadows. A street where a citizen was doing business, some carrying a cooking cake stove and yelling, others carrying a straw with many iced gourds stuck in it, also yelling. There are also people who run a store. Everything shows the people's livelihood. Li Cheng was quite curious about this kind of ancient life and wandered around with strong interest. Ji Ning was equally curious about this kind of life. After all, she was a princess of the Great Zhou and seldom left the palace, let alone wandering around the cities of the Great Tang. The two were very leisurely shopping, and each bought a bunch of iceberg lettuce. This made eunuch Su, who was following behind him, look at the veins on his forehead. I ate it straight away without even trying the poison. Your Majesty, even if you eat, at least walk away from me, right? Mr. Su, have a professional code of conduct. Okay, but you ran up to me and ate it, that's all, and asked me if I wanted one. If it weren't for the fact that you're the emperor, Lao Su, would have rolled up my sleeves and delivered a set of cereal slaps. After a morning of shopping, Li Cheng returned to the inn and hired a craftsman with heavy money, and after he sketched out a drawing, he let the craftsman figure it out on his own. He wasn't in a hurry to continue his journey, and it didn't matter if he stayed in this city for a while longer. After noon, Li Cheng had planned to have a nap first, but suddenly he was attracted by one of Eunuch Su's topics. I wonder if your majesty still remembers Pang Yuan, who lives near Dokyang City, Eunuch Su whispered. Li Chang, who was sitting in a chair, put down the teacup in his hand and raised his eyebrows. Pang Yuan? Which one? Eunuch Su froze for a moment and then explained. Your majesty, have you forgotten? When the late emperor was on the throne for 17 years, he had reused this Pang Yuan, and then because Pang Yuan changed the laws of the Great Tang without authorization, causing the people of the Great Tang to riot, he was again impeached by many important ministers of the court in a joint name. This Pang Yuan was finally deported to his hometown, which is near Dokyang City. The old slave remembers when this matter was rumored. Your majesty should still remember it. Pang Yuan. Li Chang's face showed some embarrassment. His predecessor's memory vaguely seemed to have such an incident, but he couldn't remember it too clearly, so he couldn't get any information at all. But, it seems like a no-brainer that this is a minister who will lose his country. There had been achievements that had caused countless people in Great Tang to riot. This one's a little strong. Then, Eunuch Su. Do you remember by which ministers Pang Yuan was impeached? Li Chang stroked his chin. He felt that he still needed to double-check. It seems like no more and no less. It's exactly those courtiers who were transferred by His Majesty to the Iliang area who jointly impeached. No, there are also a few courtiers who have passed away who also jointly impeached together. Eunuch Su said this. Li Chang's eyes lit up. Li Chang was inexplicably excited inside. What he lacks is talent that will defeat the country. There's a hall full of treacherous ministers now. But of course the more such ministers who will defeat the country, the better. This one, he recruited. Li Chang thought, turned his head to look at Eunuch Su, and asked suspiciously, say, Eunuch Su, why are you suddenly talking to me about this? If Eunuch Su hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have known that there were such great talents of a defeated nation living in this neighborhood. But why would Eunuch Su suddenly say this to him? Eunuch Su, seeing the emperor asking questions, touched his head and said with some embarrassment, Your Majesty, the old slave feels that this Pang Yuan, although there is some that, but its own talent, is real. The old slave feels that your majesty needs this kind of person, inherently talented. I am not afraid that I will lose the country, but I am afraid that the one who will lose the country is a man of great talent. Li Chang's eyes were filled with fire. This kind of person, he had to recruit. The great talent that will defeat the country, plus the great Don's good comrades in the court. Left arm, with these two people. Why would he worry about losing the country? Even if Great Zhou doesn't invade Great Tang, his elder brother doesn't rebel, and Xiao Tong doesn't plot against him, then what's the problem of losing the country? This is the kind of person he will personally recruit. Eunuch Su, do you know where Mr. Pang Yuan Pang is currently living? I wish to pay a personal visit. Li Chang took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and calmly asked. Eunuch Su whispered, Your Majesty, the old slave also does not know. If your majesty wants to pay a visit, then the old slave this will send someone to go and find out first, and then hand in the post. Your majesty, even if you want to go in person, you do not have to move now. He was also taken aback by the emperor's excitement. Is this the true face of his majesty? Seeking the best in the world. Hey, he old Su kind of found a chance for this Pang Yuan, right? In the future, when Pang Yuan enters dynastic politics, he really has to thank his old Su more. Once Li Chang heard this, he could only stop. He sat on the chair, pondered for a while, and said, Well then, as you said, go, find Mr. Pang's residence, and then hand in the post, stating that I want to pay a visit. But remember, our identities can't be exposed. Just use other identities. He didn't want to expose himself. It wouldn't be fun in case someone heard that the emperor was on a trip and was no longer in the palace and wanted to click off their little life. At your majesty's command. Eunuch Su hurriedly arched his hands and bowed. Li Chang nodded his head in satisfaction, and after some thought, he spoke again. Eunuch Su, you have been meritorious this time. What reward do you want? Rewards. Hearing this word, Eunuch Su's eyes lit up and he smiled. As long as it's rewarded by his majesty, then it's fine. Really? Truly? How dare the old slave lie to your majesty? Then I reward you with a daughter-in-law? Eunuch Su, it's impossible to talk this day. It took 2 or 3 hours to find the residence of Pang Yuan's family after sending people to explore the area. Although the Pang Yuan family was not famous when looking at the entire Great Tang, it was still relatively famous in the Yinchuan region, in the area of Doyang City, so it was easy to find. When Li Cheng's obeisance was delivered to Pang Yuan's house, it was not Pang Yuan who received it, but rather Pang Yuan's father, who was also a respected elder-level being. Inside a courtyard, Pang Yuan's father, Pang Long, looked at the obeisance in his hand. Pang Long looked to be in his 50s, with a full head of white hair, an elegant temperament, and a pair of cloudy eyes that revealed the light of a wise man. Chaoan City's Huang family? Most of the famous families in Chaoan City. Old me knows. Which one is this Huang family? Pang Long held the obeisance in his hand. Is it a nameless family? But how could a nameless family use this kind of obeisance? The worship sticker on hand was top-notch in terms of both material and handwriting. And unless it was one of those top families, it simply couldn't be taken out. Who cares? That asshole isn't around anyway, so there's no use sending a bye. Pang Long put away the handwritten sticker and handed it to the steward at the side. The butler took the worship sticker and looked up and asked, "Master, the old rules? Take it and sell it for money for a good meal?" Pang Long nodded, coughed twice and said, "This time, the worship sticker material is good. Sell a little more money, eat a meal, and then you can go to a trip to the spring wind yards. Don't worry, you will also have a share at that time." The butler's eyes flickered for a moment, and just as he was about to agree, he paused again and asked, "But master, the material of this posting is so good. So what should we do if it comes from a very big source, and comes to visit us, and we can't see Mr. Yuan?" Pang Long froze for a moment and waved his hand again. Someone came to the door. "Just tell them that the asshole kid's legs are broken and he doesn't want to see anyone, so he's not here." The housekeeper put away the worship sticker and said doubtfully, "Master, but Prince Yuan is still in Dokyang City. If we lie like this, if someone else runs into him at that time and finds out that Prince Yuan's body is fine, will he be able to do so?" Pang Long froze completely. After pondering carefully for a while, he added, "Nothing? Then the next time you see that asshole, break his legs, and let nothing make him something. This asshole is out fooling around every day and has the audacity to disobey him. It's really something." Anyway, he and the widow Wang at the West Street intersection had taken up and tried to see if they could produce the next heir. This number is played bullishly, but out of control. He's going to have to pay a little attention to his next number to be sure. Pang Long let out a long breath to stabilize himself. The butler sniffed and couldn't say anything else. Nodded, took the obeisance and prepared to leave. Wait until the butler leaves. Pang Long walked to a tree in the courtyard. Those cloudy eyes flickered with a faint light and slowly said, "Which one is the Huang family in the end? Could it be another family with a rebellious heart? It's a pity that the Great Tang has now produced a Gaisher emperor. TSK, eradicating the traitors and using the loyalists, making Zhuge Wuming and other such figures pledge their allegiance. With a little trifle, all the regions of the world have been subdued, and the skillfulness of the means is so great that even I can't guess. Originally felt that the Great Tang to the ninth should also be extinguished, did not expect to suddenly appear again such emperors. The Great Tang is afraid to be able to continue for another generation, right? How long will this life be? It's really something to look forward to." Pang Long was quite emotional, sighed, and then continued, "Unfortunately, I was born at the wrong time. The first emperor in the time is completely impossible to get out of the head. My bastard son, just do not believe in the evil, only to touch the wall." He shook his head, got up and walked inside. He too had been idealistic and ambitious. Unfortunately, in the era of the late emperor's reign, any great talent could not be utilized at all, and ultimately could only let a body of talent buried. At his age, he doesn't think much of it. Just think of being an idle old man. By the way, let's see if we can see the subsequent changes in the Great Tang Empire in our lifetimes. The next day, Li Chang spent the morning accompanying Ji Ning as she continued to wander around the city. After the afternoon, it departed for Pang Yuan's house. Under the shadowy protection of dozens of guards, he bypassed the streets and alleys and arrived at Pang Yuan's home. Pang Yuan's house was a compound that was not too big, not too small, and could only be considered average. "Your Majesty, I'll knock on the door for you." Eunuch Su immediately wanted to go up and knock on the door. Li Chang, however, stopped the other party with one hand, straightened his clothes, and said, "Just call me Lord outside. Don't call me Your Majesty, and for this matter of knocking on the door, let me come in person, so as to show my sincerity." This is his great talent for losing the country. It has to be a little heavier on sincerity. One way to get this guy recruited. Then he's solid probably. With Pang Yuan, a great talent of the country, on his left hand, and Zhuge Wuming, a good comrade, on his right hand. Where in the world can he not lose? Eunuch Su sniffed and could only stop, nodding his head and saying, "Yes, my lord." He stepped to the side, but kept a close distance from Li Chang, making sure that if there was an unexpected situation, he could block everything for Li Chang. Li Chang stepped forward 2 sides, raised his hand, and gently knocked on the wooden door in front of him. Knock knock. He didn't knock very hard, and the thud he made was soft, but it was extra loud in this quiet. After a while, the wooden door in front of him made no movement, like there's no one in there at all. Li Chang's face remained unchanged, trying very hard to pull out a smile, took a deep breath, and once again raised his hand to knock. Knock knock. This time it was much stronger and louder. But the wooden door remained motionless. Li Cheng gritted his teeth. Damn it! No one inside, he came here for nothing, should he leave and come back tomorrow, and then no one tomorrow either. Later, how about a play on Sanko Yard? But pull back. He recruited is not Zhuge Liang kind of talent. He recruited is the defeat of the country great talent. Goddamn 3 Guyard. Eunuch Su walked over to Li Cheng and asked softly, Your Majesty, should we break down the door? Smash what? What is our status? Can we do something like smashing the door? Li Cheng raised his head and supervised a glance at Eunuch Su, then turned his head, looked at a distant guard who was pretending to be a passerby drawing circles in the dark, and said, Don't draw circles. Come over here. You can't even act. You need to go and learn more some other day. The guard was dumbfounded and could only run over, kneeling down on one knee and saying, Your Majesty, what is your order? Li Cheng raised his finger and pointed to the wooden door, saying, Help me change this door to a different position. Don't smash it. We are not that kind of people. Change your position. Eunuch Su and that guard both had strange faces, and after glancing at each other, they both shook their heads. At Your Majesty's command. The guard arched his hand in greeting, and then he stood up, facing the wooden door. Hesitation. Help the door change places. How does this change? Just smash it open. Remove the door and replace it. He twisted his head to look at the emperor and realized that he had turned his head away from looking this way. The heart is certain. Breathe in, breathe out. Lift the foot, close the foot. A set of movements in one go. The flow of water. Bang! There was a loud bang. The wooden door was kicked open. Only then did Li Cheng turn around, glanced at the wooden door that had been kicked open, nodded, and said, Not bad. This wooden door location change is very subtle. He patted the guard's shoulder and immediately stepped inside the courtyard. The guards remained in a daze, standing at attention. Li Cheng led Eunuch Su inside the courtyard. The entrance is a courtyard. A date palm on one side and houses on all sides. The air smelled faintly of wine. Li Cheng raised an eyebrow and walked towards the main house. He had only just walked in when he saw one man collapsed on a table huffing and puffing, and another old man asleep on the floor directly on his back. The table was full of leftovers and a few empty wine bottles. Which one is Mr. Pong? Li Cheng frowned slightly, living up to the name of his defeated country's great talent. This everyday life. It would be strange if the character could be any better, but it was just what he needed. If the other party was holding a book and was studying it all the time, he wouldn't dare to use it instead. Eunuch Su, who was beside him, took a closer look and shook his head. Your Majesty, the old slave once had a meeting with Pang Yuan, and neither of these two are Pang Yuan. None of them. Li Cheng frowned and fixed his eyes on the two, then said, Go and ask. These two should be related to Pang Yuan. When he finished he crossed the street and waited in the courtyard. After a while, it was only then that Eunuch Su stepped out and said, Your Lordship, these two men, one of them is the father of Pang Yuan, one of them is the steward of the Pang family, and the two of them have already been sobered up. Do you intend to ask your lordship? Let them come over, Li Cheng said casually. Eunuch Su nodded and retreated, and a few moments later, brought Pang Long and the butler over. Li Cheng slowly turned to look at Pang Long as well as the butler, slightly arched his hand, and said, Old Mr. Pang, please forgive my rudeness. I just saw the knocking on the door, and there was no response for a long time, so I took the liberty to come in. Pang Long was so embarrassed that he straightened his clothes and coughed a few times. Your Excellency doesn't need to be courteous. May I ask Your Excellency what is the purpose of your visit? Li Cheng narrowed his eyes and said, Yesterday, I have already sent someone to hand in my obeisance, so I came to pay a special visit today to meet Mr. Pang Yuan, but when I came today, I have not seen Mr. Pang Yuan, so I would like to ask old Mr. Pang to inform Mr. Pang of Mr. Pang Yuan's whereabouts. Pang Long sniffed, a flash of embarrassment in his eyes. Can I tell you that I sold all your buys for dinner? It felt like it would be embarrassing to talk about it. Forget it. All that can be said is a good lie. He froze for a moment, then said in a serious tone, This is really sorry. Pang Yuan has long been away from home. My son, because of an accident, broke a leg, could not bear to drag the old man. He left on his own. The old man over the years is also in pursuit of his whereabouts. Really sorry. Pang Yuan has a broken leg, still gone. Li Cheng's face became gloomy. Is this someone messing up again? His great talent for losing the country is actually gone. It always felt like nothing was going right for him, as if someone in the underworld was messing with him. Pang Long looked at Li Cheng's face that had become gloomy. He was also a little embarrassed and touched his nose without saying anything. The scene was silent for a while. An oppressive aura permeated the surroundings. Even Eunuch Su looked like he sensed the emperor's mood and didn't dare to speak. I don't know how long it's been. Suddenly, a woman outside in her 30s ran in, shouting with a happy face, Old Pang, your son is back. I just saw him at the intersection. He's walking back now. This time you can't let him run away again. Li Cheng sniffed and looked at Pang Long with a ghostly gaze. Pang Long's face stiffened, revealing a smile that was worse than tears. I can't thank you enough for that. Inside the compound. For a while it was an awkward scene. Li Cheng just looked at Pang Long with a ghostly gaze. And Pang Long was too embarrassed to speak because his lie had been exposed. The woman froze when she saw the scene in front of her, and seemed to realize what she had committed, and carefully backed out. She had just made it to the doorway and hadn't even left completely when a guard jumped out of nowhere and directly knocked her out. The other side. Old Mr. Pang, are you lying to me? Li Cheng said meaningfully. He had been emperor for some time, and there was an otherworldly sense of majesty in his demeanor, not to mention his tone. That sense of majesty was noticeably greater. Ahem. Pang Long coughed repeatedly, an old face suffocating, not knowing what to say. Li Cheng narrowed his eyes and said, Old Mr. Pang, do you know what crime you have committed? No blowback. The other side did commit the crime of deceiving the king. He definitely didn't mean to be difficult this time. Not waiting for Pang Long to answer, a figure had already stepped inside the compound. Father, I'm back. What's this happening to you? These words completely broke the extremely awkward atmosphere within the compound. Li Cheng turned his head to look, and when he entered his eyes, he saw a man, and he could not help but raise his eyebrows. It was really the man's appearance that made him feel a bit surprised. The man is only about 1 meter 6 tall, probably in his 30s, wearing brown cloth clothes, very dark skin, and his appearance is very ugly. Cough cough, rebellious son, don't come in yet. This person is from the Huang family of Chaoan City, specially coming from Chaoan City to visit you. Originally, the old man was going to receive you for you, but I didn't expect you to come back on your own, so you'll receive it on your own. Pang Long said a bunch of things with a thick skin, then decisively pulled that steward and went into the inner room. Li Cheng didn't care about that either. All he wanted was his great talent for defeating the country. Walking not far from the man, he slightly arched his hand and said, Dare I ask if it's Mr. Pang Yuan Pang in person? The man, Pang Yuan, nodded and said, It is precisely Mr. Pang. And who is your excellency? I don't think Mr. Pang and your excellency know each other. Right? Why would your excellency come to visit Mr. Pang? Li Cheng confirmed that the other party was Pang Yuan. His eyes immediately became fiery, and he forced down the elation in his heart and said, I have heard of Mr. Pang's great name for a long time, so I have come to pay a visit to Mr. Pang. As for me, I am a member of the Huang family of Chaoan City. The Huang family of Chaoan City. Pang Yuan froze for a moment, mentally pondering. Is there a family named Huang in Chaoan City? If the former Minister of Public Works, Huang Pei, counts, there is. But that Huang Pei had already retired to his hometown, and there seemed to be no lineage surnamed Huang within Chaoan City. Wait a minute. Those eyes of Pang Yuan suddenly narrowed, staring at Li Cheng for a long time as his heart turned over like a river. Huang, Emperor, royalty, the temperament of this person to see, not the king, both emperor. And nowadays, there are just two people from the imperial family of the Great Tang, King Li Ming of Jinshi and Emperor Li Cheng of the Great Tang. The king of Jinshi, being in the Iliang region, had enough trouble of his own, and it was unlikely that he would travel thousands of miles and come to visit him. That only possibility. Li Cheng, Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty. Herborist Pang Yuan greets your majesty, and in order to prevent your majesty's identity from being revealed, I ask your majesty to forgive Herborist for not being able to salute. Pang Yuan arched his hand towards Li Cheng and said in a lowered voice, That's how you guessed my identity. Is that what smart people do? Not bad for a great talent, the great talent of the defeated country. Seeing this, Li Cheng did not hide it anymore and opened the door. Since you have recognized me, then I will no longer hide it. I want to recruit you to join the court as an official. I don't know if you are willing to do so? Join the government. The emperor himself came to recruit him. Pang Yuan took a deep breath, without any expression, and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I do not have any talent. And I'm sure your majesty also knows that. When the late emperor was around, I used to be an official, but because of my incompetence, I almost harmed the entire Great Tang. I will only defeat the country, and I have no other talent. Only lose the country. I'll only take you if you lose the country. If you're going to govern, then get the hell out of here. Li Cheng's eyes flashed with brilliance, held Pang Yuan's shoulders, and said in a deep voice, I know all about Qing's talent, so you don't have to say much. Pang Yuan's tiny eyes revealed an otherworldly light as he questioned, Your Majesty knows it all? Then may I ask your Majesty, do you dare to hand over this entire country of Great Tang to Pang to defeat? Li Cheng frankly confronted him and said, Why wouldn't I dare? I would be happy to the extreme to see the secretary go and defeat the country. Upon hearing this, Pang Yuan immediately arched his hand and bowed. I, Pang Yuan, pay my respects to your majesty, and from now on, I am willing to go through fire and water for your majesty. His eyes were a little red, but it wasn't even noticeable because of his dark skin. He had been waiting for a bright lord for many years. God knows how heartbroken he was. From the time of the late emperor, he had tried to save the great Tang that was about to step into extinction, but it was simply fruitless. Instead, he touched too many people's interests because of the change of the law. It led to those people joining forces and causing a riot among the people to pin this on him, plus all those treacherous ministers all joining together to impeach him. So he was sent back home by the late emperor. It was thought that he would never be able to get out of the service again in his life. I didn't expect that the emperor of this generation would actually come over to recruit him personally, and that he would know his true talent. It is said to be a defeated nation. In fact, he understood that the emperor wanted to let him loose to do his job. With the emperor as his backstage, Li Cheng gripped Pang Yuan's arms and also said happily, "I Ching, with your words, I am relieved. With your talent, you will surely be able to complete the grand plan of defeating the country. I'm not afraid of losing my country, but I'm afraid of losing it to a great talent." Pang Yuan did not speak, but grinned. He understands it all. Defeated nation program. Guess the meaning is reversed. What His Majesty wants is for Datong to become completely strong, not some defeated country. From the means that His Majesty has used during this period of time, it is clear that His Majesty is a king with great ambitions, which can be measured by no one. God blessed the great Tang, and at the moment before the great Tang was about to step into its demise, there came out an emperor of this kind. God has blessed him with a bright ruler, and from now on, he will have a stage to display his talent. Li Cheng pulled Pang Yuan and then wanted to take the other party away. Pang Yuan, however, refuses, stating that he has to take care of things at home before he can leave. Li Cheng sniffed and left the address of the inn they were staying at, then moved to leave the place. The compound, which was originally quite lively, also quieted down. Pang Yuan entered the house and talked a lot with his father, and when he said that after the emperor recruited him, his father Pang Long couldn't even say the words to scold him, and stared at him with wide eyes, somewhat in disbelief. That man was the emperor. He sold the worship stickers sent by the emperor. This set out enough to blow his whole life. He took the emperor to send the worship post to sell. Take to eat. Only will the emperor be blamed for this? When Pang Long read it, he got up directly and rushed towards the outside, saying that he was going to redeem the worship post. Pang Yuan looked at his own father's back as he left, and then looked up at the pale blue sky and muttered, "Your Majesty, you believe in Pang so much. Pang will definitely do a good job of fixing the Great Tang for you. Those old people in Shaoan City seem to have been transferred to the Iliang area. TSK, it's a pity that all those old people can't see my Pang Yuan. The time has come for my name to resound again. In short, with me, Pang Yuan, there will never be a day of decline for Great Tang. It's time to meet up with His Majesty and then go to Shaoan City to meet up with that legendary Chancellor Zhuge." Day 2. Li Cheng was still in a deep sleep with Ji Ning in his arms when he learned that Pang Yuan had arrived. And although he was very upset, he still stood up considering that this was his great talent for defeating the country. After some washing up, the two met in a compartment. In front of a table, there were various tea sets. The moment Pang Yuan saw Li Cheng, he got up and knelt down, saying, "I also ask your Majesty to forgive me for not being able to salute yesterday. The secretary also did not salute yesterday in order to hide my identity. So what is the offense?" Li Cheng hurriedly helped the other party up and comforted him softly. That look was simply like a gentleman who was wise and loyal. Pang Yuan was touched in his heart, but on the surface, he did not move and said, "Thank you for forgiving your Majesty. Your Majesty, I have already explained everything, and I am ready to follow your Majesty's will." When Li Cheng heard this, he nodded his head, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and asked, "Let me ask you, why did the hearts of the people of the world return to me? The greatest talent of a losing nation. Both can lose a country and are talented people." He happened to have a lot of doubts to ask this great talent of his defeated country. For example, the question of why this world's popularity keeps growing. It's a question that's been bothering him for far too long. The growth of national power, in addition to the expansion of the territory, is this people's hearts have grown the most? It's almost become a big part of his growing the country. Pang Yuan froze for a moment and laughed inwardly. His Majesty was testing how far his talent had gone. He shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, is your Majesty still not clear about the issue of the hearts of the people of the world? It's nothing more than that your Majesty has fed the people of the world. So the people of the world have returned to your Majesty's heart. To the common people, it's very simple. As long as someone can make them have enough to eat, clothes to wear, and better days, they will return to whomever they want. And since your Majesty is originally the emperor of the great Tang dynasty, and you are granting favors to the whole world, how could the people not return to your heart? Not to mention anything else, Your Majesty's actions in the Guangzhou region are enough to make the people of the world grateful to your Majesty. Keeping the people fed, what did he do? He didn't do anything. Did he? And what about his moves in Guangzhou? What has he done in Guangzhou? Li Chang was dumbfounded as he inquired. Moves in Guangzhou? What is the meaning of this statement? Pang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Was His Majesty testing his eyesight to see if he could see His Majesty's layout, worthy of His Majesty? That acting. That look. He actually couldn't find any breaks. He admired. Pang Yuan crossed many thoughts in his mind and said quietly, His Majesty has sent people to greatly encourage the planting of wheat in Guangzhou, and has developed various implements that have caused the grain production in Guangzhou to constantly double, and the grain in Guangzhou, which is originally the country's breadbasket, has skyrocketed, and I'm afraid that all the regions in the whole of Great Tang do not produce as much grain as the Guangzhou region, and His Majesty has ordered that the price of grain be suppressed, so that the people's families have food to eat, and the whole world is spreading His Majesty's name, so that the people know that this is His Majesty's favor, and in this way, how can the people not return to His Majesty? He said every word slowly. The tone of his voice was tinged with a faint arrogance. Your Majesty, don't look at me, Pang Yuan, as not being in Chaoan City, but the situation of the whole world is in front of my eyes at all times. Few people may be able to see His Majesty's layout, but I, Pang Yuan, am one of those who can. Li Chang didn't notice Pang Yuan's pride at all, and his face was furious. Sure enough, not what he expected. Someone is trying to harm him. There are definitely loyalists working in the shadows who want to strengthen the power of the Great Tang, Guangzhou. Now that we've locked down Guangzhou, the next step is good. He's going to go to the Kwanzaa region and take that guy out himself, dare to stand in his way. It really hasn't died, he said, full of treacherous ministers, and Zhuge Wuming and other characters to take the lead. How can not defeat the country? Your Majesty, what is wrong with you? Pang Yuan noticed Li Chang's face and inquired. Li Chang waved his hand and said, Nothing, I should also be ready to depart. The love of the secretary to follow me around cannot play any role. The love of the secretary may as well go to Chaoan City. I wrote down a decree, so that the secretary with the secretary has any means, as much as possible to play. The position is the same as that of the chancellor. One man at a time. Pang Yuan's head was buzzing. He didn't expect the emperor to actually think so highly of him, and gave him power comparable to that of a prime minister as soon as he came up. It's like handing over half the country to him. If he really wants to lose the country, then Great Tang will definitely be in danger. His Majesty, however, gave him this power with directness. Is this a great trust in him, or is His Majesty sure that he can be subdued? Either way, this represents nothing less than a gift from His Majesty. Your Majesty, rest assured, Pang Yuan will never forget such a great favor from you. The national strength of Great Tang will never decline from this moment on. This is my Pang Yuan's promise. Li Chang didn't have so many thoughts. After writing a decree, he handed it to Pang Yuan and let Pang Yuan go ahead to Chaoan City with a few guards. He then inquired if the four-wheeled wagon had been built. To his dismay, the four-wheeled wagon wasn't built and needed more time. Without a four-wheeled carriage, he didn't want to endure the violent bumps, and could only temporarily extinguish his thoughts of traveling to the Guangzhou region. Turn the moment. Another 3 days passed. Li Chang brought Ji Ning with him, and he had just come out from the grain store within Doqiang City. As Pang Yuan said, the price of food is now kept very low, and presumably this is the source of the ever-increasing popularity of the world. It's all a pot of Kwanzaa. There are people working against him in Kwanzaa. Who the hell could it be? He couldn't figure it out. Li Chang frowned as he led Ji Ning through the streets of Doqiang City. Ji Ning seemed to have seen what was on Li Chang's mind as well. She just held Li Chang's hand tightly and did not say anything as she followed Li Chang down the road. Around them, as always, there were many guards, either hidden as passers-by, disguised as hawkers, or hiding in the shadows, all protecting the emperor's safety. Li Chang walked. Suddenly, he heard Ji Ning beside him cough twice in a small voice. Li Chang returned to his senses. The many thoughts in his mind all dissipated. Looked at Ji Ning and asked, "What's wrong?" Suddenly coughing. "Did you catch a cold?" Ji Ning shook her head and said, "Master, there's nothing wrong with my concubine. Keep walking. How can you be fine when you're coughing? There seems to be a pharmacy up ahead. Go check it out." Li Chang raised his eyebrows, not allowing Ji Ning to refuse. He held the other party's jade hand and walked towards the direction of the medicine store. It was his fault for being careless. "I can't believe I forgot to bring my accompanying eunuch on the trip." He then said that he seemed to have forgotten something, and it turned out that he had forgotten to bring the eunuch or something. "Now if you want to see a doctor, you can only go to the pharmacy in the city." The two walked quickly into a drugstore on the street. Inside the pharmacy, Li Chang walked in holding Ji Ning, and when he entered the room, he saw an old man sitting on a cabinet table. The old man raised his eyes and glanced at the two of them, nodded slightly, and said, Are the two of you sick? Are you sick? The corners of Li Cheng's mouth twitched viciously. Resisting the urge to slap the table, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm not sick. My wife seems to have caught a cold, so I came to take a look. The old man still had a calm demeanor, writing on the table, saying, what are you doing here if you're not sick? Your wife is sick, so just let your wife come by herself. Don't you know that you can only enter the old man's medicine store if you are sick? So anyone who enters Lao Fu's medicine store is sick. You can only get in if you're sick. Li Cheng raised an eyebrow, barely squeezing out a smile, and said, so I look like I'm sick to you? That old man put down the things in his hand, raised his head and squinted his eyes, looking at Li Cheng. After a while, then he said, there is no minor illness, but seeing that your eyes are quick to turn, you seem to be a person with a lot of thoughts, and you are prone to neurosis. That can be dealt with as having an illness as well. The old man's drifted. Hasn't he? He's cursing around the corner. Do you know who the fuck I am? Li Cheng's forehead veins were throbbing. The old man, however, did not bother to pay attention to Li Cheng, turned his head to look at Ji Ning, pointed to the chair on the other side of the table, and said, your honorary wife, you can sit here, and the old man will take your pulse first. Ji Ning smiled at Li Cheng, got up and walked over. Li Cheng did not bother to look at the old man and walked to the side to survey the inside of the medicine store. This pharmacy was divided into an inner room and an outer room, but together they were both small, much smaller than Pang Yuan's house. A very strong odor of Chinese medicine permeated the pharmacy, making it somewhat unbearable. Li Cheng, however, ignored the smell and continued to poke around. He scanned the area and didn't find anything interesting. Finally fixing his eyes on a small chair with a small red-faced child sitting on it, Li Cheng walked over and asked with a smile, little fellow, what's your name? He totally fought the boredom and teasing of the mind, but he didn't want the little child's next words to raise other thoughts. My name is Hua Yang. I'm Grandpa's grandson. The child looked up, his big eyes looking at Li Cheng with curiosity in his eyes. Who is your grandfather? Li Cheng squatted down and asked with a smile. That child's small hand raised, pointing at the old man who was helping Ji Ning take her pulse not far away, saying, that's Ao's grandfather. Li Cheng turned his head to look, and the corner of his mouth suddenly turned up slightly. Calling me crazy, you don't want your grandchildren? He turned his head to look at the kid, contemplating how to take the kid, but noticed that the kid's face was reddening a bit too much. He whispered, are you sick, little one? Hua Yang nodded his head and said in a childish voice, Grandpa said that Ao has a warm disease. A fever? That's a fever. Fever doesn't seem to be very easy to cure in ancient times, does it? Li Cheng frowned and thought. Hua Yang suddenly looked up and asked, Uncle, why did Ao get warmth? Uncle, when Li Cheng heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched madly again. Forget it, adults don't bother with children. He waved his hand and patiently explained, because the virus in your body got the attention of your immune system, which was destroying the virus. You had a fever, or warm sickness. Hua Yang cocked his head and asked, then what does the immune system have to do with Ao when it destroys the virus? You're a bit of a pain in the ass for a kid. Li Cheng blinked and said, because the immune system is warming up to destroy the virus, so you will feel hot. You can also understand it this way. The immune system is betting that you and the virus can only live one today. If you destroy the virus, you live. If you don't destroy it, then you're dead. A layer of tears suddenly filled Hua Yang's eyes, and he said in a resigned voice, if I hang up, then Ao. Will Ao never see Grandpa again? Li Cheng stroked his chin and nodded. Yes, if you die, you'll never be the same again. Oh, Ao don't want to not see Grandpa. Ao don't want the immune system anymore. Oh, Hua Yang directly cried out, tears as if they didn't need money. All of a sudden, tears flowed. Li Cheng jumped up immediately in shock, and touched his nose in some embarrassment. He seemed to. What did he say wrong? No, he's not wrong. He's telling the truth. Ahem. Seeing this, the old man on the side stood up, glared fiercely at Li Cheng, and walked over to Hua Yang's side to comfort him. Ji Ning got up and walked to Li Cheng's side and couldn't help but snort a laugh. Li Cheng turned his head in depression and asked, what's wrong? It's so funny. Ji Ning held Li Cheng's hand and laughed softly. Concubine didn't expect that your majesty would actually have such a cute side, that you would actually go and tease a child. She pondered in her mind. I'm afraid this is his majesty's true colors. Cute. Loves kids. Instead of the superficial appearance of the overwhelming emperor who laid out the world and calculated everything. It's just that his majesty was born into an imperial family and had to put on the appearance of a ruthless emperor. LOL. She had to cheer up and work hard so that when his majesty was by her side, she could reveal her original appearance and not put on the mask of a heartless emperor every day. Li Cheng smiled awkwardly at Ji Ning and did not say anything. The old man over there coaxed the child Hua Yang for a while before the child stopped crying. The old man re-walked back, sat on the chair, glared fiercely at Li Cheng, and said in a bad mood, "Your lady is not very sick. Just a little bit of cold. Prescribing 2 pairs of medicines will be fine. It's fine not to prescribe them. I suggest that you go to another pharmacy to see them." "Old man, I don't like the way you look at it. I may ruthlessly rip you off. If you want to make a killing, you can make a killing. Do you need to talk to me? And, do I look like I'm short of money, Zai? You didn't slaughter enough today. I'm not leaving yet." Li Chang shook his head and said, "It's fine. You slaughter. Prescribe more medicine. It's not a big problem." The old man nodded his head and sneered. "Alright, then I'll give you 50 pairs. 10 taels for 1 pair. 500 taels for 50 pairs. Good." Li Chang smiled faintly. "Open more points is good." Then he consumed a little more silver, intermittently in the consumption of the Great Tang economy. He walked out and asked Eunuch Su to bring 500 taels over. In less than a moment, Eunuch Su arrived without stopping, accompanied by several guards carrying boxes of silver taels. "Move the silver in." At Li Chang's command, the guards once again carried the silver taels into the medicine store. Looking at the old man over there, his eyes jumped. What kind of people were these two? Treating silver like a toy, say give and take. The old man's complexion slightly eased a lot, said, "Since you are so sincere, then the old man cannot be stingy. Come over here. The old man for you to take your pulse." "Take my pulse." Li Chang walked over to sit down with interest and put his hand out. That old man also quieted down and took Li Chang's pulse, and his face became brilliant. Why? This man's pulse would be so healthy. The average person has more or less minor illnesses. Why does this guy in front of me have such a good pulse? He, a man who tones his own body every day, doesn't have a pulse as good as the other side. And your pulse, it's beating too much. Is there such a healthy person in the world? With a pulse like that, you can live for hundreds of years. Right, inside the city of Chaoan, in the Chancellor's residence, Pang Yuan meets with Zhuge Wuming. Inside the lobby, the two froze the moment they met. Zhuge Wuming was the first to speak and laughed out loud, saying, Pang Yuan, I didn't think it was really you." Pang Yuan slightly arched his hand in a bow, revealing a smile, saying, "I didn't expect that the hallowed Chancellor Zhuge would actually know the name of a certain plebeian. What an honor, an honor. Sit first, sit first." Zhuge Wuming pointed to a chair and walked over to it while smiling. "How could I not know Pang Yuan, the man of the hour of the Great Tang in the past? Not to mention anything else, just talking about your reform of the law, Mr. Pang Yuan Pang, is enough to make me feel amazed." Pang Yuan was not polite and sat down on the chair and laughed. "Reforming the law? It's just a dream, but it's Chancellor Zhuge, who has managed the logistics of the Great Tang perfectly. The Great Tang Empire is all flourishing." Zhuge Wuming didn't reply, but smiled and poured tea for Pang Yuan. After the pour, only then did he slowly say, "Well, Mr. Pang, you have come to Chaoan City here, but do you wish to serve? If you want to leave the service, His Majesty is not in Chaoan City now, so I can find a place for Mr. Pang to settle down first, and when His Majesty returns, then I will let Mr. Pang meet with His Majesty." Pang Yuan sniffed, but smiled and shook his head, taking out a letter from his bosom and handing it to Zhuge Wuming, then leisurely sipping his tea. Zhuge Wuming took the letter-like thing and opened it to read it. He hadn't read the content yet, but when he saw that Emperor's personal seal mark at the bottom, he made a guess. The Emperor and Pang Yuan have met. With that in mind, he looked on in detail. When he saw that the Emperor indicated that Pang Yuan had entered the court and was in the same position as the Prime Minister, that is, in the same position as him, he also could not help but be surprised in his heart. It is surprising that His Majesty has given such great power at the very moment of his arrival. It seems like there are great expectations for Pang Yuan. Pang Yuan of course noticed the surprised expression on Zhuge Wuming's face and asked with a grin, "What's wrong with Chancellor Zhuge? Could it be that you are afraid that I will take away your power?" "Chancellor, officials compete with each other for power. And this has been one of the fundamental reasons for the disharmony in the court throughout the ages. Battle of interests. No one is going to step back." Zhuge Wuming, however, shook his head and said, "Worry? What's there to worry about? I'm just amazed that His Majesty's trust in you can actually reach such a point. How could he be worried? He and the Emperor were confidant existences. There's nothing to worry about. The Emperor understands his mind, and he understands the Emperor's mind." There was a tacit understanding in the underworld that this Pang Yuan did not possess. Pang Yuan nodded and said, "A certain person is also surprised at your Majesty's boldness. But, a certain person feels that a certain person has this ability to make your Majesty make such bold choices." His words were full of arrogance. It had the air of not placing the world's heroes in his eyes. Zhuge Wuming didn't care. Instead he smiled gently, stood up, arched his hand slightly, and said, "Then in the future, I hope that Mr. Pang will teach me more." Pang Yuan also stood up and returned the salute, saying, Chancellor Zhuge is joking. He was cocky, but he was more polite to people with real talent, especially people like Zhuge Wuming. He had heard of this person's name long ago, and his talent was not below him, so how could he put on a cocky face? Mr. Pang, you're new here and you don't know the situation of the court today. Let me take you to understand it first, and when it's fully understood, I'll hand over some of the political affairs to you. Mr. Pang. Zhuge Wuming didn't mince words and thought about releasing some of his power. All he wanted was to be a powerful great Tang for his majesty. Other than that, he didn't think that much. He won't do anything that won't be decentralized, because he knew that his own sire definitely didn't want to see this kind of scene. Most of all, with Pang Yuan helping to share the load, it would be easier for him. Now that the emperor had left, the responsibility of an empire was on him, and it was a bit overwhelming for him to handle it, so it was good to have someone to share it with. I'm sure that your majesty has this in mind, too. Pang Yuan, however, refused, smiling. No need, Chancellor Zhuge. I am not talented. As long as the Chancellor's authority regarding the military side is sufficient, a body of learning, more than 90% are in the military, in the past, but want to change the law, but after the strong country, and then the strong country of the military, and now there are Zhuge Chancellor in, naturally do not have to be a certain to come, Zhuge Chancellor of the country's ability to rule, much stronger than a certain. He was also quite emotional. The two of them, they were a perfect match. He was a man of learning in the military, good at the art of war, and emphasized military affairs. Zhuge Wuming, on the other hand, was more adept at handling national politics, ruling logistics and enriching the nation. One main outside, one main inside. Plus the emperor was a wise ruler with a big heart and a great talent. Even in the old days, during the time of Emperor Tang Taizu, it was just like that, right? Pang Yuan was confident in his heart. The Great Tang Empire would take off again during this period, surpassing the peak moments of the Great Tang. Okay, then I'll leave the military side to you. Zhuge Wuming did not feel anything. Instead, he agreed to feel pretty good. The two hit it off. The two then continued to talk. Well, now it's basically Zhuge Wuming talking and Pang Yuan listening. Zhuge Wuming was all about stating that about how to speculate on the emperor's meaning. Pang Yuan is also a smart man, and a lot of places are a little bit of the same. Gradually, Pang Yuan began to voice his opinion as well. For example, the two of them were now talking about the emperor's current trip. Zhuge Wuming couldn't guess what the emperor meant, but Pang Yuan read it. Pang Yuan narrowed his small eyes and grinned. In my opinion, His Majesty's primary purpose for going out this time is to get rid of all the remaining hidden dangers in the world, such as the one in the Ilang area. And furthermore, His Majesty is afraid that he also wants to find out the great sages that are hidden in the mountains and forests. Once His Majesty returns from his trip after completing it, I'm afraid he'll be ready to launch a war against other countries. And before that, you and I, we should take care of everything for His Majesty. Saying that, he took out a sheepskin map of the entire Great Tang and the neighboring countries. Well documented, more detailed than any existing map. Zhuge Wuming was also mentally surprised when he saw this map. Pang Yuan smiled and said, "This map was recorded by an old friend I entrusted with a trustworthy copy. Come and take a look." He put the map down and pointed his finger in the direction of the Great Zhou Empire. Pang Yuan said in a deep voice, "I think, the first thing to solve, is this Great Zhou Empire? Great Zhou Empire is not compared to the Western region. Great Zhou Empire is large in area, and the national strength is not strong. Better to fight some." Zhuge Wuming sniffed and shook his head, telling the matter that the Emperor of Great Zhou had already agreed to make his country a subsidiary of Great Tang. Pang Yuan was truly shocked this time, not realizing that Great Zhou was already a vassal state of Great Tang. The two then proceeded to negotiate, still with the same goal in mind: help Emperor Li Chang make the country stronger and expand abroad. This day, early in the morning, Li Chang then got on the built four-wheeled carriage, and the team moved slowly out of Doqiang City. The accompanying carriage had also been replaced with a four-wheeled carriage. Compared to the moment when he had just set out, there was also an additional four-wheeled carriage for that old man from the medicine store, Hua Jing, as well as his grandson, Hua Yang. Considering that there was no healer among their group, Li Chang purposely revealed his identity and recruited the grandfather and grandson. Hua Jing's surprised expression after learning that Li Chang was the emperor made Li Chang feel comfortable now. Unsurprisingly, after learning of the Great Tang Emperor's recruitment, Hua Jing's grandparents readily agreed to follow directly. At this moment, in the four-wheeled carriage, Li Chang looked at the azure-colored screen in front of him. Another day of settling the value of national power. A paragraph was floating on the azure screen in front of him. Beginning of the week's national strength test, the current value of the national strength of the Tang Empire is 1658. Rewarded host life expectancy of 50 years. Current host life expectancy, 409 years, the specific source of national power enhancement. Please check by the host, what the hell? This is another 50 years, Li Cheng's heart became a little numb. When will this increase after increase be the end, continuously increasing his lifespan? He went from being furious inside at the beginning, to being filled with sadness, to being filled with numbness today. He found that no matter what he did, the power of the nation would hardly, if at all, fall off. He was going to feel like God was playing with him. No, I have just recruited the great talent of the defeated nation and must not give it up. I'm going to finish my defeated country. Li Cheng's eyes flashed with fighting spirit as he clicked on View Specific. The azure-colored screen in front of him suddenly changed. The national enhancements are as follows: +5 public sentiment, +5 military, +40 achievements. Achievement? What the hell is an achievement? Li Cheng was dumbfounded. What was an achievement? Is this considered a national strength? He saw a view button next to that achievement, and he clicked right over to it. A line of text surfaced. Congratulations to the host for reaching the hidden achievement 4 pillars of the state. Achievement reward, 40% increase in national strength. The 4 pillars of the state? What's that? Also, isn't this something you look at purely in terms of national strength? Is there such a thing as achievement, you say you? Achievement is achievement. I do not want to say anything. Why do you achievement or add national strength? Add life. Why is it not a national power reduction? Li Cheng was close to pulling out the system and asking it properly. You can say that it's okay to boost your country's power every day. Why do you even bother getting an achievement out of it? Getting an achievement is just as good as getting an achievement. Achievements will also add national power. You're trying to screw me over. Li Cheng's face was ashen, lying on the carriage and letting his body lurch. He silently turned off the azure screen. He was afraid he'd look long enough to hit someone. He lay in the wagon for a long time before he got up. The 4 pillars of the state. Guess it's this Kwanzaa area that's stirring the pot again, the one that's working against him. Don't let him catch you. Otherwise he would have to execute the other party's 9 clans. Li Cheng was so angry that he lifted the curtain of the car and called out to Zhang Hu. Within moments, Zhang Hu steered his horse to the side of the car window and inquired in a respectful voice. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Li Cheng inquired. How far away is it from the Guangzhou region? Zhang Hu heartily did some calculations before he replied. Your Majesty, with our speed today, we still have 3 days of foot travel to the Guangzhou region. 3 days? It's okay. Li Cheng waved his hand and said, well, speed up. When he finished, he pulled the curtains closed, still angry inside. Guangzhou area is it? The one who went against him? Don't let him catch you. Otherwise. In the meantime, far away from the Kwanzaa region, inside a room, Huang Pei was writing something, and behind him, Zhou Ning, the generalissimo of the Guangzhou region, was watching. Suddenly, in the writing of Huang Pei sneezed violently, put down the hand of the wolf brush, cannot help but touch the nose. For no reason a heart palpitation. Lord Huang, what happened to you? Zhou Ning rushed forward. Although he was the new general of Guangzhou, in reality, in Guangzhou, the one who had absolute power was still Huang Pei. No other. Behind Huang Pei stood Zhuge Wuming, the chancellor of the Great Tang. Nothing, and I don't know who's nagging me. Huang Pei shook his head and took a step back, saying, the book has been written. The next step for Guangzhou region will be to follow what the paper says. To suppress the Guangzhou region's lineage one step further, and give the resources to the people. Zhou Ning nodded, picking up this piece of straw paper and reading it. The more he looked at him, the more his eyes lit up. He could not help but shout out, good, with this plan, the grain production in Guangzhou will surely double again. He looked at Huang Pei with admiration. I have to say, this Lord Huang is truly a true agricultural genius. Under the leadership of the other side, the Guangzhou region is simply bursting with grain production. I'm afraid the other side's track record could sweep the majority of people out, but the other side chose to remain anonymous. It puzzled him. Zhou Ning hesitantly said, Lord Huang, you have made such a great achievement. Why Don? You just report it? Huang Pei sniffed and instantly flipped out, glaring at Zhou Ning as he said, I said I can't show my face, and I can say this to you. Everything I've done has to do with His Majesty's account. And I can't show my face because His Majesty commanded me to do so. If my news really leaks out and draws His Majesty's knowledge, then you'll be finished. His Majesty. Hiss, so it is. He'd said it. Why would anyone really ignore merit? It turns out everything was ordered by His Majesty. Which makes sense. Zhou Ning glowed with realization. There was also a pang of fear in the back of his mind. He almost ruined His Majesty's layout. If it's really bad, then I'm afraid it's a matter of being put to death. And even if I'm not put to death, it won't end up any better. Like transferring to the Yirang area, piss off piss off. Huang Pei looked at Zhou Ning's appearance and also secretly laughed. No matter what, he couldn't expose the fact that he was His Majesty's secret son. With him around, the Great Tang Empire would have an unending supply of food. If he is the obvious one, I'm afraid a lot of people will want to turn on him. Right, just his action of suppressing grain prices alone is enough to kill him a million times over, because it really moves the interests of too many people. It was no wonder that His Majesty had allowed to become a dark sun and come to the Guangzhou region. Only in this way can the Guangzhou region develop while preserving his life. Your Majesty, you really have it all figured out. Huang Pei sighed in his heart, and his admiration for His Majesty went up a notch. However, he inexplicably felt palpitations. It's better to go back to your own place first. Avoid the possibility of identity exposure. Thinking of this, Huang Pei said goodbye to Zhou Ning and returned to his own residence. Since His Majesty asked him to be a secret son, he would never be exposed. Second shift. Well, Cabbage's body is fine. It was just a small cold yesterday. Rested all night and he's fine. Ask for a ticket. There will be a third shift later, in a flash. Several days passed. The capital city of Guangzhou. The emperor's procession swept into an inn. Well, just rent this inn outright for high gold. After resting for a day, Li Cheng sent his men to seek news of the man who had been working against him in the Guangzhou region. Li Cheng leisurely sat on the chair, drinking tea and eating small snacks, quietly waiting for the person who went to investigate to return. A little bit of time passed, and he's in no hurry. Instead, they waited patiently. He has now lived a full 400 years, how can he defeat his country without taking out the source of evil? If you let the source of evil in Guangzhou exist, you might want to toss out something some other day. And this time he got a 4 pillars of the nation, which was already enough to give him a headache. If we get a 7 or 8 columns of the country next time, will he still go back, this time say anything and wait? Wait 100 or 80 years and he'll wait. About half an hour had passed. The few guards who had gone outside to spy on the news finally returned. These guards are not qualified to interview Li Cheng directly, but rather, they will report to Li Cheng after they have spoken to Eunuch Su, who knows all about it. Eunuch Su walked over to Li Cheng and whispered, "Master, you may be disappointed." Hearing Eunuch Su's words, Li Cheng's heart thumped. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there no news?" Eunuch Su nodded with a bitter face and said, "Yes, my lord, the news obtained from probing. There is indeed a mysterious person leading the development of Guangzhou region, but the news about that mysterious person can't be probed at all. No matter how the channels are used in a way, it still can't be probed. Can't find out, is the blockade that strong? Looks like someone is determined to go against him." Li Cheng frowned and kept searching his memory. In the time of the late emperor, there was no mention of any ministers remaining in Guangzhou. Guangzhou has always been ruled by Qin Mo's bastard grandson. But this bastard grandson, even with his own son, was transferred to Ilan area to help his big brother rebel. It's logical that there can't be anyone else in the Kwanzaa region. LOL. That's too hard. I haven't heard of so much fancy stuff during the time of the first emperor. It's all about the power of the country swooshing down. Is he really going to lift the coffin board of the late emperor? How did the late emperor die so early? Can't even ask how he lost the country. It really is a fulfillment of the saying, the late emperor's defeat of the country was not yet halfway through his reign. Eunuch Su was also quite distressed when he saw Li Cheng frowning, and after some careful thought, he continued, "However, master, there is another piece of information here from the old slave that may be able to draw out that mysterious person." Li Cheng sniffed, almost did not slap the snacks on the table to Eunuch Su's face, and his voice turned cold all of a sudden. "There is a way you still do not say. Lao Su, you are a little floating." Eunuch Su's back went cold, and he hurriedly squeezed out a chrysanthemum smile, saying, "Master, forgive me. Master, forgive me. Old slave will speak now. I've heard that the mysterious man places extreme importance on the people of the Guangzhou region, and once a person from a family oppresses the people, most of them will be dealt with by the mysterious man." The old slave wondered if with the help of this we could draw out that mysterious person, and then it would be easier to deal with. After hearing this, Li Cheng's eyes lit up. It can be done. The mind of this old man Su. It's a little something. I didn't expect his personal eunuch, and this kind of mind, can be. Grab a couple of guys and come with me. Li Cheng instantly wanted to go oppress the people. Eunuch Su froze for a moment and hurriedly led his men to follow Li Cheng. In the streets of the city, a city that was more lively than Dokyang City, with people coming and going everywhere, carriages going in and out, children running in the streets, and everything presenting a beautiful phenomenon happening. Li Cheng walked on, rubbing his jaw. A frown creased his brow. To be honest, he wasn't too familiar with oppressing the people. How do you bully? He swept the street. Robbery, pull back. Molesting a woman, forget it. Taking toys from children, he's not that unethical. Li Cheng thought carefully about the way to oppress the people. He walked on as he thought, all the way to a market. The market was noticeably livelier and more crowded than the other streets, and there were people selling things everywhere. Li Cheng subconsciously took a step into the market, and the air was filled with a mishmash of smells. There was the smell of blood, there was the smell of stench, There was the smell of vegetables, and all sorts of smells were mixed together. Master, it's better for you not to go in such a place. Eunuch Su wanted to dissuade Li Chang. Li Chang was the emperor, a man of honor. It's degrading to go into something like the market. No harm done. Li Chang did not care and stepped inside the market. Into the eyes saw a lot of people selling things, chickens, ducks and fish, and the most of them were selling food. Li Chang slightly inquired about the price of selling grain, and his face became darker. Food in Guangzhou is quite a bit cheaper than in other areas. That mystery man really owes it a beating. Continue to move forward in the market. Li Chang was still pondering on what way to oppress the people in a gentler way. As he walked, he suddenly saw a slightly familiar figure in the distance. The figure was crouched at a vegetable stand, chatting with someone. Li Chang frowned and couldn't help but ask, Eunuch Su, that person in front, doesn't he look a bit familiar? Eunuch Su, who was following behind him, hurriedly stepped forward, took a look, and said, Your Majesty, that's the former Minister of Public Works, Huang Pei, the one who was given the gift of a summer vacation by Your Majesty. Huang Pei's hometown seems to be in the Guangzhou region, and I didn't expect to be bumped into by Your Majesty. Huang Pei, Li Chang finally remembered. It was the one that was thrown back home to farm because he had researched technology and boosted the country's power by 3 points. That one he inexplicably wanted to cry. He used to throw people home to farm because they gave him a 3-point boost in national power. Now it was tens of points every time he raised it, and he still couldn't find anyone to take revenge on. Jesus. Can he recruit Huang Pei back so the country doesn't skyrocket again? It's okay to grow 3 points a week, then there's salvation. This trend he's on right now is completely hopeless. Li Chang wanted to cry without tears. He even had a little doubt that the system could not afford to play and was secretly adding national power to him. Eunuch Su, who was beside him, asked softly, Master, should we go and ask Huang Pei to come over to meet the master? Li Chang sniffed and shook his head, saying, No need. We are here to find that mysterious person. What's the point of letting Huang Pei come over? Let him take care of his life. When he finished, he made a detour. Eunuch Su didn't dare to have any opinions and followed Li Chang away. The guards in the dark followed closely, fearing that the emperor would make any mistakes. Huang Pei, who was purchasing things, suddenly raised his head and looked toward the direction where Li Chang had previously stood, and there was nothing, so he touched his head and continued to purchase things. Far away in the middle of the Yirong region, the residence of the king of Jinshi, Li Ming, the king of Jinshi, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, ferrying back and forth. He really wanted to die. Originally see Qin Mo those former generalissimo over to Yiliang area. There is nothing action. He thought the other side well behaved. Unexpectedly, those 20-odd generals had actually changed their temperament one by one after talking to those loyalists who had been transferred over. Take the few remaining cities directly under his hand as well. He is now left with a capital city in the Iran region. He, the king of Jinshi, was supposed to be in charge of the entire Yiliang region, and now there's actually a city left. Li Ming wanted to cry at the moment. Why did his heart turn against him? What kind of sin had he created? Wasn't it good for him to be a good earth overlord? The heart turns against me. It's okay now. It has been almost completely hollowed out. Simply ruthless. Your Majesty. That Confucian Guadon walked in, and when he saw Li Ming, he slightly arched his hand. There just wasn't much respect present in his tone anymore either. Now who doesn't know that this king has almost been hollowed out, and it's still the emperor's hand? A step-by-step racket. Li Ming did not notice Guayan's tone, but asked anxiously, Guayan, what do you think this king should do now? This king has already disbanded most of his forces, and his power has been hollowed out, but the emperor still refuses to let this king go. He's really scared. Fear of power being completely overridden. Even more so, he was afraid that when his power was overridden, the emperor would personally wipe him out. Guodang sighed repeatedly, and he couldn't say anything else. There was nothing wrong with King Li Ming of Jinshi. What was wrong was that the contemporary emperor would be such an eloquent person. However, the king of Jinshi treated him well. No matter what, he should think of a way out for the king of Jinshi. He frowned and thought. It was only after a moment that he slowly said, Your Highness, perhaps, I have a way here that will allow your highness to live. When King Li Ming of Jinshi heard this, his eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed the last straw to save his life. He gripped Guiyan's shoulders and said excitedly, Guiyan, what method do you have to say quickly? As long as it's useful, this king will greatly reward you. Guiyan sighed and said, Your Highness, you are now in the emperor's thoughts, and the emperor is afraid that he wants to take your life and hollow you out step by step. And why would the prince be missed by the emperor? It's because the king was previously rebellious. That's why the emperor was thinking of the king. If your highness wants to live, it's very simple. By showing that your highness is loyal to the emperor and loves the country, you can eliminate the emperor's thoughts and thus live. He spoke eloquently and calmly, with the demeanor of a famous scholar. After hearing this, Li Ming, however, frowned tightly and said, showing that this king is loyal to the king and loves the country? How to show? Guodang was silent for a while and slowly said, I do have a plan here, and that is to act. Acting? How? Li Ming inquired suspiciously. Guodang narrowed his eyes, then said, this is what I learned with Qin Mo's son. Qin Yu, this kid can't do anything else, acting on the word, but is proficient, and can even be said to be pure fire. Nowadays, if your highness wants to show your loyalty and love for the country, you have to come up with real achievements for the emperor to see, such as the invasion of the countries in the western region, and your highness pretends to fight back the enemy army in the western region in a grueling manner. This way the emperor will definitely remove his thoughts about you. Your highness. Li Ming was confused and asked dumbfounded, the western regions? How would the western regions countries dare to invade the Great Tang? It's impossible for them to come and attack. Once, during the time of Tang Taizu, he single-handedly abolished the western countries, and even now, the western countries are still afraid of the Great Tang and do not dare to invade. Guodang shook his head and said, that's why I said, to act. Your highness, you can pay the price. Inviting a western kingdom in to act is tantamount to acting for the emperor. Buzz. Li Ming's head buzzed for a moment and suddenly realized. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and he slapped his thighs and said, good idea, but how do I get this act? This king has little experience. Guodang casually said, your highness can ask Qin Mo's son Qin Yu to come. This son is well versed in this doorway and can help your highness. Li Ming nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. He sighed inwardly as well. Sure enough, the emperor is shelving him. All kinds of talents have been put into the Yurong area, and there are all kinds of them, even this acting talent. Gee, the emperor really looks up to him. Li Ming sighed quietly. In the meantime, Guanzhong area over there. Li Cheng had probed for several days for information about that mysterious person, only it was all to no avail. Not even a trace could be found. He has done oppress the people. Well, he didn't grab a kid's toy, and no robbery. He just asked Jining to pretend to be a folk girl, and then he went and robbed Jining, just robbing her in public. But even so, still couldn't feel anything about that mysterious man. A few days had worn out almost all of his patience. On this day, there was still no news about that mysterious person. Bang! Li Cheng was already very impatient as he slammed the table and snorted coldly. The surrounding several guards and eunuchs who hurriedly knelt down in fear. Your Majesty, calm down. Li Cheng's face was still tinged with anger. He really couldn't imagine who that mysterious person could be. And that 4 pillars of the state in Guanzhong. Does this prove that there are, in fact, 4 of them? Great. It's still a team effort. It was almost as if he was not in his sights. Li Cheng hated to chop up the entire gang, but he simply couldn't find where anyone was. After calming down, he hesitated to leave first. Staying in the Kwanzaa area all the time was also ineffective, and the mysterious gang could not be found at all. Is he just going to leave? But this mysterious group keeps stabbing him in the back, and the country's power keeps increasing like crazy. It's too hard. Li Cheng gritted his teeth and still decided to leave this place first. He couldn't find the mysterious gang in Guanzhong, and there was nothing he could do about it, so he might as well go to other regions, like going to other areas and encouraging rebellion. Or maybe wait for Great Zhou to attack. If the Great Zhou attacked, then no matter how the Guanzhong region worked, it would not be able to increase its national strength. When it came down to it, he wasn't good for anything. Had to go first. When the soldiers of Great Zhou commit an offense against Great Tang, he will be able to go back by designation. Royal brother of Great Zhou. The rest is up to you. Li Cheng sighed helplessly and announced that he would go down and ask Eunuch Su to pack up and get ready to leave. When Eunuch Su heard this, he hurriedly went down and ordered, get all the 4-wheeled wagons ready. All the men assembled, as well as food supplies and so on, all of which need to be prepared. All combined, it would take at least a day for them to depart. Li Cheng walked to the door and looked at the pale blue sky. Why did he have a bad feeling about this? The Yiliang region suffered an invasion from the western countries, caught in the middle of a bitter fight. Li Ming, the king of Jinshi, asked the court for help. This news traveled into the city of Chaoan a few days later. The city of Chaoan was like an explosion, with the emperor ignoring the dynasty's politics. One by one, the courtiers were very targeted to seek out the chancellor's residence. Thus, the civil and military officials once again gathered in the chancellor's residence. As usual, the old-timers all looked like familiar guests and found their own places. Those newcomers were as dumbfounded as ever. Standing in place with their eyes clawing at the darkness, they had no idea where to go. They don't have a place to sit either. Standing room only. But standing always feels a little awkward. The old-timers were the same as before, grinning and sipping their tea, sizing up the standing men. Come, That imperial historian. Right. I'll give you a seat, so you don't stare at me from now on. Not worth it? Think about it. This position. You can also sit in the future. I don't know how long it will take to hold a court meeting in the Chancellor's residence. You say it's not worth it? Ahem. For my position, I don't want 999 taels or 99 taels, just 98 taels. Which one of you wants it? You guys like this. Beware of the Chancellor is not polite to you. Well, selling so expensive. The Chancellor will naturally be polite to you. My side dozens of taels on the line. Not expensive. Well, really not expensive. Zhuge Wuming and Pang Yuan, who were walking in the distance, both looked at this scene. Pang Yuan was instead watching with a smile on his face. Zhuge Wuming fell a little black in the face. This group of people, what time is this coming? The Western countries have invaded. Actually still talking about this. Ahem. He walked in and coughed softly. The many courtiers hurriedly looked at Zhuge Wuming, not daring to say anything else, and rose in unison. See the Chancellor. Zhuge Wuming nodded, walked to the topmost chair that was left empty, hesitated for a moment, and instructed one of his subordinates to fetch another chair and place it next to his chair. Pang Yuan is, by definition, in the same position as him, sitting in the natural equivalent of him. After all, that's what His Majesty commanded. Let Pang Yuan be in the same position as the Chancellor. That is, in the same position as him. The civil and military officials were also slightly surprised when they watched Pang Yuan sit next to Zhuge Wuming. They didn't know Pang Yuan. Seeing this, Zhuge Wuming also introduced himself to the civil and military officials. When the civil and military officials heard that Pang Yuan was on the same level as the Prime Minister, they also all had waves in their hearts. There was actually another person above their heads. Originally, they thought that Zhuge Wuming was their top boss besides His Majesty, but they didn't realize that now there was another one. In addition to their surprise, there was also a strong sense of doubt. This Pang Yuan, what are his virtues and abilities to make His Majesty think so highly of him? He'll be the same as the Prime Minister as soon as he comes up. Suddenly, one person spoke out in surprise, saying, I remember, during the time of the late Emperor, that ruthless character who changed the law. Wow. When these words came out, everyone froze for a moment, and then one by one, their pupils dilated violently. They all remembered. The ruthless man who dared to stand up to change the law in the old days when the traitors were in power, Pang Yuan. In the past, Pang Yuan was expelled, and over time, they forgot about it. I didn't realize that today. I can't believe it showed up again. This tough guy, Pang Yuan, did not care at all about the talk of the civil and military officials, sipped a mouthful of tea and said lightly, His Majesty has given a certain person the same power as the Chancellor, but a certain person and the Chancellor have already divided their work clearly. A certain person is in charge of military affairs, and this time, the Western Empire has invaded the Ilion region, so I hope that you all have more guidance. Zhuge Wuming nodded slightly in recognition of this. When the civil and military officials saw this, they arched their hands and bowed, even saying good things. After chatting with the civil and military officials for a while, Pang Yuan let the civil and military officials leave, stating explicitly that arrangements would be made later. When the civil and military officials heard this, they could only leave one after another. Soon, only Zhuge Wuming and Pang Yuan were left on the field. The two were still drinking tea. A moment later, Zhuge Wuming smiled and said, Why, brother Pang, what's the plan? If this was a usual situation, he would have been the one to figure it out. But now that the military aspect was handed over to Pang Yuan, he was much more relaxed. Pang Yuan put the teacup down, smilingly said, Western enemy country, with them also worthy of being called an enemy country. But this Western country, but it is a little useful. A certain person intends to write a letter, in the name of Great Tang, so that the Great Zhou side to send troops to repel the countries in the western regions, to measure the loyalty of the Great Zhou, and then, after that, to make General Han lead the Eastern Expeditionary Army to the borders of the Great Zhou to be stationed, and if the Great Zhou side dares to have any other dissenting views, then to let General Han lead the army to attack the Great Zhou directly, then order General Cao Tong to lead the army to escort the provisions, stating that the provisions for this battle will be issued by our army. In this way, it is also considered to be in control of the provisions of the army of Great Zhou. If Great Zhou dares to have any other thoughts, let it experience the military might of Great Tang. His words were full of arrogance, completely disregarding the Great Zhou or the enemy countries in the western region. Zhuge Wuming heard, could not help but praise, said, Wonderful, at once will be the country of the western regions. The Great Zhou, want to rebel Jinshi King are counted, and the battle line is always limited to the Iliang area. Will be the influence of the suppression of the minimum? Pang brother great talent. Pang Yuan returned the salute and said, Chancellor fallacious praise, you and I learned differently just. On the governance, a certain is also not as good as the Chancellor. That said, Chancellor, how do we get in touch with His Majesty on this matter? Logically, it should be told to His Majesty first, right? Zhuge Wuming frowned. He didn't know where His Majesty was either. But, is it really necessary to inform His Majesty, the power of His Majesty's dark side? Even he could only see the tip of the iceberg. How could His Majesty not be aware of their movements, perhaps at this very moment when they are talking about it? They have actually been under His Majesty's watchful eye as well, highly likely. Zhuge Wuming thought about it, shook his head, and said, there is no need. His Majesty's ability is far beyond what you and I can imagine, and His Majesty probably knows what you and I are thinking, so it would be futile to say more. Seeing this, Pang Yuan couldn't say anything else, so he got up and left, ready to go mobilize people from all over. In the lobby of the Chancellor's residence, Zhuge Wuming was left alone all of a sudden. Zhuge Wuming hesitated for a moment, stood up, and towards the surroundings, arched his hands and bowed. Dare I ask if there is an emissary of His Majesty present? If there is a messenger present, can you show yourself? His voice echoed through the empty lobby. After a while, there was still no response. Zhuge Wuming stood still and looked around, realizing that no one had responded for a long time. He didn't care and smiled. Rather, it's because this Prime Minister is being abrupt. You also have your own professionalism. I also hope that when you go back, you can state with His Majesty that this Prime Minister will handle the affairs of the state for His Majesty properly. And I also hope that His Majesty doesn't have to worry about this side of the courtroom. After saying that, he took a step and left the lobby. The other side. A group of several hundred people traveling on the road to the Yirong region. Several four-wheeled carriages marched forward, escorted by countless good men. On one of the carriages, Li Chang sat. At this moment, Li Chang was holding a letter in his hand, and what was written on it was exactly the news about the Yilong region being invaded by an enemy country from the west. He was surprised to learn of it, but the surprise was followed by a burst of ecstasy. Western invasion of the Great Tang. That's faster than Big Week. All he wanted to say was, nice work. No, he shouldn't be so happy so quickly. Guangzhou region, but there are still the 4 pillars of the country. In case this 4 pillars have to make something wrong, he can't carry it. No way, must intercept everything. Never mind, he'd take a trip to the Iran region himself to stop what would happen. Besides, I don't think there's much movement in the court. Is there? It shouldn't. I'm afraid that minister isn't still embezzling or something. Right? Li Chang was a little uneasy, but he still called out to Zhang Hu and made the team stop. Eunuch Su was very experienced this time and slipped out of one of the four-wheeled carriages and ran under Li Chang's carriage, asking in a respectful voice, Your Majesty, what are your orders? Li Chang waved his hand and said, Go and scout around at speed. Are there any orders given over at Shaoan City? The troops will be stationed in place for now. He had to figure these things out. He found it increasingly confusing now. He had already set up the losing country scenario, but there were always accidents. In any case, he must not make a mistake this time. If the enemy of the West invades, then he will lead the enemy of the West to fight in. This time he couldn't afford any slip-ups. If there's a fucking problem, he'll lead all 4 wheels of this 4-wheeled carriage on the spot. He said that, never backtrack. Li Chang grunted and leisurely watched the troops take up position. He walked over to Ji Ning's carriage, intending to have a chat with Ji Ning. About a day passed. It was only when the people who had gone to explore returned and brought back intel. Shaoan City did not make any moves, and the civil and military officials never gathered to discuss the matter except for one gathering. Individual ministers among them, in particular, had banquets. When Li Chang heard these news, he couldn't help but smile and nodded in relief. Since there was no action on the courtside, he was relieved, and next he would just concentrate on defending the 4 pillars of the state over in the Guangzhou region. This gang operates. They must not be allowed to continue their arrogance. It must be combated. Pass on my order to depart for the Iran region. Li Chang commanded. He was going to travel quickly to the Iran region while it was still early. That's how you get control of everything. Thus, it is a defense against everything. Well, it wasn't the enemy countries in the West he had to defend himself against. It was the people in the Guangzhou region. To him, the Western enemy that is a friendly army. This is a friendly force that can help him. This can be all teammates. He absolutely must protect these teammates this time, lest his teammates be killed. Rumble. The procession traveled slowly. The rumble of horses' hooves and wagon wheels on the ground rumbled on. In the meantime, far away in the Yirong region, on the border battlefield, Qin Yu led thousands of people to this place. He was wearing armor, holding a lance, riding on a white warhorse, rather like a young brave general. Brothers, the engagement is ahead. Remember to all follow my orders in this battle. Qin Yu was quite spirited, and he had been hired by the king of Jinshi at a high price to act in this battle. Only defeat is allowed. when it came to acting. He had that confidence that if he called it first, no one could call it second. No, the last time in front of the Wanshan Pass, the matter of being acted out by that Han Yu was still fresh in his mind. Compared to him, that one is a tough guy. Seeing the enemy a few hundred meters away, decisively releasing arrows, and shouting that there are no more arrows after releasing them, is going too far. Damn, his troopers haven't even arrived yet. They just give up the city gate and say it's been breached. Hundreds of men storm Wanshan Pass. Why don't you go to heaven? The next time he had a chance, he would have to ask the historian what the description of the battle was really like. Xin Yu shook his head. No matter how it was before, the battle before him was one he had to play out. General, do we need to set up camp and rest for a day or two first? An adjutant general inquired. Xin Yu lightly glanced at that vice general, his nostrils raised high, and said, no need. The worse our mental state, the better, so that we can play in our true colors. Keep in mind that we are here this time, not to fight. There is no danger to our lives, so don't worry about it. The several vice generals beside him heard this. You looked at me and I looked at you. All of them were filled with strange doubts. They were all running to fight, with whatever armor and weapons they had at the ready. But you're telling me now that we're not here to fight, although the several vice generals wanted to retort. Before coming on this trip, the king of Jinshi had already handed them all over to Jinyu, who was their top boss. They can't say anything about it. One could only arch one's hand and say as ordered. The order was passed down. Each and every soldier's face showed an ugly expression. They were already a tired army long ago. It was already good enough for them to be able to forcefully stabilize their army. But this general-in-chief also passed the order that there was no need to rest. Anyway, Xin Yu didn't feel anything, and happily pointed ahead, saying, ahead is the border with the western regions, and when you get there, this general will allow you to take some rest. The many soldiers were all greatly relieved to hear that they could rest. The army continued to move forward, walking, as the army was about to enter the city. In front of this border city, however, there was a procession of people riding horses. These teams were dressed in strange costumes, with bows and arrows on their backs and curved swords in their hands, obviously without any military discipline, but inexplicably with a strange style. Everyone's eyes flashed with green light, as if they were a hungry, greedy wolf. Xin Yu hadn't noticed the team until the scouts came to report that a team from another country had appeared ahead, and then he reacted. He hurriedly transferred his men to the outskirts of the city. When he saw that army with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel something. What an elite, fierce-looking army. Such an army to play along with me? Xin Yu was doubly honored and was just about to go up and say hello to that team, but he had only just ridden forward a short distance. When they were close to that team for more than 100 paces, suddenly, that team took out the bows and arrows on their backs with a tacit understanding, and rode on their horses directly bending their bows and arrows, and shot them out swiftly. Shoo shoo shoo, a feathered arrow flew out, and from afar, it looked like a rain of arrows in the sky. Xin Yu's pupils shrunk violently and he ran backwards as hard as he could, but he still got 2 arrows in his legs, and he yelled in pain, come and save me, I'm hit by arrows, I'm not acting, I really didn't act. Inside the former capital city of the Eastern Barbarians, Han Yu led his army to join the legions commanded by Emperor Jiwu of the Great Zhou here. To this day, the remaining 27 cities of the Eastern Barbarians have all been taken by Emperor Jiwu of the Great Zhou. That army of the Dongyi King was also ambushed in the valley by Han Yu with a ruse, wiping out the Dongyi King's army at the smallest possible cost. It could be said that today, the Eastern Barbarians had been completely beaten down. It's just attributed, not to Great Tang, but to Great Zhou. The cities and towns of the Eastern Barbarians were all incorporated into the Great Zhou. Han Yu didn't have much of an opinion on this. After all, the order he received from the emperor was to assist the emperor of Great Zhou in annexing the Eastern Barbarians, instead of fighting over territory. Han Yu had come on this trip, and it was precisely to offer his farewells. Only when he had just arrived here, only to meet with Ji Wu, 2 military orders were passed over, right into the hands of both of them. The 2 were in a palace, each looking at his military orders. Han Yu's military orders are to head to the Great Zhou border and await orders. After he finished reading it, he was just silent for a while, thinking about a lot of things and looking at Emperor Jiwu of the Great Zhou in a slightly complicated manner. He understood, too, what this military order meant. Beware of Big Weak. He and the Emperor of Great Zhou had fought side by side, and had more or less been comrades in arms with each other. Turning the tables suddenly has a tendency to flip out. It made him a little moody, but he was still determined to carry out his military orders. Because his allegiance is to the Emperor of the Great Tang, he will never have second thoughts in this life. Bang, Han Yu was still pondering. Emperor Jiwu of the Great Zhou, however, was so angry that he slammed the table with a loud bang as he stood up angrily. Han Yu followed suit and stood up. looking at the Emperor of Great Zhou with wariness. Ji Wu didn't notice this at all. He was filled with anger. Threw that military order onto the table case and gritted his teeth. A small country in the western regions, it also dares to violate the borders of Great Tang. Damn it! He completely disregarded the western side of the country, which, as far as he knew, was the western regions to the west of the Great Tang. And the western region was a combination of dozens of small nomadic states, which were in fact still decentralized. And it was only during the time of Emperor Taizu of the Tang dynasty that all these nomadic states were afraid of being beaten and were forced to accept the name Western Region. Now one of those nomadic nations dares to invade his royal brother's Great Tang. It's a mortal sin. Imperial brother is just too lazy to deal with this nomadic country. That's why he's letting him take the shot. Isn't it? Well, it must be. His imperial brother had taken care of his problems for him in such a way. It was only right for him to help his imperial brother expel such intruders. Han Yu on the other side looked at Ji Wu dumbfounded, completely unresponsive. Ji Wu, however, glared and grunted, then arched his hand toward Han Yu and said, General Han, I want to immediately start. Rise up troops to go to the Iliang area to solve the problems for the imperial brother of the Great Tang, but also ask General Han to take care of these 27 cities and pools that were originally in Eastern barbarians. Han Yu said in dismay, what's wrong, don't you, Emperor Ji, leave a garrison on these cities? Ji Wu shook his head and said, I want to mobilize all the troops to go all the way and fight for the imperial brother of the Great Tang. I don't intend to leave any troops behind in these cities, so I'll ask General Han for more help. Han Yu was also slightly impressed, and after a moment of silence, he slowly nodded and said, good. Ji Wu nodded his head, so he got up and went to mobilize the army, his gaze filled with fire. Quickly, he left the inside of the temple. Han Yu stared blankly at the other parties departing back. Why does he feel? This Emperor of Great Zhou is so passionate about his majesty, it made it seem as if the other party was not a king, but an ordinary courtier. Han Yu thought with some fervor. The entrance to the Irang area. Wagon after wagon was going out, traveling to other areas, all of which were driven with some panic and no order. Li Cheng's team entered the official road and was greeted by a carriage, many of which had carts of jewelry and wealth behind them. Seeing this, the leader, Zhang Hu, frowned and beckoned backward for the entire group to stop. He steered his horse to Li Cheng's carriage and respectfully said, Your Majesty, a large number of carriages leaving the city have appeared in front of us. Should we make way or what? Li Cheng pulled open the curtain of the car and scanned ahead. There were indeed many caravans traveling. He took a deep breath and said, Is this the only passageway to enter the Iliang region? Zhang Hu pondered for a moment and arched his hand. Your Majesty, there are many passages that can be accessed in the Iliang region, but all of them need to pass through this city. And only after passing through this city will you have the option to take other routes. That means this passage is the way to go? Li Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and his voice lowered considerably. Zhang Hu nodded and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Li Cheng sniffed and pulled the curtain down without opening his mouth. Zhang Hu rode beside the car and didn't dare to speak. A few moments later, Li Cheng's voice ghostly had to come out from within the carriage. Drive them all away, and if they dare to resist, kill them on sight. He would not tolerate any surprises. This time he was going to be really bossy and prevent any surprises. If there's an accident this time, he can stop playing. Chew on four wheels, I guess. But he remembers it. Zhang Hu froze for a moment, then nodded and said, I respectfully follow Your Majesty's orders. He spurred his horse away and led the party into action again. Soon, they ran head-on into a team. Zhang Hu held a snake spear and bellowed, Those who don't want to die, get out. He directly accelerated his speed and led his team to rush up, snake spears opening the way. With a great fierce general style, that branch of the carriage was frightened. Many people overturned and fell down the official road, and the gold, silver and jewelry were spilled all over the place. Whose fucking team is this? Why don't you stop and pay for it? Dog S. Don't let me know which family you belong to, or I'll have to kill your 9 clans. Whoever you are, don't let me meet you next time, or I'll break your legs even if you're the emperor. You. Unsurprisingly, the group of people who flipped the car, each of them spitting out fangs, were close to cursing all of Li Cheng's ancestors. Each of them is a person of honorable status. Originally encountered the war. Want to leave the Iliang area. Did not expect to be Li Cheng's team hit the personal car too overturned. There was no way for them not to be angry. However, Li Cheng's group didn't pay any attention to these people and crossed the road to clear it. If there was any obstruction, they would all be swept away by Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu's fierce general's demeanor was also displayed, and under his leadership, just a few hundred people all exerted an extremely ferocious aura, and wherever they passed along the way, there was simply no one who could stop them. The soldiers at the city gates were a bit frightened and panicked when they saw how fierce the group was, and they immediately ordered the gates to be closed. The caravan went straight on and came under the city gates, which were closed, making it impossible to proceed further. Li Cheng poked his head out of the carriage and looked at the closed city gates with a black line on his face. You still want to be a gangster, little brother. A few days later, Yiliang area, within the Lulan Pass, the most important city pass for the defense of the western region. Countless soldiers stood at attention, guarding the Lulan Pass. Below the citadel, Qin Yu was sitting in a wooden wheelchair, his legs injured again. At this moment, he looked at Jinshi King Li Ming as well as Guo Dang with a blackened face. Where's the fucking acting my ass off? Is there any professionalism in this group? Come up here and beat them to death. If he hadn't run fast, he would have specified that the body would be cold by now. Guo Dang also looked at the Jinshi King with a strange look. That's a pot he won't take. This is the pot of the king of Jinshi. It has nothing to do with him. Jinshi King Li Ming touched his nose and said awkwardly, this can't be blamed on this king. This king has already given enough benefits. Who knows that the Western countries are so fond of turning the other cheek? Speaking of which, it might be the reason that this king's family is keeping that Wan Kai. When the Western emissary came, he was roared at twice by that Wan Kai. It might be because of this that the Western emissary is dissatisfied. Well, when this king goes back, he will slaughter Wan Kai and invite you all to the banquet then He said he doesn't take the blame for that either. It's better to leave the pot to Wanted. Well, Wonky is a grown-up dog now and has to learn to take the blame himself. Guo Dan's face oddly shook his head. Said, Your Highness, the urgency of the moment is not the problem of prosperous wealth or not. The most urgent thing is how to hold Lulan Pass. If the Lulan Pass is lost, Iliang area is afraid to lose. Then the emperor. He wanted to say something, but didn't. The meaning is clear enough. Lulan Pass is lost. Just wait for the emperor to get you killed. Li Ming also shivered, took a deep breath of fresh air, and slowly said, Has the person who was sent to contact those loyalists returned yet? He bit out the word loyalist, full of resentment mixed in. Guo Dang pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty, those people have long returned, but those people are refusing to send support, saying that they want the king to pay money before they are willing to send people. Pay up. Li Ming was so angry that his body was shivering and he didn't spit out a mouthful of blood, hijacking his territory and hollowing out his power. Now that he's guarding the Irang area, he actually has to pay to hire those people. Who can I blame? Blame the veritable band of corrupt ministers, but those people were all transferred by the emperor to override him. Can he hardly blame the emperor? Is he too old for this? Li Ming's chest was heaving up and down, and it took a while for him to get more comfortable. He sat down on the ground in despair, sighed repeatedly, and said, What should we do next? Relying on the 5,000 soldiers of Lulan Pass, how can we defend it? Guo Dang pondered for a moment and said, Perhaps, Your Highness, you can hold out until when the emperor's reinforcements arrive. Props? How? Jinshi Wang Li Ming slightly despairing said, Under the hand of this king, there is no one who is in command of the army. 5,000 soldiers guarding Lulan Pass. No one command. I'm afraid that not 2 or 3 times to be broken. Guo Dang sniffed and stopped talking. And it is true. Soldiers bear one. Generals bear one. It is true that there is little defense in the Lulan Pass today. The scene fell silent in vain. Li Ming was in silence. Guo Dang was also silent. Qin Yu was the only one who looked at these two people who were not reliable at all with wide eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he murmured, Perhaps, I have a plan to retreat from the enemy. Li Ming's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, What's the plan? He didn't know that much. He only knew that this Qin Yu in front of him had been praised by Guo Zhan as the top of the acting path, and there have been glorious battles, leading a few hundred soldiers to break through the Wanshan Pass and force back Han Yu, the great Tang's conquering general in front of the emperor, personally hand over 300,000 troops to the emperor. These two things alone made Li Ming feel awestruck. Well, he's one of those types who was kept in the dark. Qin Yu sat in his wooden wheelchair, pondered for a moment, and said, I think that we still have to act in this battle. Guo Dang and Li Ming exchanged glances and all looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu stroked his chin and then said, Have you ever heard of the thinking for a change method proposed by Chancellor Zhuge? Well, that is, to put oneself in the place of other people and to see with other people's eyes. Guo Dang heard this and frowned. I have heard of this method before, but how is it related to guarding Lulan City? Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and said, I think that we can apply this method in maneuver, such as making some measures that the enemy army cannot imagine getting, so that the enemy army will feel confused and dare not attack the city. Snap, Guo Dan's eyes lit up and said, There's something, Your Highness. Why don't we open the door directly to the gate and put on the appearance that no one is guarding the city, and then Your Highness will personally go to the city floor and sit casually, so that the enemy army will feel afraid. Open the door directly to the closed door. Let me go to the citadel myself. Li Ming wanted to die and cried out. Why should it be like this? What if the enemy army enters the city directly? Guodang shook his head and said, Your Highness, this is the horror of the transposition method. If you were in the enemy's shoes, do you think it's possible for us to open the gates to the city for no reason? It's simply impossible, isn't it? After hearing this, Li Ming felt like it made so much sense that he half-heartedly nodded and could only agree. He went out in a daze to set it all up. Guodang followed suit. Qin Yu was the only one left on the field. Qin Yu sat alone in his wheelchair, his brows furrowed as he muttered, Why do I always feel wrong? He shook his head, thinking I was overthinking it. What's wrong with that? That said, there was something wrong. The other side seemed to be a nomadic country. Would they play with these falsehoods? What if they don't want anything and just call in, holy shit? That's a little heartless. Is he going to tell Guodang and the king of Jinshi? Never mind. It was just his blind chicken imagination. It might not be true. Qin Yu reassured himself. Under the mobilization of King Li Ming of Jinshi, Lulan Pass began to mobilize, and soldiers were moved to the rear. Well, because of Guodang's advice not to let the enemy army see the cracks, Guodang led the army to the rear, leaving behind just a dozen or so soldiers as well as Li Ming, the king of Jinshi, on the city tower. The city gates were wide open at the moment. Li Ming, who had set up a chair on the citadel and sat down, felt that his body was cold and piercing to the bone. Looking ahead at a clearing, he was afraid that the enemy might rush in. He mentally pumped himself up. Rest assured, the enemy won't dare to fight their way in. The enemy will be so scandalized that they won't dare to come in. It's got to be. Today Li Ming, will bet on it, bet the enemy won't dare come in. Lost. What happens when you lose? In front of Lulan Pass, the door is wide open. There weren't any soldiers guarding the gate. The gate of the city gate was straight and wide open, and everything seemed cold. Hoo-hoo. Occasionally a breeze blew through, swirling the dust under the gate. At the Guanqi citadel, 2 soldiers served Li Ming, and Li Ming was sitting on the chair in the center. His face was a little pale. It was scared. He kept his gaze fixed on the distance, fearing that an enemy army would suddenly come charging up. Do you think the enemy will come over? Li Ming's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and inquired. He looked up at the 2 soldiers, trying to lean into the conversation to distract myself a bit in order to not be so nervous. The 2 soldiers were also crying. One of them whispered, Your Highness, we can't do it like this. All the people have run away. If the enemy army attacked the city, this doesn't even need to attack. Li Ming glared fiercely at the man and chided. What do you know? This is the plan of attacking the heart. Today, this king will teach you 2 tricks. You can change your position to the enemy army. Do you think the enemy army won't be suspicious when they see our city gates wide open? The 2 soldiers were flabbergasted by this. Some heads are spinning. Seeing this, Li Ming grunted and waved his hand. With brains like yours, if I talk to you, you won't understand. Just stay here properly with this king. When he finished, he stopped talking. Eyes continued to stare ahead. The 2 soldiers, however, remained confused. One of them whispered, Your Majesty, what is there to be suspicious about this? See the city gate open. Fight in is not it. Li Ming turned his head to glare at the soldier again and said, You think everyone is as stupid as you? Before he could finish his sentence, it ended abruptly. His brow furrowed. They have to face, not others, but the Western countries. The Western countries come from nomads, and these people do not seem to have much brains. What if those guys don't want anything and just fight their way in? So it was a click and his head was gone. No way, he's going to run. Li Ming hurriedly stood up, wanting to run down the castle tower, but he had only just reached the edge of the city tower, and before he could go down, several soldiers suddenly jumped out and blocked his way. What are you doing? Li Ming shouted anxiously. Several soldiers looked at each other. One man stood out and arched his hand. Your Highness, Mr. Waside said that there is a possibility that you might be afraid of escaping, so he asked us to come here, to stop you, and make sure that we don't let you go. Li Ming's face instantly turned green as he said, This king is your master. This king says he wants to leave, and you guys dare to stop? The soldier's face was tinged with embarrassment, and he hesitantly said, Your Highness, you have already handed over all the military power to Mr. Gua earlier, and we only obey the military order. He gave all the military power to Guodang. Seems like that's really what's going on. My God, did I just screw myself? Li Ming gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Then quickly go inform Guodang. Tell him to come see me quickly. The soldier nodded his head and arched his hand. Please also ask your highness to wait here for half a day. Mr. Guo led his army to the outside of the Lulan Pass, and I'm afraid it will take at least half a day to go back and forth in order to notify. When he finished speaking, he turned around to leave. Li Ming, however, stood still. Eyes snapped open. What the hell? Leading an army beyond the border, is this hiding troops? This is clearly a fear of death, dogs. Sell me. Li Ming immediately tried to force his way out. Suddenly, a soldier cried out in horror. Your Majesty, enemy troops! Enemy troops are coming outside the city. Li Ming shuddered at the words and hurriedly got up and walked over to the citadel. Watching the distance, one could only see a group of people rushing in the distance, their horses' hooves stepping on the sandy field, causing the smoke and dust in the sky to keep rolling up. Each of these men and horses, all dressed in strange costumes, carrying large bows and holding curved swords, were rapidly rushing towards Lulan Pass. Seeing this, Li Ming rushed to the city tower and looked carefully, a drop of cold sweat rising from his forehead. And really, he guessed right. These guys don't have much of a brain at all. It actually didn't even stop for a moment and killed directly. Dog Guodang. Dog Qinyu, mistake me for great things. Nope. Li Ming suddenly felt his head clear at this moment. Why would he bother trusting Qinyu? This guy was sent by the emperor. Isn't trusting Qinyu the same as looking for death? Guodang, however, has been pushing for Qinyu. Did Guodong was bought by the emperor long ago? That's why he chose to withdraw his troops from the pass at this moment. It's all the emperor's layout. The emperor wants him dead, right? That must be it. Li Ming felt a burst of sourness in his heart. Holding the female wall, his eyes red, could not help but say, we are originally brothers. Why do you have to be so calculating to cause me to die? After he said that, inside, he became a little shaken again. Compare the heart to the mind. If he really succeeded in his rebellion, what would his attitude towards the emperor be? I'm afraid that in his place, he wouldn't let the emperor off the hook either. He was wrong from the start. His mistake was that he shouldn't have turned his heart against it. Perhaps when the late emperor chose, he really wasn't an old fool with a shaky hand who wrote the wrong thing, but he saw the true face of the emperor and chose Li Cheng to be the emperor. Father, father, but only I was kept in the dark. The child this is coming to see you. Li Ming's eyes revealed a dawning realization that he didn't hate the emperor who had counted on him or anyone else in this moment. There is mere relief. He looked down in despair. Those soldiers and horses from the nomadic countries of the western regions didn't stop at all, and when they saw that the city gates were wide open, each one of them, like greedy wolves, frantically surged in. Li Ming took a deep breath, intending to cut himself, didn't wait for him to do it. Those equally desperate soldiers behind them, however, suddenly, as if they had seen some kind of savior, one by one became agitated. Your Majesty, quickly look, there are reinforcements coming. A soldier excitedly patted Li Ming's shoulder. Li Ming's eyes also lit up as he looked into the distance. In the distance a sea of blackness was fast approaching the place, only to see that it was all one cavalryman wearing basilica-colored armor, and the ground was gently trembling under the galloping of 10,000 horses. A large Zhou flag inscribed with great Zhou characters was fluttering in the wind, and at its center, there was also a large Tang flag fluttering in great Tang characters. The Tang banner is bigger than the Zhou banner. This team is under the great Tang. By order of my emperor, come and hang the western barbarians. Kill! The leading general of this cavalry bellowed angrily. This cavalry was like a long dragon, frantically attacking and killing those nomadic cavalrymen, becoming sharp after a battle. Those nomadic cavalrymen on the other side had no discipline to speak of, but they weren't afraid in the slightest. Instead, one by one, their eyes emitted a green light and killed in reverse. The two armies fought in front of the Lulan Pass. In an instant, several more days passed. Inside the entrance city of the Yirang area, under Zhang Hu's leadership, all those guards took over the job of guarding the city gates. At Li Cheng's command, have these guards stop all people or vehicles coming from the Guangzhou region at the gates of this city of entrance. But anyone who entered the city would be stopped and questioned. Li Cheng was determined to stop this accident. Whatever that mysterious gang in the Guangzhou region was doing, he was going to prevent it. This interception was for several days. During that time, a number of vehicles from the Guangzhou area were intercepted, and those vehicles were all driven back to the Guangzhou area. And no surprise, Li Cheng's kingdom was once again boosted and he was given 10 years of life expectancy, and now he has 419 years of life expectancy. This made Li Cheng feel depressed for a while, and he couldn't eat for several days, needing to rely on Ji Ning to comfort him before he could eat. This day, as usual, Zhang Hu brought hundreds of guards to guard the city gates. Unlike the previous days, this day Li Cheng also personally came to this side of the city gate to watch over it. Li Cheng sat on a stone pier and looked at the city gate in boredom. Beside him, Zhang Hu stood guard at the emperor's comfort. He raised his head and looked around to make sure that there was no one, before lowering his voice and saying, Your Majesty, you can actually not have to come. Let your subordinates and others come to these things on the line. Li Cheng waved his hand, stood up and patted his clothes, and casually said, No harm done. He's just visiting. Anyway, no matter what, there was no way he would let the Guangzhou region take half a step across the city. He wanted to make sure that there was no chance of that mysterious gang showing up, but it's been a couple days. Those people in the west, are they that low, no movement at all? Shouldn't there be another accident? Li Cheng inexplicably had a bad feeling in his heart. He shook his head. Surely there would be no surprises this time. Well, he must be overthinking it. He hesitated for a moment, but still turned his head to look at Zhang Hu and said, "Are you sure that this is the only entrance into the Yilong region? There are no other entrances?" Zhang Hu touched his head and pondered carefully for a while before saying, "Your Majesty, indeed, there is just this one entrance, but if you are hard to say, from the side of the eastern barbarians, you can make a long detour, halfway into the western regions first, and then enter the side of Lulan Pass and the eastern barbarians. But this is simply unlikely to be done. There are other entrances." Li Cheng's heart thumped and he felt a bit flustered. Would it be possible that the four pillars of that country in the Kwanzaa region have taken a detour to trick or treat for him over there? It shouldn't. It's just that he's overthinking it. Li Cheng reassured himself. Ta-da-da-da. Suddenly, a fast horse came running fast from outside the city. Seeing this, Zhang Hu hurriedly took a step forward and shouted, "Stop this person!" When the surrounding guards heard this, they all took out their own weapons and looked intently at the fast horse that was running. The fast horse stopped when it came under the city gate, and a guardman jumped off the horse, quickly ran to Zhang Hu, and arched his hand. "Commander Zhang, the battle in the Iliang region has yielded results. I am now preparing to go see His Majesty. Please make it easier." On the sidelines of Li Cheng, hearing that the Iliang region has already had a result, his spine was cold, and he hurriedly took a step forward and asked, "I am the Emperor. If there is something, just say it quickly." Poof, when that guard saw Li Cheng, he knelt down on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, heavenly goodness, the war in the Iliang region has ended. All of the enemy forces in the western region were annihilated in front of the Lulan Pass, and now my great Tang soldiers and horses have been hoarded at the western borders, ready to fight back against those western countries at any time." Thump! Li Cheng's feet were unsteady and he retreated several steps in a row, his face turning pale in vain. Zhang Hu hurriedly supported Li Cheng and said in alarm, "Your Majesty, what happened to you?" He turned his head to look at one of the guards and chided, "What are you standing around for? Why don't you go get Mr. Hua over here?" Li Cheng, however, completely ignored Zhang Hu's movements. His eyes were dead set on the guard, and his voice became hoarse as he said, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Under the anger in his heart, his aura changed around him. That kind of easygoing temperament all turned into a strong emperor's power, especially when he called himself I. That kind of emperor's majesty is even more to the extreme. The guard who was facing him head-on, even more so, felt like a huge mountain was pressed on his chest, and it became difficult to breathe. The guards around them did the same. All of them were a bit terrified and their legs were a bit weak. It was a mind-numbing pressure. Say, Li Cheng's gaze remained fixed on the guard as he spat out a word icily. He's going to figure out what the hell is going on. He's been intercepting here for days. There's no way anyone in Guangzhou can get in. As for the detour to the west, no way, from the Guangzhou region to the western region. It would take at least 10 days. And the point in time simply did not match up. There are definitely other sources. Is it the court side? It should be unlikely. Just those traitors. What can they do? He gazed at the guard. Only from that guard's mouth could he get an answer. The guard said warily under his gaze, Enlighten, your majesty. It is the emperor of the Great Zhou. The emperor of the Great Zhou himself led a large army from the eastern barbarians to the Iliang region, and repelled the enemy country of the western region straight on. In addition, the emperor of Great Zhou has personally written a state letter, notifying that Great Zhou is henceforth affiliated with Great Tang, become a vassal state of Great Tang. Subsidiary states. Attachment. Royal brother of Great Zhou. You motherfucker harmed me. Asshole. Li Cheng was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down. His eyes rolled over, and he passed out in consciousness. Zhang Hu shouted in horror. His Majesty has fainted. Quickly, open the road. Return to the inn. Those who dare to block the way. Kill. Those guards drew their swords, and one by one, they bellowed in unison, their gazes carrying killing intent. The salary offered to them by the emperor is not low, and the treatment is much better than being the guards of many rich and noble families. At least the emperor treated them like human beings. Subconsciously, they had completely pledged allegiance to the emperor. Those who dare to stop the road, die, under the protection of the many guards. He took the fainting emperor towards the inn. On the other side, the western border. At the Great Zhou camp, flags were fluttering, the sound of war drums was still ringing, and at the very top, a large flag with the word Tang written on it was fluttering. Ji Wu, dressed in armor, stepped out at the camp and looked out in the direction of the Great Tang dynasty and city, his eyes flickering with fire. He muttered, Imperial brother, Imperial brother, although I have not completely swept away the side of Great Zhou now, but it's coming soon. and now declaring the affiliation to Great Tang. I also hope that Imperial brother will be satisfied. He looked up, like he was looking at his Big Tang dynasty brother. Ah, I think I see the smile of the Big Don's royal brother. Where am I? Li Chen woke up ghostly and looked up to look around. He's in his bedchamber bed. The bedchamber. The bedchamber, isn't he in the Yirong area? Come on man, Li Cheng called out toward the outside. Eunuch Su hurriedly walked in and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, you're awake? Is the dragon's body alright? The old slave will go and call the eunuchs in to take a look. Stop. Li Cheng waved his hand, making Eunuch Su stop, helped the bed to stand up, and inquired, What's going on? Aren't we in the Liang area? How did we come back to the palace? Eunuch Su respectfully replied, Your Majesty, that day you inexplicably fainted past. Mr. Hua examined your body for you and said that your body was a bit weak, and that you only needed to recuperate and replenish more. And a few of us thought that it would be better to send your Majesty back to the palace, and after consulting with Auntie G, we came back. In addition, Your Majesty, you have been unconscious for 5 days. A little weak, Li Cheng was inexplicably embarrassed, but he quickly suppressed his emotions, stood up from the bed, and asked in a deep voice, What is going on with the war in the Liang region? Eunuch Su froze for a moment at his words, and then said, Your Majesty, the battle in the Liang region has been over for some time now, and the state letter from Great Zhou has already been handed over, and the king of Jinshi, Li Ming, has also arrived at Chaoan City, waiting for your Majesty's decree. The Book of the Great Zhou. Great Zhou became a vassal state of Great Tang. No, that's not true. Li Cheng couldn't believe it and pressed his voice. Go to the Tai Chi Hall and show me the Great Zhou state book. When he finished, he walked out at a brisk pace. Eunuch Su froze for a moment, not coming back to his senses, and by the time he reacted, the emperor had long since walked away. He rushed after them. Your Majesty, wear more clothes. You're a bit weak. Inside the Taiji Hall, Li Cheng looked at the Great Zhou state document in front of him. It was a copy written entirely in Great Zhou characters, with a Great Zhou emperor's seal stamped at the bottom. A translated version was set aside. When he finished reading the translated version, his entire body was in a petrified state. Emperor of the Great Zhou, really turning the entire country of Great Zhou into a vassal state of Great Tang, one nation affiliated, or one with a land area no less than the Great Tang. When Li Cheng read it, he almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face became pale once again. Emperor Jiwu of the Great Zhou, this revenge. It's not a common enemy. I really want to greet your entire royal family of Great Zhou. From your family's royal tomb down to your unborn heirs. Li Cheng gritted his teeth and clenched the paper ball in his hand into a ball. Increase of a dependent country. How much will his life expectancy increase? Hundreds of years. Thousands. This is really going to live forever. Jiwu. You're a fucking idiot asterisk. Li Cheng couldn't control his foul mouth. His chest was heaving up and down. If Jiwu was in front of him at this moment, he couldn't wait to directly lift the table and smash it onto the other party's head. I've worked so hard to get you to commit a military offense against Great Tang. You actually turned around and sold me, directly turning Great Zhou into a vassal state of Great Tang. Simply assholes. But can he just get the affiliation lifted while he's still testing the country's power? The thought had just risen. Li Cheng then received a warning from the system that this was an illegal defeat of the country and could not be done. Li Cheng was suddenly lost. This is for him to personally take over this Great Zhou. Li Cheng rolled his eyes and almost didn't faint again. His inner depression was incomparable. He took several deep breaths before feeling more comfortable. No way. He couldn't afford to panic at this point. He had to calm down. Well, there are several more of his failed state programs, but it's a damn good one. And it can't be defeated. This wave may be adding to his lifespan by a few thousand years. I'm in a fucking state of mind. Li Cheng slumped right down on the table. Seeing this scene, Eunuch Su hurried over and said, Your Majesty, are you not feeling well? Do you need to announce the eunuch? Only then did Li Cheng raise his head, his eyes glowing with coldness, and said, Go and call the king of Jinshi over for me. He remembered that Eunuch Su had just said that King Li Ming of Jinshi had already arrived at Chaoan City. He had to ask this king of Jinshi, how the fucking head grows. It's amazing how stupid it can be. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Su hurriedly nodded his head, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the hall. The other side. Inside a stagecoach station. King Li Ming of Jinshi's entire body sat disheveledly on a chair, his hair draped in disarray, looking wretched. It's over. It's all over. But now that I'm dying in Chaoan City, I can at least enter the imperial tomb after I die. Li Ming sighed. He slowly looked up in the direction of the palace. Disappointment and memories showed in his eyes. All of the past came to the surface. At one time, he was also a figure that reigned over Chaoan City. Grand Prince of the Great Tang Empire, countless courtiers used to support him, believing that he could become the next emperor. And so it is. he completely blew away Li Chang, who was the second prince. In any aspect, that was why he had never treated Li Chang as a competitor at all. Unfortunately, heaven forbid, when the late emperor was on his deathbed and wrote his posthumous edict to pass on the throne, he wrote Li Chang's name. It used to feel ridiculous to him, but due to the pressure of the court, he could only go to the Iliang area and become a king of Jinshi. I thought I could raise an army in Iliang. However, he did not expect that this second prince, Li Chang, had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger all along. The true colors have never been revealed. If Li Chang could have shown his talent earlier, perhaps he would have extinguished the competition as well. It's a shame. There is no medicine for regret. Li Ming shook his head. He hadn't thought about going back alive when he came to Chaoan City. Maybe he'll die to bring closure to this. Li Ming has given up everything. Snap. Suddenly, the door outside was pushed open. A eunuch strides in, accompanied by several featherwood soldiers. That eunuch pulled his voice and said, "By His Majesty's decree, please have the King of Jinshi enter the palace immediately to see His Majesty." No delay. The several featherwood soldiers beside him stepped out in unison. The meaning is obvious. If Li Ming refuses to go, then they'll just use force and take Li Ming away. It also represents the emperor's attitude. Seeing this, Li Ming didn't say anything and just shook his head. Finally, that's just it. Although he was about to die, he was satisfied. And when he went down to the netherworld and met the late emperors, he would have an explanation. At least, he witnessed the rise of the Great Tang once again. He witnessed the 1000th emperor of the Great Tang. Go! Li Ming took a deep breath, got up and walked over. The eunuch nodded and gave a wink to a few featherwood soldiers. Several featherwood soldiers have understood that surrounding Li Ming is both guarding Li Ming's safety and preventing the other party from escaping. In front of the Tai Chi Hall, Li Ming walked to the center of the hall and faced the emperor straight on. The hall was eerily silent. The emperor didn't open his mouth either. He just sat up there, his gaze fixed on Li Ming. The emperor did not speak. How could Li Ming dare to speak? He could only stand with his head bowed. I don't know how long it's been. Emperor Li Chang spoke quietly, saying, "Imperial brother, your brain, how did it grow?" Li Ming was a bit dazed and looked up at Li Chang, who was sitting above him. Bang! Suddenly, a large pile of zhangji flew over and smashed into Li Ming's head, scaring him into retreating. Li Chang, who was originally very calm, violently stood up and rebuked furiously. "You tell me how your brain grows." He glared furiously at Li Ming. "Is it so hard to rebel? A little delay here, a little delay there. How much time have you been given? Besides, how many talents has he sent to the Yilang region? He can't even count himself, but even so, this Li Ming actually hasn't rebelled yet?" Even to this point, he really wondered if this imperial brother had his brain filled with rocks. Li Ming took several steps back and looked at the furious emperor. Falling into silence without speaking, Li Chang said angrily, "Not talking? It's over if you don't talk? You tell me what you really think." Li Ming was still silent. Li Chang pointed a finger at Li Ming and said angrily, "Still not talking? Believe it or not, I will execute your 9 clans?" Li Ming suddenly just stared at the emperor with wide eyes. "Execute my family? My 9 clans? My 9 clans are your 9 clans, aren't they?" Li Chang also seemed to realize this. His movements stiffened violently and his expression became strange, suppressing the anger in his heart, waving his hand to diverge from the topic, saying, "Do you know what mistake you have actually made?" Li Ming's eyes dimmed and he sighed, saying, "No, know that you still do this? Are you trying to piss me off?" Li Chang grunted angrily and almost couldn't help but pick up the zhenzhuo and throw it over. This king of Jinshi is one of the programs of his defeated country, including Emperor Jiwu of the Great Zhou as well. Now they are all acting like. Li Ming heard the emperor's words, slightly helplessly said, "Imperial brother, all the right and wrong. I think the emperor brother already know. I know the crime. No matter any crime and punishment, but also please the emperor brother as far as possible fall down. I absolutely do not have any complaints. Chop up the son of a bitch." Li Chang's heart was slightly touched, and under the harboring of anger, he really had that impulse to order the beheading of the Jinshi king. But then he hesitated. There are really fewer and fewer people who can defeat the country, especially when there is that recent presence of the 4 pillars of the state in the Guangzhou region. It's getting tougher and tougher for him to lose the country. People like the king of Jinshi, who had an anti-spirit, also became rare. Perhaps it would be better to leave the other side alive and assign it to another region so that it can continue to rebel. It had to be for the greater good. Li Chang took a deep breath to calm himself down a bit. He then spoke. "Jinshi King Li Ming, I remember that you and I are both royal family. Nowadays the royal family is scarce, so I will spare you from death. But you don't have to go to this Liang area. I will send you to other areas on a certain day. While you're not being reassigned, go follow Pang Yuan and Zhuge Wuming and learn well." Pang Yuan was a great talent in the defeated country, so he could definitely teach something to Li Ming. Zhuge Wuming was a super bloodsucker himself, and could also teach this how to quickly suck blood for development. Li Ming stood in place in dismay, somewhat in disbelief. The emperor really spared him, he's done a great crime of rebellion. The emperor really just let him off the hook. This is too surreal. If there is nothing else, then retire. Li Chang rubbed his eyebrows, not bothering to see Li Ming again, and waved his hand for the other party to retreat. Li Ming sniffed and woke up from his trance, looked deeply at the emperor, bowed to him and slowly exited the hall. Li Chang sat on the table, ordered eunuch Su to go and pick up those folders, leaned back in his chair, quite troubled. This matter of the Jinshi king is sort of resolved, and this program of the Jinshi kings to defeat the country is barely working, but the defeated country scenario that he felt most able to use was not good enough on the side of the emperor of Great Zhou. Here's one more powerful vassal state. He couldn't get it right at all. No matter what, he had to take care of this goddamn vassal state of Great Zhou. Li Cheng frowned tightly, gripping a wolf hair brush on the tabletop, his eyes looking ghostly at the hall in front of him that had once again become empty. He fell silent. The Great Week cannot break its affiliation. Then we'll have to drag Great Zhou down with us to lose the country. But he didn't even know what was going on in Great Zhou. How could he lose? It would be nice to get the inside of a big week. When Li Chang read it, he turned his head to look at eunuch Su and asked, "Do you know the internal news of the Great Zhou situation?" Eunuch Su froze, then took out a letter like one from inside a pile of zhang folds and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, this is sent by the Emperor of the Great Zhou together with a state letter, saying that it is the current situation of the Great Zhou, only that it hasn't been translated because time doesn't allow for it. So the old slave didn't say anything to your Majesty either. Having a big week, why didn't you say so?" Li Cheng glared fiercely at eunuch Su and waved his hand. "Why don't you go translate?" Eunuch Su hastily took the letter with a smile and said, "Please wait a moment. Your Majesty, the old slave will send someone to translate it." He retreated in a hurry. Li Cheng didn't wait, but went to prepare the meal. Afternoon. After Li Cheng finished his lunch, he returned to the Taiji Hall. Not surprisingly, everything has been translated. Li Cheng sat on the chair, looking at the letter paper in his hand and skimming through it in one glance. After reading it, he probably understood it. The heart is much more comfortable. The Great Zhou Empire wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. In fact, it is also surrounded by more than internal strife and external enemies. Great Zhou's court is in turmoil with treacherous officials, generals outside are seizing power, and many neighboring countries are eyeing Great Zhou and may invade at any time. So it seems. In fact, the Great Zhou Empire, a seemingly huge country, has actually been corrupt for a long time. This would be a good defeat, and adding national power shouldn't add much. Thinking of this, Li Cheng was greatly relieved. Next, step by step, it would be better to defeat both countries in one step, or failing that, one by one. So what's next? What's he gonna do? It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Li Cheng furrowed his brows and thought. It was really hard to make a difference with the four pillars of the state in the Guangzhou region on the side of the Great Tang. Since this was the case, then he could start with Great Zhou first, accelerate the defeat of the Great Zhou, then move on to the Great Tang. However, it's hard to know exactly what to do. Li Cheng's frown tightened. He racked his brain to think of a way. Losing country. What exactly does it take to successfully lose a country? A thought inexplicably rose in his mind. Will the defeat bring Great Zhou to life? He shivered. It won't, definitely not. If he'll do it again this time, then his four wheels don't seem to have been eaten. A full 4 days had passed since Li Cheng had returned to the palace. Unsurprisingly, tomorrow was the day that Li Cheng would test the strength of the country once again. Li Cheng also became more and more nervous. After all, this was the first test of national power after the Great Zhou affiliation. He doesn't know exactly how much national power will be added yet. Couldn't help but be nervous. At this moment, Li Cheng was in Jining's Jingyue Palace, drinking some tonic soup. Well, nourish the body. This Huajing is accounted for. Li Cheng followed suit. As for King Li Ming of Jinshi, he was transferred to the Lingnan region 2 days ago. Lingnan region is all the regions of the Great Tang, the people of the most formidable region, but also the weakest control of the dynasty of a region. He gave the region to Li Ming, the king of Jinshi. This time he didn't transfer any more people over. He believed that Li Ming alone should be able to manage it. It was just that it would take a little longer to rebel and build up momentum. Most of all, I heard that Li Ming had studied with Zhuge Wuming and Pang Yuan for 2 days, so I guess he could learn quite a lot. That was the one thing that reassured him the most. Li Cheng reclined on a chair, thinking leisurely. Ji Ning, who was sitting beside him, was, as usual, reading some biographies of the Great Tang. You can't help but proof and laugh at the best parts. This made Li Cheng look at him with a blank stare. Even though he had gotten Ji Ning long ago, Ji Ning's charm still made him unable to create resistance. It's just that the other side is so beautiful. Anyway, he felt that there was no one in his harem who could match Ji Ning's beauty. Li Cheng shook his head and came back to his senses, smiling and asking, "What's wrong? What biography is so good?" Ji Ning put down the book in her hand and laughed softly. "Your Majesty, I stumbled upon a biography about your Majesty, and I just couldn't help but laugh at the funny parts." "Oh, about me? Show me." Li Cheng then got curious. Someone actually wrote his biography. He probably knew in his heart that it was folk making stuff up, but he couldn't help but be curious. Ji Ning handed the books in her hand to Li Cheng. Li Cheng took it and lazily read it, but this beginning confused him. Legend has it that when Pangu opened the heavens, a sacred stone fell into the world and was nurtured for 1,000 years between heaven and earth, until the contemporary Empress Dowager accidentally got seriously ill. A man of God to find the God stone, ground into powder, and the Empress Dowager to take. The disease will be eradicated. When the contemporary Empress Dowager took it, she immediately became pregnant the next day, and this pregnancy lasted for 3 years, until 3 years later, the contemporary emperor, Li Chang, the 9th Tang emperor, was born. Rumor has it that when Li Chang, the 9th emperor of the Tang dynasty, was born, there was no light in heaven and earth. The sun and the moon were dimmed, the dragon and the phoenix roared, and there were people who saw the shadow of the god Pangu on the sacred mountain, arching his hand in the direction of the city of Chaoan. Isn't that fucking bullshit? Am I still a stone? Why is my last name Li and not Sun? Then should we simply change the name of the country from Great Tang to the Empire of Flowers and Fruits? Li Cheng looked stunned. He knew that folk were bullshitting, but this is too fucking bullshitting. Also Pangu, why don't you go to heaven? Ji Ning looked like she could also see what was going on, smiled charmingly, leaned her jade hand on Li Cheng's shoulder, and said, "Your Majesty, that's how the folk are. We'll just watch. It's actually quite fun." Li Cheng sniffed, nodded, and said, "I just feel a little surprised. It's not a big deal." When he finished, he continued to read. He skimmed over the bit that deified him and looked elsewhere. This biography, which has become even more pompous since his succession. The super vampire Zhuge Wuming transformed into the star of Wenxiu, who descended to earth with great talent and governed the country for him, stabilizing the empire's great rear. That's not bullshit. That was his good comrade of the Great Tang. How could he betray him? It's all fake. What do you care? Li Cheng shook his head and continued reading. The next one, too, was strange. That from a small soldier on his promotion and up Hanyu. In fact, in the sky of the gods will come down to earth. 3 heads and 6 arms. Those 3 heads are a collision. Even if 10 Chaonan city walls cannot carry. Tetsuwa is alive. This amused Li Cheng. What an iron-head child. If Hanyu sees this, he is afraid that he will cry to death. A good general. So he turned into an iron-head child. Li Cheng continued to watch. A little bit of time passed. Approaching dusk, Li Cheng was still looking at the biography in his hand. I have to say, this one is very well written. It's kinda nice to have such a mythology to read in this extremely boring environment. It was the fact that the content protagonist was him that made him feel a little awkward. Watch and see. He didn't come back to his senses until Eunuch Su from outside walked in and called him. Your Majesty, Chancellor Zhuge is outside the palace begging to see Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Do you see? Eunuch Su approached and said in a respectful voice. Li Cheng put down the biography in his hand and gently raised an eyebrow. Zhuge Wuming wants to see him, that's something to see. After all, Zhuge Wuming was not like other people. This was his comrade in arms, one of the most capable people around him, with Zhuge Wuming on his left hand and Pang Yuan on his right. Is it not a mere name? Li Cheng thought of this and slowly spoke. Go, declare Zhuge Wuming to meet me at the Taiji Hall. After hearing this, Eunuch Su answered and retreated. Li Cheng put down the biography in his hand, stood up and was about to leave. As if he thought of something, turned back to look at Ji Ning and said, wait a little bit, I will be back later. Ji Ning looked as if she had thought of something, and a blush appeared on that stunning face as she rose and saluted. I respectfully send Your Majesty off. Li Cheng nodded and led a large group of Fei Lin army soldiers outside the door towards the Taiji Hall. There was some curiosity in his mind as well. What could Zhuge Wuming have wanted with him? He had already allowed Zhuge Wuming to call on the treasury. What else could be going on? With his arms full of doubts, he headed towards the city of Chaoan. Inside the Taiji Hall, the emperor meets with the chancellor. The king and his ministers met and exchanged pleasantries again. Li Cheng could care about the body of his comrade, asking questions and all kinds of concerns. It made Zhuge Wuming feel a little helpless, but also extraordinarily touched. Sure enough, anyway, his place in His Majesty's heart can't even be shaken. He and His Majesty are confidants. Even if Pang Yuan came, so what? Pang Yuan has never been able to do what he did and share His Majesty's heart. That's a world that belongs to their top smart people. I Ching, Recently the weather has become a little cold. To remember to wear more clothes. In addition, Iching, you come to seek me. Whether there is something to be urgent things to say with me? Li Chang smiled and asked Zhuge Wuming. He would like to see what his good comrade in arms is up to. Zhuge Wuming sniffed, returned slightly to his senses, straightened his clothes, arched his hand and bowed. Zhuge Wuming arched his hand and bowed. Your Majesty, I've come here to present two things to your Majesty. The first thing is that I want to ask your Majesty to hand over the Yilong region to me, so that I can fix it for your Majesty. When he finished speaking, he gazed at the Emperor with confidence. He and his Majesty are confidants. He dared to believe that his Majesty would hand over the entire Yilong region to him, because in his mansion, he had already said something about how to fix the Yilong region. If he guessed correctly, his Majesty's secret power had long since spread throughout the entire Choan city, and every move in Choan city was under his Majesty's watchful eye. That speech of his was naturally heard by his Majesty. He had also come here to release a signal to Li Chang, indicating that he already knew about the Emperor's secret power. Anyway, Li Chang, who was sitting on top of the Taiji Hall, didn't know so much about what was there. After he heard this, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhuge Wuming in slight surprise. Do you want to raise the area? Want to embezzle, Ro? I'm afraid you're not corrupt. I'm happy as hell that you like to be corrupt. Not bad for his good comrade. He waved his hand, said, Line, Yiliang area will be handed over to the secretary you deal with. I will never ask. Later I then a holy decree notice down. The secretary can let go for. Sure enough, Zhuge Wuming gave a cry in his heart and lowered his head. Then, Your Majesty, does your Majesty have no opinion on that statement of mine? Speech. What speech? Li Chang was confused. He did not bother to ask more questions. Said, I have no opinion. Everything according to the love of the secretary you mean to come on the line. Also hope that the love of the secretary will not let down my trust. At these words, Zhuge Wuming plopped to the ground, knelt on the ground, took a deep breath, and said, Your Majesty's great kindness, subjects, will never be forgotten. Ai-chan, what are you doing? Seeing this, Li Chang could not help but stand up and walk down from above. Coming to Zhuge Wuming and helping the other party up, he sank his voice and said, Iching, among the civil and military officials, when it comes to Iching you are the most assured and trusted by me. Never move to kneel. If the etiquette is like this, then I can give you the license to see the Emperor without kneeling. Most reassuring to the Emperor. Most trusted by the Emperor. To get this king, what kind of virtue did he, Zhuge Wuming, accumulate in his previous life? I have no regrets about dying. Zhuge Wuming's eyes reddened as he once again arched his hand and bowed, saying, Your Majesty. Li Chang gently patted the other party's shoulder and laughed. There is no need to say much. If you want to repay me, just do a good job with what you have in hand. Your Majesty's grace. He has nothing to show for it. He can only do what he can learn to put the entire empire in order for his Majesty. Zhuge Wuming took a deep breath and suppressed all the waves in his heart, saying, At your Majesty's will. Li Chang nodded his head in satisfaction and returned to retrace his steps and sat down on the seat above him. His eyes looked at Zhuge Wuming with goodwill, and then said, Iching, what is the second thing you said? Second thing. When Zhuge Wuming heard this, his face showed gravity, and he once again made a deep bow to Li Chang, saying, Your Majesty, this second thing, I am not talented, and I want to learn from Pang Yuan in the past, and change the law, so I asked your Majesty in advance. Changing the law, what does the change of law stand for? Success would be the country's power going up, failure would be doing what Pang Yuan did, getting a national riot or something, and the country's power going down. Li Chang's face also became changed as he nervously looked at Zhuge Wuming. Only after he saw Zhuge Wuming, his head went into a trance. What I'm afraid of. This is a good comrade of my great Tang. It's not like it's the four pillars of the state in Guangzhou. Changing the law is changing the law. Is it likely to work? Ha! If this good comrade of his could still succeed in changing the law, then he would gnaw this Tai Chi Hall from top to bottom on the spot. Thinking this way, Li Chang instantly relaxed. He sighed with relief and said, Iching, what law do you wish to change? Zhuge Wuming saw that Li Chang's face was still normal, and continued, Please rest assured. Your Majesty, I am not drastically changing the law, but I want to change the system of investigation and selection. Nowadays, all places need to rely on their superiors to report their talents. However, nowadays, when the families are in power, the system has become a tool in their hands, resulting in a lot of talents being buried. I wish to change this system, and I wonder what your Majesty thinks. The chasten system, it's similar to how if someone wants to get ahead, they have to get their superiors to push the other person to have a platform to show their talents. Why did you change the chasten system for no reason? Nope. Li Chang's face suddenly changed as he thought about it. Would the four pillars of the Guangzhou region state also come from the Chaju system, the probationary system, no matter what, can provide an endless supply of talent for the Great Tang. In turn, these talents were dispersed throughout the country and in turn were helping him to enhance the power of the nation. At this rate, how can he go back? Li Cheng's eyes narrowed as he seemed to have found the source. The Chiaju system. This is something that definitely needs to be changed. As for how to change it, Li Cheng looked at Zhuge Wuming and asked. The I Ching wants to change the inspection system. I wonder if there is any way to do that. Zhuge Wuming shook his head and said, I'm just here to inform your majesty. Specifically, I'm trying to think about it, and will wait until it's perfected before I tell your majesty about it. Li Cheng would have nodded, and he frowned for a moment and thought, the probation system needs to be changed. Perhaps it could be changed to something like the imperial examination system, which is similar to the ancient exams. All test questions by him. So that would eliminate talented people? Maybe it could work. Li Cheng read, opened his mouth and Zhuge Wuming described about the method of the imperial examination system. He did not remember it very well. He only knew a general framework. But after his frame was finished, Zhuge Wuming's entire body became agitated. His face became flushed and his breathing quickened. Your Majesty's great talent. I admire it. Li Cheng nodded. You think it's feasible? Zhuge Wuming's eyes flashed with brilliance as he said. Feasible, but for some specific things. I need to ask your Majesty. Li Cheng naturally nodded in agreement. The two monarchs and ministers then talked about it in the Taiji Hall. Seeing this, Eunuch Su, who was outside, had the presence of mind to make several feather forest guards all take a few steps outside so as not to disturb Li Cheng and Zhuge Wuming. The temple this one on the change of law inspection system talk. Enough to talk for more than half an hour. In the end, Li Cheng showed a look of exhaustion before he couldn't help but drive the person away. He was afraid that if he continued to talk, this Zhuge Wuming would be able to talk to him for the rest of the night, and Zhuge Wuming could only leave the palace unfulfilled. This negotiation, they also confirmed the emergence of a new version of the imperial examination system. Specific refinement is left to Zhuge Wuming. Li Cheng was personally responsible for the questions. Well, as for what Li City will come up with, that's hard to say. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. This day finally came to the day of Li Cheng's national strength test. Before the blue-colored screen popped up, Li Cheng was pretty much on standby. He sat on the bed, his fists clenched, his palms sweaty. Hoo-hoo. He took a few deep breaths to steady his mind. After a while, an azure screen slowly coalesced in front of him. Here we go, Li Cheng stared in vain. It was really the first time he had ever felt this kind of tension. In the past, when the state power was detected, he could stabilize his emotions anymore. But this time, there was an additional vassal state directly attached to it, making him unable to stabilize it at all. After the azure screen in front of him finished coalescing, a text emerged from it. Beginning of the week's national strength test, the current national strength of the Tang Empire is 2670. Rewarded host life expectancy of 1002 years. Current host life expectancy, 1421 years. The specific source of national power enhancement. Please check by the host. 1002. Me this. Li Cheng was completely dumbfounded. His entire body froze in place. His mouth grew wide, unable to return to his senses. He has 1,000 years to live, 1,000 years. How is this going to be defeated? It was only after a full dozens of minutes of reprieve that Li Cheng barely managed to return to his senses. And there was still a shock in his eyes that could not be dispersed. With a trembling hand, he slowly lifted it up and went to click on that view. When he clicked to view it, the azure-colored screen in front of him changed once again. The national enhancements are as follows. +1 military, +1 people's heart, +1, 000 Daejo subsidiary. After this paragraph was displayed, the azure screen jumped again and a prompt box popped up. Congratulations to the host. The national power value has reached over 2,000, effective immediately. The test of national strength will be conducted once a week, instead of once a month. Li Cheng looked at the passage with a gray face, feeling cold inside. Great sorrow surrounds. 1,000 years. He's going to lose this one until the monkey bars. Especially there is the Guangzhou region of the country's 4 pillars in opposition to him. Oh, my God. Is that what's keeping him alive? You really won't stop until you're immortal? Will you? Li Cheng sank into a face he missed. He misses the days that were gone. At that time, he just 30 years of life expectancy. At any time can lose finished. Nowadays, this defeated country, like a snowball, the more defeated life expectancy, the more it is. Can this still be reasonable? Is it hard to believe that he's serious about governing and perhaps defeating his country? Cut the crap. He's the only one who still rules the country. Let's not talk about whether or not he can successfully rule the country. Or if he does, then he'll just get a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. It's literally not even a human game. Phew. Li Cheng took a deep breath and tried to suppress his emotions in order not to explode mentally. I want to stabilize. Steady. The main thing is to stabilize. I'll stabilize your, how else am I going to stabilize this, the 4 fucking pillars of China, Emperor Jiwu of the Great Zhou, this feud, I remembered, if there is a chance. I will tear your family's ancestors apart, the furious Li Chang roared madly in his heart. After venting his anger in his heart for more than half an hour, he was able to suppress it slightly. Hoo. Panting, Li Chang turned off the azure-colored light screen in front of him, stood up and put his clothes on, and stepped out. Opening the door, it was still dark outside, and a cold wind blew through with a slight chill. Outside his door, a glance could see a featherwood guard soldier standing. The guards were very strict. Li Chang stepped out in stride, and these soldiers all cried out respectfully, "See your majesty." This sound also startled Eunuch Su, who was asleep. Eunuch Su also hurriedly walked out with his clothes on and said, "Your majesty, it's still early. Why has your majesty suddenly come out?" Governor Li Chang glanced at Eunuch Su, grimaced, and said, "Go to the hall of Taiji. Anyway, he's sleepless now. It would be better to go to the Taichi Palace and make all the questions for the first imperial examination, and then take them to Zhuge Wuming, so as to replace the examination system. He kind of sees it nowadays. It's unlikely that the Great Tang Empire will want a quick defeat. It has to be taken one step at a time. Little by little, it erodes away the very foundation of the nation. The first thing he had to address was the talent of the nation. As long as the ones who get promoted every year are mediocre, he believes that sooner or later the country's power will begin to fail. At your majesty's command, set up the Taiji Hall. Su Gonggang seems to also see the emperor mood is not too wonderful, hastily whispered to command other. Set up the Taiji Hall. In the meantime, in the chancellor's mansion, inside a compartment, faint candlelight flickered from side to side. Inside the room, Pang Yuan and Zhuge Wuming were still talking at night. They had been talking about it for 1 or 2 hours so far, and what they were talking about, naturally, was this imperial examination system. It was only after chatting about the last detail that the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them looked at each other. Both of them were relieved, and then they took a sip of tea. Pang Yuan let out a sigh of relief and said, "His Majesty is also right. Actually directly left a framework for us, and nothing else. The details all rely on us to fill in the details, which is quite exhausting for a certain person. Leave only one frame, all else is not available." It was thanks to the fact that he and Zhuge Wuming were talented enough, or else they wouldn't have been able to make up for all the details. However, he was rather enjoying it, much better than the muckraking life he used to have. At the very least, his talents are being utilized to the fullest. Zhuge Wuming put the teacup in his hand down and laughed softly. "Brother Pang, don't complain. With your mouth complaining, you have happiness written all over your face. Besides, if His Majesty can think of the framework, how can he not think of the details? By letting us think about it, His Majesty is actually just giving us the opportunity to do so. With your Majesty's wisdom, what difficulty is there in patching up the imperial examination system? His Majesty has given us the opportunity to perform. We should rather seize it." After hearing this, Pang Yuan nodded his head slightly and laughed loudly. The Chancellor was right. But it was a certain person who said the wrong thing. Zhuge Wuming also nodded with a smile and said, "Well, it's late, so I won't say anything more to you. And for some of the remaining details of the imperial examination system, you and I will finish it up when it's later." "Good, but the time is late. A certain person is not good to go back. Want to chatter in the Chancellor this night?" The Chancellor think how? Pang Yuan had no desire to go back. Instead he wanted to stay at the Chancellor's residence. Ha 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 ha, who doesn't know that you, Pang Yuan, don't have a mansion right now? If you want to live, just say so. What's the point of being polite with me? Zhuge Wuming smiled and waved his hand for an underling to take Pang Yuan to a compartment. Zhuge Wuming was left alone in the room all of a sudden. Zhuge Wuming did not go to sleep, but instead looked at the empty courtyard outside his room with a twinkling gaze, arched his hand in a bow, and said, "Many thanks to your excellency for escorting me tonight, but it's troublesome to have kept you up so late as well." He moved a chair and sat down, chanting, "Your excellency, you and I have known each other for quite some time. Why don't you come out and meet?" His voice came out. It echoed through the courtyard, but there was no movement in the courtyard for a long time, only the wind whistling. Zhuge Wuming didn't care. Instead, as if he had expected it, he laughed. "Forget it, I also know that, Your Excellency, you can't possibly come out. After all, you're His Majesty's man. Since there is Your Excellency's protection in the dark, then from tomorrow onwards, I won't be bringing an escort, and I have to trouble Your Excellency to take care of me more in the future." Chapter 101, The Emperor's Attitude. Early the next morning, Li Chang was still continuing to write the exam questions. Zhuge Wuming, Pang Yuan, as well as the civil and military officials, however, came in a hurry, saying that they wanted to ask the emperor to re-execute the imperial government and allow the morning court to be held again. However, Li Cheng insisted that he would no longer conduct the court, reasoning that he had no time. The civil and military officials were repeatedly discouraged. Li Cheng still clenched his teeth. It is impossible to have an early morning court, and continue to let his great Tang good comrade Zhuge Wuming lead in his place. The civil and military officials had no choice but to give up and finally left the palace again. It comes and goes in a hurry. It was Zhuge Wuming, on the contrary, who remained in the Taiji Hall after the civil and military officials had left. Li Cheng raised his eyes to look at Zhuge Wuming and casually said, "The Secretary of Love will not stay and continue to persuade me, right?" Zhuge Wuming shook his head, smiled slightly bitterly, and said, "Your Majesty is overly concerned, since I know it is useless to persuade your Majesty. How could I think that staying behind to persuade alone would be useful? I have come here to inform your Majesty that the matter regarding the imperial examination system has been dealt with to a great extent. This is something that Mr. Pang has dealt with together with me in recent days, and I would like to ask your Majesty to take a look at it." With that, he took a paper letter from his loose sleeve and made as if to hand it over. Li Cheng nodded and waved his hand slightly. Eunuch Su on the side understood and made a wink. The little eunuch standing on one side could only go up bitterly. Pick up the paper letter and hand it up to Eunuch Su. Eunuch Su didn't move to inspect it, and then handed it to the emperor. Li Cheng didn't care and took it and opened it. This look dazzled him. Densely written words, not even with punctuation, all just piled up into a single sheet of paper. He almost didn't tear the paper in his hand, but only held back considering it was from his good comrade. What the fuck is this writing? Look at a ghost. Li Cheng took a deep breath, calmed down a little, squeezed out a smile, and said, "Zhuge Aiching writes well. This word is very good. Well, the content of your writing is also good. Your Majesty, then, has finalized the imperial examination system?" Zhuge Wuming said with a smile on his face, arching his hand in greeting. He also felt a deep sense of satisfaction at being able to get the emperor to say yes. A great sense of honor filled him. Li Cheng nodded, took a deep breath and said, "It's finalized like this. About the examination questions, I have also finished writing all of them. You can take it to look at, but remember to keep it secret. Except for you and Pang Yuan, the rest of the people are not allowed to watch it, and you can only wait for the place to hold the examination before you can watch the first copy." He handed a piece of paper to Eunuch Su and told him to take it down. Zhuge Wuming caught the paper altogether, and wanted to view it directly, but suddenly thought of something and raised his head. "Your Majesty, there is one more thing that I would like to ask your Majesty." Li Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "What else?" Zhuge Wuming hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "Your Majesty, changing the inspection system into the imperial examination system is a matter of great importance, and even more so, it touches the interests of many of the lineages, so I'm afraid that this time, it will cause a backlash from the lineages." Wow! The scene was silent for a moment in vain. Eunuch Su and Zhuge Wuming, as well as some other small eunuchs, however, fiercely felt a sense of oppression, as if a king was angry. The next moment, bang! There was a loud bang. The table in front of Li Cheng was overturned. He stood up, pointed at the ground and said angrily, "This matter, whoever dares to get together, then we will beat them up. If the world family dares to get together, then fight. I said so. Send the world's armies, wherever they dare to rebound. Fight them and bring back all the Eastern Expeditionary Army. A bunch of bastards. What's wrong with them?" he hissed hysterically. God damn it. Every time things came to a head, someone came out to mess things up. And this time he would not allow anything to go wrong. Wherever he dares to make trouble, he will fight. If the four pillars in Guanzhong dare to make trouble, he will send the whole world's army to the Guanzhong area, digging up the ground and digging out for him. This time he laid it out. No one is allowed to make a scene. The emperor's strong attitude also shocked the people in the hall. Zhuge Wuming also instantly understood the emperor's meaning, and slightly arched his hand towards the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, Minister, I understand." Li Cheng took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart before he said, "Well, if there is nothing else, Ai Chung, you can go down first." Zhuge Wuming looked as if he was a bit taken back by Li Cheng's outburst of anger, and froze for a while before slowly arching his hand and saying, "I respectfully obey your Majesty's order." He felt a heavy weight in his heart as he held the copy of the test in his hand. This time the change of law reforms. His Majesty has made his attitude clear. What's the point of having them exist if they can't accomplish it, in this matter? He, Zhuge Wuming, has given his word that he will do a perfect job for His Majesty. Li Cheng watched Zhuge Wuming exit the hall and waved his hand, anger lingering in his heart. He held the wolf brush in his hand and took out an imperial decree and wrote it. Just when he was joking, no, he's serious this time. He will mobilize the entire army of the world and enter into a state of readiness. This time, When he reformed the imperial examination system, he would beat up anyone who dared to make trouble. Never a joke. His path to defeat the country was still too soft for what it was before, and now he's going to get tough. The other side. Zhuge Wuming had just walked out of the palace when he ran into Pang Yuan. Pang Yuan twisted his head and just now greeted Zhuge Wuming, suddenly froze and asked, "Chancellor, where are your guards? A certain person still wants to take your sedan chair and leave together." Zhuge Wuming shook his head and said, "I didn't bring any guards with me when I went out this time." "No guards? You're a prime minister and you go out without an escort? Are you kidding me?" Pang Yuan looked at Zhuge Wuming with a strange expression on his face. Zhuge Wuming, as if he could see the other party's mind, shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry. I didn't bring any guards because there are people in the dark protecting me," he said, gazing around an empty space and nodding his head slightly, as if greeting someone. Pang Yuan also looked around with a strange expression. Someone is secretly protecting Zhuge Wuming. What man? How come he didn't hear anything? Hesitate for a moment. Pang Yuan also nodded towards the surroundings. "Well, say hello to the man in the shadows. In that case, Chancellor, you and I will go together?" Pang Yuan invited. When Zhuge Wuming heard this, he nodded and took the paper letter in his hand out, saying, "Good. His Majesty has handed over the examination questions for the imperial examination system to me, so we may as well take a look at them first. In addition to some of His Majesty's attitudes and the like, I will have to relate them to you as well." "Good. Then let's go." Pang Yuan froze and looked at the paper letter in Zhuge Wuming's hand, also bringing with him a strong sense of interest. He was curious to see what kind of questions His Majesty himself would. Chapter 102, Making it known to the world in the Chancellor's residence. Pang Yuan and Zhuge Wuming were both dumbfounded as they looked at a copy of the exam in front of them. They were feeling a little short in the head. It was simply unthinkable that the emperor would come up with this kind of test. Pang Yuan pulled a handful of hair, took a deep breath, looked at Zhuge Wuming, and asked, "Chancellor, are you sure you didn't take it wrong?" Zhuge Wuming also laughed bitterly and said, "There is no mistake. It is these. I also could not have imagined that His Majesty would actually come up with these exam questions." Pang Yuan put down all the copies of an examination and fell into silence. His brows furrowed as if he was speculating on the emperor's intentions. Seeing this, Zhuge Wuming also quickly adjusted his state and thought, he's His Majesty's only confidant. In the area of speculating on His Majesty's holy will, he must be number one. It's just that Pang Yuan is also a smart man. I'm afraid that if he slacks off a little, the other side might take his place. No way. He must not let Pang Yuan surpass. He could let others surpass him in any aspect, but only in the aspect of speculating on His Majesty's holy will. He could not. Zhuge Wuming racked his brain. He kept his eyes on the one exam. There are many copies on those exams and the content is all different. For example, the one in front of him, used for the county exam. On it was written the sentence: if you were the magistrate of a place, and you needed to make the entire county uninhabitable within a month, what would you do? Another piece of paper reads: if you are the general of a region, and you have a revolt in mind, how do you hide your revolt so that the court doesn't find out, and at the same time build up your strength? There are also some weird and wacky exam questions. If your father and your mother fell into a river at the same time, who would you save first? This question will be publicized. So speak with caution. How can a country be made to appear to be a strengthening nation, but in fact a decaying one? Write an essay of not less than 10,000 words incorporating self-understanding. How to give a sow postnatal care. Suppose you're a greenhouse girl who needs to receive 3,000 guests before you can leave. How do you schedule your time to receive the guests? These exam questions, not to mention the candidates, even he, Zhuge Wuming, was somewhat unable to answer. Difficult. It's hard as hell. But how can His Majesty have these exam questions? It's about defeating the country again and postnatal care for sows. Is this how talent is promoted? Zhuge Wuming's brows were tightly furrowed. His Majesty's intentions are really getting harder and harder to guess. What do these exam questions really mean? Nope. Zhuge Wuming suddenly trembled his body. He seemed to be thinking too much in his inertia. These exam questions, hard or not. But what if a candidate can actually answer it? That is bound to be a top talent in a party's field, and even if most of the candidates can't answer, they can be assigned across the country based on talent. That's what His Majesty meant. I get it. Zhuge Wuming's eyes lit up as he looked at Pang Yuan and said with slight excitement, "Brother Pang, don't think about it. I already understand His Majesty's meaning." "You got it." Pang Yuan raised his eyebrows, stood up, arched his hands and bowed. "I still hope that the Chancellor will give me advice." Zhuge Wuming and Pang Yuan spoke in detail. When Pang Yuan finished listening, he couldn't help but applaud as well. Chancellor is highly intelligent. After finishing a speech, let a certain person have a feeling of enlightenment. In terms of speculating on His Majesty's holy will, A certain person is ultimately too much inferior to you. Chancellor Pang Yuan sighed repeatedly. He and Zhuge Wuming were sort of complementary types, one long on military strategy, the other long on governing. However, he did not have Zhuge Wuming who would speculate on the holy will. Compared to that, he was still slightly inferior to Zhuge Wuming. You and I both serve His Majesty. What's the difference? If nothing else, then we'll make the imperial examination system known to the world here? Then the first countryside examination can be held up as well. Zhuge Wuming shook his head and smiled, looking breezy. There were just a few moments of pride in his eyes, on speculating on the holy will. In the universal world, he is the first. He is also from the same world as His Majesty. When Pang Yuan heard this, he frowned slightly and said, Chancellor, although nowadays you and I have strong control over all regions, but after all, this touches the interests of too many families. Is it not a good idea to slow it down again? Zhuge Wuming shook his head and said, His Majesty has mobilized all the armies of the world. This is proving His Majesty's determination. If you and I procrastinate, won't we miss His Majesty's big event? Rest assured, His Majesty can be more than the power of the bright side, but also the power of the dark side. All of this are in His Majesty's layout. If the world family does not dare to move, it is also even if you dare to move. His words lurched, his tone turned cold and vain, and then said, if the lineages dare to move, then His Majesty would also happen to clean up these lineages together. When Pang Yuan saw this, he couldn't say anything but nodded his head and agreed to mobilize the army with all his might. And once there were changes in the lineages, he would directly suppress those lineages. Inside the city of Chaoan, an order was sent out to all parts of the world. When the order reached every region of the world is abuzz with it. Countless people are cheering and shouting, Long live your Majesty. The advent of the imperial examination system was understood even by the more illiterate people. Regardless of their status, as long as they can pass the exam, they will have a chance to soar. This is the emperor's way of giving the common people a chance to rise to power. The whole world was cheering, especially the humble scholars, whose hearts were grateful to the emperor to an unparalleled level. They are from the cold family. They are already weak. In the past, if they want to get ahead, they need the noble family to help. But now when the imperial examination system came out, it simply set the stage for the humble family. Many humble scholars with great aspirations, after learning about the imperial examination system, all knelt on the ground and kept shouting, Long live your Majesty. Of course, the price paid for the pleasure of the cold family is naturally the anger of the world family. When the families learned that the imperial examination system was going to replace the inspection system, they were all furious. The most important of these are the families of the River Central region. The Fu family, the most powerful family in the River Central region. At this moment, inside the Fu family's lobby, one of the power holders all sat with gloomy faces, feeling very dissatisfied with the emperor's action this time. One of them, in a cold voice, said, The emperor is afraid that he's been going along with the wind for much longer, ignoring the influence of us, the families. I propose that it's time to make the emperor feel a bit of fear. The rest of the people heard the words and all of them agreed. I agree. Our Fu family has been a famous family for generations. Li Tang Jiangshan, how many officials came from my Fu family? Now the emperor actually dares to touch our Fu family interests. This must not be tolerated. Right, family master. With your word, our Fu family will definitely make the emperor pay. The group was talking left and right, but the man sitting in the center of the Fu family lobby, but never said anything, just a gloomy face looking at a piece of paper in front of. That's the news from Chaoan City. Chapter 103, Sima Yi in the lobby of the Fu family. The head of the Fu family, Fu Qinghong, looked at a piece of paper in his hand with a gloomy face. News came from within the city of Chaoan. The current emperor attaches extreme importance to this imperial examination system, raising the world's armies to suppress the world's families. If the families dare to oppose this imperial examination system, they will have to face the entire Great Tang Empire. Is this crazy? Fu Qinghong's palms were trembling, and inexplicably a chill surged behind him. The emperor actually completely ignored the lineage. Ironically, I want to complete the imperial examination system. Faced with the possibility of a riot by the world's families, the emperor's choice was actually to suppress it with iron blood. The 9 emperors of Tang. So crazy the Fu Qinghong was in an endless tangle inside. Were they going to let the emperor move? The Chajiao system was changed. Then their family was simply heavily cut a knife off. Optional resistance. Can't you see that no family has chosen to step forward yet? He wasn't sure if the emperor was just making a show of it or if he was really coming down hard. But he knew that the first one to step up was sure to take a beating. Forget it. Just wait quietly. Waiting for someone to step up first. Although their Fu family was strong, they were not as strong as the Great Tang Imperial family. Must wait. Just wait until someone raises the flag and they follow. Fu Qinghong so smiled. Heart sneer, Emperor Emperor. Give you a good day you do not want. Then we can only find some trouble for you, he was thinking in his mind. Suddenly a family man ran in at a fast pace. That family man's face was filled with anxiety. Master of the house, house master, things are a bit bad, the houseboy shouted in great haste. Fu Qinghong glanced at the family man and said with a cold snort, I'll hold up for you when the sky collapses. What's so panicky about it? That family man stabilized his emotions, knelt down on the ground and said, Family master, it's not that I'm in a hurry, it's that things are just too urgent. The Guangzhou region side came to report that the emperor deployed the Eastern Expeditionary Army and surrounded all of Guangzhou. No one can get out, and no one can get in. Those lineages in the Guangzhou region, we can't contact all of them on our side. Wow. The crowd on the field was wide-eyed. Some of it came back to me. Is the emperor for real, who doesn't know that the Eastern Expeditionary Army is all elite? I can't believe that all of them were transferred there. And they also surrounded all the Guangzhou area. Is this a plan to eradicate all the families in Guangzhou, or does he want to warn them that if they dare to make a move, they will have to think about the emperor's army? Many people present. You look at me, I look at you, all a little confused, and finally all together. Their eyes fell on Fu Qinghong. Fu Qinghong frowned as he pondered, except that no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with anything. Is the emperor really playing for real? Go get Mr. Sima. Fu Qinghong suddenly thought of someone and waved her hand, commanding. Perhaps this person could help them see the situation at hand. When the crowd on the field heard the words Mr. Sima, they couldn't help but stare. Apparently they had all heard the name. Probably after a while, the houseboy came back again. There was also a scribe with him. The scribe looked to be about 30 years old, dressed in gray robes, with a head of black hair hanging loose. His face was plain, but those eyes, however, were flashing with a kind of strange refined light. Mr. Sima, the people on the field stood up in unison when they saw the scribe, arching their hands slightly towards him. The scribe didn't dare to be arrogant, and returned the salutes one by one. Fu Qinghong walked quickly to the scribe's front and held onto the other party's arms, saying, Mr. Sima, you're finally here. The scribe Sima Yi was expressionless as he arched his hand towards Fu Qinghong and bowed. Dare I ask what is the matter that the Fu family master invited me here for? He was a famous scribe in the Hezhong region, talented in his own right but not arrogant, and was a recognized figure with a high reputation in the Hezhong area. Dare I ask if you have known all about the imperial examination system? Sir, Fu Qinghong asked, pretending to be civilized. Sima Yi nodded and said, Naturally I know. Speaking of the imperial examination system, then I also probably know what the Fu family master invited me to do. I think it must be to ask some questions about the imperial examination system affecting the lineage, right? Fu Qinghong nodded, admitted it. He was not surprised by anything. With the other man's talent, he'd be surprised if he couldn't guess that. Seeing this, Sima Yi went on to say, Then I would like to advise the Fu family master not to act rashly. As His Majesty today has enacted this system, how could he possibly not have expected that the world family would make a move? According to Zhuge thought, I'm afraid this is a setup laid by His Majesty, waiting for the many lineages to jump in on their own. Besides, the imperial examination system is aimed at examinations, and those who win can be promoted, which is just tantamount to giving a chance to the humble family. And as to whether the humble family can fight for this chance, it is hard to say. Could it be that Master Fu thinks that the people trained by the lineage families are not as good as the humble families? Of course it's impossible. So in fact, the impact of the imperial examination system on the lineage is not considered great. But if the world family dares to make any moves, it is precisely the layout of His Majesty today. He spoke eloquently. His tone was even, neither arrogant nor overly understated. Everything seemed flat. His words, however, helped everyone in the arena to analyze the current situation. One by one, they couldn't help but have their hearts sink after hearing this. Is this the emperor's layout? Is it possible for the emperor to set up such a scheme? It's really possible. Judging from the emperor's movements, isn't every time a layout? What's more, nowadays, the emperor is not only surrounded by Zhuge Wuming, but there is also a ruthless man, Pang Yuan, around. This ruthless man is the one who dared to change the law. Moreover, today's emperor, there is a Great Zhou army stationed on the western side, and on the east side is Great Zhou, a vassal state. It's simply completely stress-free. If we don't mess with their families, who else can we mess with? Thinking of this, one individual fell silent, and in the end, they all landed their gazes on Fu Qinghong. That's a decision they can't make. It's better if the head of the family comes. Fu Qinghong's face changed when he saw all the gazes gathered on him, and with a glare, he said, What are you all looking at me for? What else do you guys have to do besides gouging? There was a moment of silence as the crowd sniffed, and that was the only option. Seeing this, Sima Yi stood out and said, Master Fu, since there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave first. In addition, Master Fu can also prepare for those who are going to take the exams within the family. I've heard that the countryside exams for the Hajong region are about to begin. When he finished speaking, he got up and walked out towards the outside. He was confident about this countryside examination. How many talents in the world today can surpass him? I'm afraid it's not even close to a handful. So how could these people come up with a title that could stop him? To him, it was more like a joke to say it was an exam. Sima Yi was outwardly bland, but in reality, he was full of determination for his talent. This exam questioned him, not in the eye of the beholder. Chapter 104, The Emperor Who Sells Things, Third Shift, Southern Pastoral Region. Among its largest family, the Zhou family. The head of the Zhou family, Zhou Laishur, had likewise learned the news about the imperial examination system being a layout of the emperor. It's just that his choices are different from Fu Tinghong's Go in the River Central region, and his choices are more overriding. He wasn't going to engage in opposition, but he's going to teach the emperor a lesson, like getting rid of that Zhuge Wuming, one of the perfectars of the imperial examination system. Zhou Laishur, for this reason, invited the famous assassin in the Jianghu Li Qiuran to come. Inside a compound, Zhou Laizhe is meeting the killer Li Qiuran, 1,000 taels to take out Zhuge Wuming, chancellor of the Great Tang. Zhou Laixie, a fat man who looked extremely wealthy, squinted his eyes and waved his hand. As for Li Qiuran, she was a woman dressed in black, wearing a bucket hat and holding a long sword, and the whole person stood there with a vaguely murderous aura surrounding her. 10,000 taels, Li Qiuran said flatly. Her voice was light, pleasant and very melodious. 9,000 taels. Zhou Laizhe refused to let go. As the head of a family, he certainly adheres to the principle that a little is a little when it can be saved. 10,000 taels. And one more word. I can personally bid for your head. Then I'll come and kill you. Li Qiuran's beautiful eyes that were hidden underneath the bucket hat flickered with coldness as she brought the long sword in her hand up slightly. The threat was not disguised. Okay, 10,000 taels. Zhou Laizhe was scared enough to wipe the sweat from his forehead and swallowed. Mentally, he was cursing the person who had gotten him this killer. Do you hire killers like this? I can't believe I'm moving to try to kill my employer. Is this a fucking human thing to do? Li Qiuran sniffed, supervised Zhou Laixie, and said, within today, send 10,000 taels to the Yueli Inn, or else you'll be waiting to collect your own corpse. After saying that, she clicked her feet and her figure quickly disappeared within the compound. Who hired this killer? Zhou Laizhe was so angry that his face turned a little white, but he still didn't make much of a move. There was no need to fight with an outlaw. Men, send 10,000 taels to the Yueli Inn. He grunted coldly and turned away. All he wants is the head of Zhuge Wuming, the chancellor of the Great Tang dynasty. This emperor? What a smooth ride. If he doesn't teach them a lesson, is this emperor going to plunge them all next year? The other side. Inside the city of Chaoan, a carriage came out from the palace with dozens of guards, led by Zhang Hu, to protect the carriage. The carriage arrived in the city smoothly and stopped in front of an inn. The people in the wagon haven't come out yet. Zhang Hu, however, had the good sense to go in and empty the entire inn, and then pay to have it all wrapped up. It was then that the people in the wagon stepped out. It was certainly Li Chang, as well as Ji Ning. Ji Ning accompanied Li Chang out of the carriage and couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, what are we doing out here in Chaoan City? Li Chang held the other party's jade hand and walked inside the inn, saying as he walked, Come out and casually stroll around. It's idle anyway. Ji Ning rolled her eyes. She almost believed the emperor's words. Idle is idle, say anyone else and she might believe it. But when it came to her emperor husband, she was dead set against it, because she knew that the emperor was actually thinking about national issues all the time. It's only on the surface that you pretend to have nothing to do. Li Chang brought Ji Ning into the inn to tidy up a bit, and then went out towards the streets of An City to wander around. He only brought Zhang Hu for protection on the surface. On the dark side, he didn't know how many people Zhang Hu had arranged to protect him, but he felt he was safe anyway. This Zhang Hu alone was not an ordinary person to be defeated. That terrifying power, he still remembers it to this day, so he had always been very confident in himself as a guard. Li Chang accompanied Ji Ning to walk on the street. The two of them chatted idly, chatting as they walked, as if they were a couple out of a worldly family. No one would have thought that these two people, one of them was a concubine in the palace, and one of them was a contemporary emperor. The two walked along. Zhang Hu followed behind, just like a light bulb. Suddenly, a middle-aged peddler ran over, grinning. Master, I have copper coins left over from the Qin dynasty here, a family heirloom. Do you want to buy one for your collection, master? Seeing this, Zhang Hu frowned and still wanted to go up and carry the peddler away. Li Chang, however, waved his hand and said, Copper coins from the Qin dynasty? Bring it to me. Seeing this, the peddler grinned and handed a rusty copper coin to Li Chang. Li Chang took it and looked at it. This copper money is not much different from that of the Great Tang. It is rusted a little, and then the 4 words Open Yuan Bao on the top of the copper money are gone, and it is replaced with the 2 words Great Qin. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. What kind of a fucking idiot is that? De Qin's writing is not the same as De Tang's. You wrote De Qin in De Tang's writing, and you're telling me that it's a copper coin from the Qin dynasty? Li Chang's face was strange as he glanced at the middle-aged peddler and said, no one has told you that Great Qin's writing is different from Great Tang's? Why can I understand the writing on this? Even if you are faking, at least make a few words that I can't read, right? That middle-aged peddler's face stiffened, and he quickly knelt down and said, Master, I also just want to make a living. Master, remember that I have a small child on top and an old man on the bottom. Let me go. Nowadays the law and order in Shao'an City has been in the process of being fixed. If he's dragged to the police, he's done for. Li Chang quietly listened to the other party's words and took a deep breath. What kind of operation is this when you have a young man at the top and an old man at the bottom? Do you want to learn how to sell these coins? Li Chang was suddenly interested and looked at this middle-aged peddler and asked. The middle-aged vendor froze for a moment, somewhat unrecovered. This copper coin of yours? How much do you sell it for? Li Chang weighed the rusty copper money in his hand and asked. The middle-aged vendor was a bit confused. Selling for 9 cents. How many more do you have? Li Chang asked again. There are hundreds more. The middle-aged peddler said with a somewhat small voice. Follow me. Then watch and I'll teach you what it means to sell. Li Chang smiled, holding the copper coin, and walked to a more lively place. Ji Ning and Zhang Hu both followed him. The peddler froze, but still chose to follow Li Chang. Ahead. Li Chang walked to a place with a high flow of people and muttered a few words to Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu's face turned strange, but he still nodded and stepped aside. Shouting at the top of his lungs, walk by. Don't miss it. Ancestral copper coins, originating from the Qin dynasty period, are now for sale. Only 900 cents. It's absolutely real. Fake one compensates 10 ha. Put. The peddler who followed by the side almost didn't spit out blood. 900 cents, if you can sell this. I'll stand upside down on the spot and wash my hair on top of the delusion. Chapter 105 Fake one pays for 10. Zhang Hu's yell immediately attracted the attention of many of the people. The nature of the people was to like to watch the fun, and they gathered around and looked at Li Chang's side. One by one, they were all narrating or talking about words. Fake one for 10. Really? Dare to say that the fake one to compensate for 10 should be true. The Qin dynasty copper coins. Inherited. Very valuable. But I don't have 901 right now. Why don't you guys lend me some? Pull back. You stinking gambler. You owe my family a few chickens and you haven't paid them back yet. Hey. I'll pay it back in a couple days. Alas. Not brother, I say you. You have time to gamble. You might as well stay at home. You are not at home. Your family can be left with your daughter-in-law alone. What happened to leaving my daughter-in-law alone? It's okay. Eat more food. The old king next door delivered it. Eat more. When Zhang Hu saw so many people surrounding him, his face became a bit grave, and he gave a wink to the guards in the shadows. The guards in the shadows understood, and all of them touched up and stayed by the side of those people. Ensure that once the emperor is in any danger, they will directly step in and rescue him. Li Chang did not care. He walked over to Zhang Hu and ordered a few words. Zhang Hu nodded and received a rusty copper coin, lifted his hand to hold it up and said in a loud voice, "This is the copper coin of Great Qin. It only costs 900 cents. First to buy, first to get. Fake one pays for 10. Fake one for 10. That statement still makes some people a little bit upset. One of the rich merchants saw this and jumped out, saying, I'll buy it. Here's 900 cents. You can count it. He took out a money pouch from his waist and handed it to Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu took it and glanced at Li Chang as if asking for the next step. Li Chang took a step out, picked up the money bag and threw it to the peddler, while saying to the peddler, bring me 10 more copper coins. The middle-aged peddler froze for a moment, looked at the heavy money bag in his hand, took out 10 copper coins and handed them to Li Chang. Li Chang handed the 11 copper coins to the rich merchant and smiled. No delay, no debt, no return once sold, never see you again. Farewell. After saying that, he left with Jining as well as Zhang Hu. The middle-aged peddler also hurriedly followed Li Chang. The rich merchant's head in the same place cannot turn the corner. Staring at the hands of 11 coins, always feel that there is something wrong. The other side. As Li Chang and the others walked away, the middle-aged peddler walked next to him and said with some trepidation, Are we cheating? Fake one for 10. It's not cheating to give 11 to the other side directly, is it? Li Chang felt funny, stood on his feet, looked back at the middle-aged peddler and said, Did you not just lie to me? A willingness to fight. Why do you care so much? Anyway, The money is in your hands. I will take this pot. What are you afraid of? Really? Well, don't follow me. Go play by yourself. It was only by chance that he thought to have some fun. Now that the interest has passed, it's natural to go into sage mode. As for the cost of cheating, he's the emperor. He's afraid of no one. The middle-aged peddler looked at the money bag in his hand and gritted his teeth. Can your excellency tell me your name? Your excellency has at least helped me. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you. Li Chang sniffed, paused his steps, and laughed. If there is an opportunity in the future, you will naturally know me. Goodbye. Go back and raise your upper small and lower old. He pressed on and left the place at a quick pace. That middle-aged peddler froze and looked at Li Chang's departing back, gripped the money bag tightly and muttered, "This favor, Mi Long, have taken note of it, and will definitely repay you when I have the opportunity to do so in the future." He watched for a long time before turning away. In the meantime, inside the chancellor's mansion, Zhuge Wuming was reading a book within the courtyard, keeping his eyes on the book and not noticing the surrounding area. And beyond the compound, on a roof, Li Qiushi arrived quietly, her figure like a ghost, without any movement. Her eyes under her bucket hat kept staring at Zhuge Wuming below. No escort. Outside the yard, she swept her gaze across the outside of the courtyard. Still unescorted. Li Qiuran glanced at the distance between the two sides. Probably within 10 seconds, she could directly stab Zhuge Wuming through the heart. But it can't be that simple. The other side is a generation of prime ministers. How can there be no escort, if there was no one to escort her? Then this assassination mission would not have been her turn. This is a situation that can only point to one possibility. Zhuge Wuming's guards had been hiding in the shadows, hiding in the dark. She could not be found. There are only two reasons. The first is that the other side of the martial arts is still above her. The second is that the other side is good at hiding this aspect. Either way, she felt that it was better not to do anything rash until she found out more. Let's hide for now. It's best to wait until that guard in the shadows shows up. Otherwise it won't be easy to make a move. Li Qiuran chose to hibernate, her entire body lying on the roof as if she was one with her surroundings, not moving a muscle. Even breathing became light. She knows it well. The 10,000 taels this time must be very hard to get. Maybe, if she wasn't careful, she'd have to take her own life as well. It has to be steady as it goes. Li Qiuran stabilized his mind, his gaze looking at Zhuge Wuming below while thinking, when the 10,000 taels are taken this time, and she'll be golden. Right, aha, 10,000 taels. Enough for her future expenses. When this money was finished, she could get away from all the strife. The thought of a future life away from strife brought a different kind of sparkle to her beautiful eyes. Zhuge Wuming, who was within the compound, did not notice and was still looking through the books. He's looking at this for half a day. He didn't come back to his senses until it was getting dark and the butler came to remind him. Zhuge Wuming put the books down, turned around and went to have another meal, then went to his room to correct official documents until late at night, and still hadn't fallen asleep. Li Qiuran, who was on the roof, had been watching all of this, her beautiful eyes glittering. This one's guarding in the shadows. It's something. I can't believe I'm so patient. No one is actually protecting Zhuge Wuming in the dark. Was she overthinking everything? It's still a real possibility. Want to take a shot at it? Li Qiuran's beautiful eyes glanced around. With her own skill, if she couldn't make it in one blow, her chances of escaping were still quite high. Unless there was really a guard in the dark, and that guard's martial arts skill was even higher than hers, so it was possible to entangle her and cause her to be captured. It's just that the odds of that shouldn't be great. She was still eager to try it. Maybe there weren't any guards at all. Then she could just kill and leave, away from this place of wrongdoing that was Chowan City. To be honest, killing the chancellor under the emperor's nose was still psychologically stressful, so it's better to go quickly, Li Qiuran thought, bringing a dagger up and preparing to launch an attack. In the room below, Zhuge Wuming. But suddenly, Chapter 106, Secret Guards inside the room. Zhuge Wuming looked as if he had finished correcting all of the official documents, putting down the wolf hair brush in his hand, and had wanted to fall asleep. Suddenly, he glanced out the window. Zhuge Wuming moved a stool to the compound and sat down, his eyes scanning the empty compound around him. His instincts told him that there was someone nearby. It used to feel that way, but tonight's feeling, it's particularly strong. The guards in the shadows should have let their guard down quite a bit to make him feel that way, right? Well, it must be. It seemed that these days, his daily chatting with that shadowy guard was having an effect. Old buddy, I'm bugging you again. Ha ha. Zhuge Wuming spoke with great ease, his voice resounding within the courtyard. As he spoke, his eyes looked around, but there was no sound around to answer him. He had seen it all before, and lamented it in his mind. The escort masters that His Majesty had sent to him were truly dedicated. And even at a time like this, they still refused to show any sign of weakness. Perhaps this is one of His Majesty's secret powers, being a force in the shadows. No matter what the situation is, it will never be exposed and possesses absolute professionalism. He really didn't know how terrifying His Majesty's secret power was, and he knew that what he had seen was still just the tip of the iceberg. Old fellow, I don't know what you look like, but forget about your stealthy kung fu. Even today, I still can't spot you. Zhuge Wuming continued to mumble to himself as he looked around and continued. However, I am curious as to how many secret experts His Majesty has arranged to guard me. There should be more than one, right? Can you tell me a thing or two about the old men in the dark? He finished and looked around again, but there was still no one around to respond. Only the wind whistled. Seeing that no one responded, Zhuge Wuming sighed and then said, in any case, I still have to thank the old fellows in the dark for accompanying me until late at night. I'm going to fall asleep here, and the old fellows in the dark can rest a little bit as well. When he finished, he turned around and returned to the house. Hoo-hoo! The breeze blew across the courtyard. It swept up quite a bit of dust. Li Qiuran, who was on one of the rooftops, however, tensed up and his breathing became a bit rapid. What Zhuge Wuming had just said made her instantly understand. There were many people protecting Zhuge Wuming in the shadows, or was it sent by the contemporary emperor, and there's simply more than one person? Did she actually just try to attack? If she had really launched an attack, then I'm afraid she'd be in trouble by now. Wouldn't she? Facing one guard, she might have a chance of escaping, but if she faced several guards whose martial arts skills were all considered good, then she definitely wouldn't be able to hold out. She just walked in front of a ghost. What Li Qiuran was thinking about now was not how to assassinate Zhuge Wuming, but rather, how to leave here without moving. She was afraid that if she got up and left and made too much noise, she would be discovered, etc. She waits until late at night, when people are most relaxed, and then leaves quietly. Li Qiuran gritted her teeth and continued to lurk. She knew that this 10,000 taels would not be so easy to get. Sure enough, the Chancellor of the Great Tang is not so easy to assassinate. A little bit of time passes, until the dead of night. It was only then that Li Qiuran moved. She was very careful to slowly back away from the roof. Her movements were very light, afraid of attracting the attention of the secret guards. When she expended her 9 cows and 2 tigers and left the Chancellor's mansion, her entire body seemed to be deflated, leaning against the wall, panting. A black coat was wet with cold sweat. Damn, with the guards in the shadows, I can't get it easily at all. Li Qiuran had some regrets. Why did she come blindly to assassinate the Chancellor of the Great Tang? With the influence of today's Great Tang, once she gets her hands on her, I'm afraid that within Great Tang, she has nowhere to run. I am afraid that it is the Great Zhou side she cannot escape into. The only way to live is the Western region. Is this really worth it? Whether it's worth it or not, since I've taken it on, I'm going to finish it. Li Qiuran clenched her silver teeth, looked inside the quiet Chancellor's mansion, and turned to leave. She was going to formulate a series of plans, and when she came next time, she would definitely take Zhuge Wuming's head straight. Early the next morning, Pang Yuan arrived with a large group. Those men and horses were all the defenders in Chaoan City. Pang Yuan came in a hurry, ignoring the family guards to stop him, and directly rushed into the compartment where Zhuge Wuming was staying. Zhuge Wuming had just gotten up and come out, and was also startled by this movement of Pang Yuan. Brother Pang, what do you want by bringing so many people here so early in the morning? Zhuge Wuming said with a slightly strange expression. Pang Yuan was greatly relieved to see Zhuge Wuming. He also disregarded any image and sat down on the stone pier, saying, seeing that you guys are fine, I'm relieved. Just before, I was assassinated, thanks to the guards coming in time, or else my head would not have been saved. I guessed that since someone had assassinated me, according to the pissy nature of that group of worldly families, someone must have assassinated you as well. That's why I rushed here in a hurry, and seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved. He was out of breath, and it was evident that he had indeed come in great haste. Zhuge Wuming was surprised. Pang Yuan was assassinated, something that moves the interests of the world's families because of the imperial examination system, but Pang Yuan was only one of the masterminds after all, and counting. He had contributed more than Pang Yuan. If someone assassinated Pang Yuan, then surely someone else would assassinate him as well, but he didn't see any assassination at all. Could it have been blocked by a shadowy guard? But it doesn't make sense. Zhuge Wuming has a secret escort, and Pang Yuan surely has one too. Then why was Pang Yuan assassinated? Could it be that His Majesty played favorites and added more to the number of his guards because he was a confidant with him? Is that why the assassination was invariably neutralized? It's still a real possibility. Thinking of this, a warm current crossed Zhuge Wuming's heart. The gratitude to the Emperor has been unparalleled. This is a close friend. It's good that Brother Pang is fine. There's nothing on my side either. Zhuge Wuming of course couldn't say this out loud, lest Pang Yuan think too much. Pang Yuan nodded. His eyes flashed sternly and said, "Well, but this time, the matter cannot be counted so easily. Since the world family dares to strike like this, not only is it going to come for your life and mine, it is also provoking His Majesty's majesty. It must not be counted out like this. Come, brother Zhuge, you and I will go into the palace together and meet His Majesty." Zhuge Wuming had no objection since the two were escorted by a large contingent of guards towards the palace. Just before Zhuge Wuming left, he still secretly arched his hands and bowed to the surrounding area, as a way of thanking those secret guards for their protection. Chapter 107, Going to a greenhouse to take the exam. What? Someone assassinated you? Who the hell has eaten the guts of a bear? How dare they touch my people? Inside the Taiji hall, Li Cheng's roar came out. Li Cheng sat in his chair, panting, his chest heaving up and down, so close to lifting the table again. Two of his defeated country mainstays, and someone dared to assassinate them. Is this a slap in the face of him? The emperor, he had Pang Yuan on his left hand and Zhuge Wuming on his right, which was the root of his defeat of the country. He would have despaired if he had discounted one. Now it was actually assassinated. Li Cheng grimaced and looked at Pang Yuan and Zhuge Wuming in the hall, saying, "Do you know who did this?" Pang Yuan and Zhuge Wuming exchanged glances. Pang Yuan stood out, arched his hand and bowed. "Your Majesty, if I am not wrong, it is those families in the world who did it. As for which family, this is not very clear." Saya, Li Cheng's eyes widened slightly. These worldly families, they were at loggerheads with him. Weren't they ironically blocking him from losing his country? The four pillars of the state in the Guangzhou region might be the people who came out of the Shijiazhuang family. In his heart, he silently branded the Saya as enemies. In the future, when he had the chance, he would eradicate all of this group of lineages. But it was absolutely impossible to assassinate someone who dared to assassinate him without paying a price. Check, the two secretaries of state. This matter will also trouble you. The family related to this matter. All to me to find out. Chilliness flickered in Li Cheng's eyes. What he hated the most was this kind of blocking stone. There was one, and he absolutely had to destroy it, just like those loyalists he transferred to the Yilong region. All of them are fucking roadblocks. If it weren't for these people, would he have reached a lifespan of more than 1,000 years? Pang Yuan and Zhuge Wuming were also startled by the emperor's tone of voice, and after a slight daze, they arched their hands in unison and said, "At your majesty's will." Li Cheng nodded slightly, calming the anger in his heart, took a deep breath, and said, "If there is nothing else, the two love ministers will retire." He felt that he should go to Jining to pour out his heart and vent his anger. Zhuge Wuming, however, stood out and spoke. "Your Majesty, I have another matter here. The imperial examination system has now been promulgated, and the township exams are about to begin. So for the meeting exams, I feel it is time to make preparations." The imperial examination system developed by Li Cheng was different from the others. The public is divided into the countryside examination, the meeting examination, and the temple examination. Township examination is both the various regions to conduct the examination. The first three can be advanced, come to Chaoan City for the examination, and then the first three then can enter the palace, face the emperor, for the temple examination. When Li Cheng heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said, "These things, you and others can just prepare. There is no need to report to me." What he means is, you guys can play around and embezzle any way you want. I don't care. It is also true that his aim is simply to replace all the country's talents with corrupt officials. As for the rest, he said that he would play with these ministers as he pleased, and that the more he lost the country the happier he would be. Zhuge Wuming then smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the place of the meeting test is only set at Chaoan City, but specifically, I don't know where it is set, so I would like to ask your Majesty for instructions on where it would be good to arrange the location of the meeting test." "Where's the test?" Li Cheng frowned as he ran his palms over the table in front of him, pondering over the various locations within Chaoan City before his eyes finally lit up. He thought of a good place. Spring House, a mysterious place, commonly known as the Greenhouse. He felt that by arranging the venue of the conference examination here, then even if there were any super talented leaks from the countryside examination who entered the conference examination, he would be able to eliminate them. Examining in this kind of wind and moon place, he killed himself not believing that those with strong talents could take the exam in peace. "Let's set the location at the Spring House," Li Cheng said with great satisfaction. His words fell. Zhuge Wuming's entire body froze on the spot. Did he hear correctly? Spring Breeze Yard, a greenhouse, going to a greenhouse for an exam. Pang Yuan had just come to Chaoan City not too long ago and didn't know what Spring Breeze Courtyard was, so he didn't think anything of it, but instead he arched his hand and bowed and said, "At your Majesty's will." Zhuge Wuming stared at the other party with wide eyes. Well, then this is finalized. Well, if it's alright you guys can go out of the palace." Li Cheng waved his hand. not bothering to continue inking with these two people, and took a step towards the outside of the hall. He didn't have much heart to accompany these two rips. He thought the harem was more suitable for him. Pose for the Jinghua Palace. Eunuch Su glanced at the two and waved his hand and shouted loudly. The emperor departed. In situ Zhuge Wuming and Pang Yuan looked at me and I looked at you, wide-eyed. Probably after a while, Zhuge Wuming said quietly, Brother Pang, do you know what the Spring Wind Courtyard is? Pang Yuan looked puzzled and said, Spring Wind Courtyard? What else could Spring Breeze Courtyard be? It should be an inn, right? Zhuge Wuming shook his head and sighed. The Spring Breeze Courtyard is a greenhouse, which means that the examination hall of the meeting test is set in a greenhouse. He had never thought from the bottom of his heart that His Majesty would set the examination room in a greenhouse. Perhaps exams in a greenhouse are more likely to hone the hearts and minds of all types of talent, but it doesn't sound good when it gets out. I'm going to take the test today. Well, we'll try. Where to go to a greenhouse? When Pang Yuan heard this, he also froze in place. Spring Wind Courtyard is a greenhouse. These two men walked out of the palace in a fit of consternation. Zhuge Wuming parted ways with Pang Yuan after leaving the palace. He walked back to the chancellor's mansion alone and didn't worry about his safety, because he knew that he had several old buddies hiding in the shadows to protect him. Normally, it was impossible for anyone to assassinate him. With that thought, he walked down the street with a much more arrogant pace. On one of the roofs, Li Qiuran sneakily followed Zhuge Wuming. She was planning on figuring out Zhuge Wuming's movements and figuring out all of the guards' hiding places around the other party. She could only be ready to make her move when everything was clear. Li Qiuran moved while observing Zhuge Wuming's surroundings and did not notice anyone following. But Zhuge Wuming's so arrogant pace clearly had a bottom line. It was hard not to believe that the guards around the other party had martial arts skills that were this high. Even while walking, they did not show any movement. Is this a human being? It's a ghost. Right. Li Qiuran swallowed, her forehead dripping with fragrant sweat. She felt a little scared. Are all the people around the emperor so horrible? She had also heard that Zhang Hu, who once fought 1 against 100 and had the courage of 1,000,000 enemies, had been recruited by the emperor. But she hadn't heard that there were a bunch of people around the emperor who were so good at martial arts. Can't move. Never move. One must feel everything out before making a move, even if it takes longer. Li Qiuran took a deep breath and continued to lurk, following Zhuge Wuming. Chapter 108, he, Sima Yi, will pass the countryside examination. In front of the Palace of Perpetual Indulgence, His Majesty has arrived. A small eunuch's shrill voice resounded throughout the Yunla Palace and beyond. Li Cheng walked to the front of the Yunla Palace, gloomy face, trying to convert into a smile in the face. He had only been in Jinghua Palace for a short while, not doing anything, not even talking to Ji Ning for more than a few sentences, when someone sent word that the Empress Dowager had asked him to come to Yunla Palace. Originally, Li Cheng hadn't wanted to go. However, under Ji Ning's advice, he obeyed and came to the Yunla Palace, just not in a wonderful mood. Li Cheng stepped into the Yunla Palace and waved his hand. Behind him, Eunuch Su and the others stationed themselves, guarding the outside of the palace, guarding the Palace of Eternal Bliss. Li Cheng entered the Yunla Palace. His eyes swept over, and at a glance, he saw the Empress Dowager sitting not far away. He walked over. The Empress Dowager also stood up, nodded, and said, Emperor, coming. Although Li Cheng was in a bad mood, he still chose to stabilize his emotions and said in a nonchalant voice, Well, mother, I'm here. The Empress Dowager revealed a smile and pointed to a chair below, saying, Sit down. Emperor, come on people. Why don't you pour tea for the emperor? A palace maid sniffed and hurriedly came up, helping the emperor pour a cup of tea. Li Cheng sat down, looked at the cup of tea, and did not make any movements, but looked at the Empress Dowager faintly and asked, Mother, is there anything important in summoning me? The Empress Dowager also sat down, gently nodded her head and said, This time, I mainly want to ask the emperor, why the harem of so many people, but only favored Princess de Zhou of the mourners feel that the emperor should be more on the side of the other people into the bed, so that it is also good to open up a branch for the imperial family of the great Tang dynasty. Li Cheng raised an eyebrow. It's this thing. Could it be that his favoring Ji Ning has caused the harem to be in chaos? The Empress Dowager couldn't stand it, so she came to talk to him. It's still a real possibility. It seems that his defeat of the country was not a total failure. At least on the harem side, he succeeded. Well, mother, I understand. When Li Cheng thought of this, his mood got better and his tone became lighter. The Empress Dowager was also relieved to hear the emperor agree. She was really afraid that the emperor would not agree. She shook her head and said, Emperor, your achievements, the mourning family is also heard of. Tangli 9 generations so far, to your this life, is also indeed once again glorious, but you have to give birth to an heir at an early date. Otherwise, once there is something wrong, I'm afraid that the emperor you solidified the river and mountain. It will be shaken once again. Differences. That is to say, I might die. If there's no heir to the throne, the great Tang will be in chaos. I was really hoping to hang up, but this 1,000-year lifespan gave him a headache thinking about losing it. Li Cheng shook his head helplessly and then said, Mother, I understand everything. Since I understand, then if the emperor has something to do, he can also leave first. If he has nothing to do, he can stay in the palace of eternal bliss and accompany the mourning family to have a meal, the Empress Dowager said softly. After hesitating for a moment, Li Cheng chose to get up and take his leave, returning back over to Jingyue Palace. Shortly after the emperor left, it was only then that Lin Qingyi came out from the side and walked over to the chair and sat down, letting out a long sigh of relief. The Empress Dowager looked at Lin Qingyi and said with a slight heartache, It's also hard for you, managing such a large harem all by yourself. Lin Qingyi, however, revealed a bright smile and said, Isn't this exactly why His Majesty accepted me into the harem? It's my duty to stabilize the harem for His Majesty. It's just that recently there are many people who are a bit unable to hold back and want to make a move on Sister G. I'm afraid that I can't control it a bit before I asked Auntie to invite His Majesty over. Since His Majesty has agreed, I think everything is solved. Tiredness showed on her little face. The Empress Dowager was so distressed that she touched Lin Qingyi's head. She had also heard something about the harem, that the emperor favored Ji Ning alone, causing many of the chosen servants to become a bit impatient. Although under Lin Qingyi's regulation, many people suppressed everything and waited for the emperor's favor, there was still a portion of people who couldn't hold back and wanted to make things happen. It was thanks to the fact that Lin Qingyi was quite capable and subdued all those people. Speaking of which, this is also the emperor's skillful means, isn't it? According to what Lin Qingyi said, the emperor at first precisely saw the other party's talent, only to accept the other party into the palace. She gave birth to this emperor. She was getting to the point where she couldn't see it. In terms of achievements, not to mention the late emperor, even the rest of the emperors cannot be compared, has been directly after the Tang Taizu. I really don't know. Under the emperor's leadership, where will the great Tang go? In an instant, several more days passed. The countryside exams are already in the process of being prepared to begin in all parts of the world. Countless talented people were constantly memorizing books, most of them memorizing the 4 books and 5 classics or something like that, thinking that they could make a name for themselves in this countryside examination and get a chance to soar to the top. However, after all, this time the countryside examination, each region only 3 places to pass. Talented people are still very nervous. Even the talents of the world's families are no exception. How many people attend in an area? Countless. But there are so few spots to advance that who can have that confidence that they will pass? Of course, there are really people in the world who possess this confidence. For example, Sima Yi in the river central region. At this moment, Sima Yi was on the central city in the middle of the river, preparing for the countryside examination. He stood in front of a bulletin and looked at it about the countryside exams. He was surrounded by a number of other talented people talking about it. I don't know which 3 of us from the river central region will be able to advance and go to the Chaonan City Assembly examination. Feeling the river in the Mr. Su is listening to the possibility. I heard that Mr. Su is proficient in the art of war formation, possessing handsome talent. I have a feeling that Mr. Sima in the river is more likely. Why don't you talk about yourselves? Don't you have any confidence? Hey, you kid went too far. We readers should know how to be modest. Do you still open your mouth every day, saying that you are bound to win, and you are all scum? You say this, not afraid to go out and get your legs broken. You can't even go to the countryside examination? Kind of makes sense. Sima Yi smiled as he listened to these people talk. He definitely wanted one of the 3 spots. No blowback. He's Sima Yi's talent. I think it is not weaker than that Zhuge Wuming and Pang Yuan. And compared to those 2, his talent is more comprehensive. It's just a township exam. It's still a piece of cake. Sima Yi was full of confidence, and he was even more amused as he looked at the other side of the room, at the talented people who were constantly reviewing. Suddenly, next to the bulletin board, an official came and said to the many talented people, tomorrow at 5 o'clock, the township examination will officially begin. Please come on time tomorrow. Out of time. 5 o'clock, Sima Yi nodded secretly. He would like to see what questions would come out of a mere township exam. In his own estimation, it was just some of the easier topics. When you get to the session test, expect the difficulty to be elevated. Well, he could go ahead and speculate on the topics of the session test. As for the countryside exams, what's there to guess about the countryside exam? He, Sima Yi, must pass the countryside examination. Chapter 109, How to Give Postpartum Care to So's, the First Shift. Requesting for first booking, the next day at 5 o'clock. the sky was still showing a darkness, and there was a slight chill in the night wind. However, the locations of the township examinations in each region were already crowded, and many talented people had come early to wait, fearing that they would miss the hour. One of them is under the capital city of Hajong region. The location of the countryside examination was at the city lord's mansion. In response to the imperial decree, the Generalissimo of the Hajong region directly emptied the city's main residence and used it for the examination of the talented students. And in front of the city lord's mansion, it was also crowded with talented people waiting for the countryside examination to start and then enter the examination. Inevitably, there was some urgency while waiting. Of course, there are a lot of people who are confident. For example, Mr. Su in the river. Another example is Sima Yat. At this point, under a tree, Sima E is standing below, holding a meat bun in his hand and eating it, not panicking, chewing slowly, not at all like he came to take the exam, but to swim. He kept his eyes on the distance as well, like he was thinking about something else. After thinking for a long time, the bun in his hand was finished. Sima A slightly frowned looking at the closed door of the city lord's mansion, muttered, "How not yet started? I still some rush time. I heard that the examination began within one incense stick. If it is done can come out. At the latest is a day. It is necessary to come out. Well, strive to do it within one incense stick to come out of it." He was thinking about what he was going to do when he got out. Going to review. Reading books. Waiting to test? No kidding. What kind of person is he? Sima E. A mere meeting test. There was no need for him to review it. Reading a book was even more impossible. And he let it be known that if he read a book before the temple exams, then he ate all of his family's books. Rumble. Finally, in the midst of all the attention, the gate of the city lord's mansion slowly opened, and the heavy gate was pushed open with a deafening rumble. An officer stepped out and guarded the perimeter. An official who seems to have a relatively large official position stepped out, facing the many talented people. "Transported enough gas," loudly said, "all of you candidates, talented people. The countryside examination is about to begin. Also please all of you line up to enter. There will be officials to lead you to the corresponding examination room. During the examination, also please do not favoritism. Once found, that will be guilty of a great crime." He began to chant. The talented people below also stopped speaking and listened intently to this official. It was only after a long while that the officials finished talking and let the talented people enter the city lord's mansion. The gate of the city lord's mansion was considered quite large, and even if 5 people entered side by side, they did not feel cramped. The talented people were also considered to be very genteel, and there were no trampling incidents. Entering the city lord's mansion in a well-organized manner, and under the leadership of an official, they walked towards their respective examination halls. Sima E was quite calm, waiting until the talents were almost inside before he slowly walked inside. He strides in, and the officials around him recognize him. The officials arched their hands and said, "Mr. Sima, well, dare I ask you all, which side of the examination room is mine?" Sima E is still pretending to be an amiable appearance on the surface, and all the pride and sharpness are hidden. An official smiled and said, "Mr. Sima, come with me, I'm idle on my side, so I'll take you over to the examination room." Sima E nodded and smiled slightly, not refusing. The official led Sima E away. The many officials on the field watched Sima E leave and also laughed and talked about it. "We, in the Hajong region, have a place in the countryside examination. There should be one for Mr. Sima, right? Mr. Sima is highly respected. Naturally there is a place for Mr. Sima, but our Mr. Su in the river, that the art of war formation, is not blowing. All in all, we have a lot of talent in River Central. Other regions of the people, is not blown out of proportion, such as that Yinchuan region of Mr. Hua. Scheming Skills Bazaar, created a line of its own art of war, so that many of the contemporary art of war everyone feel amazed at. Alas, what's the point of talking so much? We might as well talk about when we'll be able to save up enough money to send our heirs to school, so that they can also participate in the imperial examinations in the future. On the other side, inside an examination room, the official brought Sima E here. "Mr. Sima, this is your examination room. Please go in as soon as possible," the official said archly. "With pleasure." Sima E smiled and returned the salute, handing over some money to the other party, and then stepped into the examination room. Upon entering the examination room, he received a paper roll after signing his name, and was promptly assigned to a compartment at the back of the examination room. After he entered the compartment, the door was closed and he could not come out unless he was done. Inside the compartment, there was a table and a bed, and the clerical room was fully equipped, with night jars and the like. Everything that should be there is there, and nothing that shouldn't be there. None of it. As for meals and stuff, they'll be brought in when the point is reached. Sima Yi was not nervous either, placing the paper scroll with the questions in his hand on the table without even looking at it, sitting on the chair with great ease. There's still a long time to go, so if it's okay, you can wait until later to do this test. But there's some rush, so I'll just have to do the questions first. Sima Yi picked up the exam questions and picked up the wolf brush again, ready to read the questions and then write them quickly. He hasn't seen the title yet. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang next door. Frightened, Sima Yi quickly looked up at the window, only to see the next door in a compartment. A man in cloth pale, red eyes ran out, running while shouting, "No more exams. I do not take the exam. I will never take the imperial examinations again. I want to go back to sell pork. This is not even a human exam topic." Seeing this, several officials hurriedly pressed the man down and covered his mouth so as not to affect others in the examination. Sima Yi frowned and watched as the man was gradually pulled away. "Is it that hard? How long has it been? You've lost your mind? What an ignoramus. It's really a wonder how this person was able to sign up for the countryside exams. Didn't anyone check when they sign up? Even people like that can be let in." Sima Yi sighed as he glanced up at the other houses. The talented men were watching the one who was crushed away. It's just that all those talented people are a little pale and I don't know why. What's the point of looking so much? Do it early and leave early. Sima Yi removed all the many thoughts and looked down at the exam paper he was holding, scanning the questions. Aha! How to give Sao's postpartum care. It's just this topic. What's so difficult about it? Really? But just this one question? Then he did it quickly. Wait a minute, what's this topic? Sima Yi's eyes widened as he picked up the entire exam paper and watched it carefully. He's got it right, or is he blind? Postpartum care for Sao's? What the hell? There's nothing else inside him but question marks. So, bro, are you sure you didn't get the wrong exam paper? Sima Yi issued the first doubt of his life, beckoned with an official and handed over some silver. The official touched his head, took the silver, glanced at the exam paper, nodded and said, "That's right, there's an official seal underneath. This is the exam paper. There's no mistake. Hurry up and answer it. I can't talk to you much. Otherwise it'll be written down as favoritism on your part." After saying that, he walked a little farther away for fear of getting into trouble. Sima Yi stood still and froze for a long time, then walked back over to the table and sat down. His eyes widened tremendously as he looked at the exam paper in his hand. That official seal at the bottom. It's not like faking. This is what the court has come up with. A question from the courtroom, asking you how do Sao's do postpartum care. Sima Yi's face went white for a moment. He had thought that the court would be moderate and come up with some famous questions. Who would have thought that the court side would actually not follow the rules? Even questions like how to give a Sao postnatal care can be used. How could he possibly know how the Saos do their postpartum care? It's not like he's ever raised a pig. Is this a fucking human question? Sima Yi wanted to cry, hating to tear up this paper scroll. He's bookish, he's a gentleman, how can he answer such a question? But he has to take the country test. He must answer it. The question is, how does this answer? Sima Yi's face went white as he held the paper scroll, his arms trembling. How Saos are cared for postpartum. How Saos are cared for. He doesn't even know how a Sao gives birth to her cubs. So how does he know how a Sao does her postpartum care? He seriously suspected that the questioner was making things difficult for him. Sima Yi racked his brain and thought, just how he thought about it. He couldn't figure out how the Saos did their postpartum care. It completely hit his intellectual blind spot. If you want to talk about the art of battle, the rule of the country, he can pull out a lot of minutes. But if you say that the postnatal care of Saos, he really cannot understand. Is it possible that God is going to kill me? Sima Yi, you're going to kneel down in the first round of the countryside exam, if this gets out. Will he? Sima Yi, still have a face, a well-known figure in the Hajong region. Mr. Sima, directly knelt down in the first round of the countryside examination of the imperial examination system. That's if it's out there. He felt his own face burning. No way. How about he pulls a piece of reasoning? Sima Yi's face was pale as he picked up the wolf hairbrush and wrote one word at a time amidst the trembling. In the meantime, inside the lobby of the city lord's mansion, many of the highly respected older generation in the River Central area were brought in to help correct test papers. It's just that nowadays, these old men, their faces are all a bit ugly. How long has it been since the test? With so many people making a scene, a full 20 to 30 people couldn't hold out and ran out, choosing to abstain. There was even one that cried to his mom and said he wasn't going to take the test. This made them, the older generation, a little uncomfortable in their hearts. One of them snorted coldly and said, "This group of juniors, it's fine if their stomachs don't have any ink, but they actually don't even know how to cherish an opportunity like the imperial examinations." The rest of them all looked terrible. Those of them who had lived under the late emperor in the first place, were unable to get ahead at all. Nowadays, the contemporary emperor is wise enough to found the imperial examination system, so that all people have a chance to make a name for themselves. But these juniors actually don't know how to cherish it. What a gas for them. Come on, the test is right here. Let's see how hard it is. Outside, an old man stepped in and placed a few exam question papers and scrolls on the table. When the rest of the old men heard this, their eyes also flashed with curiosity as they all came forward and picked up the paper scroll to watch. They picked up the roll of paper and watched. At the first glance they took, the eyes couldn't be taken away. This is really a question from the courtside? The old man at the head of the group, looking at the scroll of paper in his hand, his chest rose and fell, and his breathing became rapid. What the fuck is this writing? On how to embezzle without getting caught in 100 ways. Suppose the emperor of today is so handsome that people are jealous, and you want to defeat the emperor's country because you are jealous of the emperor's handsomeness. What would you do? How to give sows postnatal care? How many stripes of hair are on a sweaty horse? What's all this stuff? The old man had a heart attack watching. Bang! This old man slammed the table and angrily rebuked. Simply degrading. Who came up with all these exam questions? Zhuge Wuming or Pang Yuan? At my age, I can't stand to see these degrading people. Don't let me know who came up with these exam questions. Otherwise, I will execute his 9 clans even if I pour out my family's fortune. He said this with some righteousness. The surrounding old men all applauded in agreement. Well said. This is the righteousness that a man of letters should have. Whoever came up with these questions is simply an animal. Worse than a pig or a dog. Degrading to the people. Not bad. It's natural for a man of letters like me to answer these questions. What the hell kind of questions are these? These people are so hot and heavy with your words and my words that they are close to having an unveiling. Suddenly, there was a middle-aged man hiding in the corner, somewhat shivering. That what? Gentlemen, I have heard news from my side. These questions, it seems that all of them are from His Majesty, the current emperor, personally. Wow. The field was instantly silent. The old man at the head also stared wide-eyed. A moment later, he covered his chest. His body trembled crazily, shouting loudly, ah. Old man lost his mind and had a seizure. The old man just said that all words do not count. Old man is going to see a doctor. After saying that, he ran towards the outside of the city lord's mansion at a rapid speed. At that speed, even the average able-bodied person wouldn't be able to run. The rest of them glanced at each other, and all of them took a step out with great understanding. They haven't said anything. It was all a hallucination just now. Collectively, they're all guilty of losing their minds. Yeah, that must be it. A middle-aged man was left standing in place, not knowing what to do. Who's going to correct the exam papers when you're all gone? He took care of it all by himself. It's too much. So many. How can he manage on his own? Did he sneak out too? No way. He's on the public payroll. Those old men can go. He can't. If he leaves, I'm afraid he won't be able to eat. The middle-aged man wanted to cry and slapped himself hard. Why did he tell the truth for no reason? Let the group of old men continue to yell. Wait for the examination paper to be corrected all the time. Is it not good? And that's not even the main thing. Most of all, he didn't know how to change these exam papers. The middle-aged man thought carefully for a while and instructed the officials outside. You guys go find a midwife to come here. He felt that he needed to ask the midwife for some advice. The officials outside led the way out. A midwife was soon found. The midwife met him and grinned. Master, are you in labor? Middle-aged. It's impossible to talk this day. I won't change this exam paper. I don't want my job anymore. Goodbye. Another day passed. Knock knock. A day after the examination hour was full. The gongs and drums sounded as promised. A single official has carried out the collection of the rolls. It was only after the collection of the rolls was completed that the talents were released and allowed to walk out of the compartment. It's just that all those talented people are all pale and their spirits are still in a trance. One of the talents stepped forward, holding his companion by his side, his eyes covered with blood, and asked hysterically, "Do you think, in this world, the chicken or the egg came first?" The companion beside him directly grabbed the other party's collar and asked angrily, "You ask the laborer? I still want to ask you how a sow does postpartum care. Did the chicken come first, or the egg? Don't give labor to chatter. Chatter again. Labor just don't want this gentleman's demeanor, but also want to beat you the hell. What came first? The chicken or the egg? You say that again? What came first? The chicken or the egg? Damn it. I'll beat you up first. After I beat you up, I'll go back and dismantle your family's ancestors." The two wrestled to a standstill. Examples like this one abound. This imperial examination for the countryside confused most of the talented people. Even those with superior intelligence were somewhat disoriented, such as Sima Yi, who had just come out of the compartment. Sima Yi walked out of the city lord's mansion in a state of disorientation. There was a carriage waiting for Sima Yi at the city lord's mansion. A house servant at the side of the carriage rushed over after seeing Sima Yi and said softly, "Sir, is it a good idea to hit the road back to the house?" Sima Yi did not reply. His entire body was still in a state of disorientation as he froze and walked onto the carriage. The houseboy was confused for a moment, but still got into the carriage and started driving back to the house. The wagon was traveling through the streets, silent all the way. Just about to go back to the house, a voice rang out from inside the carriage. "Stop the car." The houseboy was startled and hastily pulled the reins to a halt, turning his head to ask, "Sir, what's wrong?" Sima Yi pulled back the curtains of the car, his eyes glittering as he questioned the houseboy. "Are you from the village?" The houseboy nodded and answered truthfully, "Sir, I grew up in the village, and then because my family was poor, I went to the city to work, and by mistake, I became a houseboy in Sir's mansion." Sima Yi stared at the housekeeper with a deadly gaze and asked, "Then do you know how to care for a sow after giving birth?" The houseboy was confused. After a full while, he came back to his senses and carefully said, "Sir, my family is poor and has no money to raise pigs, so I don't know this." "This what? Sow postpartum care." Sima Yi's gaze was austere. His tightly furrowed brow did not loosen. He waved his hand and said, Go to a village. Help me buy a sow that has just finished giving birth. I want to personally give him care." The housekeeper was confused again, but looking at in contemplation in Sima Yi, and did not dare to disturb, but could only drive to the village. On the carriage, Sima Yi was overcome with emotions. He's going to take it upon himself to see if the answers he filled in are wrong or not. He filled in the answers on his exam paper with the theme, "Drink more hot water." He feels that by giving the sows a comfortable environment, lots of feeding in hot water, they will be able to accomplish postpartum care. But he's only done it on paper. He hasn't experimented with it at all. So he's going to travel to the village and experiment with it himself to see if his answer is wrong or not. Sima Yi took a deep breath and continued to ponder. The other side. Chaoan City. There have been quite a few changes in Chaoan City in recent days. For example, the emperor created the positions of right and left chancellors. The left chancellor was given to Pang Yuan and the right chancellor was given to Zhuge Wuming. Another example was Ji Ning being made a noble consort, the same position as Lin Qingyi. Beyond that, there's quite a bit going on. In the left chancellor's residence, when Pang Yuan opened his house, he naturally got many ministers to pay their respects. It also kept Pang Yuan busy, and it took a full day of coping to ease up. Although busy, Pang Yuan was more than happy. Pang Yuan can also have this day become the left prime minister of the Great Tang, one person under 10,000 people. This was something he simply could not believe in the time of the late emperor, and now it is realized. This also made him admire Li Cheng even more. At this point, in the left chancellor's residence, a person was once again welcomed. That person was clearly Zhuge Wuming. Zhuge Wuming met Pang Yuan inside the lobby. Pang Yuan looked at Zhuge Wuming walking alone. He couldn't help but frown and said, "Brother Zhuge, how can you say that you are the body of a prime minister? How can you run around alone every day? At least you have to take a carriage to bring you here." Zhuge Wuming shook his head, but did not speak. He felt fine walking alone. After all, he also wanted to take more care of the guards who were secretly protecting him. If he had taken the carriage, those guards must have been tired as they rushed alone. He walked over to exchange some mutual feelings and to see more of the cityscape of Chaoan City. Sooner or later, he was going to make all those old guard buddies come out and meet him. Pang Yuan saw that Zhuge Wuming was unsuitable and didn't want to say anything more. He sighed and said, "No matter what, you have to pay attention to your safety. The rear of the Great Tang Empire is all handed over to you to stabilize it. If anything goes wrong with you, His Majesty will also feel very troubled." Zhuge Wuming shook his head and smiled, saying, I know. Well, this time I'm here, not to talk to you, Brother Pang, about this. This time I mainly want to talk about the matter of the countryside examination. Now the questions of the countryside examination have all been published, also caused a huge uproar. Many literati are angry at His Majesty. I came, is to let Brother Pang you out a little hand, to suppress these voices. If His Majesty heard, these people will be miserable. When Pang Yuan heard this, he froze for a moment, then nodded and said, I haven't really paid attention to domestic matters lately. Okay, I'll press it later. It's rather that I've recently inquired about some not so good news from the western region side. Not so wonderful news. Zhuge Wuming's face was slightly grave as he knew that Pang Yuan had been expanding his external socialization. For example, assistance to Great Zhou, exploration of the western region, etc. From this person's mouth to say not too good. Most likely the news can threaten the Great Tang. What news? Zhuge Wuming asked in a condensed voice. Pang Yuan took a sip of tea and said in a deep voice, I heard that quite a few countries on the western side of the western region are under attack, and a country called the Guluo Empire is advancing towards this side of the western region, and I'm afraid that as I look at its trend, it's very likely that it'll be bordering with Great Tang, Bureau Empire. Zhuge Wuming narrowed his eyes and said, how strong is the other party? Pang Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know, but the other side are all cavalry. If they have malicious intent towards Great Tang, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Zhuge Wuming fell into deep thought. This situation. What else could they do? We can only step up our practice and be prepared. But maybe, at His Majesty's, there will be a layout. A few days later, in the middle of the river, inside a village pigsty. My answer is right. A loud shout rang out through the pigsty, only to see Sima Yi crawling out from the pig pen, all dirty. Many of his hair was still stained with filth. His whole body looked very wretched, but in those eyes, there was a strange and refined light flashing. He looked at the sow on the pen, which was in very good spirits, and his eyes became tender, as if he were looking at his own child. His theory, it's correct. These days, he's all about creating a good resting environment for this sow, choosing to feed her less and more often in terms of ingredients, and switching her drinking water to hot water. The sows were in very good condition after giving birth, so he came to the conclusion that his theory was correct. I'm going to pass the countryside exam. Sima Yi was thrilled that he didn't have to be humiliated, just for the fact that he could answer it. First place was definitely his. If that wasn't his, he'd eat all the piles of pig shit out there on the spot. Come on man, come men, swing the road back to the house, Sima Yi yelled at the outside. Not long after, a houseboy rushed in, took one look at Sima Yi's appearance and the burst of foul odor, held his breath and said, Sir, what are your orders? Sima Yi waved his hand and said with a wave of his sleeve, prepare the vehicles and return to the mansion. Also, how much longer until the results of the examination come out? The family man arched his hand and said, Sir, there is still one more day until the results of the examination come out, and tomorrow is the day when the results of the examination come out. Tomorrow, Sima Yi waved his hand and told the houseguest to go prepare the vehicle. The houseboy led the way and retreated. Sima Yi turned his head to look inside the pig pen, the glowing fat pig, a strange light flickering in his eyes. He started out, merely trying to prove his theory right, but when it came time to really get his hands dirty, to prove the theory, he could only understand the hard work, especially when one learns that one's theory is completely correct. The sense of accomplishment is beyond words. Is that the purpose of the questionnaire? Questions were given that dealt with the blind spots of their knowledge, so that they could practice and understand for the sake of their own theories. This is also wanting them to understand that relying on theory alone is just a paper exercise. You have to practice it before you have the capital to say that it's true. Instead of copying the book and saying it's in the book and that's true. The person who came up with the question is truly wonderful. Sima Yi slightly lamented. He couldn't even help but admire this questioner. And then, he walked to the side of the sow, gently patted the head of the sow, and said very gently, I have spent money to buy you. In the future, you will stay here. There will be someone to take care of you until the end of your lifespan. And this is also counted as you and I getting along these days. He stood alone in front of the sow and chanted. It took half an hour of chanting before he got up and took the carriage, returning to the city. The next day, the results of the examination came out, and the same was enacted on the bulletin board in front of the city lord's mansion. But very few people came this time. Most of them are in fear of the last topic and are simply afraid to come, for fear of recalling something. Those who dare to come are mentally tough. Among them, Sima Yi was spirited and stood at the front, without the slightest fear, as if the first was now his, followed by the family man at his side. Looking at his own gentleman so happy, he also couldn't help but say, Sir, what do you think? You'll be able to rank in the high school this time? Sima Yi glanced back at the family man and laughed. The first one will inevitably be mine. If the first one isn't mine, then please supervise so that I can go back and eat a room full of books. The housemaster's eyebrows rose in joy as he said, Then I'll first congratulate Mr. High School's first in high school. After Sima Yi heard this, his face also revealed a smile as he nodded and waved his hand. Later, he will go back to collect the reward money. The housekeeper thanked him in a hurry, and his heart was happy. Not a moment too soon. The gate of the city lord's mansion then opened. An official held a paper scroll out. His eyes swept a glance at the people on the field, holding the paper scroll, said in a loud voice, The second year of the city Dili, by the order of His Majesty, in the Heizhong region held the imperial examination countryside. High school the first 3 ace, can be in the Chaonan city to conduct the examination. Those who won the third place are Sima Yi, Su Ji, and Tian Feng. The third, for Tian Feng. The second, for Sima Yi. The first one is Su Ji. These 3 people, from this day onwards, should go to Choan City and prepare for the meeting examination. There shall be no mistakes. Buzz, Sima Yi's entire body froze in place. He wasn't first? He was second. Suji, his eyes quickly swept across the field and found a young man dressed in cloth with a face that appeared upright. He walked over quickly and arched his hand. Mr. Su. Suji lifted his head, turned his head to look over, and returned the salute with an arch. Mr. Sima, is there something wrong? He looked at Sima Yi, and his gaze was also tinged with a hint of doubt. He came from a humble family. Sima Yi is the origin of the family. The two usually well water. Now this Sima Yi came to him for no reason whatsoever. Mr. Su, it's like this. I'm curious. When you took the countryside exam, what was the topic? I want to see if it's the same as mine. Sima Yi didn't make any unruly movements, but said very gently. Su Ji heard. The bottom of his heart is also relieved. Said, is so this Mr. Sima is to rest assured. Each of us is a different topic. I got the topic is suppose you are a party magistrate. How would you not move the county to govern the people? What kind of title is that? Sima Yi raised his eyebrows, very puzzled as to what the meaning of this question was. Could it be that this was also considered letting them practice, taking one side of the county and practicing and screwing the people? Unrealistic. He hesitated for a moment, and told all about his title, and his guesses, and so on, and there's his point made as well. He believes that each topic, though different, is meaningful. Otherwise the court questioner could not have come up with some questions to make things difficult for them for no reason. And there is always a deeper meaning. After listening, Suji also fell into silence. Sima Yi likewise didn't say anything, also pondering the meaning in the title. A moment later, Sima Yi suddenly said, will this be the questioner is warning us? Since we know how to do this question in order to cause the side of the county people are not bored, then in the future, if you are an official, you cannot do so, to avoid letting the county into a crisis. When Suji heard this, his eyes snapped open and he saluted towards Sima Yi. Mr. Sima is a great talent. Suji has been taught. Sima Yi hastily avoided it, not daring to be saluted. Not far away, Tianfeng also heard the conversation between the two, and couldn't help but walk over, saying, then dare I ask you too, what is the deep meaning of my title? The title reads, the chicken or the egg came first. What is the intention of this? What came first? The chicken, or the egg? The words came out. Sima Yi and Suji both froze in place, thinking hard for a long time. Neither of them said anything. In the end neither could get an answer. Sima Yi asked rhetorically, since you are the third in high school, Brother Tian, there must be an answer. Dare I ask Brother Tian, what is the answer to this question? Tianfeng waved his hand and said, I answered that the egg came first, because His Majesty today advocates that the right is honored in the Great Tang, and that the word chicken is on the left, and the word egg is on the right, so the egg came first. Sima Yi, Su Ji, you're such a little wit. Great Tang, Chowan City. Inside the Imperial Palace Taiji Hall, Li Cheng sat on the upper seat and looked very impatiently at Pang Yuan and Zhuge Wuming, who slowly walked into the hall not far away. These two have come to beg to see him again. Bothered or not, every other day he came to beg to see him. It was clear that he had given them power, and these people had to come begging to see him, and every time they come, they just ask for some advice. What could he possibly have to say? Instructing you to lose your country, embezzlement should be good. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Of course, these were the words in Li Cheng's heart. He still didn't say them on the surface. He was already doing his best to keep up his image, forcing himself to rage against these two. Li Cheng very reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, two loving ministers, what is it that you have come here for this time? Pang Yuan and Zhuge Wuming came to the center of the hall and first saluted before handing out a paper scroll. Zhuge Wuming respectfully said, Your Majesty, this is the list of the results of this Imperial Examinations Township Test. 24 regions including the Ilian region, a total of 72 people. The results of the township exam. Hearing the words still lifted his spirits slightly. Most of these people who came out of the countryside examination are his future pillars of the court, the elite backbone of the country that defeated the country for him, but it is worth to take a look. Li Cheng nodded slightly and gave Eunuch Su a wink. Eunuch Su understood and had the little eunuch hand over the paper scroll. Soon, the paper scroll was handed to Li Cheng. Li Cheng looked at each name on the paper scroll. Hezhong region, first A Su Ji, second A Sima Yi, third A Tianfeng. Yinchuan area, first A Guishao, second A Sun Ruo, third A Huaibei area, Ialumen, 2A Kyoto area, Yiliang area. Fully 24 regions and 72 individuals. Li Cheng roughly scanned through it and stopped continuing to watch. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart when he looked at these names. It's like that feeling you get every time a defeated country fails. No way. This time, He had personally issued the questions to knock those great talents down, so it was impossible that there would be any accidents this time. It should be that he hasn't been sleeping well lately. Well, it must be. Li Chang rubbed his temples, leaned back in his chair, and said, well, I know all of these. Do the two secretaries have other things? If there is nothing else, you may retire first. Pang Yuan pondered for a moment, stepped out with a stride, arched his hand and bowed. Your Majesty, there is one more matter. It is about the western region side of the. Your Majesty knows about it? If it is known, then the minister does not need to relate it. The West, what's going on in the West? Li Chang raised his eyebrows. He had always been half knowledgeable about the western region side. The only thing he knew a little bit about was that the beautiful women in the western region side were all dark-skinned. That was similar to Africa over there in his previous life. But, speaking of the West, it seemed that in the ancient times of his previous life, there was also the West. So this great Tang of his is the ancient central plains of his previous life. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Li Chang leapt over his shoulder and was startled, but after careful thought, he vetoed his thoughts. The great Tang Empire has boundaries in the east and west only, and the south and north are all oceans, which is not at all like the central plains in his previous life, and he just overthinks himself. Li Chang was relieved when he thought so, and he looked at Pang Yuan once again and said, what's going on in the western region? Pang Yuan said, Your Majesty, the western region is suffering from an invasion over there called the Guluo Empire, and I'm afraid that in the future, it will border the great Tang land, so please make preparations early. The Guro Empire, Li Chang's eyes lit up. Discovering another new empire, he felt he could plot a wave. To be honest, up to the beginning, he felt that the easiest way to lose a country was to let the enemy country attack in. It's just that sometimes there are always accidents that happen that make him want to take things one step at a time and slowly lose the country. For example, start with the talent of the country first, so that the mediocrity of the country will come out and all the real talent will be suppressed. This will also stop the 4 pillars of Kwanzaa from happening again. Well, I already know. If that what the Guro Empire, and the Great Tang country border, then come back to tell me. Li Chang waved his hand. Right now, the Guluo Empire hadn't yet bordered the Great Tang, and he didn't have to make any moves so early. Let's follow through with the imperial examination system first. Search out all the top mediocre talents in the country and fill the courtroom first. At your Majesty's pleasure. Pang Yuan nodded and said. Li Chang still wanted to order something. Suddenly, outside the Taiji Hall, a small eunuch hurriedly walked in. The eyes of the 2 feathered forest soldiers guarding the door of the temple flashed as they immediately knocked the eunuch to the ground and raised their swords to the young eunuch's neck. Enter the Taiji Hall without the emperor's order. It is considered disrespectful to the emperor. Being a feudal army, it was only natural to take people down. Li Chang and Pang Yuan Zhuge Wuming also noticed the movement at the door. Li Chang immediately stood up from his chair and quickly walked down the steps, stepping towards the entrance of the hall. When he stepped out of the doorway, he saw the little eunuch who was pinned down by the feathered forest soldiers. It was the little eunuch who liked to tell the truth and compliment him on his good looks. When that little eunuch saw the emperor, he panicked and said, Your Majesty, I came to report my joy. I was so excited that I forgot to ask for an audience with your Majesty first. Annunciation, report what joy? Li Chang waved his hand, not caring in the slightest. I forgive you for not being guilty. Say it, what is the good news? He looked up, bored, at the clear sky. What joy is worth to him, unless you say that Great Zhou has suddenly plotted a rebellion and soldiers have marched into Great Tang, and are now about to fight their way into the city of Chaoan. He might rejoice. Otherwise, no message should mess with his mind. The 2 feathered soldiers let go of the little eunuch. The little eunuch rubbed his arm and said joyfully, Your Majesty, great joy. Noble consort Ji is pregnant. Some time ago, noble consort Ji was frequently dry-heaving, so she invited Imperial Dr. Hua, who personally diagnosed that noble consort Ji is pregnant with a dragon child. Ji Ning is pregnant. Li Chang's head all buzzed, and his heart was in a bit of disbelief. Isn't he deliberately controlled? Nope. In recent times, it seemed like he hadn't intentionally controlled it because he had too many things bothering him, especially when he got 1,000 years of life expectancy. He had forgotten about it. Time on. It's really almost right. He has an air, still feeling somewhat unrealistic. Li Chang shook his head, and after a while, he came back to his senses. It was really unexpected. Ji Ning is actually pregnant. Is it hard to believe that he's really going to stage a father-son fight? He used 1,000 years of life to survive until the prince couldn't help himself and then rebelled? With a father like him, his future heir is afraid he's crying. Right, Li Chang had mixed feelings in his heart. No matter what, let's go see Ji Ning first. He was just about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and glanced behind him at Pang Yuan and Zhuge Wuming. The 2 men froze equally. He raised an eyebrow. I'm having a baby. Not you. So what are you waiting for? Two beloved ministers, if there is nothing else, you will leave the palace first. After saying that, Li Cheng decisively walked in the direction of Dinyue Palace. In place, Pang Yuan and Zhuge Wuming glanced at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing. His Majesty has a queen, which means that the kingdom of Great Tang will become more secure. The Great Tang Empire will become stronger and stronger. Especially today's His Majesty is wise, as long as the heart to cultivate the air, until 100 years later, the next generation of kings will certainly also be able to ensure that the Great Tang River and mountain a generation without worry. A few days later, Chaoan City, inside the palace, the Imperial Garden, in the middle of a gazebo, the fall wind blew across the water of the lake outside the gazebo, causing little ripples. Wow! A tree kept shaking, and half-yellow leaves fell off and floated to the surface of the water. Afe, are you really not going to eat anymore? A voice came out of the gazebo. On the gazebo, Li Cheng and Ji Ning sat in front of a stone table. A bowl of tonic soup was placed in front of Ji Ning. Li Cheng was urging Ji Ning to drink more. Ji Ning's stunningly beautiful face was filled with helplessness as she said, "Your Majesty, I'm really full, and besides, this is tonic soup, so it's not good to drink more." Li Cheng could only nod his head, his eyes looking at Ji Ning's small abdomen as he pondered inwardly. There was a doubt in his mind. If in the future, the crown prince really forced his way into the palace and took away his throne, would that be considered the country's power going straight to zero? After all, he wasn't even considered an emperor anymore, equating to the fact that the great Tang that belonged to him had already died. A dynasty of emperors and a dynasty of ministers. This one he was also a little unsure of. But he couldn't ask the system in general. And he couldn't call out to the system since it had said it tested the country's power once a month. You have to wait for the January date to come around. Guess we'll just have to wait until next time to ask. Li Cheng pondered. Ji Ning looked at Li Cheng staring at her small belly and thought. Her face blushed and said, "Your Majesty, what are you looking at? The imperial son is only how old now? Can't see anything at all." Li Cheng returned to his senses and smiled. "I know." He stopped staring at Ji Ning's belly, glanced at the soup on the table, and said, "Come on man. Go help me to serve a bowl of soup over as well. I have to say, this soup is a good one." He didn't know what the exact ingredients were, but he knew that the soup was very tonic. Every time he drank this soup, he would feel refreshed. Soon, a small eunuch brought up a bowl of tonic soup. Li Cheng took it and drank it. Ji Ning quietly looked at Li Cheng who was drinking the soup and smiled. Her beautiful eyes curved like a crescent moon, enjoying these moments when the two of them stayed together. Li Cheng didn't pay any attention to this and continued to gulp down the soup. After a while, Ji Ning picked up a silk scarf, helped Li Cheng wipe his mouth, and laughed softly. "Your Majesty, in recent days it has been rare to see both the right and left chancellors come to seek an audience with you." She remembers it well. On several occasions, she and the emperor were chatting when she was told that the left and right chancellors had come to ask for an audience. Not much has been heard of it lately. Li Cheng nodded and said, "These two are quite sensible, not bothering every day." As he said that, he couldn't help but look up in the direction of the outside of the palace. I don't know why. At the mention of those two chancellors, that uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger. A visit to the chancellor's mansion, forget it. He's not that boring. It must just be that he's overthinking it. Those two were the main combatants of his defeated country, so how could they possibly do something to strengthen it? It must be that he's overthinking it. Li Cheng put all his thoughts behind him as he began to think about how to defeat the country. In the meantime, right in the chancellor's residence, at this moment, the door of the mansion was wide open, and one of the family members were all standing in front of the door under the leadership of the butler, seemingly waiting for something. Inside the lobby, Zhuge Wuming sat with Pang Yuan, both of them looking at a paper scroll. Written on it was the list of the top 3 finalists from each region of the countryside examination. Pang Yuan looked at the list for a while, picked up a teacup, took a sip of tea, and leisurely said, "All of these people should have arrived at Chaoan City, right?" Zhuge Wuming nodded with a smile, put the list down, turned his head to look at the bright sky, and said, "They all arrived yesterday, and today I've sent someone to notify them all to come over, so I'll have to trouble you later on, and together we'll see just how good these talented people are. It's also good to put them into different fields according to their respective skills and make the great Tang stronger for His Majesty." After hearing this, Pang Yuan also nodded and looked up and asked, "These 70-odd people, yes, we have vetted them. But what about the rest of the talented people in the world? I don't know if you've made the arrangements. Brother Zhuge?" "Brother Pang, you don't worry. Everything has been arranged. As long as really have answered the questions, and get the results, there are local generals will arrange for them. If this work is not good, then I Zhuge Wuming, how can I talk about when this right Prime Minister?" Zhuge Wuming smiled gently. His eyes sparkled with intelligence. In terms of military strategy matters, he was indeed inferior to Pang Yuan. Just like the other day, when Pang Yuan took the initiative to send scouts within the western regions, which led to prying into the affairs of the Gu Luo Empire. Otherwise, if they waited until the Guru Empire bordered the Great Tang before discovering it, they would be in a passive position. And today, they were in an active position. On the contrary, the Guru Empire was in a passive position. In his place, he probably wouldn't have done as much. However, if we are talking about the governance of the country, he has done a much more comprehensive job than Pang Yuan. These are the strengths and weaknesses of these two men. Just right. The two are complementary. I am sure that this is the reason why His Majesty established the right and left chancellors. Let them complement each other and work together to make Datang stronger, ta-da-da-da. A butler with a rounded stomach ran his ass off and said loudly, "Master Chancellor, the people have all arrived and are right outside the mansion. Master, what do you think is next?" Zhuge Wuming and Pang Yuan glanced at each other and nodded. "Let the people come in order. Brother Pang, you and I will each go to a compartment within the examination. This will also save a lot of speed," Pang Yuan said. Just as it should be. After the two of them chatted for a few more moments, they left the lobby, each heading to a compartment. Zhuge Wuming walked inside a compartment. He didn't notice that there was a person following near him like a shadow. That person was clearly Li Qiuran. Li Qiuran landed on an extremely hidden roof, her beautiful eyes looking at Zhuge Wuming who had entered the compartment, her hand holding the dagger trembling. How many days has it been? Is it day 7 or 8? She had been following Zhuge Wuming for an unknown number of days. Eat, drink and live. All within 2 hours. All the rest follow Zhuge Wuming. She wants to find out where the secret guards around Zhuge Wuming are. But after following her for so many days, she actually found nothing. You said the other guy was good at flying, right? It's not like you don't have to eat, drink and sleep. Is it a shift change system? But you don't change shifts without making a sound. These days she was tortured. Not only eating, drinking and sleeping uncomfortably. Even her spirit was tense every moment, afraid of being found out if she slacked off a bit. What's worse, Zhuge Wuming did some things that also made her unable to carry on, such as Zhuge Wuming bathing, going to the toilet, and so on. All of these things fell into place, and she felt like her whole body was going crazy. Li Qiuran hated to slap himself a few times. Why did he take this order? Doesn't it smell good when we're mingling happily, instead of coming to suffer this inhuman torture? Inside the compartment, Zhuge Wuming was sitting on a chair, waiting for those who passed the township examination to arrive, and he didn't notice in the slightest that his every move was being watched. He waited quietly for the talented men to arrive. Probably after a while, there was a knock on his room door. Knock knock. A voice came from outside the room. Student Sima Yi, here to pay his respects to Chancellor Zhuge. Sima, the one in River Central, that second-rate. Zhuge Wuming raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke. Come in. Cluck. The door to the compartment was pushed open and Sima Yi stepped inside, his head lowered, walking straight to Zhuge Wuming and bowing with both hands. Student Sima Yi, greetings to Chancellor Zhuge. Zhuge Wuming gently nodded, his face expressionless, no longer the amiable look he had earlier, becoming majestic to the extreme, his eyes sweeping over Sima Yi as he said, "Raise your head, let this Prime Minister take a look." When Sima Yi heard this, he decisively raised his head and locked eyes with Zhuge Wuming. The two men's eyes locked in midair. I don't know why, a thought rose in both of their minds. It seemed like they had seen each other somewhere before. Zhuge Wuming, in particular, inexplicably felt a sense of loathing when he saw Sima Yi, as if this person would be his archenemy. Zhuge Wuming forced down this odd feeling in his heart and said, Sima Yi, a person from the Hezhong region, has been well read in poetry since childhood, and in the area of Hezhong, possesses a very high reputation. Is there anything wrong with that? Sima Yi withdrew his sight, bowed his head and arched his hands. The Chancellor is right, but compared to the Chancellor's fame, the student is far from being able to compare. And he's telling the truth. The name of the Prime Minister of the Great Tang Dynasty is only under the Emperor, and under the deification of the people, Zhuge Wuming has become a godlike existence. You're quite the ass-kisser with that mouth. Zhuge Wuming shook his head and laughed, then took a sip of tea and asked, what are your talents? Or rather, what questions did you answer when you took the test? Sima Yi respectfully said, back to the Chancellor. What the student answered was the question how to give postnatal care to sows. Put. Zhuge Wuming's mouthful of tea directly sprayed out, thanks to the timely spray to the side, otherwise certainly to spray Sima Yi face. How to give sows postpartum care. He knew there was this question, but he didn't think anyone would be able to answer. This Sima Yi actually did answer. Also managed to advance to the club exams. Does this Sima Yi specialize in raising pigs? But Datang does lack a top talent in this area regarding animal husbandry. Can we use this Sima eat? Zhuge Wuming pondered, picked up a silk scarf and wiped his mouth, coughed a few times and said, this prime minister is out of line. I just didn't expect you to actually be able to answer this kind of question. When Sima Yi heard this, he froze for a moment and asked, the student has always had a doubt and wanted to ask the chancellor. Who was the person who came up with this question? Zhuge Wuming hesitated for a moment, but still said, this question, is the current His Majesty personally? You do not look at these questions in the slightest. In fact, they all contain. He also wanted to help His Majesty explain a few things, but I didn't want Sima Yi to open his mouth and say, Lord Chancellor doesn't need to say anything more. The student has already guessed the meaning in each question, and the Zhuge thought proposed by the Chancellor. The student has also studied it a lot, so he understands the meaning of the question. Although he had vaguely guessed the questioner in his mind, he still couldn't help but be surprised at the moment when he realized that it was really a question from His Majesty. His Majesty, the present day's great and powerful emperor, has personally issued the question. It shows how much importance His Majesty today attaches to this imperial examination system. Perhaps His Majesty is, at this very moment, watching this interview, thinking of the possibility that 1,000-year-old emperor was paying attention. Sima Yi couldn't help but feel some slight excitement. It's like meeting your favorite star. Zhuge Wuming didn't notice this. He frowned and asked, what is Zhuge thought? Sima Yi arched his hand and bowed. This is our scribe circle circulated out. I heard is from the Prime Minister your hand. Zhuge thought is divided into three kinds. The main intention is to speculate on the deep meaning of the use of, especially to speculate on His Majesty's meaning. Bang! Zhuge Wuming slammed the table, widened his eyes, and angrily rebuked. Who passed this out? Confused, his chest rose and fell. Apparently he was extremely angry. He hadn't even thought about it. Someone had actually organized the ones he usually said into that what's it all Zhuge thought and circulated it. This is if the enemy country knows about it. The enemy countries have studied it thoroughly and will try to speculate on His Majesty's deeper intentions every time. So won't His Majesty's layout be in danger if the Great Tang's national strength is really damaged as a result? Then he, Zhuge Wuming, would be the sinner of the ages. The Chancellor rests his anger. Students also do not know exactly by whom it is circulated. Students are also from a good friend that heard. Sima Yi hurriedly said with an arch. Zhuge Wuming took a deep breath and waved his hand. Alright, this Prime Minister already knows all about it. You go down first and let the next person come. Sima Yi was confused for a moment and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and turned around to walk towards the outside of the compartment. Zhuge Wuming sat in place, his brows furrowed. He wondered if he should write a zhengbiao and inform His Majesty of these things. Better write about it. But will His Majesty not read the zhengbiao? It shouldn't. His Majesty said on the surface that he ignored the government, but he should be able to read the reports more or less. Well, sure it will, Zhuge Wuming thought, and secretly decided in his heart that he would write a memorial to His Majesty when it was later, so that His Majesty could make early preparations. He mused. Knock knock. After about a moment, there was another knock on the door of the room. Is Chancellor Zhuge available? Student Guo Xiao seeks an audience. A slightly weak voice came out. Zhuge Wuming said, and then let the other party in. This time, the one who walked in was a man with slightly graying temples, clearly looking young, only in his 20s, but a lot of his hair was already gray, wearing a tattered cloth coat, with a slightly frail pace. Guo Xiao, Zhuge Wuming frowned slightly and said, he could smell an odor of alcohol. The man had been drinking before he came. The student is none other than Guo Xiao. Guo Xiao sat down at the table and chairs with a slightly unruly attitude, but in his words, he had that respect. Zhuge Wuming's brows suddenly loosened as he took a deep breath and said, do you know who this Prime Minister is? In front of this Prime Minister, you are actually so slutty? Guo Xiao, however, laughed in vain and said, the student's allegiance is to His Majesty, and in front of His Majesty, it is natural that he needs to maintain etiquette, but the student feels that he is considered a colleague with the Chancellor, and there is no need for him to be so serious between colleagues. Zhuge Wuming's face was expressionless as he looked at Guo Xiao for a long time, then smiled. The man. Interesting. Tell me about your talents. The name of Guo Xiao, the ghost talent of Yinchuan. This Prime Minister has still heard of it. He shook his head and said, Guo Xiao also does not care. Squinting his eyes, slowly narrated. Nightfall. Zhuge Wuming had finally finished the day's work, and he had met all 30-odd people, and had a rough idea of the situation. As for the other 30 or so people, it was naturally left to Pang Yuan to meet them. Outside the compartment, Zhuge Wuming stretched and glanced at the star-filled sky as he muttered, I don't know what's going on over at Brother Pang's side. It's time to go to the lobby to meet up with him, he thought, heading towards the lobby. On his roof, Li Qiran watched this. She saw Zhuge Wuming move again and tried to stand up, but the soreness of her muscles prevented her from moving. No way. Must keep up. She wanted to find all the guards around Zhuge Wuming. Li Qiran endured the pain in every part of his body, tensed his spirit, and quietly had to follow Zhuge Wuming. Her movements were light. There was hardly any movement. After lurking beside Zhuge Wuming for so long, every day was like being in a super intense training session. Her lightweight skills had become a lot stronger. She was a little skeptical that if she kept lurking around, after a while, she'd be unrivaled in lightness. No way, no how. The lightness of those secret guards around Zhuge Wuming could be much stronger than her. How else could she not have realized it till the end? Li Qiran stalked on and pondered in his heart. The person who secretly protects the chancellor of the great Tang dynasty, with such a high level of lightness, can definitely not be nameless in the Jianghu. It must be a famous character in the Jianghu who is protecting. There aren't many top lightweights in the Jianghu, and legend has it that the son of the sword Saint Wang Zhu, Wang Jian, has top lightweights in the Jianghu, and is known as the Flying Legs. Could it be him? Or maybe it's that flying bandit Wu Kai? I haven't heard of him reverting to the imperial court either. Or some unknown person? She pondered it carefully. Inside the lobby, Zhuge Wuming met up with Pang Yuan and the two of them talked. The conversation was about nothing else. Heck, it was about the talents this time around. Pang Yuan face marveled, lamented. I really did not expect. Within the Great Tang, there are so many in the hidden great talent of the people. That Su Ji can text in military? The high of its ability. Even if I am amazed, the other people are not mediocrity. He was genuinely horrified. That one individual, surprisingly, is not a mediocrity. All of them are talented in various ways. If they all serve the Great Tang, how strong will the Great Tang become then? Great Tang's national power. I'm afraid it has to rub off on us. His Majesty will be happy to know. However, since His Majesty has proposed the imperial examination system, how could he not have thought of this? Perhaps these things have long been anticipated by His Majesty. He thought darkly. Zhuge Wuming on the side also thought deeply. He nodded his head and said, indeed, the talent within the Great Tang is really much too much. Just that Gui Shao, using the army like a trick. Let a person can't be defended against. There is also that Sun Ruo. The ability to govern the country is by no means weaker than me. Together with the court, that Zhang Hu, who is known as the enemy of 10,000 people, and that Han Yu, the main general of the Eastern Expeditionary Army. Really can't imagine. So many talents will be born in an era. Really is the era of the stars. Also thanks to His Majesty for the Emperor. If it is someone else, can't manage these people, that the consequences. As he spoke, he came to an abrupt halt, his eyes widening suddenly. Pang Yuan likewise couldn't help but frown. If the present emperor is not the present Li Chang emperor, but someone else, what would be the scene? The collapse of the Great Tang. Tang loses its deer and the world chases it, as was the case with the Qin dynasty. The main thing is that it's all as it was back then, as talented and star-studded as they come. If His Majesty Li Chang hadn't come out of nowhere, I'm afraid the world would be in chaos. Right? Pang Yuan shook his head and said in a deep voice. Alright, this topic, let's stop here. Anyway, now that His Majesty has come out, it is bound to have no worries this life and will surpass the peak. Zhuge Wuming nodded and smiled. What Brother Pang said is very true. His Majesty is an emperor of the millennia. Datong will surpass the peak in this life. And, you and I, with the emergence of many great talents, can't we still protect Datong for 3 generations? The next generation of kings, under the teaching of His Majesty, will certainly be excellent, even if the next generation is mediocre. With such a great foundation in place, it is not something that can be shaken at will. Pang Yuan nodded approvingly, then suddenly thought of something else and said, however, all of this depends on your Majesty's body. Ah, I heard that your Majesty's body is quite empty at the moment. It is necessary to remind your Majesty to pay attention to your body more often. Zhuge Wuming also waved his hand. Very helpless. Your Majesty is so empty. I'm sure you've been working day and night on the affairs of state. As for spending too much energy in the harem, no kidding. As far as he knew, His Majesty, in the harem, had favored Ji Ning alone, and no one else had favored him at all. Even his daughter, His Majesty has never favored. How can one person alone make His Majesty vain? It must be His Majesty who works day and night on the affairs of state. Alas, His Majesty's hard work. How do those people who are full of His Majesty's words every day know? Zhuge Wuming sighed repeatedly. The two continued to talk for a while, and then Pang Yuan had something to leave. Zhuge Wuming had planned to go and correct some official documents before taking a meal and going to sleep. Before he could get out of the lobby, suddenly a figure crashed down from a roof. Zhuge Wuming was startled and looked towards the falling figure, dressed in black, wearing a bucket hat and holding a dagger in his hand. Assassin, the thought had just surfaced when he vetoed it. He was protected by his old buddy, Murphy. This is his old buddy. Zhuge Wuming thought about it and hurriedly approached the person, removing the other party's bucket hat, and in front of his eyes was a pretty cheek. Female. His whole body froze. Spinning around he came back to his senses. Look down and keep looking. The woman's face was extremely pale, her body seemed to be convulsing, and her lips were even more dry and cracked. Someone, go to the pharmacy and ask a bonesetter to come here. Zhuge Wuming helped the woman up and shouted. The entire Chancellor's mansion came to life as the Chancellor ordered the command. Several family members did not care about the color of the night, and hurriedly went out of the house to ask for a bonesetter. It took a lot of tossing and turning to settle down. The black-clothed woman, Li Qiuran, was put on a bed in a compartment. Zhuge Wuming had just greeted the bonesetter and left, walking over to the window and looking at Li Qiuran. What the groom said was still ringing in his ears. This girl is just a little bit weak, because her body and spirit have been tense and can't be relaxed, and she can't keep up with her diet, so it leads to a coma. So pay more attention to body maintenance. His old buddy, to protect him, day and night. And that's why he didn't even care about his diet, even physically and mentally tense all the time. Just to protect him, Zhuge Wuming revealed a helpless smile. It seemed that by not bringing an escort, he had made it even more troublesome for others. He didn't bring an escort, and this old dude was just more intent on keeping him safe before he couldn't get a good night's rest. That's his fault. There was no need to wait for a long time for the imperial examination session, and Li Cheng's command was the sooner the better. According to Li Cheng's conception, anyway, all the ones he promoted were mediocre, traitorous officials, so there was no need to worry so much. So the session exams began the day after the interviews of the right and left chancellors. Talented people from all areas traveled in pairs or threes. 3 of them, from the River Central region, also chose to go together because their hometowns were the same. It was still light when the 3 of them walked the streets. The streets were cold and silent as the stalls were not open at all. Especially the gusts of wind that blew through it were cold and piercing. The 3 of them, Sima Yi, who were walking in the street, also felt a chill and could not help but shiver. The 3 of them were still talking as they walked. Suji clasped his arms together, exhaled, smiled at the 2 old folks, and said, "That said, what do you think of the left and right chancellors? When we met earlier, you should both have an impression, right?" Tianfeng looked upright, nodded his head and said, "The one who met with me is the left chancellor. How can I say it? Although the left chancellor's appearance is not good, but in itself, it does possess great talent, especially in the foreign military strategy, as if it were a greedy wolf, staring at the foreign side all the time, and once there is an opportunity, it is so hateful that he can't wait to rip off a piece of meat from the foreign enemy country. Greedy wolf. The analogy is rather graphic and apt." Suji nodded and looked at Sima Yi with a smile, saying, "Brother Tian and I both met with the left chancellor, but Brother Sima, who met with the right chancellor? I wonder what he has to say about the right chancellor. They are all high-minded and proud, normally, let alone talking about the prime minister. Even the emperor dares to talk about it. What's more, there weren't many people on the nearby streets, so of course they talked about it freely." Sima Yi, who was originally thinking about things, was awakened, looked up at the 2 men, slowed down, and laughed. Why talk too much about such a character who can circulate Zhuge's thoughts? Tianfeng laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha, Brother Sima has a point, not bad. Now that Zhuge ideology is beginning to spread throughout the country, why talk too much about such characters?" Suji also laughed. Then he said, "Well, let's not talk too much about it. The time is almost up. Let's go to Spring Wind Courtyard. Brother Tian, lead the way." "We don't know where Spring Wind Courtyard is." Tianfeng shook his head and said, "I haven't been here either. I only know it's on this side of the street. Spring Wind Yard. Spring Wind Yard. The name is so elegant. See if there is a more literate point of the place as the Spring Wind Yard. The wind of spring, representing all the vitality. Listen to the name. I am interested in this place." Suji smiled after hearing this and scanned around, finding an amma who came out early to sell vegetables not far away. He couldn't help but say, "Since none of us know the exact location, let's go and ask." The 3 said, walking towards the older woman. Seeing the 3 of them approaching, the aunt picked up a vegetable and grinned. "Young man, buying vegetables? 3 for a penny, 8 for 3 pennies. We are real people. We will never cheat people." Suji stood out, arched his hand, and said very politely, "Ma'am, we don't buy food. We are the candidates for the examination in Beijing, because we don't know where the examination location is, so we came to ask about it." When that big mom heard that she wasn't going to buy it, her face darkened by half, but when she heard that these 3 were scholars, she still didn't break into a rage. She said with some impatience, "Which place? Speak quickly. I'm still in a hurry to sell vegetables. I don't have time to fool around with you guys. The trio in the river looked at each other, all helpless. It's not even dawn yet. Who would come to buy food? It's obvious that this food seller is kicking people out. Suji said stiffly, dare I ask auntie, where is the Spring Wind Courtyard? Spring Breeze Yard. The older woman's face turned cold as she said, you're going to Spring Wind Courtyard? Suji and Sima Tianfeng looked at each other and both nodded. That big mom immediately changed her face and said viciously, I poo, 3 scholars, going to the spring house so early in the morning? I see that all of you are no good, get lost, so as not to dirty my stall. This tone of eviction instantly made the trio in the river wimp out. The 3 of them retreated back and looked at each other in confusion. Suji, what's wrong with Spring Breeze Courtyard? Sima Yi, you ask me. How should I know? Tianfeng, isn't Spring Breeze Courtyard an elegant pavilion? Why is it so hated? The 3 were nothing but confused. After some pondering, it was only when he found a man who was also going to the meeting that he learned the location of the Spring Wind Courtyard. However, when they learned that Spring Breeze Courtyard was a greenhouse, the 3 almost didn't die of embarrassment, especially Tianfeng, who had been saying that Spring Breeze Courtyard was an elegant pavilion. His eyes jumped straight up and down, and he took a deep breath, barely able to stabilize his mind. This exam location is actually in a greenhouse. Sima Yi was also shown by this wave of operation. He simply could not have imagined that the venue of the meeting test would be in a greenhouse. Who takes exams in a greenhouse? This has absolutely nothing to do with Sven. Okay? Well, don't think so much. We don't have much time. Go to the greenhouse. Exam together. Sushi quickly came back to his senses, his body trembling as he spoke to the remaining 2. He had been disciplined by his mother since he was a child and had never been to a place like a greenhouse. Now for the first time, I'm actually going to take a test. He couldn't talk about whether he was happy or sad. Sima Yi and Tianfeng didn't say anything else. The 3 of them walked together in the direction of the Spring Breeze Courtyard. This time they found their target, a building courtyard that buzzes with activity as you walk up to the front door. A rather scantily clad woman stood in front of the door beckoning and drinking. After seeing the 3 Suji Sima Yi, all of these women seemed to see prey as if they had all gathered around one another. Gongzi, go, let my daughter accompany you inside for a drink. Gongzi, what are you shy about? Why is your body so stiff? Should not freeze, right? Quickly go in, let the little woman help you warm up. Your Excellency is here for the exam? Examinations, right? Today in this Spring Breeze Courtyard, we don't entertain other people, just examinations. Under the hospitality of a group of girls, the 3 of them were sent inside the Spring Breeze Courtyard. Among them, Suji was the most embarrassed. He had never come to such a place of pleasure. Under the hospitality of that one woman, he almost felt that his body didn't belong to himself. Stiff and incomparable, his face was even more flushed. That's shy. This also caused the women of the Wind and Moon to giggle and laugh, thinking that Suji was very funny. Not only was this the case for the 3 people from the Hajong region, but the many talented people from other regions were also embarrassed for a while after arriving here, wanting to leave but not knowing how to go. After all, they still had to participate in the meeting examination. But there was one exception. That person was Guo Xiao, who not only wasn't embarrassed, but on the contrary was having an extremely good time, the complete opposite of the others. Inside the Spring Breeze Courtyard, in the middle of the hall, a table was set up. There was wine and meat on the table, as well as clerical items. Together, they form a very strange situation, especially with that smell in the air. There is the smell of books and even more so the smell of wine and meat, all mixed together in a very complex way. Gongzi, don't be so formal. Gongzi, is this your first time here? Slave has been here for several years, but it's still the first time I've seen a shy man like Gongzi. Gongzi, instead of reading you are here to take the exam. Do not look at us sisters. In the middle of the hall, women's giggles were ringing out, and one talented man from each region was a bit restrained. Some of them had really never been to such a place before, and some of them dared not make a move because they were in the city at the emperor's feet and wanted to give him a good impression. But there was one person who was really slutty. Guo Xiao, for example, was hugging one on the left and one on the right, and was still drinking. That's as dashing as it gets. Watching the eyes of talented people from other areas jump. They're here to take the test, not here to play. Hold back. 2 ears don't hear what's going on outside the window, and one heart only reads holy books. Do the girls know any other talents? Give Guomao indicate. The examination? It hasn't started yet. What's the rush? Guomao is not in a hurry. What are the girls in a hurry for? Guo Xiao smiled and was chatting with a group of girls in a very happy manner. On one side, Sun Ruo, who was also from the Yinchuan region, couldn't stand to watch and couldn't help but walk over, grabbing Guo Xiao's sleeve and whispering, Brother Guo, We're here to take the exams. Don't play too much. Guo Xiao turned his head to look at Sun Ruo, but shook his head and laughed. Brother Sun, Guo Mao has long told you to read more. Zhuge thought. The arrangement of the questions for this examination as well as the arrangement of the location are all from the handwriting of His Majesty today. Would His Majesty arrange for us to take the examination at a greenhouse for no reason? It's not that His Majesty wants to test our hearts. Instead of being formal, let go and look natural. He finished and turned his head to continue his own fun. These words naturally fell into the ears of the crowd. A realization dawned in the minds of the crowd. Not bad, being in such a venue makes them unable to think at all in time, which is why they are a bit confused. Now Guo Xiao's words were like a hammer, ruthlessly knocking them awake. His Majesty's methods today cannot be measured by ordinary means, setting the exam at Springdale Yard. I'm afraid that there is also an intention to test their hearts. And, moreover, it was necessary to select the best 3 among them for the temple examination. With that figured out, the crowd's constraints began to go away. That frozen atmosphere on the field also loosened up in vain. Many of the talented guys who frequented such establishments began to let loose and chat with the girls. At once, the scene, which was originally quite cold and silent, became lively. This time, the person who supervised the examination of the meeting examination was Liao Yun, the minister of the Ministry of Rights. Liao Yun had just walked into the Spring Wind courtyard with a dozen or so people when he saw these talented people, and his face couldn't help but darken. I originally thought that these talented men could guard their hearts and regard these women as red-powdered skeletons, but I didn't realize that these talented men were having such a high time. It's just degrading, it's degrading. He must stop these Sven beasts from entering the courtroom. How can you serve His Majesty when you even behave like this? He must write an expedited letter into the palace later, and make sure to give it to His Majesty to read, so that His Majesty can take a good look at the virtues of these Sven beasts. Liao Yun snorted coldly and finished writing hurriedly at the doorway, sending someone to give it to His Majesty. Before he led the people to walk inside the Spring Breeze courtyard, he came on the orders of Chancellor Zhuge. Just can't look at it anymore. It has to be done. 2. It's a mission. He approached the inner, cold voice rebuked, all silence. The examination will begin immediately. All back to their seats. 1 person a table, 5 meters apart from each other. Not allowed to do what action? Otherwise regarded as favoritism and cheating. Forever shall not be allowed to again the imperial examination. His voice rang out. The talented people who were originally laughing and giggling, each one of them shivered and glanced at Liao Yun, and after hearing the words, they all followed the instructions and walked back to their respective positions. Liao Yun sent the examination paper down to the past, and said in an icy tone, 1 day, you can leave only after 1 day, during which you are not allowed to leave the Spring Wind courtyard. If you want to go to the toilet, you can go to the outside, but only 1 person by 1 person. He explained all the rules. Spinning around, he sat down in a chair, eyes locked on the men. Don't let him find out that these people are playing favorites, otherwise he won't show any mercy. 1 talented man got his own exam paper, though the talent had anticipated that the exam questions would be odd, but when I actually got the test, I froze for a good while. Among them was Sima Yi, who had 2 black eyes and felt a little skeptical about life. The question he got was, suppose you are a greenhouse girl and you need to receive 3,000 guests before you can leave. How do you schedule your time to receive the guests? Have I come to the wrong place? I'm here to take the test. What's with the title? Suppose I'm a brothel girl, I'm a man, and you're telling me that I'm a woman. Or I'm a prostitute. The most unacceptable thing for Sima Yi is the need to receive 3,000 guests before leaving, and fucking ask how to schedule. Is this a human question? Is this a fucking human question? Sima Yi's entire body fell onto the table. He felt like he was mentally broken. How does this play? The question made him despair. He really wanted to ask how such a question could be asked. And why did it favor him in the draw? He didn't offend anyone, did he? How else could he be so unlucky as to come across such a topic? The only court official he had seen since he came to Chang'an City was Chancellor Zhuge alone. With a character like Chancellor Zhuge, how could he target him for no reason? Other than that, he hadn't run into any court officials at all. Is it really his bad luck? Sima Yi was so depressed that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Is God jealous of his talent? It would have been fine to give him a Sao postpartum care question earlier. Now he's actually given him an even more bizarre question. He lifted his head with difficulty and looked aside at one of the women. Can he now go and ask these girls how long they usually take customers at a time? Sima Yi glanced at the icy-faced Liao Yun and let out a heavy sigh. This iron-faced invigilator is there. It's impossible to ask. What the fuck is this question supposed to be? If it were not for the fact that the questioner was the emperor, he would have suspected that it was someone else who had come up with this question to make things difficult for him. It's too hard. The palace examination is just like this, and he's Sima Yi's shoulder and pass. Jesus, who the hell is targeting me? Inside the Right Chancellor's residence. Inside a compartment. Li Qiuran woke up quietly. Her heart suddenly thumped when she was just conscious. Where is she? The Chancellor's residence. It's like her consciousness suddenly felt heavy and then she passed out. An assassin. Passed out in the Chancellor's mansion. It's the same as looking for death. But she's halfway okay now. Li Qiuran sat up violently. Her beautiful eyes glaring in all directions. There is no danger in the compartment. Her body. Nothing out of the ordinary, other than some muscle pain. Nothing more. She wasn't arrested. Li Qiuran stood up. Her professional instincts making her want to leave quickly and hide in the shadows first. But she hadn't gone more than a few steps when her eyes caught sight of a scroll of paper on a table. The roll of paper was held down by a stone. And it would not fall, much less be blown away. When the wind blew over it, Li Qiuran raised a willow eyebrow and walked over to the scroll of paper, taking it down and looking at it. Lines of text were written on the scroll of paper in a scrawling but distinctive handwriting. Li Qiuran looked on in silence. What was written on the paper scroll was left by Zhuge Wuming. Miss, I know the identity of the girl, and I also know that it's not good to expose the identity of the girl, so I didn't stay here. If the girl wakes up, she can leave on her own, and I'll pretend that I didn't see the girl. Just the girl needs to pay more attention to the body. Do not have to follow so closely. Words here. The girl can also leave. In addition to the table has some silver. The girl can go to buy some food. Make up the body. Leave a pen. Zhuge Wuming. This Zhuge Wuming. You knew who I was, and know I'm following the other side. Li Qiuran was horrified in her heart. The hand holding the paper roll couldn't help but tremble slightly. She had been discovered by others from the very beginning. No wonder. No wonder those guards protecting the other party didn't make a move after she had followed them for such a long time. It turned out that she had been aware of her existence for a long time. It was also Zhuge Wuming's order that prevented her from being caught out. Ridiculous that she's been lurking at full strength. I didn't realize that she had been moving under someone's nose the whole time. When she thought about it, she was like the clown who jumped through hoops, with everything under someone else's control. The corner of Li Qiuran's mouth curled into a bitter and incomparable smile as she turned her head to look at a money bag on the other side of the table. She gripped the roll of paper in her hand tightly, picked up the bag of money, and turned to leave the inside of the compartment. In the meantime, half an hour after Li Qiuran left, Zhuge Wuming, who was dealing with official documents in one of the study rooms, also knew about it. Zhuge Wuming put down the wolf hair brush in his hand and sighed, saying, "This old fellow of mine is also not easy, protecting me so comprehensively, but it's because I'm not thinking well. Not using guards is instead adding to her workload." Thinking of this, he organized the official documents in front of him, waved his hand and called the butler, and instructed, "Starting tomorrow, select dozens of guards for me, and everything will be on the same scale as before." The butler with the rounded stomach nodded his head in a hurry and said, "Yes, master." Zhuge Wuming nodded gently and glanced aside at the roof as he asked again, "The meeting examination has started, right?" That housekeeper hurriedly replied in a low voice, "Master, it has already started a long time ago. There is the Minister of Rights, Liao Yun, in the chair. Everything should be fine." Liao Yun, the Minister of Rights, this old codger. I think Pang Yuan sent them. It seems that Pang Yuan is also intent on making things difficult for these talented people. Zhuge Wuming smiled gently, not caring much. Actually, the session test is just going through the process. These people are talented and they probably know it. A late grind with Pang Yuan would have yielded a top 3 spot. That's why he didn't try to manage the meeting himself. But, the scene of these talented men taking their exams in a greenhouse must be quite a sight, right? Zhuge Wuming read it and smiled again. Waving his hand, he told the butler to stand down. Soon he was the only one left in the study. Zhuge Wuming walked over to the study window and looked out at the empty courtyard. He suddenly tried, "Miss, may I be in?" His voice echoed through the courtyard, unanswered. Seeing this scene, Zhuge Wuming breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "I was really afraid that you would continue to act as a guard as soon as you woke up. Since you're not here, I'm relieved that I really don't have to keep guarding all the time." He saw that Li Qiuran had caused her to faint over because she had been protecting him, and he was also a little overjoyed inside. After all, Li Qiuran was the escort sent by His Majesty. It never felt right when he was spending money recklessly like that. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? Zhuge Wuming shook his head, putting all thoughts behind him. He resumed his chair and corrected the official papers. A little bit of time passes. Soon the day passed. In front of Springfield Yard. Knock knock. The gongs and drums sounded as promised. The gongs and drums were ringing and signaling the end of the session test. A talented person all walked out of the Spring Breeze courtyard with a somewhat white face. Obviously all of them were not liked by the examination questions show. 3 of them in the river were also holding each other out. The most miserable belongs to Sima Yi, eyes covered with blood. Cannot say miserable. Suji took a deep breath, looked at Tianfeng and Sima Yi, and asked, Brother Tian, Brother Sima, how much do you have confidence in this examination? Do you have confidence in advancing to the palace examination? I don't have much confidence. It's really that this question is too alternative. Tianfeng supported Sima Yi and shook his head. There is no half certainty. The people in other regions are not good. I think the temple examination should be hopeless. He was well aware of his talents. It does possess its own skills, but he was a class weaker than some of the others in the area. For example, he sighed to himself when they had Sima Yi from the River Central region. Another example is Guoxiao in Yinchuan area. Xuanruo. There were others, all of which he felt inferior to the other. This time, he himself felt hopeless in the temple examination. Suji nodded and looked at Sima Yi, saying, Brother Sima, your talent is, so to speak, the highest among the three of us. I wonder if you're sure. Sima Yi slowly raised his head when he heard the words, his voice hoarse. I won't have a chance. That exam question made me desperate, so I scribbled it. He has a broken heart. Anyway, he already knew that there was no part for him in the temple examination. The question that made even Brother Sima despair? What is it? Suji frowned and asked curiously. He knew the talent of his opponent. How hard would it be to make even in despair? Sima Yi lowered his head and said, My exam question was, suppose you're a greenhouse girl who needs to receive 3,000 guests before you can leave. How would you arrange your time to receive the guests? I filled it in randomly. So this temple examination has absolutely nothing to do with me. Put, not far away. Guoxiao just walked out and happened to hear Sima Yi's words and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Sima Yi's face immediately became ugly to the extreme. In front of Springfield Yard, Guoxiao burst out laughing. Sima Yi and Suji Tianfeng's gazes all coincidentally fell on Guoxiao. We're talking. It's okay for you to eavesdrop. And you're laughing so hard. Guoxiao stopped his steps, collected his laughter, coughed a few times, and said with a swing of his sleeve, Several people continue. I just heard nothing, but only recalled the title at the time of the previous examination, and felt amused, so I could not help but laugh out loud. This statement was made. Only then did Sima Yi and the other three withdraw their gazes. Suji looked at Sima Yi and frowned. This question is indeed tricky. I still don't know how Brother Sima answered it. Sima Yi glanced back at Guoxiao and took a deep breath before saying, At that time, I thought hard for a day, but still had no results, and it was only in the last half hour that I casually answered. Suji pursued, Brother Sima, don't sell yourself short. What is your answer? Sima Yi's face became a little flushed. That was embarrassed. He stammered, Well, at that time, my head was hot. I felt hopeless, so I casually wrote. Annoyed, I wrote 3 words. Together. This. Suji and Tianfeng froze in place. Exam questions. Suppose you are a young woman in a greenhouse and need to receive 3,000 guests before you can leave. How do you schedule your time to receive the guests? In reply to get it together by. This is 2. Neither Suji nor Tianfeng knew what to say. Or rather, neither of them had even returned to their senses. Psst, not far away. But Guoxiao suddenly burst out laughing again. He looked at Sima Yi and laughed loudly. That laughter could be heard even by those talented people who had gone far away. Wonderful, wonderful. How to receive 3,000 guests. Arrange a time for something, just get it together. It's wonderful. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't hold in his laughter, so he simply stopped holding it in and cracked up. Sima Yi's entire face went black, pointing at Guoxiao and roaring violently. Yinchuan Guoxiao, I will not rest in death with you. Take your life. He took his shoes off and lunged in Guoxiao's direction. Ha, Sima brother. Guomao just feel Sima brother. This answer unique. Did not ridicule Sima meaning? But, really, Guomao did not laugh. In the meantime, inside the palace, in Li Cheng's own chambers, Li Cheng sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the expedited letter in his hand, sent by Liao Yun, the Minister of Rights. Originally, he also planned to go to the harem to see in Jining pregnant this period of time. Can be more in the harem stroll. Before he could go, this letter was delivered. This Liao Yun, what exactly is the matter? Li Cheng touched his nose and opened it for a closer look. As usual, a bunch of words piled so densely together that he had absolutely no desire to read on. That's why he's too lazy to go to the zoning office right now. Only this kind of expedited letter was something he needed to see. Forcing himself to be uncomfortable, he probably read through it. The letter was filled with Liao Yun's complaints about that various regional talents. Say, what about the talent in each area? It's all about the poor talent anyway. There were too many words for him to read. After reading half of it, he decisively put the epistle down and dropped it to the edge of the table, rubbing his eyes. He also probably understood. This Liao Yun is narrating bad things about these talented people promoted from various regions. That was something that struck him as odd. What do you think it is for a traitor to badmouth a group of future traitors for no reason? Li Cheng shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. It wasn't like he didn't know that these talented people were all kinds of bad and stuff. But whatever merit these talented people have, he doesn't want it. He wants all kinds of bad. Inexplicable. But this Liao Yun, compared to the obedience of the others, is kind of a prick, Li Cheng muttered. He remembers it well. Previously when he went to the morning court, every time he mentioned things out, most of the time it was this Liao Yun who jumped out. Others were submissive instead. How about dropping this one and getting another deployment? Forget it. How is it considered a traitor? Can help him defeat the country on the line. No matter whether to give power or not will do. Accumulation of small amount of more well. However, the meeting exams should be over. Right, it's not far to the palace examination. Is it? I don't know if we can get 2 or 3 guys this time who can lose a country and are also talented. Well, it's not much stronger. It'll be as good as the Pang Yuan kind. Anymore, being a super bloodsucker like Zhuge Wuming and being a good comrade of his is also possible. Li Cheng thought for a while and put all thoughts behind him as he waved his hand and summoned Eunuch Su. Let Eunuch Su prepare some cards for each of the harem's chosen servants, and play a game of flip the cards. There were just a bit too many women in the harem, and he didn't know which one to go to for a good chat. It can only be determined by something like flipping. Eunuch Su obeyed the order and pounded out a number of cards. In the end, the cards were placed all over a table. There were really too many chosen servants in the harem, and a table was just barely able to be put down. Li Cheng randomly drew one and flipped it over. What was written on the sign was clearly the words Lin Qingyi. Lin Qingyi, Li Cheng muttered. Of course he remembered this name, his internalized palace boss. And there were just 2 noble consorts in his harem. One was Ji Ning and the other was Lin Qingyi. He hadn't been paying much attention about the palace fight. After all, it's a bit difficult to lose a country by palace fighting, unless you can play a harem fuck-up or something. But he was too lazy to care about the harem because of Ji Ning, and let the harem develop freely. How is the harem nowadays? He doesn't know for sure. That said, that Lin Qingyi is really good looking. Ahem. Mainly because her voice is good. He just wanted to talk to the other guy. It wasn't like he was craving his body. He didn't care that much. Li Cheng's eyes flashed with a strange light and waved his hand. Eunuch Su. Go to noble consort Lin's bedchamber. Eunuch Su understood and nodded his head. Pose for Ziwan Palace. Li Cheng raised his feet and was about to walk out of the temple, when he suddenly stopped in his tracks, glanced at Eunuch Su and said, Old Su, you are quite old. Do you want me to reward you with a daughter-in-law? Eunuch Su, who was originally prepared to follow, raised his head, his eyes filled with confusion. What did he do wrong again? Why is His Majesty pulling this again? Li Cheng walked to Eunuch Su, smiled and said, No kidding, you want a daughter-in-law do not? As long as you open this mouth, I immediately reward you. Think about it You are now also not small. If you cannot run in the future. He narrated it as he walked. Eunuch Su didn't dare to retort or run away, so he could only follow the emperor, quietly listen to the emperor, pulling the calf. He felt that the emperor was just idly bored and was making fun of his old Su. Lao Su is also too hard. Inside the Right Chancellor's residence, in the middle of the lobby, the examination papers of the meeting examination were collected from the Spring Wind Academy, and then sent to the Right Chancellor's residence to come. At this moment, Pang Yuan and Zhuge Wuming were sitting in the lobby watching the examination papers. They each looked at the talented exam papers that they had interviewed earlier, dividing up the work and taking charge of one part each. The 2 of them couldn't help but marvel at the subtleties they saw and discuss them with each other. The exam questions were all very strange, but they could see that these talented people really possess talent, not to mention the rest. Let's just say that it's not an easy character to answer these oddball exam questions. Watch and see. Suddenly Zhuge Wuming burst out laughing. He was holding an exam paper and didn't know what to do. Inexplicable laughter surged to his heart. Pang Yuan was also attracted by the commotion and could not help but raise an eyebrow. Brother Zhuge, what examination paper is it that can actually make you laugh? He knew Zhuge Wuming's talent well. What could make even Zhuge Wuming laugh out loud? Could it be some very outstanding answer to an exam question? Brother Pang, take a look. This Sima Yi, when it's really funny enough, can actually answer questions like this. Zhuge Wuming smiled and handed an exam paper to Pang Yuan. Pang Yuan took a look at it and first scanned the title of the exam paper. Suppose you are a greenhouse girl who needs to receive 3,000 guests before you can leave. How do you schedule your time to receive the guests? See the question. He couldn't help a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is there really someone so unlucky? He remembered that the questions were all randomly taken by them, unless Zhuge Wuming or he took the questions on purpose. What kind of luck is this Sima Yi? This question is all pumped up. Pang Yuan sighed in his heart at the other party's luck, and his eyes swept to the answers to the exam questions. There is not a single text for the answer. Only 3 words. Together. Put. Pang Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Facing 3,000 guests. All together. A quick finish, nice guy. This Sima Yi is really interesting. But in terms of talent, it's not like those 3 words can showcase anything. That's not a good assessment. Pang Yuan put the exam paper down, looked at Zhuge Wuming, and laughed. Brother Zhuge can't evaluate anything by this exam paper. But rather, when Brother Zhuge met with this Sima Yi, what was his evaluation of his talent? Meet at. Zhuge Wuming recalled. And when he remembered Sima Yi's face, he became a little uncomfortable. He didn't know why. An inexplicable distaste came over him. This also led to him not asking anything that day, not knowing anything about Sima Yi's talent or anything. Zhuge Wuming hesitated and said, let's put this Sima Yi to be dealt with at the end. What I see him specializing in seems to be animal husbandry. Let's deal with it later. Animal husbandry. When Pang Yuan heard this, he froze for a moment and shook his head. Then don't worry about it for now. And for the animal husbandry, it's under you, Brother Zhuge, so you can just decide when the time comes. Zhuge Wuming nodded and didn't say anything else, but in his heart, bad taste inexplicably rose. The two continued to look at a single exam paper. It took a good deal of effort before all the exam papers were read. Eventually the two started talking about who was in the top 3. After some discussion between the two, they decided that Zhuge Wuming would provide 2 slots and Pang Yuan would provide 1, making up the top 3. The 2 places proposed by Zhuge Wuming were Guoxiao and Sanruo from the Yinchuan region. Pang Yuan, on the other hand, offered Zhou Jin from the Wujiang region, a man said to possess the talents of a commander-in-chief. Originally, Pang Yuan wanted Su Ji to be in the top 3, but considering the synthesis, he ended up letting Zhou Jin enter the top 3, but instead of trying to get out of the way when it comes to rankings, the two debated, finalized the top 3 completely. The first is Xuan Ruo, the second is Zhou Jin, the third is Guoxiao. The two of them, after they had settled down, that scene of verbal sparring disappeared, and they began to return to their amiable side, drinking tea and conversing in a very leisurely manner. After chatting for quite some time, it was only then that Pang Yuan departed and left the Right Chancellor's residence. Zhuge Wuming was sitting alone in the middle of the lobby. He sipped his tea and also looked at the scroll of paper on the table. Suddenly, he thought of something, looked up at the courtyard, and asked himself, is the girl available? He was inexplicably a little worried again that the girl was still secretly protecting him, but as he scanned around, he didn't have the same feeling that he had last time that there was someone nearby, and he relaxed just a little. The girl shouldn't be there. How? That girl's kung fu is good. She can protect him, but the thought of him needing a girl's protection was a bit embarrassing. Zhuge Wuming made sure no one was nearby, shook his head, and turned around to return inside the lobby. Southern Pastoral Region. Inside the lobby of the Zhou family, Zhou Leisher sitting on a chair. That fat body makes the chair constantly emit creaking sound. Seems to be unable to support its weight. At this moment, Zhou Leizhe gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, that damn Li Qiran actually dared to lie to me. How long has it been? No news of the fart. Spent 10,000 taels of labor for nothing. He totally just felt cheated. If Li Qiran had really committed an assassination, how could there be no news until now, even if it fails? Well, there's news coming out of that, too. Now there's no news. There's only one possibility. He's being lied to, fooled by that Li Qiran. Men, go to the Uli Inn and get the people. Zhou Leizhe still wanted to go after Li Qiran, but after thinking about it, he stopped. He didn't have to go playing this with an outlaw, and if the outlaw was desperate to replace him, he'd lose out instead. 10,002. A loss is a loss. Zhou Leizhe gritted his teeth and could only drink the bitter water. He couldn't find fault with Li Qiran. However, he didn't want to just let Zhuge Wuming off the hook. He needed to give the emperor a good look. The Guangzhou region's lineages were constantly being weakened nowadays, and he was afraid that sooner or later, their Zhou family would follow in their footsteps. He's going to teach the emperor a lesson. Let the emperor know they're not to be trifled with. Come on people, spend 20,000 taels and invite the top assassins of the Jianghu over. Remember to be credible. Zhou Leizhe was scared by Li Qiran, and he did not hesitate to spend a lot of money, but also to hire a heavy credibility. He walked to the side of the chair and said through clenched teeth, the Zhou family has stood in the Great Tang for generations and in the southern Herd region. Can it not be shaken by a generation of emperors? The previous generations of Great Tang emperors who wanted to eradicate my Zhou family were unsuccessful. Could he, a 9th emperor, still succeed? He slapped his chair hard and grunted heavily. In the southern pastoral region, the Zhou family is the emperor of the land. There used to be a generalissimo to fight them off. Now the chief soldier can't be had. Although the imperial forces were controlling the various regions, it was still very difficult to suppress their Zhou family for a while. Zhou Lixiang had never been afraid of the emperor until the beginning. Although the current emperor is ambitious, making the great Tang and becoming stronger, but in his thoughts, this emperor tops the day to live another 10 years. Will have to hang up. With the power of their Zhou family, could they not even last 10 years? Hang on until the emperor hangs and all will be well. After 3 days, the list is released. The list has been released. The top 3 in the imperial examinations are out. At the bulletin boards at the intersections of the various streets of Chaoan City, there were officials posting lists of names and yelling loudly to inform the people around them of what they knew. In the meantime, in a stagecoach compartment, Sima Yi sat in front of the table and chairs, his eyes somewhat stagnant looking at a piece of empty space in front of him. His mouth muttered, "Shame, shame, my Sima Yi's name is considered a complete stench, which let me have any face to go out to see people?" The matter of his answering the question has been circulated in almost the entire circle of literati in Chaoan City, and it is still spreading outward, and it cannot be stopped at all. It's all about that Gui Xiao, like a loudmouth. It actually got the word out, but if it gets out, it gets out. You pass it off properly, saying that he, Sima Yi, could not answer and wrote the words together on in a fit of irritation. But as the word spreads, it starts to get crooked. Said he Sima Yi big talk, threatened that the world of greenhouse women not a useful, all waste. If he was Sima Yi as a greenhouse woman, a day will be able to pick up 3,000 guests. There are even more outrageous. Said he Sima Yi like to wear women's clothing, more like when the women of the greenhouse hate born he is not a daughter body. In the test on the spot, leave a poem to leave. Very dashing. In addition to these 2 versions, there are one other version that basically gets more and more outrageous. To Sima Yi's credit, the news was only circulated in the circle of literati. What made Sima Yi angry was that these news were still being spread out today, with a tendency to spread throughout the world's literati circle. The main thing is that these news, the more they are spread is the more outrageous they are. Ah, damn Gui Xiao, Sima Yi said angrily, wishing to run to that Gui Xiao at this moment and beat that person severely. If it weren't for this Gui Xiao, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation at all. As for blaming the emperor for the questions, does he dare to blame the emperor, with the emperor's popularity in the world nowadays? If he went out and said a bad word about the emperor, he was afraid that he would be drowned by the people one by one with a mouthful of spittle. You can only let Gui Xiao take the blame. Cluck. Suddenly, there was a creak from the door of the room outside. Sima Yi looked up and saw Su Ji and Tian Feng walking in. Brother Sima, what are you thinking about? Still dwelling on those rumors? Brother Sima, the cleaner the clearer. Don't worry too much about those things. The few of us know you anyway. Su Ji looked at Sima Yi's appearance and couldn't help but frown and persuade him again. When Sima Yi heard this, he shook his head and suppressed his emotions, barely revealing a smile as he said, Brother Su, Brother Tian, just now I heard the people in the streets shouting for the release of the list, but are the results of the meeting examination out? Did the 2 of you win? Su Ji and Tian Feng looked at each other and both shook their heads helplessly. Tian Feng waved his hand and sighed. Don't talk about it. The 3 of us, no one has been hit. All 3 of them are now the top talents in the River Central region. Now that the 3 of them would test together, none of them had actually advanced. They themselves felt too ashamed of the River Central region. Sima Yi said with slight curiosity, so which 3 won? Tian Feng glanced at Su Ji, coughed a few times, and said, the first prize winner is Sun Ruo's, the top prize winner is Zhou Jin's, and the probationary prize winner is Guo Zhao's. And at this moment the 3 of them have already gone straight into the palace to meet His Majesty for the final palace examination. Guo Xiao, scouting. Sima Yi immediately felt diaphragmatic in his heart. In the meantime, on the way to the palace, the top 3 are walking in. Among them, Xuanruo looked at Guo Xiao beside him and couldn't help but helplessly say, Brother Guo, Brother Guo, do you really not care? When this news of yours spreads out, that Sima Yi is afraid that he won't be able to raise his head to meet people. Guo Xiao, who was walking alongside with a slightly frail pace, also touched his nose in some embarrassment and said, Brother Sun, I didn't mean for this to happen. The news will be passed on like this. I didn't know about it, and this matter is considered to be out of my control. He just passes it out in a very decent manner and in exchange for a drink. He also did not expect that the news spread actually can be crooked like this. I really do not know who has such a big brain, actually can put the news crooked like this. Zhou Jin at the very back listened to the conversation between these 2 and shook his head without saying anything. He wore a gorgeous brocade suit. His face was extremely handsome, and every move he made gave people a feeling of warmth and elegance. He had certainly heard those rumors about Sima Yi. It was amusing, but he didn't feel anything. After all, He is not acquainted with Sima Yi and Guoxiao. There is no need to participate in it. Just as an ordinary melon-eating crowd. Brother Gua, brother Sun, His Majesty is still waiting for us in the palace, so it's better to stop chatting and speed up our feet. Zhou Jin glanced at the two and softly suggested. The two men naturally agreed without fail. The three of them entered the palace under the leadership of a group of feathered soldiers. Inside the Taiji Hall, Li Chang was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe. His face was expressionless and his gaze was faint as he looked at the three people below him. He didn't open his mouth, but his imperial pressure caused the three people at the temple to feel inexplicably terrified. When the emperor has also been for some time, his temperament has long been tainted with that kind of imperial majesty, and this kind of majesty is increasing with each passing day. Perhaps he himself did not notice it, and the general people who often contacted him did not notice it, but those like Zhou Jin Guoxiao who saw the emperor for the first time were deeply touched. Greetings, Your Majesty. All three of them saluted. Li Chang nodded slightly, waved his hand, and said in a deep voice, the three love ministers can level off. The three love ministers have entered the palace this time, which is to conduct the palace examination, so I will not beat around the bush. The three of them nodded at that. Knowing that the emperor was very busy in giving them a temple examination, he must have taken time out of his busy schedule to come here. Don't look at the emperor on the surface, there is no fatigue color. They all have some guesses. The reason why the great Tang Empire is flourishing. It must be this emperor is working day and night. And please, Your Majesty, ask the question. All three of them arched their hands and bowed, saying very respectfully. In the face of the emperor, even Guoxiao, whose behavior had always been licentious, became quite solemn. Li Chang stroked his chin and looked at the three people below. The one that can walk to his Taijia. Definitely the top of the defeated country talent. He just didn't know how talented these defeated talents were. This time, the temple examination also had the intention to test them. See how far they've gotten with their talents. Li Chang pondered for a while before slowly saying. Inside the Taiji Hall, Li Chang frowned slightly, pondering over the topic of the test for these three people. How about a tricky one? No way, no way. He's testing the talents of these three. What's the point of asking those tricky questions? Li Chang hesitated for a while before he opened his mouth. There is only one question. May the three secretaries deliberate well before answering. Suppose you are given a month's time to let the great Tang Empire perish. What will you do? A month for the great Tang to die. The emperor wasn't kidding. The three froze in place, none of them reacting to what it was like when an emperor himself asked the question to have his empire die within a month. Nothing but shock. Fortunately, these three people still had the mental quality, and they quickly came back to their senses. After they saw that the emperor didn't look like he was joking, they began to ponder. As for rebuttals, or raise doubts, that's not necessary. The contemporary emperor's every word and action has a deep meaning, as taught in Zhuge's thought. They all know it, so they don't really have anything to raise doubts about. Thinking only of answering the question, he would think deeply about the emperor's intentions when he returned. It's become an instinct. The three began to think about it. The temple was quiet. Li Chang did not care, called eunuch Su to send a plate of pastries in, placed it in front of the table and ate it piece by piece. Looking at these three people in contemplation, about 10 minutes or so passed, without waiting for Xu and Ruo's three to return to their senses. Suddenly, a bell and drum rang outside the palace. Knock knock. The sound of the bells and drums rang out, waking up Li Chang, who was leisurely eating pastries, as well as Sun Ruo, who was meditating. Li Chang put down the pastry in his hand, patted the residue on his hand, and gazed outside the Taiji Hall. Bells and drums in the palace, this time ringing. There are many possibilities. However, the most likely is that the border has 800 miles of urgent news came. Everything cannot be blocked. Unimpeded line into the palace. But the palace also needs to inform the emperor, and the fastest way to do that is to ring the bells and drums. Eunuch Su, go there. Li Chang gently commanded. Eunuch Su beside him nodded and said softly, Your Majesty, wait a moment. After that, he walked out. Li Chang watched Eunuch Su leave, still nodding slightly, although this Eunuch Su's mouth was a bit lacking. His ability to do things was really good, and he usually understood what he meant. He also looked at this Eunuch Su's ability to do things. If Eunuch Su was not capable of doing his job, then he would have been replaced long ago. Li Chang twisted his head again and glanced at Sun Ruo's three people on the side, waving his hand and saying, You guys continue to think, and when I'm done with my business, then I'll continue with the temple examination. At Your Majesty's pleasure. The three of them looked at each other and all of them arched their hands in greeting. After a while, Eunuch Su then hurriedly walked back with a hint of gravity on his face and handed a paper scroll to Li Chang. His voice was a bit heavy as he said, Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from the border. Something has happened over in the western region. The west. Li Chang's eyebrows twitched as he took the paper scroll and read it. And unsurprisingly, it was another pile of dense, head-scratching text that made his head spin. But this time, it was about his great cause of defeating the country, so it was rare that he didn't equivocate over it, and instead, he looked at it carefully. He read it once and then a second time. He stopped only after watching his eyes glaze over. The roll of paper was placed on the table. He took a deep breath, probably knew what was written on this piece of paper as well. Urgent report from Lulan Pass, Irang region. There's been a major change over in the west. An army force called the Guluo Empire had pierced a road through the western regions, and one of its cities bordered the Great Tangland. Both sides are in a tight spot today. The war could ignite at any time. The Guro Empire, isn't this the one Pang Yuan was talking about earlier? Bordering the Great Tangland so soon, is that so awesome? Li Cheng didn't have a bit of trepidation. On the contrary, there was a full of joy in his eyes. This enemy country is so strong is good. He is about to be able to fight the enemy country, lest it be the same as Great Zhou and that extinct eastern barbarians. Pass on my decree. Within half an hour, all civil and military officials will enter the hall of Hantian and ascend to the throne. Li Cheng tapped the paper roll and instantly commanded. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. He felt that there was a good chance that he would succeed in losing the country this time. Now that the Great Tang has promoted countless traitorous mediocrities by him internally, that Guluo Empire externally is so strong. This success rate, very high. This Guluo Empire reckoned that it wouldn't dare to move the Datang Empire for a while, so it had to be his side that did it. It's best to enrage this Guro Empire. At your majesty's command. Eunuch Su hurriedly agreed and walked out to deliver the decree. Guo Shao, 3 people on one side, also seems to realize that there is something big happening. One by one you look at me, I look at you. All are at a loss for words. A moment later, Sun Ruo stepped forward and said with an arch, Your Majesty, is there something important going on? We can leave first, and the palace examination can be pushed back a bit. Your Majesty's business is more important. Li Cheng glanced at the 3, narrowed his eyes, and said, There is no need to do so. You 3, all of you are the pillars of the country as well. Sooner or later, you will have to join the dynasty. Now first go to the Hall of Containing Sky with me, or familiarize yourself with it. The 3 looked at each other again and said in unison, Many thanks, Your Majesty. Knock knock. The heavy and loud bells and drums inside the palace resounded endlessly. The city of Chaoan was also becoming a bit turbulent. The civil and military officials in the court were all ordered by the emperor to enter the palace and ascend to the court immediately. At first the civil and military officials were a little confused as to what hour it was and what kind of dynasty they were ascending. Only after the civil and military officials inquired carefully, after knowing that it was an urgent report from the border, they all had a guess and walked towards the palace. Right in the chancellor's residence, Zhuge Wuming and Pang Yuan joined together, and the 2 of them, escorted by dozens of people, rode in a carriage and quickly headed towards the palace. In the carriage, the 2 were also talking. The object of the conversation was no other than the matter of this urgent report from the border. Zhuge Wuming sunk his voice and said, The urgent report from the border. I'm afraid it's about the Guluo Empire. Pang Yuan was light-hearted and grinned. Well, not bad. I'm afraid that the Guluo Empire has begun to border the Great Tang head-on, and His Majesty is afraid that he's going to make a move this time when he ascends to the court. You and I will guess what His Majesty will do this time when he ascends to the court. Zhuge Wuming pulled open the curtain of the car and looked at it, smiled futilely, and replied, Nowadays, the back of the Great Tang is basically solid except for those lineages popping up. Food and grass are abundant, and the soldiers are strong, so I think, His Majesty is going to make a move. Pang Yuan smiled at his words and said, What should be said has been said by you, then I have nothing more to say. His Majesty will strike. How he will strike is unknown. I'm rather looking forward to seeing His Majesty's methods. The 2 of them talked, speculating on what the emperor meant. Inside the Hall of Containing Heaven, the civil and military officials arrived successively, and, as usual, after saluting, stood in 2 rows, one for the civil and one for the military. Li Cheng sat on the dragon chair, looking down at the vast number of civil and military officials below. Satisfaction flashed in his eyes. These are the mainstays of his defeated nation, his defeated nation's class. As long as there are these courtiers, and he didn't lose, help him up and he'll continue to lose the country. An urgent report has come from the border. Lulan Pass is officially bordering the Guro Empire. Now both sides are in a standoff. What do you think? Li Cheng spoke faintly. He didn't speak much louder, but with no one in the hall speaking, his words easily spread throughout the heaven-containing hall. Civilian and military officials heard the emperor's words, although the heart has long been guessed, but learned that the 2 countries face each other, or some surprise. Only, none of them came forward to speak. Well, they hadn't yet surmised what the emperor meant and didn't want to come out. Liao Yun, who was aside in the corner, saw this scene and secretly smiled, stroking his beard. Knew none of you would come out. I won't be so stupid this time. He watched it all with a grin on his face. Suddenly, one of the ministers behind him moved forward very carelessly as he twisted his body, and his body involuntarily bumped into Liao Yun. Bang! Liao Yun directly took a big step forward and knelt on the ground. He was just about to turn around and glare at the courtier. The emperor's voice came quietly. Liao Aiqing, what do you think? Liao Yun's body instantly froze, wanting to cry. The one who just pushed me. I want to greet your family in good health. I really didn't think of it. The emperor opened his mouth. The gazes of the civil and military officials also coincidentally fell on Liao Yun. One by one, their faces became very strange as they looked at each other. After all this time, this Liao Yun is still so naive? Liao Shengshu, what's wrong? Li Chang did not know so much. His gaze was very flat as he looked at this Liao Yun. Liao Yun was bitter with an old face. After holding his tongue for half a day, he said, Your Majesty, I saw some dust on the floor earlier, and I have a cleanliness fetish, so I knelt down and wiped it off. And I hope your majesty will forgive me. Cleanliness, mopping the floor at morning service, you're so free? Question from labor. You scrubbed the floor, what about fooling me? If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm afraid you'll think I don't exist. The corner of Li Chang's mouth was slightly drawn, waved his hand and said, Aiqing can get up, but it is also my negligence, forgetting to wipe more Hantian Hall. Why don't you help me wipe after Aiqing retired from the court? Liao Yun cried, kowtow to your majesty for giving me the opportunity to scrub the floor of the heaven-containing hall. With that, he retreated back into the queue. Viciously, he glared at the courtier behind him. That courtier looked helpless. I didn't do it on purpose. Didn't I see that you seem to have forgotten to come out? So I gave you a hand. Back to the original topic. Li Chang looked at the civil and military officials and asked, No one from the ministers has spoken? The civil and military officials all bowed their heads. I did not speculate out. I do not come out. On the contrary, Sun Ruo, who was in the tail column, took a step forward, stepped out of the queue, and said, Your Majesty, can you let the grass people speak? Seeing Xuan Ruo walk out, Li Chang was slightly surprised, and then said, Aiqing can speak as much as he wants. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sun Ruo made a bow with both hands and said, Your Majesty, I feel that my great Tang should take peace as the most precious thing. Don't start the war lightly. So on the side of the Gu Luo Empire, it's better to show goodwill. After all, the two countries have never been in contact with each other, so we can send messengers to express our goodwill, and to promote the two countries' trade, and rapprochement. Repairing the rapprochement, are you still a traitor? Li Chang was slightly surprised. The traitor will propose that he repair in harmony. Mutual commerce, it's really fake. He's not mistaken. Is he? Did he really get a great talent into the court? I don't think so. He should be able to knock out all those great talents with those questions he comes up with. Why would this Xuan Ruo say these things? It doesn't sound at all like the defeated country that way. Is it just him? Just when he was skeptical, Guo Xiao, who was on the side, suddenly stepped out and said, Your Majesty, the grasshopper thinks it's not allowed. Li Chang raised an eyebrow and waved his hand. And what is Aiqing's opinion? Guo Xiao slowly said, Your Majesty, I view the Guro Empire invasive extremely strong. By no means can be repaired and amicable. The grass more think. We should start the war good. Let the Guro Empire know my great Tang's power. War, nice. This is pretty much what he had in mind. But why does it sound like this talk makes a lot of sense? The Guro Empire is extremely invasive. Li Chang really doubts that these two people, including that Zhou Jin, in the end is still not the talent he wants anymore. No. It seems like he's the one who's overthinking it. These people were at least picked from dozens of people, as Pang Yuan was, so they should be in the category of those who would defeat the country and also possess talents. Li Chang pondered, but on the surface, he did not move and said, The intention of the two secretaries of love, I already know. My intention is also to go out and take the initiative to attack the Gu Luo Empire, to raise the prestige of my great Tang. Your Majesty is brilliant. As if waking up, the civil and military officials in the silence stood out and shouted in unison. Nowadays, Great Tang's national strength is abundant, and it does have the capital to support a war. The most important thing is the Guangzhong area. There are too much grain and grass, which is also one of the fundamental of the Great Tang's abundant national strength. Zhuge Wuming, who was standing at the front of the group, suddenly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, after all, our Great Tang is a state of etiquette, so if we want to use our troops against the Guro Empire, we must have a reason, right? That Guro Empire emissary has never come to Great Tang before. The implication is that you can't play the Detang right-oriented thing either. When the civil and military officials heard this, they also looked at the emperor, wondering what reason he would give. Li Chang also fell into silence. Reason? He pondered this for a while, but still couldn't think of a reason. Do you believe me when I say that in my dream? I dreamt that an emissary from the Gyuro Empire came to visit the Great Tang and stepped on his left foot when he entered the hall. And that's why the army was sent. Li Cheng always felt that this reason was too bullshit, so he didn't say it. Seeing this, Guo Xiao from below couldn't help but speak up again. Your Majesty, it was actually a country in the western regions that sent an emissary to send a letter of request for help, and only then did I, Great Tang, send out troops, and it was in name only. A country in the west sends an emissary with a letter of request for help. Li Cheng and the civil and military officials all looked at Guo Xiao. How come they didn't know someone from the west was coming for help? Guo Xiao smiled bashfully and said, Your Majesty, what do the grassroots think? There is a country in the western region called Kirakolu, and they have sent people to ask for help? No western countries have come to ask for help, then build one. They say so anyway. When the civil and military officials heard this, they couldn't help but be impressed with Guo Xiao. Li Cheng also understood the meaning. His eyes looked at Guo Xiao with approval, nodded and said, Then proceed according to what Gui Aiqing said. In addition, I want to march in person. This war, he's going to command it himself. He's not going to tolerate any mistakes. Don't fuck up and end up fucking winning again. He came in person to put an end to all the fallout. When the civil and military officials heard that the emperor wanted to go on a royal expedition, each of them changed their faces and knelt down. Please, Your Majesty, think twice. Far from the border of the Irong region, beyond the Lulan Pass are the western countries, and the Praying Rain Pass, the national gate shared by all the countries in the western regions, had already been occupied by the Guluo Empire, and the flag that depicted animals fluttered above the citadel. It's ridiculous to say the least. This Pray for Rain Pass, originally is the western countries because the original Tang Taizu period, was beaten by the Great Tang afraid, only to build together. Now it is reduced to a cage. With the Praying Rain Pass under the control of the Gyuro Empire, the western countries had absolutely no chance of escaping, because on the other side was the territory of the Gyuro Empire. The western countries are now like turtles in a jar, and sooner or later they will be cleaned up one by one. Inside the Prayer Pass, a man whose skin appeared to be fair, wearing an armor that was different from that of the Great Tang, walked at the citadel and looked at the distant Lulan Pass. He could see the fluttering of a bright red flag. He could also see a basilisk-colored banner following and fluttering below the red one, like a loyal subject following a king. The man was a bit deep, and he pulled a book out of his chest. This was the information he had spent a great deal of effort to get from the western region, all about the Great Tang next door. His face instantly hardened after he learned the information about the next door Datong, because he knows that this country next door is an ancient country now. According to the records of the western region, this ancient country next door, which had existed since a long time ago, had gone through many generations, and countless heroic figures had fought in that ancient country next door. To this day, I don't know how many years have passed. Anyway, the western countries will always be vassals before this ancient country next door. There were also quite a few times during that period when the west tried to attack the ancient kingdom. It may be that this ancient country next door has been attacked by the west, but every time, at the end of the day, it is the west that gets counterattacked by the ancient country. And today, the name of the ancient country ruling next door is called the Great Tang Empire. Big Don, the man's deep voice emitted, speaking a language that belonged to the Gyuro Empire. He was very jealous of this Great Tang Empire. According to sources, when this Great Tang Empire was once glorious, all the neighboring countries were submissive and powerful. For a long time therein, the Great Tang began to fall. It was not until the contemporary emperor came forth to reorganize the mountains and revive the Great Tang Empire. Not long ago, the western regions marched against Datong. And even without Datong's personal intervention, Datong's vassal states directly beat back all of the western region's armies. Nowadays, no one knows at all what the strength of the Great Tang Empire is. As if it were covered with a light veil, the more unreadable it was, the more scandalized the man became. The ancient eastern country is really like a lion, terrifying and incomparable. But unfortunately, when this lion was sleeping earlier, we did not come here, and now that it has awakened, it is not good. The man took a deep breath, retrieved the book in his hand that contained news of the Great Tang, and continued to look into the distance. Beside the man, a man resembling an adjutant general couldn't help but say, General Chukri, I don't see anything to fear from this country, not to compare it to a lion. The male lion is a ferocious animal on their side, and has always been crowned with bravery. In many tribes in their country, only the strongest warriors could hold the name lion. You can see what the significance of the lion is in their country. The man Chukri shook his head and continued to look at the Great Tang Empire in front of him, muttering, You don't understand. This ancient country is really scary. If it's possible, I don't want to become an enemy with this ancient country, but I guess that it should be unlikely. Perhaps you haven't read those military books and such that have been passed down from this ancient Eastern country, some of which contain truths that even I am ashamed of myself." He sighed. He knew very well that his own country, compared to this ancient Oriental country, was still much inferior in terms of heritage. If the owner of this ancient Oriental country was a dim-witted ruler, it would have to be, but nowadays, the owner of this ancient Oriental country is a supreme monarch. That's going to be tough. Go and get ready. I'm going to write a letter and tell the marshal to see if we can avoid fighting this ancient Eastern country, Chakri said, still feeling that it was unlikely that the marshal would give up the invasion, because their great emperor of the Guro Empire had given them the task of unifying the East, and to see what was at the end of the East. The way things are going today, it's unlikely that things will continue to go smoothly with this ancient country in the East. General Chakri. Suddenly, another man came running up from the bottom of the city floor, holding a small book, saying, "General, this is something that our people, after exhausting all their efforts, found in that ancient country, saying that it's a book which contains information about that emperor of the Great Tang and the capable people around the emperor." Chakri's eyes lit up, nodded and said, "Well done. There will be a reward later. I won't read this book. Hand it over to the marshal together." When he had finished, he walked down to the citadel and prepared to write a letter. Great Tang, Chaoan City, right in the chancellor's residence. Zhuge Wuming conferred with Pang Yuan. Zhuge Wuming frowned slightly and said, "You don't have any thoughts about His Majesty wanting to go on an imperial expedition?" Then he was mildly concerned. Pang Yuan was light-hearted. He smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? Didn't you hear His Majesty say that? Before the imperial expedition, organize a competition. Notify the world. Let the world's skillful people all into the army." This is also considered a kind of preparation for His Majesty to protect his own safety. Earlier in the court, the emperor proclaimed the imperial court. Well, the emperor was very determined, ignoring the objections of the civil and military officials. And the emperor said that the Great Tang is now weak in the military, and that a tournament should be organized to gather all those who are superb in force in the world. Which should, probably doesn't mean fear of death. Just want a strong military. That must be it. What kind of man is His Majesty? How could he be afraid of death? Zhuge Wuming could only stop when he heard this. His Majesty is the emperor. It should not be easy to take risks. But the contemporary emperor is not a king of solidity, but a king who opens up new territories. Since we're going to open up the frontier, there's bound to be a risk. But, rather, he was overthinking it. Even he has His Majesty's assigned undercover guards in place. So would His Majesty's own undercover guards around him be any less? It was he, Zhuge Wuming, who thought too much. Zhuge Wuming sighed in disgust with Pang Yuan again. The discussion was all about this war. No orders have come from His Majesty. To them, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. Leave them to their own devices. Can it be that His Majesty didn't have an order to pass on? Or could it be that His Majesty forgot? Like war, such a serious matter. How could a king like His Majesty forget to account for everything? Definitely not. His Majesty is also trusting them, leaving everything to them. If they can't even do this well, it's a bit of a betrayal of His Majesty's trust. Within the western region, at the waist of a high mountain, there was a camp with a pole of flags depicting animals planted in the camp. Fizzle. The neighing of war horses was resounding, and there were many unusually fair-skinned people feeding their war horses. Inside one of the main camps, the commander-in-chief of the army for this crusade against the East, a Shigeru, was looking at the letter that had been sent from the prayer pass, as well as the book. Yashijeli was a large man who appeared to be in his 30s, with fair skin, a beard as well as that slightly curly hair that was yellow, and a very lanky-looking build. When he finished reading the books in his hand, he couldn't help but throw them hard to the ground. Snap, the books hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and ash. This Chakri, really, wimpy as this, what an ancient Oriental country, and come up with such a book. You say you bring something over, just bring it over too, still not with a translated version. What the hell? Yashijeli cursed viciously. He couldn't understand what the book was all about at all, and he couldn't find a translation. And to him, the East was a bunch of softies, just like this West, not resistant at all. The great emperor sent him here to beat down all these softballs. Now Chakri, one of his great generals at hand, is actually saying that they should not attack that ancient Oriental country of whatever. Afraid you can't beat them? Are you kidding me? What pissed him off the most was that this Chakri sent a book saying that it contained information about that ancient Eastern country. But damn if it doesn't come with a translated version. He's looking at a bubble teapot? Oomph, really outrageous. Yashigori swung both fists in a very annoyed manner. In his opinion, that what was the ancient Eastern country was nothing more than a mere name, and there was no way it would be able to hold back the iron cavalry of his Guru Empire. After a while, He calmed down a little and raised his hand to summon some generals inside the tent. In a short while, a number of fair-skinned people came into the tent. With a cold voice, Yasha Jelly asked, "Where are our armies nowadays? How many hours will it take to completely finish off those softball nations?" His words came out. One of the generals immediately stepped out, arching his hand and saying, "Marshal Yashiki, our iron cavalry is divided into 3 parts. Even if it's faster, it will take several months to completely settle the western region's countries." Months? Yashguru pressed his palms hard on the tabletop, his eyes wide. Then he waited for months. When a few months had passed, he would personally lead the Guro Empire's 200,000 iron cavalry to tear that so-called ancient eastern country to shreds. When the time came, he was sure to tell that bastard Chakri to take a good look at what the ancient eastern countries were. They were all trash in front of the Guro Empire's iron cavalry. "Well, there's nothing more to do for now, so you guys go on back." After confirming that there was nothing else, Yasha Jelly told the many generals to stand down. One by one, the many generals also left inside the tent. One of the white generals suddenly stepped on the biography that came from the Great Dawn. The white general picked up the biography and, after a glance at Athenagoras, held the book out. As he walked out of the tent, he opened it up and it was full of a bunch of text that he couldn't understand, which instantly left him confused. "What's this? I've heard that there are people inside the captives who know the languages and scripts of various countries. Take it and ask." The white general shunted the book away and headed for the captives. Great Tang, Chaoan City, Imperial Palace. In the Jingyue Palace, Li Cheng looked at Eunuch Su in front of him, peeling an orange in his hand, and asked slowly while peeling, "Old Su, about the competition. How are the preparations going?" He was still more than a little attached to this match thing. After all, it was his little life that was at stake. If he was going to go on a royal expedition, there was bound to be a crisis, and he definitely needed to be escorted by an expert before he could do so. Ahem. Actually, he had an immature idea. If he formed a 100-member team, and all the people in it were of the same caliber as Zhang Hu, wouldn't he be invincible? Eunuch Su was also quite helpless when he heard the emperor call him Old Su, and respectfully returned, "Your Majesty, the news has already been spread, and has caused great repercussions in the world, and it is said that since recent days, there have been many great warriors rushing over to Chaoan City. This time it's well prepared and on a much larger scale, and there are sure to be many great men and women willing to serve your Majesty." Li Cheng sniffed and nodded with satisfaction. For this expedition, he definitely needed to guarantee his own safety, so recruiting experts was a must. By the way, let Zhang Hu go a trip of into this competition, for me to see how many good hands, Li Cheng suddenly said. He felt that it might be more useful to have Zhang Hu secretly visit. After all, they are all martial artists, meeting friends through martial arts. In case there were really any martial arts superstars, they could also tell him early so that he could recruit them personally. Well, he's only so attentive because just in case he gets taken out then he really can't go back, not because he's afraid to die. He, Li Cheng, is not afraid to die. "At your Majesty's command," Eunuch Su replied back and got up to leave. Going outside to inform Zhang Hu, Li Cheng sat alone, bored, eating an orange. After a while, Ji Ning, who was in the inner hall, walked back, sat down next to Li Cheng, and asked softly, "Your Majesty, is it taken care of?" Li Cheng nodded. His gaze looked at the other party and smiled. "Actually, you don't need to avoid it. It's all inconsequential matters." He was just talking to Eunuch Su. Ji Ning avoids it on his own accord. It says that the harem is not allowed to interfere in politics. He didn't think it was much anyway. He prefers it if it's dry politics. As long as we keep him alive, everything is fine. Ji Ning sniffed, but she shook her head and laughed softly. "Your Majesty's heart. I know all about it, but the rules are the rules. They can't be broken." Li Cheng had no choice but to wave his hand and say nothing more. Ji Ning added, "Your Majesty, if you want to go on an imperial expedition, I can't stop you, but no matter what, you must pay attention to safety. In addition, Your Majesty, this is the inner armor that I begged the Empress Dowager to ask for. I heard that this kind of inner armor is the best, so Your Majesty can wear this inner armor when you go on an expedition." With that, she took out a package and removed a bright yellow inner armor. Li Cheng could only nod his head and took the inner armor. Looking at it carefully, how could he be sloppy about something like saving his life? He's the man who's going to finish the job of defeating his country. How could it fall in the middle? He put away his inner armor and talked to Ji Ning for a long time again. Only at last did he leave the Jingyue Palace. He also didn't go to Ziwen Palace to look for Lin Qingyi or anything like that, but returned to his own bedchamber. It can't be far from going out on a limb. He's going to have to nurse his body a bit before he actually kneels. Then he's GG. Li Cheng returned to his chambers under the escort of a large number of Fei Lin army soldiers, and while walking, He was secretly calculating. It's been almost a month since the last test of national power. Right, it's just a matter of days. Retesting. I don't think there's going to be anything to enhance the nation's power. He's the one who promoted a bunch of traitors with the imperial examinations. Li Cheng thought about it and inexplicably became a little uneasy inside, and hurriedly accelerated back to the palace. It must be that he's too weak to feel this way. He wants tonic soup. In an instant, 3 days passed. Li Cheng had planned to go and take a look at that competition this day, but near noon, the system's azure-colored screen popped out unexpectedly. That took him by surprise. In the past, settlements have popped up in the wee hours of the morning. Now it's changed to once-a-month testing. So it starts at noon instead. Li Cheng sat on the table in his chambers and looked at the azure-colored screen in front of him. At the moment a paragraph of text surfaced on the screen. Starting to check the national strength for this month. The current value of the national strength of the Tang Empire is 2780. Rewarded host lifespan of 110 years. Current host lifespan, 1,531 years. The specific source of national power enhancement. Please check by the host, 100 years of life in a month. Pfft, Li Cheng barely managed to spit out a mouthful of blood. He's done nothing for a month. He even utilized the imperial examination system to promote all the mediocre and treacherous officials in the country. Why does it still enhance national power? Could it be that 4 pillars of the state in Guangdong region again? The 4 pillars of the state. Labor will not rest in peace with you. Li Cheng growled frantically in his heart. His mood instantly bad. I can't wait to rush over right now and cut down all 4 pillars of that country in Guangdong. The heavens are not fair. Why did you make a 4 pillars of the state? If everyone was like Zhuge Wuming and Pang Yuan, then wouldn't he be like this? After all, the traitors are not as powerful as those who can. No matter what. This time, in the case of the Guro Empire, he had to finish off the defeated nation to the end in one go. This time he came in person. And he didn't believe there could be any more changes. Li Cheng took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, raised his trembling arm and clicked the view button. The azure-colored screen in front of him changed at once. Another paragraph surfaced. The national enhancements are as follows: +3 economy, +7 public sentiment, +5 military, +2 technology, +30 subsidiary state contribution. These things stared Li Cheng in disbelief. A dense heap that was too numerous to count. A month's worth of build-up. Scary as hell. Anyway, he couldn't look over it, and all he noticed was the one with the most affiliate contributions. Subsidiary states, big week, but really my good imperial brother I can really thank you. Li Cheng gritted his teeth, itching to greet Ji Wu's entire family. His greatest enemy was that 4 pillars of the state in Guangdong. The second is this imperial brother Ji Wu of the Great Zhou Empire. In the end, what the 4 pillars of the state have brought about is steady growth. But that growth is subtle. But this Ji Wu went too far. One wave gave him 1,000 years of life. It almost made him despair. Now the second wave is also getting him 30 years of life. It's outrageous to the extreme. You say you don't smell good when you lose a country? It's just a lot of fuss and bother. It was just that he didn't have the time to take care of Ji Wu right now. Otherwise he would have had to go over there personally and slap Ji Wu hard a few times. Li Cheng's chest was heaving up and down. It was angry. He thought for a moment, suddenly recalling what he had tried to ask the system the last time. If in the future a crown prince did revolt and take away his throne, would that be considered a direct zeroing of the country's power? After all, this system was meant to make him an emperor. Li Cheng put the question forward. The azure-colored screen in front of him also remained unchanged for a long time. It took a few minutes before a pop-up box surfaced. Determination that the practice is not an unlawful defeat of the state. If the host's throne is taken by someone from the royal family, and the host himself is not killed, then the national power value will stop growing, and the host will die naturally when his lifespan is exhausted. That is to say, if the future crown prince plotted a rebellion and succeeded, there would be no possibility for him to go back, and need to endure 1,000 years of life and eventually die when your lifespan runs out. Can't afford to mess with. Li Cheng wiped out this idea. In the future, he could let the crown prince revolt in a certain region and reduce the power of the great Tang nation. But the throne, must not be handed over. But, why did he always feel that something was wrong? He pulled up his national power and longevity data and just wanted to take a good look at it. Suddenly, the azure-colored screen in front of him dissolved into bits of starlight, not giving him a chance to look at it. Li Cheng was confused and wanted to shout at the system. Eunuch Su's voice came from outside. Your Majesty, the carriage is ready to leave the palace. When Li Cheng sniffed, he put all those doubts behind him and walked out, intending to change into civilian clothes and leave the palace. He'd like to see what's going on over there at the tournament. Now, it was a matter of his little life, and it had to be taken seriously. In the meantime, over at the Great Zhou Empire, in the middle of the palace, inside a temple, Ji Wu looked at the many loyal subjects before him, listened to them talk. Your Majesty, now that this side of the courtroom has been cleared almost, I think, can be external to start remediation. Your Majesty, over in the north, one has to be on guard. Your Majesty. These loyal ministers spoke left and right, making the hall look lively. Ji Woo enjoyed the hustle and bustle immensely, for these subjects below are subjects who are loyal to him. After his great Tang imperial brother proposed the imperial examination system, he also ordered him to carry out reforms as well. He originally did not think of it, but listening to the orders of the imperial brother of the great Tang dynasty, but still carried out reforms, at first also caused a backlash from the families around the world. In the prestige of his destruction of the eastern barbarians, only barely suppressed. But when the imperial examination was completed, he realized what his royal brother meant. Promoting the humble family and weakening the worldly family creates a balanced situation. The main thing is to promote a group of talented and loyal ministers to serve for themselves, and with the power of these ministers, stabilize the court. When he experienced this feeling, he felt even more immense admiration for that great Tang imperial brother of his. Being in Great Tang, but being able to control Great Zhou, with a single imperial examination system, he was able to make his Great Zhou begin to stabilize, and it had a tendency to flourish. Imperial brother Datong's methods are truly unfathomable. He was also glad that he had become a vassal state of the Great Tang. Otherwise it was unlikely that the imperial brother of the Great Tang would have given him something like the imperial examination system. Suddenly, a courtier stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, after all, our Great Zhou is a vassal of the Great Tang, and now that the Great Tang seems to be reorganizing its army, and has a tendency to cross over to the Gyuro Empire over in the western region, may my Great Zhou need help?" The war between the Great Tang and the Gyuro Empire. Ji Woo shook his head and said, "I've also heard about this matter. My imperial brother of the Great Tang is on a royal expedition. What does the Gu Luo Empire count for? Our top priority is to properly enhance our national strength, which is also what imperial brother Datong wishes for. If imperial brother Datong really needs us to take action in Great Zhou, he would have sent someone over long ago, while imperial brother Datong has no action at all. The meaning is more than obvious. He doesn't need our help. If we improve our national strength properly and give back to the Great Tang, that's what the imperial brother of the Great Tang wants to see the most." Great Tang Dynasty and City. West City Street. At the street level, there was a ring constructed. Around the ring, there were also a number of newly opened inns, all catering to this tournament. Inside one of them, called Wanted Inn, Zhang Hu, on the emperor's orders, is searching around for someone with high martial arts skills. At this moment, Zhang Hu was sitting at a table, talking with two people. These two, both of them, are extraordinary looking people. One of them wore a green robe. His face was like a heavy date, half squinting his eyes, and his body's temperament was very arrogant, as if he didn't put everything in the world in his eyes. The other man was nothing special, with a handsome, martial face. The three of them were drinking and talking loudly. The man with a face like a heavy jujube looked at Zhang Hu, raised his wine cup, and said in a loud voice, "Brother Zhang, this cup is a certain toast to you. That arm strength of yours, even a certain person can't suppress it, is really shocking to a certain person." Zhang Hu also picked up the wine cup, laughed and said, "Brother Guan, I also just this arm strength is outstanding. Other aspects compared to Brother Guan is not as good, but this cup of wine, we should toast Brother Zhao is right. He is a martial arts out of the gods. That hand of the gun, 4 or 2,000 Jin. I'm afraid that the old Zhang are afraid of not be able to beat Brother Zhao." The two talked and looked to the handsome man, both smiling and toasting. That handsome man quickly waved his hand and said, "You two are joking. It's okay for Mr. Zhao to spar with the two of you. If it's a life and death fight, it's still unknown who will win and who will lose." The three of them continued to talk, and when it came to subtleties, they all couldn't help but laugh. Brother Zhang. After about a while, a man in cloth clothes walked quickly to Zhang Hu's ear and whispered, "Commander Zhang, His Majesty is here, outside the door. You should quickly go and meet with him. His Majesty has decreed, don't reveal your identity, just call out to His Majesty, brotherly." When Zhang Hu heard this, he froze for a moment, and then returned to his senses, and reluctantly smiled towards those two. "Brother Guan, Brother Zhao, one of my good brothers is outside the door. I'll go and pick him up. Two of you wait a moment." He felt a chill run down his spine when he said the words "good buddy." Labor called the emperor a brother, and this can be blown for the rest of his fucking life. When he finished speaking, he got up and headed for the door. Those two froze and followed suit. At the door, dressed in all white, Li Cheng stood, followed by eunuch Su in civilian clothes, and 2 or 3 guards. Zhang Hu came and forced down his inner trepidation, saying, Li, brother Li, you're here." Li Cheng smiled towards Zhang Hu and nodded his head. "Brother Zhang, weren't you the one who asked me to come? What's wrong?" "Oh, my God, I called His Majesty brother Li, and His Majesty responded with Brother Zhang. Bull, that's enough to blow his future children and grandchildren for 18 generations. Zhang, who was inexplicably excited, pressed his tone. Look at this memory of mine. Brother Li, quickly come in. I'll introduce you to two highly capable brothers. You found someone so quickly, Li Cheng laughed. Okay, let's go. He followed Zhang Hu inside the inn. Eunuch Su, who was standing outside the door of the inn, saw the scene and the corners of his mouth twitched madly. He doesn't want to see this anymore. Really don't know what to say about this, Your Majesty. Obviously noble status, but have to play these have-nots. Wouldn't it be better to just recruit someone into the palace, have to hide your identity to play these? Eunuch Su waved his hand, letting all those guards who were standing like stakes go inside. He stood outside the door looking up at the sky. Inside, I felt despair. This is too hard for him. Lao Su, isn't it? How did you get such a master? A rather lewd-looking man beside him walked over after seeing Eunuch Su and said, Gu, warrior, why are you standing here? You must be here for the tournament as well, right? Don't be nervous. I'm the boss of the Spring Breeze Courtyard next door. During the tournament period, our Spring Breeze Courtyard reduces its prices. It's also that we can let warriors like you relax. Well, do you want to go for a bit? I'm telling you, the girls in our Spring Wind Courtyard are very handsome. Eunuch Su looked at the man beside him and fell into silence. At this point, he's broken inside. Don't ask why. Asking is chickenless. Inside the inn, Li Cheng's eyes flashed with a refined light, as if he was a greedy wolf. As he looked at those two, it made both of those men look up their asses and feel like the wine in their hands didn't even smell good anymore. Seeing this, Zhang Hu smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Li, let me introduce these two. This is Brother Guan, named Guan Yun, with the courage of 1,000,000 men. Even I am not his opponent. He introduced the man with the face of a heavy date. The man also gave a slight nod, which was considered a greeting to Li Cheng. Li Cheng looked at this Guan Yun and almost didn't shout Guan Air Master. The truth is that this man, a face is actually also Juju bred. In addition to the absence of that long beard, is simply Guan Air Master replica, but it should just be an accident. Well, it must have been an accident. Li Cheng then looked at the handsome man. Zhang Hu followed suit with an introduction, saying, Brother Li, this is Brother Zhao, named Zhao Wu. A handful of spears are out of this world, and he's only in his 20s. His future is unlimited. When Zhao Wu heard Zhang Hu's introduction, he politely stood up and arched his hand. Mr. Zhao, I've met Brother Li. Li Cheng also stood up and smiled. Brother Zhao is exempt. Zhao Wu, I'll mean it with you. What the hell do you mean by exemption? Li Cheng did not realize this. His gaze was still fiery as he looked at these two. It's all key to securing his little life in the future. Mighty 3,100, Guan Yun, who was sitting on the side, half narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Cheng, saying arrogantly, Brother Li knows us too, but we don't know Brother Li yet? The implication was that he wanted Li Cheng to introduce himself. Li Cheng did not refuse and cupped his fists. I am not talented. My surname is Li. My name is Seeking Defeat. I am the 9th generation of the Duga sword technique. Perhaps you too have not heard of the Duga sword technique, because in the first 8 generations, apart from the first generation creator, the remaining 7 generations are in decline, so you too may not have heard of it. Li Seeks Defeat, Dekuro Swordsmanship. Guan Yun and Zhao Wu froze for a moment. Although they hadn't heard of it, there was always a sharp feeling. Brother Li, the one who makes swords? Then why don't we see Brother Li with a sword? Guan Yun frowned and asked. He could see that this Li Qiushi had a very weak pace, and it looked like he didn't have any martial arts in his body, and still in a rather weak body. It's probably a case of lust overload. How could such a person be how a person with high martial arts skills? Sword? There's no need to bring a sword. With my moves, I never need to use one, Li Cheng casually said. Mysteriously. Both of you, do you believe that if I make a move, both of you will kneel on the ground? This statement was made. Zhao Wu and Guan Yun's faces changed. Guan Yun, in particular, said with a lowered face, Brother Li, do you know that a certain person, along with Brother Zhao, are such characters? One move to make us kneel? A certain person has put words today. If Brother Li can force back a certain step within 10 moves, a certain person will eat this table in front of him on the spot. Why don't you believe me? Li Cheng silently pulled out his own identity token from his waist. Early the next morning, the tournament ring officially begins. Under each ring, there were crowds of people, not only many great warriors, but also many people who were happy to watch the fun. The rules of the ring are simple. What you can hit up, you can't hit down. The test is not the art of war or anything like that, but pure force. On one of the streets, Li Cheng was leading several people over near the ring. Among the several people around him, Zhang Hu, Guan Yun, and Zhao Wu were clearly listed. When he exploded his identity yesterday, these two gave in on the spot. Li Cheng's recruitment was naturally successful. When these two men learned that the emperor himself had come to recruit them, they agreed without fail to become the emperor's sidekick. As for Guan Yun's table-eating incident, well, it was happily forgotten by Li Cheng and the others. This also made Guan Yun even more grateful. Originally he was a type of loyalty to the king and love of the country. Coupled with this, making his loyalty to the emperor rubbing up, Li Cheng's group soon arrived at the ring gate and looked at the sea of people in front of them. Zhang Hu stepped forward and asked, "Your Majesty, your lordship, is it necessary to open the road?" Li Cheng waved his hand and laughed. "No need. You can see it here as well. But Guan Yun, Zhao Wu, you guys can go up there when you see the time, and try to pick out those who are high in martial arts." Zhao Wu, Guan Yun heard this and both arched their hands and said, "I'll follow your lordship's orders." The two of them first received their own weapons from the guards next to them, while they walked over, ready to take the field. The two of them also secretly decided in their hearts that they would put on a good show and let His Majesty see their martial arts skills. Li Cheng stood smilingly at a distance, surveying the side of the ring. There were already quite a few people trying to get up in the ring at the moment, and those people were fighting quite a bit. Only when Li Cheng looked at it, it was a bit tasteless, compared to Zhang Hu's bravery when he raised his hand and lifted people up. These people's fights were a bit boring. Well, he couldn't see the door anyway. He doesn't know any martial arts either. Learn? No kidding. That shit is exhausting as hell. He'd wanted to learn martial arts before, but the stuff took more than just sticking around. It was hard and tiring. After practicing for a while, he gave up. If it wasn't very necessary, he really didn't want to practice this martial art or anything. Zhang Hu, what do you think of these people on stage? Their martial arts? Li Cheng asked with a smile. Zhang Hu took a look and shook his head. It's very weak. These are just here to have fun. None of the real experts should have appeared yet. Li Cheng nodded, found a stone pier, and not afraid of getting dirty, sat down and said, "Zhang Hu, keep an eye on it for me. If an expert really appears, call me." Zhang Hu quickly nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, master, I will keep a good eye on it." He still found it awkward, calling out brotherly one moment and master the next, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, this was what the emperor had commanded, meant not to reveal his identity. Zhang Hu dismissed all thoughts and looked at the fight in that one ring. Li Cheng, on the other hand, was sitting on a stone pier, leisurely, enjoying the bustle. A little bit of time passed. The bouts in the various rings had also reached a white-hot stage. Zhao Wu and Guan Yun also occupied a ring each, interrupting all enemies who wanted to challenge them, and they fought beautifully in every battle. After all, they thought, the emperor was watching from below. In one of the rings, a handsome man with a height of over 1 meter 9, holding a halberd, suddenly rushed onto the stage. In this ring, was a large man holding a double hammer. The big man saw the handsome man and grinned. "Another one. This ring is a certain one. You can go down. If you don't want to be smashed by a certain one with internal injuries, it's better to go by yourself." That handsome man didn't say anything. He directly copied the halberd, took a step, his body leaped up, and slapped over with the halberd. Buzz. The man was so fast that the big man didn't react at all. When the big man reacted, he hastily picked up his twin hammers and prepared to take this blow hard. Clank, the halberd slapped onto the twin hammers, and the big man immediately felt a huge force coming through the twin hammers, and his body flew out uncontrollably backwards, directly flying out of the ring. One move, the handsome man put away his halberd and stood, his eyes looking down with a tiger's gaze, and said in a loud voice, "I am Lu Wen. This ring, I'll take it. If you want to grab it, just come up. I'd like to see how many people in the world that can take a move from me." His voice was loud and carried across the room. In an instant, the ringmasters and many magnates on each field noticed this Lu Wen. Hubris, that was the impression the men had of him. There were quite a few of them, too, who were not happy with this tone of voice of Lu Wen. A man holding a long sword directly leapt up and shouted, "Arrogant child, watch me come to battle." He hadn't finished his sentence. Suddenly, Lu Wen flew up and with an overwhelming speed, he kicked the man down directly in mid-air. Lu Wen said disdainfully, "Fancy, you can walk up. You have to take big strides. Isn't that just putting it out there for me to kick?" One side of the ring. Li Cheng was also called up by Zhang Hu to watch, and he looked at Lu Wen's heroic posture with a burst of satisfaction. This guy, handsome enough. It's okay to be his escort. It should keep him safe. The mighty 4,100? Zhang Hu, if you take on him, can you win? Li Cheng curiously asked Zhang Hu who was beside him. Zhang Hu's eyes stared at Lu Wen on the stage, and when he heard the emperor ask a question, he froze for a moment, and then answered, "Your lordship, this person is a hot chicken." He could feel that this Lu Wen was above him in strength, but in the face of the emperor's questions, not to mention whether he can fight or not, He is the first person under the emperor. How can you say you can't beat it? What a disgrace to His Majesty's honor. Directly say that the other party is a hot chicken. From the aura. Let His Majesty know his strength first. Li Cheng smiled with satisfaction at his words and nodded his head. I knew you could beat it. This man is a bit arrogant. He needs to rub his sharpness a bit. Go ahead. Finish him off and then bring him to me in person. Zhang Hu. Your Majesty. I suddenly have a bit of a peeing problem. Can I go first? He thought about it, but was deathly afraid to say it. With a twinkle in his eye, he gritted his teeth and said, Master, these guards around you are too weak. I'm afraid they won't be able to protect your safety. So I can't go on. I must stay behind to protect you. The guards? Did we eat your rice, hacking us for no reason? After hearing this, Li Cheng nodded and said, also, that's fine then. Keep watching and send people to recruit when it's over. Zhang Hu breathed a sigh of relief and thanks to the resourcefulness of the laborers. I'm afraid today is the smartest day of labor. Otherwise it must be discredited. He secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. No matter what, this first position is still. The tournament in Chaoan City was in full swing, in the right chancellor's residence. However, there was an uninvited guest. A man holding a long sword and wearing light blue clothes quietly arrived on top of the chancellor's study. He could see that inside the study, Zhuge Wuming was handling some official documents. Chancellor of the Great Tang, TSK, that's a good official for the people. But unfortunately, I want that 20,000 taels and have to take your life. The man, Wang Didi, gripped his longsword, and coldness flashed in his eyes. He was the top assassin in the Jianghu, and his martial arts skills were not said to be the best in the Jianghu, but they were still first class. And now he was invited by Zhou Laishir to offer 20,000 taels of silver to assassinate Zhuge Wuming. To be honest, originally he didn't want to come and assassinate this Zhuge Wuming. After all, Zhuge Wuming was the chancellor of the Great Tang dynasty, and really assassinating him would be troublesome. But the price of 20,000 taels was enough to move him, and he really didn't want to refuse. So he could only come to assassinate. People die for money. Birds die for food. That's what it says. Wang Daichi narrowed his eyes and crouched down to look at Zhuge Wuming inside the study through some roof gaps. He was relieved when he confirmed that Zhuge Wuming did not notice anything. He picked up the long sword in his hand and slowly sheathed it, intending to kill him with a single strike. And if he missed, he would immediately leave and find another time later. Wang Daichi was just about to make a move when his feet stepped forward and suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. Why isn't there any guards around this chancellor of the Tang dynasty, as far as he could observe? It was just the two dozing houseguests at the door. A chancellor of the Great Tang dynasty dares to stay here with such impudence, no fear of assassination. Will there be guards in the shadows? This thought rose in Wang Daichi's mind, but it was quickly vetoed by him. Once he'd met one of these without an escort, all of them ended up dying horribly. He knew exactly what these people were thinking. Doing the opposite, let the assassins guess for themselves if there is a possibility that there will be a secret guard and thus not dare to make a move. But who is he, the top assassin in the jungle? How can you not understand this? Zhuge Wuming. Bluffing. Wang Daichi silently gripped the hilt of his longsword and stepped firmly on a piece of masonry, intending to launch an attack. Just then, a very indifferent female voice came from the distance. Come to assassinate Chancellor Zhuge? Wow. Wang Daichi's heart instantly tightened. He played a big game. Is it true that there are secret guards? What the hell is this? You did the opposite. You didn't have secret guards pretending to have secret guards. But you actually arranged for secret guards. It's the opposite and then the opposite again. This setup is too deep. Wang Daichi gripped the longsword in his hand tightly and twisted his head to look. A woman dressed in black with a bucket hat did not know when she stood not far behind him, her toes pointing at the eaves of the house, landing noiselessly, like a ghost in the darkness of the night, bizarre and unpredictable. This lightweight, so strong, and he couldn't detect it at all. How long has this man practiced his lightness? How is it possible to reach this level? Wang Daichi was horrified and said in a deep voice, Who is your excellency? Li Qiaoran looked down at Wang Daichi and indifferently said, Wang Daichi? I didn't expect you to come to assassinate Chancellor Zhuge as well. TSK, you really want money but not life. Without another word, Wang Daichi turned around and fled, without a single thought of wanting to stay. If you can't make it, you'll have to go far away at once. That's what he thinks. Now that he had been discovered before he could even make a move, how could he assassinate? And most of all, he didn't know if there were any other guards in the shadows. He didn't have the guts to stay at all. Li Qiaoran silently watched Wang Daichi leave and scoffed. This light power, it's really weak. She looked towards Zhuge Wuming inside the study, her beautiful eyes flashing with a different color. She knew that Zhuge Wuming had been aware of her existence all along, especially in recent times. Every time she came to take a look, Zhuge Wuming would always look as if he knew she had come to take a glance, and said many things in the courtyard, obviously speaking to her. Moreover, Zhuge Wuming would also care about her body, and would give her quite a bit of silver every time to go and take care of her body. When she didn't show up, Juga Wuming threw the money bag onto one of the eaves. Once or twice she didn't take it, but after a while she was happy to take it. Nowadays, she was slowly getting into the habit of coming here to listen to Juga Wuming's chatter. Just came today and actually ran into an assassin. She had taken so much money from Juga Wuming. It was time for her to do something for Juga Wuming. Thinking of this, Li Qiuran arched his hand in all directions and said, "Everyone, this person will be handed over to me. Before dusk today, I will send him to the Chancellor's residence, so I won't bother you all to do it yourself." Well, she was saying hello to the dark guards around her, lest those dark guards personally go out and apprehend that Wangi. After exchanging greetings, she utilized her light energy and quickly chased after Wang Dai in the direction he had left. The courtyard outside the study returned to calm once more, with only a breeze blowing through the dust and sand to make a sound. Inside the study, Juga Wuming was also completely unaware of the drama that had been staged on his roof. At the moment, he was correcting an official document. As he criticized, he muttered, "This time, the army of the Guro Empire, a total of 200,000 troops. Han Yu's opinion is good. The soldiers are in the essence, not in the many. Then replenish the Eastern Expeditionary Army to 100,000, and transfer the Eastern Expeditionary Army to the expedition. Draw another 100,000 elite troops from every region of the world. It's time for Guanzhong to give Huang Pei a shout too. He mulled over the small and large matters of the expedition. Pang Yuan is in charge of external affairs and he is in charge of internal affairs. The responsibility of coordinating the whole situation naturally fell on his shoulders. After a long enough time of correcting, he stopped, put the wolf hair pen away, and rubbed his wrist. I don't know how the tournament organized by His Majesty is going. It should be almost done, right? Juga Wuming looked outside the study and muttered, probably after a while. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the yard. Juga Wuming hurriedly stood up and opened the study door to look. Only at his yard, a man fell to the ground. Motionless, as if unconscious, Li Qiuran drifted down and said in an indifferent voice, "This person wanted to assassinate you, so he was captured by me. So you can see to it." After saying that, she was going to leave. What? An assassin is trying to kill him? Juga Wuming was confused for a moment, and when he saw that Li Qiuran was about to leave, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait a moment, girl!" Li Qiuran, who was about to leave, froze and turned back. "What is it, miss? About this person's news? I still don't know. I still hope that the girl stays to stay a couple. In addition, it is also going to be dinner soon. The girl may as well stay and use the dinner first." Juga Wuming said softly. Li Qiuran's willow brows knit. "This person's news? There are so many secret guards in your house. How could you not know the news of this Wang Dai?" She hesitated slightly for a moment, but nodded in agreement. About 3 days passed. Inside the Wanted Inn, Guan Yun and Zhao Wu held their weapons and stood guard outside the inn's door, looking as if they were on guard, the invisible pressure causing the surrounding people who approached to take a detour. Inside the inn, Lu Wen as well as many experts were holding weapons and looking at a person in front of them. The man was stout and looked pugnacious, with a ferocious appearance, holding twin halberds, as if he were a wary brown bear. Looking around, only his gaze was more at a table in front of him. On top of that table, Li Cheng was sitting, munching on peanuts, not even looking at the burly man. "Why are you, Your Excellency? Why did you stop me?" The burly man snapped in a low voice, looking around at those who had stopped him with very heavy eyes. He could see that none of these guys are any less competent. In particular, this one, his eyes locked on Lu Wen. He could sense that this person, he was afraid that his strength was even stronger than him. He wondered in his mind, is his kung fu too low? Why had he just arrived in Chaoan City and ran into this man whose men were full of bullies? The other party even surrounded him. Is it really because he was so ill-informed before? In fact, this martial arts skill of his can only be considered at the level of family man. Li Cheng gazed at the burly man, stood up, clapped his hands and said, "No other meaning. I want to take you in. Catch my move. If you can't carry it and kneel down, submit to me from now on. How about it? Take a hit." The burly man laughed out loud and said, "One move? Under the sky, there is still someone who can knock me to my knees in one move? I, Dianjuan, will put the word out. If you can beat me to my knees in one move, not to mention submitting to you, it's no problem to perform eating a double halberd for you on the spot," he said, and raised the twin halberds in his hands. Those people around saw this scene, all déjà vu, silently lowered their heads, said more than tears, "Ah, hey, that one over there, back off a bit. This stupid big guy has a bigger body. He might need a little more room, so he can return straight to the lineup later." Li Cheng didn't care at all and smiled. "So you're ready?" I'm going to make a move? The burly man Dianjuan smiled even more broadly, throwing his twin halberds on the ground and saying, just you, who is overly lustful, take your move. I don't even need to take my weapon. I'm horny. Li Cheng looked down at his body. Hadn't he been toning his body recently? Was it so obvious? He shook his head and threw out his identity token. A golden token flew out from his hand. Dianjun reached out and grabbed it, catching it in a flash as he froze and looked at the token in his hand, not returning to his senses. What are you looking at? Seeing that Dianjun did not respond for a long time, Li Cheng could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask. Dianjun looked at the emperor's identity token and said, I'm looking to see if this is really made of gold. You don't want to use gold to smash my old Dian to his knees, do you? You can't read? Li Cheng asked in surprise. Deng Jun nodded his huge head and said, if I, Lao Deng, knew how to read, would I still be standing here? Li Cheng, surrounded by many masters. After all that, a fucking illiterate. Li Cheng couldn't help but hold his forehead and gave a wink to Eunuch Su at the side. Eunuch Su understood, slammed the table, and rebuked. Daring, this is His Majesty's token. The one standing in front of you is His Majesty today. Kneel down. His voice was on the feminine side, and when he was loud, it made the sound so shrill that it made one's ears feel like they were buzzing. Seeing this, the many surrounding experts also took a step forward in unison. Why don't you kneel down? In front of you is the Emperor. Kneel. Kneel. This is His Majesty's personal recruitment. Don't be ungrateful. The seats are all made for you. Come on. Faced with a multitude of voices, Dianjuan was confused for a moment. Looking at the golden token in his hand, this plain-looking person in front of him was the current emperor. He froze for a moment and was about to kneel down when he suddenly glanced at the twin halberds below and held his face red. He hesitantly said, Are you really Your Majesty? That can I not that? I am the Emperor. Li Cheng's face became serious in vain, and an inexplicable majesty surrounded him, causing the people on the field to be unable to stop their hearts from jumping. He said slowly, Not that what? What's that? Den Jun held his red face and said, That. My old Dian will not swallow the double halberd. Swallowing twin halberds, Li Cheng looked at the double halberd at the feet of Dianjuan, snorted, laughed out, said, Swallow halberd thing? But just kidding. Look, the doorway Guan Yun earlier also said to swallow the table to come, and LV win, but also said that upside down to dilate to come. Yes, there is that. He went through the names one by one. The people whose names were called couldn't help but darken their faces. It's all black history. When Dianjuan heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, Your Majesty, are you really going to recruit me? His eyes flashed up. It was a great honor to be recruited by the Emperor himself. Not bad. In a few days, the Great Tang will start a war with the outside world. I need you to serve. I do not know you can be willing? Li Cheng nodded, looked at the many people, and said. His words fell. All of them were kneeling down on one knee, saying, Willing to follow Your Majesty in the four directions. They all had fire in their eyes. The fact that there is a war means that they have a chance to soar. For military generals, war is destiny, meritocracy, and their only chance to rise to power. Very good. Li Cheng nodded his head in satisfaction. Having so many fierce generals could safeguard his little life. Right, he gazed in the direction of the west, counting the time. The war letter should have been sent over. Right, Guro Empire. A Guro Empire. You can give it a go. I'm counting on you for the defeat of my country. In the meantime, far away in the midst of the west, when the first time the war letter from the Great Tang was sent, it was learned by Chukri of the Praying Rain Pass, and was immediately sent to the side of the Grand Marshal Yashijeli, at the main army camp of the Guro Empire. Marshal's tent. Yashgura looked at the war book in his hand and was dumbfounded at what was written here. He summoned many of the generals in the camp and asked those generals if they understood the words on the war book. The generals in the camp naturally did not understand what all the words were. However, one of the generals said, Marshal, I know that among our captives, there is one who is proficient in the languages of various countries. Why don't we let him come over and take a look? Ashjali frowned, looking at the war book in front of him, bracing his hands on the tabletop, and said, Go on. Then, he also wanted to figure out what that eastern country was up to. The general sniffed and hurriedly walked down, ready to bring the captive up. Inside the tent, soon the general brought up a captive. The captive, a man close to 40 years old, couldn't help his legs trembling when he saw the many generals on the field. Sitting in the main seat, Yashijeli looked down at the captive, his turquoise blue eyes looking at the other man, and said quietly, Stand up. I hear, you know the language of many countries? The man listened in a daze and froze for a few moments, as if translating the meaning of those words. About half a minute passed before he opened his mouth, and in a very broken language of the Guro Empire, he said, Honorable Marshal, I do know the languages of many countries. This language. That's pretty lame, too, isn't it? Yashijeli frowned as he threw down the great Tang war letter and said viciously. Then help this marshal translate this thing properly. Remember, translate it properly. Or else this marshal will let all those generals, all of them together, use their sheepskin boots and kick your ass hard. The man was on the spot for another half minute before he realized what the other party meant and hastily said, okay, I'll translate. He crawled and picked up the Datong war book from the ground, slapped some of the dirt off the war book. He looked it over carefully. What kind of writing is this? It seems to be beyond the west of the great Tang, Datang text. The man immediately felt his brain buzzing. He had never properly learned the written language of the great Tang dynasty before, and only understood some of the most basic. It was really the writing of the great Tang. It was too profound. One word had multiple meanings. He simply couldn't understand it. Of course, the main reason he hadn't learned it was still because he hadn't even needed to use the great Tang script before. Now that he's been captured, it's good that he's been asked to translate a book in the great Tang script, which he fooled around with earlier. Now it's time to translate this. What the hell? The man looked up at the surrounding generals, a pair of turquoise blue eyes all looking at him. Say it won't, that's a fear of getting your ass kicked by a sheepskin boot. The man had to look at it carefully. See is half understand. Anyway, he has a plan in mind. Not he will make up his own brain. Can let these people understand the general meaning on the line. That look was half an hour. The surrounding generals were getting a little impatient waiting. Yashijeli was also becoming irritated. And finally, after half an hour, he spoke. Do you see it? The man nodded his head hurriedly and said, See, this is a state letter from the eastern country. Great Tang. Yes, a state letter. The Book of Nations. The generals around them all showed a confused look. Don't they have any dealings with that eastern country? Yet, why would an eastern country send a letter of state for no apparent reason? Yashguru was also puzzled as he asked. The Book of Nations? Inside the Book of Nations. What is it about? The man hesitated for a moment, picked up the great Tang war letter, slowly said, this state letter, well, is a man surnamed Zhu, called Gu Wuming, instead of the emperor of the great Tang, wrote, first said, greetings to the marshal of your mother, asked you whether the mother's body is well. Yasi Jerry was confused on the spot. Does he recognize this man? This what? Surnamed Zhu, called Gu Wuming, is he from the past of the Gu Luo Empire? Or do you know him? That's impossible. He wasn't impressed. But if he didn't know him, why did this man greet his mother? He'd have to ask his mother before he went back sometime. Athenagoras looked up again, to the man, and then said, continue translating. Yes, honorable marshal. The man trembled his legs, picked up the great Tang war book, and continued. This, Zhuge Wuming said that the great Tang emperor wants to ask the marshal you, at the beginning of next month, in front of Lulan Pass and praying for rain pass to drink tea. Yes, to drink tea. Perhaps the marshal doesn't know that there is something in the great Tang called tea, which tastes sweet and delicious, and is usually only invited to friends when meeting with them, commonly known as drinking tea. When he finished speaking, his entire body seemed to be deflated, his legs trembling as if he might fall at any time. Yashigori is clueless again. The great Tang is so hospitable, they hadn't actually had any fellowship as of now. And this great Tang emperor took them as friends. That's too much enthusiasm. Is it possible that the Tang emperor is afraid of them? Seeing that they have broken through the western regions, he's scared. So he wants to curry favor with them. That's something to check out. By the way, I'm scouting out how strong the great Tang is. Yashijeli thought so. He waved his hand and said, since the Oriental Datang is so hospitable, then we cannot be petty. Next month, this marshal personally take 10,000 iron horsemen out of praying for rain pass, to go to drink tea with this Datang emperor. Yes, drink tea. Okay, it's okay, you guys can back off now. He made that multitude of generals leave. The many generals excused themselves and walked out of the tent in twos and threes. Two of the generals hooked up. A general whispered, Hey, I heard that you have a book translated by that captive just now, saying that it's about the records of the ancient Oriental kingdom. Lend it to me and take a look. I'm also curious about this ancient eastern country. The other general was the same one who had picked up the Dato biography earlier. He froze for a moment, then revealed a smile, said, of course you can but, this is going to cost 2 cans of milk wine, lending you to look at. This biography can be good to look at, which recorded a lot of secrets. Are talking about the things of the eastern gods country? Absolutely no loss. 2 cans of milkshake. The general revealed a look of pain and gritted his teeth. Good, it can be, but if it doesn't look good, I will absolutely kick your ass, hard, with my sheepskin boots. The other general grinned. Don't worry, this thing looks good. I tell you after you read it, you can't just pass it out. Come, I'll tell you about the content inside. This thing is written inside the Eastern God's country. It turns out to be a named Panzigu. Yes, the translation is like this. Panzigu opened the world. Great Tang. In the Right Chancellor's residence, Zhuge Wuming and Pang Yuan met again and were discussing the details regarding this expedition. The two chatted about the battle cry that had been sent out not long ago. Pang Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Say, brother Zhuge, is it really okay for you to write your war letter like that? It starts off by cursing someone's mother first, and so bluntly." Zhuge Wuming shook his head and said, "Isn't it because I'm afraid that if I write in a profound way, they won't be able to understand it? Simply be more straightforward. Curse any way you can. Just curse hard enough." Pang Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Zhuge has a point. It's a curse anyway." Zhuge Wuming stood up and said, "Well, let's not talk about the war books. Let's look at the number of armies sent from each region, and how much grain and grass is needed every day. Let's calculate it together." The two continue to talk about this war. Time rushes. In an instant, nearly half a month had passed. The news that the war would start also spread throughout the many regions of the Great Tang. The Great Tang sends troops to the Gyuro Empire. Countless people were very concerned about this war because they learned that the emperor of the Great Tang dynasty would personally go to war, under the guidance of people with an axe to grind. This war had obviously changed flavor, and countless people were spreading the rumor that the emperor of the Great Tang had personally gone on a campaign to keep the evil Gu Luo Empire out of the country and guard the people of the Great Tang Empire. This news made the people, who were already subservient to Emperor Datong's people, even more fervent, and countless people wanted to join the army and follow Emperor Datong on his expedition. Even some aged people would contribute some of their food in the hope that it would become military food to support the army of the Great Tang Empire in their battles. The people of Chaonan City were fine, and the mobilization of many capable people made the security of Chaonan City quickly return to normal. But the rest of the world, it's a disaster. The law and order are becoming a bit chaotic in the presence of a rioting population. Fortunately, Zhuge Wuming reacted quickly enough to issue a directive, warning the people that everything has been prepared for this war, and that the people's failure to add to the chaos is the greatest contribution to the Great Tang. If you keep rioting, you're embarrassing the emperor instead. It was at this command that the fire of the people slowly subsided. 3 days before the march of the army, it was a day for the emperor himself to parade his troops and boost morale. Li Cheng certainly knew it. Under the weight of a few palace maids, he put on that mighty armor. Well, handsome indeed. It's just a little too heavy. After changing his armor, Li Cheng got on a four-wheeled carriage and led his group of fierce generals towards the suburban barracks. On the carriage road, Li Cheng pulled back the curtain and looked up. Next to his carriage was Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu was armed with a long spear, dressed in white armor, and riding a white horse. He was handsome. Leading the way at the front was Lu Wen. Lu Wen was equally handsome, riding a date red horse, holding a halberd, wearing a tiger head armor and hanging a red cape, which was really majestic. Those masters around them had also changed into new armor and weapons, and each of them looked extraordinary. Some were incredibly handsome, and some were stout and ferocious. Li Cheng looked satisfied for a while and muttered, "Both of them, Lu Wen and Zhao Wu, are half as handsome as my face, but it's a pity that I don't know how to ride a horse, or else it would definitely be even more handsome." He glanced down at his armor. Much more handsome than theirs. Back to him, he'd have to practice riding a horse before he could do that, then get a better looking weapon and it would be awesome. Well, it's best to practice horseback riding together when Ji Ning is done having babies, he mused, pulling down the curtains of his car and stopping watching. The outskirts of Chaonan City, inside a large military camp, a bright red flag was fluttering. Rumble. The sky did not know at what time it was overcast, with dark clouds, and every now and then a low thunderclap sounded, adding a sense of majesty to the solemnity in the barracks. The troops in the barracks were neatly arranged. The 100,000 strong Eastern Expeditionary Army was the main one, arranged in the center, with the leading soldier carrying a large flag with the three big words Eastern Expeditionary Army written on it. Alongside the Eastern Expeditionary Force was a group of elite soldiers from various regions. The army totaled 200,000 men. At a glance, it was densely packed, as if it were a black ocean. Most of all, these were all elite soldiers, and each one of them revealed killing intent in their eyes, which seemed to converge together, causing the wild winds around them to whistling continuously. On the high platform, Han Yu and Pang Yuan looked at the army below. Pang Yuan narrowed his eyes and kept staring at the 100,000 Eastern Conquest Army at the center, saying, "General Han is good at what he does. This 100,000 Eastern Conquest Army is much stronger than the other 100,000 regional armies. The regional armies are trained by the people he sent down there and are far stronger than the average army. But it was still not enough in front of the Eastern Expeditionary Army. He had a feeling that if these 100,000 regional armies fought with the Eastern Conquest Army, even with him in command, the regional army would have fallen quickly. It was really those soldiers of the Eastern Expeditionary Army. Each and every one of them was too ruthless, and that ruthlessness in his eyes made him tremble. And this Han Yu beside him, the ability to use the army, is not a joke. After all, it is the descendant of Han Bingxian. Chancellor Pang is too kind. Everything is just thanks to His Majesty. Han Yu said humbly. If His Majesty hadn't disbanded the Eastern Expeditionary Army in the first place, he wouldn't have been able to drill the elite Eastern Expeditionary Army of today. Your Majesty must have expected it, right? The reason for not disbanding the Eastern Expeditionary Army is to allow him to train it to protect His Majesty, and at the same time, it is also a sharp weapon to check and balance the world, and even a sharp sword to the outside world. Just like today, there is a war going on. The effect of the Eastern Expeditionary Forces play came to the fore. I'm afraid that's what Your Majesty expected. Admiration flashed in his eyes. Preventing the enemy before it is too late. Anticipating the enemy before it is too late. Your Majesty's chess game. It's so big. Even he is just a pawn of His Majesty. Right, but he was willing to go as a pawn because, well, it was His Majesty's pawn. Peng Yuan seemed to have thought of this as well and smiled without saying anything else. The two men continued to watch. After a while, Han Yu suddenly took the lead and said, Chancellor Peng, this time, on the side of the Gu Luo Empire, the number of troops should be quite a lot, right? Peng Yuan smiled and nodded, saying, at least more than 100,000. Are all iron cavalry? We sent the war letter. Is in half a month? In the Lulan Pass and prayer for rain pass in the center of the place, to fight to the death. When it comes down to it, it's all about the ability of both sides to line up. At least 100,000 iron horsemen among them. The cavalry alone is 50,000. It's a bit of a fight. Some disparity. Even he didn't have much absolute certainty. Han Yu's face became grave. Peng Yuan was lighthearted and said, don't worry. Do you think His Majesty doesn't know the art of war? If His Majesty dares to fight, then he is certain. Which of His Majesty's previous tactics did not appear to be coincidental, but actually contained a layout? His Majesty's bureau. I'm afraid that it has already been laid out long ago. All that's left is to wait for the Gu Luo Empire's side. He had his hands behind his back, his eyes revealing a light of wisdom, as if he had seen through His Majesty's layout. After talking with Zhuge Wuming for a long time, he gradually learned to speculate on His Majesty's deeper meaning. Han Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded, arching his hand toward Peng Yuan and saying, thank you, Chancellor Peng, for pointing this out. Peng Yuan waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to be polite. Han Yu wanted to say something else. Suddenly, a soldier outside walked in and reported, General, Chancellor, His Majesty's caravan has arrived outside the camp. Han Yu nodded and twisted his head. Chancellor Peng, go together to greet His Majesty? Go. Peng Yuan took the lead towards the side of the camp. Han Yu also hurriedly followed. The entrance to the camp. Li Chang was escorted by many fierce generals as well as Peng Yuan Han Yu to the high platform. Below his high platform was 200,000 troops, so densely packed that they could not be seen at a glance. To be honest, it was the first time that Li Chang had seen 200,000 elite troops gathered together. The almost frozen aura of solemnity on the field made his legs tremble a little. He finally understood the beauty of this armor on him. I don't know how it's designed at the knees. Keeps him from falling. Even if his legs were trembling, there would be no possibility of him falling to his knees. This armor. Wonderful. It's practically tailor-made. Li Chang breathed a sigh of relief and continued to look at the 200,000 troops in front of him. A flying flag seemed to show off the military might. Instead, he was deep in thought. What's next for him? What's the play? A real morale booster, or is it a blow to morale, strike even? He's a royalist. If the soldiers have no morale and they're taken out in a wave, won't he lose his head? RBQ. Can't afford to mess with it. One can only choose to be inspired. Here's the problem. How do you inspire? Li Chang was in deep thought. Where would he be able to boost morale? His head was completely blank. He doesn't have much experience with morale boosters. Strike him on it. If he was allowed to demoralize, surely a blow would be a bludgeon. But inspire him is really can't. The surrounding generals looked at Li Chang, waiting for him to speak. It's just that Li Chang didn't speak for a long time, which made them all a little suspicious. Just when a general couldn't resist asking a question, Li Chang finally spoke. He faced the 200,000 troops. His lips lightly opened. Generals, I am your emperor. and also the main general of this expedition. The speech he had racked his brain to come up with came to a screeching halt before he could finish it, when he said, "He is the Emperor." Clanking. The 100,000 Eastern Expeditionary Army all showed fire in their eyes and raised their weapons in unison, and the clanging sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the entire arena for a while. Your Majesty, I beg your Majesty's pardon for not being able to salute with our armor on. When we return in triumph and return to Chaonan in the coming day, we will make up for this gift with our clothes. 100,000 people shouted in unison, so loudly that the dark clouds in the sky all seemed to be shaken apart. When the Eastern Expeditionary Army learned that it was the Emperor on the high platform, the lingering strength in their eyes became different, and each one of them seemed to be transformed into a dead soldier, revealing a forward-looking aura all over their body. The concept that Han Yu had instilled in them for a long time was to be loyal to the Emperor, and over time, the military soul of the Eastern Expeditionary Army, in addition to Han Yu, was the Emperor. This formation of the Eastern Expeditionary Army also frightened the generals on the high platform. When the generals learned that this was the legendary Eastern Expeditionary Army, they were also surprised for a long time, as if they did not expect the Eastern Expeditionary Army to be really so elite. As for Li Chang, with the helmet on, no one could see his face. In fact, he was blushing a little. Anyway, he felt his heart beating thieves fast, and his whole body was numb and a little paralyzed. Everything is held together by armor, otherwise it has to be a punt. As the 100,000 Eastern Expeditionary Army roared with all its might, he felt as if he was standing on the tip of the wind, with the feeling that he would be covered at any moment. An invisible pressure was pressing down on him. Li Chang's entire body stood in place with some dullness, and he didn't even return to his senses when the region's 100,000 troops saluted him. It took a full moment of reprieve before his mind settled down. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Beside him, Pang Yuan called out to him softly. Li Chang slightly twisted his head, glanced at Pang Yuan, and nodded, his heart letting out a long sigh of relief as he thought about quickly ending this parade. Pang Yuan walked over and said softly, "Your Majesty, now that morale has reached its peak, there can be no need to say anything more. What does your Majesty think?" He was also surprised in his mind. He knew that his Majesty was also highly respected in the military, but I didn't expect it to be this high. When his Majesty said that he was the Emperor, the morale of the Eastern Expeditionary Army actually reached its peak in an instant, and each and every one of them looked as if they were transformed into dead soldiers. Even the regional armies were driven by the Eastern Bloc. All at once, morale was raised to its peak. All of this was formed by the mere phrase, "I am your Emperor." Li Chang didn't think about that much. He couldn't wait to leave now, and under the escort of the generals, he left once again. Seeing this, Han Yu took over the high platform. In the meantime, inside the Right Chancellor's residence, Zhuge Wuming and Li Qiuran, who was dressed in black, sat in the lobby. Zhuge Wuming held a paper scroll in his hand, looked at Li Qiuran, and said, "The investigation has come out." And indeed, as the girl said, this assassination came from the hands of the Zhou family of the southern Mu. Li Qiuran nodded slightly, picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. His voice was rather indifferent. "Since you already know, you don't intend to do anything about it?" Against Zhuge Wuming, however, shook his head and said, "To deal with naturally, but not now. His Majesty is now on a journey. The interior must not be in chaos. To deal with can, but must wait for His Majesty's triumphant return." As he spoke, his voice lurched and he looked at Li Qiuran, then said, "On the contrary, girl, His Majesty is on a journey. Don't you have to go back?" He felt that when His Majesty went on a journey, he would surely mobilize the dark guards around him to make a layer of invisible protection. Right? Li Qiuran froze for a moment when she heard this. What did the Emperor's expedition have to do with her? "No, not going," she replied in a daze. Some didn't know what Zhuge Wuming meant by that. Zhuge Wuming raised an eyebrow and said, "Then does the girl intend to stay on my side for the time being?" He thought darkly in his mind. His Majesty didn't take back Li Qiuran and the other secret guards. Is it possible that His Majesty has already set up other schemes? You can't even use Li Qiuran's secret guards. That's why Li Qiuran was left by his side to continue protecting him. Or perhaps it was that His Majesty was worried about his safety, so he didn't take back the secret guards around him. Li Qiuran was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "For the time being, stay here with you." Zhuge Wuming nodded, took out a token from his waist and said, "If the girl comes in on weekdays, she may not have to climb over the wall. Directly with this token, she can enter the mansion. In addition, the girl, I may still have some official business to deal with. The girl can stroll around the mansion. My Prime Minister's mansion can be quite spacious." He finished with a smile, and then he whirled around, not seeing any outsiders, and got up and walked straight over to the study. Li Qiuran sat in her original position, staring blankly at the token placed in front of her. She's an assassin. This Zhuge Wuming actually handed her this kind of token, even if she no longer had a murderous intent towards Zhuge Wuming, but her identity as an assassin. Wouldn't Zhuge Wuming be afraid of it? Is this a sign of trust from Zhuge Wuming to her? Li Qiran's mind crossed a line of thoughts. Emotions are very complex. The day the Great Tang army marched out. In the early hours of the morning, the sky was unlit, presenting a haze, with the remnants of the night's chill in the air. In the Jingyue Palace. Your Majesty, this expedition. You must remember to be careful. You are the commander of the army is more the king of the Great Tang. Do not be impulsive. Also sire, this inner armor you must wear just in case. Ji Ning got up early and waited for Li Cheng to change his clothes. She was like a wife who was worried about her husband, instructing Li Cheng over and over again. Li Cheng also smiled and nodded his head, touched the other party's forehead and said, "All right, go and continue sleeping. It's not cold yet. Be careful of catching a cold." Ji Ning, however, refused to go back and continue to sleep anyhow, but instead finished dressing for Li Cheng and put on his armor, and then instructed about safety once more. After some tossing and turning, it was only then that Li Cheng emerged from the palace, with a group of fierce guards. As he had paraded 3 days before, he proceeded to the outskirts of the camp. Well, Li, was very life-thirsty, so no official position was assigned to these fierce generals, so they all acted as guards for him. It's only because he's afraid for his life, instead of being afraid of death. Being afraid of life and being afraid of death, those are two different things. Mr. Li, was only sparing his life, not afraid of death. The emperor's procession passed through the city of Chaoan and came straight to the outskirts. Inside the camp at the moment, a military camp was established, and a glance at it was full of military tents. The most conspicuous, of course, is the center army camp. Looking from afar, one can also distinguish the center army camp at a glance. It is really that the pole placed in front of the center army camp gate, the red flag fluttering in the wind, is too obvious. Li Cheng came to the entrance of the camp, and when he noticed the large flag, the corner of his mouth also twitched slightly. Isn't this a clear opportunity for someone to tell where the center camp is? No. We'll find another opportunity to move this flag to a place to display it when we're on the march. Li Cheng dismounted from the carriage and walked towards the central army camp, with the people behind him following and escorting him. Don't tell me, he's really more imposing than before. The ones who used to follow him around were at most some guards with higher martial arts skills. Nowadays, he is a man of great vigor, surrounded by experts and superb martial arts. With this group of fierce guards, his little life is absolutely guaranteed. Thinking of this, Li Cheng's walking pace couldn't help but become arrogant. He made his way to the center camp. At the entrance of the tent, Han Yu and a group of generals in charge of military power were already waiting for him. After seeing Li Cheng arrive, Han Yu was the first to take a step forward, clasping his fists and saluting. "Lord General of the Eastern Expeditionary Army, General Han Yu of the Eastern Expeditionary Army, greetings to your Majesty." The many generals saw this and saluted as well. The main general of the 10,000 soldiers in the Guangzhong region, General Kai Bai of the Eagle Young, see your Majesty. The main general of the 8,000 soldiers in the Hezhong region, General Shun Mang of the Rebellion, see your Majesty. Lingnan region. One by one, the generals all gave their names. Li Cheng nodded as a greeting. He couldn't remember it anyway, and he naturally walked inside the camp. Behind him, a group of experts all walked in with him. The generals of each region froze as these masters walked in, because looking at the dress temperament of those masters, all of them were extraordinary. They thought that they were some kind of high-ranking generals, and one by one, they all gave way, and some of them even tried to climb high a couple of times. It was only when these generals saw that those experts had all gone in that they let out a sigh of relief. One by one, you looked at me, I looked at you, and began to discuss it in whispers. These people, where are they all generals? I'm afraid they're at least second rank. Right? Aren't you talking nonsense? Can't you see that they don't even salute when they see General Han? Also, these are afraid to be the heavy generals of the court, not seen to be following His Majesty. One of the generals pulled Han Yu and asked in a low voice, "General Han, dare I ask what region those generals inside are in?" When these words came out, the gazes of many generals gathered. Han Yu glanced at the general and casually said, "All are His Majesty's guards." When he finished, he stepped inside the tent. Numerous generals. They saluted a bunch of guards, still guessing east and west. That's a big shame, isn't it? Go in and ask for punishment? But that's His Majesty's guards. What can they ask for? Can only be mute. The group of generals all walked inside the tent with black faces. Inside the tent, Li Cheng sat in the main general's seat. He looked down at the many generals below him. On the table in front of him lay a map. Inscribed on it, was the marching route from Chaoan City to Lulan Pass. Today is the day of the march. Now the hour has not yet come, so the army has not yet departed. Another thing that needs to be done before departure is to establish the three armies, the front, the center, and the rear, as well as the spearhead to be sent to open the way. Li Cheng hadn't even opened his mouth. Han Yu then took the lead in asking for orders, stepping out and arching his hand. Your Majesty, I would like to be the vanguard and open the way for the three armies. Pioneer Drive. Li Cheng raised an eyebrow, palmed the map on the tabletop, and said, what will happen if the vanguard is not sent? Han Yu froze for a moment, then arched his hand and said, then I'm afraid the marching speed of the three armies will be much slower. The marching of the three armies will be much slower. You can let those soldiers and horses of the Guro Empire rest on the battlefield first. Well, how often does his side then reward the three armies for losing their fighting spirit? There can be. Li Cheng secretly nodded his head and waved his hand. There is no need to send a vanguard. The three armies will set off directly. It's fine if it's slow. The generals in the battalion froze for a moment when they heard this, not understanding why the emperor would give such a command, but they didn't dare to refute the emperor. It could only be arched in unison. At your Majesty's command. Seeing this, Li Cheng said nothing more and announced the start of the march. His order fell. Knock knock. The deafening sound of war drums resounded throughout the camp. One soldier began to pack up and prepare for the march. Target. Outside the Lulan Pass. In the meantime, inside the Prayer Pass, Chukri held a parchment letter in his hand, which stated the events of the period. This included the matter of Great Tang handing over a letter of state to meet at the center of Lulan Pass and Prayer Pass in half a month's time to drink tea. Their Grand Marshal, Ashjali, also agreed, will be leading 10,000 Iron Horsemen, in person, to tea in half a month. Marshal, how can you be so confused? To actually agree to it? Chukri held the parchment letter in his hand and took a deep breath. Oh by God, how could the Marshal be so stupid? Wouldn't it be bad if the Eastern Ancient Kingdom were to turn against the Marshal? He felt that it was entirely possible to ignore that ancient Eastern country and wait for them to clear out all the countries in the Western region before gathering their forces and launching an attack on it. But this big handsome, he doesn't know what the other side thinks. Chukri was depressed. The adjutant general on the side, however, was not depressed, but instead said with some disdain, General Chukri, it must be that you are too suspicious. What kind of man is the Marshal? How could he possibly be victimized by that Oriental country? Chukri glared fiercely at the adjutant general and chided. Believe it or not, I'll kick your ass hard with my sheepskin boots? How dare you talk? Even if the Marshal goes, then at least bring more Iron Horsemen. Bring 10,000 Iron Horsemen. What if something happens? That vice general touched his ass, a bit abashed, but still gritted his teeth and said, General Chukri, since our Guro Empire has been crossing the east, there hasn't been a single country that could hold back 10,000 Iron Cavalry. 10,000 Iron Cavalry is enough to wipe out that east. 10,000 horsemen. Chukri lifted his foot, kicked the vice general's ass hard and said loudly, even by karma, how can there be such a stupid person? How can an ancient Eastern country be compared to those small countries? In his opinion, that ancient Eastern country was like an awakened lion contemplating trickery and wanting to tear a piece of flesh off their Guluo Empire. The vice general who was kicked in the ass had a stifled look on his face and was close to crying out. He said aggrievedly, General Chukri, I really think it's because you're being paranoid. Even if something happens to the Marshal, I still have 1,900,000 Iron Cavalry of the Guro Empire. The big deal is that we'll massacre that ancient Eastern country. At that, Chukri settled down and nodded. Also right. In any case, they still had 1,900,000 Iron Horsemen in the Guluo Empire. The big deal is to just send out troops to step on this ancient Eastern country. General, another message has come in. Suddenly, another adjutant ran in and handed Chukri a parchment letter. What other news? Chukri was puzzled and picked up the parchment letter and read it. This look almost didn't flash his back. Internal. Inside, they're in disarray. I don't know who it was, but the news came in that the ancient Eastern country, Datong, was the source of all things, and that the source of all things started from the ancient Eastern country. An ancient country in the east, a deity called Panzigu, opened up the heavens and the earth, and only later did the Guru Empire come into existence. And even the deity that they believe in the Guru Empire is a descendant of Panzigu. And now the monarch of the ancient Eastern countries is a divine stone, the divine stone out of the world. Even Panzigu have to worship the god of their faith in front of the divine stone, can only be called the juniors. It was said that this divine stone monarch was even surrounded by countless capable people, a general with 3 heads and a wall at one end. A god came down to fix the country's chancellor. There are men who can serve 3,000 men at once. There are all kinds of deities. These news caused all of their armies that came out to conquer the east to go into a state of trepidation and a sense of awe for that mysterious ancient country in the east. Chakri was furious and threw the parchment letter hard onto the table as he stormed out. This is surely a trick of the ancient kingdom of the east. Where is the marshal? Does the marshal know about this? That messenger vice general held his tongue and said, I don't know if the marshal knows. Also, marshal, is this true or false? The ancient east. Is it really the origin of all things? And you believe this? It's obviously a trick of the ancient kingdom of the east. Chakri said angrily. Do you have any idea where this is coming from? The deputy general whispered. I heard that it was a message that came down from a book. Books? What books would record such a thing? And what kind of asshole passes books like this in, if Chakri knew about it? He, Chakri, would have to go and greet the other mother properly. Chakri was furious, stood up, and said, no, I'm going to write a letter to the marshal and advise him first. Seeing this, another adjutant general quickly stopped and said, General Chakri, haven't you read the messages? The marshal seems to have ordered that he will no longer read any more messages from you. And if he sees half a dozen more messages about what you have sent, he will have to kick your ass with a sheepskin boot when the marshal arrives. Kick my ass. Chakri was also infuriated and said angrily, fine, then let the marshal go on a wave, and I'll see who wipes his ass when the time comes. After saying that, he walked directly towards his room, not wanting to care anymore. The mind cursed madly at the man who had passed the books into their interior. It's just assholes. Great Tang, Chaoan City, inside the imperial palace's harem, inside the palace of perpetual indulgence, the many chosen servants of the harem, as well as the two noble concubines, Ji Ning and Lin Xingyi, all came here. The Empress Dowager sat in her chair, looking at these many women with a cold gaze and a graceful posture. She scanned a circle of the many women on the field, pausing briefly on Lin Xingyi's body before landing on Ji Ning. When he saw Ji Ning's abdomen, the coldness in his eyes faded slightly and a touch of kindness appeared. Noble consort Ji, come and sit next to Morning House. Noble consort Lin, don't stand still either. Find a seat and sit down. The Empress Dowager gently waved her hand. Ji Ning and Lin Xingyi sniffed and slightly saluted. Yes. The two men sat down separately. Ji Ning sat down next to the Empress Dowager. Lin Xingyi, on the other hand, sat down a bit lower. After all, Ji Ning was pregnant with Li Cheng's child, and the Empress Dowager naturally favored her a bit. As for the other chosen servants, one by one, they could only look at Ji Ning and Lin Xingyi with bated breath, obediently standing in place. The Empress Dowager looked at Ji Ning by her side and said softly, Noble consort Ji, you are now pregnant with a dragon child, so you should pay more attention to your body. How are you doing in terms of appetite now? Ji Ning lowered her head and replied meekly, Enlightened Empress Dowager, her appetite is still good, only she prefers to eat sour. The Empress Dowager's eyes lit up, smiled and said, good, like to eat acid good, like to eat acid. That pregnant, must be the emperor. Back to Morning Home, let people send you some more sour, but also nutritious food. This is all Morning Home when the birth of the emperor you must also like. Thank you for your concern, Empress Dowager. Ji Ning said. The Empress Dowager nodded, and then she also stopped saying anything, but put her eyes on the group of elected servants, and her tone turned cold and vain, saying, the Morning family called you all here. There is no other meaning. Just want to admonish you, now that the emperor has gone to war and is fighting for his country, you who are in the harem should know how to be at peace. If someone is found by the Morning family to be playing small tricks, then don't blame the Morning family for not being polite. When I played these tactics, I was much more powerful than you. Do you know how I came to this point? Relying on means. Don't think that I don't know about your tricks. The convergence. All give Morning family convergence. Morning family one day in this harem will not allow the harem chaos. The many chosen attendants all became terrified after the Empress Dowager's admonition, and even the masked emotion that was hidden amongst them had collected the shade in her beautiful eyes. Lin Xingyi was the only one who kept rolling her eyes. She really wanted to say, Auntie, how did you survive until now? Don't you know in your heart? 3 days later, beyond the Wanshan Pass, the three armies led by Li Cheng himself finally walked out of the Wanshan Pass. Today this army is moving at an extremely slow pace. Various treats were given to the troops in the evening, and then they waited until sunrise to get up and march. It's so slow it's unheard of. Anyway, Li Cheng was enjoying himself. Every day he sat in the center wagon, resting in various ways, as he slowly advanced with his army. This day, they passed next to a farm field. Li Cheng sat lazily on the four-wheeled carriage as he pulled back the curtain and looked at those farmlands not far from him. Fall has arrived and the fields are covered with golden wheat, especially with the gusts of wheat blowing in the breeze. Li Cheng also closed his eyes and enjoyed the comfort. Ta-da-da-da. Suddenly, a fast horse came from the front. Your Majesty, Han Yu, who was on a horse, came to the side of the carriage and shouted in a low voice. Li Chang opened his eyes, looked up at Han Yu, and lazily said, "What's wrong?" This weather, I must say, was really good for sleeping, and with the breeze blowing, it made him feel a little sleepy. Han Yu followed the carriage forward while saying, "Your Majesty, the front army scouts found a mountain fortress in a mountain range in front of us. There are more than 1,000 bandits in the fortress, who have been plaguing the people. I will ask for the order to lead 1,000 soldiers to go and pacify that banditry." Bandits? What the hell? Li Chang froze for a moment, not coming back to his senses, and shook his head slightly to clear it. There are bandits in the neighborhood, is it necessary to get rid of the bandits? Nope. He raised an eyebrow. Wasn't he trying to delay the march and demoralize the army? Wouldn't stopping the army and going to fight the bandits have been enough to delay it? There are bandits in the neighborhood? Come. Stop the army and set up camp. Order the generals to enter the camp. I want to set up for battle. Li Chang's eyes lit up as he commanded. At his command, the army halted its advance at once, and took up its camp on the spot. Soon a tent was erected. The bright red flag with the word Tang was raised. The many generals who were originally in the front or rear armies also rushed to the center camp. After a good toss, it was only then that the generals arrived at the center camp. Li Chang was sitting in the main seat, and a token arrow was placed on the table in front of him. Waiting until all the generals had arrived, he stood up and said, "I have previously heard General Han say that there are bandits in the vicinity of the scourge of the people, causing the wrath of heaven and the people, and the local official army is incapable of eliminating the bandits. So I deliberately left the garrison, intending to clear out the bandits first, and then continue to march, for the sake of the world's people, but also ask all the generals to jointly contribute to the elimination of the bandits." "Your Majesty's high righteousness." The generals sniffed and arched their hands and let out a rainbow fart. Only Han Yu, a face of confusion. He did not just say, "Want to bring 1,000 people to fight bandits?" Why does it sound to His Majesty like this banditry has hundreds of thousands of people and they are going to fight to the death? Next, I will mobilize my troops to fight against the bandits, and I ask that all the generals never make any other moves and follow my orders. Li Chang picked up a token arrow on the table and said, "Han Yu at your service." Han Yu, who was in a daze, subconsciously stepped out and arched his hand. "The last general is here. I order you to take 50,000 Eastern Expeditionary Forces and attack head-on at the bandit mountain strongholds without fail." Li Chang handed out the token arrow. Han Yu took it and nodded his head in confusion. "At your Majesty's command." Li Chang took out another token arrow and said, "Lu Wen, Zhang Hu, Guan Yun, Zhao Wu, listen to the order." He felt that it was time for him to let these guards of his go out and practice. Idly anyway, the four who were named by him stood out one after another, arching their hands and saying, "The last general is here. The four of you, lead 50,000 Eastern Expeditionary Troops and surround these bandits' camp from behind. Make sure that none of these bandits can break out." Li Chang casually commanded and then handed the token to the four men. All four led the way. Lu Wen was even more enthusiastic and laughed loudly. "Don't worry, Your Majesty, as long as I, Lu Wen, am around, I will never let a single bandit get past my side." The remaining three followed suit with assurances. After all, in the end, none of them were generals. They could only be considered guards, and His Majesty had given them the opportunity to make their mark, so how could they not ensure it? Very good. Li Chang nodded his head in satisfaction and took out two more order arrows, saying, "Kai Bai, you take 30,000 regional troops and surround the left side of this bandit stronghold." "That who came? Yes, you're the ugly one. You take 30,000 regional troops and surround the right side of this bandit stronghold. Remember, don't let a single bandit escape." The general whose name he had named stepped out and clapped his chest. "Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will certainly not spare a single bandit." Li Chang nodded his head with great satisfaction, and after praising them, he walked out of the tent and instructed them to fight the bandits properly. The emperor leaves. The atmosphere in the tent was lightened. The generals were all excitedly discussing this bandit eradication. His Majesty is so serious about fighting the bandits this time. If we win the battle, there must be a lot of credit. His Majesty has transferred 160,000 troops. Can this credit not be low? That, you guys pay attention. Don't fight too hard. Our main, still have to go against the Guro Empire. Got it. The generals discussed it enthusiastically. Han Yu, however, froze in place for a long time. What the hell? This banditry was estimated to be just over 1,000 people, and it definitely didn't even have many good weapons. His Majesty has mobilized 160,000 troops for a siege. Is this a siege? It's damn simple to be nakedly humiliated and show off. Labor drove 160,000 000 elite troops to the doorstep of your family of 1,000 people. Do you dare to move, on the side? Zhao Wu was attentive. Came to General Han. He cupped his fists and inquired. Earlier, I heard His Majesty say that it was General Han who discovered it first. May I ask if General Han knows the specifics of the banditry here? His words came out. The generals in the battalion also had their eyes fall on Han Yu. The inquiry was not disguised. His Majesty has mobilized 160,000 troops. This place is infested with bandits. How about 100,000 men? That said, why hadn't they heard that there was a banditry of this magnitude in the neighborhood, 100,000 of them? There's no way no one would report it to the court. Han Yu smiled bitterly and said, Gentlemen, don't worry, there's no suspense in this battle. Well, the bandits are just 1,000 or so we don't need to fight. Instead, we'll drive the army to people's doorsteps tomorrow, and I'm guessing they'll just surrender. The generals nodded. Just 1,000 or so, not much. Can hit. It's a battle they're going to fight to the death. Wait a minute. What the hell, 1,000 bandits? 160,000 troops to fight bandits? Are you afraid you're going to tear down their fortresses without a blade of grass left? Situated beyond the Wanshan Pass, on top of a mountain called Tailed Bull Mountain, there was a moderately sized camp standing. The entrance to the camp was a large wooden door, somewhat dilapidated, and the walls were constructed of wood and looked ancient. On both sides of the camp, there were 2 men dressed in cloth and armed with wooden spears guarding the camp. Only both of them were dozing off. It was all as usual for a campground. Nothing conspicuous. To say special, then it could only be said that there were only about 1,000 people in this camp on the surface. But the size of the camp was, in general, considered to be a medium-sized camp. It was most strange to see more than 1,000 men put into the camp, which seemed incredibly empty. In the center of the camp, inside a house with a plaque of Gathering Hall, several people gathered here. The man at the head was a man dressed in black, with a rather stout body. His head was bare, and his face was no different from that of a person from the Great Tang Dynasty, but the mustache made his whole person look otherworldly. The rest of the few people were nothing different, other than looking down and out. They were no different from the norm. The man in black, in a slightly broken De Tang language, said, Lao Air, how's it going? The officials over at Wanshan Pass, what did they say? One of them, the second head of the cottage, drank a mouthful of wine with a bowl before opening his mouth. Big brother, those officials, now one by one, have become thieves and clean. I spent 10,000 taels of silver before I was able to buy off a minor official, so that he could use his tactics to help our cottage not be discovered by the officials. Next, as long as we don't make too many moves, the officials shouldn't even care about us. Bang, that black-clothed mountain fortress boss sniffed and heavily slapped the table, saying, Good, Lao Air did a good job this time. The officials don't care, then everything is fine. As for the movements, we're secretly practicing our troops. The movements won't be too big. The rest of them nodded, an excited look in their eyes. None of them were actually from the Great Tang, but rather a small country outside of the northeastern waters of the Great Tang. And because they saw the decay of this Great Tang Empire, they moved, trying to invade the place a little bit, rooted and practiced here. When the time comes, a wave of troops will rise up and make this Great Tang a great mess, and then the navy will come from the sea, and in collaboration with the outside, they will little by little devour this Great Tang Empire and turn it into an empire that belongs to them. Greed flashed in the eyes of Yamada Ben, the boss of the mountain fortress, and after pondering for a while, he dropped his gaze to one more person and inquired, Old Seven, what's the situation of our soldiers and horses now? The 7th leader of the mountain stronghold stood up and said, Big brother, we now have a full 5,000 soldiers. All of them are battle-ready soldiers. When the coming year comes, we'll have roughly 10,000 soldiers. 10,000 battle-ready men. The crowd became a little agitated. That's a full 10,000. Half a year ago, they had visited the soldiers of the Great Tang region, and that combat power, it was weak as hell. They felt that with 10,000 elites, it was enough to mess up the Great Tang. Good, practice well, catch up with the speed, and get to 10,000 soldiers earlier, so our plan can be accelerated by one step. Yamamatita praised the 7th head of the mountain fortress fiercely. Then he looked at the crowd and asked, Then again, why do I feel that something has changed in the Great Tang lately? Even the officials are much cleaner. Do any of you know what's going on? When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other and shook their heads. It's been a long time since either of them went out. Where to find out what's out there? Usually they closed everything and stayed in their cottages, occasionally going out to rob the common people only. The 2nd head of the mountain fortress instead revealed a contemplative look. He opened his mouth and said, Big brother, I have heard quite a lot of things. It seems that the people outside are spreading the word that today's emperor of the great Tang dynasty is very good to the people and whatnot. It seems that it is different from the before became different. Become different? How is it different? The crowd froze for a moment, not looking back. Yamamoto was the first to return to his senses and frowned. How is it different? Didn't you probe specifically? The second leader of the mountain fortress smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, earlier I was in a hurry to report a message, so I didn't stay behind and hurried back. Yamamatita's heart thumped. There was a feeling that he was going to be uneasy. He stood up and immediately said, Elder, you immediately go to Wanshan Pass right now to check out the specific news. What exactly has happened on the side of the Great Tang Dynasty Hall? It must be found out. The second head of the cottage wanted to say something else. Suddenly, a bandit hurriedly ran in and shouted, Big boss, is not good. The officials and soldiers are running towards us. Officers and soldiers. Mention the word. The crowd couldn't help but tremble. It's a subconscious. The surprise of a thief meeting an officer. Yamamoto tapped the table and asked, Is it certain that it's running toward us? How many officers and soldiers are there? The bandit fearfully said, outside the brother passed the news. Said it is running to the front of our cottage to come. The number of people. Cannot see. Densely packed all are. Cannot count. Afraid to tens of thousands. Of people. Dense. The crowd was dumbfounded by this statement. Not reacting at all. Why were they noticed by the officers, and the officials were out quickly? What's going on here? The gazes of the crowd all fell somewhat unkindly on the second leader of the cottage. In recent times, this cottage's second in command was the only one who had gone out, and no one else had. The second leader of the mountain fortress also turned ugly as he roared. What's the use of you guys looking at me? How can I betray you? Moreover, if I betrayed you, then I would have asked the government troops to surround us on all sides. Instead of just attacking the front, we still have the left, right, and rear gates. We can run away if we can't beat them. What's the use of looking at me one by one? The crowd was relieved to hear that it seemed to make sense. Yamamoto made an instant decision and said, Let those 5,000 soldiers hide first. We will take 1,000 people to go out first and take a look. We may be able to avoid a battle. Even if we are in a battle, we will just fight and retreat. We mustn't get involved in a battle. Yes, big brother, all responded. Just as they were about to walk out, 3 more bandits hurried in, one shouting in panic, Big boss, something bad is happening. We found a large group of government troops over the back door. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands. Big boss, official troops have been spotted at the left gate, at least 20,000. Big boss, there are official troops coming up from the right gate. I'm afraid there are 30,000 to 40,000. Big boss, what do we do? Surrounded on all sides. The move is tens of thousands. The government has transferred more than 100,000 troops. What the hell? We didn't even learn our moves. And you guys came straight at us. The crowd was dumbfounded. And after a moment of stupefaction, silently locked their eyes on the second head of the cottage who wanted to sneak out. Beyond the main gate of the cottage, Hanyu personally led the 50,000 strong Eastern Expeditionary Army, slowly approaching the mountain fortress. They were marching very slowly. According to Hanyu's statement, this is not even need to fight. The army to the doorstep of others to slip around. People still do not surrender. 160,000 troops surround your house and you dare to move. Therefore, Hanyu's mind was also very relaxed, riding his horse in front and slowly leading the group forward. An adjutant general beside him said doubtfully, General, why do you think His Majesty would make such a big deal out of it? Sending 160,000 troops to fight the bandits. Where else in the world is there a banditry that is worth 160,000 troops to fight at the same time, especially since there's still 160,000 elite soldiers, not to speak of the elite of the Eastern Bloc. Let's just say that those regional armies are also selected from countless regional armies with good hands, each of which is extraordinary. Is there any banditry under the sky that can stand up to this 160,000 strong army? You're kidding. His Majesty has his own plans. Don't talk nonsense. Hanyu Dude glanced at the vice general, who was equally skeptical, but he was more convinced of one thing. His Majesty has a deeper meaning. His Majesty never makes a gesture without deep meaning, and as he understood it, His Majesty was raising his hand, which might have foretold that there was an assassin on the side of the finger pointing. Not to mention that His Majesty is now transferring 160,000 troops to fight the bandits. It definitely means something else. It can't be that His Majesty is bored and amusing the army. Speed up the advance. Hanyu beckoned and sped up his march. He'd like to see what this mountain fortress has to offer that's worthy of making His Majesty transfer 160,000 troops over. The Eastern Expeditionary Army sped up under Hanyu's orders and headed towards the mountain fortress. Walking, You can also see the outline of the cottage in the entry. Hanyu sat on his horse, gazing out at the cottage in the distance, frowning and muttering, "This cottage is a 1,000-man cottage? The 1,000-man cottage is this big?" The deputy general on the side did not notice anything, and opened his mouth. "General, we all rely on banditry to train our soldiers. The mountain fortress is too familiar to us. But this? It should be a 10,000-person fortress. Right. With the urine of the bandits, there is at least a 5,000 soldiers, 10,000 walled villages." Hanyu's gaze changed slightly. He had gotten word from the local officials as well as the people that this was a 1,000-man stronghold. Obviously there are only 1,000 people, but building a 10,000-person fortress. Unless this bandit is a fool. Obviously there can't be such a stupid bandit. Then there's only one possibility. These bandits. There's more to it than meets the eye. Deliberately hiding troops? Obviously something else is going on. All this would be in line with His Majesty's orders. His Majesty saw something unusual about this cottage and deliberately moved his troops here. Send a few people. Go and tell the generals on the other three sides that there is something unusual about this mountain fortress. Be careful, and drive the army to the entrance of the fortress first, and oppress them by force first. Hanyu twisted his head and instructed the adjutant general. The lieutenant general nodded and sent 3 men on fast horses toward the other 3 sides. Hanyu gazed out over the mountain fortress, his palms slightly tightening the reins. He wanted to see what was so different about this mountain fortress that it was actually worthy of His Majesty's transfer of 160,000 troops. Also, pass down the order for the archers to get ready, and if these thieves dare to make the first move later, shoot them all and leave no one behind. Hanyu waved his hand and gave an icy command. As his order was passed down, the archers within the army all leaned forward a bit, taking out their bows and arrows, ready to shoot at any time. They approached quickly at the cottage. After spending 10 minutes or so, he arrived not far from the cottage gate. Hanyu led his army to a halt and had the war drums sounded to notify the bandits inside. Knock knock. All at once, the deafening sound of drums was heard. The wooden gate at the cottage had long been unguarded, and the gatekeepers had gone into hiding somewhere. Even if the war drums are sounding, but the front cottage is still no one out, seemingly silent, as if there is no one inside. Hanyu was not in a hurry, quietly riding his horse, looking out over the mountain fortress with a solemn face. He didn't believe that the people of this mountain fortress could still run away, now surrounded by armies on all sides, unless they could fly to the sky and hide in the ground. Right. Otherwise they couldn't think of escaping. A little bit of time passed. Finally, Hanyu began to lose his patience. He continued to look at the cottage before him. Still no one out. These bandits. Is it possible that they can really fly? Hanyu frowned, looking at the crumbling wooden fortress gate in front of him. He hesitated, raised his hand, and said, "Attack the fortress. Kill." As his order fell, a group of elites took the lead and ran out, each one like a fearless dead soldier, rushing towards the fortress gate. The unguarded gate of the fortress was breached in just a single glance. The 50,000 strong Eastern Expeditionary Army swarmed into the mountain fortress. Hanyu also followed and entered. He glanced at the cottage. The surroundings were empty. Not a single person. But at the very center, there vaguely seemed to be a loud noise going on. Hanyu immediately led the entire army and charged towards the center of the mountain fortress. At the center of the cottage, Yamamoto led 5,000 soldiers as well as the major leaders, looking around in confusion, surrounded on all sides. That constant sound of war drums then made them feel a burst of fear. Even Yamamoto was baffled. To be honest, he had never heard the sound of war drums at all, and when he had visited the armies of various regions in the past, the soldiers were all over the place, not to mention the war drums. The moment the war drums sounded, he inexplicably felt a sense of trepidation. One can only stand still and keep sending people to check out the situation on all sides. One individual's reply to the letter but made him want to cry. "Big boss, the official general on the left has threatened to make us go out within half an hour, or else we'll be shot on sight. Big boss, the officers and soldiers on the right are shouting for us to go out and accept the surrender. Behind the back the officers said that we should get out quickly or they would cut off our heads as nightjars." Yamamoto almost didn't give a damn. This side wants him to go out, and that side shouts at him to go out. So which way is he going? Report, big boss. The frontal official army didn't say to let us out. When Yamamatita heard this, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Quickly, gentlemen, follow me to the front." He stood up in a hurry, and then he prepared to walk towards the front of the cottage door. Seeing this, the crowd all followed suit and got up, intending to follow Yamamoto to the front. That report small soldier hastily pulled Yamamoto Tian's leg, panting, "Big boss, frontal official army did not speak. They have already fought in coming towards our side." Yamamatita, "I'm too damn hard right. Weak, pathetic. and helpless. Yesterday was happy to conspire with the big plan. Today was more than 100,000 officers and soldiers surrounded. A clearing in the center of the cottage. Yamamatita, including 5,000 soldiers, were all surrounded here, each crouching on the ground, their weapons seized, in a state of despondency. On all sides of them, one officer and soldier looked at these bandits with fiery eyes. The number of officials and soldiers was extremely large, densely surrounding all the bandits, and at a glance, one could not see the end of the number of officials and soldiers. 160,000 officers and men, at the moment. The officials and soldiers are all eyeing each other, wanting to cut off a few heads to take military honors. But these bandits surrendered. These officers and soldiers are not good to make a move, so they can only look at the bandits with fiery eyes one by one, expecting a bandit to suddenly rise up, so that he can snatch the head of a man and go to exchange it for military honors. Those who were crouching on the ground naturally did not know the flowery thoughts of these officers and soldiers. It just felt like these officers had a scary look in their eyes, not realizing that the officers were craving their heads. Yamamatita looked around at the densely packed official army and was in despair. Suddenly, an official soldier walked over and smiled, placing his sword in front of him. Yamamoto looked up at the soldier, puzzled as to why someone would give him a weapon. The soldier grinned and pushed the hilt of the knife further in front of Yamamoto, signaling the other to take it. "What's this for? Didn't I surrender and have my weapons taken away? What do you mean you brought me a knife?" Yamamatita's head was full of doubts, and he picked up the knife strangely, wanting to see if there was something odd about it. Suddenly, the soldier fell to the ground as if he were a playwright and shouted, "This man has taken my weapon. He's faking his surrender." He had just finished falling to the ground, and then instantly climbed back up, fished out a knife from somewhere, and slashed towards Yamamoto. "Yamamatita, you want my head?" Faced with the soldier's incoming slash, he naturally couldn't take the slash with his hands tied, picking up the knife and slashing backhandedly. At least he is also a big leader of a village. The ability is natural. A soldier cannot beat him. Not to 3 or 2. He slashed the soldier's shoulder. Unexpected. When his knife struck, it couldn't cut in at all. This knife. Blunt. Yamamoto was close to cursing in his mind. The soldier also reacted extremely quickly, blocking Yamamoto's sword and slashing his opponent's heart in the process. Put. The blade enters the body. Yamamoto's eyes widened, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as he looked dead at the soldier in front of him. "I thought I surrendered." In the midst of doubt and confusion, his life drew to a close. This person actually pretended to surrender. He deserves to die. The soldier finished cursing with a big grin and began to collect his battle credits. When the rest of the soldiers saw the scene, their eyes lit up one by one, and they looked wistfully at the crouching captives. The remaining 60,000 regional troops, with the exception of the Eastern Expeditionary Force, silently surrounded the area. "Brother, do you want a knife? This knife of mine is still 90% new. I'll give it to you for free. Do you want it?" "Egu. We are all good brothers." "Right. My side let you run how?" "You don't be afraid I don't crave your body." "No, brother, I haven't even spoken yet. What are you afraid of? Your body is shaking like this." Each of these bandits was on the verge of tears. "I know we're fake bandits, but you guys are definitely real bandits. Each one of them craves our heads." The second leader of the mountain fortress was also trembling with fear, and with a twinkle in his eye, he hurriedly said, "I'll show my cards. I'm actually one of your people. I have news. I demand to see your main general." The moment he said this, all eyes fell on him. Each of those fake bandits and the government troops' gazes became odd. Inside that gathering hall before, many generals have converged here. They were all talking to each other. None of them found the fight boring. In fact, they barely even made a move and came right in with a wave. They'd never even fought those bandits. As soon as the army arrived, the bandits surrendered of their own accord. It caused them to have the feeling that their full force strikes were hitting cotton, and it was extremely uncomfortable. They're carrying 160,000 elite troops. With these 160,000 troops in place, it was the rest of the local armies of the Great Tang Empire that were afraid that they wouldn't be a match for these 160,000 troops. 160,000 troops to fight the bandits is not even a problem. But these bandits are still unresisting. It bored them to death. Luckily, I thought it was so much trouble, but I dare say it's so simple. Luwen stood beside a table, peeling an apple with his halberd, talking in a bored manner. Hanyu instead has been frowning. He sat on a chair, slowly said, "The point is not to fight or not to fight. This fortress, there is really a problem. The amount of money is generally more than 10 times the number of 1,000-people fortress, and even weapons and so on have a great reserve. If it were an unusual fortress, he would have just assumed that this fortress often robbed homes, so there was more money and stuff. but now it was ordered by His Majesty himself. Proof that this fortress could be far from simple, and he couldn't help but want more. Han Yu hesitated, wondering if he should send someone to do a thorough investigation. Suddenly a soldier came in and reported that a captive had asked to see them. Han Yu froze for a moment, then waved his hand and let someone in. The second head of the cottage came in, then immediately kneeled down, crying, "Lord, I am not a bandit. Do not take my head. I am not a bandit." Lu Wen raised an eyebrow and continued to peel the apple, slowly saying, "You say you're not a bandit, so aren't you?" The second leader of the mountain fortress cried and said, "I'm really not. I'm a person from the Great Sun Kingdom, lurking in to try to make a big mess in the Great Tang. I'm not a bandit. You guys can't take my head in exchange for military honors." The many generals within stopped their hand movements and looked at each other without speaking. The scene became silent and vain. Han Yu, in particular, stared wide-eyed. Your Majesty, Zhuge Wuming had once told him that His Majesty had many hidden forces. Could it be that this was something His Majesty had secretly investigated? The Great Sunshine State, it's because of this. That's why His Majesty transferred 160,000 troops to come here, just to make it impossible for any of these people to escape. So it is. I can't believe he just guessed it now. That's fucked up. In recent times, he had been out leading the army and had no time to go to the Chancellor's residence to listen to the Chancellor's teachings. It's all getting a bit muddled. When he returned to Chaoan City the next time, he would definitely have to go and reconsult the Chancellor properly. Han Yu slapped his forehead, stood up and glanced at the generals, waving his hand. Don't all stand around. Take this man down. Ask him nicely what the hell the Great Sun Kingdom is, and send all the news to me within an hour. Also, which of you brought that book on Zhuge thought? Lend it to me for viewing. Yes. That's the book that talks about the right Chancellor's thoughts. It's all been compiled into a book. Don't you know? It took half a day. It took Han Yu to take care of everything. This included the news that several of the leaders of this mountain fortress were from the Great Sun Country, as well as various supplies of all kinds hidden in the shadows, all of which were searched out. Wait until everything is settled. Only then did Han Yu breathe a sigh of relief as he sat down in front of a table, holding a wolf hair brush as he wrote 2 letter scrolls. One of the letters was addressed to His Majesty the Emperor, reporting on the supplies harvested and so forth. The other letter was written to Chancellor Zhuge, explaining about the situation of the Great Sun Kingdom. According to the news rumors, that big sun country was a small country off the northeastern waters of the Great Tang, at best a small island country. However, the Great Tang has not developed much in this area of the Navy, let alone the Navy, and that is why it has not noticed such a small country that is eyeing the Great Tang. He wrote to ask Chancellor Zhuge to pay more attention to this aspect. Nowadays, the Tang has never fought a country with a water army, so it doesn't know the disadvantages. If in the future, once the war with a country with a strong navy, then I'm afraid I'll lose out. Only after finishing the 2 letters did Han Yu put his pen down. His gaze looked at the letter scroll in his hand that was written to His Majesty, reporting on the military situation, but he shook his head helplessly. He did not feel that the letter was of any use. With His Majesty's secret power, the world is afraid to be in His Majesty's eyes. They were brought here by the transfer of an army, or by the transfer of 160,000 troops because His Majesty perceived the premeditated plans of this small country. What is it possible that His Majesty does not know the intelligence of their battles, etc.? That's right, it's me who's too rigid. Maybe if I write it, His Majesty won't bother to read it. After all, His Majesty already knows about it. Han Yu smiled bitterly, picked up the scroll of letters addressed to the Emperor, and tore it up in 3 or 2 tries. Knock knock. There was a knock on the wooden door and a voice came in from outside. General. Han Yu heard that it was the voice of his own soldier and spoke softly. Come in. What's the matter? A personal soldier walked in, arching his hand and saying, General. General Lu and the others sent someone to ask what should be done with the bandit captives. When Han Yu heard this, he raised an eyebrow, and after a little thought, he spoke. Send all of those people from the Great Sun Kingdom to Chancellor Zhuge, and hand them over to Chancellor Zhuge to deal with, and the rest of those ordinary bandits will be turned over to the officials at Wanshan Pass. Also, go inform General Lu and the others. Pack up and withdraw the army back to the camp. It's time to rendezvous with His Majesty's side. It's more important to conquer the Guro Empire in the west. The personal soldier nodded. Yes, General. After that, he turned and left. Han Yu sat in front of the table, looking at a scroll of letters in his hand and speculating in his mind. How terrifying is the power of His Majesty's darkness, invisible is in control of all information. Most of all, he actually couldn't detect any trace of it. Not even a hint of His Majesty's shadowy power has ever been detected. Is His Majesty's dark power too well hidden? Or is he too weak to detect it? In the future, we should pay more attention to it. Inside the Grand Army tent, Li Chang was lying on the bed of a camp tent, eating some fruits and looking around boredly. Extremely boring. Shouldn't he get something fun out of it? Forget it. He's still marching, and there's not a lot of time for him to play. However, Han Yu and these people were too slow. Although he did want to stall for time, this time of banditry was far beyond his imagination. So cooperative, I haven't seen this kind of cooperation before. Forget it, if we can delay it a little bit more. It's a little bit. I hope that the Guro Empire's side has made all the preparations. Li Chang rubbed his chin and thought. Your Majesty, the battle ahead has yielded results. A voice came from outside the tent. Li Chang waved his hand, sat up slightly, yawned and said, Su Shang, come in. As his words fell, a young man from outside the camp stepped in. Your Majesty, the battle ahead has yielded results. Our side has solved the banditry without spending a single soldier, and now the army is returning. The young man, Su Shang, said with an arch and a fist. Li Chang nodded slightly, indicating that he knew, and he asked curiously, what about the specific battle report? Han Yu didn't write it? As usual, someone would have written up the battle report and given it to him to read. Usually he looks at his mood and decides whether to read the battle report or not. Now that he was in the mood, he naturally wanted to take a look at this battle report. Su Shang's expression stiffened. Then he respectfully said, Your Majesty, General Han didn't write a battle report, but sent someone to come back quickly to tell just. No battle report? Has Han Yu drifted? Or is he the emperor who can't move his sword anymore? Li Chang was a bit dumbfounded. He really couldn't have imagined that this Han Yu would even save him the battle report now. Good guy. Is worthy of my hand to raise up? Lazy up even ignored me as the king. Li Chang took a deep breath. He didn't have any anger. On the contrary, there was some joy. That's the kind of general he likes. The one who dares to ignore even the king. If everyone was like Han Yu, Zhuge Wuming, and Pang Yuan, why would he worry that the country would not be defeated? Pass on my order to set up a celebration banquet. In order to celebrate the success of the army in eliminating the bandits. Celebrate for 3 days, and then set off for the western expedition 3 days later. Li Chang waved his hand and ordered a celebration banquet to be set up. The corner of Su Shang's mouth twitched hard. 160,000 troops fighting a few thousand. And to celebrate. However, he did not dare to disobey the emperor's order, so he could only arch his hand and say, I respectfully comply with your majesty's wishes. He turned and retreated. Li Chang sat up from his bed and walked out of the tent. Hoo-hoo! A breeze blew through, lifting a few strands of his hair. He looked up to the west. The mind pondered. Guro Empire, a Guro Empire. I've delayed as long as I should have given you. If it doesn't work this time, then I'll kill you on the spot, and you'll raise your ashes. In the meantime, outside of Prayer Pass, Yashijeli galloped along with a cavalry of 10,000 men, and the Iron Horseman stepped on the land, emitting violent trembling sounds, and the entire earth seemed to be shaking. Suddenly, Yeshogri, who was riding ahead, sneezed, and he waved his hand, bringing the party to a halt. At his command, the whole Iron Cavalry soon stopped, showing the strict discipline. One of the generals steered his horse to Yashijeli's side and asked, Marshal, are you all right? Yashijeli touched his nose and shook his head. Nothing's wrong, just a sneeze for no reason. How far is it between Praying Rain Pass and Lulan Pass? The general estimated and said, Marshal, there are at most 3 more days of traveling. But Marshal, aren't we too early? I'm afraid that the side of the Eastern Ancient Kingdom hasn't arrived yet. Yashijeli frowned and said, How can that be? The Eastern Ancient Kingdom took the initiative to ask us out. Surely we will be there first. If we go over there, we should be almost there. 3 days later, at the center of Prayer Pass and Lulan Pass, Yashguru arrived with 10,000 Iron Horsemen. Only as far as the eye could see, it was empty, not to mention people, not even a trace of an animal, a sandy field, not even a regular and proper road. Marshal, just drinking tea here? It's more like this place is used for fighting, right? Besides, none of the people from the Eastern Ancient Kingdom have arrived. One of the generals looked around and couldn't help but ask a question. Yashijeli took a deep breath, looked around, and spoke, Maybe we're early, so let's camp on the spot and wait for a while. In addition, the terrain problem. May people's Detangs drinking tea need to be in this kind of place? You are not a Detang person. How do you know? Don't say anything more. Go and camp properly, or I will kick your ass hard with my sheepskin boots. The general shivered at his words, stopped speaking, and passed the order to go down and set up camp. Sitting on the back of his horse, Yashijeli looked out in the direction of Lulan Pass and muttered, Could it be that I guessed wrong? In fact, Detang prefers to keep time rather than arrive on time? His gaze swept across the surrounding sands. It's even weirder than that. Tea in the sand? Can't you eat sand? It is clearly stated that the drinking tea of the Great Tang is sweet and savory. Does Sandy do anything peculiar, or is it drinking tea where one of the ingredients is sand? He was very puzzled. However, he didn't think that Detan would fight them to the death for no reason. After all, the two countries, no matter what, have never gone to war, and even some minor conflicts have not occurred, at best. The biggest thing that has happened is the intersection of the country's land and the confrontation of the country's gates. Unless the Emperor of the Great Tang has a brain cramp and is thinking of going to war with them for no reason. By definition, this situation is impossible. So De Tang reckoned that he really wanted to feast on them. Yashijeli looked in the direction of Lulan Pass for a long time until a voice came to his ear. Marshal, the camp has been set up. Only there's nothing nearby to scavenge for provisions, so we've brought half a month's rations out. And within half a month, no matter what, we're going to have to withdraw our troops. One of the generals steered his horse to the side of a shigalix and spoke out. Yashijeli frowned and said, "Don't we have the praying rain pass behind us? Why is there the possibility of a food shortage?" That general arched his hand and replied once again, "Marshal, there was already a shortage of food within the praying rain pass, and our army didn't bring much grain or grass with us on this expedition, and it was all by scavenging the western regions countries that we were able to barely make it. Now that we're coming in with our iron cavalry, it's hard for the supply lines to keep up with us, and it'll be at least another month before supplies can be shipped over." A month. Yashijeli fell into deep thought, and was about to ponder over the method, when he suddenly slapped his head and said, "No, why are you talking to me about this? It's not like we're here to fight. We're just drinking tea." "Yes, drinking tea, don't need to fight. Half a month ration. Enough, pass the order down. Let the military heart stabilize some." The general could only nod his head, arch his hand and say yes, then turn around and go down to pass the order. Yashijeli continued to look in the direction of Lulan Pass for several moments before withdrawing his gaze, patting his sheepskin boots, and heading toward his tent. Well, he thought, probably tomorrow, the people from the Great Tang would definitely arrive. Sleep and it's tomorrow. Aha, that must be it. The sun sets in the west and the curved moon rises in the east. Soon, a day passed. Day 2. Yashijeli ordered the whole army to get ready, to show the people of the Great Tang how valiant the Iron Horsemen of the Guro Empire were. 10,000 Iron Horsemen stood in the middle of the sands, each with an icy face, holding unique weapons and looking in the direction of Lulan Pass. The murderous auras of 10,000 people seemed to converge as if they were gathered together, forming an oppressive aura that caused the wind and sand around them to become even more violent and whistling. When it blew over, it made it impossible to open your eyes. However, these 10,000 Iron Horsemen were like dead soldiers, dead wide-eyed, looking ahead, not blinking even if there was sand in their eyes. The power of the elite is on display. The extent of it is no less than that of the Eastern Expeditionary Force. I'm afraid that if Han Yu were here and saw this iron cavalry, he wouldn't be able to resist saying Iron Army, but just such an Iron Army. At this moment in the bitter endurance of the wind and sand, waiting for the Great Tang people to come to invite them to drink tea. A little bit of time passed. The next day came to an end quickly. The 10,000 Iron Horsemen still presented a fierce appearance, only that each of them had red eyes, as if they had just cried a lot. At the very top of the room, Yashijeli's face looked strangely at one of the generals below him. He asked, "How long is it until the day of our appointment with the Great Tang?" The general's eyes were bloodshot as he twisted his head and replied, reporting to the marshal, "There are still almost 10 days left." 10 days? Could it really be that his estimation was wrong? The people of the Great Tang were very punctual, so they wouldn't arrive until it was time. Yashijeli muttered in his mind as he waved his hand and said, "Pass the order down. Go back to camp and rest. The people from Detan shouldn't arrive today." That general was relieved. His tightly tensed face finally loosened. He sighed and said, "Marshal, it's not the same thing if we continue to wait in a place like the sands. Why don't we withdraw our troops from Praying Rain Pass first? When we first arrived here, our generals themselves are not used to the water and the soil. Together with the fact that we have to rest every day in the sands, I'm afraid that the fighting strength will be reduced drastically." When Yashijeli heard this, his eyes widened and he said, "If we leave and the people from the Great Tang side come, won't they say that we, the people of the Guro Empire, are not keeping our promise? Marshal, why should we care about keeping the covenant or not? When we will destroy the western countries, we will directly fight over, is not it? There is no need to suffer here," the general advised bitterly. Yashijeli directly raised his foot in sheepskin boots and kicked at the general, scolding fiercely, saying all these words, "If I tell you to go and pass the order, you go quickly." Nagging, the general was kicked and didn't dare to say anything else, so he hurriedly got up and went to pass the order. Yashijeli took a deep breath, inwardly pondering how many days it would take for this man from the Great Tang to arrive. To be honest, At the very beginning, he also thought that this great Tang Empire was the same as that Western region's countries, including at the beginning. After that claim about the great Tang Empire being the origin of all things spread, he felt the same way, disdain for the great Tang Empire. Somehow, after hearing more about that claim that the great Tang Empire was the origin of all things, he actually had a feeling of believing it himself. It would have suppressed. Gradually, he actually began to subconsciously feel that it was true, as good as a crowd talking about it. It's like it's a real thing. However, he still had reason in his heart, and just thought that this claim that the Great Tang was the origin of all things might be true, and didn't think that the emperor of the Great Tang was some kind of god's petrified body. So he was a little curious as to what the difference was between this Great Tang Empire and their Gu Luo Empire. This tea, he also happens to exchange. Time passes day by day. With 10,000 Iron Horsemen, Yashijeli stayed between Praying Rain Pass and Lulan Pass, waiting for the people of Great Tang to arrive and invite tea. This wait was almost half a month. In this half a month, the 200,000 troops under Li Cheng's personal command had only managed to travel half the distance. It was really Li Cheng's delay that was too powerful. Along the road past large and small banditry, where he mobilized more than 100,000 troops to eliminate the beautiful name for the people to get rid of harm. Li Cheng couldn't care less if he would gain the hearts of the people again because of this. As long as the Gu Luo Empire gave this wave a boost, he would be able to solve all of them in one wave, no matter how much of his country's power would go up in smoke. That's why Li Cheng was very out of his element in impeding the march, and he held 3-day celebratory banquets after each of his bandit raids to try to wear down the army's fighting spirit. Along the way, I don't know how much time has been delayed because of the celebration. The most outrageous time, a group of delicious and lazy people just robbed the county wealth, intending to enter the grass as a bandit, went out and ran into Li Cheng's 200,000 troops, and was played on the spot. That group was only 20 or 30 people. Even so, Li Cheng still organized a 3-day celebration banquet. Those generals were quite vocal, but they didn't dare to say anything and could only let the emperor move. Every time a bandit is eliminated, it is a 3-day celebration. What Li Cheng does not know is that he greatly inspired the fighting spirit of the soldiers. One by one, they are competing to be the first to find the bandit nest, and when they find it, it is a celebration of 3 days. Between the sky those small bandit nests heard the wind, immediately hid, which there are even a lot of bandits, because of the fear of the emperor's army to find, took the initiative to find the local government to turn themselves in. For a while, the security of the world began to stabilize. Li Cheng surely didn't know about this. He sat on the carriage all day, leisurely looking at the scenery. While looking at the scenery, he looked at Su Sheng in front of him and asked, "How much longer is the journey to Lulan Pass?" Su Sheng raised his head to look at the sky before he arched his hand and cupped his fist. "Your Majesty, it will probably take another 7 or 8 days before we can reach Lulan Pass." 7 or 8 days, Li Cheng raised an eyebrow. His heart probably had a number. He turned his head to look at Su Sheng, and asked again, "No, how did you manage to, with a glance at the sky, judge how many days of journey are left? Is it possible that people here tell how far they have to travel by looking at the sky? Can you tell the distance by looking at the sun in the sky?" He only knew that looking at the solar energy to distinguish between east and west, north and south, and had never heard of, "can distinguish the distance." Su Sheng froze for a moment, then replied, "Your Majesty, my subordinate is just looking at the sky and thinking about how much distance is left to travel." Li Cheng was close to picking up a knife and sharpening this person. It took him a while to suppress his emotions, and he said in a nonchalant manner, "Did you run into any bandits today?" Su Sheng shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, in recent times, we haven't encountered any bandits. I guess seeing our flag, the bandits all around have lost their fear." "No more bandits," Li Cheng frowned. How long had he been dragging this out? It was only half a month. "No, we must find some more bandits to get rid of and then continue the celebration system." When he opened his mouth, he asked Su Sheng to notify the army to stop, and to inform all the generals to come to the side of his carriage. The emperor's order went out. Naturally no one dares to disrespect it. The main generals of all the ministries had rushed to the side of the emperor's carriage to listen to the emperor's orders. Li Cheng stepped down from the four-wheeled carriage, and not caring about it, he found a big rock, and sat down, picked up his own water bag, and gulped down the water. See the emperor sitting on a rock. The generals were naturally too embarrassed to ride their horses any longer and dismounted, squatting into 2 rows. 1 row to the left, 1 row to the right, like some kind of scene. Some of the generals who couldn't crouch down because of their armor simply sat on their asses on the ground, not caring about getting dirty. "I'm just sitting down. Why are you all coming down?" Li Cheng finished drinking the water and looked at the scene, and could not help but smile. The generals all smiled and said they didn't dare or anything. You're kidding. The emperors are sitting on rocks. You dare to ride a horse, beware of being marked by the emperor. They have heard of it before. Before the emperor's reason for sending troops to the now disappeared Dongi country was that the previous year, a messenger from Dongi country entered the temple and stepped on the left foot first. But it was a year ago. Who the hell remembers? It has to be because the emperor is sitting and they are writing and being remembered by the emperor. On another day, if the emperor is upset and says AI general, it is really not that I intend to execute your 9 clans. It is because I was sitting on a stone and you were riding a horse. It looks like you are defying me. So I have to punish you. Then they will be wronged. Li Cheng didn't think about it that much. His mind was relatively open and he wouldn't pay attention to this at all. He looked at the 2 rows of generals in front of him and asked, I came here this time to ask you guys if you know where there are bandits in the neighborhood? I want to eliminate the bandits before traveling to Lulan Pass. First, we'll fight the bandits. Are there any bandits left to fight? The generals had glanced at each other and all revealed bitter smiles. Finally, it was Zhao Wu who opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, nowadays the whole world is afraid that there are not many bandits. Afraid that there are already no more bandits to fight. No bandits to fight, a country as big as his is. And there are no bandits to fight, ridiculous. Li Cheng frowned and asked in a deep voice. Then is there any special bit of news around? Is there no other way for him to delay? Do we have to force him to say? Let's celebrate for a few days. Reason, Holy Writ is the reason. The generals were silent for a moment, no one taking the lead. Seeing this, Li Cheng took a deep breath and said, all right, all of you go down. Get ready. Set up a banquet and reward the 3 armies. Generals, Your Majesty. What's this celebration banquet again? The bandits are gone. How can we pose? What are we posing for? Li Cheng stood up leisurely, clapped his hands, and said, My imperial son will be born in about 9 months. I'm happy today. So I'll set up a banquet to celebrate first. The generals fell silent again. All right. Your Majesty is as happy as you like. We don't dare to have an opinion. And we don't dare to speak out if we have an opinion. The other side. At the center of Prayer Pass and Lulan Pass, that vice general was trembling on his horse. His eyes were a little open. He looked at Yasha Jelly and said with a trembling voice, Marshal, our food is really going to be insufficient. It's been more than half a month. Yasha Jelly's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were covered in blood, saying, No, Raji fucking can't believe it anymore. The people of Datong can actually be so bad at keeping their appointments. As he said that, he suddenly looked at the vice general and asked hysterically, Didn't I tell you to go to Lulan Pass and ask? How did the questioning go? The vice general trembled and said, Marshal, we can't understand we can't understand their words. They can't understand our words. Waste. Yasha Jelly raised his foot, kicked the vice general with his sheepskin boot and said viciously, I don't believe it. Go to Praying Rain Pass to transfer grain. I don't believe that this emperor of the Great Tang actually dares to be so disobedient. I have to wait until he does, and then use my sheepskin boot to kick his ass hard. His furious appearance, like a fanatical gambler, seems not to wait until, will not rest generally. Li Cheng's army marched slowly, and under the circumstances of 1 day's small feast and 3 days' big feast, he finally arrived under the Lulan Pass after almost another half a month. After his army had taken over the defense of the Lulan Pass, he held another day of banquets, as he always did, before he began to discuss business. On the Lulan Pass city lord's mansion, Li Cheng sat in the upper seat. Below him, the military generals stood in 2 separate rows, with the right row being dominated by Han Yu as well as the many generals in charge of the military, and in the left row being LV Wen Zhao Wu and others who appeared to be both guards and generals. This time the talk was about, heck, the war. Numerous military generals invariably asked for orders, wanting to be the vanguard and go first to explore the Guluo Empire's side. Li Cheng, however, prevented what pioneers. He thought it would be good to just send the 3 armies. A brain. He is really not quite sure what the strength of this Guro Empire is, although this Guluo Empire was in existence that could defeat the western regions. But if it was just in case that it was all a bunch of savages again, just like the once eastern barbarians, wouldn't he have to vomit blood and die? He didn't feel the need to get all the rules and stuff. For example, if you send a vanguard to find out what's going on first, you can dispense with it. Directly the army will unfold and throw it over. How many numbers are for you to watch? If you still can't win, then he also has nothing to say. In the end, under Li Cheng's determination, the original 160,000 bandit army was dispatched to set sail on the morrow to fight to the death against the Guro Empire, with Han Yu as the main general. As for him, he brought along his gang of guards and fierce generals, as well as the remaining 40,000 troops, and just sat at Lulan Pass. After arriving at this result, Li Cheng dismissed the crowd with a wave of his hand and slipped off to wander around inside the Lulan Pass on his own, leaving a bunch of military generals in place. The various generals all looked at each other with wide eyes, and finally landed on Han Yu. General Han, you see how this is going to be. I've heard that the Guro Iron Horsemen are already valiant, so if they are fooling around, how can they win? Yes, why don't we collectively go and persuade His Majesty again? This time it's not a small matter. It can't be the same as suppressing the bandits. One of the military generals all looked at Han Yu dryly, wanting Han Yu to take the lead and try to see if he could change the emperor's will. Han Yu, however, did not have the slightest intention, his eyes like a torch, looking at the field of the generals. Meaningful said, you really are confused. You think carefully about yourselves, His Majesty, since the emergence of the world. Which time the action? There will be no cloth backhanded? Which time is not in His Majesty's control? Not to mention other things, let's just say that in the original battle of Tianying Pass, His Majesty used secret spies to cause our army to take Tianying Pass without spending a single soldier. A tactic that, prior to this, how could you have guessed? His Majesty's will is far beyond your speculation, you must just learn to carry it out. His tone took on a touch of reprimand. In his opinion, these generals were wrong when they dared to question His Majesty's will. His Majesty made him the main general, so he must have wanted him to bind these generals. From time immemorial it has been the top that makes the decisions, the middle that executes and the bottom that sells. These people were now questioning His Majesty's orders, which made him feel a little upset in his heart. So much has passed. Can't this group of people see His Majesty's deeper meaning? Do you think all these recent events are just coincidences? Some other day we should have Chancellor Zhuge himself come over and teach these elks a good lesson. The many generals had been taught a lesson and could only nod their heads one by one and say yes. Seeing this, Han Yu took a step out of the city lord's mansion and went to prepare for tomorrow's expedition. One of the generals gritted his teeth and followed Han Yu. The many generals within the city lord's mansion continued to stare at each other wide-eyed for a long time before leaving one after the other, again to prepare for tomorrow's expedition. In the barracks, Han Yu looked at the general following behind him and couldn't help but laugh out loud, saying, General Kai, what are you following me for if you're not going to prepare for the expedition? That General Kai Bai frowned and said, General, I really can't figure out why His Majesty would let us lead the army directly to the battlefield without even sending a vanguard. Here we go again asking this. Han Yu shook his head helplessly, patted Kai Bai's shoulder, and said, watch this. After saying that, he took a few steps forward, found a soldier, and asked that soldier to sound the war drums and gather the Eastern Expeditionary Army. Knock knock. At that moment, the deafening sound of war drums rang out. Unlike the sound of bells and drums in the palace, the sound of war drums was more impactful and would give people a feeling of boiling blood. The moment the war drums sounded, the Eastern Expeditionary Force also assembled quickly. In less than 10 minutes, 100,000 troops appeared on the military camp school grounds, each one fully loaded and ready to fight at any time. Generals, tomorrow, by His Majesty's decree, tomorrow we will go out to battle, and fight to the death with the Guro Empire. Tell this general, are you afraid or not? Han Yu stood on top of the schoolyard, his eyes looking at the 100,000 Eastern Expeditionary Army, and spoke word for word. As he spoke these words, Tada! The 100,000 Eastern Expeditionary Army took a step out in unison, their gazes carrying a strong killing intent and wariness, and each of them shouted angrily, eat the king's pay, be loyal. The strong morale was so strong that even Kai Bai was shocked into taking a few steps back, his heart a little confused. I don't understand why the Eastern Expeditionary Force is so warlike. The war, which should obviously have been opened half a month ago, has been hardened and delayed until now. A drum is a drum, and a drum is a drum. The soldiers, by all rights, should be starting to lose their morale. Han Yu smiled as if he had read Kai Bai's thoughts. But are you skeptical? Why don't you come and listen to the soldier's own thoughts? It's more realistic that way. He raised his hand and randomly ordered a soldier up, asking the other party why they had such a strong will to fight. The soldier answered very seriously, food is very cheap nowadays, and no matter what happens to me in the sand, my wife and children won't starve to death. I have no worries. What's more, how good has His Majesty been to us? A small banquet a day, a big one in 3 days. I've lived 27 years in my life, and I haven't eaten as much meat as I've eaten in recent times. Deeply favored by your Majesty. Dare not fight? His words were full of wariness. Kai Bai froze as he listened to these words, his entire body standing frozen. To be honest, he didn't really feel anything for these banquets, because he had come from a famous family since he was a child. He had no special feeling for banquets, but he neglected the ordinary soldiers. Ordinary soldiers had actually never attended any banquets at all, let alone banquets thrown by the emperor. Long banquets have caused such soldiers of the lowest rank to remember the emperor's favor. With this favor and no worries, who would dare not have the heart to fight? I see. Day 2. At a sandy field in the center of Praying Rain Pass and Lulan Pass, Yasha Jelly sat on the ground, gnawing a piece of something similar to jerky in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot, and as he chewed, he muttered, Datong Emperor, don't let me run into you, or I'll use my sheepskin boots to viciously kick your ass, he said, biting hard on the jerky in his hand, as if imagining the future, when he kicked the great Tang Emperor in the ass. After finishing his meal, he turned his head to look at the 10,000 Iron Cavalry behind him, all of them a bit tired and listless. He mused, planning to withdraw his troops and head back if he didn't hear anything today. When he has finished clearing out the countries in the western regions, he will certainly lead 200,000 Iron Horsemen to knock on the door of this great Tang, just as his heart gave out. Suddenly, a fast horse came galloping by. A general on the horse said in a loud voice, Marshal, there's news. An extremely large army is coming out of Lulan Pass, like it's coming towards us. Finally, Athena glyph his entire being. He lurched to his feet, and for a split second, his head buzzed as a sharp tingling sensation surged through him. The inexplicable tingling made him panic. Still, he forced himself to endure the stinging pain and asked through gritted teeth, Sure it's coming for us? The general who came running jumped off his horse and said loudly, Marshal, sure, that's running towards us. Just the number of troops is too huge. I feel that they are coming from a bad place. Should we immediately contact with Praying Rain Pass and ask for support? No need. Covering his head and swinging his hand, Ashigarb asked, Are there any vanguard troops on the other side? The general shook his head and said, Reporting to the marshal, there is no vanguard unit, but the entire army walking together, with the majority of them being infantry and the cavalry occupying a minority. Yasha Jelly held his horse and said, Even the vanguard troops are not there. It is bound to be not to pick a fight. It seems that the people of the Great Tang have finally arrived. Command down, the whole army to assemble. Never let the Great Tang army look down on us. As his order went down, the tired 10,000 Iron Horsemen mounted their horses and gathered their spirits. Ashigarb forced his eyes open and mounted his own horse, only to feel his head tingle more and more, and even breathing became a bit difficult. What's going on here? There was inexplicably some trepidation in the heart of Yasha Jelly. He used to be out on the battlefield for many years and nothing happened to him. Why would he have such symptoms when he arrived here, which had only been a month? Could it be that the Great Tang is really some kind of origin of all things, with gods and goddesses, and that he has a greedy heart towards the Great Tang? So the stream of gods and goddesses are punishing him. The more he thought about it, the more pain he felt in his head, as if countless more needles were stabbing him. The general on the side looked like he could see what was going on and couldn't help but speak out. Marshal, are you alright? Athenaglyph raised his hand and said grudgingly, It's fine. He hadn't finished his sentence. Another general shouted, Marshal, the army of Great Tang is coming. Athenagoras looked up. In the distance, the sand and fog filled the sky. Vaguely a cavalry was rapidly approaching them, the bright red banner weaving through the sand and fog. Suffered. The moment Yashguru saw this cavalry, he had a bad feeling in his heart and his head cleared. Long time he's been around. One could detect a murderous aura on this cavalry. Not here for tea. It's a fucking war to fight. Big Don, deceive me, goddamn etiquette. Growling inwardly, Athenagoras raised his javelin and shouted, Prepare to meet the enemy. Kill them. The 10,000 Iron Horsemen behind them were all a bit dazed. And after a while, they reacted, and their good war education made them not ask questions in return, but instead raised their weapons and prepared to launch an attack. Ta-da-da-da. In the distance the Great Tang Eastern Expeditionary Army cavalry killed. Buzz, Yasha Jelly was just about to speak when his head suddenly tingled again, and his entire consciousness fainted straight away as he slumped onto the horse's back. At the time of the battle, the main general was unconscious. If this had been an ordinary army, I'm afraid that morale would have collapsed long ago. However, amongst this iron cavalry, morale did not drop, and seeing that Yasha Jelly was unconscious, one of the lieutenant generals took the place of the main general in a very straightforward manner, and launched an attack order to the iron cavalry. A single iron cavalry cavalryman raised his javelin, and after the Great Tang cavalryman came into range, they all projected their javelins, and their strong arm strength made the javelins break through the air and fly away. At the same time, the Great Tang Eastern Expeditionary Army cavalry, the same did not bunch up, but all on horseback directly shooting arrows, one hand holding a bow, one hand to take arrows, eyes tightly staring at the front of the Iron Horseman. There was no need to pull on the reins at all, and the horse, as if it knew its master's mind, balanced itself to the best of its ability so that he could shoot his arrows. Shoo shoo shoo. A cracking sound rang out. Arrows and guns intermingled. Each is damaged. After a flurry of throwing spears and shooting arrows, the two cavalries from different countries crashed together in a fierce fight. But in the next moment of engagement, the 10,000 Iron Cavalry of the Gyuro Empire then fell into a disadvantage. These 10,000 Iron Horsemen were already in a bad state of mind. Plus there were more than 30,000 cavalrymen from Datong, and all of them were not weaker than the Gyuro Iron Horsemen's elites. The difference in numbers and the difference in status made the battlefield instantly turn one-sided. Far away, in the midst of a rapidly advancing infantry of more than 100,000 men, Han Yu was in the center of the army, and he kept listening to the scouts who were reporting back on the situation. He was also surprised for a long time when he learned that there were just 10,000 Iron Cavalry on the side of the Guluo Empire. Didn't we say we'd fight to the death, just send out 10,000 Iron Horsemen? He had thought earlier that there were at least 100,000 Iron Horsemen, so he just instructed the cavalry of the Eastern Expeditionary Army to go in charge for a while to probe the reality. I didn't realize the other side was just 10,000 Iron Horsemen. In the case of 10,000 Iron Horsemen, the general leading the cavalry of the Eastern Expeditionary Army only chose to directly leave all 10,000 Iron Horsemen behind. Right, but this cavalry captain, he actually took the liberty of making a decision. This point should be punished. Han Yu pondered darkly in his heart as he looked at the scout in front of him and asked, "Are you sure there are no more ambushes around?" The scout nodded, respectfully replied, "General, our Eastern Expeditionary Army scout team can never pass the faulty intelligence. All around have been probed by us. There is no ambush. There is really only 10,000 enemy troops. 10,000 enemies. There are a full 160,000 of them. There are still over 40,000 troops in the Lulan Pass." Han Yu was a bit dazed as his expression became strange. What the hell is going on here? Can't it be that this is another one of His Majesty's layouts? You're so unconcerned because you've counted on only 10,000 Iron Horsemen? No. He'd have to take a good look at the front lines and investigate the situation. All armies accelerate. Han Yu issues order to speed up march to battlefield. This war started fast and ended fast. By the time Han Yu led his army into the field, the basic battle had already ended. 10,000 Iron Horsemen could not escape at all, with the cavalry of the Eastern Expeditionary Army pestering them. Even if they escaped, they would only speed up their deaths. Under such circumstances, 10,000 Iron Horsemen soon fell, capturing only 3,000 or so, while the remaining 7,000 or so were all killed in battle. The Grand Marshal of the Gyuro Empire, Yasha Jelly, was also captured, only that Yasha Jelly was in a state of unconsciousness, coupled with the language barrier. Yasha Jelly was directly treated as an ordinary captive and thrown into the captive group. In fact, also thanks to Han Yu's timely attention to this unconscious Yasha Jelly, or else are directly treated as a corpse. Make up a knife, so as not to have died through. That being said, it's also the life of ASGL. After sorting out the battlefield, Han Yu then sent people to Lulan Pass to pass on the battle report, and he looked at the traces all over the place. I see. He truly couldn't have imagined that the battle would end so quickly. It took almost less than a day to finish, although he knew that there were only 10,000 Iron Cavalry here. Then there were bound to be Iron Cavalry from the Guluo Empire over in the western region. But he had no scruples today. Unsurprisingly, it was all laid out by His Majesty. His Majesty knew precisely that the enemy army was only 10,000, which is why he told them not to even send a vanguard, but to just fight. Perhaps the reason why His Majesty has been hosting banquets is not only to mobilize the military, but I'm afraid it's more of a layout. His Majesty's secret power is the one that has been in action for some time now. Right, Han Yu was inexplicably in awe of this secret power. It was clearly the work of those shadowy forces, but because they couldn't show up, the credit for this war was hardened into theirs. But those shadowy forces don't count in the slightest. This heartfelt, Han Yu was touched inwardly, and remembered the Battle of Tianying Pass, which was once a secret power to make the power. And in the end, the credit cast his name instead. At the end of the day, this shadowy force is one of the people responsible for making him the name he is today. And he doesn't even know who the other guy is. When he goes back to ask His Majesty, never mind. If His Majesty refuses to say, he surely doesn't want them to know. In the future, I can ask Chancellor Zhuge. I feel that Chancellor Zhuge should know something. Han Yu secretly pondered. Inside the Lulan Pass, in the middle of the streets, the flow of people was lower than the average city, but it was still quite lively. In front of a stall selling ice-cold candies, the stallholder was yelling, "Ice candy gourd. Sweet and sour ice candy gourd, only 2 cents a bunch." Not far from the stall, wearing a white dress, Li Cheng leaned against a pillar. holding a bunch of ice candy gourds in his hand and eating them with great relish. As he ate, he also looked around at the people coming and going. Behind him, Zhao Wu followed with an expression of helplessness. Zhao Wu couldn't have imagined to death that His Majesty would actually look like this after leaving behind his status as emperor, as if he were a male child. Anyway, he couldn't be associated with the emperor who was full of imperial majesty before. No matter what, Li Chang did not care, eating the ice candy gourd, and also turned his head to look at Zhao Wu, saying, "What are you looking at me for? Want to eat? Go buy it yourself if you want to eat. I'll reimburse you." Reimbursement? Zhao Wu laughed bitterly and waved his hand. "Your Majesty. Ahem. Master. You just eat." Li Chang raised his eyebrows and didn't bother to continue asking, eating the ice candy gourd in his hand. It had to be said that the ice candy gourds of this era had a purer flavor than those of his previous life, and they were delicious. Well, what makes him happiest is that Eunuch Su is not here, and no one is hindering. Don't eat him this. Don't eat that, Li Chang thought in his heart. His eyes darted around the street and finally landed on a small child of about 5 years old. That little child stood in front of that ice candy gourd selling stall wearing cloth clothes and bare feet, his eyes looking straight at those ice candy gourds. Obviously, he was craving for those ice creams but couldn't afford to buy them. Li Chang was also idle and interested, and walked towards the kid. The child saw the approaching Li Chang and took a step back in fear, shrinking his hands. "Want some ice cream?" Li Chang crouched down and revealed a smile that he thought was handsome. The child's big eyes looked at Li Chang, filled with fear, but when he heard the sentence, "Do you want to eat ice candy gourd?" he still hesitantly nodded his head. "Want to eat? What should you call me then?" Li Chang said with a smile. The kid kept his head down, his little brow furrowed for a moment before he said, "Unattractive big marshmallow. Not a good-looking Uncle Dan. It's not pretty. You're going too far. I want to treat you to an iced gourd. And you tell these lies with a clear conscience, learning to lie at a young age. Must educate." The smile on Li Chang's face stiffened. He took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, and then said, "Call out to Dad, and I'll buy you ice candy gourds. 2 bunches of them. I won't lie to you. He was a monarch, albeit a monarch with a bit too much water. But how about calling a child his father? The other party had earned it. Right, when the child heard 2 bunches of ice candy gourds, his eyes lit up and his voice got a little louder. "Really?" Li Chang nodded his head and said seriously. "Really? I, Lao Su, will never lie. Father, father, father." The kid immediately shouted and added. "I shouted 3 times. Does that make 6 bunches? You're such a little wit." Li Chang grinned, reached out and touched the child's head, said, "Since you have called me father, then I naturally have to discipline you. At a young age, what ice candy gourd to eat? Obedient. Let's not buy it. Quickly go back." The child was dumbfounded and froze. "You lied to me?" Li Chang grinned. "Did not lie to you. Told you to listen to just. We do not buy ha. Father left first. Some other day there is a chance to see you again." With that, he got up and left. The child angrily watched Li Chang leave and shouted, "Bad egg, you dare to leave your name? I, dang tongue, have memorized it. I will seek revenge on you in the future." Li Chang's head wouldn't change, and smiled. "The line doesn't change its name. Your father's name is Su Ran Yang. Well, his family's old Su's full name is Su Ran Yang. He remembers it clearly. Old Su doesn't have a son, so it's good that he recognizes one for him. Maybe there's a wonderful wonderland in the future. Old Su might even thank him." That child quietly watched Li Chang leave, his small fists clenched red. Li Chang and Zhao Wu met up and prepared to go back to the city lord's mansion to rest for a while. But before he could return to the city lord's mansion, a soldier came to report that the results of the battle ahead had come out. Li Chang was amazed at the divine speed of this war and also walked quickly towards the city lord's mansion. Did the great Tang lose so soon? Is the Guro Empire so awesome? I don't think it's the Guro Empire that's on its knees. Definitely not. Inside the prayer pass, when Chakri learned that Yashajeli's 10,000 Iron Horsemen had all been defeated by the hands of the great Tang, and that even Yashajeli himself had been captured, he was in a state of shock. "Oh by God. Is this true? The marshal has really been captured? I pray this is false. How good it would be for this to be false. I'd rather pay the price of having my ass kissed by the Grand Marshal's sheepskin boots for this to be false. The marshal has been captured. What next? How can the ancient Eastern countries be so shameless as to come up with such a trick?" Chakri looked at the battle report letter in his hand and kept talking aloud. He just couldn't believe this battle report letter. What kind of person is their marshal, not to mention its ability? Just to say that the fact that the Grand Marshal could be chosen by the great emperor of their Guluo Empire to be the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Expedition was enough to prove everything. But it is such a generation of characters, actually folded in the hands of the ancient Eastern countries. Is the ancient East so terrible? Nope. The battle report said that the Marshal was facing a great Tang army of at least 100,000, and with 10,000 000 against 100, 000. The marshal's defeat was quite reasonable. In that case, we can only blame that ancient eastern country for its trickery, not the marshal's incompetence. But now that the marshal has been captured, where do they go from here? No. If those who are internally clearing the western regions know that the marshal has been captured, there will definitely be a great disturbance in the military. And in case something goes wrong in the rear, this eastern expedition will be a lost cause. Chakri mused as he gritted his teeth and called an adjutant in. The adjutant general came in, arched his hand, and said, "General Chakri, may I ask what is the matter?" Chakri threw that war report letter to the ground fiercely, and said in a deep voice, "The contents of this war report letter are all circulated to the hands of all generals, so that they must put down their hands, lead the whole army, and come to Praying Rain Pass." As his words came out, the adjutant general was also horrified, but the adjutant general did not ask anything, obviously knowing the importance of the matter this time, and after picking up the letter of war report on the ground, he respectfully left. Chakri looked at the blank tabletop in front of him, his eyes glazed over and his fists clenched red. He felt that it was now the moment of life and death for their Guru Empire's Eastern Conquest Army. If the marshal doesn't rescue them, their morale will definitely start to crumble. To save the marshal, the only option was to make an enemy of the ancient kingdom of the East. Faced with an ancient eastern country with a strength of 100,000 or more, they had no choice but to gather all their forces. But they had to help that group of generals get over their fear of the ancient kingdom of the East in order to do so, or else they wouldn't even have to fight. Chakri clenched his teeth and looked in the direction of Lulan Pass. Ancient East. Is it really that horrible? Will their eastward march end here? In the meantime, Lulan Pass City Lord's Mansion. Li Cheng's hands and feet were cold as he looked at the letter scroll in front of him, and those eyes stared at it for a long time. I don't know if 10 or 20 minutes passed. His lips quivered and parted as he slowly spat out one word, "Fuck. I Guro Empire. What are you guys made of?" Dueling moments. You're sending 10,000 cavalry to play house, moreover. You damn send 10,000 on send 10,000 cannot talk to me in advance? I directly send 160,000. You are not clearly want to give me headed. Li Cheng felt that his mind, which was already as stable as a mountain, could not help but blow up again. It's a mind explosion of stupidity by the Guro Empire. This is too much. Damn. It's so hard for him to lose a country. Every time he had lost his country from the time he crossed over to the present, he had somehow failed in the end, as if the heavens were playing a joke on him. First gave him hope, then brought him endless despair. Is he destined to fail to defeat his country? But he's in the modern era, and he's got things to do that belong to him. Silky ripples crossed Li Cheng's dark and deep eyes as he took a deep breath and stabilized his mind that was about to collapse at the touch of a button. I have to say, more than enough excitement to endure. His heart's ability to endure had also become too much stronger, and even his ability to adjust his mind had become fast. He quickly adjusted his mindset. No matter how far it went, he hadn't failed completely. He still had that defeated nation class in the courtroom. With that defeated nation class in place, he's not a total failure. There was still a chance for everything to turn around. What's more, he hasn't failed in this lost country yet. Li Cheng's gaze was ghostly as he looked at his battle report letter. Hanyu had sent word that within the Praying Rain Pass, there was still a large group of people from the Guro Empire present, and these 10,000 Iron Cavalry were probably just a part of it. Pray for rain off. This time, he would never go wrong anywhere. He's going to the front lines himself. It can't be anymore. He realized that every time he meticulously, something unexpected happened. He's going to risk it all this time and take command of the front lines. Mr. Li, is by no means a person who is greedy and afraid of death. He could also go to war himself for the sake of defeating his country. Come on, man. Li Cheng slapped the table. Outside, Zhao Wu immediately walked in, arched his hand and bowed. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Li Cheng waved his hand and said in a rather low tone, I want to personally go to the battlefield and lead the army to launch an attack on Praying Rain Pass, so go down and get ready. Taking the battlefield personally, Zhao Wu's pupils shrunk, and he quickly knelt down and said, Your Majesty, you are the body of a true dragon. How can you personally visit the battlefield? He hadn't finished his sentence. Li Cheng then interrupted and said, There is no need to say more. I must personally go to the battlefield. There is no need to discuss. Go and summon Lu Wen and the others. Prepare to follow me and go to the battlefield together. Zhao Wu sniffed, was silent for a moment, responded, turned around, and prepared to go pass on the order. Before he could walk out of the lobby of the city lord's mansion, Li Cheng suddenly called out to him again. In addition, deploy those 40,000 troops to form my escort, led by Zhang Hu, you and others to assist. Be sure to follow me at all times. Zhou Wu, an escort of 40,000 000 men, what kind of escort is this? I can't believe it took 40,000 people to act as an escort. Still led by them. Is His Majesty really not afraid of death? It must not be. Well, it certainly isn't. It is well written in Juga ideology that what is on the surface of His Majesty's mind is not necessarily true, and one must learn to speculate on His Majesty's meaning from the side and from the details. Well, Your Majesty has deeper meaning. Don't ask too many questions. Be more thoughtful. Speculate for yourself. Zhao Wu frowned in thought, turned back and said yes, sir, and left the city lord's mansion. Li Cheng took a deep breath. Soon he would be going into battle. It's a risk of death to go to the battlefield. This time he would like to see where under the sky there were so many misunderstandings. If he was in personal command and there were any surprises, then he should simply stop playing. Go take the wheel of a four-wheeled wagon, dip it in some sauce, and choke to death on it. Early the next morning, Li Cheng then personally went to the battlefield to join the army and unify the command. Accompanying him, there are 40,000 escorts, as well as Lu Wen, Zhang Hu, Zhao Wu, Guan Yun, and other 10,000 enemy fierce generals. The lineup is so powerful that I'm afraid that without tens of thousands of iron horsemen, I would never want to touch Li Cheng half a hair. Anyway, Li Cheng didn't feel bad about it. Instead there was some concern that this level of defense would protect him. Well, he's just a little overly life-thirsty, not some fear of death. Who is he? Li Cheng, that's a man who dares to go to war. How can he be afraid of death? This group advanced toward the battlefield. Inside the prayer pass, Chakri sent a message to the generals, and went to it with the highest degree of urgency. Many generals who were originally in the western region to clean up the remaining forces of the western countries also quickly put down their hands and transferred their entire army to Praying Rain Pass. At one time, 190,000 iron horsemen came within the Praying Rain Pass. Praying Rain Pass, City Lord's Mansion, Lobby. This lobby was built in much the same way as the Great Tang, with only a few minor changes, such as a tiger skin hanging on the walls, etc. After all, the western regions were close to the Great Tang, and their cultures were intertwined. But more than that, the western region was detangized, resulting in more or less signs of detang culture within the western region. At this moment, Chakri was interviewing the generals, and he first gave a brief account of the capture of the marshal by the ancient kingdom of the East, and afterwards gave his opinion. He wanted to mobilize all of his forces and go forward to rescue the marshal and fight the ancient Eastern kingdom. When the generals heard this opinion, but one by one, they were like frying pans. My God, how could you do this? Don't you know the news of the Eastern Divine Kingdom? Rumor has it that the Lord of the Eastern Divine Kingdom is made of divine stone, where the heavenly destiny lies, and possesses 300,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. So how can we possibly beat them? Dear Chakri, think about it. It's totally unwinnable. That is the great emperor came. Also impossible to fight. Not to mention other things. Just say the Lord of the Eastern God's country under the capable person who can squeeze dry 3,000 men a day. It is extremely scary. Our 1,900,000 iron cavalry. If the other side is surrounded by thousands of such a person, even to buy karma, I do not dare to imagine. All of the generals, as you speak, all of them are in awe of the Great Tang. Rumors are not scary. What's scary is the rumors that get more and more deified the more they are passed around. Moreover, most of these generals didn't believe in it at first, but as it spread more and more, one by one, they also began to believe in it superficially. That's why the current situation has been created, with each one fearing the Great Tang as if they feared a god, especially after they learned that their marshal had been captured by the Great Tang. An unspeakable fear arose. Chakri watched the generals react, his chest heaving up and down in anger. He seriously suspected that this was a ruse used by the vile Datang. With this kind of news, it will break their military heart. No, the news could blind these generals, but not him. Chakri lurched to his feet and drew the longsword at his side. Clank, this action also startled the generals on the field, and one by one, the generals drew their swords and glared angrily at Chakri. They subconsciously assumed that Chakri saw that they didn't want to cooperate and were intent on taking over the military. Chakri, what do you want? One of the generals, a man of high prestige, shouted angrily. Chakri, however, did not try to seize the power of the army, as the generals thought, but crossed his sword and cut himself heavily on the arm. Put! Rolling blood spattered on the ground. Chakri held up his bleeding arm and said hysterically, Gentlemen, don't be fooled by the tactics of the ancient East. All the news you have heard is false. I Chakri, may I swear in the name of the Lord, in the name of the great emperor, that if there is really any semblance of the stream of immortals and gods in the ancient countries of the East, then I, Chakri, will bravely fall into hell, become a devil, and shall not die a good death. I still hope that all the generals, believe in me, Chakri, and also give me, Chakri, a chance to lead the ancient Luo iron cavalry, ruthlessly tear the machinations of the ancient Eastern Kingdom to shreds. He raised his arms high, his voice low with a sense of madness. The generals on the field fell silent. Take back all the swords in your hands. The field was silent. A depressing atmosphere surrounded the area. No one dared to be the first to break the silence. I don't know how long it has been. Chakri opened his mouth again and shouted, "Generals, help me!" His voice was so loud that it broke the silence on the field completely. The generals finally reacted, perhaps activated by that belligerent heart, or perhaps moved by Chakri's words. They stepped forward. "General Chakri, 10,000 Iron Horsemen from my division are at your disposal. 30,000 of our Iron Horsemen are willing to do General Chakri's bidding for the time being. Since we're going to fight, let's all go together and see what the Divine Stone is capable of when it's transformed." Chakri also broke into a smile when he saw that the generals were willing to trust him and give him all of their troops. He made it. With these 190,000 Iron Horsemen in hand, he firmly believed that he would definitely be able to ruthlessly tear that Eastern Ancient Kingdom to shreds. Chakri took a deep breath and said, "Generals, since we are now united in our opinions, it's time for us to take action. Drive all the soldiers to the pass and get ready for battle." "Yes." The generals looked at each other and responded in unison. The military power is unified within the Prayer Rain Pass. While the Iron Horsemen are out of the pass, Li Chang also brought 40,000 escorts and arrived at the army to join the 160,000 strong army. News of the emperor's personal presence on the battlefield spread. It made the army, one by one, become incredibly demoralized. It could even be said that today's army, all of them had become the emperor's die-hard loyalists. And even if the emperor asked them to send them to their deaths, I'm afraid that they wouldn't frown for a second. How many emperors in ancient times have been able to personally drive to the battlefield, not to mention Li Chang, an emperor with great prestige in the military? Inside the main camp of the army, Li Chang brought the generals into the camp to discuss the battle. Li Chang sat on the main seat, his eyes looking at the huge flag outside the camp while saying, "I wish to continue to send out my troops to fight against the Guro Empire. May the generals do their jobs and make sure to listen to my orders." Did the emperor come to the battlefield to inspire them to continue fighting? The generals froze, then nodded their heads, arched their hands and clasped their fists. "I respectfully follow your majesty's orders." "Well, I will not say more. The generals understand it. If there is nothing, I will not say anything more. The generals can retire first." Li Chang was also a bit tired after rushing for half a day, and after waving his hand, he wanted all the generals to retire. The generals heard. Naturally all retired. "Joking. The emperor told you to go. Can you not go?" "Not, the generals are ready to retire?" Li Chang thought for a moment, then spoke again. "That, whoever of you is free, take down the center army camp. Well, just that flag at the entrance, and replace it elsewhere. Just find a random bumpkin to stick it in." "Reason? No. Tell you to go, just go. Too dangerous to mess with. With this flag planted, won't it expose his position? Stick it somewhere else and he'll sleep easier." In the blink of an eye, several more days passed. In the center of Prayer Pass and Lulan Pass, the two armies were camped and facing each other. Among them, a little closer to the Praying Rain Pass, it was clearly the camp of the Gu Luo Empire. The Guro Empire's camp was set up in a relatively simple manner and did not have any strong defenses, compared to the simplicity of the Guro Empire's camp. The one on the Datang side, however, appeared to be in good shape. After all, the cultural heritage inherited from the Great Tang Empire is very deep, and there is naturally a method in it for things like setting up camp. The camps on either side present a stark contrast, a side of simplicity. One side implies the essentials of the art of war, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Under the night, this sand field also fell into silence, and both armies were patrolling in their camps. In the middle of the camp on the Guro Empire's side, at the main camp, with candlelight flickering, several generals were summoned by Chakri to deliberate within the camp. Those few generals were also astonished one by one after hearing the idea Chakri proposed. Even Baiga, "General Chakri, you want a night attack on an ancient oriental camp?" one of the generals exclaimed. Chakri nodded and said, "That's good. Now it's not yet late into the night. Wait until it's late into the night. Then we'll attack the camp of the ancient Eastern Kingdom. I've scouted out the location of the flag of the main camp of the ancient Eastern Kingdom, and that's bound to be where the Emperor of the Great Tang rests. We don't want to break the enemy. We just want to charge for a while, and it's best to capture the Emperor of the Great Tang, and then some of the important generals of the Great Tang, so that we can use them to exchange for the marshal, and in the smallest possible degree, get the marshal back," he said, with a gleam in his eye, as if he was pleased with his ploy. The generals, however, were in a bit of disbelief. Storm right in and capture the Emperor of Great Tang? Is it really feasible? I only called you guys here this time because I plan to attack at night. How about it? Guys, do you dare to come with me? Chakri was unusually excited. Many of the generals froze at the words, and they were all a bit hesitant. On the contrary, one of the stouter generals said in a deep voice, since General Chakri is trying to rescue the marshal, it is only natural that I should contribute. I would like to take the lead in the charge, and this time I will go and light up 10,000 Iron Horsemen, ready to launch the attack. The remaining few generals could not help but settle down when they saw this lanky general. Since even the one brave general of my Guluo Eastern Expeditionary Army, Yao Wei, is on board, it's only natural that we shouldn't drag our feet. Several generals nodded their heads in agreement, willing to send troops to fight. Seeing this, Chakri was also relieved and said, General House, generals, there is no need for you to send troops. This time the main thing is to seek a quick battle. So I ordered 5,000 Iron Cavalry early in the morning, just waiting for the night to be a little bit deeper. Then we can put it into the battle and carry out a night attack. 5,000 horsemen. A general was a bit abashed and gritted his teeth. General Chakri, on the side of the Eastern Ancient Kingdom, there are at least 100,000 troops. Would it be too risky for us to just have 5,000 Iron Horsemen? Chakri slapped the tabletop, narrowed his eyes, and said, it's not like they can't think of us attacking at night. Only a small number of people makes it convenient to attack at night. If there are more people, then I'm afraid we'll be discovered before we get there. But just like that again, isn't it too dangerous to bring only 5,000 Iron Horsemen? Several of the generals looked at each other, wanting to speak. It was the stout general, House Wei, who was not afraid at all and stepped forward, patting his chest and saying, okay, 5,000 Iron Horsemen will be 5,000 Iron Horsemen. When the time comes, I will open the way. Whoever stands in the way will be killed. Chakri laughed and said, with General House here, this battle, then, is secure. This General Octavia of theirs was in existence known as the Lion, an existence that had once fought 1 against 100 with his bare hands, causing even the great emperor of the Guro Empire to marvel at him. With this man, Chakri believed that even 5,000 Iron Horsemen could explode into 50,000 Iron Horsemen. On the side of the Eastern Ancient Kingdom, no one should be able to rival their General Yakui, right? Well, there shouldn't be. Put should have gone. Absolutely not. A little bit of time passes. Soon, it was late into the night. Next to the Guro Empire's camp, there was a small dirt slope where 5,000 Iron Horsemen converged. Ta-da-da-da-da. The sound of the horses' hooves was unmistakable in the silence of the deep night. Chakri, with Yakui and other generals, rode into the midst of these 5,000 Iron Horsemen. General Yak, this time you will open the way and lead the way. Kill into the camp of the Eastern Ancient Kingdom. A little to the left, there will be the big flag of the Eastern Ancient Kingdom. When you see the big flag, kill into it. That is, the Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty must be in there. Chakri ambled down and spoke to Yavi. When you see a big flag, kill it and take the Emperor of the Great Tang captive. Octavius made a secret note of it, nodded heavily, and said, I know all about it. General Chakri, just move back a little, and let me start it off. Chakri sniffed, nodded, and with the rest of the generals, drove his horse toward the back of the crowd to hide. Hiding with the 5,000 Iron Cavalry was the only way to maximize the guarantee that they would not be treated as generals, and in case something went wrong, they would be able to escape better. All troops depart. Octavia picked up her own weapon, something that resembled an iron spear, but this one had 2 ends, and in the darkness of the night, it appeared to glow with a cold light. At his command, 5,000 Iron Horsemen began to gallop up, with the target clearly being the Great Tang camp. In the meantime, inside the Great Tang camp, in the center army camp, Li Chang did not sleep, but sat boredly next to a table with a scroll of paper on it, holding a wolf brush as he wrote something. One side of the book is still writing. Maybe the generals or whatever out there will read what's on the paper scroll and won't be able to read it. But for a modern man, it would certainly be readable, because what Li Chang was drawing was tic-tac-toe. Well, he was playing tic-tac-toe with himself, which showed how bored he was. After playing for a while, Li Chang got bored inside as he glanced at the candlelight next to the paper scroll. That's a sad way to lose sleep on a big night. It's too hard. Ji Ning is not there. Lin Qingyi wasn't there either. It's all big men out there. Catch a random man and come harder, hiss. Thinking about it, Li Chang felt his scalp go numb and his back go cold. But come on, this isn't for him. Never mind. Harder on harder didn't work, but pulling someone over to play tic-tac-toe with him was still possible. Who's guarding the tent today, Zhao Wu or Lu Wen? Li Chang raised an eyebrow and stood up, opening out of the tent to take a look. He had only just gotten up when, suddenly, there was a shout from outside. Enemy attack, enemy attack, enemy attack. Li Chung poofed and sat down again. Where was he? Where was his 40,000 guards? How the hell can we still come across the enemy's night attack on the camp? This kind of plot that we have only seen in TV dramas before. Will he get his head clicked off by someone's knife? Escort. Escort. At the gate of the Great Tang camp, Yahweh led 5,000 iron horsemen and came galloping in. The soldiers on duty at the gate of the camp reacted in time, but they could not help that the iron cavalry was too fast, and by the time they sent the news into the camp, the 5,000 iron cavalry had also killed their way into the camp. The onslaught of the enemy troops caused the camp to fall into a brief panic, but fortunately Han Yu quickly reacted by quickly issuing orders to intercept the 5,000 iron horsemen. But these 5,000 iron horsemen were already extraordinary, plus it was led by a fierce general like Yak Wai. The Great Tang side was simply unable to effectively intercept them within a split second, and could only allow these 5,000 iron horsemen to charge into the interior. Octavia rode ahead, holding a double-headed iron spear and killing. His body was stained with blood, as if he was a demon god in hell. Only his mood at the moment was not too wonderful. He realized that the soldiers of this ancient eastern country were very different from those of the western countries. He used to kill a soldier from a western country with at most one move, but now he actually needed 3 or 4 moves to kill a soldier of the ancient eastern kingdom. Moreover, these soldiers, like they were intrepid, one by one, after seeing their companions killed, instead of being afraid, they rushed up even more valiantly, making him feel extremely troubled. No way. It can't be delayed any longer. Keep dragging it out and you don't even know if you can walk away from it, Octavius thought, and continued to gallop along on his horse, his eyes sweeping over for the large flag Chukri had spoken of. He looked from side to side. The afterglow supervised into the corner of the camp and finally saw a large flag. That big flag was fluttering in the wind, bright red in color and dazzling. Only, why is the big flag over in the corner? Octavia was puzzled, but he didn't have time to think too much, and with a loud shout, he led the 5,000 iron horsemen to run towards the big flag. Ta-da-da-da. The iron horsemen ran across the earth, causing it to tremble as if an earthquake was taking place. After 5,000 iron horsemen rushed to the corner of the camp, Han Yu, with 1 or 2,000 men, hurried to the gate of the camp. When he arrived, the 5,000 iron horsemen had long since left. A soldier captain guarding the gate walked quickly and reported the current situation with Han Yu. Han Yu was also confused when he heard that 5,000 iron horsemen had already run towards that big flag. Is this the intention of these enemy troops who attack their camp at night? Go straight to the center flag and capture His Majesty? But that flag has long been moved by His Majesty's order and planted directly in the corner of the eastern camp. He had wondered earlier why His Majesty had moved the center flag. Could it be that His Majesty had anticipated that someone would come to attack the camp? Is this what they say? A plan in the tent is a plan for the future? Nope. It's just that no amount of intelligence can be unforeseen to this extent. Perhaps it is His Majesty's secret power. His Majesty's covert forces have long since penetrated the enemy camp, and that's why His Majesty is aware of the enemy's movements and made an early move to move the center flag. I see. Han Yu took a deep breath. Got half a day. Dare to say that this war, to the beginning and end in the control of His Majesty. Moreover, His Majesty planted the banner of the Chinese army to the east of the camp, deep inside the camp, in order to attract the enemy to go deeper. Your Majesty wants to keep this enemy army, doesn't he? Han Yu read that, gripped the hilt of his sword, took a deep breath and said, pass on this general's order. Mobilize the army, surround the enemy army, make sure to leave these enemy troops, all of them, at your service, General. All the generals before him responded. Yahweh, who was leading the 5,000 iron horsemen forward, didn't know so much, and he rushed with all his might in the direction of that large flag of the center army. The further they went, the less they realized that the efforts to hinder them became less and less. By the time they got to the back, they were directly allowed to move forward, unimpeded. Ancient East, but that's all. Ha 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 ha. Octavia laughed indulgently and accelerated towards the center flag. He thought that the Great Tang army had been killed by him and did not dare to stop him. All the way forward. Soon, the 5,000 iron horsemen came under the banner of the center army. Octavia had intended to kill hard to also enter the tent of the Datang Emperor and captured the Emperor of Datang. Can be accessed at eye level. Where was the camp? A small dirt bag with a large bright red flag waving in the wind. Octavia? What the hell is this? Could it be that the Emperor of the Great Tang dynasty is made of divine stone and usually likes to bury himself in the earth to sleep? So he's going to arrest the Emperor of the Great Tang dynasty. Is he going to plow through this dirt, feeling like his head wasn't enough? Octavia strangled the reins and fell into deep thought. When the 5,000 iron horsemen behind him saw the main general strangling his horse, each one of them followed suit, and the momentum of the charge came to a halt. Octavia, What are you thinking? Withdrawing the army. This is their plot. It was Chakri, who was in the crowd of the Iron Horsemen, who at once sensed that something was amiss and shouted at the top of his voice. Houseway heard the words, and hastily dispersed the many thoughts in his head. In the end, he was a fierce general in the sand, and his reaction was also extremely fast. Knowing that they might have fallen into some kind of scheme, he hastily swung his iron spear and shouted, "Retreat!" He still led the way and killed back towards the camp gate. Without waiting for them to go far, a cavalry team of nearly 100 men in the distance rushed towards these 5,000 Iron Horsemen. Fuck off! Seeing that a team of less than 100 people also dared to stop him, Octavia could not help but shout in a violent rage, waving her iron spear with the intention of piercing through this team of 100 people. The two armies crossed paths. Octavius picked up his iron spear and stabbed straight ahead, intending to pierce a man holding a halberd in front of him. However, he did not want the man holding the halberd to backhand him and swing his iron spear away, the massive force making his tiger's mouth shake. This man is a common soldier. Octavia was appalled at the man's force. After one strike, he knew that the other party was not simple. He didn't know exactly how strong he was, but he definitely couldn't take it down in a short period of time. He was also unusually decisive, bypassing this person and killing towards the others. This man is the general of this team, so it's a little strong. Well, it must be. He makes a breakthrough from the others and kills straight out. Never get attached. He killed towards a big man with a face like a heavy date, intending to kill the big man and go out in the flow. The big man half squinted his eyes as if he was asleep. Buzz, the iron spear in Octavia's hand, was about to stab. That big man opened his eyes in vain. His austere killing intent shot out of the hole, and the big knife in his hand chopped fiercely. Clank iron spears clashed with large swords. The iron spear in Houseway's hand was swung out, and the large sword chopped in the same direction, frightening him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head, only to avoid being beheaded by a sword. This is the adjutant general. This is no ordinary soldier. Octavius clips his horse's belly and tries to escape straight away. Suddenly in front of him, another man wearing silver armor and holding a long spear rushed in. The lance in the man's hand spun around as if it were a spirit snake and struck him in the chest. With all this, Yakaw couldn't even react. He crashed his horse and spat out a mouthful of blood. Another fucking lieutenant general? How many of your masters are lieutenants? This war of assault came and went quickly. In less than half an hour, everything returned to calm once again, and most of the 5,000 Iron Horsemen were left forever in the Great Tang camp, except for a small portion that escaped. The battle ended quickly, but the follow-up cleanup got all the way to dawn. Only after Hanyu finished organizing everything did he come to the Emperor's tent. Outside the tent, Hanyu then stopped and arched his hand, saying, "Your Majesty, Hanyu seeks an audience." Seeing this, Su Shang, who was guarding the gate, asked the other party with his eyes if he needed to go in and give a briefing. Hanyu, however, waved his hand to stop it. His eyes were firm. He was sure that His Majesty was not asleep. Perhaps His Majesty has been mobilizing covert forces to keep the big picture under control, lest there be any change of heart. In fact, the secret power is now near him. Hanyu's thoughts were all over the place, and his eyes couldn't help but glance around. Well, there wasn't much there. The less there was. Why did he get the feeling that someone was actually nearby? This feeling appeared in his heart and grew wildly as if a seed had been catalyzed. There may be someone nearby. There are probably people in the neighborhood. There must be someone in the neighborhood. This was Hanyu's inner thought, and there was no echo from the tent before him for a long time. It took several minutes before a voice came out. "Enter." Only then did Hanyu come back to his senses and look around meaningfully before striding in. Su Shang looked at Hanyu strangely. What was this conquering general looking at? Is there anyone in the neighborhood? He looked around. There's no one. He was at least an expert. Although he couldn't compare to the likes of Zhao Wu Guanyun, he was still much stronger than the average expert or whatever. There's no way he wouldn't notice if there was someone nearby. Then what was Hanyu looking at just now? Is it possible that there is something unclean? Thinking about it, Su Shang couldn't help but get goosebumps. Inside the tent, Li Cheng sat in front of the table, his hands resting on a scroll of paper, his face stiff, some dullness in his gaze not dissipating. Hanyu strides in and arches his hand. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The words were like a way to bring Li Cheng back to his senses. Li Cheng slowly lowered his head and looked toward Hanyu, his voice low and hoarse as he said, "The enemy army attacked the camp. Have they all been resolved?" His Majesty's voice. Is it because of the long deliberation with those dark forces that the voice has become hoarse? Hanyu's mind reinforced his thoughts as he arched his hand and cupped his fist. "Your Majesty, it has been resolved. All together." He was just about to report the details. Li Cheng, however, waved his hand and said, "There's no need to report. Since it's settled, go down." Hanyu wanted to say something else, but on second thought, It was all under His Majesty's control. His Majesty is afraid that he already knows everything. What good would it do him to say it again? He couldn't help but smile, and then he said, "Rather, it's me who has disturbed your Majesty. I will go down now." Li Chang nodded. Hanyu didn't say anything more as he once again arched his hand and cupped his fist, turning around and retreating. Li Chang watched Hanyu retreat and leave before he stood up, patted his chest, and took a deep breath. Scared the shit out of him. He thought he was going to burp. The battlefield is actually this dangerous. He somewhat regretted coming to the battlefield. The fucking danger is really big, but he had to come to accomplish his defeat of the country. It's too hard. Li Chang cleared his throat. He hadn't spoken all night and was nervous, making his voice a little hoarse. No way, no way. He felt the emptiness in his body. Sleep, sleep, sleep. The other side. Of the few Iron Riders who had struggled to escape, Chakri was notably among them. At this moment, Chakri, his face covered with dust and ashes, was in a very sorry state, riding on his horse, sighing repeatedly, his hand holding the reins trembling uncontrollably. In his entire life, he had never suffered such a big loss. This time it's kind of flopped, completely planted in the hands of the ancient Eastern countries. He really hadn't thought that his thoughts had actually been penetrated by the other party. The arrangement was made in advance, waiting for them to enter the game. Actually put the center flag on a corner to hook them over. In this battle, what he folded was not only the 5,000 Iron Horsemen, but also the morale. Moreover, he saw the strength of the Great Tang, the first fierce general of their army. Yao Wei was actually completely as a baby in that team of hundreds of people, getting needed in every way. Couldn't even beat one of them. Is this the real power of the Great Tang? Scary as hell? Chakri felt all a pang of fear as he quickly ran back into his own camp. After running back to his camp, he immediately summoned his generals and described the events of last night's night attack. Inside the tent, when the generals learned about last night's night attack, each of them was also surprised. Night attack? Even by karma, night attack is night attack. Why do you only have 5,000 people? This is not to send death. I can't believe General Octavia is all folded up. Ahak. Chakri, did you purposely send us to our deaths so that you could have the military power all to yourself? There are a number of generals who have questioned Octavia. Why should Chakri be okay when all the generals who went there folded? Chakri was also having a very hard time, ferrying back and forth without cleaning the dust off his face. His fists clenched, listening to the words of the many generals around his ears. After a few moments, he suddenly snapped and slammed the helmet in his hand to the ground. Enough! Chakri glared viciously at the generals and cursed angrily. All of you said that I want to take away your military power? Fine. Tomorrow we will fight to the death with the Eastern Ancient Kingdom. Directly attack with the whole army. Bang! The helmet hit the ground with a loud thud. Many of the generals were startled, and they all stood up one by one, looking at me and me at you, not knowing what to say. Chakri glared at the crowd and growled angrily. The battle will be decided tomorrow. What are you waiting for? Why don't you all go back and get ready? The many generals froze, not returning to their senses, and after a while, they then nodded their heads and exited inside the tent. Don't dare say anything. Afraid of angering Chakri and making Chakri do something irreparable, Chakri watched as the many generals retreated and took a deep breath, picking his helmet up. It really is. Why does he have such a group of teammates? If he hadn't been concerned about the army, he would have really wanted to use his sheepskin boots to kiss these generals' asses hard. Chakri sat down on the floor. The showdown is tomorrow. When his night attack fails, it leaves him little time. Once this news got out, the morale of their army would definitely drop. This time must be decisive. Straightforward choice for tomorrow's showdown. It's either life or death. No choice. Afternoon moment. The two of them, Han Yu and Lu Wen, carrying several of their own soldiers, joked and laughed as they walked inside the camp where the prisoners were being held. General Lu, this time it's thanks to you to find such a person who understands the language of the Great Tang, and also understands the language of these Guro Empire. Otherwise it's really not good to interrogate some information, and it's really troublesome that the two countries don't understand each other's language. Hanyu smiled and thanked Lu Wen. Although Lu Wen was arrogant, he still didn't dare to put his posture too high in front of Hanyu, who was known for his iron head. He smiled broadly and said, General Han, there's no need to say anything more. You and I are both working under His Majesty. All of this is as it should be. On the contrary, General Han, when you enter this captive camp, you should be more careful. These white-skinned people still have quite a few capable people. The white-skinned person who led the way yesterday was able to take a move from me. Hanyu smiled and nodded, striding inside the camp. As far as the eye could see, there was a white general with his head hung low and his morale extremely low. There was also a general of the Eastern Expeditionary Army guarding the perimeter. And upon seeing Hanyu, They saluted. The camp was, on the whole, quite large, and the prisoners were well treated, and there was no mistreatment of the prisoners. After all, the emperor had sent word. Not bad for food. Hanyu stepped in and walked straight into a tent with a few people. Inside the tent was imprisoned the white general who had led the 5,000 iron horsemen yesterday. Hanyu walked inside the tent, and Luwen followed in case there were any mishaps. Walking inside, he saw Octavia sitting on a bed, crossing her legs and snapping her nails, looking arrogant. Get up! Luwen took 3 or 2 steps forward and bellowed. Octavia looked up and said, how about trying to kill prisoners? His words uttered, naturally turning into the language of the Gu Luo Empire. The two countries don't speak the same language. No one knows what anyone is talking about. Naturally, Luwen couldn't understand and stared at House Wei with wide eyes. Octavia also looked up to meet Luwen's eyes. The two men's eyes met in midair. The scene was silent for a time. Hanyu walked up and patted Luwen on the shoulder, saying, we don't speak the same language. You talking to him is just the same as a chicken talking to a duck. Call the one who knows both languages over. Luwen nodded and waved his hand for his personal soldiers to bring the man over. Soon, a man close to 40 years old was brought inside the tent. The man was dressed in a cloth coat. His temples were slightly gray, and his appearance was a bit different from that of the Detang people, but it was still barely similar to that of the Detang people. Grasshopper Chen Yulo. See the two generals. When the man saw Hanyu and Lu Wen, he immediately saluted. The salute he performed belonged to the Great Tang, not from other countries. Hanyu nodded slightly and asked faintly, but are you from Detang? Chen Yulo froze for a moment, then said, ancestors were from the Great Tang. After the demise of the former Qin, all the countries competed. Forced to do nothing, the ancestors had to leave the Great Tang, to go to other places to make a living. Counting, but it is indeed a person from the Great Tang. Hanyu narrowed his eyes, then nodded his head and said, well, I asked you to come here this time to translate, so you can communicate with this captive first. As you command, General. Chen Yulo made another salute, and then very elegantly came in front of Yahweh, and with a fluent Gu Luo language, said, hello, I'm from the side of the Great Tang Empire, sent to communicate with you. I can translate the languages of the two countries, so if there's anything you want to state with the side of the Great Tang Empire, you can let me know. Translated, House Wei sniffed, sat up, and rushed at Chen Yulo viciously. Translate then, translate well, and translate whatever I say later. Don't ever give me falsehoods, or I will use my sheepskin boots to kiss your ass viciously. Chen Yulo narrowed his eyes and said, are you threatening me? Don't you know that an interpreter is actually the one you need to please the most? To please an interpreter, Octavia laughed out loud. What's so pleasing about an interpreter? Do you know who I am? The #1 brave general of the Guru's Eastern Expeditionary Army. Pleasing you? It would be good if I don't kill you. Underestimate the translator. Chen Yulo suddenly smiled, no longer talking to Yahweh, but toward Hanyu, saying, General, it's already been agreed that anything you want to say to this General Guro, you can say it to me, and I'll translate it. Is it so soon? Hanyu didn't think that much and pondered for a moment. He slowly said, ask him what his last name is and what position he holds within the Gu Luo Empire. On second thought, he thought it would be better to ask about these basics first. One step at a time. You can always get all the information out. Won't talk, then don't blame them for the torture. Anyway, His Majesty hadn't given them strict orders that they couldn't use torture, so I thought they should be able to do it. Chen Yulo nodded, turned to face Yahweh, and said in the Guro language, the Great Tang General asks you, what is your last name, and what is your position on your side? Yahweh twisted his head and glanced at Hanyu before he said, my name is Yahweh, and I am the first brave general and vanguard of the Guro Empire's Eastern Conquest Army. I've always been known as the Lion. Bang! Chen Yulo first nodded, then suddenly his face changed, and just like a playwright, he fiercely slapped his hand on the tabletop. In the language of the Great Tang, he said angrily, outrageous, the Great Tang generals treated you so well. How dare you insult them like this? His voice was thick with anger. For those who didn't know, they thought how angry he really was. Hanyu and Lu Wen's gazes locked onto Chen Yulo at the same time. Lu Wen asked, what did this white-skinned man say, with a difficult look on his face? Chen Yulo looked at Lu Wen and then Hanyu, wanting to speak. It didn't seem too good to say. Hanyu took 2 steps and came to sit next to the table. His eyes glanced at House Wei and said, don't be afraid, translate whatever he says, we'll take care of everything. He looked at the face of this interpreter. The heart also vaguely guessed what. This is the House of Weis. Do you still dare to be arrogant and insult them when it comes down to it, like it mirrored his imagination? In the next moment, Chen Yulo opened his mouth. The 2 generals, this general of the Gu Luo Empire, said, that the 2 of you, both of you, are wasted. Wastes, and also spoke out to insult the two of you. Your mother. Wow. In an instant, Lu Wen's face changed. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at House Wei with an icy coldness. If it wasn't for Han Yu standing next to him, at this moment he was afraid that he would have punched over. A mere captive. How dare you scold him? Han Yu's eyes flickered for a moment or two as he heard this, and he looked at Yue Wei, saying, do you really think that the Great Tang won't kill the captives? Translated for him. Chen Yulo nodded his head. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he looked towards Yue and said in the Guro language, General Datong has asked you, what you said just now, is it all true? If it's true, then nod your head. If you don't answer honestly, then I'll kill you. I'm telling the truth. Hearing that he would be killed, Octavia hurriedly stood up and faced Han Yu with a constant nod of her head and gibberish in her mouth. The frequency of nods is smack in the face. At once, a faint killing intent filled the field. Bang, 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 inside the captive's tent. An extremely brutal scene took place. Lu Wen swung his sandbag-sized fist and punched Housewife straight in the face. His powerful force left Yukovi defenseless, and in front of him, Yukovi was like a little sheep, at the mercy of the slaughter. Oh by God. Don't you come over, Honorable General Datong. How can you treat a captive like this? Octavia yelled in horror, but it didn't help at all. Lu Wen dragged Yukovi, kicked him to the ground, and swung around to beat him. Han Yu, who was on the side, acted as if nothing had happened, leading Chen Yulo and the others out of the tent and looking up at the sky. Housewife's dismal yell was heard. He turned his head to look at Chen Yulo and asked, what else is this captive saying? Chen Yulo froze for a moment, then arched his hand in greeting and said, still cursing, probably thinking that the generals don't understand, so they're still cursing. Still cursing, do you really think they lack a captive in Great Tang? Han Yu's face was also gloomy, rushed inside the tent and shouted, General Lu, fight to the death, fight out of the matter. This will bear the responsibility. Damn, do you really think a captive has flipped the script? He felt like giving the captive general a hard time to remember. Does this really think that? Because the Great Tang is a state of etiquette, it won't kill captives. On the side, Chen Yulo lowered his head and said nothing. A refined light flashed in those eyes. Obviously this isn't a first offense. He proved it with, go to don't underestimate an interpreter. Maybe a translator can complicate a simple thing. Han Yu didn't know this as he stood outside the tent gate, ignoring the screams inside and Lu Wen's excited shouts. He looked at Chen Yulo and said, I wonder if you are willing to serve Great Tang. It's also a way of recognizing your ancestors. And now that Great Tang is at war with the Guluo Empire, it's people like you who know the languages of the two countries that are lacking. He is well aware of the disadvantages of the language barrier between the two countries. It would be nice to have someone who speaks both languages. Chen Yulo showed a difficult look on his face and hesitated for a while, saying, General, nowadays, during the war, I can serve the Great Tang, but when the war is over, I want to leave. After all, I still have the dream of a person who wants to travel around the countries he trick or treated once anyhow. As a remedy, it should have served in the present day when the Great Tang is at war with the Guro Empire. Han Yu sniffed and fell into deep thought, and after a few moments of contemplation, he still nodded his head in agreement. Just when he was about to ask something else, suddenly a soldier came and reported that a letter had been shot from the enemy side. Han Yu immediately had someone fetch the letter, which was written in all the Guro Empire's script, which he didn't understand, so he could only give it to Chen Yulo to read. When Chen Yulo finished reading it, his entire body fell into silence. Han Yu couldn't help but ask, what was written in the letter? Chen Yulo took a deep breath and said, this is a letter of war from the Guluo Empire's side. Tomorrow the Guluo Empire's side will raise as many troops as they can to fight to the death with our side. Duel to the death. Han Yu's face instantly became grave. As far as he knew, the Iron Cavalry on the side of the Guluo Empire had at least 100,000 in existence. A direct duel to the death. They don't have a good chance of winning. No, he'll have to make a trip to His Majesty's side. It's only right to ask His Majesty in person. With that in mind, Han Yu gave a command to the nearby soldiers and headed towards the center of the army camp. In the meantime, inside the center army camp, Li Cheng sat down at the table and poured himself some tea for himself. In front of him, an azure screen coalesced. Today is also a day to test the strength of the nation. Li Cheng was already a dead pig. He had now come to the battlefield in person to command the defeated nation himself, and would not allow any half measures to occur. You're just testing the country's power again and giving him an increased lifespan. And he's not wimpy anymore. You add it. Labor has taken too much excitement not to wimp out. He poured himself some tea. The azure screen in front of him popped up with a text as usual. Starting to check the national strength for this month. The current value of the national power of the Great Tang Empire is 2781. Reward host life expectancy 1 year. Current host life expectancy, 1,532 years. The specific source of national power enhancement, please check by the host. The mouthful of water that Li Cheng had just drank was directly sprayed out. Just add 1 year of life, it's rare. No. What a month. A whole month. Just 1 year of life. This is something that was hard to see before. Is it hard to believe that his great work of defeating the country is finally about to begin? He put his teacup down and hastily clicked the view button. The national enhancements are as follows. +1 to deter enemy countries. Note, in view of the frequent additions and subtractions this month, the host can check the specific additions and subtractions of the national power by himself, add or subtract frequently. Li Cheng looked at yet another view button above the azure-colored screen in front of him, thought for a moment and clicked down. At once, the azure-colored screen in front of him changed once again. Additions and subtractions to the national capacity are as follows. -1 economy, +1 economy. -1 economy, +1 military, +1 people's heart. A dense mass of text. It's all +1 versus -1. Add and subtract a whole lot. Can't even count. Li Cheng couldn't help but rub his forehead. He kind of saw that the biggest drain, which was mostly in sharp decline, was the economy. As to why the economy has been cut so much, it's probably because he's been having parties for the past month, all the time. But, this month, he was kind of pretty close to losing his country for once, just added 1 year of life expectancy this month. LOL. If he threw one more party or something, would it diminish the power of the state? Li Cheng secretly pondered. And he had to say that adding 1 year to his lifespan just from this wave had greatly raised his fighting spirit. Is this still playable? He still has a chance. This time, engaging in a war with the Guluo Empire was an opportunity for him to turn the tables in one fell swoop. Your Majesty, General Han seeks an audience. As Li Cheng was still thinking, outside the tent, Su Sheng's voice suddenly came in. Hanyu. Li Cheng raised his eyebrows and waved his hand for Hanyu to come in. After his command was passed down, soon, Hanyu, who appeared to be in a slight hurry, was seen walking quickly. What is it? Li Cheng turned off the azure-colored screen in front of him as he spoke. Hanyu handed a sheepskin scroll to Li Cheng and said in a slightly hurried manner, Your Majesty, this is from the side of the Guro Empire. The last general has already asked someone to translate it. The Guro Empire wants to fight us to the death tomorrow. Your Majesty. Next, can you have any orders? If there was no emperor around, he would have acted unusually calm, because he was the only main general. But now the emperor is in. He naturally didn't act that calmly. With the emperor around, he just needed to carry out the orders. Li Cheng's hand holding the letter scroll was trembling, and his eyelashes couldn't help but flutter. God help him. Woohoo! Knock knock. The desolate sound of horns and the deafening sound of war drums echoed within the camp. Before dawn, there was smoke rising from the Tang camp, adding a layer of white mist to the dark sky. Like a dream, on the day of the duel, the soldiers had begun to bury their pots and pans, and after they had eaten their fill, it was time to fight. Inside the center army camp, generals from all ministries have come here. Every general's face was marked with gravity, and even their breathing had become a bit rapid. They know what a duel represents, and know what will happen if you fail, so they were all a little heavy. On the contrary, it was Li Cheng, who was sitting on the main seat, with his face as plain and relaxed as ever, as if he did not place this duel to the death in his eyes. The relaxed demeanor of the emperor undoubtedly brought a sense of self-confidence to many generals. Faced with this moment of life and death, the emperor is so relaxed. I'm sure it's been in the bag for a long time, so what are they nervous about? Thinking this way, the many generals breathed a small sigh of relief. Han Yu, who stood at the very front, saw that no one from the many generals had stepped forward, thought for a moment, and stepped out, saying, Please, Your Majesty, deploy your troops. We are willing to follow Your Majesty's orders. Please, Your Majesty, deploy your troops. With Han Yu leading the way, the generals in the camp, one by one, stepped out, arched their hands and clasped their fists, speaking in unison. Li Cheng sat on the main seat, leisurely pouring tea, and said flatly, Dispatch troops? No need, just sit and wait for the Guluo Empire to fight over. Right, do you guys drink tea? Waiting for the Guro Empire to hit each of the many generals looked a little strange. What kind of operation is this for His Majesty? If they waited for others to fight first, wouldn't they lose their head start? People would have been Iron Horsemen, so they would have been completely passive. Such common sense. His Majesty can't be unaware of this. But why did His Majesty say such a thing? And asked them leisurely if they wanted tea. Kai Bai stepped out and said worriedly, Is this not good? Your Majesty? Not so good. Li Cheng smiled, placed the cup of tea in his hand on the table, looked up at the generals in the camp, and said, Do you all feel the same way? The generals in the battalion looked at me and I looked at you. And finally each one of them hesitantly nodded. With the exception of Han Yu, Lu Win and the others, Most of the generals were thinking that what Li Chang said would not work. Li Chang saw that all the generals in the camp felt that it would not work, and the heart that was hanging in the air was also put down. Y'all don't think so? Then it must work. But why this scene? He déjà vu. The last couple times, it was the same thing. Right, Li Chang inexplicably shivered and removed the thought. This time he could definitely succeed. Compared to the past, he is his own personal horse this time. If this is still not successful, then he can immediately go back and swallow the wheel that has not been swallowed. Taiji Hall and so on, all swallowed at once, and kill himself. That said, for the moment, the main thing is to stabilize these will lead. After all, these generals were no better than Han Yu Lu Win and the others. His defeated nation class. Li Chang read that and looked at Han Yu Lu Win and the others. His gaze was much kinder. Then he looked at the other generals and said, "Do you think that I am the Emperor of the Great Tang? Is it the Emperor of the Great Tang?" This topic came out of Li Chang's mouth. It was like a bomb that broke the calm waters completely. Those generals were kneeling on the ground, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble, as if they were terrified. In an instant, no one was left standing except for Han Yu Luan as well as Guan Yun and other military generals. Only Han Yu and the others didn't dare to say anything, keeping their heads down and not knowing what they were thinking. Just kidding. How dare you answer this kind of topic? They don't unless they're tired of living. For them, the saying that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger is deep in their hearts, especially since this emperor is still extremely vindictive. If the emperor really looks at you and praises you on the surface, he may secretly give you a small book directly. One year maybe the family son was born. The emperor summoned father and son. Your son accidentally left foot into the temple. It was sentenced by the emperor a strain of 9 families. It's all possible. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Nothing more than that. Li Cheng didn't notice the group of people's flowery thoughts. His gaze was fixed on Kai Bai, and he more or less knew that these people were afraid. He faintly said, "I forgive you all for your innocence. All get up. I will ask again. Am I the Emperor of Great Tang?" When the many generals heard this, they could only stand up obediently, wide-eyed, no one wanting to speak. Seeing this, Kai Bai could only grit his teeth and stand out, saying, "His Majesty is naturally the Emperor of Great Tang, and even more so, he is our master." Li Chang nodded, his voice a little low, saying, "I am the Emperor, both the Son of Heaven, the Son of Heaven's destiny. You must believe that this war, no matter what, the victory is on our side. The destiny of heaven is in me, not in that what's-her-name Giro Empire. Destiny." This statement, the generals were somewhat dumbfounded. The emperor insisted on saying that it was the will of heaven, and they had nothing to say. Only this battle that concerns the national strength of the Great Tang Empire. Is it not a bit of a drama to perfume it with the mandate of heaven? If we were talking about timing, they could still accept it. Manifest destiny is a bit of that. This statement, not to mention these generals, it was Li Cheng who thought it was extremely bullshit. What's the point of fighting a war if I can win it by ripping off the mandate of heaven? But all he wanted now was a reason, and it didn't matter what the reason was. Alright, all of you go down. Just wait quietly for those people from the Guluo Empire to come over. You have to believe that heaven's destiny is with me. Li Cheng sat on his chair and smiled as he spoke to the many generals. The many generals didn't know what to say, and could only arch their hands and clasp their fists, turning to leave. Just as they were trying to leave, boom, a bolt from the sky exploded, and both the sound of war drums and trumpets were covered by the sound. Hoo-hoo! The sudden gust of wind shook the tent slightly. Li Cheng frowned. He said that he was the son of heaven's destiny. Did heaven really give him a response? He stood up and walked outside the tent. Seeing this, the generals followed the emperor and walked out of the tent together. Just as they stepped out, each of their faces turned strange, only to see the original dark sky became a little muddy. A gust of wind is whistling. Dark clouds quickly flow. A big look of extinction. Report, Your Majesty. It's clear that just now there wasn't this kind of sky, and for no apparent reason it's turned into this situation. Your Majesty, what should we do next? A general walked over from the distance and arched his hand and clasped his fist towards Li Cheng. Li Cheng's face became extremely odd. Is he really the chosen one? Said heaven's order is on me and the heavens are responding? No, it can't be. It's all coincidence. It's just a little windy. It's nothing. All of you go back. The battle goes on. He waved his hand and reassured the generals, then wanted to finish and turn around and go inside the tent. Suddenly, one of the generals exclaimed, "Look at the sky, you guys." Li Cheng subconsciously looked up.